The campus belle awakened an SSS class summoner profession, but instead became the laughingstock of the entire school. The reason? The divine beast she summoned as her contracted partner appeared to everyone as nothing more than a tiny puppy. Yet, you remained completely unfazed, because not only were you an unprecedented divine-blooded Qilin of a legendary race, but also a reincarnator equipped with a tag enhancement system. Not long ago, you and your summoner, Ling Yao, made thorough preparations for a dungeon raid, with only the homeroom teacher's permission left to obtain. After confirming your unique ability to purify ominous energies, the homeroom teacher, Lu Ruoyan, handed you a pass. Ling Yao immediately set off with you toward a dungeon called the Thunderstrike Forest, a location you had carefully selected after repeated evaluations. The Thunderstrike Forest is perpetually shrouded in dark clouds, with torrential rain and thunderbolts crashing down. The abundant lightning element within the dungeon nourishes many thunder-attributed spirit herbs and treasures, while also posing a grave threat to adventurers. You plan to leverage your innate lightning control abilities to nullify the risks of thunderstrikes and maximize your advantages. Upon arriving near the dungeon, the area was bustling with all sorts of people. This girl is really pretty. Daring to come to the dungeon? If I run into her, don't cause trouble. Kid, that girl is from Qingshan High School. Qingshan High School, the one with a 6th-tier powerhouse overseeing it. Ling Yao remained silent all the way until she reached the registration desk, where she handed her pass token to the receptionist. Little sister, where is your team? No team, I'm alone. Ling Yao shook her head. The woman's eyes immediately filled with pity. Such a young age, likely to be lost in this Thunderstrike Forest. What shocked her even more was that Ling Yao didn't even want a radiation suit. Eager to enter the dungeon as soon as possible, with you by her side, why would she need a radiation suit? Isn't that just a waste of money? Not far away, someone was watching this scene. Upon seeing Ling Yao enter the dungeon, they couldn't help but sneer. Did you hear that? She doesn't even need a radiation suit. Our school beauty Ling is truly bold and skilled. Chen Hu, is that your enemy? The mercenary captain asked with a frown, his voice low. I just can't stand her. She repeatedly rejected my cousin and even ruined his reputation. Is your cousin that so-called brother from Qingshan High School? Chen Hu's eyes revealed displeasure. It was said that her cousin Chen Xianze had been mentally unstable ever since because of this incident. Alright, this mission is to obtain a thunder spirit fruit. Once inside, remember to turn on all the treasure detection devices. On the other side, Ling Yao had just entered the dungeon when she encountered a thunderstorm. Holding you, she ran into a cave to take shelter. At this moment, you were feeling somewhat listless, still adjusting to the motion sickness caused by the heightened senses from your awakened Kirin bloodline. Lost in thought, you suddenly froze when you looked at Ling Yao in front of you. She was drenched like a drowned rat, her outer clothes clinging tightly to her body, with her undergarments faintly visible beneath. Hurry up and change your clothes. You rubbed your nose, pretending to look around. Alright, I'll change now. She took out a neatly folded set of clothes from her backpack and started changing right there in the cave. This isn't about not treating me as an outsider, it's about not seeing me as the opposite sex. See no evil. Your furry paws covered your eyes. This body can't do anything anyway, so might as well not look. After resting, you set off to search for treasures. You've already figured out how to use the Follow Fortune ability. Visualize a 1-kilometer radius map in your mind, where a white dot represents yourself, surrounded by scattered green, blue, and other colored dots along with purple dots, though that area glowed crimson, clearly indicating higher difficulty. Playing it safe, the nearest green dot was 500 meters to the west. You pointed in that direction, and soon arrived beneath a charred lightning-struck tree. Ling Yao used her 5 elements ring on the ground, and the soil seemed to come alive, pushing up an object, a C-grade treasure called Thunderstone, highly sought after by lightning mages, worth about 300,000. Xiao Xue, we've hit the jackpot. Ling Yao cheerfully stashed away the Thunderstone, her delicate hands incessantly ruffling your little head. Let go. Woman, how many times do I have to tell you to call me Lord Qilin? Hurry up and move to the next spot. Hearing this, Ling Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Most mercenary groups entering the Thunderstruck Forest would find at most 7 or 8 treasures, yet she had already found one right after entering, and you were telling her there were even more. Humph, if you call me Lord Qilin, I'll naturally be able to find them. Lord Qilin. Ling Yao didn't hesitate, though it felt a bit strange. Making money wasn't something to be embarrassed about, and who could blame her for spoiling her summoned beast the most? Meanwhile, Chen Hu's Desert North mercenary group had just finished a fierce battle in the mist, obtaining a D-grade treasure. The purple thunder grass, consuming it could slightly enhance a contracted beast's potential, and a single piece could sell for over 100,000. Just entered the dungeon and already got a D-grade treasure. The campus belle Ling is probably still lost in the forest. Chen Hu sneered. Old Mo nodded. With our treasure-hunting talismans and our treasure-sniffing rat, how could a mere student match our efficiency in finding treasures? At that moment, the scout shouted, Fox sis, come quick. Isn't that the school beauty from your university? Speak of the devil. Chen, who wanted to see just how miserable Ling Yao was, only to find her standing in a pool of water, lightning crackling above her head, yet still rummaging around for something, risking her life for money. She's truly desperate. Thunder is about to strike right over her head. Chen, who sneered. In an instant, a bolt of lightning as thick as a barrel shot down from the thundercloud above Ling Yao, the blinding flash engulfing the entire pool. Chen, who couldn't help but smirk, relishing this masterpiece. Yet when the lightning dissipated, Ling Yao emerged completely unharmed, pulling out one glowing green C-grade treasure after another, 7 or 8 in just a few seconds. This girl is way too fierce, grabbing treasures under thunderbolts, utterly insane. Chen, who stared at the violet thunder grass in his hand, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Truly, fortune favors the foolish. You both hide in a tree hollow, arms full of treasures. Ling Yao keeps pecking at your furry cheeks like a little bird pecking at rice. Woman, let go already, or do you want to get electrocuted? Ling Yao stuck out her tongue playfully. Thanks to you being by my side, I could dig for treasures without worry. What's this? As long as you focus on your work, I won't treat you unfairly. At that moment, the system suddenly reminded, after being tempered by the Kirin thunder. The chosen one Ling Yao absorbed the lightning and awakened the thunder Kirin heart, currently undergoing transformation. What does this mean? Did this woman get struck by lightning and gain enlightenment? You were completely baffled and looked at Ling Yao's left chest area. Ling Yao's cheeks flushed red as she stammered. What are you looking at? You then act like a creepy uncle. Come here, let me take a look. Let this lord help examine your body. Moments later, on a high slope in the forest, Ling Yao and you hold the C-grade treasure, the lightning stone. Qi Lin, you mean I can get stronger just by standing here holding the lightning stone? But I feel like I'm about to get struck by lightning. Ling Yao worriedly looks up at the sky where thunderclouds gather and lightning flickers. Don't worry, after this Qi Lin's modifications, you can now withstand heavenly lightning. That's good. Wait, what? Ling Yao was dumbfounded. Didn't you say I could get stronger before coming here? How did it turn into getting struck by lightning? You grinned slyly. I just used the system to scan her body. The thunder Qi Lin's heart is still transforming, and accelerating the process means enduring heavenly lightning. Although tempering with Qi Lin lightning is also possible, it's too exhausting to keep using it. Besides, the heavenly lightning in Thunderstrike Forest is free. You glanced at the sky, the gathering thunder was almost ready. Alright, poop scooper, let go of me. I'm heading down now. No, what am I supposed to do if you leave? Ling Yao clung to you tightly. I don't feel safe without you. At that moment, continuous thunder rumbled, and with a boom, it enveloped both of you. Hey, I'm not ready yet. Damn it, damn it, damn it. You buried your head in Ling Yao's arms, forced to assist her in absorbing the thunder. Summoner Ling Yao absorbed the heavenly thunder. Evolution progress 20%. Under the effect of the lightning attracting ore, the surrounding terrain was flattened by continuous thunderstrikes. Holding you, Ling Yao looked down at her chest in disbelief. Qi Lin, my heart is beating so fast. Is that so? Let me feel it. Qi Lin caressed the wonderful touch, and through the clothing, he seemed to be able to feel a strong roar of life engines. It's so soft. Oh, no. It's so fast. Qi Lin withdrew his palm and used his system to check up on Ling Qingyao's heart. Thunder Unicorn Heart. Introduction, combining the hardened Kirin thunder, the reinforced heart of the replica heavenly thunder. Effects, controls thunder, can release thunder attacks, and under the high-speed beating of the heart, enters the state of thunder body, speed and strength increase. Note, each release of thunder will consume mental energy, overloading will increase the pressure on the heart, please use with caution. After reading the message, Qi Lin nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, huh? It's not as good as your own words, but it does give the shoveler the power to be unique. In that case, there was even less need for him to make a move, and he could lie down in peace and develop obscenely. Zirin, I'm feeling weird right now. Ling Qingyao looked at Qi Lin, her eyes flashing with a flash of purple arcs of electricity. Strange? Be specific. Qi Lin thought it was some kind of side effect and asked in a hurry. There's an inexhaustible amount of strength in my body, and I want to find some opponents to vent it out. Ling Qingyao explained. Oh. Qi Lin deflated and looked above the sky. Isn't that the opponent? Jie. Only in the sky, a vulture that fed on carrion spread its wings and flew over. Their wings were dark black in color, with arcs of electricity draped between their feathers, so they were obviously ferocious beasts as well. C-rank potential thunder feather vulture. Specializes in picking up lightning-struck corpses in lightning-struck forests, and loves nothing more than lightning-struck meat. The thunder feather vultures should have been attracted by the commotion we just made. They're all around level 15, about 7 or 8 of them. Can you do it? Qilin looked towards Ling Qingyao with less trust. In his opinion, although Ling Qingyao was a genius, she still had too little real combat experience.
It's just a small thing.
Thunder arcs danced in Ling Qingyao's beautiful eyes as her right hand lifted, the 5 elements ring aimed at the vulture in the sky.
Shoot them down first. Try the new move, Fire Thunder Arrow.
The words fell. She condensed a fire snake in her palm, and with the Thunder Qilin Hearts enhancement, she wrapped it around a layer of thunder arcs and quickly transformed it into an arrow and shot it out. The arrow wrapped in the 2 berserk forces of thunder and flame was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it shot into the ranks of the thunder feather vultures.
This human hasn't been struck by lightning yet. Hard bone. It's not easy to chew, you have to run. Each vulture's eyes widened and their wings fluttered as they tried to escape. Next.
Ling Qingyao calmly said the word explosion, and the sky instantly exploded into a gorgeous blossoming fire intertwined with thunder and fire.
Rumble.
The ringing sound was transmitted to the ears of Fox Chen and the others on the other side.
What's that noise?
Old Mo's ears twitched, his eyes slightly staring. The sound sounded like a violent explosion.
Thunder it is, don't make a fuss,
hurry up and take that maiden's treasure material, we have a mission ahead of us. Chen Hua's eyes showed his displeasure as he turned his head to look at the team's scouting mercenaries. How's it going?
Did you find Ling Qingyao's trail?
Found it, but...
With an odd look in his eyes,
the man said, the situation is a bit off, Sister Fox.
No, can't it be that she's been shortchanged by someone else?
Chills surfaced at the bottom of Chen Fox's heart, who had the guts to steal her target. Ling Qingyao had gotten so many C-rank treasures and materials that were worth at least around $3 million.
How she matches.
It would be nice if she handed it over obediently, but if not, I'm afraid the copy is going to be one more accident. The only thing Fox Chen was worried about now was that someone had gotten there first. She took the scout mercenary's binoculars and was about to look at Ling Qingyao's position.
Just then. Goo!
A mournful bird song spread out. About 50 meters away, a vulture with a broken wing was running at a fast pace with its short little legs.
It looked as if there was some kind of flooding beast behind it. Beware!
It's a C-rank potential thunder feather vulture, leveled at around 15.
Be on your guard.
Seeing the thunder feather vulture, Chen Fox's face changed slightly. Normally this kind of creature lived in groups.
One vulture means countless vultures around. In case this vulture was a trap, their entire mercenary group would be trapped.
The mercenaries moved quickly, taking up a stance as if they were the enemy, preparing for a vicious battle. However, the vulture just took one look at them, and as if it had seen a savior, it hurriedly ran, its little short legs swinging round.
Strange, how does this thunder feather vulture feel like it's fleeing for its life? Is there any other ferocious beasts behind it? Fox Chen frowned slightly, a sense of foreboding in his heart. Just then. Shoo!
A short cracking sound cut through the air. A fiery red arrow pierced through the sky and hit the thunder feather vulture straight on, and with a bang, the thunder feather vulture exploded into a bloody mess.
Kill level 15 thunder feather vulture, experience value plus 200.
There are 10 thunder feather vultures killed this time, and the experience value has been automatically stored as energy, which will be released automatically after leveling up.
2 lines of hints for the copy appeared in front of Ling Qingyao's eyes. Phew, that's finally settled. Didn't hurt you guys, did it?
Ling Qingyao relaxedly looked towards Chen Fox and the others, waving her hand to disperse the lightning arcs lingering on her fingers.
Air. Chen Fox and Old Mo and the others subconsciously shook their heads. No. No. Well, I'll be off then.
As Ling Qingyao turned to leave, Qilin in her arms emerged and looked at Chen Hua feeling a bit familiar. After she left, the mercenary corps erupted into a sound of sucking in cool air. Hiss. Just now I said why this woman was surrounded by thunder feather vultures, so it's not that she was surrounded, but that she found herself at the door to swipe the monsters.
It's a good thing old me didn't hit her. That scout mercenary exclaimed. Sister Fox, the person you just asked us to deal with, is this girl, right? Not that I'm saying, are we all together enough to fight her alone?
The damage of that arrow is too damn tough, I don't feel like I can beat this chick. The mercenaries looked at Chen Hua with tears in their eyes. Including Old Mo, the captain, who also had a bitter smile on his face.
Shut up! Fox Chen cursed, and when she said she was shocked, she was more shocked than anyone else.
Why did Ling Qingyao have such a strong attack weapon?
With an arrow like that, if she were to get one, I'm afraid it wouldn't be gone on the spot. If they fought, not to mention grabbing the treasure tool, she was afraid that she would be the first to be killed by arrows. Thinking like this, a layer of cold sweat seeped out of Fox Chen's forehead. Chapter 21 Grade B Treasure Material Thunder Spirit Fruit. Black Blood Demon Snake. As he watched Ling Qingyao walk farther and farther away, a flash of coldness flashed across Fox Chen's eyes. In a short period of time, Ling Qingyao had grown to a level that she could not deal with. But just because I can't handle it doesn't mean Secretary Ray can't. Chen Fox picked up a Chen clan flare, and as soon as it was shot, the surrounding Chen clan members would rush in. Half an hour later, Fox Chen met Secretary Lei of the Chen family under a dead tree. "Miss Fox Chen, have you found the Thunder Spirit Fruit?" Secretary Lei looked at Fox Chen with black coal-like dark circles under his eyes and a hint of hope in the bottom of his eyes. "I'm sorry, Secretary Ray, not yet. This time I asked you to come over here because I want you to deal with someone." "People?" Secretary Lei's dark, heavily circled eyes flashed with a hint of a displeased look. He had asked Fox Chen to search for the Thunder Spirit Fruit in order to save the blasted Lightning Knight Lord from his mental trauma. I didn't expect that Fox Chen didn't find the Thunder Spirit Fruit, not to mention that he wanted him to deal with the enemy. However, due to his status as a Chen family domestic servant, Secretary Lei sighed and smiled bitterly. "Who does Miss Fox Chen want to deal with? As long as it is within my power, I will definitely not push back." "Secretary Lei, I really wasn't wrong about you. This person isn't very strong. She looks like she's at the mid-first rank level, but I suspect that she has a Qi convergence treasure, and is actually at the level of the complete first rank." Fox Chen smiled coldly as Ling Qingyao's face appeared in his mind. "Stinky girl, this time a third-order powerhouse will come out and take you down easily." When the mercenaries saw that Fox Chen was able to make use of a third-ranked professional, gazes of admiration flowed out of them. Sister Fox is so powerful, she even dares to make use of a third-order powerhouse. Now that Ling Qingyao is going to be in bad luck. A first-order consummate? Is it so weak? Alright, I can deal with it casually. Secretary Lei pondered for a moment and nodded his head in agreement. Good. This person is no other than the culprit who caused young Master Qianzai's insanity, Ling Qingyao. Oh, so it's Ling Qingyao, don't worry, Secretary Ray suddenly paused in mid-sentence. Not later, who did you just say? Ling Qingyao, that's the schoolgirl of Castle Peak No. 1 Middle School, which SSS ranked summoner. Fox Chen thought that Secretary Lei had forgotten about Ling Qingyao and made a point of explaining it to him. Sure enough, it's her. Secretary Lei took a deep breath, fear flashed in his eyes, and said, "This is something I can't do." "Why?" While Fox Chen couldn't help but frown, Secretary Lei didn't respond, but turned around and walked away. "I see, Secretary Ray must be trying to raise money. Is it okay if I raise the money?" 1 million. Fox Chen shouted in a hurry. $1 million? I've lost out on more than $1 million in 5 elemental rings. You want me to pay again? Secretary Ray's face darkened as he quickened his pace to leave. "It's not the money, I just can't deal with it anyway." "Why? Doesn't Secretary Ray want to take credit?" The sound of doubt came from far away, and the corner of Secretary Lei's mouth twitched slightly. How could he say why? The last time he saw Ling Qingyao once, the result was that the blasted electricity Night Lords were all too frightened to sleep and suffered from mental illness. How else would he dare to deal with Ling Qingyao? Not to mention Ling Qingyao, even that little beast, Secretary Lei didn't dare to look at it much now. Today's roast tastes good, the craft has grown. Beside the campfire, Shi Lin took a bite of the meat skewer handed over by Ling Qingyao. The roasted meat sprinkled with cumin powder was fragrant, and the meat was tender and just right. As long as you're happy eating. Ling Qingyao blew on the roasted meat and fed Shi Lin one bite at a time with a smiling face. Cooking with all her heart was all about repaying Shi Lin. This little guy had made her stronger once again. She had thought that she couldn't even get stronger except for breaking through the second rank. Unexpectedly, Shi Lin had not only given her the ring to manipulate the power of the 5 elements, but also endowed her with a heart to control thunder. Ling Qingyao became more and more curious about Shi Lin and asked, "Lord Shi Lin, what kind of foreign beast are you?" "Didn't I say it, Kirin? The mythical Kirin with auspicious clouds on its feet and all the beasts kneeling down to worship it." Shi Lin's eyes were full of seriousness. "Mythical unicorn." Ling Qingyao frowned slightly. She had clearly searched through the books in the library and could not find any information about the mythical Qilin. Is it possible that the unicorn as a race was not recorded in history because it was too mysterious? All right. Ling Qingyao didn't dwell on this issue, but instead asked, then should we exit the copy now? The sea-grade treasure tools and materials harvested from this trip are worth 3.5 million, enough to buy promotion materials. Just as she finished speaking, Ling Qingyao felt a weight on her shoulders, and when she looked sideways, she saw a pair of amber eyes. Qilin squatted on her shoulder, his plush little face filled with disgust. Look at your little talent, only focusing on the promotion materials for the second rank. What about the third and fourth ranks in the future? And that's just where it's at. I haven't even found the really big stuff yet. Big shipment? Ling Qingyao's eyes lit up. Let's go, this time this Qilin will take you to a big job. Qilin browsed the map in his mind. In the north there was a small lake that belonged to the pitch-black area. In the center of the darkness there were 4 azure points of light, like stars dotting the night sky. The azure points of light should be ranked treasures or materials, so what did the black areas represent? Qilin burrowed into Ling Qingyao's arms and pondered while guiding Ling Qingyao to that lake. According to the map's guidance, Ling Qingyao soon arrived at this secluded little lake. Here? There doesn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. Ling Qingyao arrived at the edge of the lake, her beautiful eyes surveying her surroundings. Wait, what's that? Sighting a small raised patch of land in the center of the lake, a small unknown tree grew on the island, its thin branches bearing fruit. 5 fruits with azure lightning patterns were hanging on the small tree, and the thunder energy contained in the fruits could be felt from a distance. Grade B treasure material thunder spirit fruit, this is known as a life-saving fruit. Ling Qingyao was taken aback. The thunder spirit fruit could not only treat external injuries, but also mental injuries, which could be called a life-saving medicine. Qilin, what do we do now? Ling Qingyao forcefully suppressed the excitement in her heart and looked at the little beast in her arms. After spending so much time with Qilin, she had already figured out a rule. When in doubt, ask Qilin first. Qilin poked his head out, his golden eyes scanning the calm surface of the lake and wrinkled slightly. There's something under the lake, it's probably a demonic creature. At this moment, Qilin also finally understood the meaning of what the black area represented. It was exactly where the demons were located. Demons. Ling Qingyao's face changed slightly. This was the first time she was this close to a real demon. Next, do as I say. Qilin had a cloud of lightning arcs draped around his horns, and sent a bolt towards the water. I'll provoke them, and then you can kill them. Ha! Qilin moved so quickly that before Ling Qingyao could even react, the water surface was blown up in a cloud of water. No, why do you want me to kill over there? Ling Qingyao said with tears in her eyes. Can't you sneak it in? If you don't kill over there, do I? Qilin deflated and said, demons are in the country of Dongwang, everyone gets to kill them. As a Dongwang person, don't you have any awareness? This. Well. Ling Qingyao looked at the rapidly fluctuating surface of the lake, and there were several creatures swimming rapidly. There was no time to think, she could only put on her 5 elements ring and begin the battle. Chapter 22, Black Blood Jiao Dragon. Driving the dragon to get the fruit. Fire Thunder Arrow. Ling Qingyao's jade hand flipped, and the 5 elements ring flashed with red light, transforming into an arrow that flew straight out. Shoo shoo shoo. A rocket dripping with thunder was like a meteor, smashing into the lake. Thumping up the water, a long snake with black scales and scarlet pupils was blown out of the lake, its dark mouth with poisonous fangs draped in an ominous black aura. A 15th level demonic creature, the Black Blood Demon Snake. Looking at these black-blooded demonic snakes, Qilin slowly opened his mouth, and a wisp of golden auspicious clouds escaped from the corner of his mouth. Fizzle. The Black Blood Demon Snake immediately stirred, its body trembling in fear as if it had encountered a natural enemy. I see, it seems that demons are very afraid of the purification auspicious cloud. Qilin secretly nodded his head and instructed, Shoveler, cheer up, I'll use Xiang Yun to help you if there's an accident. Good. Ling Qingyao nodded her head and urged all her spiritual energy to fight with the black-blooded demonic snakes. From time to time, his hand shot out fire and thunder arrows, and at other times, he used water currents to conduct thunder, forming electrified water currents that trapped the Black Blood Demon Snake. ZZ. The battle was almost lopsided. The Black Blood Demon Snake was electrocuted to the point that its eyes turned white and its body was about to be roasted. But even so, they didn't have the slightest bit of fear in their eyes, as if they only had one thought, to tear Ling Qingyao into pieces. A few more black-blooded devil snakes burrowed out of the water under the lake, spitting their snake letters and swimming rapidly. How long is this going to take to kill? Ling Qingyao's eyes went cold as she decided to unleash a big move, her hands together in front of her chest. The left hand flashes thunder and the right hand ignites fire.
Berserk energy kept converging as she did her best to maintain the balance between thunder and fire.
Hey shoveler! You can't done around, you'll hurt me later.
Qilin looked at the thunder and firelight mass that was close at hand, and his little foot stomped back, bumping into Ling Qingyao's softness.
Immediately.
Only to see Ling Qingyao push with both hands, the fiery red ball of light immediately flew out.
Rumble!
Thunderous waves of sound spread around and into the ears of the mercenary group's crowd.
Huh, what's that sound? It seems to be coming from the lake marked on the map.
Fox Chen raised her head, holding a map in her hand, a map of the possible thunder spirit fruit she had traded for. The people who were still following Secretary Lei and the mercenary group around them similarly looked up in that direction. Someone picked up the fog-breaking binoculars and looked over, exclaiming, "It's that feisty chick again." The rest of the group sniffed and grabbed their binoculars to look as well.
That's not right, she was at the Thunder Spirit Fruit Lakes this time. Could it be that she wants the Thunder Spirit Fruit as well?
Nonsense, that's a great material, who wouldn't want it? Even our Lord Secretary Lei is thinking about it. Secretary Lei, as you can see, this isn't me asking you to deal with Ling Qingyao, it's her who wants your Thunder Spirit Fruit.
Fox Chen smiled, her fox-like eyes sizing up Secretary Lei. After all the math, there's still no way to get around Ling Qingyao? A touch of helplessness surfaced in Secretary Lei's eyes as he sighed. There's no hurry first, that lake is hiding a third-ranked demonic creature, the black-blooded jiao dragon. It's not that simple for Ling Qingyao to take the Thunder Spirit Fruit. Also, let's see how big schoolgirl Ling and her little white dog managed to crush the black blood demon dragon and get the Thunder Spirit Fruit. Chen Hong sneered and looked at Ling Qingyao through the binoculars. If you are contaminated with ominous radiation, even if the gods come, they can't save you. Kill level 15 Black Blood Devil Snake, gain 500 experience value.
Kill level 16 Black Blood Devil Snake, gain 700 experience value.
Decapitation. Phew, finally killed it.
At the edge of the lake, Ling Qingyao looked at the corpses of the demonic snakes floating on the surface of the lake with a hint of exhaustion in her eyes. After fighting for 10 minutes or so, her mental energy was almost empty.
That's a relief to get over there, isn't it?
Ling Qingyao raised her foot and tried to use the 5 elements ring to protect the water.
Just then. Wow!
The lake began to vibrate, the water lapping against the shore with a not inconsiderable noise. Even the corpses of the demonic snakes were washed ashore, and the huge change in the lake caused Ling Qingyao to frown.
Unease was brewing inside, and it seemed like a big guy was coming out from under the lake. Boom!
Suddenly, a slender black shadow drilled out of the water. The pair of crimson dragon eyes were the size of a lantern, and the hideous dragon head exuded a terrifying pressure, just like a dragon tyrant descending into the world. Ling Qingyao's face turned white, and the pressure on her shoulders was like 2 huge mountains.
Third-order demons.
Miserable Qilin, it seems like we've offended it by killing so many of its men. In his arms, Qilin poked his head out and surveyed the black auger dragon whose body was 3 stories tall.
Holy, this demon is bigger than expected.
Qilin's heart was slightly shocked.
It seems like a 2-pronged approach is necessary to deal with it.
Thus, a flash of golden light emerged from Qilin's eyes, and the Qilin's mighty pressure descended on the lake, pressing down on the black-blooded scaly dragon.
At the same time,
Qilin opened his mouth and spat out a basket-like cloud of auspiciousness that shot straight at the black-blooded dragon.
Hiss!
The black-blooded auger dragon had a touch of fear in its eyes as the unicorn's pressure struck. The snake's letter in its mouth accelerated its contraction, as if it wanted to gather information about Qilin and Ling Qingyao. However, when it saw the auspicious clouds in Qilin's mouth, its scarlet vertical pupils contracted violently.
Toxic.
What kind of substance is this? Just feeling it makes its snake tingle.
This horrible toxin.
I thought it was already an expert in toxins, but I didn't realize that this horrible little guy was so poisonous. If it was bitten by this little gadget, it was afraid that it would not be poisoned to death on the spot. The black-blooded auger gulped. After becoming a demonic creature, this was the first time it had felt fear physically. Not to mention, in terms of the toxins it prides itself on. Demonic creatures are not incapable of communicating, and high-level demonic creatures are even smarter than humans. This black-blooded auger knew how to judge the situation, and after deciding that Qilin was a threat, it directly gave up on taking revenge.
Ho, ho, ho! The black-blooded dragon symbolically roared twice.
Then with a twist of his tail, he uprooted the small tree in the center of the lake and flung it directly to Ling Qingyao. The speed was so fast that even Ling Qingyao didn't react to it, and just as he heard a thud, the Thunder Spirit fruit tree was inserted beside him.
Immediately after that, the black-blooded auger dragon drilled into the lake without looking back. Air? What happened? Ling Qingyao was confused, staggering slightly as she looked at the circle of ripples left behind by the black-blooded auger on the lake. It wasn't just her, even the mercenaries observing the scene from afar were shocked and their mouths grew wide. What the is going on here? The black-blood jiao dragon's head had been kicked by a donkey, and it had even given up the thunder spirit fruit tree to a human maiden. How is this like a young lady coming home, meeting an old servant, and just picking up her things? Am I blinking that black-blooded auger is fearing that chick and uprooting the thunder spirit fruit tree? It's not scientific. Chen Fox's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Even demons can't withstand that kind of fear, so it's no wonder the Blaster Knight Lords can't sleep. Thick fear surfaced in the bottom of Secretary Lei's eyes. In that moment just now, he seemed to have seen the same kind of fear of the Blaster Knight Lord in the eyes of the black-blooded auger. I thought that the high person behind the scene wouldn't make a move, but I didn't expect to do it anyway. Even the black-blood jiao dragon could be shocked. The person behind Ling Qingyao was simply terrifying as hell. Chapter 23 Thunder Spirit Fruit arrives. Start selling. Qilin, did you just scare this Jiaolong as well? By the lake, Ling Qingyao looked at Qilin in her arms, her brain dizzy with a dreamy feeling. Looking into Qilin's amber-like golden eyes, his eyes were inexplicably complicated. If it had been herself, it might have been nothing but death. The ominousness of the demons alone was difficult to deal with, let alone obtaining the thunder spirit fruit. It's thanks to Qilin's help that we've gotten to this point. It doesn't matter if you're scared or not, you hurry up and pick the fruit, then we should sneak out. I feel like there's a lot of eyes in the shadows that are stupid about us. Qilin's plush little face was filled with gravity, his golden eyes looked around, and through the mist, he could see a single dark shadow leaning this way. There seemed to be the scent of a familiar face, but it was obvious that it was also coming from a bad place. Good. Ling Qingyao nodded her head and moved quickly to crouch down on the ground, picking off one of the full azure fruits. 1 thunder spirit fruit, 2 thunder spirit fruit. There were 5 of them, all of which were pocketed by Ling Qingyao. The value of a thunder spirit fruit was around 1 million, these thunder spirit fruits alone topped all of Ling Qingyao's previous harvest. Yuki, let's go. Ling Qingyao took out a copy teleportation talisman and crushed it with force. Before leaving, she didn't forget to take advantage of Qilin. I told you not to call her Snowy, but to call her Lord Qilin. Qilin's small face darkened, only to see a blur before his eyes, and he was teleported out of the copy by the light. The duo walked away, leaving behind a field of ominously stained demonic corpses. Those 2 guys. Damn it, the thunder spirit fruits were all taken away by them. Chen Fox and the others came here with strong jealousy in their eyes. Looking at the destroyed thunder spirit fruit tree on the ground, Secretary Lei smiled bitterly and shook his head. This girl is not a good person, the wind has passed and left traces, but she is a bit left for us. Originally, I thought that if I obtained the thunder spirit fruit tree, I would still be able to salvage it a little and breed a thunder spirit fruit. Unexpectedly, the thunder spirit fruit tree was also burnt to slag by Ling Qingyao. Qualification SSS level, decisive and calm mind. Such a young girl, if not for that little beast, I am afraid that she will become a generation of pride in the future. Secretary Lei, the thunder spirit fruit is on Ling Qingyao's body, let's go. Next. A hint of coldness flashed in Chen Fox's eyes. I won't get involved in this matter anymore, and I'll still use money to purchase the thunder spirit fruit. Secretary Lei naturally knew what Fox Chen was thinking and shook his head. I would advise Miss Chen, if you have any thoughts about Ling Qingyao, please be sure to restrain yourself. With that, Secretary Lei left the crowd with a backdrop. Chen Fox and the others looked at each other in disbelief, not understanding why a third-order professional was so afraid of a young girl. It's so unproductive. On the other side of the room, Ling Qingyao exited the secret realm and prepared for the necessary radiation tests. With a flash of the testing room teleportation array, Ling Qingyao appeared in the testing room. Her beautiful eyes glanced around and realized that most of them were freshly copied professionals just like her. The hot gazes of those who looked like jackals lingered on Ling Qingyao, itching to devour her. Gee, what a marked chick to come out of a copy, not bad, not bad, I like a few handfuls. That's a hell of a body, or is it from Castle Peak Academy? That's what it's called. Oh yeah, student girl. Listening to the foul language of the people around her, Ling Qingyao's eyes went cold, but no hands were allowed here, so she had no choice but to stop. However, Qilin poked his head out of her arms, and with a flash of golden light in his eyes, the pupils of these occupiers shrunk and shut their mouths. There are masters. Check belongings for signs of infection with ominous radiation. After confirming that there are no errors, please place the radiation suit on the instrument, eh? Why don't you have a radiation suit? At that moment, the woman who detected it looked at Ling Qingyao, who had just come out of the copy, in a daze. No, it's you. You didn't even buy a radiation suit, how did you make it out alive? Coincidentally, the testing woman was the one who was responsible for Ling Qingyao's entry into the copy, and when she saw Ling Qingyao come out at this moment, her eyes were glazed over. As a member of the Su family in Castle Peak City, Sui thought that he had seen a lot. But she never thought that one day she would see the young girl without her radiation suit and exit her copy unharmed. But once Sui said this, the rest of the people who came out of the replica together, all of them had a look of fear on their faces. Damn, really unlucky, this woman don't want to die radiation clothes don't even buy. Watch out, stay away from her. The surrounding people all turned away from Ling Qingyao, like a mouse meeting a cat, and retreated to the corners of the room. Please check the radiation index for me, and then help me find someone who can sell treasure and materials, please. Ling Qingyao smiled and nodded once she saw that it was an acquaintance. Oh, okay. Soho subconsciously nodded, then was once again startled. No, you still have a treasure tool? Well, get on with it. Ling Qingyao frowned slightly, having seen too many treasures, she didn't even have much of a feeling for them now. Okay, you please check with me. Afterwards, Sui neatly put on the radiation-proof clothing, took the professional tools, and tested Ling Qingyao. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after confirming that there was no ominous infection. Luckily, this girl didn't get infected with ominous, in that case, selling a treasure tool, maybe, she could also help Miss Su Mengmeng solve the family mission. Sui thought about this while leading Ling Qingyao towards the copy's exclusive trading room with a smile on his face. The Lightning Strike Forest belonged to the copies contracted by the Su family to the Eastern Brilliant Kingdom, and all resources born from the copies would be traded by the Su family on their behalf, and subsequently paid taxes to the Eastern Brilliant Kingdom. In order to facilitate trading, each major clan will open a duplicate treasure material exchange office at the duplicate. Hello little sister, are you here alone to exchange your treasure? I'm sorry we only exchange copies of the output of the treasure tool here, if it is bought from outside do not believe. A young lady's voice came from the 2-meter-high counter. Ling Qingyao stood on her tiptoes in order to trade with her. Qilin cannot help but frown, repair so high, afraid of others to you rob it. Ray, I brought this man with me, count on my side of the family, thanks. Okay Sister Su. After Su he instructed, he looked at Ling Qingyao, curious as to what this girl would take out. I guess I got lucky and picked up a D-rank treasure material. Only to see Ling Qingyao placing her backpack on the ground and pulling out a silver-colored ore from it. As soon as they pulled it out, Soho and the counter staff were shocked. Grade C mine attracting ore. $300,000 for a 500G serving, such a big piece, at least 2 pounds. That's $600,000. Really, so that's how the lightning-inducing ore is counted. Ling Qingyao nodded and reached into her backpack to pull out again. Seeing this, a layer of cold sweat seeped out from Sui's forehead and said incredulously, still, is there more? Yeah, think there should be a few more C-rank materials like that. Ling Qingyao said, and was about to pull it out directly. But Sui pulled her hand, go girl, we're not selling here, I'll take you to see Manager Su. Manager Su, why? Ling Qingyao asked. Because. Can't be bought with the money here. Chapter 24 $10 million deal. Second rank promotion materials. In the highest position of the exchange, in the general manager's office. Got it Sister Meng Meng, I'm fine outside, you cultivate in peace, don't waste your qualifications. Okay, that's it, bye, I've got something here, hanging up. Suli hung up the phone and sighed slightly. The Su family is big, and he and his sister, Su Mengmeng, as one of the heirs to the family position, are under a lot of competitive pressure. Nowadays, he needed a great amount of merit to secure his position, so he came to this copy of the Lightning Strike Mysterious Realm. It was only a pity that Su Mengmeng, his own sister, was very attached to an outsider, and even asked him to help find materials to strengthen the summoned beasts. Alas, Sister Mengmeng, I really don't know what's so good about that woman, even if she's a SSS-ranked professional summoner, her summoned beast is a C-ranked potential, it's not worth it Suli shook his head, his face carrying a composure and wisdom that shouldn't be present at this age. Duck duck duck. Someone snapped on the door. Come in. Suli straightened his clothes and saw the two walk into the room. Brother Suli, this time my sister has brought you a big order. Suhi had a big smile on his face and seemed to be very caring about this Suli. What brings you here, Sister Holly, and this is? Suli froze, seeing Ling Qingyao's appearance. It was clear that she was his sister Su Mengming's best friend. Ling Qingyao? As soon as he saw her, Suli's starry eyes wrinkled slightly, and the enthusiasm in his eyes faded for the most part. A C-ranked contracted beast summoner is lucky to make it out of the copy alive. What else is he thinking of doing? Selling treasure? Ugh, Hamura-san, I know you want to help me and my sister, but you unnecessarily brought her here to lie to me. Suli looked helplessly at Suhi and opened the drawer to take out an envelope. Here's $10,000, consider it your payment, Sister Lotus. Suli, you know this girl? Suhi looked at the envelope handed over, his eyes showing displeasure. Why did Suli's attitude rotate 180 degrees once he saw Ling Qingyao? No, don't recognize it. Suli just wanted to say that Su Mengming knew him, but he swallowed back when the words reached his mouth. It's better to do more than less. I don't know him either. Let's just trade. I've got a bit too many items here. Do you have any money? Ling Qingyao didn't recognize Suli and took out her backpack on her own and started rummaging outside for treasure materials. Thunder attracting ore, black silt, thunderfish bone, medusae. One by one, oddly shaped items were taken out, and Suhi was dazzled by them, even though she had heard Ling Qingyao say before that there were quite a few treasure materials. Didn't think there'd be so many of them, either. But I don't have any money. You really underestimate our Su family. Suli didn't even look at the things Ling Qingyao took out, leisurely picking up the water sprayer and watering the vegetation in the office. Don't worry, I have plenty of money. I'll take as much as you can carry, but let me make it clear in advance, I'm not a rag collector, and there are some things I don't want. Suli, do you want to see what she took out? Sui poked Suli's back. Alright Sister Suho, since you're the one who attracted them, I'll give you face. Suli slowly turned around, his eyes converging on Ling Qingyao's body. When you look at people, you look at the clothes, and despite her looks, the clothes are cheap. The eyes shifted downward in disappointment, and then snapped to attention. These are something. No. What the hell are these treasures? The always composed Suli also fell into a long silence after seeing the treasure tool that Ling Qingyao had pulled out. Materials, lightning-inducing ore, black silt. Treasures, black iron armor, piercing rope, lightning whip. Suli walked dully to the side of the treasure tools piled up into a small mountain. His hands trembled slightly as he picked up a long whip made of white bone weaving, and flicked it, sending out 5 thunderous sounds. Sure enough, it's a lightning 5-lash whip. These are precious. You can't put it like this black sludge of yours has to be separated from the lightning-inducing ore, otherwise it will contaminate the ore, and this treasure tool, this place has to be wiped clean. Why don't you take care of it at all? Defeat, these are my feats. Suli was ecstatic in his heart as he organized the treasure tools and materials for Ling Qingyao. With these treasures in the books, what a $5 million deal. Steady. The position of heir apparent is half absolutely secure. But Suli suddenly froze, he really didn't seem to have that much money. She's Sister Mo's best friend. I wonder if I can get a discount. But he had just said he didn't know her, so it was a damn shame to say it again. It's not a slap in the face. That, Miss Qingyao, the funds in my hand are actually not enough, why don't you exchange it for something else? Trade for something? Don't. Ling Qingyao frowned, she didn't need anything to change, she knew how to get it herself. Are you sure? Really don't think about it anymore? Suli instantly became a bit tearful. Oh yeah, I also have these thunder spirit fruits, 5 in total, sell them all to you as well. Ling Qingyao took out the 5 thunder spirit fruits that were the grand finale, when the fruits were revealed in the air. The whole atmosphere of the office was solemn. Hiss. Sui sucked in a breath of cool air. Girl, how do you even have such treasures? One alone is worth more than $1 million. These thunder spirit fruits are still selling well, maybe they can be sold for $1.5 million. Suho calculated the total and was shocked himself. Yeah, well, do you guys have any more money? Ling Qingyao looked at Suli with a confused face and a bit of helplessness in her eyes. She didn't expect that even the general manager of the exchange was out of money. $1,000, $10 million deal? That's kind of interesting. Suli suppressed the excitement in his eyes and took the thunder spirit fruit from Ling Qingyao's hand. His fingers were trembling lightly. Phew. Sister Qingyao, truth be told, I actually know you. My sister is Su Mengmeng, and I'm his own brother, so I wonder if I can be accommodating and offset some funds with you using second-order promotion materials. Please. Saying that, Su Li made a serious bow to Ling Qingyao. When Ling Qingyao took out the Thunder Spirit fruit, Su Li knew that face was no longer important. To be able to buy these unattainable Thunder Spirit fruits into his hands, he would be able to trade half of his life for them. On the surface it is only a few $1,000,000 in turnover, but in the depths of significance is the merit of the Su family. Thinking of this, Su Li's head was buried lower and lower, and he even saw the feet of a foreign beast with white fur like snow. Where are you looking at this guy? Qilin retracted his foot and looked at Su Li unhappily. How dare a man look at this Kirin's fairy jiao? Oh, sorry. Su Li hurriedly apologized and bowed to the latter Ling Qingyao and asked, I wonder what Miss Qingyao thinks. Let's see. Hearing that this person was Su Mengmeng's own brother, Ling Qingyao actually felt compassion. It was just that most of the credit for these treasures went to Qilin, so she communicated with Qilin through the contract. Zirin, what do you think? Change, why not, let him prepare all the second-rank promotion materials, we'll go back and promote to the second rank. Okay. Ling Qingyao collected her heart and nodded, agreeing to Su Li's conditions. The group then began to go through the various transaction procedures. After deducting the 4 million for the second-order promotion materials, there was a total of 5 million left out. Ling Qingyao also bought some third-order beast meat that Qilin loved to eat. A caddy would cost several thousand alliance coins, and there was also the space value, and after counting down in bits and pieces, the amount that came to hand was only $3 million. Money really doesn't work. On the bus at the entrance of the manor, Ling Qingyao hugged Qilin and said. Looking down, he realized that Qilin had fainted. Ah! Do Fei get carsick too? After Ling Qingyao left, Su Li dialed his sister Su Mengmeng's phone. Hey, sis? Got some good news for you. Chapter 25 Schoolgirl promoted to the second order. Chosen artifact spirit. Ah Li, what's the matter? Have you found the Fei enhancement materials that Qingyao needs? No, sis, now we both don't have to worry about internal competition anymore. I just closed a $10 million deal. You hurry over here. After Su Li finished, he directly hung up the phone. There are some things that are better said in person. About 2 hours later, the door to Su Li's office was pushed open by Su Mengmeng. Li, are you alright? Su Mengmeng was wearing that long pink dress, and the fringe-like hemline was stained with dust, and it didn't ruin her voluptuous beauty. Su Mengmeng ran into the office with a worried look on her face. Her sight looked around, but she did not see Su Li's shadow. Damn it, Xiao Li is afraid that his head is not burnt out. How can a $10 million deal be reached, and now the people have disappeared? Su Mengmeng looked worried. At that moment, Su Li's voice came from behind the desk. Sis, you're here? Come on, come look at this. Su Li stood up and waved his hand at Su Mengmeng. There's something here. What's so good? You're not going to scare me with anything, are you? Seeing Su Li, Su Mengmeng breathed a sigh of relief and walked over to him with confidence. Just as I arrived behind the desk, I was startled by the mountain of treasure tools and materials. Ha? Su Mengmeng was taken aback and asked, Su Li, where did you steal all this from? Even if our Su family is big, with so many treasures and materials, you'll be caught. No sis, these are all sold to me by Ling Qingyao. Take a look at this Thunderbolt 5 consecutive whips, take a look at this Thunder Drawing Ore. Su Li said excitedly while picking up the treasures and materials and bringing them up to the tip of his nose for a sniff. Ah! 99%. Rare. Ah. Looking at her brother's silly look, Su Mengmeng was filled with fog. Did you just say that this was sold to you by Qingyao? Yes sis, with this deal, we don't have to be afraid of anyone in the Su family anymore. I've never felt like I do now. You're a genius. Befriending Ling Qingyao and that little white dog, this is the wisest decision you've ever made. I told you my sister was wise beyond her years, and their gang didn't believe me. Great minds think alike? Su Mengmeng's head was full of questions. Looking at her brother's expression that didn't seem to be faked, confusion in her heart was burning like a flame. Qingyao brought that little beast down to the copy of the Lightning Strike Forest, and also got $10 million worth of treasure tools and materials. Just from these treasure materials, none of them were below grade C. There were even 5 grade B materials, Thunder Spirit fruits. Taking out so much in one go, was it really a copy of the Lightning Strike Forest that she had entered? Is it hard for her to take that cub and empty Mr. Ryu's coffers? No, I have to call and ask Xungyao. Su Mengmeng dialed Ling Qingyao's phone. On the other hand, Ling Qingyao returned home. Wow, home, finally alive. Zirin flopped down on the bed. The motion sickness is killing it, and the downside of the super absolute senses is that they're overly sensitive. The room was very quiet at this moment, and a wisp of qi whirlwinds brushed against Qi Lin's hair and converged on the Qianyin in the center of the room. Shoveler, you've got to break through, it's up to you what words you get this time. Qi Lin sat up, his eyes heavy and expectant as he looked at Ling Qingyao, who was sitting cross-legged. The second-rank promotion materials consisted of 3 parts, the Spirit Enlightening Grass, the New Cloud Dew, and the Soul Crystals of the second-rank Purple Soul Skeleton. Each one was $1 million worth of materials, and even higher quality materials were selected due to the fear of failure of the breakthrough. A few million smashed down, even a pig would be able to smash out a second-order powerhouse. Qi Lin is also considered to have paid too much for his future career as a layabout. The second-stage breakthrough can't tolerate any interference, one must be careful and careful again, and give the shoveler a good protection before doing so. Qi Lin's big eyes swept through one thing after another around him, the TV, the small refrigerator, the cell phone. The minutes ticked by. Ling Qingyao's breakthrough progress had also entered a critical moment. Buzz. A channel of aura formed an inverted funnel above Ling Qingyao's head, as if it was being enlightened, injecting Ling Qingyao with powerful energy. First order awakening level, second order transcendental level. A professional who has mastered true transcendent power can only be called a transcendent class. The threshold between the second and first orders was in this aura, so as long as one broke through the second order, one used the aura to cultivate spiritual power and transcended the realm of mortals. Don't ever be disturbed. Qi Lin's heart was in his throat, he had done everything he could, now he could only rely on Ling Qingyao herself. But just the next second, there was a ding. A ringing sound appeared in Qi Lin's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for assisting the Divine Fates Ling Qingyao to enter the second order professional, rewarding the white phrase a lonely artifact spirit. Due to the host being a mythic griffin, he gets a chance to storm. Ding! Blitz successful. The host has gained the purple phrase Spirit of Artifacts. At those words, Qi Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily it was the system beep. It meant that Ling Qingyao's breakthrough had been a surprise, and she had successfully entered the second stage. It's lame that it took so long to break through, I'll have to increase the power next time. Qi Lin glanced at Ling Qingyao grudgingly and turned his head away, checking out the words himself. Chosen Spirit. Grade, Purple. Introduction, you can summon a treasure tool and become its exclusive spirit, with the power to transform the body's reality. Note, treasure summoning is a random probability, please be prepared for it. Is it summoned? The system allows me to become a spirit and live to be ultimately invincible? Qi Lin's face stiffened slightly as he read the word information. It's not right. How could a dang griffin become an artifact spirit? Honestly though, this ability to shift between reality and falsehood, coupled with the ease of manipulating treasure tools. The survival rate of the artifact spirit pulls full off. The only risk is that there's no telling what treasures will be summoned. Qi Lin thought about it briefly, but he still couldn't let go of the artifact spirit state, the sense of security it brought. A shift in reality is not the equivalent of immunity to damage. In that case, let's extract the treasure. Qi Lin nodded and chose to extract it. Ding! Begin extraction in. Only to see the world in front of him suddenly changed, Qi Lin seemed to have come to another place in space and time, surrounded by darkness, only the colorful stars on the sky flickering shimmering. The golden stars shine brightly, the purple and blue stars shine less brightly, and the dimmest are the white stars. In this scene, Qi Lin felt as if he had returned to his previous life when he was playing the original card draw. Blessed by the old ancestor of the Rui beast Qi Lin, let's hope for a gold bar. Qi Lin squinted his eyes and waited for the system to extract it. After a few moments of effort, Qi Lin could only feel the golden light around him as a brilliant golden meteor streaked across the night sky. Shipped out. Golden Legend. As Qi Lin watched the scene, ecstasy flowed from his eyes, and there was a ding in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the S-rank treasure tool Mountain River Seal. The mountain and river seal weighs 1,000 pounds, one seal calms the mountains and rivers, and the mountains and rivers are frightened by 100 beasts. Seal of suppression with the power of mountains and rivers, once the target is locked, it will fall into a state of shock. Chapter 26, S-Class Treasure Seal of Mountain and River. The favors of a beautiful tutor. As the mountain river seal was drawn out by Qilin, his consciousness also exited the lottery world. One shot, straight out of the S-rank treasure, this Kirin is worthy of the auspiciousness. Qilin summoned a large seal that was golden and carved with mountains, rivers, grasses, and trees. This was none other than the mountain river seal. Don't look so small, but it actually weighed a staggering amount. However, Qilin was controlling the mountain river seal like a charm, and maneuvering it to fly around seemed very fun. Not a bad treasure. It's not heavy at all to use on your own, but others will definitely be crushed into meat cakes if they despise the mountain river seal. Qilin smiled as he put away the golden great seal and looked at Ling Qingyao, who was still consolidating her advancement. Ling Qingyao hadn't woken up yet, so Qilin began to check up on his panel. Name, Qilin. Race, Mythic Griffin Bloodline Development 2%. Level, 15 Transcendent. Natal Aptitude, Averting Fortune and Evil. Words, Hardened Kirin Thunder, Kirin Golden Pupils, Heavenly Chosen Weapon Spirit. The words are white, blue, gold and purple, from highest to lowest. A purple phrase gave itself a 5-level boost? There should also be the counterforce of Shoveler's promotion to the 2nd rank. Qilin nodded, his big eyes skittering. Sure enough, it was better to lie flat. Let the Shoveler work on the upgrades and just step in when it counts. How nice to lay flat and still be comfortable and upgraded. Ah. Just thinking about it makes me a little sleepy. Qilin lay on his back on the bed and stretched lazily, yawning as he looked out the window at night. Shoveler is still awake, so try the ability to transform reality into reality again. Next. Qilin's white velvet body gradually became illusory, and his colors all dimmed. His body descended like a ghost, crashing through the bed and into the space beneath it. In the unreal state, he is immune to physical damage and can even walk through walls. But just then. When was this pattern drawn? It doesn't seem like yesterday, does it? Qilin under the bed maintained his illusory state, his small paw stroking his chin as he looked at the pattern under the bed, his brows deeply furrowed. The next day, early morning. Qilin, I've finally broken through the 2nd rank. Ling Qingyao opened her eyes, exuding an aura like a newborn as she happily searched for Qilin. But when she saw the bedroom clearly, Ling Qingyao was stunned for a moment. Only a crimson mass was left on the bedroom floor, forming a pattern resembling a magical beast in an elaborate pattern. Qilin lay down right next to the pattern and looked down to examine it. Qilin, did you draw that? It's so ugly. Ling Qingyao frowned as the tip of her nose caught an unpleasant odor. We're being watched. Qilin didn't have the heart to joke with her, his eyes condensed as he looked at Ling Qingyao, his small face filled with gravity. Who? Seeing Qilin's gaze, Ling Qingyao's pretty face also went cold. I don't know, but there's ominous radiation in this pattern, and it's obvious that someone is out to get you. Qilin gazed at the pattern on the ground beneath his feet, his eyes filled with coldness. If the pattern wasn't found last night, if he couldn't purify the ominous. Instead, if you sleep in a bed. Then this pattern was enough to taint Ling Qingyao and Qilin with ominousness. It is even possible to degenerate into a demonic creature. Find someone to ask. Qilin looked at Ling Qingyao, and she nodded in understanding. An hour later. Early morning shimmering light sprinkled down on Lu Ruoyan's 2nd floor balcony as she was washing up with her toothbrush. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes saw Ling Qingyao arrive in front of the villa. Yo, little Qingyao is here? Lu Ruoyan packed up and immediately greeted this precious disciple of hers. Qingyao, why are you upset? It's not because they don't allow you to go down to the copies, is it? When Lu Ruoyan saw Ling Qingyao's sad face, she couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. It's okay, silly boy, teacher himself has come out this time to let you go down to the copy to practice. No teacher, we're all out of copies. Ling Qingyao smiled with a bitter expression. All the way there she and Zirin were fretting about that pattern. I don't know why, but there's a revulsion in my heart when I think back to that pattern. Out of the copy, so soon? Didn't you just get the pass token yesterday? Lu Ruoyan slightly froze. Could it be that Qingyao, this girl, didn't even investigate the copy and went straight in? Quite possibly. This sad face, at a glance, is the copy of the next nothing to earn, empty-handed return. Thinking of this, Lu Ruoyan's eyes surfaced a touch of doting look and said, It's okay, Qingyao, the next copy definitely won't be fully loaded every time, just try your best next time. This spatial ring has a copy of the 2nd order promotion materials inside it, and teacher doesn't give it away for nothing, so when you make money in the future, remember to return 2 copies to teacher. With that, Lu Ruoyan slipped a precious space ring into Ling Qingyao's hand. No, Mr. Willow, that's not what I'm worried about, and I'm already in the second rank.
Ling Qingyao sighed helplessly as she waved her hand, illuminating a light red halo of the second rank.
Wait. Light red halo, you're really second ranked.
Lu Ruoyan's pretty face changed violently when she saw the light red light mass in Ling Qingyao's hand.
How long has it been since the last time this ninny displayed her first order perfection? 3 days? Or 2 days? This rate of advancement was simply unbelievable. Did you use all the money on the card?
No, Qilin and I rated the duplicates and made over $10 million. Ling Qingyao shook her head and said absent-mindedly, then I bought second stage materials and advanced yesterday.
How much? Over 10 million.
Qingyao, you're afraid that you've burned your head. You guys are playing a first order copy. It's not like I'm a fifth order copy.
Lu Ruoyan touched Ling Qingyao's forehead, and it wasn't hot. Why did she net some dim words?
Here, this is the black card that the buyer gave me, saying that he's out of money and that he can advance $1 million Dongwon dollars by swiping the card. Ling Qingyao lightly took out a black card, looking at Lu Ruoyan's eyes. Surprisingly, it was a real black card, exactly like the one she had. A black card is only issued by a bank if it is in the hands of someone with assets of more than $10 million.
Ling Qingyao's financial strength shouldn't have this black card. Could it be that what she said was true? Qingyao, you've been promoted to the second rank, and you've even made over $10 million by going down to the copies? Lu Ruoyan asked. Aha! Ling Qingyao nodded. You didn't lie to the teacher. No, really.
Hiss. Lu Ruoyan sucked in a mouthful of cool air, covered her red lips in surprise, and whispered a few words of incomprehensibility. She looked towards Qilin and Ling Qingyao's arms. I'm afraid it was this little beast's help again. The ability to purify the auspicious clouds is really heavenly to think about. Why aren't you happy since you've risen through the ranks again and made over $10 million?
This was a question that Lu Ruoyan couldn't think of an answer to. But because of the pattern.
In Ling Qingyao's arms, Qilin poked his head out with a picture in his mouth.
When Lu Ruoyan took the photo and looked at it, her pupils instantly quaked. This is Abyssal Order? Chapter 27. Qilin secretly upgrades again.
The depressed schoolgirl.
Abyssal Order?
These words were still the first time Qilin and Ling Qingyao had heard them.
Qilin rubbed his chin with his small paw and pondered, what does this Abyssal Order do? I can't believe I can manipulate ominous power.
When I was at home, I'm glad I found out early, or else Shoveler would have been contaminated by ominousness. At those words, Lu Ruoyan's face turned cold at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a piercing chill emanated around her body. She didn't think the Abyssal Order would one day target her students.
The Abyssal Order is the enemy of the whole of the Blue Planet, and they are able to imperialize ominousness because they themselves are madmen tainted with ominousness.
As you know, on the Blue Planet, the strongest professionals belong to the Imperial Beasts Department, whether they are summoners, Imperial Beasts Masters, Spirit Deeds Masters, or whatever Imperial Beasts professions are, because the magical and powerful nature of the Fae are far beyond that of ordinary professionals. And in the Imperial Beasts Department, there is a profession where people are the most terrifying and unresolved, and that is the professional who employs magic creatures, which we call an Imperial Demon Master.
A magician?
Brutal creatures like demons have no fear of pain, and with their own ominous radiation contamination, demons are extremely powerful fighters indeed. A faint worry surfaced on Ling Qingyao's face, and a layer of dark clouds shrouded her originally sunny and beautiful face. Qilin wasn't worried about the targeting of the Imperial Demon Master. He was afraid that in dealing with the Imperial Demon Master, he would expose his own ability to purify the ominous. Once this ability was exposed, it was not the second or third rank, this kind of low-level professional's attention that was aroused. At that time, both he and Ling Qingyao would be caught in the middle of the fight for high-ranked professionals. So it looks like Castle Peak City can't stay. Had to slip away as quickly as possible. Qilin planned it up in his mind. Blue Star is so big, as long as it isn't discovered, with the developmental speed of himself and Shoveler, he can completely grow up quickly.
And Lu Ruoyan also shared the same opinion as Qilin. She fished out a ticket for a dirigible from her bosom and handed it to Ling Qingyao, explaining, Qingyao, this is the fairy dirigible that teacher used to escape from his marriage when he was young. It's very stealthy, so take the dirigible and go out there for a while. Castle Peak City isn't safe anymore. Running away from the wedding?
It turns out that Mr. Ryu also has such a story. Qilin's plush little face was slightly curious. It seemed that this skill of running away had become a division heritage.
Teacher, I don't want to go. Looking at the boat ticket handed over, Ling Qingyao hesitated slightly. The Abyssal Order is coming at me, why can't they be eliminated in one fell swoop? Silly boy. Lu Ruoyan let out a bitter smile. The Abyssal Order specializes in hunting geniuses like you. They have secret methods that can transplant someone else's professionist origin, which is equivalent to having a new profession again. What do you think a SSS ranked profession is, in their eyes? SSS level was the highest level profession, and there was definitely a large group of people from the Abyssal Order that wanted to take a shot at Ling Qingyao. When you're strong, come back and help your teacher, and when you go out, remember to cultivate well, don't let down your natural talent, and this little beast. Lu Ruoyan gently patted Ling Qingyao's shoulder and said with a grave expression on her face. Afterwards, she did not say anything more. Dealing with a behemoth like the Abyssal Order, she also felt a great pressure. However, the only way to protect Ling Qingyao at the moment was for her to draw fire and buy Ling Qingyao time to grow. In the steel forest-like city, Ling Qingyao hugged Qilin, her eyes dark as she traveled through the crowd. This time she simply changed her face and chose to leave the city she had lived in for over 10 years on foot. Qingshan City was not big, equivalent to a third-class city. Ling Qingyao's wandering life since childhood had long since memorized every building here. When I left at this time, the hardness in my heart seemed to come out like a tidal wave. Shoveler, it's only a temporary departure, it's not like you're never coming back, can't you figure that out? Qilin in his arms poked out his plush head, his round head giving Ling Qingyao a hint of warmth. I know. Ling Qingyao nodded, her pretty face flushed with coldness as she hugged Qilin's arm slightly harder. Moreover, one day I will definitely eliminate all the enemies that are targeting us, all of them. Good, don't worry about it. Qilin's small paw patted Ling Qingyao's soft jade, signaling her to put her heart in the right place. Coldness and pressure are what it takes to become strong, and now that you have both of them, coupled with this Qilin's excellent guidance, you're sure to break through to achieve a leap in rank. Ling Qingyao nodded, recalling the image of Qilin suppressing the black-blooded scaly dragon and searching for the materials for the treasure tool, trusting it very much. Wherever she went, she had Qilin with her. Unconsciously, she realized that she couldn't stay away from Qilin anymore. But Qilin, now that the two of us are being targeted by the bad guys, you can't be lazy anymore. Remember to cultivate well and strive to break through level 20 as soon as possible. Slacking off? Where have you been lazy yourself? As soon as Qilin heard this, his large eyebrow-less eyes wrinkled in dissatisfaction. You're the one who should be practicing properly. This Qilin has long since broken through level 15. Do you still think I'm the same level 10 me? So naive, woman. Aha. Ling Qingyao froze. That can't be right, weren't you only level 10 yesterday? Sleeping and leveling up again? No wonder she felt a powerful energy enter her body this morning. So it's Zirin's reflexes. In that case, it's you who should be practicing hard. Zirin, it gets stronger by lying flat. This. Ling Qingyao's pretty face was a bit speechless, such an ability was too roguish. Feeling that the people of the Abyssal Order shouldn't have targeted her gift. Obviously Qilin is the most amazing one. Well, tonight, I'm going to increase the power, so don't worry about it now that you have the Thunder Qilin heart. All right. One man and one beast walked all the way from the morning shimmer into the setting sun. Arriving at a small, secluded hill outside of Castle Peak, this hill was covered with dense vegetation, with shrubs and grasses the height of an adult, extremely suitable for hiding. After Ling Qingyao walked into the confines of the hill, she keenly sensed an unkind gaze. Apparently it was also someone who was preparing to take the fairy blimp. At this time, Ling Qingyao did not cover her appearance, wearing a duck-tongue cap, her pretty figure was covered by a tight jacket, and a pair of jeans strained her legs. The chick doesn't look very old, but her body almost kills me, and she's holding such a cute little beast. Zip, my mouth is watering. Let's do it now. When she gets on the blimp, there'll be supervisors and it'll definitely be inconvenient. What's the rush? Let's wait and see what happens, in case she's pretending to be a pig. Anyone who can hide here is either vicious or has committed a crime. He is extremely cautious, like a lone wolf, waiting for an opportunity to move. Just then, another group from beyond the hill arrived. When the first person saw Ling Qingyao, he flew straight towards her. I've finally found you, you won't be able to run away now, Ling Qingyao. A shrill voice came, and Ling Qingyao looked around. Only to see Chen Xianzi sitting on a black paper kite, his eyes covered in blood, his hideous eyes staring straight at himself. He was accompanied by a group of people from the Chen clan, including Chen Fox, who he had seen in the secret realm. There's something ominous about that man in black. Qilin poked his head out and looked at a man clad in black robes in the Chen clan's group, a hint of a smile spreading under his eyes. It doesn't look very strong either. I think it's the pioneer soldier, isn't it? Since he had brought the Chun family to deliver the delivery, he had laughed at it himself. Shilin, you guessed correctly, it really is the Chun family that is colluding with the Abyssal Order. Ling Qingyao nodded, her eyes slightly cold. If you're here, you can't avoid a fight. Ling Qingyao catalyzed her mental power and prepared for the battle of the Chun clan. But just then, out of the corner of her eye, she saw Qilin's small snow-white paw lift. A golden stream of light flew out as if it were a meteor, smashing straight into Chen Xianze and the others. And as it approached, the golden stream of light slowed down, revealing the appearance of a jade seal that slowly grew larger in the air. In no time at all, it covered the surrounding area of 50 meters. Ling Qingyao was shrouded by the shadows that covered the sky, her pupils staring in shock at the commotion that Qilin had made. What kind of treasure is this? Chapter 28 Mountain River Seal strongly shocked. The outlaws were terrified. The hilltop under the setting sun's afterglow. The vast pressure was like a mountain, suppressing the shoulders of Chen Xianze and the others. What the hell is this? Lord Deacon, can you deal with this thing? Chen Xianze looked at the black-robed man beside him in horror. I'll try. A child's voice came from under the black robe. Only seeing the black-robed man's hands lifting, countless black paper kites stained with ominous colors quickly flew up into the sky. Attempting to use quantity, to resist the quantitative crushing of the mountain and sea seal. Or, perhaps, trying to contaminate the mountain river seal with ominous radiation. Nice idea, just a shame it met me. Shilin's eyes turned cold, and with his mouth open, he spat out a golden auspicious cloud that wrapped around the mountain river seal. Buzz! At that moment, the golden light of the mountain river seal flourished like a blazing sun, hanging high in the sky. The blinding golden light shone on the faces of Chen Xianze and the others, reflecting a picture of terrified faces. Something's not right. Abyssal radiation isn't working, retreat first. The black-robed man rode a paper kite and tried to escape from the range of the mountain and sea seal. Damn it, what kind of grade of treasure is this? It's not even useful for his means. Foxchen, you go and hold the golden jade seal, young master, I'll go first. Chen Xianze had a gloomy face as he turned his head to Chen Fox. Chen Fox's face was as pale as white paper. No, Xianze, I'm not going, I don't look like dying yet. Quickly let the Lord Deacon of the Holy Church save us. Lord Deacon, help! The rest of the Chen family also panicked at this moment, their eyes turning to the black-robed man for help. But the black-robed man didn't even look at them the same way, a group of Chen family dogs, in the eyes of the Abyssal Order, but just toolmen yet. Knock yourselves out, fools! The black-robed man came to the edge of the mountain river seal, and he could even see the dusk afterglow of the outside world, and his eyes flashed with a cold light. This Ling Qingyao even has this kind of powerful treasure, we must go back and bring more men. Not only do we have to deprive her of her profession, but we also have to get her treasure. Jia jia jia. The black-robed man laughed a very classic laugh. However, with a flash of Qilin's eyes, the black-robed man's laughter came to an abrupt end. Come in and try to leave, stop right there. Qilin activated the silencing effect of the mountain river seal. Once the target was locked by the mountain river seal, it would fall into a state of brain downtime. But doesn't it come with a silencing effect? Next. Ling Qingyao then saw both the black-robed man and Chen Xianze, one or the other, all of them falling to the ground uncontrollably. Like a cannonball, it thumped the ground with a few craters. Is that the end of it? What a fast fight, they didn't even react. Qilin's movements were too fast, and Ling Qingyao was too stunned to speak. At this moment, Ling Qingyao's chest trembled as she looked down to meet a pair of amber eyes. What's wrong, Zirin? Shoveler, let me ask you a question. Qilin's plush little face was filled with seriousness, looking adorable to the extreme. However, Ling Qingyao still raised her spirits and listened. Suppose you could decide whether they live or die with a single thought, would you kill them or not? Ziring inquired about this question that challenged the moral boundaries of the students. Kill or be killed, it's always a choice. The identity of the hunter and the prey, in the mutual game, Qilin didn't want to be just the prey. If someone wants to harm themselves, then just kill them. It's crisp and clean and doesn't drag. This was the truth that Qilin had realized from this world. Kill them? Ling Qingyao's face turned slightly white. Looking at Qilin's cold eyes, his throat went a little dry. Killing. Ziring is going to make her kill. Ling Qingyao was silent for a while, her eyes flooded with a thick struggle. I can control them for another 10 seconds, have you considered it? Seeing her hesitation, a flash of disappointment flashed in Qilin's eyes. Indecisiveness doesn't lead to great things. Our Lady saves not others, but the devil. However, only to hear Ling Qingyao say, "No, there's no need to wait, exterminate them all." Qilin unexpectedly looked at Ling Qingyao. This girl had actually figured it out? Only to see Ling Qingyao smile with relief, her forehead seeping out light sweat. Obviously she had also experienced some heart struggle. Colluding with the Abyssal Order is punishable by everyone, being soft now will only harm us. Ling Qingyao laughed bitterly. For you to understand this, it seems that this Qilin's teachings are still successful. Qilin nodded appreciatively. Oh, you're right. A man and a beast talking and laughing. Qilin's pink and tender right paw slowly raised. And then a hard swing. Boom! The golden mountain and river seal in the sky came down with a roar, almost turning into a static shadow with its speed, and pressed straight towards the several people below. No! Kill me and the Abyssal Order won't let you go. I will turn into a ghost and curse you all forever. Don't kill me, Ling Qingyao, I beg you, I won't dare to hit on you again. Mommy! Help, mommy! The cacophonous clamor under the mountain river seal came to an abrupt end after a ground-shaking tremor. The world is quiet. There was nothing in the original spot except for a golden mountain jade seal the size of a small mountain. Half of the small hill was leveled to the ground, showing the great power of the mountain river seal. Dead, all dead. The eyes of the people around them who were preparing to take the blimp were filled with horror. It wasn't that he was afraid of killing anymore, but he was afraid of Qilin's means of killing like this. Suppressing it alive, what's the difference between that and burying it alive? Moreover, with the power of this means, bulldozing half of a mountain with a single strike, I'm afraid that it's not a high-ranked professional. If it hit them, it wouldn't be a bruise or a purple patch, it would definitely be a patch here and there. Or even just crumbs. It's a good thing I didn't go before, this is really pretending to be a pig. No way, I'm going to stay in a zeppelin with someone with this kind of combat power, isn't this killing me? I really went for this power. Almost gave me the piss. I have a friend who wants to buy a pair of pants, anyone help? Whispers came from the surrounding bushes. Don't miss it if you go searching for something good. Qilin slowly raised his small snow-white paw. Buzz! The mountain river seal quickly shrunk and turned into streams of light, drilling into Lin's forehead and entering the sea of consciousness to contain it. Okay. Ling Qingyao looked at the bloodied scene below, her small face turning pale. Enduring the mental discomfort, he concentrated his mental powers to manipulate up the soil and pick up the loot from the battlefield. Class C treasure wind and thunder sword, plus 300,000. Good luck. There are other treasure materials, plus 200,000. Ooh. Space rings, Chun Xianza had one, and this black-robed man also had one. 2 space rings for 1,000,000 Donghuang coins, plus the items inside, another big profit. Ling Qingyao's newly dried-up small treasury was once again bulging. As she picked up the loot, she grew accustomed to the smell of blood, and her eyes were like radar, scanning the loot. It is the duty of the people of Donghuang to punish evil and promote good. She's doing God's work for God's sake, and all this money is God's payment. After Ling Qingyao finished picking up the loot, the fairy blimp also slowly appeared in the sky. Seemingly because they saw half of the mountain was gone, the blimp hesitated before landing. Come on Qilin, it's time to get on the airship, let's go crack the space bracelet. Oh, well, okay. Ling Qingyao looked at the somewhat dazed little beast in her arms, her eyes doting as she reached out and rubbed its furry head. The little guy who even fainted at the airship was really hard to connect with the murderous and decisive one it had been before. What a mysterious little guy, I wonder how long it will be before I learn all of its secrets. It's really curious. Chapter $29 Million Crossing. The mountain river seal shattered the blimp? Buzz. The Dodo dirigible hovered steadily at a height of 20 meters. The hull of the ship was a stealthy, dark black color, and the hulls glowed metallic in the setting sun. A ladder to the blimp was lowered. People were coming out of the bushes in droves, crumpled ship's tickets in their hands. This ferrying blimp, somehow, was out of the control of the Donghuang Kingdom and was able to help some outlaws escape from the law. That's why a boat ticket is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars and is still difficult for the average person to buy. Black iron ship tickets, what a load of crap, get your ass to the toilet and squat. Silver ship's ticket, average, go to the galley and fight. Damn, there isn't a single golden boat ticket, Castle Peak City is really a bunch of poor people. A disdainful growl came from the ticket inspector, but the outlaws all hung on to their smiles, not daring to return the favor. Because the still-mouthed one is lying inside the meat grinder next to the ticket inspector. You, boat ticket bring. Good. Ling Qingyao came to the ticket inspector and handed Ms. Lu Ruoyan's boat ticket to the ticket inspector. Leave the ticket and you can go. The ticket inspector carelessly took Ling Qingyao's ticket. His eyes took a few more glances at Ling Qingyao's youthful face. Even the girl has boarded the ferry blimp, this world really sucks. Oh, okay. Ling Qingyao was about to walk onto the blimp. However, the ticket inspector suddenly exclaimed. No, wait a minute, miss. Your amethyst boat ticket is permanent, we have no right to confiscate it. After that ticket inspector saw the ticket in his hand, he caught up with Ling Qingyao with a horrified look on his face. Yes? Ling Qingyao was surprised and looked at the ticket inspector whose attitude had made a big turnaround. Ms. Rhea said that she used this boat ticket when she was young, so it seems that the teacher is quite something. The surrounding people cast shocked gazes at Ling Qingyao. Frog fun again, this to puke. What was her origin? Not only did she have a powerful treasure tool, but also an amethyst ship ticket. Could it be that a young lady from one of the big families has escaped the family? Amidst the surprised, bewildered, and greedy gazes of the crowd, Ling Qingyao took the boat ticket and kept it close to her heart, and under the guidance of the usher, she arrived at a first-class room. Squeak! Ling Qingyao pushed open the door of the room, a comfortable and cozy one-room hall with an independent bathroom and all kinds of furniture. It seemed that there was also the enchantment of the array, and Shi Lin's seasickness characteristics all disappeared when he entered the room. Miss, if there is anything you need, please order us directly. Besides, you said you want to get off the blimp in Mordor, we will remind you when we get there. The young lady in the lace uniform owed a curtsy and then gently closed the door to the room. That's a great service. Ling Qingyao walked into the room and looked around. Wow, is this the blimp? It looks 100 times better than your house, and the bed is so soft, it's so comfortable. Shi Lin jumped onto the large soft bed, and with 4 small feet, his body lay flat on all fours. Looking at Shi Lin's skillful appearance, Ling Qingyao laughed. You're getting more and more proficient at this lying flat. What's wrong with me laying down for a bit after such a long fight? Is there a problem? Without lifting his head, Shi Lin rolled over and continued to lie flat. No problem. Recalling Shi Lin's previous battle, Ling Qingyao shook her head with a bitter smile. This is the Grand Master, what could be wrong with him? Isn't that right then? Quickly take a look at their space rings. Shi Lin urged. Ling Qingyao nodded and took out 2 crimson-stained spatial rings. Mental energy penetrated it, trying to take out the items in the spatial ring. However, as soon as the spiritual power touched the spatial ring, it was as if it had hit a wall and was unable to take out the item. Ling Qingyao frowned slightly. This spatial ring has been put under a ban, and spiritual power can't get in. A prohibition is a way to protect a spatial ring, capable of preventing the contents of the spatial ring from being taken if the ring is taken from someone. Can you open it? Shi Lin asked. If you force it open, it will just blow up and the space ring will be destroyed along with it. Ling Qingyao's pretty face became slightly grave. A spatial ring with added prohibitions meant that what was hidden inside was also by no means simple. This should be the black-robed man's ring. Open it later when you have a chance, try the other one. Shi Lin sat up, his round belly pressed into an O shape. Ling Qingyao nodded and took out Chen Xian's spatial ring. Her spiritual power penetrated it and easily opened it. One item after another was taken out by Ling Qingyao. Small whips, candles, gum, jumping jacks, sodas. Golden turtle bullet, epimedium, golden sun pill. This guy was afraid he hadn't ransacked an adult pharmacy. Shi Lin's eyes widened slightly as his little paw grabbed a plate of small blue pills. Nice guy, even. What's all this? The odor smells weird too, rushing stink. With a disgusted look on her face, Ling Qingyao threw the pills into the trash. Hey, don't lose it. Shi Lin looked at the pills in the trash can with heartache. Even if you don't use it, you can save it for later. Okay. It was still uncertain whether he would be able to manifest his human form in the future. At this moment, Shi Lin finally comprehended what it meant to have more than enough heart. I just hate that my body won't allow it. Aside from some strange things, there are quite a few cultivation materials, enough for me to cultivate to the 2nd stage of perfection. Ling Qingyao nodded her head in satisfaction as she tapped the items once. There were more than 2 million cultivation materials scattered about. However, she wasn't prepared to cultivate right now, but instead looked towards Shi Lin. Qilin, what was the treasure tool you used to suppress them before? How come I've never seen you use it? Oh, the mountain river seal. Qilin's little pink paw made a move, and with a flash of space, a golden jade seal appeared in the room. Take it, I'm giving you permission to use it. Qilin was the artifact spirit of the mountain river seal, and could decide on the right to use the mountain river seal. The seal of the mountain and the river? Ling Qingyao looked at the small golden jade seal that flew in, her jade hand reaching out. After gently catching the mountain river seal, information about it surfaced in his mind. The mountain river seal weighs 1,000 pounds, and one seal calms the mountains and rivers. This is an S-class treasure. Ling Qingyao's pupil shrunk slightly, and the mountain river seal in her hand slipped. Oops, hand slipped. Boom! The mountain river seal, which weighed 1,000 pounds, directly smashed onto the floor of the room. The formation directly exploded, flashing with a piercing red light. The entire airship jolted and plummeted for a full 2 seconds, with sounds of shattering and yelling coming from all rooms of the airship. Damn, who the hell puts a bomb on a blimp, right? Old me's heavenly star do, 100,000 pieces, a full 100,000 pieces, just shattered. That bastard, I'm still cleaning toilets, aren't I human? The sound of shouting and cursing entered his ears through the corridor, and Ling Qingyao's cheeks burned slightly. This was an S-rank treasure, and I was so careless. But the mountain river seal was so powerful, it was really something that I didn't expect. Just dropping to the ground nearly crushed the blimp. It was hard to imagine how desperate the enemy was when they were pressed. Chapter 30, Brand New Word. Ancestral Soul Protector. Shoveler, you almost made us crash, do you know that? Why are your hands shaking for a good reason? Qilin looked at Ling Qingyao with a speechless expression. Just now, if he hadn't reacted quickly and retrieved the mountain river seal, the entire airship would have been crushed. Crashing a plane from tens of thousands of meters is no joke. With his and Ling Qingyao's bodies, they must have fallen to pieces. I'm sorry, it was my first time touching an S-rank treasure as well, and I accidentally slipped my hand. Ling Qingyao folded her hands together and apologized to Qilin, her pretty face having an expression of afterthought. Forget it, I was planning to give you the mountain river seal to use, but now it seems that it's better for me to keep it personally. Qilin waved his paw and pointed at the cultivation resources on the side. Cultivate while you can. We've definitely offended the Chen family by exterminating Chen Qianzet and the others, and with the Abyssal Order, we're still not strong enough. If you want to enter the Imperial Beast Master Association, you still have to go through layers of screening, and when the time comes, you don't want us to be sifted down, do you? Ling Qingyao nodded. This trip, she and Qilin planned to go to the magic capital to attend the Imperial Beast Master Association. As long as one joined the Imperial Beast Master Association, they would receive protection and wouldn't have to worry about secret enemies. Subsequently, Ling Qingyao sat cross-legged on the bed, hauling in the spirit stones and the potion that aided in the growth of her spiritual power, and began to cultivate. For his part, Qilin continued the difficult task of guarding her from the sidelines lying flat. Time flies. A few days passed in a flash. Along the way, the airship stopped a few times one after another, and after picking up a few waves of people on the ground, it headed towards the magic capital at full speed. Duck duck. Hello miss, your Fei thing is here. Qilin opened the door to his room and gulped as he looked at Miss Blimp's quite flying biceps. Thanks sis, just put it on the table, it's my favorite. With that, Qilin began to enjoy the Blimp's food. Ling Qingyao was closed for cultivation and only ate one meal a day, so Qilin laughed at all the food. Not bad, this long sky-flying eagle's exotic beast meat is just tender. Zirin plopped down on the table and the unicorn beak tore off a piece of wing. Barking and chewing. Deep-fried fei meat, coated in breadcrumbs, is not much different from the fried chicken of the previous world. The difference was that Qilin was just eating and slowly leveling up. It wasn't far from breaking through the 16th level. Just then. Buzz. The air in the room suddenly shook, and Qilin, who was eating, was so startled that he almost pulled out his mountain river seal and smashed it. It's the middle stage of the second rank. Qilin, I've broken through to the middle of the second rank. Ling Qingyao excitedly ran over and gave Qilin a kiss on the cheek. Oh, so it's a pooper scooper. Thought it was the Abyssal Order calling. After seeing the source of the voice, Qilin breathed a sigh of relief and said impatiently, it's only the middle stage of the second rank, what's all the fuss about? Ling Qingyao just smiled. Qilin didn't know that a 16-year-old mid-second stage like her was already called a miracle in the Donghuang Kingdom. Except for the present-day East Huang female god of war. There was no one who could reach her current cultivation speed. Of course, all of this was thanks to Qilin's help. Thinking of this, Ling Qingyao gave Qilin another peck on his plush little face. Little guy, Moa. Stop, 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 you're going to take a shower, you haven't had a shower in a couple days, rushing stink. Qilin pushed Ling Qingyao away in disgust, and Ling Qingyao didn't get angry and obediently walked into the bathroom. Wow! The sound of water soon followed, accompanied by the sound of her cheerful humming. Qilin glanced at the half-closed bathroom door and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. This woman, she really doesn't think of herself as a human being. Through the doorway, one could still see the snowy whiteness hidden in the mist. The curves of that young girl's body were perfect, and her body proportions were even inferior to those of a model. What a beauty! If she grows up a bit more, she'll definitely wreak havoc on the country. This kind of devil woman is better to be guarded closely by the old man. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who'll go to hell? That's probably what it means. Qilin thought silently. Suddenly, there was a ding in his ear. Ding! Celestial Destiny's Ling Qingyao breaks through the middle stage of the second rank. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Blue Phrase Thorn Guardian. The host is a Heaven's Destiny Qilin, and gains a chance to storm. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the successful storm, you have obtained a brand new Gold Phrase Ancestral Soul Protector. The system beep ended, and Qilin's pupils lost focus. Consciousness was drawn into a vast expanse. Yellow sand flew here and demonic beasts were rampant, their figures were 1,000 feet tall. Compared to them, Qilin was like a small shrimp. However, for some reason, those vicious beasts turned their heads and ran as soon as they saw Qilin. It was as if there was some great terror behind Qilin. Qilin was a bit creeped out. Could it be that there was something scary back there? He turned stiffly and saw not some flooding beast, but a griffin shining with golden light. The ink unicorn with scales like ink, the fire unicorn with a flame in its mouth, the thunder unicorn with thunder as its clothing, and all sorts of other unicorns that couldn't be named, but all knew their identities. They stood quietly behind Qilin, giving him great courage and confidence. It seems to say, don't be afraid kid, take it in stride, the old man will always be watching over you. Are these all the ancestors of the griffins? Qilin had just asked when the image suddenly shattered and his consciousness returned to his body. Opening his eyes, Qilin returned to his room. A line of system prompts floated before his eyes. Words, Ancestral Soul Protection. Grade, Gold. Introduction, you will be given refuge from the spirits of your ancestors, automatically defending and counterattacking your opponents, and the damage you receive is cut to 1/10. Note, you are a mythical unicorn, a favorite of heaven and earth, with a powerful ancestral soul. Any opponent who attacks you will be cursed at random. Curse effects are continuous bleeding, bad luck accompanied by bad luck, and bludgeoning to the vitals. Read the introduction. Qilin froze slightly, recalling what had just happened. Ancestral spirits protecting the body and the watchful eyes of the unicorn ancestors? Things are starting to get interesting. According to the words of the Mountain and Sea Sutra, the Qilin ancestor was, in any case, the same as the ancestral dragon and ancestral phoenix, the first Qilin. No wonder there are 3 curse effects. It's good to have a hard backstage. Qilin sighed. At this time, Ling Qingyao had also finished her bath and was putting on her clothes. Why Zirin, it feels like you're having fun. Nothing, I've been suffocating for the past few days and I wanted to get out and about. Zirin had never wished for someone to attack him a bit like he was doing right now. I wonder which lucky person will help themselves to testing the power of words. Going out? That's fine, I'm a little hungry too, so I'll go out and get something to eat. Ling Qingyao changed into an elegant black dress and buckled her duck-tongued hat. Putting Qilin into the mountain and gully, he pushed the door straight out. Ling Qingyao came onto the deck. There were quite a few people standing on the deck at that moment, couples talking, drunks drinking and singing, looking over lustfully. What a great smell. At this moment, the tip of the nose of a man in the crowd who looked as handsome as a demon shrugged, his brown eyes glowing as he looked at Ling Qingyao. It's the smell of first love, my little beauty. He licked his lips, and with a push of his right hand, a pink skeleton flew out and bit straight into Ling Qingyao's back. In the pink halo, 2 pink hearts sprouted from the skull's eye sockets. With pinpoint accuracy, he bit Ling Qingyao's right shoulder. Got it. The man's eyes flashed with ecstasy and he was about to walk over quickly. All of a sudden, his body went limp and he covered his crotch with both hands, scarlet seeping through his fingers and dripping all over the deck. Ancestral soul protection triggered, this curse is a bludgeon to the vitals. Ha! Triggered so soon? Zirin poked his head out and looked up at the victim. Is the man dead? Ling Qingyao turned around with Qilin in her arms and looked oddly at the man on the ground who was covering his vitals. It's broken, not dead, but it's almost as good as dead. The corner of Qilin's mouth twitched slightly. What a bludgeon to the vitals, it hurts to look at it. Chapter 31, Picking up a ranked feats. Supreme emotionless sword technique. Ouch. Ah. Watching the man roll around on the ground in pain, Zirin sidled over to his furry little face, the empathy belonging to a man being extraordinarily powerful at this point. It's too bloody, too violent. But it's what he deserves, against whom he can't deal with, but against the shoveler. Summoned beasts and summoners are connected, and when shoveler is attacked, ancestral spirit will naturally defend. People gathered around them, pointing at the demonic man on the ground with mockery on their faces. There were also people who knew the man, looking at him with shock. Who is this guy, really unlucky, TSK, this bloody scene, old man looking at the crotches pulling cold. Noah, you guys don't underestimate this guy, he's a third-order charm master, known by the nickname Peach Blossom Ghost, Chihenjin, a handful of tricks to charm a woman stove. What? This guy is a third-ranked professional. Then why is he in such a sorry state? It's not even an attack on that chick, forget it, that chick is a tigress who shocked and killed more than a dozen people with a big golden seal. I remember, it's her. This is too terrifying, the third-ranked Chihenjin was easily defeated, could she be a fourth-ranked powerhouse? Well, don't go talking about that tigress, look at this Peach Blossom Ghost Chi-hung, now he doesn't even have any roots left, this is what happens. A group of people silently made a path for Ling Qingyao. A few people hidden in the crowd whispered, none daring to turn up the volume. What happened to Chi-hung root was that there was no root, and they didn't dare to mess with Ling Qingyao. Zirin, did you just do that? On the way to the restaurant, Ling Qingyao finally couldn't hold back her inner curiosity and lowered her head to inquire. Right. Qilin returned without lifting his head. In his hands, he tore through a bag of fey meat snacks, his little paws too fleshy to make any power. Ling Qingyao smiled dotingly and tore open the bag for Qilin, that guy just now was really unlucky. Since I dare to provoke you, however, what exactly is that skill? The attack is surprisingly so special. When she recalled Chi-hangin's bloody appearance, Ling Qingyao couldn't help but want to laugh. The fall of an older man gave birth to a new sister. No skills, it's all bombs, he's killing himself, so I'll satisfy him. Qilin stammered as he bit into the dried fey meat. Ling Qingyao didn't ask any more questions when she saw Qilin in this state. There were already too many things she didn't know about Zirin, no less. Just know that Qilin is just good to her. It's so much safer with this little guy. Ling Qingyao hugged Qilin in her arms tightly and accelerated her steps to the restaurant. Even if she was in a blimp full of outlaws, she felt like she could make a break for it. During the noon meal, Ling Qingyao ordered a slow table of food. Most of it was fey meat, a treat for Qilin. Qilin was naturally happy to be a part of it, burying his head and puffing as he ate. The chef on the airship didn't know who he was, and his craftsmanship was very good, making Qilin want to eat it a second time after eating it for the first time. If not for the fact that no anomalies were found. Qilin wondered if he had taken something addictive. Buzz. At this point, Qilin, who had buried his head in his meal, shuddered as an aura that was no weaker than a second-stage consummate flowed out. People around him cast strange glances. I didn't expect this little beast to be a section stronger than some of them. It looked cute and cuddly, but it had an aura close to the third rank, so it was really a professional who pretended to be a pig and ate a tiger. Luckily they didn't hit on the little beast. But the one who was most shocked wasn't them, but Ling Qingyao, who was a summoner. Ha! Ling Qingyao's action of eating gave a start, and her face looked oddly at Qilin. You're not, again, upgrading again, are you? Hiccup. Qilin let out a small burp and patted his belly in satisfaction. It makes sense that I've been practicing diligently for the past few days, upgrading and all, right? Cultivation. Ling Qingyao recalled Qilin's actions over the past few days. Eat and sleep, sleep and eat. Day after day, I don't see it working hard anywhere but gnawing on alien beast meat. Why was it that every time when she was diligently cultivating, Qilin was always able to improve faster than her? How many levels are you? Ling Qingyao asked with slightly numb eyes. Zirin broke his fingers and did the math. The golden words went up 3 levels, to 18. Eat fey meat and go up another level. 19th grade. Ling Qingyao. That's good. 19th grade. You're invincible, little man. Originally, I was worried about whether this guy would be able to pass the Imperial Beast Master Association's examination if he slept every day. I didn't realize that the one dragging his feet had become himself again. The beast is more angry than the man. Ling Qingyao felt a wave of powerlessness, and the rice in her hands didn't even smell good anymore. Just as she was about to leave, a nuisance current came from the airship's radio. Immediately afterward, a calm yet gentle female voice echoed in the crowd's ears. Gentlemen, there is another airship meeting place ahead. Airships from all over the country will gather here. Those who are interested in selling treasure tools or exchanging materials can get off the ship and stay for a day. Tomorrow evening, we depart again, and thank you for your cooperation. This sister's voice was very nice, and Qilin only felt as if he was in the spring breeze, and even if his trip was delayed, he didn't have a trace of anger. What a powerful means of infecting emotions. This should be the emotionist profession, right? Ling Qingyao also sighed slightly. Snap. A cold sensation came from his arm. Ling Qingyao looked down and realized that Qilin was stepping on her arm, looking intently at the restaurant window. What's wrong? Outside the window was a hill of lights. Various types of transportation, like the ferry blimp, stayed somewhere on the hill. There were people flying around on alien beasts, holding a billboard in their hands. The people on the ground had carpets set up, and Ling Qingyao could see the precious light on the carpets from afar. Not right? There's nothing wrong with it, it's so right. Qilin felt the map in his head. As the blimp approached, he sensed several brilliant purple points of light. These are all A-grade treasures, or materials. Shoveler, I'll take you to pick up the pieces later. After the blimp docked, Ling Qingyao brought Qilin off the boat and came to this gathering place to browse the stalls. Selling the treasure tool Open Sky Axe. A real S-class treasure tool, fake one pays for 10. Potion, men's must have tasty water for traveling at home, killing people, and molesting good women. Little sister, do you want to buy some nice clothes? Pack you wear them and make yourself beautiful? What kind of eyes are you looking at? I'm serious clothes, not some kind of psychedelic drug. The hustle and bustle of the bazaar was a sight to behold. As Ling Qingyao walked, she didn't even know where she had gotten to. It was good that Qilin pointed her in a direction, this way, just this ground stall. With that, Ling Qingyao quickened her pace and arrived in front of a short middle-aged man who looked like a thief. What would you like to buy, miss? The floor stall owner warmly rose to greet him, but the corner of his eyes kept locking onto the spatial ring on Ling Qingyao's finger. I'm going. Here comes the big fish. I'm afraid this isn't anyone's princess. It's this. Qilin looked at a blackened hunk of metal on the floor stand. There was only one purple spot of light in this floor stand, the rest was all dull gray. Qilin utilized the system and checked up on the information of this black metal block. Name, magnetite stone with glue. Rank, incompetent. Description, a magnet that looks ordinary but contains an A-grade inherited sword talisman. Note, initial detection, this inheritance sword talisman contains the power of inheritance, and contains a set of grade A sword technique, named Tai Shang Emotionless Sword Technique. Chapter 32, Assisting you in sealing the king. Giving away the sword skill for nothing, the schoolgirl was stunned. Boss, how do you sell all these things? Qilin suppressed the excitement in his heart, pointed at the items on the carpet, and asked. The ground stall owner froze slightly when he heard Qilin speak. This little dog can talk? This young girl's pets are also spiritual, which means the family is not ordinary nah. The guest has an extraordinary vision. It's not that I'm bragging, these treasures of mine are all great treasures dug out from inside a tomb-robbing replica, which is said to be the legacy left behind by a high achiever from ancient times. The carpet owner's eyes were excited as he pointed to the ground floor and perked up, speaking as if it were true. And I won't take advantage of you, 6 count for the big stuff and 4 count for the little stuff. The ground floor stall owner picked up a teapot and began to speak in colorful detail again. Ling Qingyao watched him talk nonsense and used the contract to communicate with Qilin. Is what he said true? Of course it's fake, just keep quiet and let me do it. Qilin said back. Good. Ling Qingyao nodded, she really wasn't good at bargaining or anything. Only Qilin jumped to the ground and walked in one object, gradually walking into the black magnet. When the floor stall owner saw this, a greedy millimeter flashed in his eyes. People like him will always jack up the price as long as they know what the customer wants to buy. It's become habitual, or their law of survival. Later on, no matter what it says, one must explode an awesome price to scare them to death. The floor stand owner thought darkly. It didn't take long to see Qilin arrive in front of the black magnet. Sure enough, this is it. The owner of the ground floor stand was delighted. How much is this soul bomb? Sorry, this is not for sale, there are already more than a dozen people who want to buy. Wait. What do you mean, it's a bomb? The ground stall owner's pupils trembled as he hastily took a few steps back. You, don't bluff, I'm a third-ranked professional, I'm not that easy to fool. And don't even think about making a move, fighting here, unless you have a background, you're bound to die. As he said that, the aura of the third rank flowed out of him. I didn't expect such a small place to have a third-ranked professional, it seems that Castle Peak City is really too small. Ling Qingyao was slightly surprised, her eyes staring intently as she watched Qilin haggle with the floor stall owner. Is it a soul bomb? I'll just prove it to you. Qilin reached out his paw and patted the black ball, his eyes lighting up with a brilliant golden light. Buzz! A mighty pressure was like a mountain, suppressing the floor stall owner. His face instantly turned white, and he felt a fear that went deep into his soul. What the hell? This hasn't exploded yet and it's all going straight to my head. If it explodes, I won't be blown into an idiot. The owner of the floor stand lost his head and looked at the black ball. Don't you not believe me? I've just activated the explosive fuse, and there's 30 seconds left to explode. Qilin's little paw pushed the black ball to the floor stall owner. How many? 30 seconds? Take it away. Take this thing away. Count on me begging you to either stop it or get the hell out of here. The ground stall owner's face changed drastically, rolling and crawling. He stood up and ran away without looking back. Looking at his increasingly distant back, Ling Qingyao was confused. Is that okay? She thought she would have to cut the price, but it turned out that they didn't want money and just gave it away for nothing. Qilin jumped onto Ling Qingyao's shoulder. Don't just stand there, hurry up and take it back, open the magnet, this is an inherited sword talisman that contains an A-grade sword skill. Grade A sword skill? Ling Qingyao's pupils were trembling as she looked at the black ball on the ground with a face full of unbelief. A professional's feats are the equivalent of a systematic set of skill combinations, and this little black ball in front of him actually had an A-rank technique. Wouldn't that mean that there are at least a couple A-rank skills? It's worth at least 10 million. Hurry up, if you don't leave, the man will come back to his senses and come back. Oh, yes. Ling Qingyao returned to her senses, the shock in her eyes unable to dissipate for a long time. Like a thief, she picked up the black ball and ran straight back to the blimp. After returning to her room, Ling Qingyao held a white jade sword talisman and let out a fierce sigh of relief. Qilin, it really is the inherited sword technique. Ling Qingyao said in surprise. Qilin lay on Ling Qingyao's shoulder and bristled, that's for sure, when have I ever lied to you? Aha! Ling Qingyao nodded solemnly. The value of this inherited sword talisman was definitely more than simply an A-grade sword skill. It also contains a collection of a swordsman's lifelong experience, and various training tips. Once it was absorbed, its strength would definitely increase greatly. Ling Qingyao excitedly held the inherited sword talisman, hugged Qilin, and kissed him fiercely a few times. Qilin, you're really my fortune cat, you're also too prosperous for the family. Stop, hurry up and practice. Qilin disgustedly dried the saliva on his face and urged up Ling Qingyao. He's a Kirin, and he's getting spit in the face by a woman, it's so disgraceful, isn't it? If the ancestral souls on his body saw it, wouldn't it make the old ancestors laugh their asses off? I've said that this Qilin will help you cultivate, even if you want to reach the 7th order Seal King level, I can help you advance. Seal the King? Ling Qingyao's eyes revealed longing. 7th ranked professionals were called Seal King class, strong people who truly left the realm of the weak and could get a seat wherever they went. And Qilin even said that he could help her to be crowned king. Okay, I believe you. Ling Qingyao recalled her time with Qilin. Nodding his head, he immediately plopped down and cultivated to collect the information from the inherited sword talisman. Meanwhile, in the dirigible bazaar, a group of 5 black-robed men traveled through the bazaar. They came with a disturbing aura that people around them avoided. At the head of the group was a blue-haired woman, wrapped in gauze all over her body, revealing only a pair of pale blue, ice-like eyes, and long hair. Did you find that stupid ass's space ring? The blue-haired woman spoke. Reporting to Archdeacon, the last place where Deacon Blackboy's spatial ring appeared was in this bazaar. A black-robed man said respectfully. At those words, the blue-haired woman's eyes chilled. Black boy, that stupid bastard, people were killed even the space ring was taken. And she had to help wipe her ass. If it wasn't for the treasures in the spatial ring, it would mean a lot to the Abyssal Order. How did she, an archdeacon, get to the point of running here to do her job? Find. The woman who killed Black Boy must be found before the fairy blimp departs, and I will take her skin with my own hands. The blue-haired woman said viciously. Yes. The black-robed people nodded and quickly dispersed in all directions. Time passed. Early the next morning. Buzz. Ling Qingyao in the room opened her eyes, her beautiful eyes flashing with a flash of light as sharp as a sword. She carried with her an air of being out of the world, as if she had forgotten the emotions of the mortal world and entered a state of ruthlessness. The supreme emotionless sword technique, even though it's only a remnant, it's still at the level of an A-rank technique, and even far surpasses normal A-rank techniques. I wonder how strong it will be after complementing the sword skill. Ling Qingyao's eyes were filled with indifference to life. The thoughtful look, devoid of its former animation, a little more calm and ice-like cold. Until zzz. An adorable sound sleep sounded in the room. Ling Qingyao turned her head. The look on his face melted like snow at the sight of Qilin, who had curled up into a ball of marshmallow. Qilin, the sun is on your ass and you're still sleeping. Ling Qingyao smiled and buried her head in Qilin's furry soft little belly. Holy. Enemy attack. Chapter 33A plus grade treasure ice glazed sword. Slaying the Abyssal Deacon. Early morning. Master Qilin, who had finished his breakfast, took summoner Ling Qingyao early and headed to the bazaar to catch up. Whenever the sun rises in the morning, it's a great opportunity to pick up the slack. Come on, shoveler, there's a few more babies we haven't picked up today, go see if there's anything we can scare them with. Qilin poked his head out in Ling Qingyao's warm jade and yawned against the sunlight. Good. Ling Qingyao smiled and rubbed Qilin's furry head as she strolled through the bazaar. In the morning, there are not many ground vendors, and most of them are cheap stuff. Qilin took Ling Qingyao to stroll through a few blue point-of-light stalls and spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on 3 of their unimpressive items. Wrap it in a cloth and prepare to open it when you get back to the blimp. And while Ling Qingyao and Qilin were shopping to pick up the pieces, several pairs of shadowy eyes were also on them. Archdeacon found the target, the space ring is on her right hand. In a store selling breakfast, the black-robed man from the Abyssal Order whispered. At the table sat the remaining 4 members of the Abyssal Order. The blue-haired woman gave him a blank look and said, "Use your words, my mom isn't blind." "Yes, my lord, what next?" "This is the territory of the dodo blimp, we can't startle the snakes on this trip, just kill them with hidden arrows." The blue-haired woman touched the scabbard under her black robe and whispered, "I'll use my treasures to get her attention, and you guys wait for your chance." The rest of the black-robed men nodded, dropping their bowls and chopsticks and following Ling Qingyao with cold eyes. Fighting head-on, the Abyssal Order's people might not quite dare to reveal their identities. But when it comes to killing people with hidden arrows, they are a professional assassination team. They fished out a piece of treasure from their arms and aimed it at Ling Qingyao, ready to unleash it. "Hello, little sister." At this moment, Ling Qingyao, who was walking on the road, heard someone call out to her. Only a woman in a white dress wrapped in gauze came forward. With her elegant and dignified movements and flowing blue hair, she looked like a girl born into nobility. But the gauze covering her entire body spoiled her beauty. "Good classy lady, what did you want to see me about?" Ling Qingyao nodded. A pair of eyes also popped up from Zirin in his arms, sizing up the towering white-skirted woman. Bandaged and odorless, it's either the bad guys or this woman's figure, she can't be a rain ditto. Plus a superb neutral voice. Qilin was a bit skeptical if he was attracted by Ling Qingyao's beauty. "It's like this, I know some divination, I see that you have exquisite bones, and you seem to be a wizard in practicing swords. I have an extremely valuable sword here, do you want to take a look?" With that, the blue-haired woman made a move with her hand and there was a flash of blue light. An ice-blue sword that emitted a gust of cold aura appeared in his palm. The sword was 3 feet long and 2 fingers wide. The hilt of the sword was entwined with a living, cold, hornless glazed dragon, carrying a faint pressure of its own. Good sword. As soon as she saw the cold ice-long sword, a throbbing sensation to wield the sword swirled within Ling Qingyao. This sword is a real treasure. Qilin also poked his head out, the sword in his eyes, emitting a dazzling purple light. It definitely exceeded ordinary A-grade treasures and belonged to the same A+ grade as yesterday's inheritance sword talisman. Certain A-ranked treasures have special abilities in their own right and are very useful and popular. But it's not even close to being an S-ranked treasure. It was then defined as an A+ grade treasure. How is it? This ice-glazed sword of mine isn't bad, right? The blue-haired woman wiped her ice-glazed sword with both of her fingers, her ice-blue eyes sharp as they swept Ling Qingyao. You're a fool, aren't you? When this sword comes out, it won't hang you into a warped mouth. The moment your attention is focused on the sword is the moment of your death. The blue-haired woman's eyes looked if anything at the flow of people around her and saw the stupid black-robed man. The archdeacon's got it, let's go. Yes. The 4 black-robed men pulled the triggers of their crossbows at the same time, and several black arrows swished out. Shoo shoo shoo. Qilin's body flashed with a few white lights, and his little paw scratched the back of his head. Something's tickling. What's wrong, Zirin? It's fine, it just feels a little weird around me and I can't seem to tell. Qilin shook his head, just now his attention was on the sword and he didn't even notice the abnormalities around him. Ding! Ancestral soul possession has been triggered, automatically countering 10% of the target's damage and cursing the target. This curse has a continuous bleeding effect. The words fell. A blood Qilin silhouette with a deep red body and bloodthirsty pupils flashed behind Qilin. It transformed into 4 bloody cursed breaths and vanished into the void. Seeing this, Qilin frowned slightly and his cute little face went cold. Ancestral soul protection triggered. Someone is attacking himself. In that case, the woman in front of her was probably coming from a bad place. Between thoughts. Hiss. Damn, how did the poison arrow fly back? Something's wrong, why can't this blood stop? I didn't add blood-eating scatter. Antidote, give me the antidote. Don't grab it, don't grab the antidote, it's mine. At this point, a street corner. 4 black-robed men fought, scrambling for a vial. One was covered in blood and looked extremely oozy. They had several black arrows sticking out of their bodies like hedgehogs. Air? Is that one of my men? The blue-haired woman blushed a bit. Such stupid henchmen, are they all brain-rotted by radiation? What a useless thing to do, I still have to do it myself. With a twist of her wrist, the blue-haired woman held the ice-glazed sword and coldly stabbed out a sword. The tip of the sword was extremely fast, pointing straight at Ling Qingyao's neck. But that's when. Boom! It was like hitting a layer of contradictory objects, slippery and tough enough to not cut through the shield. Instead, the tip of the sword folded and stabbed at the woman's neck. Aha! How? The blue-haired woman's pupils contracted violently to the size of pinpricks. Shortening her body, the tip of the sword grazed her scalp, chopping off a few strands of blue hair. Oomph, there really is a trick. Qilin grunted coldly as a line of hints appeared before his eyes. The effect of this curse is bad luck. The system beep ends. Buzz. A black Qilin silhouette with a body like the color of night flickered behind Qilin. That griffin's eyes were dead-locked on the blue-haired woman. A horrible palpitation hit her heart and the blue-haired woman's brow furrowed. That moment. She felt like she was being watched by some horrible creature. The opponent's aura was more terrifying than all the demons she had seen combined. Interesting, what an interesting ability, is it this puppy's ability, or do you have some kind of treasure on you? Steeling herself, the blue-haired woman tore off her disguise with one hand and draped herself in a loose black robe. Regardless of that possibility, this magical means of yours will have to belong to me after all. Black Knight Demon Fox, tear this woman apart. A quick battle. A fox with 3 tails and dark fur appeared beside her. The Archdeaconess of the Abyssal Order, she naturally possessed the means to imperialize demons. Woo! The Black Knight Demon Fox raised its head to the sky and let out a fox cry, exuding an unpleasant odor all over its body. When the surrounding people watched this scene, they instantly turned pale and avoided far away. Die! In order to have a quick battle, the blue-haired woman directly threw the ice-glazed sword in her hand. However, maybe it's just bad luck. When she threw her sword, it did not stab Ling Qingyao, but instead cut off a Black Knight Demon Fox's tail. Snap! Half a bloody foxtail fell to the ground. Roar! The intense pain stimulated the Black Knight Demon Fox to become ferocious. glanced at the blue-haired woman and swept her off her feet with a swipe of her tail. Picking up a couple of jumps, she tackled the blue-haired woman straight to the ground. What the hell luck? Demon Fox, I'm your master. Stop it now. Ah! A mournful scream echoed through the fairgrounds. The scene of the demonic creature devouring its master caused the faces of the people around them to turn white. But at this scene, Ling Qingyao was directly dumbfounded. What a situation. It's clear that nothing was done, so how come the opponents themselves are gone? Is it just her, or is her opponent just too much of a rookie? Don't just stand there, go pick up the ice-glazed sword and behead their abyssal orders, and when the administrators come later, let's just run. Yes. Knowing that the timing was precious, Ling Qingyao nodded her head while picking up the ice-glazed sword that was stuck on the ground. She executed the blistering wind sword steps from the emotionless sword technique. Tapping his toes, his figure swept past the four scrambling black-robed men like the wind. There was a flash of cold light. Ling Qingyao's figure appeared in a position 10 meters away, maintaining the posture of swinging her sword. The eyes were cold and devoid of any emotion. What was even weirder was that the ice-glazed sword was not stained with a single trace of blood. Instead, a line of blood appeared on the black-robed man's neck. Flop flop. The black-robed man fell to the ground, scarlet coloring a large area. Chapter 34 Beautiful Captain powerfully protecting Qilin. Defense-breaking 5th Order powerhouse. Qilin, what about her? The ground was crimson, and Ling Qingyao didn't even blink her eyelids. Eyes fixed straight on the blue-haired woman not far away. She still had some means to kill the Black Knight Demon Fox back. But she herself is at the end of her rope, her life has come to an end. Qilin looked at the blue-haired woman expressionlessly. It's a scourge to keep it, so why not just kill it? Good. Ling Qingyao nodded her head, holding the ice-glazed sword a little bit closer to the blue-haired woman. Ahem, ha. Sensing Ling Qingyao's proximity, the blue-haired woman lay on the ground gasping for air. Coughing and laughing at the same time. Do you want to know why I'm after you? Oh, I can tell you, but you have to beg me. Let me hear your wonderful prayers. The woman in blue erupted with a final burst of strength, blood oozing from her bandage-covered cheek. But the next second. Swish! With a flash of swordlight, blood was splattered on the spot. A smile fixed itself on the face of the woman in blue. Those pupils grew lax and seemed to carry a confusion that they could not understand even in death. Ling Qingyao's pretty face was indifferent, and she awarded her head with a sword without the slightest hesitation. Qilin said, just kill it, no need to say one more word to her. Afterward, Ling Qingyao led Qilin and ran towards the airship at a fast pace. Killing people in the bazaar will receive a hunt from the administrators of the blimp organization. It's a rule they've laid down, and violators will be removed to capital punishment. Zirin, we have to get back to the dirigible right away. Ling Qingyao executed the blistering wind sword steps from the sword technique while poking around. Qilin popped his head up in his arms, his little face grave. It might be too late. I saw a fiery red rock flying from the sky. The wingspan was more than 10 meters, and the body was like an eagle enlarged 100 times. Eagle! An eagle's cry pierced the sky. Ling Qingyao's eardrums hurt from the shock, and she only felt as if her legs were filled with lead, making it difficult for her to move an inch. It was a mitigation skill that directly weakened Ling Qingyao's movement speed. Not good. If this goes on, we won't be able to escape. We'll still be surrounded by more and more people, and by then, even if we have 10 mouths, we won't be able to explain. Ling Qingyao's pretty face was worried as she looked towards the blood-winged rock flying in the sky. Boom! The rock's landing was like a cannonball, landing directly at a location not far from Ling Qingyao. Smoke filled the air and obscured the view. A few moments later, footsteps came. A young man with blood-colored hair and deep red pupils stepped forward. I'm sorry, young lady, you're going to have to come with me. He touched a handful of his hair, draping the burgundy hair color behind his head, revealing a handsome if evil white face. What if I say no? Ling Qingyao's eyes were icy cold, not wanting to tie her hands. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm a 5th-ranked merged mage and the captain of a one-handed ferrying dirigible named Blood Shadow. And my contracted beast is the Bloodwing Rock. I can smell your blood wherever you go. Do you think that you are still in a position to say no? The Blood Shadow's eyes teasingly stared at Ling Qingyao. Nice-looking chick, it's just a shame she's going back to be subjected to inhumane torture. 5th Order professionals. Ling Qingyao's face blanched slightly. This was an unprecedentedly strong enemy. Qilin looked at the blood shadow with grave eyes, wondering if a fifth-ranked professional could be crushed to death with the mountain and sea seal. Managers do business, get out of the way. Lord Blood Shadow has captured the young girl, hurry and surround her, don't let her escape. Not far away came noisy footsteps, and the administrators were on their way. Ling Qingyao and Qilin were surrounded. It's not looking good. Qilin frowned. But just then. Stop Blood Shadow, this child is an amethyst guest on my ship, and since she killed all of the Abyssal Order's men, she deserves to be acquitted. That's when the familiar gentle voice from that radio came on. A beautiful woman in a large red robe with a plump figure walked into Qilin and Ling Qingyao's line of sight. So beautiful, so white, so big. Qilin had already tried his best to restrain himself, but he didn't expect to lose to his body's instinctive reaction. Captain Red Sakura, I found this first, that's not right, is it? Bloodshot's eyes flashed coldly. Red Sakura's strength wasn't below his, but if they really fought, it wasn't certain who would lose or win. If Red Sakura was going to try to protect the girl, he couldn't really do anything about her. Blood Shadow smiled with an ugly face. A troublemaker is a merit point. You have to leave me something even if you want to save someone, right? This little beast, I like it a lot. Why don't you give someone my Bloodwing rock to swallow, and how about I let her go? But Captain Red Sakura was very firm. No how, I'm determined to save the people, no one can stop me. Also, I lent her this puppy, you want my dog? With that said, Red Cherry's jade hand gently twisted, placing Qilin in front of her chest. Qilin slid in smoothly and experienced what it meant to survive in the cracks. Frog fun, this is unbeatable. Fairy sister, I love it so much. You really think I'm a cutie? I'll take this dog today. The Blood Shadow couldn't hold back and struck an eagle claw hand, attacking Qilin in Red Sakura's arms. Red Sakura frowned slightly, preparing to block the blow. However, he did not expect Qilin to stretch out a beastly claw and meet the Blood Shadow's eagle-clawed hand. Boom! The beast's claws and the eagle's clawed hand exchanged blows now, and Bloodshot's right hand went numb, and the huge force shook his entire arm to the point that it was gently trembling. Worthy of being the good dog of the young master of Red Cherry, I am admiring. The Blood Shadow's eyes were heavy, and he was halfway through his sentence when he saw a beastly figure with gnarled muscles and a Sanskrit inscription on its forehead flash behind Qilin. Ancestral soul protection triggered. This curse effect is bludgeon to the vitals. Qilin's eyebrows were exempt. Boo! A popping sound came out from Blood Shadow's crotch, and the sound wave that was raised directly lifted Blood Shadow's robes. A drop of blood slid down the leg of his pants. He slowly lowered his head, his frown deepening. Young Master Red Sakura, you've gone too far. One can only say that a fifth-order powerhouse deserves to be a fifth-order powerhouse. The Blood Shadow turned around and left without changing his color, not even a hint of disorder in his pace. It was just the individual red dots that fell down the legs of his pants that sent chills down his spine. What did you just do, little one? At this point, even Red Sakura was a bit confused, pawing Qilin and looking at him. The little beast had horns on its head and looked like a puppy. It doesn't look particularly special. Such a small dog was able to block Bloodshot's attack. It also backhanded Bloodshot's vitals. Don't look at Bloodshot as nothing on the surface, but Red Sakura, as an emotion master, could detect the crazy mood swings inside him. That's a broken defense. To be able to make a fifth-ranked professional break his defense, you little guy, remarkable. Red Sakura smiled and rubbed Qilin's cheeks. It's a little embarrassing to say so much about myself. Qilin shyly rubbed against Red Cherry's big cherry. Red Cherry didn't care about Qilin's mooching behavior and sized up Ling Qingyao. Captain Sama, thank you for coming to the rescue. Ling Qingyao respectfully thanked Red Cherry. Aha! Red Sakura nodded, her eyes nostalgic as she asked, is she okay, Ruyan? You know my teacher? Ling Qingyao was a bit surprised. There are some things that aren't convenient here, so let's go back to the blimp first. After saying that, Red Cherry brought Ling Qingyao towards the ferrying blimp. Chapter 35, Miss Magic City is passionate like fire. The Magic City University pushes. In the captain's room of the ferryman's dirigible. What's for dinner? By the stove, Captain Red Cherry opened the refrigerators and looked towards Qilin and Ling Qingyao. Meat. Qilin answered without thinking. The eyes surveyed the captain's room. Thought the captain's room was couch seating or had a helm or something. But in reality, the style of the captain's room in Red Sakura was so commonplace as to be taken for granted. Because this is a kitchen. Sister Red Sakura, your captain's room is truly unique. You mean the kitchen, huh? I usually like to cook, I make most of the meals on the ship myself. Red Sakura smiled. Ta-da-da-day. On the chopping board, the meteoric iron chopper and the ironwood anvil made a crisp and pleasing clash. While skillfully chopping vegetables, Red Cherry explained to Ling Qingyao, "Are you curious about your teacher's relationship with me?" Aha! Ling Qingyao nodded. She had been curious about Lu Ruoyan from the start, but inquiries about her teacher's life were never answered. I hope I can get some answers from Ms. Red Sakura. It's nothing really, your teacher and I have known each other since we were kids, she's an excellent heiress to a large family. Red Sakura said while her eyes showed memories as if it was a good time. But after a pause, the words turned, only 10 years ago, Ruoyan was young and impetuous, and couldn't see that the object of the marriage contract was a waste of space, so she went to the door to withdraw from the marriage. As a result, that man not only repudiated her, but also made a heavenly oath in public to go to her home to fulfill his 3-year engagement. That man is extremely talented, a hidden SSS level fire profession, growing all the way up to the 8th rank legendary Yen Emperor. The Ruoyan family could only expel her from the family due to pressure. After listening to her words, Ling Qingyao's face was complex as she recalled Lu Ruoyan's head full of white hair. So it turns out that teacher Ruoyan still has such a difficult story to look back on. Wait a minute. Qilin poked his head out of Ling Qingyao's head, his little furry face shocked. Why is this plot so familiar? The fallen genius, who came to the door to withdraw from the marriage and was repudiated backhandedly, made a 3-year contract. Then he was punched in the face by the 8th Order legendary Inferno Emperor. This can't be the main character, can it? If the man's last name was Shaw, this would be a jinx. No wonder Ms. Ruoyan has a head full of white hair, she seems to have a lot of experience. Ms. Ruoyan didn't do anything wrong in the first place, and that person went too far. Ling Qingyao felt bad for teacher Ruoyan. Alas, these are some old adult scores, although Ruoyan never mentioned it to me, but she also has a breath held in her heart, or else she wouldn't have been so attentive to cultivate you, a student with the same SSS rank talent. Are you saying that Ms. Wakame wants me to help her take revenge? Maybe. Okay, when Qilin and I grow up, we'll be sure to go and teach that man a good lesson for Ms. Lu. Looking at Ling Qingyao's determined face, Qilin felt a tightness in his heart. No, why do you want to make this flag? Shoveler, you're really hurting people. Ziring. As the meat-scented meal started, Qilin's mood was restored by gorging on meat. Yendi is nothing, eaten and put rampant. By the way Qingyao, I haven't asked you yet, what race is this little beast of yours, to be able to fight back against a 5th-ranked Blood Shadow, it's at least SS rank potential, right? I'm not sure about Qilin's race but its potential instrument test is C grade. Hearing Red Cherry say that Qilin was an SS rank potential, Ling Qingyao smiled awkwardly. Class C? It shouldn't be. Red Cherry was taken aback, wondering if Ling Qingyao was lying to her. However, seeing Ling Qingyao's face that did not look like it was faking, Hong Sakura was a bit convinced. Certain exotic beasts have special instincts, and Qilin might be a special counter-exotic beast. I heard you say that you're going to the magic capital to take the Imperial Beast Master examination. I wonder how many levels you are now. You awakened last month, so you should still be a little short of the 2nd rank, right? Combined with this little beast's C rank potential, your cultivation speed will only slow down the more you drag it out. Red Cherry was a bit worried about Ling Qingyao's future. Originally, he thought that Ling Qingyao would be able to help Ruoyan deal with that man. But a contracted beast with C rank potential can only end in regret. It's slowing down the cultivation speed, only it's me who's slowing down Qilin. Ling Qingyao laughed bitterly and touched Qilin who had his head down to devour the meat of the foreign beast. Because it's level 19, according to the rank of the professional, it's now the strength of the early 3rd rank, while I'm only the middle of the 2nd rank. What realm was it, the middle of the 2nd order? This little beast is even higher, at level 19? It's not blowing awesome. Red Cherry looked at Ling Qingyao incredulously. Girl, you won't have your head tainted with ominousness, right? Even if you're in the middle of the 2nd rank for a month, you're still at level 19, you think this is playing monsters and upgrading. The lower secret realm doesn't even have this speed. It's true. Ling Qingyao couldn't help but cry and laugh. No one in their right mind would believe Zirin and her leveling up. If she hadn't experienced it herself, she wouldn't have believed it herself. Sister isn't that gullible, unless. Red Sakura rubbed her chin in thought. 10 minutes later. Drop. The alien beast's race is unknown, level 19. I'll rub it in. It's still really 19 levels. Red Sakura looked at Qilin with a stunned expression. The instruments hadn't made a mistake, then this little guy's strength was actually level 15. 19 levels, this is surprisingly true. Red Cherry looked at Ling Qingyao with a complicated face and said seriously, then your rank is really mid-second stage? The words fell. Only to see Ling Qingyao raise her right hand, a streak of crimson light colored the entire room red. Mid-second order, crimson glow. Seeing this crimson glow, Red Sakura's eyes flared with gravity, and drops of cold sweat slid down her forehead. 1 month's time to cultivate to the middle of the second stage. Even she and Lu Ruoyan didn't have this kind of terrifying cultivation speed. This man and beast, what the hell did they grow up eating? I've had my share of beans. Red Sakura walked quickly to her desk as if she had thought of something. Opening the drawer, she took out a gilt letter and handed it to Ling Qingyao. Take it, Qingyao, this is the limit of what sister can help you with. This is? Ling Qingyao looked at the letter that was handed over to her. It had a line of large letters written on it, letter of recommendation from Mordor University. As long as you enter the Imperial Beastmaster Association, you will be able to report directly to Mordor University with this. But the prerequisite is that you must pass the Imperial Beastmaster examination. Such a precious thing, sister, Ling Qingyao still wanted to refuse, but on second thought, she really needed an environment to become stronger. The Magic City, one of the most developed cities in Donghuan Kingdom, was a good place for her to come into her own. Magic City University, she had to enter so that she could become strong as soon as possible. I understand. Ling Qingyao nodded solemnly. A few days went by backwards. The ferry blimp arrived at a jungle outside of Mordor and landed straight away. Ling Qingyao disembarked from the airship and followed the map, arriving at the location of the Magic Capital's Imperial Beastmaster Association. Qilin, wake up, it's our turn to sign up. At the entrance of the Imperial Beastmaster Association, Ling Qingyao softly woke up Qilin. Ah! Are we there yet? Qilin poked his head out of Ling Qingyao's arms and yawned, revealing 2 small tiger teeth. There were young ladies around who saw the scene and felt their hearts melt. What a cute little beast to pet. Sister, can I see your little baby? Several fragrant and glutinous young ladies came together around Ling Qingyao, each one shaking. It was dizzying to watch Qilin's eyes glaze over. The ladies of Magic City are also enthusiastic, aren't they? Chapter 36, Beastmaster Examination. Stunning the 4 directions. No way, Qilin is mine, letting you guys down. Ling Qingyao was cold and seemed a bit wary of looking at these women. Mordor women dress up in a flamboyant way, in case they bring down Qilin, it's not good. Afterward, she led Qilin towards the entrance of the Imperial Beastmaster Association. The Imperial Beastmaster Association was a building that resembled a large auditorium, covering dozens of acres of land. In front of the main gate, a number of Imperial Beastmasters with exotic beasts were walking around. Seemingly all of them were people who had come to apply for the Imperial Beastmaster qualification. There was no shortage of older people, as well as some middle-aged people. Most of them had taken the test countless times, so it was evident that the difficulty of this Beastmaster examination. On the street where people were coming and going, Ling Qingyao was weaving in and out of the crowd. He squeezed into the Imperial Beastmaster Association registration office and paid the $10,000 registration fee. Little sister is only 16, huh? Never mind, here's your number plate with the exam time on it, go line up. The enrollment office personnel looked at the youthful Ling Qingyao and handed her a number plate. Ling Qingyao said thank you and lined up directly in the crowd. Surprised looks were thrown around. It's interesting to see a 16-year-old come to rely on the Imperial Beastmaster. It's good to see, even if it costs $10,000. Huh, this little girl, I'm afraid it's not from the countryside. Looking at this dress, I know that it's already going to be broke. Ling Qingyao ignored their murmurs and entered the examination site inside the hall. On the dark black testing platform, there were already people taking the test, and there was a long line of people under the platform. The site order is being assessed in an organized manner. Songbei, 20 years old, early second stage realm, S-rank occupation ice control beastmaster. On the test bench, the presiding administrator loudly announced the information about the white-haired teenager on the stage. The teenager walked off the stage with an expressionless face, as if he wasn't quite satisfied with his performance. The people around him looked at him with sizzling eyes and marveled. A 20-year-old early second stage advancement, which family's little genius is this? That's really strong. I wouldn't have wasted half my life if I had such an S-ranked profession in the first place. Every year, geniuses emerge from the Imperial Beastmaster examination. Didn't our Eastern brilliant lady war goddess take the examination at the magic capital Imperial Beastmaster Association before she became a mythic rank? Her record at the time was an 18-year-old late second rank, SSS-ranked professional summoner, but it scared the president of the association out of his wits. The murmurs from the stage reached Ling Qingyao's ears. The female god of war, Yuki Masharo, she is also a summoner. This senior's light shines too brightly. Being a summoner myself, it's a bit stressful. Ling Qingyao shook her head with a bitter smile. What are you afraid of? With this Qilin around, you're afraid you won't become a myth in the future. Well. Ling Qingyao nodded and waited at ease for the rankings to rise. The minutes ticked by. There were more than 800 people in total, and only a few dozens of people passed the first level of strength test. Even if the test condition was only the second rank, there were many people who stopped at the door. Next, number 717, Ling Qingyao. The administrator announced aloud. It was Ling Qingyao's turn to take the stage. She took a deep breath and walked step by step along the line under the stage to the testing platform. She had excellent looks and a perfect body, and she was holding a fluffy and cute puppy in her arms, which instantly attracted murmurs from the crowd. The originally listless pair of eyes instantly lit up. This young lady is superb. I want to be the dog in her arms too. It's not right, this girl is at most a high school student, only awakening her profession is possible. This dares to participate in the Imperial Beastmaster. I'm afraid it's not even a first-order consummation. The crowd was talking, but most of them were not optimistic about Ling Qingyao's performance. I hadn't heard that big family in Magic City had such a young genius. Probably out-of-towners, coming over to try their luck. Thinking that if you were on the thighs of the Imperial Beastmaster Association on the list, you would have a trouble-free future. But in reality, this thigh is not so easy to climb. Ling Qingyao ascended the testing platform and slowly placed her hand on the testing instrument amidst the attention of the crowd. Eyes grew firm. The people who came before her were powerful, but that didn't mean she couldn't go further. The tester looked at Ling Qingyao's expression and thought she was nervous. There were few teenage girls like her who wanted to take their chances, and the testers were used to it. Inject mental energy into it when you're ready, and as a first time, I can let you test it a few more times before. Buzz. Halfway through his words, suddenly, a blinding crimson glow bloomed from the testing instrument in front of Ling Qingyao. Nima. Middle of the second order. Watching this scene, the tester's eyes went wide. Repeatedly, he poked at the list in his hand and at the test instruments. No, you're only 16. How come you're in the middle of the second stage? So, what's wrong with that? Ling Qingyao frowned as she looked at the tester. Nope, no problem. The tester gulped and announced loudly, number 717, Ling Qingyao, 16 years old, middle of the second stage. Vocation it is. He was instantly confused when he saw the occupation displayed on the testing instrument, summoner. The words fell. Grip. Summoner? What a career. The crowd on stage was stunned, their brows deeply furrowed. How come they hadn't heard that there was a profession called grip summoner? But then, on the public screen on the test bench, Ling Qingyao's message was displayed. Look at the crimson SSS-ranked profession above, summoner. The crowd's pupils all contracted to the size of pinpoints and were filled with disbelief. What the hell? SSS class summoner. Isn't this the occupation of a female god of war? History repeats itself again. This place, the magic capital, has produced another supreme heavenly pride. Still TM 16 years old in the middle of the second rank. Does this mean that when she turns 18 again, she can surpass to the heights that Lord Yukimura Haru had in the beginning? This statement was made. The hall fell into silence. Everyone's faces were marked with gravity as they looked towards the young girl on the high platform with complicated eyes. Do whatever it takes to find out her identity, our Magic City Yi family, we can't afford to lose such a good seedling. Yes. In a VIP seat that was unique to a large family, the old man from the Yi family of the Magic Capital instructed his subordinates. There were also quite a few people from the surrounding families who were foolish enough to want to pull Ling Qingyao in. They carried exhilaration in their eyes. Wouldn't it be a waste if such a genius didn't join a worldly family? Last time, she missed out on the female god of war. This time Ling Qingyao definitely wasn't allowed to miss out. Silence. At this moment, a Chinese-robed old man with a full head of Chinese hair and a refreshed spirit transiently moved over the testing apparatus. His voice was low and carried an unquestionable majesty. The cacophony of voices around them quieted instantly. It was only because he was the president of the Magic Capital Imperial Beastmaster Association, a 7th-order Seal King-level powerhouse, Zhou Xinghua. Mr. Zhou isn't doing this to snatch people, but to simply maintain the test. Zhou Xinghua's eyes swept around and rested on those restless lineages. The people of the world family blanched slightly and cursed Zhou Xinghua for being an old fox. Also said that it is not robbing people, or participating in the Royal Beastmaster Association examination, when Ling Qingyao passes the examination, is not at his people. Little girl, the next level is a test of the mind, are you ready? Zhou Xinghua ignored the line of sight of the people of the world and turned his head to look at Ling Qingyao. Well, Gramps, I'm ready. Ling Qingyao wasn't sure of the identity of the person in front of her, but she shouldn't be the one hindering her examination. Good. Zhou Xinghua smiled faintly as his palm waved out a handful of illusionary mist to wrap Ling Qingyao. Chapter 37, A Sword Breaks the Illusionary Realm. It was a pity that the summoned beast was a waste. The next second, Ling Qingyao's eyes flashed before her eyes, and when she opened them again, she had already arrived in a hazy mist. There was a bright light ahead that looked like an exit. It was just that these mists seemed to have the effect of stirring up the mood, and Ling Qingyao felt extremely unsettled inside. Consciousness grew drowsy in the misty haze. Clank! At the critical moment, Ling Qingyao drew the ice-glazed sword in her hand and activated the emotionless sword technique. All the inner agitation was dispelled by the state of Tai Shan oblivion. Turns out it was an illusion. Ling Qingyao carried her sword and killed the exit with quick steps. And this scene was put in the eyes of the crowd by the light screen. The crowd looked at Ling Qingyao in amazement, only feeling that this young girl had an unrelenting sharpness. This speed of passing through the illusion proved that she was pure inside, without a single distraction. Good seedling. A great candidate for the absolute best. Illusion. Clank. A sharp sword flash. Ling Qingyao killed Lu Ruoyan, who was blocking her way, with a sword. Entering the emotionless sword Dao, even if it was teacher Ryu in the illusion, don't try to hinder her. The exit of the illusion was just a few meters away at this point. Ling Qingyao walked over step by step, with a faint smile under her eyes. It was easy to cut through the illusion. However, a rustling of footsteps appeared in the illusionary exit ahead. No matter who it is, I'm going to kill them with one sword. Ling Qingyao raised the ice-glazed sword in her hand, her eyes like ice. But the composure in her eyes was gone after seeing the little beast that walked out of the illusion. Is that Ziring? With horns on his head and a furry face that was adorable, the body that looked like a marshmallow bounced closer. Qilin! Don't you come over! Ling Qingyao's eyes showed panic, and her hand holding the ice-glazed sword trembled gently. Fine, but Qingyao, don't you recognize me? The plush head tilted and crouched down obediently, his little tail wagging gently behind him. The gentle and lovely look melted Ling Qingyao's heart. This was even more adorable than the Qilin Ling Qingyao remembered. Even if they knew it was an illusion, even if they knew it wasn't Qilin, she still couldn't bear to lay her hands on this little guy Qilin. Once stabbed, she would never be in a peaceful mood. I'm sorry, little one, I know you're a fake. Ling Qingyao slowly raised the ice-glazed sword in her hand. How I wish it was a demon or just anyone right now. As long as it wasn't Qilin, she would be willing to deal with the demon god even if she was asked to do so. Madaka! The cold sword light flashed, and the sound of the sword echoed through the illusionary realm. Ling Qingyao's figure seemed to transform into swordlight, and the tip of her sword was like cutting tofu, easily splitting Qilin. Qilin flew in midair, his body dissipated into a point of light. The illusion collapsed at that moment. As the surrounding mist receded, Ling Qingyao regained her clarity and realized that she was still standing on the testing platform. She immediately lowered her head. Qilin, are you alright? What could I be up to, somehow? Qilin looked at Ling Qingyao strangely. He saw through the illusion from the beginning. After all, the Qilin golden pupil could break through confusion, and even if the illusion was cast by a Seal King powerhouse, it would still be immune. It's great that you're okay, it really scared me to death, I was afraid that a sword would kill you. Ling Qingyao buried Qilin into her arms and lovingly rubbed her cheek against Qilin. Qilin squeezed so hard that he was almost deformed, and his little face said angrily, "Let go, there are still so many people." Oh. Ling Qinyao let go of her hand and realized that each of the surrounding spectators had a look of disbelief on their faces. To cut through the illusion so quickly, I'm afraid that this young girl's identity is not simple. There's definitely a high level of guidance behind him, perfect talent, perfect heart. It's almost like the heavens have blessed my Donghuang kingdom with another supreme pride. The people of the family were shocked as they looked at Ling Qinyao on the stage. Hands in their pockets have been spreading this one message back to the Shire. And all of this, Ling Qinyao was completely unaware of the fact that she had become the center of the world's family's rivalry. Ling Qinyao looked towards the old gentleman beside her and smiled. Old grandpa, am I considered to have passed the Imperial Beast Master examination? Zhou Xinghua didn't respond, but looked at the clearance time displayed on the light screen. Fierce ripples rippled through his eyes for a long time. 53s, less than a minute. Even that lord took 3 minutes. This young girl had actually broken through the illusion with a single sword. If it hadn't been for the little beast at the end getting in the way, she might have been out of the illusion in 10 seconds. And the hesitation at the end lowers the rating though. But that's right up the old man's alley. Zhou Xinghua laughed with emotion. Well, it's true that the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the future. My great Donghuang is full of talents, this is the will of God. Ling Qingyao's mercy with that sword was what a human should react to. Imperial Beast Masters, if they don't even have a bit of compassion for the Imperial Beasts, then what's the difference between this and that bunch of births from the Abyssal Order? Girl, you passed the Imperial Beast Master test, but your Imperial Beast is still missing a practical test. Zhou Xinghua nodded in satisfaction and said with his hands behind his back, this will determine your ranking, as well as the benefits you can enjoy. Good. Ling Qinyao nodded seriously. Subsequently, under Zhou Xinghua's leadership, Ling Qinyao arrived at a wide sparring ground. It was a battlefield made of hard black stone, and the sides of the platform were filled with spectators. People who had previously passed the rank and illusion test were also lined up here. However, with the arrival of Zhou Xinghua, Ling Qinyao directly jumped the queue to become the first person to test. Xilin, it's your turn to perform, I can only direct you from the stage, go for it. Ling Qinyao stood outside the sparring ring and placed Xilin on the sparring platform. Do you really want me on it? Xilin grasped Ling Qingyao's paw and said that he was not willing to let go. Let go, Zirin, the dress is breaking. Ling Qinyao instantly laughed a bit bitterly. If you don't get on, we won't be able to enjoy the benefits. I've heard that one of the highest perks of an Imperial Beast Master is a sea view villa, which is worth millions of dollars. Magic City inches of land, a set of sea view villa, the value is absolutely not expensive. This Imperial Beast Master's welfare package was really generous. Worth $10 million, kind of interesting. Xilin's eyes revealed his wariness. Since this was the case, it would be good to show his hand slightly. Xilin turned around and walked towards the testing apparatus that tested the level of the Fey beasts. The staff stood beside the apparatus, smiling in anticipation of Xilin's performance. Even if it looked like a small white dog, this was a summoned beast of a SSS level summoner. How can it be simple? Wow! This puppy is so cute, who knows what kind of exotic beast it is, I want to buy one too. Whose princess are you? Don't you know that this is a top foreign beast? Don't look at it like a puppy, in fact, this is only the norm, when the test reveals the prototype, you are how majestic it is. Yeah, it's a good thing you warned me, I almost thought it was a puppy. Not bad, after all, it's the summoned beast of an SSS rank summoner, how could it be weaker? The onlookers murmured, their eyes looking expectantly at Xilin on the field. Only Xilin stretched out his furry paw and touched the testing instrument. The record of the phase level is made before the match, which is the process of the official Imperial Beast match. Xilin had to obediently do as he was told. However, amidst everyone's expectant gazes, a mechanical voice announcement echoed into the void. Race, unknown. Potential, C+. Level, 19. Skills, none. This beast does not possess any skills at the moment, and they are included in the database. Clam? After hearing this broadcast, all the people at the scene had their pupils shrunk. It's not right. That's a real puppy. So what if a sword breaks the illusion, the contracted beast is a waste, and she, Ling Qinyao, is a joke? Someone sneered at Ling Qinyao. Zhou Xinghua's eyes showed seriousness as he sized up Ling Qinyao, trying to discern some suspicion. Girl, are you sure this is your summoned beast and not some pet? However, he did not see a single trace of abnormality from Ling Qinyao face. Old grandpa, Xilin is my summoned beast. Ling Qinyao said without the slightest surprise. Zhou Zhenghua sighed and shook his head, seemingly extremely regretful. It's a shame about this talent. Such a genius, and the summoned beast was actually a C-class alien beast. Low-level summoning beasts, delaying the big event. Chapter 38, Instantaneous S-Class Fey Beast. This little beast where? What a good talent Ling Qingyao has, but it's wasted on a summoned beast. Aren't foreign beasts with C-rank potential everywhere? But this puppy isn't low-level, is it really that much of a rookie? Levels don't matter, can't you see that this little white dog doesn't have a single skill, how can it even fight against each other? Amidst the ridicule of the crowd, Ling Qingyao's opponent also appeared on the battlefield. That person was none other than the white-haired teenager Song Bai that Ling Qingyao had seen earlier. Since Zhou Zhenghua had brought Ling Qingyao to cut in, he coincidentally held up the other side. I thought it would be a bitter battle, but I didn't expect your summoned beasts to be so weak, it's really heaven's help. Looking at the little white dog on the stage, Song Bai's eyes showed ecstasy. He was worried that he couldn't find a suitable great family in the Magic City, and now that he had defeated Ling Qingyao, he would definitely be able to make a name for himself. Don't blame me for being cruel. White, use that move. Song Bai commanded a large ice-typed snake with snow-white scales and scarlet pupils beside him. The ice-based serpent spat out its snake letters and rustling snowflakes descended around its body. In the next second, its figure appeared directly on the opposing battlefield. S-Class Beast, Extreme Cold Snow Serpent. The surrounding people recognized the race of the long snake and looked at Qilin with pity in their eyes. This Fey beast was notoriously brutal and cold-blooded, and even Imperial Beast Masters had the possibility of being swallowed alive. The famous technique wind and snow concealment was even more insidious, and its whereabouts were completely unknown. Ling Qingyao's eyes were slightly gloomy as she used her contract to contact Qilin. It's okay, Qilin, this is them having eyes without talent, you'll prove it to them in this battle. However, this is an S-Class potential alien beast with a level similar to yours, so you have to be careful. If you're accidentally sneaked up on, you surrender and don't try to be brave. The message went out and there was a delayed response. Ling Qingyao looked at the stage and realized that Qilin was crouching on the ground and yawning. His drowsy appearance was not meant to be a sparring match by any stretch of the imagination. Damn, Qilin won't be gullible. Ling Qingyao was inevitably worried. Girl, this foreign beast of yours is more than likely to be fierce. Zhou Zhenghua's eyes were old and saw the extraordinary nature of this extremely cold snow snake of Song Bai. From the snake's scaled surface resembling a snake mold, it could have learned some sort of body substitution skill. Ling Qingyao's face was grave, and in her heart, she was even more worried about Qilin's state. But the referee on the field is already on the field, holding the game's flag high. The battle begins. The words fell. An awkward scene came instead. Qilin stayed where he was without moving, while the extremely cold snow snake also stayed where he was. His eyes were lifeless and looked extremely dull. Not right. This extreme cold snow snake has no breath of life, is it dead? The surrounding people exclaimed. However, Song Bai smiled contemptuously. Death? Do you think of this little beast as some big boss pretending to be a pig? Extremely cold snow snake, shedding shells must be killed. As Song Bai's voice came out. Only to the opposite side of the battlefield, a trailing trail appeared behind Qilin. A pair of red vertical pupils were violently propped open, and a huge snake head appeared next to Qilin's head. Just the head of the snake was more massive than Qilin's entire body. It was as if a hunting snake had met its favorite mouse. This bizarre scene directly caused the crowd to be shocked. Didn't even see the movements of the extremely cold snow snake. Why did it appear directly behind that puppy? This is Song Bai's cultivation technique. The extremely cold snow snake camouflages its body with its snake molt, and then its main body uses the wind and snow to become invisible. That means it acted before the referee even called it a start. No, that's not a foul. Foul or not, there is only one winner in a matchup. Between the people's discussion, Ling Qingyao's forehead was crossed with cold sweat, her face clouded over. Hesitant to raise his hands in surrender. Just then. Hiss. A serpentine cry came out as the extremely cold snow snake held open its faceplate-sized snake mouth and bit sharply at Qilin. Qilin looked at the black shadow on the ground. Turning his head, his eyes teasingly looked at the pouncing extremely cold snow snake. That was fast, little white snake. Boo! At that moment, the extremely cold snow snake was as if it had bitten into some hard stone, and its mouth full of sharp teeth was unable to pierce this layer of defense. Ding! Ancestral soul protection has been triggered. The effect of this curse is, strike to the vitals. A gnarled, muscular, great compassionate golden Qilin silhouette flashed directly around Qilin. Next. Boom. The giant snake image was kicked hard by something. The snake's body flew backwards in a U shape, like a cannonball, and smashed heavily outside the confrontation. The ground stirred up a handful of smoke, and an agonizing serpentine cry rang out from the smoke. Songbai froze for 2 seconds, then ran over in horror. Only to see the extremely cold snow snake dying and falling to the ground, a large hole broken open in its 7 inches, with blood pouring out. Its breath instantly shriveled and it seemed to have a short life ahead of it. No. No way. What the hell just happened? White, don't scare me. Songbai knelt down beside the extremely cold snow snake, looking at the hideous wounds. His hands couldn't stop trembling. Luckily, it didn't take long for the Royal Beastmaster Association's healer to run over and bring the extremely cold snow snake forward for treatment. This scene just happened in a flash of lightning. The crowd didn't even react before they saw the extremely cold snow snake being carried away. Huh? The crowd was filled with confusion, black question marks written all over their faces. No, this will work. Take a bite, chip your own teeth, and then fly off on your own? What the hell was that golden figure? No, look at how many seconds have passed since the matchmaking time. Zhou Shinkong came to his senses and pointed at the referee on the stage. That referee also instantly came back to his senses, took out his recorder, and said with a trembling voice, from the beginning of the battle to the extreme cold snow snake flying out, only 5 seconds have passed. As the words fell, the field resounded with to the sound of cold air being drawn. Hiss. The crowd looked at the marshmallow-like figure on the field in shock. You're not kidding, 5 seconds. Kill the opponent in seconds. Is this the same cute little canine? Against an instant second S-rank Fey Beast, who says this Fey Beast is weak. This puppy beast is fantastic. I'm envious too. Zhou Xinghua deeply exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. With his vision he couldn't understand exactly what had just happened. But it didn't hurt that he was greatly shaken. Girl, this foreign beast of yours, where did you summon it from? Why is it so unique and powerful? Me. Ling Qingyao didn't know how to answer, she was a bit confused herself. It should be my skill in summoning beasts, but old grandpa, have I passed the Imperial Beast Master test now? Passed, you still passed with first place. If this wasn't first place, then no one in the Imperial Beast Master Association would be qualified to claim first place. Zhou Xinghua nodded and handed Ling Qingyao a thick envelope. Inside here is a set of house deeds, as well as the maximum benefits a Royal Beastmaster can receive each month. You go and acclimatize yourself to the house first, and after that, someone will give you a detailed explanation. Yes. Ling Qingyao took the envelope with a precious hand. Chapter 39, Extreme Sea View Villa. Strongly suppressing the worldly family. A villa area called Magic City Royal Beast International, at the intersection. Thank you Grandpa Zhou, let's stop here, Qilin and I will go up by ourselves. In front of the black sedan, Ling Qingyao got out of the car and waved at Zhou Xinghua. What a nice girl, if only she were my granddaughter. We can't let her be brought down by the world. In front of the car window, Zhou Xinghua was still a bit uneasy and reminded, Xingyao girl, don't forget what I told you, those people from the Shijiazhuang family will definitely be restless when they know your potential. Got it. Ling Qingyao nodded and watched Zhou Xinghua's sedan drift away. Afterward, Ling Qingyao turned around and walked into the villa area. Follow the door number to the entrance of a large 2-story villa. Iron-fenced gate, European-style building with marble floors in the courtyard. The villa is bordered by the sea to the east, and there is even a wet and salty sea breeze blowing across the yard. Ling Qingyao took a deep breath, feeling refreshed. Nah, Zirin, this is our new home from now on. Upon hearing this, the seasick Qilin gradually awoke, and after poking his head out, he looked at the villa and was taken aback. Holy! What a superb ocean view villa! And there were all sorts of formations that assisted in cultivation. Just staying here feels like an abundance of aura. Shoveler, this Imperial Beast Master is treated well, this house is 10,000 times better than your house. As bad as my house is, it's not that much of a stretch. Ling Qingyao's gaze was unkind as she jerked Qilin's fur that felt so good in her hands. Well, the mood is much better. Afterward, Ling Qingyao took out her door card, opened the villa's gate, and strolled around the villa. Probably because it was the top-ranked Imperial Beast examination score. Ling Qingyao's villa had all kinds of facilities, and the efficiency of the exclusive cultivation room was 5 times that of ordinary cultivation. The refrigerator and cellar also stored enough third-order alien beast meat for Qilin to eat for a month. Frog fun. It's developed, just the perks are equivalent to 2 A-level contracts. Qilin collapsed onto the bed on all fours, his entire plush, snow-white body sinking into the soft, large bed. Shulton. Qilin rolled over and looked at the delicate figure bathing in the bathroom. Don't forget to practice too, shoveler. Good. The next day, 8 o'clock in the morning. Ling Qingyao was making breakfast for Qilin when the doorbell was rung. Ding bell. Zirin, you go open the door. Who is it? Nothing to do early in the morning, is it? Disturbing someone's sleep. Zirin, who was sleeping on the couch, jumped to the floor impatiently. Squeaky. Opening the door, he was met by 2 men with kind smiles, an older man and an incredibly handsome young man. Ling Qingyao wore an apron and walked over, seeing these 2 strangers that she didn't recognize. Miss Ling Qingyao, my name is Yi Han of the Devil's Capital Yi family, and I've come to the door to invite you to become our Yi family's offering. As a sign of sincerity, this is the monthly list our Yi family has prepared for you. The person who said it had blue hair and called himself Yi Han. He humbly and courteously looked at the old man on the side, Uncle Spirit. Miss Qingyao, this is the sincerity of our Yi family. The old man surnamed Ji took out a hot stamped card and explained, what's on here is a 10-fold benefit that we've made in comparison to the Imperial Beast Master Association, and we, the Yi family, can underwrite the materials for your advancement up to the 7th rank. No restrictions on any of your freedoms, just a need for you to step in and help out at some point. 10 times the benefits of a Beast Master? It also wraps up promotion materials. Listening to the old man's words, Ling Qingyao's eyes frowned slightly. To be honest, she was a little ticked off. It wasn't just her, even Qilin was a bit moved. The Magic City Yi family has simply put down blood money, and in order to recruit shovelers, the promotion materials are all wrapped up. Should I say that poverty limits one's imagination, or is the Yi family really rich and powerful? Qilin looked towards Ling Qingyao, and seeing that this girl was intent on doing so, he spoke out to remind her. Shoveler, joining the lineage isn't that simple. Once you are labeled as a Yi family, all your future achievements will be attributed to the Yi family, and I suggest no. When these words came out, Yi Han and the old man frowned slightly, seemingly surprised that Qilin could still speak. However, they did feel that this little beast was not low in spirit and could see through the true colors of the worldly family. But so what, it's just a summoned beast, can it still choose the summoner? The corner of Yi Han's mouth hooked up into a teasing smile. You just got a lucky win over the S-class alien beast. You wouldn't think that Miss Qingyao would listen to you, would you? I'm sorry, I'm not joining the Yi family. Yi Han, huh? Why, are you going to reject our Yi family's good intentions just based on the words of a C-class potential alien beast? Yi Han frowned deeply. Ling Qingyao shook her head. It has nothing to do with Qilin, it's that I don't have any thoughts of joining a lineage for the time being. No ideas? What a lie. Yi Han looked at the old man and a cold light flashed under his eyes. Ling Qingyao, don't refuse to eat the wine, our young master loves talent, that's why he's giving you these rewards. If you don't agree, don't blame me for stepping in to teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. The old man surnamed Ji's pale eyes chilled as a majestic power bulged from his body. The aura belonging to the late 4th stage was like a blazing sun, vaporizing the air as the temperature of the room soared. Boo! The glass windows of the living room were shattered, and the pressure of a 4th-ranked powerhouse was as terrifying as it was. Ling Qingyao's face was slightly gloomy. Do you dare to take a shot at me? Miss Qingyao is a genius of the Royal Beast Master Association. The Yi family naturally can't be hurt, but... Yi Han looked towards the small white-furred dog at Ling Qingyao's feet and sneered slightly. You don't want to see this puppy get hurt, do you? Uncle Ling, do it. The old man nodded and raised his hand to aim at Qilin. Yet in the very next second. Boom! There was a pop from the ceiling, the rattle of a crushed beam. What? Yi Han raised his head violently, only to see a golden mountain jade seal pressing down from the sky. The terrifying impression was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on Yi Han and the old man surnamed Yi's shoulders. Damn, is this Ling Qingyao's tactic? Yi Han's face was livid and terrified, realizing that his legs were filled with lead. If he was pressed down like this, he was afraid that he would die on the spot. Young master, go! The 4th-ranked old man's face was equally pale as he raised his hands, releasing 2 streams of flames to defend against the mountain river seal. Boom! The flames attacked the mountain river seal, slowing down its suppression. "You're at the 4th rank and I'm not. I can't even move now." Yihan cursed angrily. His whole body was stiff, not to mention walking, even moving his fingers was difficult. "Ling Qingyao, it's because we have no eyes. Please ask the senior behind you to be magnanimous. This is something that our Yi family has done unorthodoxly. Please forgive senior. This time when we go back, we will definitely tighten our grip." The old man shouted loudly. "And who are you talking to?" Qilin's forehead darkened, and the small beast claws that manipulated the mountain river seal tightened and tightened. In the end, it was not suppressed. The Yi family was after all a Mordor family. Not to be compared to the Chen family in Castle Peak City. If he killed it, the Yi family would definitely vow not to stop, and there would be no end to the trouble. "I get it." Yihan couldn't stop his legs from trembling, and his knees were getting closer and closer to the ground. He summoned a scroll from his spatial ring, and with a snap, it fell to the ground. This is a copy of the remnants of the mysterious sword technique. It is said to be a move left behind by a certain sword god senior. Miss Ling Qingyao is a sword user, so consider this as our reparation. How? Ling Qingyao looked towards the scroll on the ground. A few blurred words were written, the words, Taishang Forgetfulness Sword Technique. This is Chapter 40 Remnants of the Supreme Forgetfulness Sword Technique. The Yi family lord was shocked. Yihan had taken out his treasure in a sensible manner, and Qilin didn't want to really shock him to death. After letting Yihan and the old man leave, Qilin watched as Ling Qingyao picked up the remnants of the Supreme Forgetfulness Sword Technique. Qilin, it really is the Taishang Forgetfulness Sword Technique. Ling Qingyao opened the scroll, her beautiful eyes scanning the moves on it with a joyful expression. Although there are parts that overlap with the contents of my inheritance jade slip, this shows that the complete body of this sword skill is far more powerful than imagined. Yeah, let's see. Qilin beckoned his paw, and Ling Qingyao knowingly squatted down, placing the Taishang Forgetfulness Sword Technique in front of Qilin. Name, Sword Skill of Forgetfulness Remnants. Grade, B. Introduction. Once a copy of the remnants of the top sword skill, this remnant records the special sword technique, which can integrate the elements into the sword technique, aggression like fire, swiftness like thunder, immovable like a mountain. Looking at the system's introduction, Qilin nodded. As expected of a Ben Kirin, luck is good. Well, it's just that those two might hold a grudge against us. Ling Qingyao had a worried look on her face. Qilin might not be able to shock and kill a 4th-ranked powerhouse even if he had an S-ranked treasure tool. Limitations at best. She was worried that when the Yi family went back, they would get up the idea of scheming for S-class treasures. Right, that's why you have to grab the sword skill now. It's impossible to break through the 3rd rank in a short period of time, but this sword skill will allow you to increase your strength. Qilin admonished a sentence before looking at the news of Mordor University's enrollment that was playing on the TV. Moreover, we have a letter of recommendation from Mordor University, so we can go into Mordor University first to avoid the storm. Then we'll go now. Ling Qingyao nodded her head and looked at the villa that had just become her new home when a hole was crushed out by the mountain river seal. This place is no good either. Subsequently, Ling Qingyao reported the news of the villa's destruction to the Imperial Beastmaster Association for them to build it. Taking advantage of the few days to build the villa, Ling Qingyao brought Qilin to the Magic City University. In the meantime, the Yi family. Father, this operation, we failed. In the family master's room, Yihan knelt on one knee, burying his head low, not daring to look at the majestic man in front of him who had turned his back. Failed? Did the Zhao family and the Wind family make a move? Yi Hongtian slowly turned around, revealing an ordinary middle-aged face. But those vicissitudes of the eyes had a composure and sophistication beyond the ordinary. No, it was that woman Ling Qingyao herself who didn't agree and even beat me and Uncle Ling. Yihan said with an afterthought. A beating? What a waste. Just after the word waste was said, Yi Hongtian stopped his speech and strongly suppressed the anger in his heart. After all, it's his own flesh and blood, and it's easy to criticize him for beating and scolding too much. Yi Hongtian sighed. Yihan, my father has told you countless times that no matter what kind of problems you face, your heart must be like ice. Stay calm, stay cool, and never have too drastic of an emotional swing. Yes. Yihan nodded seriously and took a few deep breaths to calm his inner agitation. Father was right, even if Ling Qingyao was strong, she couldn't defeat their Yi family. Tell me what happened. Seeing Yihan stabilizing his emotions, Yi Hongtian asked while calmly brewing tea. We failed all because of a golden jade seal. You say a treasure tool makes you guys give up? A layer of coldness surfaced in Yi Hontian's eyes. This son of his, when did he become so timid? A treasure tool that brought him back. Thinking of this, a ball of anger bubbled up in his heart, and with a slightly grimace on his face, he picked up his teacup and took a sip. However, Yi Han didn't realize the change in Yi Hontian's face and was still talking about his reasons to himself. No, father, that jade seal was extraordinary. I was directly suppressed. And Uncle Ling also said that the jade seal was extraordinary, so we had to retreat, so I really don't blame us for being timid. Yi Han still wanted to explain, but a sharp palm shadow landed on his cheek. Enough! Yi Hontian slapped Yi Han's face and was so angry that his pressure was itchy. Making excuses in front of me, you're really out of your league. That old spirit guy also pulled back because of your order, right? Bunch of losers. Do you guys know what Ling Qingyao means? That's an existence that can become the next female god of war in the future. Just because of a tiny jade seal, it scares you guys away. You're really giving me a face. Father, I know I am wrong, but that jade seal. Yi Han covered his red and swollen cheeks, and his eyes set aggrieved. Shut up! Yi Hongtian growled like a wild beast. Yi Han was directly startled and sat on his butt on the ground. I don't want to hear about the jade seal again. Tell me where Yi Ling is? Yi Hongtian raised his feet and walked towards the outside of the house. Uncle Spirit is recuperating. Recuperating? Yi Hongtian frowned slightly. Yeah, got shaken out of our internal injuries by the treasure, otherwise, how could we have come back? What? Yi Ling was a late 4th-ranked fiery mage, so how could he be shocked and injured by a piece of treasure? Does it mean that this treasure is still an S-rank treasure? After clearing his thoughts, Yi Hongtian picked up his own son and asked, Hunter, why didn't you say so earlier? Me. I've always wanted to say it, but father, you always beat me. Yi Han complained. Amount. Yi Hongtian's face stiffened for a moment, a bit choked by the words. Alright, go and investigate for me, make sure to find information about the person behind Ling Qingyao. This is most likely a once-in-a-century S-class treasure, and our Yi family even has only one. Yi Hongtian's eyes revealed a refined aura, and a rich greed surged in his heart. The old patriarch was in control of an S-class treasure, and outsiders couldn't even see it. Even he, Yi Hongtian, had only seen it once. S-class treasures and A-class treasures are not comparable. The difference between the one in the sky and the other in the ground is like mud. It's a double standard when it's clear that the father can't do anything to calm down. Yi Han muttered in veiled disdain and said aloud, Understood father, I'll go investigate Ling Qingyao. On the other side of the room, the admissions office at Mordor University. Ling Qingyao arrived in front of the imposing and atmospheric Mordor University, where the annual enrollment for the Imperial Beast Master Academy was taking place. There was a long line of people at the door, with several teachers in charge of keeping order in front of the gates. Hello, please show us the check-in post. At the window of the gate court, the female teacher in charge of checking the information extended her hand towards Ling Qingyao. Check-in post? Ling Qingyao was slightly stunned. She didn't know that she needed a check-in post to enroll in Mordor University. It's the post we sent you when you passed our exams at Mordor University half a month ago. Wait, you're not here to sign up, are you? Upon hearing this, Ling Qingyao nodded with a stiff smile. Ouch, classmate, do you know that as early as half a month ago, we were enrolling, and now it's the day for new students to check in, you? The female teacher shook her head helplessly. Students who miss enrollment will have to wait another year. But I have this. Ling Qingyao fished out a letter from her bosom. Don't give me that, I'm a school teacher and I don't take money for my work. The female teacher refused in a serious manner, but her palm touched it honestly. So thin? LOL, never mind, it's better than nothing. Feel free to pass it off as selling her a lesson. I'm going to test you on a question, and if you can answer it correctly, I'll. The female teacher was about to make up a title when she suddenly saw a few big words on Ling Qingyao's letter out of the corner of her eye. Letter of recommendation from Mordor University. Recommended by Shangguan Hongzhu. Your sister. Is this a letter of recommendation from Mordor University? The principal only sends out 10 copies a year, and this is the first time I've seen one here. The female teacher was outright confused, and her hand holding the letter was trembling gently. The surrounding teachers sniffed and looked over. A teacher took out a scanner and scanned the security code. Drops. The scanner emits a reassuring green light. It's true. This is that letter of recommendation from the Shangwon family. The recommender is the young family of the present Shangwon family, Miss Shangwon Honzwa. Could this girl be Miss Honzwa's student? Quickly, get out of the way and register this girl. With her there, maybe the order of the admission list will change again. Now those little geniuses will be greeted by real geniuses. Looking at the teachers scrambling to register their information, Ling Qingyao cried and laughed on her face. First time I've ever taken the back door and I didn't realize how comfortable it was. Miss Red Sakura's letter of recommendation is pretty good. Chapter 41, topping the admission list. A chance encounter with an acquaintance. At the tutor's request, Ling Qingyao registered her information. Follow a tutor into the quiet campus. At this time of the year, the Magic City University was still on summer vacation, and most of the students hadn't started school yet. Only freshmen will arrive at MU early to acclimatize to the campus environment. On the boulevard that had fallen withered leaves, the summer sun led Ling Qingyao and her mentor to a square that was filled with people. Qingyao student, this is the place. The female tutor handed Ling Qingyao a student ID card. Later, you will check the admission list here, and after confirming that there are no errors, a teacher will guide you through the placement test. If there are no questions, the teacher will leave first. After the female teacher saw Ling Qingyao's recommendation letter, it was as if she had changed her face and introduced Ling Qingyao carefully. Okay, thanks teacher. Ling Qingyao nodded and watched her teacher leave before walking to the square. Notice that all the people who came here were young people, about her age. Most of the people were already wearing the uniforms of Mordor University. She belonged to the back door and didn't have a uniform yet. At this point, they seemed to be looking up at a screen directly in front of the plaza. Yi Feng, who is number 1 on the admission list, I heard that he's one of the Yi family's collateral lineage, awakened a rare dual occupation, and was promoted by the Yi family clan to become the Yi family's young master. The second and third, Qing Shan and Li Changfeng, are not good either. The pressure of competition in our class is also too great. Alas, I thought that when I got to the university, I would not roll, but it turned out that the code is still so rolled. Hey, look, the admission list has been refreshed. Hey, it's a girl named Ling Qingyao. I don't know how far she can be ranked and if she can make it into the top 10. Think farts eat. Do you think anyone can be like those monsters in the top 10? I think it's good not to be at the bottom of the list. The crowd witnessed the name Ling Qingyao, from the last line of the list, begin to appear. The entire list then began to fluctuate, and the places that changed were where the name Ling Qingyao appeared. It was climbing at a terrifying rate. There were more than 2,000 freshmen from Mordor University who reported today. The name Ling Qingyao, on the other hand, soared from 1999 at the bottom to within 1,000. And it's getting faster and faster as time passes. In the blink of an eye, he came to the 100th position. The crowd was shocked. Another 100 geniuses, really otherwise people live. Ouch, stop it little ancestor, if you run any higher, you'll touch the top 50. No dude, it's not top 50 already, pushing the limits. Holy, do you guys think there's any chance that she's going to make the top 10, or even? Someone said it suspiciously, not daring to say the second half of the sentence. If Ling Qingyao could really come later and become number 1, that would be too fantastic. One should know that the name Yi Feng had already been on this list for a day. No one can surpass him. But the most unexpected thing happened. Ling Qingyao's name ended up exceeding 99% of the candidates. In one leap, he became the number 1 presence on the admission list. It replaced Yi Feng's golden font and squeezed it down one place. Hiss. In the square, a sound of cold air being sucked backward echoed. And it really did become number 1. What exactly is this Ling Qingyao? Why did you even surpass Yi Feng? Could it be that her profession was even more heaven-defying than dual profession Yi Feng? Shilin, it looks like we can't even do it if we want to be peaceful. Ling Qingyao helplessly touched the little beast in her arms, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. What, are you scared? Shilin lay on Ling Qingyao's chest, his big eyes fluttering as he looked at the admission list. Just now he also saw Ling Qingyao's name enter first. It's just that he didn't realize that the competition in Mordor University was so fierce that they had to use the list to stimulate students to become stronger. In fact, with Ling Qingyao's current qualifications, she also had the capital to become the number 1 ranked freshman in Magic City University. First in the Imperial Beast Master examination, the gold content of this one achievement was enough to speak for itself. However, where there are strong men, there will be questions. This group of high-minded geniuses were indignant when they saw someone leap to the top. There are shady practices, How much did the instructors of Mordor University charge, and they have to give the #1 spot on this admission list to a name they've never heard of? I'm not convinced. Yes, Yifeng's big brother dual profession can't even compare. I'm not convinced, there's definitely shady stuff. We want fairness. Where's the teacher? Open up and explain, or we'll go to the faculty office and complain. A group of people raised their fists in the air, protesting Ling Qingyao's ranking. As the yelling got louder, more people are involved in this questioning that belongs to the genius. The entire campus echoed with Ling Qingyao's skepticism, and some people even cursed harshly. People are easily emotional creatures, and by the end of the day, even neutrals who don't question were introduced to this questioning. Soon, this sound reached the ears of the mentor. Even if these little brats question others, how dare they scold us? Say, what is this Ling Qingyao's identity? We haven't heard of her before, look at her profile. SSS grade summoner, first place in the Imperial Beast Master Association's examination, all records break through the records of the Magic Capital Imperial Beast Master Association. Ein yet. In the corner of the playground, a teacher pulled up Ling Qingyao's profile and was directly confused when he saw what was on it. Seriously. Fidelity, this is the person recommended by the Shangguan family, President Zhou Xinghua of the Imperial Beastmaster Association, who also sent a message to the school. So, this girl is really a genius. The faces of the group of teachers were all stunned, and they froze for more than 10 seconds. Upon returning to their senses, they looked at each other with teasing eyes. Think of one way to organize your students. One of the tutors picked up the microphone and gave an OK sign to the crowd of tutors. Your attention please, I'm sure you're all very angry to hear the questioning of the admission list, as are we, but we're angry that there are students who don't know how to be humble and have no one in their sights. Honestly, you guys really suck, simply the worst class I've ever led. The words came out. The students in the plaza exploded, each with a reddened face. But the next sentence on the radio directly silenced them dry. We know that some of you don't believe us, so we're going to disclose part of Ling Qingyao's information. In a word, she's the first place winner of the Magic Capital Imperial Beast Master Association's examination, the first place winner in history. She even broke that lord's record, you should know what that means. The words fell. The plaza was quiet, and the students' faces were filled with confused expressions. Ha ha! The teacher's mocking voice from the radio was like a knife in the chest of a group of freshmen. Nima! The historical first in the Magic City Imperial Beast Master examination, isn't this the record left by the female war goddess lord? This Ling Qingyao had even broken through this. It's not human or not. Could it be that her fey beasts were even stronger than the female god of war's imperial beasts? It's not scientific. If Ling Qingyao could be compared to a female god of war, then this Yifeng was nothing. The other side. Buzz. Under a small tree in the square, a burst of swords rang out. Ling Qingyao, who was the center of the discussion, did not notice that she was being discussed by the crowd. She was cultivating the Tai Shang forgetfulness sword technique under a small tree. Sword she rolled around his body, and a few sword sounds were faintly heard. Zirin lies on his back to guard her lying flat. Just then. Qingyao. It's really you. Oh, it's really good that you're okay. A familiar voice interfered with Ling Qingyao's cultivation. She opened her eyes to a rippling scene of a young girl in a pink sari running headlong. Mo. Chapter 42 Qi Lin worth a small goal. Imperial City Beauty Recruitment. Ling Qingyao stood up and exited her cultivation state. The surrounding sword sound dissipated at once, and the sword chi dissipated with it. Mo, what are you doing here? Ling Qingyao greeted Su Mengmeng, and the two girls directly hugged each other. Qingyao, I should be the one to ask you this, where have you been these days? Alas, it's a long story. Ling Qingyao felt some regret in her heart when she recalled her run with Qi Lin along the way. If she hadn't been targeted by the Abyssal Order, she would probably still be practicing at ease in Castle Peak City. She shook her head, speaking of these annoyances to shake them off, and looked at Su Mengmeng and asked, Mengmeng, why did you come to Magic City as well? Was there some kind of accident? Yeah, when Chen Xianzi was killed, the entire Chen family went crazy and started looking for revenge everywhere. They even fought with Mr. Ruoyan, only Mr. Ruoyan seemed to have won. Su Mengmeng's eyes showed reminiscence, and she said in a somewhat grave tone. Mr. Wakanabu? Is she alright, teacher? Ling Qingyao asked, slightly worried. Su Mengmeng shook her head, signaling that she wasn't sure. The family was worried that the Chen family would jump over the wall, so they sent me to Mordor University to take the exam. I just reported for duty today, and I met you. Su Mengmeng smiled on her face and pointed at the admission list. Xing Yao, you're really something. Just now teacher said that you passed the Magic Capital Imperial Beasts examination, and you even set a new record for Lord War God. No, thanks to Zirin, actually. Ling Qingyao looked at the cotton candy like Qilin on the ground and reached out to hold him in her arms. Qilin? Su Mengmeng was stunned. She only remembered that Qilin was a C-class Fey. How could it help Ling Qingyao pass the Imperial Beast Master examination? It's good not to drag your feet. Xingyao, your strength should have no problem trying to pass the Imperial Beast Master test, but this little guy Qilin also has a test, right? That's right. Ling Qingyao nodded, gently stroking Qilin's silky fur, her eyes marveling. Qilin tested and scored pretty well. His opponent was an S-class opponent. Ha! Upon hearing this, Su Mengmeng's neck stretched out, seemingly very unconvinced by Ling Qingyao's words. If she heard correctly, Qingyao was saying that Qilin had defeated a S-class potential Fey Beast? Qilin how to overcome even if standing scraping, but also to scrape a year, right? No, Qilin only used 5 seconds, and that S-class alien beast lost outright. Ling Qingyao smiled, knowing that Su Mengmeng didn't believe it, and even handed her her cell phone. The battle footage of Zirin was playing on his cell phone. When Su Mengmeng took a look at this image, her big brown eyes glazed over. Holy! 5 seconds kills the opponent. Or the extreme cold snow serpent, this is an extremely strong beast within the S-class potential foreign beasts. If a moon rabbit were to run into it, I'm afraid it would be swallowed in one gulp. Su Mengmeng felt her brain buzzing, looking at the little beast in Ling Qingyao's arms in surprise. At this time, Qilin was curled up, sleeping sweetly, the soft as if white snow fur, while Su Mengmeng heart are almost cute. Xingyao, can I hold it? This little guy is too cute. Aha! After asking Ling Qingyao for permission, Su Mengmeng reached out and took over Qilin. Taking it in his arms, he rocked it tenderly. It's a very windy, choppy sea today. Qilin squinted slightly, feeling as if he was lying on a soft boat. Only the plumpness that swayed from side to side made Qilin's head dizzy. How come Shoveler has gotten so much bigger after such a long time? Qilin struggled to poke his head out and met Su Mengmeng's adorable googly-eyed face of a dorky teenager. You're awake, little one? Su Mengmeng scraped the tip of Qilin's nose with her finger, making Qilin hot. I've got beans. So it's Su Mengmeng, the big tits bud. Why did she show up at Mordor University too? But that's a really good feeling. Qilin lay at ease in Su Mengmeng's arms, which were much more spacious than even Ling Qingyao. Why do I feel as if Zirin is happier than when I hugged him? Ling Qingyao observed Qilin's micro-expression and froze for a moment. Subconsciously, he looked towards Su Mengmeng's enormous evil. Could it be this? While Ling Qingyao and Su Mengmeng were talking, the admission list also quickly cut off refreshing. This means that the freshmen have all entered Mordor University. The next step is the placement test that determines where the new students will go. The acceptance list signifies a strong incoming class and serves as both a tool for teachers to observe their students. It is also the key that freshmen use to find teammates and take placement tests. Xingyao, it's time to take the placement test next. Why don't the two of us team up? Su Mengmeng looked around at the people walking in groups and turned her head to Ling Qingyao. Team up? Ling Qingyao had just entered Mordor University, belonging to the back door, and did not understand the situation of the placement test. Su Mengmeng could see her doubts and explained, the placement test is where we have to form a team and then enter a small replica to participate in a competition, and if we get a good ranking, we will most likely be assigned to a good S-class. The two of us teamed up, and with a strong combination, we swept right through them, taking first place steadily. Su Mengmeng clenched her fists, and a sharp gaze appeared in her large almond eyes. Good. Ling Qingyao nodded and immediately decided that she would team up with Su Mengmeng. So the two of them headed to the registry and prepared their rank grouping information. Halfway. The surrounding students showed respect in their eyes after seeing Ling Qingyao. Countless gazes were locked onto Ling Qingyao and God Su Mengmeng. The two women already had extraordinary looks, and walking together was like a beautiful landscape. Moreover, Ling Qingyao was still the number one on the admission list, and those with a mind to do so naturally observed her. Is that Ling Qingyao? Aside from having a better figure, she doesn't look anything special. In front of the flag-raising platform, young boys and girls in flashy outfits were talking. At the head of the group was a young man with long black and white hair, wearing the Yi family crest on his chest. He was Yi Feng, one of the current young masters of the Yi family, a teenager who had climbed up from the sideline. This one is beautiful. Yi Feng looked at Ling Qingyao, his eyes slightly dumbfounded, falling into a brief moment of out of phase. Brother Yi, you don't like this woman, do you? The dry and skinny lad beside Yi Feng made a suggestion. Why don't Brother Yi directly invite her to form a team, and when the time comes, the brothers will help you. Monkey, don't be ridiculous, I'm just appreciating the beauty. Yi Feng glared at the monkey, only to have an intent expression on his face as well. Monkey, go ask her if she's willing to team up for me. Gotta go. The monkey smiled and got up to walk towards Ling Qingyao. Before he could take a few steps, Yi Feng directly called out to the monkey, wait, that Miss Imperial Capital seems to have gone over as well. Upon hearing this, the crowd looked towards the fiery red-robed woman in front of Ling Qingyao, their eyes glowing with gravity. Even Miss Wu went there. It seems like the female god of war has her eyes on Ling Qingyao as well. Hello, my name is Wu Qianqian, can I make a friend? Ling Qingyao looked at the fiery red-robed young girl in front of her eyes showing doubt. The young girl in front of her had red hair and black pupils, and a pair of black stockings wrapped under her loose robe. Straight and slender jade legs stepped on small high heels, giving people an innate nobility. Yes, do you want to team up with me? Ling Qingyao asked. Buzz. At that moment, Qilin jerked his head out, his eyes looking at the red-haired woman in front of him in surprise. This is. At this moment, the young girl called Wu Qianqian in front of her was filled with piercing purple points of light. Each point of light emitted a brightness no weaker than that of the ice-glazed sword. Holy! With A+ grade treasures all over her body, this young girl is afraid that she is not a rich woman in the Magic City. In the middle of Qilin's astonishment, he heard Wu Qianqian open her mouth, not here to team up, I just like this puppy of yours, why don't you make a price? Aha! It's bad. The rich woman came at me. Qilin's eyes widened as he looked sullenly at Wu Qianqian. I'm sorry, Qilin is my summoned beast, it's not a trade item. Ling Qingyao stared at Wu Qianqian with unkind eyes. There was even someone who dared to steal Qilin from her. Ziring is the big baby. Even if she was offered more money, she would never sell it. Oh, so it's a summoned beast, gotta add money to that, right? Wu Qianqian nodded and fished out a check from her bosom, handing it to Ling Qingyao. There's $100 million on it, will you see if it's enough? At those words, Ling Qingyao and Qilin were both slightly dumbfounded for a moment. How much? $1 billion. This bold? Chapter 43 Daughter of the God of War. Mighty SS Class Heavenly Demon Sable. $100 million? Ling Qingyao's fists clenched tightly as she looked at the young girl in front of her wearing a gorgeous red dress, her beautiful eyes more than a little inferior. She wasn't afraid that someone could crush her in terms of talent and rank because she had Qilin. But someone was able to offer $100 million for Qilin. This was something Ling Qingyao couldn't take out. She had thought it was rich enough, she hadn't realized that someone could be so ostentatious. Ling Qingyao couldn't stop her eyes from darkening. Even so, I won't sell it. I can't see that you, a young girl born in the slums, have such perseverance. Wu Qianqian looked at Ling Qingyao with contempt. You're investigating me, what exactly do you want to do? Ling Qingyao was on guard. Do what? Wu Qianqian smiled and hooked her finger, and from the cuff of her sleeve, a small dark purple sable came out and lay on her palm. She had come all the way from the imperial capital this time specifically because she had heard that her mother's record had been broken by a young girl. Came over specifically to see what this guy could do. And as her mother had commanded, this little beast was a bit interesting, even she couldn't see through it, so she had the idea of buying this foreign beast. Not to mention, this little puppy is much cuter than Master Sable. Wu Qianqian looked at Qilin with glowing eyes and said in a domineering manner, I only have one purpose this time, accept this money and this cute little puppy of yours belongs to me, otherwise. This sky demon sable of mine will show no mercy. After Wu Qianqian finished speaking, the little sable in her palm raised its body and crossed its arms. That's right, hurry up and hand over the foreign beasts that Lord God of War is interested in, or else Master Sable will give you some color. The heavenly demon sable made a move with one hand, and a round of purple curved blade like crescent moons appeared behind him, emitting a sharp aura that made people shudder. This little Martin could even talk. Ling Qingyao looked at the sky demon sable in surprise, a little worried in her eyes. The other party came in force, coming for Qilin, and it seemed that the martial war god was still behind them. But Qilin would never let it go. Qilin won't sell it, so just die. That's right, you're dead in the water, Hirakawa girl. Qilin also chimed in. It had been a little heartwarming to hear $100 million. But the red-robed girl in front of him, with her loose red robe draped down, appeared to have a flat and straight airfield. Qilin, who has been straight all his life, is not as straight as she is. Shovelers may be poor, but at least they can bring themselves a warm, soft Simmons. This woman is a different story. It's like a horse and buggy. Ugh. This unicorn dislikes it 1,000,000 times over. Qilin wrapped his arms around himself and climbed into Ling Qingyao's mountainous gully. You, what did you just say about me? Black lines appeared on Wu Qianqian's forehead, and her entire face was draped in red hair. Pingchen, is there a problem? Qilin's words, however, seemed to be like a knife in Wu Qianqian's chest. Abominable. Wu Qianqian took a deep breath, her eyes filled with depression and anger. This guy, like the clan brothers and sisters, has no respect for anyone's freedom of stature. What's wrong with me being flat? Did I eat your rice? Wu Qianqian gritted her teeth and ordered, Master Sable bit it. Who, this little puppy? Yes. The heavenly demon Sable saw the furry Qilin, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of its mouth. Little milk dog, don't say Master Wolverine is a bully, answer me one question and Master Wolverine will let you go if he is satisfied. Boring, Qilin raised his head and blankly glanced at the sky demon Sable. Don't be in a hurry, listen to Master Wolverine first. Do you think Master Wolverine looks like a human being, or like a god nah? The sky demon Sable folded its hands in a pious gesture. I see you like a 3-egg black donkey whip. Qilin dry spat out, and saw the face of the sky demon Sable confused for a moment. Ha! What a bull answer, it's not right at all, Master Sable is pissed. The sky demon Sable angrily raised his hand, and his fingers were just about to swing, but they suddenly stopped. Ha! The heavenly demon Sable's pair of small eyes narrowed slightly, carefully sizing up Qilin. Look no further. There's something wrong with this little beast. It pressed its fingers downward, and the purple moon behind it spun wildly. It was also as if the heavenly demon Sable had a guillotine blade placed in its heart, and as long as it attacked this little beast, the guillotine blade would break its head. But the weird thing was, it lifted its finger and the feeling disappeared again. Hey. Something's not right, something's not right. You little tits, what's going on? Why is Master Wolverine looking a little scary? The sky demon Sable was in a hurry, running around on Wu Qianqian's palm. Master Sable, what are you doing? Don't go yet. Wu Qianqian urged, and the heavenly demon Sable stopped and looked at Qilin, its eyes growing more and more fearful. No way girl, this little beast is scary, I'm a little scared. Scared? Are you kidding me, aren't you an SS class potential fae? Wu Qianqian thought that it was the heavenly demon Sable trying to be lazy and directly chided. The heavenly demon Sable had no choice but to raise its claws and walk towards Qilin step by step. Qilin poked his head out of Ling Qingyao's arms, his furry skull turning towards the heavenly demon Sable. What a little purple mouse, how dare you make a move when you see this unicorn? What a nerve! Golden light blossomed in Qilin's pupils, and a pressure that was like the dome of heaven pressing down landed on the body of the heavenly demon Sable. Lying! The heavenly demon Sable shrieked in shock, like a rat that had exploded, and cold sweat instantly dampened its body. Tick-tock! Sweat dripped from his forehead, wetting the ground. The heavenly demon Sable gulped. I'm sorry, little Sable was just instructed by someone, no offense intended, please bear with Brother Beast King. Saying that, it flew down Wu Qianqian's pants leg and climbed into Wu Qianqian's arms shivering. Master Sable, are you crazy? This is just a little puppy. Wu Qianqian hugged the shivering heavenly demon Sable and said with a face full of disbelief. However, the sky demon Sable was shivering so hard that it couldn't even speak properly. Next to them, Su Mengmeng and Ling Qingyao looked at each other. Qingyao, why is this person so loud in thunder but small in rain? Is he here to pick a fight? Su Mengmeng asked. Unclear. Ling Qingyao shook her head and lowered her head to caress Qilin. Looks like it was Qilin who intimidated the sky demon Sable again. This little guy is really outrageous. Wu Qianqian said that it was a foreign beast with SS level potential. Even the sky demon Sable could intimidate, this was too strange. Ling Qingyao didn't think much about it and brought Su Mengmeng with her as she prepared to register. But just then, a small purple Sable, however, blocked the two women's path. Little Sable unfolded his hands, his eyes firmly looking at Qilin and Ling Qingyao's arms. Wait a minute. You guys can't leave yet. Seeing this scene, Qilin raised his head helplessly. This guy still wants to fight? Good little Sable, you should be brave in the face of adversity. Wu Qianqian also quickly ran and stood beside the Sky Demon Sable, cheering it on. Thought Master Sable was really scared. So it was loaded before. Master Sable is awesome, teach this little puppy a lesson. Wu Qianqian's eyes were sharp. However, the Heavenly Demon Sable spoke, "Stinky girl, don't come and make trouble." The Heavenly Demon Sable chided her before flopping down and kneeling on both knees. The Heavenly Demon Sable prostrated itself on the ground and bowed deeply to Qilin. Big brother is above. The little Sable has learned from the pain and feels that it was the little Sable's fault before. Now the little Sable wants to worship you as its big brother. Please accept it. The words came out. Different expressions appeared on the faces of the three women around them. Only Wu Qianqian had the richest expression on her face, full of shock, dismay, and bewilderment. It's not. She thought about the many skills that Sable would use. But I really didn't expect that the little Sable came over and directly kneeled to his opponent. And kowtow to your big brother? ISS class potential alien beast recognizes a C class potential alien beast as its big brother. Isn't this world ridiculous? Recognize me as a big brother? Qilin raised his eyebrows and looked at the prostrate Heavenly Demon Sable with a smile. Worshipping me as a big brother, this little Sable is too interesting. Join if you can't beat them, make sense? Chapter 44, New Member of the Girl Group. Study material on the actor old. Big brother, if you don't mind little Sable will look up to you from now on. The Heavenly Demon Sable buried its body low, its tone filled with excitement and pleading. It belonged to the self-appointed Sky Demon Sable clan. It was only because its race was extremely powerful that it knew exactly how terrifying Qilin, who was able to defeat it in terms of might, was. The law of survival of their Sky Demon Sable clan was to be arrogant if they could beat them, and to kneel if they couldn't. This guy is strong and must not be established as an enemy. A determined look emerged in the Sky Demon Sable's small eyes. What kind of lowly creature are you that you still want to be my little brother? Qilin flopped down in Ling Qingyao's arms and responded in a domineering manner. Only, he had a milky voice and sounded so cute and cuddly that you couldn't help but laugh. Qilin, this guy's potential to reach the SS level isn't low at all. Su Mengmeng laughed bitterly. SS potential? That's it. Qilin looked at the Sky Demon Sable with strange eyes. This foreign beast that recognizes its big brother if it can't beat it, actually has SS rank potential. He himself often collected information on alien beasts on the internet, but it was the first time he had seen this kind of alien beast. It's fine if you want to be my little brother, but you have to serve me food every day, can you do that? Qilin asked with narrowed eyes. Since this little Sable had good potential, it was nothing to take in as a little brother. On a more important note, this guy's owner is a rich with a plus purple all over her body. Can. Little Sable will make sure to feed big brother good food every day he doesn't eat. The Sky Demon Sable's small head nodded like garlic. As long as Qilin agreed to be a big brother, then food or anything else wouldn't be a problem. Master Sable, you're too disgraced. Looking at the Heavenly Demon Sable, Wu Qianqian felt a depression choking her throat and her face reddened. She looked towards Ling Qingyao, guessing that it must be Ling Qingyao who had given her Heavenly Demon Sable some kind of disorienting drug. Ling Qingyao, no matter what you did to my Heavenly Demon Sable, immediately, right now, stop it. Or don't blame me. Saying that, Wu Qianqian's right hand abruptly ignited a purple flame. The high-temperature flames seemed to be able to pierce through the void, and the air around them heated up dramatically. Ling Qingyao's expression was faint. Based on her observation, Wu Qianqian was only in the middle of the second stage. It's just the same realm, nothing to be afraid of. Phew! In a flash of cold light, an ice-blue longsword appeared in Ling Qingyao's hand, its body draped in Nusan's silver thunder. Elemental matching sword skill, a skill that Ling Qingyao had obtained from the remnants of the Taishang forgotten sword skill. The matter between Qilin and the Heavenly Demon Sable, it's better for you and I, as Royal Beast Masters, to be less involved. Ling Qingyao crossed her ice-glazed sword in front of her chest, not saying it explicitly, but making her position clear. The flickering thundermans on the ice-glazed sword had a power not weaker than Wu Qianqian's purple flames. Su Mengmeng's pretty face turned white at the side, as two geniuses in the middle of the second rank of the hierarchy confronted each other. She only felt her scalp go numb. Neither one should have a low skill level. However, Ling Qingyao's sword skill was a bit more powerful, giving Su Mengmeng a feeling of chilling her pores. What kind of sword skill do you have here? Wu Qianqian looked at the thunder longsword in Ling Qingyao's hand in surprise.
Ling Qingyao didn't reply, her eyes were as cold as ice, and the expression on her face was extremely indifferent. Even if the person in front of her was about the martial war god, as long as she dared to make a move, she would just chop it off with a sword.
Okay. Well, you won, Ling Qingyao. Wu Qianqian felt a wave of fear from the indifference in Ling Qingyao's eyes, and admitted defeat with gloomy eyes.
The examination of the Magic City University was approaching, and she couldn't afford to waste too much time here. Based on her mother's path from whence she came, she made a series of plans, among which was to join Mordor University.
Very well. As it is.
Ling Qingyao waved her sword to disperse the thunder on her sword, her cheeks reappearing with a smile as she extended her hand to Wu Qianqian.
Do you want to team up with us? After all, we're both friends with our fae. Pull me into a group?
Wu Qianqian glanced at Ling Qingyao, astonishment surfaced under her eyes. Just after offending me, it's like pulling the strings, you're really in a hurry, Ling Qingyao.
No fighting, as long as you don't hit on Qilin, we'll be classmates from now on.
Ling Qingyao guffawed and a smile appeared on her pretty face that made people feel as gentle as the spring breeze. Wu Qianqian also had to sigh. Ling Qingyao was no wonder she could surpass her mother's adult record. With a mind like that, and a foreign beast like the little white dog. As long as he didn't fall halfway, he would definitely become a strong party in the future.
That doesn't sound too bad, I promise.
Wu Qianqian nodded. Wow, Qingyao, you're really too good. With Wu Qianqian student joining us, our team will definitely be able to enter Class S. Seeing Wu Qianqian such an awesome teammate joining in, Su Mengmeng happily bounced. This girl didn't care how much damage her actions could cause to those around her.
Wu Qianqian looked at Su Mengmeng's gully that was even deeper than Ling Qingyao's and frowned deeply. What a great evil.
Wu Qianqian retracted her gaze and looked at Ling Qingyao. This time, the placement test is very difficult, and it takes at least 4 people to get a decent score.
Wu Qianqian's tone was very serious.
Mordor University belonged to one of the top institutions in Donghuang country.
The placement test is extremely difficult and requires a team to complete. This was the reason why Wu Qianqian decided to call it quits.
I see, so go find another teammate. Ling Qingyao didn't ask more questions, but directly took Wu Qianqian's suggestion.
Brilliant.
Wu Qianqian nodded, her gaze shifted downward and stopped on Qilin, and I would still suggest that you look for a teammate whose imperial beasts are not weak. After all, your foreign beasts don't seem to be able to help much.
You're not helping.
Qilin just wanted to retort, but after thinking about it, he'd better lie down and forget about it. How tiring it would be to display his strength. His large eyes rolled around, glancing around at Wu Qianqian, Ling Qingyao, and Su Mengmeng.
Imperial rich woman, cool school girl, big tits cute girl. That's almost enough to integrate a girl group. One more to go to make an F4.
I'm also in favor of the necessity of finding a teammate with a well-built, well-traveled chest. Qilin sent out his own offer.
No problem, little one, just how does it sound and feel weird?
Ling Qingyao nodded with a bitter smile and led a few people through the crowd.
Looking for the next teammate to join. Soon.
Ling Qingyao had found a teammate who didn't look weak, and this was still under Qilin's guidance. Shoveler, that one, yeah, that's her, so familiar back. Qilin pointed to a beautiful young girl in a long cherry blossom colored dress in the crowd, who was also holding a strange little fox with snow-like fur in her arms. Ling Qingyao walked up to this woman with a few exotic teenage flavors and smiled. Hello, may I team up with you?
How many times are you broad?
The young girl spoke a mouthful of island language, and when she saw Ling Qingyao frowning, she slapped her head and laughed. Hello, my name is Naughty, you can call me Naughty Sauce.
Did you just say that you wanted to team up with me?
Hearing the island-flavored accent, Ling Qingyao and the others were slightly stunned.
A foreign student?
It was quite a coincidence that the international students from the island country also came to Mordor University and were met by them.
Seeing that you have a 6-tailed fox, I wonder if you're interested in joining us?
Ling Qingyao looked at the little fox in Naughty's arms. 6 fluffy tails seemed to cover its body like a flower, and the fox's eyes carried the light of a spirit that was no weaker than a human's.
The 6-tailed demon fox is a unique beast in Fusong.
Qilin was also sizing up Naughty, his eyes glowing slightly. There's no mistake, Mr. Yuki. The girl was Yuki Noara, a well-known actress from the island nation of Fuso. If you collect all of her, the girl group can debut. However, Zirin had seen a comment about her in one of the profiles. She has a certain Tokyo Yakuza with close ties to the Fuso government behind her.
This girl is harmless on the surface, but in reality, she's a black and white Yakuza lady. If the new teammate was her, maybe she wasn't so nice. Fruity. No problem if you're in a group, oh. After seeing Not squint and smile for a while, she frowned slightly. But you guys look a bit weak. Chapter 45, Can I Give You a Child? The placement test. You guys look a bit weak then? A faint smile floated in Yuki Nohara's eyes. Her tone was flat as if she were saying something unquestionable again. In fact, as the junior leader of the Tokyo Noera group, she had seen countless geniuses and naturally had a high level of vision. If she hadn't been trying to recruit geniuses from Mordor University back to Tokyo this time, she wouldn't have talked to a few people in such a low voice. After all, in her opinion, a Ling Qingyao ranked number 1 but had a foreign beast that looked like a marshmallow. Wu Qianqian 2 people, she did not have any impression at all, and thought that they should be unknown people. You're quite confident, Nadi-san. Wu Qianqian said with a leathery smile, flames dancing in her right hand. Yuki-san, you don't look strong, so who gave you the courage, this little fox? Ling Qingyao looked at the six-tailed demon fox in Noera J's hand. Rokuroku sauce is an S-rank potential, so naturally, it exceeds your fei. Noera Yuki stroked the fluffy six-tailed demon fox in her arms with a smile in her eyes. Other people may not be able to see it, but I have the ability to detect the contracts of foreign beasts. This little white dog is your foreign beast, isn't it? It's so weak. At this point. What is another troublesome matter that requires the presence of my father? The six tails of the six-tailed demon fox slowly spread out, and a snow-white head lifted up with a queenly condescension on the fox's small face. Six-tailed demon fox has 2 forms, one is the fox charming state, the body is petite and delicate, looks pitying. The other was the demon fox state, where its body might transform to a height of 100 feet and its strength soared. Is this little pudding the only opponent this time? It's really cute. The six-tailed demon fox let out a provocative laugh at Qilin. The narrow fox eyes dripped with a grim and disconcerting aura. Originally, Qilin didn't even want to make a move. There was no way, the six-tailed demon fox had called out. Little fox demon, how dare you call out to this Qilin? Qilin made a leap and jumped along Ling Qingyao's arm and onto his shoulder. The brilliant gold eyes looked down on the six-tailed demon fox from above. The golden light in his eyes exploded, releasing a mighty pressure as strong as a mountain. Buzz! The pressure rippled through the air in a circle, brushing the shoulders of the crowd. Wu Qianqian slightly changed color, her eyes showing surprise as she looked at Qilin. What was that just now, as if facing an invincible unknown creature? What's this? The six-tailed demon fox's fox eyes narrowed as it let out a stunned fox cry. It didn't even have time to react when its brain buzzed as if it had been struck by a giant hammer. The fox's head shrugged down feebly and collapsed into Yuki Nohara's arms. Rokuroku sauce, what's wrong with you? Why are you foaming at the mouth? Did you eat a bad stomach 66 sauce? Don't scare me. Noera Knots was terrified and shook the six-tailed demon fox with her hands and feet. Qilin's big eyes blinked when he saw this. A mount. As if he had exerted himself too hard, a mighty attack had stunned the little fox. But it was reasonable, the previous heavenly demon sable belonged to the SS-class potential foreign beasts and was naturally sensitive to threats. And this six-tailed demon fox was reigning supreme in that part of the island, with no caution in his eyes for his enemies. It doesn't check for a moment, and it's normal for it to be stunned. Wake up 66 sauce, don't scare me. Panicked, Noera Yuki pinched the six-tailed demon fox's fox middle and slapped it hard a few times before it woke up ghostly. Woo! The six-tailed demon fox let out a shriveled purr, her body hiding in Yuki Nogara's voluptuous curves and trembling gently. Fluffy ears pressed against his head, and six tails like hands covering his plush little face. It's okay Rokuroku sauce, it's really good that you're okay. But what the hell just happened? Noera Nadi let out a huge sigh of relief when she saw the six-tailed demon fox wake up and patted her chest. The six-tailed demon fox was silent for a while, shaking her head and refusing to say what she had just seen. Yuki-san, it seems that your fei isn't as good as you thought, so why don't you reconsider our group? Ling Qingyao's eyes were faint. She was a head taller than Not J and looked down from above. There was no doubt that it was definitely Qilin who had just powered up. Now that the test was approaching, she didn't have time to find another classmate with an excellent fei. One can only focus on Yuki Noera. This. Yuki Noera pondered for a moment. When he first came to Donghuan, he was unfamiliar with the area. Moreover, she was also curious about what the six-tailed demon fox had just been up to, so she nodded her head and agreed to Ling Qingyao's request. Very well, welcome. Ling Qingyao smiled faintly. Hello Ajijia sauce, your skin is so tender, how do you take care of it? Su Mengmeng belonged to the character of a self-acquaintance. As soon as she saw Noera Jia joining in, she immediately came over to talk. Aha! Noera Jia was still a bit uncomfortable with the warmth of Ling Qingyao and the others, and could only nod her head and smile. But while Noera Jia and Ling Qingyao were talking, the six-tailed demon fox in her arms poked its head out and with a fawning fox smile, it came up to Qilin. Mighty lord, that. The six-tailed demon fox had a squirming look on her face, looking as if she was someone's big girl. Say what you need to say, don't act like a girl. Qilin waved his paw impatiently, he was still waiting to sleep. This fox keeps whimpering and whimpering, is it annoying? Aha! May I ask if I can give you children in the future? The six-tailed demon fox nodded her head cherishingly, a tantalizing scent permeating her body. It pulled the illusionary effect of the fox enchantment state to its highest level in an attempt to confuse Qilin. But as soon as he heard the six-tailed demon fox's words, Qilin froze on the spot. What? Give birth. A fox wants to give him a child, he's not King Zhou, why would he pull this whole stunt? Off! Qilin angrily rebuked, directly frightening the six-tailed demon fox's neck, and the fox charming effect directly broke. Aha! The six-tailed demon fox fearfully burrowed into Naughty Nohara's arms. But Noera Yuki, who was listening to the six-tailed demon fox's words on the side, was petrified on the spot. Ha! She had listened to the entire conversation between the six-tailed demon fox and Qilin from the sidelines and felt that her brain was not enough. Rokuroku sauce, what are you doing? It's so embarrassing. Noera Yuki looked at the six-tailed demon fox with tears in her eyes. Confessions were even, she could understand that. But the confession failed and was scolded back. Was this really her high and mighty six-tailed demon fox? Shouldn't the six-tailed demon fox be the king of all demons in the heavens and the earth? What a shame. Noera Yuki felt disgraced and wanted to find a crack in the ground right now. What do you know? That lord is mysterious and extraordinary, you can actually speculate. The six-tailed demon fox blankly glanced at Noera Yuki. Then what are you afraid of? Naughty Noera argued. This honored one is not afraid, this honored one is respecting the strong, understand? The six-tailed demon fox's little fox face darkened. The six-tailed demon fox also has its own law of survival. If you can't beat them, you commit to the other side. Straightforward and dry, which is no more useful than kneeling. However, it can actually take a knee if necessary. Oh, piss me off, never mind. Wild Plains J picked up the six-tailed demon fox and puffed up as she followed Ling Qingyao and the rest of the 10 million test locations. The Mordor University assessment site is in the back of the mountain of Mordor University. A dense mountain forest with sunlight spilling onto the main forest road. Ling Qingyao and the others walked to the end of the road and saw the content of this examination. It was a tall black wall that was 100 meters high, and the wall was printed with the hideous heads of all kinds of demonic creatures, and there were at least tens of thousands of demonic creatures' heads on the entire wall. The ominous odor of belonging to a demon was in the air all around. Fellow students, I am Chen Jinkue, the instructor for this placement test. The first lesson that we at Mordor University, as the top academy of the East Huang country, will teach you is not how to improve your strength, but how to face demons head-on. A lanky middle-aged man wearing the tutor's uniform of Mordor University stood under the black wall. The voice was so majestic that it shook the black gas on the black wall and fled in all directions. So for your placement test this time, you need to break through this wall and reach the end of the road. The words fell. Chen Jinka blasted his fist against the black wall of the demonic creature. Bang! The force of this punch was no weaker than that of an ordinary mid-third stage professional, and surprisingly, it only dented the demonic black wall by less than half an inch. Oh, that's a bit of a tough black wall of demons this year, not bad. Which one of you goes first? Chen Jinkue looked at the demonic black wall in surprise and turned his head to look around at the group of freshmen in front of him. The demonic black wall was impenetrable, even the mentor couldn't shatter it with a single punch, so how could they, the students, possibly do it? And if you get infected with bad luck, won't your life be over? Thus, none of the nearly 1,000 freshmen present dared to step forward. Chapter 46 Xian Yun through the demon wall. Shocked daughter of the war god. Not a single person dares to come forward, you guys really don't want to enter our Magic City University? Chen Jinkui stared with thick eyebrows and a majestic gaze that swept over every new student. The freshmen who locked eyes with him all lowered their heads guiltily. A bunch of softies who don't even dare to deal with demons. Do you know that in the poor mountainous areas to the west of Dongguan, where the children can also bravely raise their weapons when dealing with demons? You are all the princes and sons of the demons, all high-minded and proud, but I didn't realize that your guts can't even compare to the children in the mountainous areas. Chen Jinkui did not hide the anger in his tone, cursing and spitting. Ling Qingyao in the crowd frowned slightly as she raised her foot and was about to walk out. Xin Yao. Don't go, it's troublesome to get infected with bad luck. Su Mengmeng pulled her best friend by the hand. Fear not, Mo, I have a solution. Ling Qingyao smiled as she comforted Su Mengmeng and looked at Qilin in her arms. With Qilin around, she wasn't afraid of any ominous radiation. Just as Ling Qingyao was about to raise her hand, there was someone faster than her. Close contact with a demon, such a valuable opportunity, don't you all want it? The black and white-haired Yifeng stepped out of the freshman line, his peers behind him letting out cheers. Brother Yi is so awesome, go for it, don't disgrace our Magic City family. Monkey, shut up. The corner of Yifeng's mouth twitched and he cursed a monkey in a low voice. He then walked towards the black wall in a dignified manner and came in front of Chen Jinkui. Mr. Chen, since my classmates gave me this opportunity, let me do it. Yifeng smiled gently, and his words were like a spring breeze. Even Chen Jinkui couldn't help but look at Yifeng a few more times. Although this kid's dual professional heavenly life wasn't long, with this kind of chest, he might be able to change his life against the odds in the future. Go on, don't disgrace the Yi family, you're also an old family in Mordor. Yes. Yifeng bowed slightly and came under the black wall that was 100 meters high. Looking up at the sky, he felt an overwhelming feeling from the bottom of his heart. The old grandfather in the ring said that he could change his fate against the odds by harnessing the power of the demons, and that he would assist in purifying himself of the ominous. In that case, I will purify the ominous today. Yifeng took a deep breath and sank his chi into his dantian, mobilizing his spiritual power and the energy in his body. A lightsaber emerged in each of his left and right hands, a black and white sword emitting a gust of mist, as if gently rotating like a taiji. At the same time, an aura of late second stage flowed out. The surrounding people were surprised that Yifeng's strength had reached the late second stage. Ha, dumbfounded, my brother Yi has long since broken through the late second stage, it's just that he hasn't been showing it. In Yifeng's companions, Monkey covered his stomach and let out a laugh. Gravity surfaced under Wu Qianshan's eyes. I didn't expect a person from a lineage to have this kind of cultivation talent. Next moment. The crowd on the field only saw the dual swords in Yifeng's hands swinging out with a roar. Bang! The entire black wall trembled, and the pervasive black aura quickly and violently fluctuated. Black chi enveloped Yifeng's form as he slowly opened his eyes and looked at the damage he had caused in front of him. Only two 50-centimeter cuts appeared on the black wall in front of him. 50 centimeters is not a bad score. However, Yifeng was not satisfied, he was using a sword, so it was logical that the attacks were the sharpest. What's more, his means are enhanced by Old Grandpa, which does special damage to demons. But I didn't realize that he only left such a small opening under the black wall. Yifeng boy, don't be discouraged, you've done a good job, this black wall isn't for you alone, it needs your team to work together. Chen Jinkui complimented Yifeng, and there was a slight look of satisfaction in the bottom of his eyes. As Yifeng went down, his teammates rushed over. Ling Qingyao. Wu Qianshan looked towards Ling Qingyao, her face serious as she said, I have a way to increase the speed of the demonic black wall's breach. What method? Su Mengmeng and Noera Nadi asked at the same time. In pairs, take turns attacking a wall, just keep the opening to a hole that one person can pass through. Wu Qianshan analyzed. With a quick brain she realized the rule was to break the black wall and head to the end of the road. Then just one hole for one person to pass through and take turns going through. So be it. Ling Qingyao and the others nodded, thinking that this method was not bad. 5 minutes later. A hole in the black wall of a magical creature. Who? No, it's too hard. Wu Qianshan retreated with a pale face, dripping with fragrant sweat. The hardness of this black wall is too high, if we keep fighting, we don't know how long we'll have to fight. The rabbit's feet are cramped, it really can't kick anymore. Su Mengmeng cried out, the ears of the moon rabbit in her arms shrugged with a lifeless face. Xingyao sauce, you don't seem to be tired at all? Noara Jie also panted heavily and looked towards Ling Qingyao, who had her eyes closed on the side. At this time, Ling Qingyao's body was not covered in any sweat, and there were still hidden flashes of thunder on the surface of her body, and from time to time, she would hear heartbeats similar to thunder drums. I have a special body, so I can regain my strength just by recharging. Ling Qingyao explained briefly, then woke Qilin up from his embrace. Zirin, it's time to recharge. Charge? Noara Yuki and the others frowned slightly, not understanding what that meant. Qilin's two little paws covered his sleepy eyes, and his fat little face reluctantly said, "It was only recharged yesterday, why do you want it again today?" "It's not running out." "Well, there's really nothing you can do about it." Qilin's horns were covered in a layer of flickering thunder snake arcs, and he threw them with force. The thunder long whip lashed at Ling Qingyao's face, crackling with a thunderous explosion. In the midst of the thunder, Ling Qingyao's face gradually improved and her fatigue all but dissipated. Well, the genesis is full. Ling Qingyao stood up, exuding boundless energy. The women were taken aback, question marks written all over their faces. "It's not. You're charging for real. Thought it was some kind of code word." The three of them looked oddly at Ling Qingyao, as well as Qilin, who was squinting and sleeping in her arms. "Why are you looking at me? Whether you break through the black wall or not is none of my business." Qilin rolled over, alertly looking at the three Su Mengmeng girls. "Xingyao, why don't you let Qilin help out as well?" Su Mengmeng asked. "Yeah, I see it sleeping really well, I'm unbalanced." Yuki Noara nodded in recognition. No help, if you can't break through such a small difficulty, how can you achieve great things in the future?" Qilin ducked into Ling Qingyao's arms and comfortably curled up into a ball to sleep. "Little difficulty? You want to see how many meters we've hit in 10 minutes, little man?" Wu Qianqian pointed at the hole inside that was only 3 meters long. "If you, a C-class alien beast little white dog, were to go on, I'm afraid that claws digging for a year wouldn't be able to dig down to this depth. And you say that this demonic black wall is simple, I think you're just used to being lazy." At those words, Qilin was not happy. "You can call him a vegetable, you can't even call him lazy." "Where did I get lazy? This black wall is obviously that simple." "Never mind, move over, this unicorn will show you how it's done." Qilin huffed and jumped to the ground, burrowing into the opening of the black wall. The thin figure entered the cave and quickly disappeared. "Classmate Qianqian, Qilin is just a little puppy, your words are too much." Su Mengmeng frowned at Wu Qianqian. Wu Qianqian hugged her arms and hummed, "That's it asking for trouble," and Ling Qingyao, "Don't say I didn't mention line you can't help you in the future if you're too lazy with this foreign beast." "Lazy? It's been practicing all along." Ling Qingyao asked a rhetorical question, her eyes looking at the cave entrance with a faint smile. "You'll know later." "Know what, you expect a little puppy to knock a black wall through?" Wu Qianqian implicitly rolled her eyes. But just then, the black wall suddenly shuddered violently. A loud rumbling sound came out. A dense cloud of 7 colored auspicious clouds passed out from the location of the cave entrance. After the breeze blew, the auspicious clouds dispersed, revealing a hole that went straight to the end of the road. "This is..." Wu Qianqian sucked in a mouthful of cold air, looking incredulously at the opposite side of the sunlight spilling in through the hole. The cave entrance was opened? Chapter 47. This Qilin's attack is extremely strong. Even the demonic molecules cover. The cave entrance was filled with a strong floral scent, mixed with the black aura of the devil's black walls, choking people and making them cough. Ahem. Noara Jie covered her mouth and nose, her eyes looking at the cave entrance in surprise. "Nanny! The hole was really opened by little Qilin? Look at the depth, it seems to be more than 10 meters, how did this Qilin guy do it?" Su Mengmeng padded over to the mouth of the cave to take a look and realized that Qilin was standing at the end of the cave. All three women looked at Ling Qingyao in surprise. However, Ling Qingyao shook her head, indicating that she was not sure. It wasn't really unclear, mainly this was about Zirin's secret. That auspicious cloud just now belonged to the ability to purify demons. On the blue planet, this ability was something that almost no one could fix except for high-ranking professionals who had it. Ling Qingyao naturally understood the reasoning behind the piker's sin. How are they all getting through next door? Impossible, even Yi Feng and his team only hit a distance of more than 5 meters, how can this be so fast? People around them cast glances. Seeing the hole in front of Ling Qingyao, a striking light was cast out from the location of the hole. They snapped, their hearts unconsciously exploding. Holy! They really got the hole open. Could it be that they moved the explosives inside the house? Nice guy, blasting inside a school? Ye brother, you quickly come out to see, Ilo Abina, you look on that woman's team has passed. In Yi Feng's team, the monkey yelled a few words towards the cave entrance. Afterward, Yi Feng walked out with quick steps, his face hung with suspicion. Monkey, what are you talking about? Ling Qingyao punched through the hole? Is that possible? Even he, a dual professional with third-order strength, was sitting on a double portion of mental power. It was only halfway through the call too, and Ling Qingyao got through? Yi, I know you don't believe me, but see for yourself. The monkey pointed to the location where Ling Qingyao was, and after Yi Feng looked at it, his pupils slightly contracted. Hiss. Complex emotions surfaced in the deep eyes belonging to Yi Feng. Monkey, what did you see out there? Yi Feng frowned and asked, calm and steady as he was, his face also carried a bit of surprise. I just saw the little white dog go in and... Monkey gestured and made an exaggerated expression, boom. And the hole was blown open. Yi Feng pondered for a while and nodded his head, meaning it's the credit of that little white dog? Definitely, but I don't see any explosives. Does this puppy have demolition skills? Yi Feng shook his head, his eyes staring without opening his mouth. Even with the demolition skill, to blow up such a hard black wall of magical creatures, one would need at least a late fourth order power. That puppy looks so unassuming, I didn't realize it was so scary. Make way, I'm the medical teacher in charge of detecting magical creatures. At that moment, a pair of teachers dressed in professional white attire quickly ran up to Ling Qingyao and the others. Students, you are the first to break through the demonic black wall, but the demonic radiation has likely entered your bodies. Please cooperate with us in checking it out for future treatment. Okay, fine. Ling Qingyao and Wu Qianqian and the others looked at each other in dismay, feeling that there wasn't much radiation either. They had nothing to do with them at all except for the first 10 minutes of chiseling and turns, followed by Ziran on. Soon, a data sheet was promised under the medical teacher's testing. Drop. Radiation safety level 99%. Dropping. Radiation safety level on target 98%. Drop. Not one of the four tested was less than 90% safe. Ha! So safe. The medical teacher was confused. It doesn't make sense. The radiation from the magical black wall reduces the safety value by 1% just by staying for a minute. Are you guys really breaching the black wall of magic? A few teachers looked at Ling Qingyao and the others with suspicion on their faces. No traces of radiation could be seen, other than a gray head. Of course, teacher, where else would the hole behind you have come from? Ling Qingyao explained with a bitter smile. Because of the auspicious clouds wrapping at the beginning, the radiation on several of them had been purified once, and very little radiation was normal. The group of medical teachers nodded and looked into the deep hole. It's probably because these little guys brought props to protect them from radiation. Well, it's time to call it a day. A couple of teachers started packing up their testing instruments. But just then, one of the teachers ghosted a radiation instrument and scanned the hole inside. Dropping. There are 0 demonic molecules in the area and no ominous radiation has been detected. The instrument emitted an artificially intelligent mechanical female voice. Aha! The medical teachers moved their hands to look at the one with the scanner. Old Zhang, this instrument of yours is broken. 0 demonic molecules, that's no joke? No, it can't be broken. Old Zhang gulped, his face slightly white. This is the instrument I picked up this morning, the packaging is all still there. I'll try. At that moment, a gruff voice approached. With deep suspicion in his eyes, Chen Jinkue picked up a testing instrument from the ground. A scan of the hole gave exactly the same result. There are 0 demonic molecules. He took a deep breath and suppressed the shock under his eyes as he looked at Ling Qingyao and the others to the side, whose foreign beast was the one that went in. Reporting to the teacher, it's my Fei, the unicorn. Ling Qingyao raised her hand, her eyes trying to calm down as much as possible so that Chen Jinkue wouldn't see anything. I hope he doesn't find out about Qi Lin's purification ability. Kirin? Never heard of it, but it's a great beast. I thought it was a little white dog, but I didn't realize that this unicorn's attack could be so terrifying that it would vaporize all the demonic molecules. Terrific, nurture it. Luckily, Chen Jinkue hadn't discovered Qi Lin's ability to purify the ominous. Rather, he guessed that Qi Lin's attack was so powerful that it could annihilate even demonic molecules. Yes. Ling Qingyao sighed in relief, a faint smile appearing in her eyes. Well, go and take a look at the world behind the wall, don't forget the responsibility you are shouldering. Chen Jingkui's eyes flickered slightly and he nodded. He then led the medical teachers away. Qingyao, Qilin is so powerful, even the teacher hasn't seen him before. Su Mengmeng came over to Ling Qingyao's side and took her hand, smilingly saying. Qilin can even vaporize demonic molecules, it's indeed powerful Nakayo Yoju. Noara and Nadi smiled back. The only one who was silent in place was Wu Qianqian, who had just said that Qilin was only a C-class alien beast. Thought it was on and was going to play for a year. As a result, Qilin really got on it, not to mention that he didn't even use it for 10 seconds. Shame on you. I should have known better than to be so arrogant. Wu Qianqian only felt her cheeks burning. Let's go see what's behind the wall. And then it's time to get ready to come out and split the class. She led the way into the cave entrance, and when Ling Qingyao and the others saw this, they followed closely behind. Chapter 48 Kirin Bloodline Awakening. Kirin Gnosis. The back mountain of Magic City University. Ling Qingyao and the others walked through the dark tunnel that was more than 10 meters long. Qilin was found crouching at the end of the road. Qilin, are you hurt? Ling Qingyao watched Qilin stay where he was and nervously ran over. Qilin turned his back to Ling Qingyao and the others and slowly turned his head, shock lingering on a small white face. It seemed to see something horrible from the end of the road. What's wrong? Seeing the expression on Qilin's face, Ling Qingyao's pretty face was slightly solemn. No, it's peaceful here. Qilin stiffly turned his neck to look at the world beyond the black wall. The breeze came in, sending gusts of gardenia scent. On a pale lawn sat this small stone monument with a smiling portrait of a man. Han Xinghua, 28 years old, demonic invasion of the magic capital, with the strength of the second rank to resist the demonic invasion for a day and a night. Bo Wanqing, 19 years old, a student of the 2010 class of Magic City University, was martyred on a mission to sweep the country for a copy of the Abyss. Nearby, the soil appears to have been recently renovated. The tombstones in the distance had grown mossy. Not far away from the flower bed, a branch luxuriant leaves, like the elderly old man-like gardenia tree stands peacefully, the rich flower fragrance is from the blooming gardenia wafting. Here was buried one of the Donghuang people who had sacrificed their lives resisting the demons of the abyss. Sleep peacefully on this little hill and never awaken. This. Ling Qingyao and the others walked out of the cave and looked at the tombstones all over the mountain, each with a shocked expression in their eyes. I was actually curious at first where the black wall of such high magic came from. Wu Qianqian suddenly opened her mouth with a hint of gravity and respect in her eyes. But seeing this, it's like I know. These demonic black walls are made up of demonic corpses. This one tombstone was obviously the owner of the demonic corpse. Wu Qianqian picked up a bouquet of gardenias that had been prepared on the side and gently placed it in front of one of the tombstones. The present splendor of the Donghuang kingdom could not have been achieved without the countless generations of Donghuang people who threw away their heads and spilled their blood. Ling Qingyao also had more awe in her eyes. Even if the Eastern Brilliant Kingdom was brilliant, she couldn't forget the history of demonic invasions that had taken place. With scum like the Abyssal Order colluding with the Abyss, it was no wonder that everyone had to kill them. Grandpa wanted me to make a trip to Mordor University, and I was a little curious at first, but with so many tombstones in all these corners, I seemed to understand. Yuki Noara clasped her hands together and bowed slightly. It's a different country though. However, she still carried a sense of respect in her heart for the people who had sacrificed their lives in the Donghuang kingdom. Afterwards, Ling Qingyao held Qilin and strolled around the mausoleum at the back of the magic city. Time passed, and more people punched through the black wall of magical creatures. After everyone came to the world behind the black wall, a rich look of shock rose in everyone's pupils. The black walls made of demonic corpses were hard and unyielding, but these ancestors fought the living, powerful demons with righteousness. This made them, the newest group of freshmen at Mordor University, feel a tremendous amount of pressure on their shoulders. Zirin, what are you thinking? Under the fragrant gardenia tree. Ling Qingyao looked towards Qilin, who had a small silent face in her arms. Nope, just kind of caught off guard and brought back some memories. Qilin shook his head, memories surfacing in his eyes. Regardless of the world, the will of the Donghuang people for their family and country will always be unbreakable. Okay. Ling Qingyao nodded and looked at Wu Qianqian and Su Mengmeng on the side. They were all meditating on their knees, recovering their mental strength. Ling Qingyao then began to meditate on her knees as well. Qilin was the only one under the tree who remained conscious. Qilin was lying on Ling Qingyao's soft knee pillow, crossing his legs and living like a human as he looked at the sky. He sighted through the branches of the gardenia tree and looked at the turquoise blue sky. The abyss invaded and the demons were powerful. There are abyssal demons outside and the abyssal order inside. At this point in time, Blue Star was not as peaceful and harmonious as one might expect. The only way for himself and Shoveler to survive in this situation is to keep getting stronger. Thinking this way, Qilin looked at his small pink plush paws and frowned slightly. How about trying to practice? Just as this thought emerged, Qilin's face changed. It's not right. How can you practice when you have to lie flat? Just leave things like practicing to the pooper scooper. So close. Qilin took a deep breath and almost cultivated. Stretching out his paw, he patted on Ling Qingyao's finger. With a flash of spatial fluctuation, a bag of Fey Beast jerky was taken out. These were rare items, the jerky of the 4th-ranked exotic beast, the blood chi cacao. With such a mouthful of $500,000 to $600,000, Ling Qingyao usually couldn't afford to take it out. But this little action had long been discovered by Qilin. He opened his plush little mouth and tore up these 4th-rank alien beasts' meat one bite at a time. Blah blah blah. Well, it tastes pretty good. A satisfied look appeared in Qilin's eyes as he swallowed these rather chewy jerky from the blood chicory bowl. Gollum! As the last mouthful of beef jerky was swallowed, Qilin's eyes suddenly widened and a majestic heat flow surged through his body. Buzz! Ding! Congratulations to the host for raising to level 20, further unlocking the Qilin bloodline. Your Kirin bloodline development, 10%, gaining innate aptitude, Kirin enlightenment. Kirin Gnosis, your gnosis is through and through, and you can comprehend the essence of anything if you observe it long enough. And you can rewrite and create moves, skills, and martial arts techniques. The system's beep sounded. Qilin trembled, and a butterfly-like radiance lit up around him, waving its wings and fluttering in the sky. Each butterfly spreads a dust of knowledge that is inhaled by those around it. The effect of their meditation multiplied, and their mental power fluctuated uncontrollably. Qilin's pupils lost focus and his consciousness once again went to another world. In the vastness of the world, Qilin transformed into a large white unicorn with one horn, standing 8 or 9 feet tall and exhaling like thunder. Instead, there were big guys around that were dozens of times more robust than Qilin. This time, Qilin seemed to be acting as a student, listening to a mysterious Qilin with a jade-like body and emerald-like scales lecturing in front of him. The complicated and obscure Qilin language Qilin seemed to understand. It just felt like an itchy brain. Just as he tried to scratch his head, consciousness awoke. When Qilin opened his eyes, the 3 camel peaks came together, and the deep grooves made Qilin's eyelids jump. I'm a bean. Is this heaven? Dreaming about taking classes to touch fish and waking up with this perk. Qilin reached out his clawed paw and grabbed the largest camel's hump inside. A little one, you're so cute even when you're asleep, Sister Meng Meng hugs you. Looking at Qilin's sleepy and adorable appearance, Su Meng Meng joyfully swept Qilin into her arms. The slender jade hand kneaded Qilin's small horns, causing Qilin to itch. Qingyao, the butterflies that are fluttering around Qilin, what's going on? Watching Qilin and Su Meng Meng play around, Wu Qianxian frowned slightly. They were awakened after they realized that their spiritual cultivation was flying. When he opened his eyes, he saw Qilin, who was wrapped in a silver butterfly. The scattered silver dust seemed to strengthen their minds and make meditation practice twice as effective. I'm not sure. Ling Qingyao shook her head, her beautiful eyes looking at Qilin curiously. But all of a sudden, she seemed to sense that Qilin's aura had gotten a little stronger. Together with the blood aura kuei beef jerky scattered on the floor, she seemed to realize something. Qilin, you bastard, you're stealing food behind my back again. Su Meng Meng and the others around the words froze. Stealing food? Chapter 49, Beautiful Tutor Feng Xuanying. This teacher is big fierce ah. Hey, Shoveler, get your words straight, what do you mean by stealing food? I'm just practicing. Can't you see I'm level 20 now, you drag ass? Qilin emerged from Su Mengmeng's arms and looked at Ling Qingyao with a small unhappy face. This pooper scooper can't let anyone rest anymore. What's stealing food? How bad it would be if Mo misunderstood. Level 20? Hearing this, Wu Qianxian's pupils looked Qilin up and down. It seems like it's really different compared to before. Before it was yummy and lazy, now it has an extra feeling that I can't tell you. Getting smarter, this feeling is the scent of a wise man. Tuanjie added.
She'd seen similar feelings to Zirin's in members of her family's think tank.
Not to mention, this little Qilin looks even more elfin. Su Mengmeng poked Qilin's little cheek in surprise.
Ling Qingyao used her contract to roughly feel Qilin's level, and felt a little weepy.
Really level 20?
It's unconscionable that this guy can get an upgrade for stealing a meal.
Didn't watch Qilin cultivate either.
Ling Qingyao could only attribute this to the effect of the 4th-ranked foreign beast meat. It's almost time, it's time to go check the results of the classifications. Ling Qingyao stood up, hugged back Qilin and walked towards the mountain. This time, the placement assessment was held in the plaza. Class equivalency is determined based on the speed of breaking the black wall, along with the overall strength considerations of the freshmen. In a small tent in the center of the plaza sat the female instructor in charge of grading the classes.
Qingyao, you might be out of luck this time.
Why? Ling Qingyao looked towards Wu Qianqian who had spoken, and the other party's brows furrowed gently. The last time I investigated you, I found out that you fought with the Yi family, and even the villa was destroyed. Wu Qianqian slowly opened her mouth, her eyes had a few moments of watching the fun. And this teacher who holds the grading of the placement classes is a member of the Zhao family. The Zhao family and the Yi family are family friends. If you offend the Yi family, you might be targeted by her.
No way? Su Mengmeng covered her small mouth, thinking that it wasn't such a coincidence. Splitting classes is just a name, it's not like there's going to be a reduction in resources.
Ling Qingyao's eyes were like the surface of a lake as she walked towards the teacher Zhao. It doesn't matter if it's Class S or Class C, as long as she can be assisted to become stronger.
Hi, I'm here to check the placement results.
Ling Qingyao walked into the small counter of the placement list and looked at Mr. Zhao inside.
You're Ling Qingyao's classmate, right?
I heard that you guys broke through the black wall and won first place, that's really good. A foxy, flirtatious smile appeared on Zhao Yunli's luscious face.
Wait a moment, teacher will investigate the class placement results for you.
A few seconds later. Zhao Yunli seemed to sigh regretfully. I'm sorry Qingyao student, you seem to have been assigned to Class C.
Class C?
The people around them who had come to split the class were all slightly stunned.
Ling Qingyao's team was ranked first, how could she be assigned to Class C? There should be a mistake.
Ling Qingyao, our school is absolutely fair and impartial and will not judge any student indiscriminately. Your Blackwell grade is number 1, but your Imperial Beast potential is too low, a C-ranked Fey Beast, it's better to go to a normal class. After all, Class S is full of Fey with S-rank potential, or A+ rank potential, and that's for the sake of tailoring the class to the individual. A good class won't necessarily be able to instruct you well.
Zhao Yunli spoke softly. Those eyes were extremely regretful, as if they truly felt sorry for Ling Qingyao's C-rank alien beast.
Okay, Class C is Class C. Ling Qingyao didn't have much of a mood swing and reached out to take away her student ID.
Though the other side said it in a grandiose way.
In reality, it was nothing more than the people of the world family targeting her behind her back. But it's no big deal, as long as one is powerful, all small tricks are useless. Ling Qingyao turned around and returned to the group of Su Mengmeng and the others.
Qingyao, she's gone too far.
Su Mengmeng clenched her silver teeth and walked up to the front to argue with teacher Zhao.
No need.
Ling Qingyao laughed bitterly. She really didn't care about Sister Deng in her class, and she believed that Qilin didn't care either. Su Mengmeng student right, you've performed well this time, you've been assigned to Class S yo. Zhao Yuli saw Su Mengmeng come over and said with a smile on her face, this is your student ID, take it. Zhao Yuli handed over a student ID card. I don't want a student ID, you're transferring me to Class C.
Su Mengmeng looked at Zhao Yunli angrily and said angrily. Class C?
You're the first place winner for breaking through the black wall, and the moon rabbit with S-rank potential, going to Class C is too condescending. Zhao Yunli froze for a moment and looked at Su Mengmeng in surprise. No need for teacher to worry, please also transfer me to Class C. Su Mengmeng said with a leathery smile. This.
Zhao Yunli's eyes went cold. This Su Mengmeng definitely knew Ling Qingyao.
Trying to help her out now, are you?
Stupid.
I don't see how you can grow without the guidance of your S-class mentor. Zhao Yunli thought viciously in her heart when she heard someone calling her.
Mr. Cho. Wu Qianqian walked up and seemed to recognize this teacher Zhao. Ms. Wu.
Mr. Zhao's eyes lit up when he saw Wu Qianqian.
This one's real identity is not ordinary.
If she could make friends, maybe her status in the Zhao family would skyrocket.
Ms. Wu is here to check the class equivalency, right? I've already looked, your class is S. No, please transfer me to class C. C, class C? Why? Do you want to help Ling Chungyao get back at me too? Zhao Yunli's face was as hard as if she had eaten a fly. She hadn't felt this angry in years. But on the contrary, she couldn't make a move to suppress these few people yet. The first place Blackwell breakthrough score is noted for getting the attention of the school's top brass. Ling Qingyao's C-rank potential as a foreign beast could barely be said to have passed. But Wu Qianqian and Su Mengmeng couldn't do it at all. Do you want to stop thinking about it? Zhao Yunli looked at her son and daughter in front of her with a fawning smile. The answer I got was as hard as a stubborn stone. No need, Ling Qingyao is my captain, I'm more used to having her around. Wu Qianqian smiled and simply refused. And that's when Yuki Noara came along and timidly shouted, go to class C. Pust. In one day, class S is missing 3 geniuses. Zhao Yunli felt like she was on the verge of vomiting blood, and her face paled as she said, okay. Freshman C reporting to classroom. Unsurprisingly, Ling Qingyao and Su Mengmeng and the others were assigned to the same class. You guys really are. In the classroom, Ling Qingyao swept her gaze over Su Mengmeng, Wu Qianqian and Noara Ji, who were at the same table. Why did you follow me here? For a good reason. Ling Qingyao was inexplicably a bit touched. This feeling of being recognized made her heart slightly warm. Alright, we're not coming at you, it's mainly because class C is more suitable for exercising yourself. Wu Qianqian waved her hand, which was that same tough talking look. Su Mengmeng saw through it without saying anything and smiled lightly. I don't know if the tutor is fierce this time, but don't be like high school, that would be bad. The words were just finished. The sound of clattering heels tapping was heard approaching the classroom. The classroom went quiet as the voices approached. Is class over? The quiet environment made Qilin a little uncomfortable, and when he opened his eyes, he saw a beautiful teacher in a teacher's uniform with black heels walk into the corridor. Hello students, I am your instructor, Fong Xuanning. The beautiful teacher stood on the podium and gently raised a finger. The cold air coalesced into a sharply penned name on the blackboard. However, Qilin's eyes involuntarily widened at the sight of her. It was only because this new teacher was so overcapitalized that the evil presence of the Great Omen was so strong that he could barely seal the buttons of his white shirt. The clasp took on a weight it was not meant to bear and gave a shudder that was about to fall apart. It's over, Su Mengmeng. This female teacher looked so fierce. Chapter 50. Qilin goes on the demonstration. Watch this, I'll only teach it once. I know that everyone has been assigned to Class C, and there's more or less some grumbling in their hearts. Fong Xuanning slowly spoke, her calm gaze sweeping over everyone in the classroom. But Mordor University is not the school you used to go to, you have to follow the rules here. Once you were geniuses, but now in front of me, you are nothing. Fong Xuanning said as a trace of breath flowed out of her body. Buzz. The classroom violently swept away a circle of ripples, like ice brushing against the face. The eyes of the students changed slightly. 6th order breath. Overlord level powerhouse. I didn't realize that the normal version of the teacher was a hegemony level powerhouse. Moreover, this aura was already very close to the 7th order Seal King level. The bottom of Ling Qingyao's eyes were slightly gloomy. This Fong Xuanning was even a tad stronger than teacher Lu Ruoyan. Wu Qianqian and Su Mengmeng and the others all had different expressions on their faces. Okay, I believe everyone is calming down a bit. Fong Xuanning said dryly, knocking on the blackboard and opening her mouth with great execution. Since this is the first lesson, let's get right to the point. The first lesson I'm going to teach you is how to use your skills properly. In a battle against a demonic creature, every drop of our mental energy cannot be wasted due to the hardness of the demon's body, so the release of skills is crucial. Fong Xuanning belonged to the female teachers with strong execution at first glance. Not even a few minutes out of the gate, he started explaining the course. Zirin hadn't been listening for long before he fell into a dream of knowledge. The sound of even breathing resounded through the classroom. A silver butterfly rested on Qilin's horns, its silver leaf-like wings flapping gently. The small butterfly eyes seemed to be recording everything that Fong Xuanning told in place of Qilin. Fong Xuanning was so involved in her speech that she didn't hear Qilin's purring. Alright, next I'll have my imperial beast, the snow demoness, give you all a demonstration of the power of the ice sealing fist. With a wave of Fong Xuanning's hand, a summoning spell appeared in front of her. With a flash of icy blue light, a snow demoness with an illusory, ghost-like figure and 2 braids on her head appeared in the classroom. Snowdemoness, use ice fist on the blackboard. Feng Shuining gave an order. The Snowdemoness raised her slender hand, ice light flashing on her fist, and aimed her fist at the blackboard and smashed it down. Bang! Powerful punch slammed down. The blackboard, however, did not leave a single mark, but instead was covered with a layer of chilling ice. The icy blue cold ice was like bacteria, centering on the blackboard and quickly spreading to the entire classroom. Windows, doorways are frozen with a layer of ice. The chill quickly filled the room and the students in the classroom couldn't help but shiver. Achoo! Teacher Feng's Snowdemoness is so strong, this skill proficiency is perfect. The ice sealing fist is about the accuracy and range of the ice, not the strength. Yeah, with a punch like that, I'm afraid that if I were to get my fei on it, I'd shatter the blackboard directly. The students who knew what they were talking about complimented Feng Shuining's Snowdemoness. The punch was just strong enough not to hurt black and white. The ice effect, however, manages not to hurt the students, but instead freezes the entire classroom. Not bad. A smile appeared on Feng Shuining's chilly face, and she was also quite satisfied with the Snowdemoness strike. She was about to retrieve the Snowdemoness when a purring sound came to her ears. Hooters! Whose fey beast is this snoring? Feng Shuining's brows tightened as she followed the voice and looked towards Ling Qingyao's position. His eyes rested on the plush puppy in Ling Qingyao's arms. Bad. Ling Qingyao felt bad and hurriedly shook up Qilin gently. Qilin quickly stopped sleeping, this teacher is very strict. As soon as she raised her head, she saw Feng Shuining walking over. Ling Qingyao, right, I know you, the first place winner of the Imperial Beast Master Association. Uncle Joe even praised you to me. Feng Shuining's beautiful eyes gazed at Ling Qingyao, that frosty pretty face devoid of the slightest emotion. She paused for a moment and continued to speak, but you Imperial Beast. She looked towards the marshmallow-like puppy in Ling Qingyao's arms. It's really too weak. If you use it to supplement your growth, your future achievements will stop at the 6th rank, and you will never have the possibility of being crowned king. Feng Shuining did not hide the dissatisfaction in her tone. No teacher, Qilin is actually very good, and it's listening carefully, it's just... Ling Qingyao also attempted to salvage the situation. Just what, don't you give me that, he sleeps and still listens? Feng Shuining frowned and waved her hand to drive away the silver-colored butterfly perched on Qilin's horns. Sleeping in my class is lazy. That skill demonstration that Feng Shuining had just given was actually not just shown to the students. More like trying to teach these fey a lesson. Teacher Feng, although Qilin can't listen to the lesson, it is cultivating. Ling Qingyao bitterly poked Qilin's soft little belly. Fingers sunk right into the snowy, fat belly. What? Qilin woke up leisurely, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the fierce eyes of Feng Shuining and Ling Qingyao. He froze. What was this? While he was wondering, a silver butterfly landed on his shoulder and dissipated into a point of light. A few seconds later, Qilin learned what had just happened from the silver butterfly here. Caught sleeping and groping by a beautiful teacher. It was also looked down upon as a C-ranked fey dragging down the shoveling. It's just that there are so many holes in the skills demonstrated by the Snowdemoness. This is... Feng Shuining picked up the back of Qilin Destiny's neck and said with a faint smile, little fellow, your summoner said that you can sleep and cultivate, so why don't you come up to the podium and show us the ice sealing fist? Showing the ice fist? Ling Qingyao froze and politely refused. Teacher Feng, Qilin is not an ice exotic beast, even if he could learn the ice sealing fist, he wouldn't be able to learn it this quickly. Feng Shuining had asked Qilin to display the ice sealing fist, obviously wanting Qilin to be embarrassed in person. The surrounding students gave a look of amusement. But... let go, just show it, isn't it just the ice seal fist? Qilin's horns revealed thunderous arcs of electricity and broke free from Feng Shuining's hands. He then jogged all the way to the podium and jumped. Kirin Gnosis grants him absolute skill proficiency. Almost any skill, just by looking at it, Zirin could learn it with style. What's more, the silver butterfly had helped him study for half a day, and he had almost memorized the ice sealing fist in his heart. Phew! Qilin stood in front of the blackboard, his right front paw slightly raised, a faint layer of frost condensing on the tip of his fist. Crystal and ice slag rustled and fell, emitting a not-so-weak blast of cold. The students were slightly surprised to see this scene. That little puppy stance looks kinda like it. Something's not right, this really is the ice fist. Feng Shuining frowned slightly. As an ice overlord powerhouse, she was extremely sensitive to the ice system. One glance showed that the ice seal fist in Qilin's hand was absolutely authentic. Could it really sleep and cultivate? A thought rose in Feng Xuaning's mind that she didn't even believe herself. Next. Watch this ice ceiling fist, I'll only teach it once. Qilin's eyes chilled as he clenched his right front paw into a fist and blasted out. Bang! A cloud of ice fog exploded on the blackboard, and white mist spread out to cover Qilin's form. Could Qilin really be a? Ling Qingyao was also surprised as she looked at Qilin's back. Su Mengmeng and Wu Qianshan also stared intently at the white mist. Scatter! Feng Xuaning waved her hand and a cold wind blew past. The ice fog was directly blown away, revealing the scene inside. Only the blackboard in front of Qilin did not have a single trace on it. But it's not a bit chilly either. Air. Failed? The classroom was silent, and the students' faces stiffened. What the hell was I expecting? Instead of trusting a C-ranked little puppy to use an ice fist, I'd rather trust my old lady to ride a sow in a spiral to the heavens. The lack of outrageous. The students were chattering and the atmosphere of the classroom was ruined. Feng Xuaning just wanted to chide for silence. The doorway was heard to open with a bang. Teacher Feng, can you control the snow demoness? It's hitting my classroom with that ice fist. It's causing my students to be shocked. A middle-aged, balding male teacher came into the classroom in a huff. Mr. Shui? A stunned expression appeared on Feng Xuaning's pretty face. I wipe. If memory serves, there were at least 3 classrooms between her and Mr. Shui's classroom, right? How did Qilin manage to hit the ice seal fist so far? Chapter 51, Want to learn? I'll teach you How did you little guy manage to do that? A punch that separated 3 classrooms and hit Mr. Shui's class. Feng Xuaning stared blankly at Qilin under the blackboard. It's too late to know surprise. I won't teach you if you want to learn. Zirin turned her back and aimed her ass at her. Feng Xuaning cried and laughed. This little guy is still angry? Teacher Feng, don't change the subject. What's the situation with your snow demoness? Mr. Shui spoke in a gruff voice, a face as black as coal. He was just experimenting. As a result, the sudden appearance of cold ice scared him and made his hands shake. The experiment failed, bang smashed, and straight up made a fool of itself on the spot. He didn't know where to put his old face when he thought of his students holding back their laughter. Teacher Shui, that ice ceiling fist was made by this little puppy. I didn't know it was so powerful. Feng Xuaning explained with a bitter smile. It? Teacher Shui wiped the top of his somewhat bald head and looked at Qilin standing on the podium. Who are you kidding? 3 classrooms, 1 little puppy. This isn't writing a novel. Do you really think it's going to be able to fight a bull over a hill? If a puppy has such a high skill level, I'm not a good instructor for Class S. Teacher Shui waved his hand and patted his chest, saying that Qilin was absolutely impossible. This was definitely the girl Feng Xuaning who was jealous of the S-class he taught. That? Feng Xuaning looked at Qilin and then at Mr. Shui. The corners of his rosy mouth slowly curved into an arc. That's what you said. 5 minutes later. Bang! Qilin retrieved the fist that had landed on the blackboard, the tip of which was still dripping with a gust of cold air. There wasn't a trace of the blackboard, but the thud of footsteps flew. Ms. Feng. I didn't mess with you when I taught Class A. Mr. Feng. When did my Class B offend you? Why is this ice fist giving us a hard time? The teachers of Class A and Class B all ran over. Teacher Shui's pupils shrunk slightly as he watched this scene. Aha! It really can be a mountain apart. Not only is it accurate, but it covers such a wide area that several classrooms have been spared. Mr. Shui, now you believe it. Feng Xuaning looked at Teacher Shui with a faint smile, taking out a pack of 5th-rank imperial beast meat in her hand and handing it to the snow demoness. After receiving it, the snow demoness directly tore open the package and lightly came to Qilin's side and fed him. Believe it or not, what kind of racial beast is this little tit dog? Code 4, skill talent so high. Teacher Shui looked at Qilin, who was being fed meat by the snow demoness, and large question marks appeared on his face. And your S-class instructor status? A faint smile surfaced on Feng Xuaning's pretty face, and her tone carried a slight sizzle. Instruction in what? What guidance? Why don't I remember? Mr. Shui snapped his bald head and walked out of the classroom playing dumb. Along with other teachers, he took them away. Watching the action here is a total blowout. The skill level of a few of them is not as high as this little puppy's After the other class teacher leaves, a cacophony of chatter resounded in Feng Xuaning's classroom. I'll go, Ling Qingyao. This little tit is really powerful. I've rarely seen a beast that can shock the teachers of Magic City University. This hand of ice ceiling fist feels even more powerful than the snow demoness. A student spoke up excitedly. The snow demoness movement of feeding Qilin jerky was lurched. Qilin sensed the abnormality and looked up at the 6th-ranked snow demoness, finding the other party's eyes slightly hot. It seemed to want to know how he had just done the ice fist. Oh, you want to learn? Qilin laughed. The snow demoness froze, then nodded vigorously, her pale and beautiful face agitated. Yes, can you learn? I'll teach you if you want to learn. Qilin smiled triumphantly and raised his right hand, his 4-clawed paws propped up in the shape of petals. 4 packs of Fey beast meat, 5th order clan level. The snow demoness nodded heavily with a little hesitation. Afterwards, she began to hide in the corner of the classroom and practiced one move at a time under Qilin's guidance. The student's Mikado instructs the teacher's Mikado. This scene always felt inexplicably comical to the crowd. I take back what I just said, this little puppy's skill level is even higher than Miss Xuanning's snow demoness. Shoo, stop it now, can't you see that Mr. Fong's face looks a bit ugly? A student pointed at Fong Xuanning with his chin. At this moment, Fong Xuanning's eyes gazed at the snow demoness who was following Qilin to study, first with speechlessness, then becoming helpless. Just learn. In a way, Qilin's skill talent was high, a proper skill genius. Classmate Ling Qingyao, this foreign beast of yours is very good. Fong Xuanning looked towards Ling Qingyao, her cold face melting away with a hint of recognition. Teacher, you're really flattering me, Qilin is just an ordinary foreign beast. Ling Qingyao said modestly. Well, if it's for my class, your Fei can take a small break. Fong Xuanning nodded and made a concession. If an outsider were to see this scene, I'm afraid they would freeze on the spot. Fong Xuanning, the frozen Lady Yama, had never given in. Yes, thank you, teacher. Ling Qingyao nodded, and Su Mengmeng and Noera Jie at the same table cast surprised gazes. Qingyao, even teacher Xuanning recognizes Qilin for sleeping, you've cultivated him well. Yeah, Xiao Jam, little Zirin's fist, Sakichi. Noera Yuki smiled lightly, her eyes slightly fiery as she looked at Qilin in the corner. This little cloud-like Fei must have felt good to hold. Wu Chanxian frowned at the side, her beautiful eyes carrying a few moments of surprise. The time for classes is quickly coming to an end. That night, Ling Qingyao and the others arrived in the dormitory assigned by the school. One room on the first floor, 4 bedrooms, separate bathroom, separate balcony. That's not a bad setup in a place like Magic City where every inch counts. Qingyao, take an early rest, we don't have classes tomorrow, let's go out and stroll around the school. In Ling Qingyao's bedroom, Su Mengmeng pulled the door handle and said before leaving. You guys go hang out, I have more important things to do. Something more important? That's fine. Su Mengmeng nodded and gently pulled the doorway closed. After she left, Ling Qingyao looked at Qilin who had monopolized a large pillow. The little guy's breathing sounds like he's blowing a trumpet, and it's extremely cute. Sorry, Zirin. Ling Qingyao's eyes contained apologies as she gently touched Qilin's furry head. She realized that the Tai Shang forgetfulness sword technique had a lot of potential. But some key steps were crippled, and that made it very hard on her heart. So, she decided to buy the sword skill remnants from the internet in an attempt to make up the Tai Shang forgetfulness sword skill. Only, the price of these sword skill remnants was not cheap, one of them would cost $500,000. This way, she and Qilin's small treasury will be spent again. After that, he could only ask Qilin to bear with him for a while and would eat some food. Thinking this way, Ling Qingyao opened her cell phone and picked up the remnants of the sword skill online. Chapter 52 Little Brothers Pay Tribute. Qilin became a role model to learn from. On the second day, at 8 in the morning. The shimmering light of the early morning passed through the clouds and turned into golden beams of light that shone on Qilin's small, furry, round face. Well. Mr. Fong, you don't want the snow demoness to be unable to learn the ice seal fist, do you? Qilin, sleeping sweetly and talking in his sleep, rolled over. The little snow-white short tail swung in a smaller and smaller arc. He seems to be having a nice, beautiful dream. At this point. Goo goo. The tummy alarm clock makes a raggedy grunting sound. Oops, hungry. Qilin rolled over and sat up, rubbing his eyes with his little paws, realizing that Ling Qingyao had already gotten up and was refining her sword skills in the spacious bedroom. An ice-glazed sword was wielded by her with an incomparable sharpness, as if she was a human sword in one. I haven't seen you overnight, how come Shoveler's sword skills have gotten so much higher? Even Kirin Gnosis couldn't pick much of a fight. It's okay, Shoveler, you're able to cultivate seriously without my urging, so it seems like my teaching was pretty good. Qilin patted his belly and smiled as he walked over to Ling Qingyao. Seeing Qilin coming over, Ling Qingyao stopped swinging her sword and hung a smile as bright as the sun. Qilin, you're awake? Why are you laughing so hard? It feels weird. Qilin felt that Ling Qingyao seemed a bit different today. But without giving it much thought, he nodded, go and bring me some delicious food, this time I'm going to eat 4th-ranked foreign beast meat. Ling Qingyao's face was slightly flustered as she laughed. I still have to cultivate, so I don't have time to go buy you Fey beast meat today. Why don't you make do with the previous 3rd-rank Fey beast meat first? 3rd rank? What do you take me for? I'm Lord Qilin. Qilin's brows were deeply furrowed. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Qingyao cultivated hard, he would never agree. Forget it, 3rd rank is 3rd rank. I have to keep my few packs of sovereign class Fey beast meat. When I break through the 21st rank, I'm going to treat myself. Upon hearing the 5th order Fey beast meat, the expression on Ling Qingyao's face froze for a moment, her smile slightly awkward. Don't worry, I'll save it for you. Save the Fey meat? She wants to, too. But those sword skills were too expensive, and she could only sell some of her assets. This included the 5th-ranked foreign beast meat that Qilin had gotten from the snow demoness. As long as he made up the supreme emotionless sword technique, Qilin would definitely forgive himself. Afterward, Qilin hugged a pack of dried meat of 3rd-ranked alien beast meat and went to the sofa in the living room. Was going to turn on the TV and watch the news. But just came into the living room. 3 little black shadows then darted out. Aha! Who dares to sneak up on me? Qilin's furry ears trembled, and with a shock in his heart, he turned his head to look at the 3 small black shadows. Golden light flowed from his eyes, releasing the unicorn's subdued pressure. Boom! Agu! Big brother, spare your life, it's us, little sable The head of a small purple sable on the spot to kneel, not a bit of temper after, hands to Qilin bow. Qilin saw the true faces of the 3 small black shadows, which were the 3 foreign beasts, the heavenly demon sable, the 6-tailed demon fox, and the moon rabbit. It's you guys, huh? Looking for me for what? Realizing that it wasn't an enemy, Qilin yawned in boredom. Jumping onto the couch, he ripped open the package and ate the Fey jerky. Boss, you're so precious. The heavenly demon sable jumped to Qilin's side, wearing a spatial ring of not bad quality on its slender sable tail. We've come to pay you tribute, so take a look and see if it's to your liking. With a wave of the heavenly demon sable's tail, the space in front of Qilin's eyes fluctuated. Bags of beautifully packaged exotic beast meat appeared on the couch, and there was also the logo of the Delicacy Pavilion. The Delicacy Pavilion was one of the top catering giants in the Eastern Brilliant Kingdom, with numerous branches specializing in selling all sorts of delicacies and drinks rich in cultivation effects. Aha! This kid is really on the ball. Qilin's wide eyes gazed at the delicacies of the Delicacy Pavilion in front of him, and he immediately felt that the jerky in his mouth didn't smell good anymore. Ugh! What 3rd-order alien beast jerky? Dogs don't even eat it. Qilin grabbed the Delicacy Pavilion food handed over by the heavenly demon sable and gulped it down. Have to say. Professionals, doing professional things. The meat at Delicacy Court tastes great, even when the product is ready to eat out of the bag. Eating it gives a soothing sensation that goes straight to the soul. Big brother, eat slowly. Here is also the wisdom pill that inspires spiritual wisdom. After taking it, your spirit will be doubled and you'll be able to eat everything. The heavenly demon sable played the role of a little brother, feeding Qilin water and introducing these delicacies to him. It handed a silver-gray elixir into Qilin's mouth. That's good stuff. Qilin chewed on the wisdom pill and his eyes glowed with golden light. It just felt like a refreshing rush to the brain, as if there was a clear stream of peace flowing through it. The heavenly demon sable saw Qilin eating happily and also smiled as he talked about business. Boss, in fact, the 6-tailed fox and little moon rabbit also want to recognize you as their boss, look. The sky demon sable's eyes signaled the 6-tailed demon fox and the moon rabbit. Aha! Hello, boss. The moon rabbit's little head nodded like garlic, its large rabbit eyes looking timidly at Qilin. He knew Qilin the earliest and was the bunny most afraid of Qilin. Ever since it was startled by Qilin last time, it had been thinking about how to deal with Qilin. When the sky demon sable found out about this, he branched out. If you can't beat them, join them. It makes too much sense. Kirin-sama, my concubine looks up to you. The six-tailed demon fox's eyes exuded a look like that of a little fangirl. The six snow-white tails synthesized into a furry fan, gently fanning the wind for Qilin. A seductive aura flowed out as it unconsciously released its foxy aroma. Good deal, as long as the tribute is in place, you are my minions. Qilin waved his furry beast claws and came to take the two little beasts under his wing. It's kind of boring just eating, how about this, you guys show me your best skills. Qilin rubbed his chin, considering that the potential of all three of these fey beasts was no less than S rank. It would be perfect to use Kirin Gnosis and learn some of their skills. Thus, the heavenly demon Sable took the lead in demonstrating the skill to Qilin. However, as time passes, Qilin realized that they were too broken and then pointed them out in passing. That afternoon, when Wu Qianshan and the others returned to the dormitory, they found that their imperial beasts had actually fought with Qilin, and the three of them were a bit confused. But that arrogant little white dog on the couch, grapes delivered to him when he opens his mouth, and a fey pounding his legs and squeezing his shoulders when he's tired. This scene saw Wu Qianshan's trio's teeth itching. These little brats, telling them to practice their skills and backhandedly recognizing a big brother? Wu Qianshan lightly bit her silver teeth, looking at the heavenly demon Sable's dog-licking appearance. She was a bit exasperated and laughed. She was, after all, the daughter of the god of battle, and had extremely high eyesight, thinking that she was no weaker than Ling Qingyao. But it was useless for her to be the only one who could compete with Ling Qingyao. This little traitor, the heavenly demon Sable, had long since turned her back on her camp and thrown herself under Qilin's command. Little Sable, seeing that you're smiling so happily, I'm sure you must have practiced your skills, come and demonstrate them to me. Wu Qianshan laughed coldly, isn't Qilin your role model to learn from? Then demonstrate the skill once and see what you've learned. Chapter 53 Perfect Skill Proficiency. Qilin taught it? Demonstrate the skill? This Sable Master isn't free, he still has to pinch Big Brother's shoulders. The heavenly demon Sable responded to Wu Qianshan without lifting its head. And pinching Big Brother's shoulders? It's really against you. Wu Qianshan's pretty face darkened as she walked over and picked up the Sky Demon Sable. Your skill proficiency is so low, and you still have the heart to serve a C-ranked foreign beast here. Hurry back with me for extra practice. Yeah, Rokuroku-sauce, your Foxfire skill proficiency isn't enough either, so stop playing for now. Fearing that something would happen between the six-tailed demon fox and Qilin, Noara J worriedly said, Teacher Feng Xuanning said that in order to unleash the full-bodied fox flame, you would need at least half a year's worth of practice. Come on back to practice with me. Yuki Noara also picked up the six-tailed demon fox. Wait. Stinky girl, how dare you call my big brother useless? The heavenly demon Sable struggled and jumped to the ground, looking straight at Wu Qianshan. It had to give Wu Qianshan a little color. Six tails, demonstrate to your master the full-body foxfire that Big Brother taught you. With a wave of its small paw, the Sky Demon Sable turned the six-tailed demon fox. Yes. Little naughty, my lord will show you the skills that Lord Zirin has taught me. The six-tailed demon fox struggled out of Yuki Nogara's embrace and landed her body on the ground. The six tails spread out slowly. Each tip of the tail had a magnificent red flame, and the air around it filled with a cold and eerie odor. Rustling. With a flap of the six tails, these flames quickly formed a running firefox in midair, as fast as lightning. This firefox followed the six-tailed demon fox's line of sight, jumping up and down inside the living room as if it was a living thing. And, even though the flames stained the couch, they didn't ignite a single item. Ha! That was too fast. Naughty Nohara's eyes couldn't keep up with the speed of this foxfire. Foxfire was a third-ranked skill, but the six-tailed demon fox didn't release the entire skill for more than 5 seconds. Noara Nadi was confused and spoke with a bit of a froth, no, it can't be. Rokuroku-sauce, you really have fully mastered foxfire. When has my father ever lied to you? This is all due to the guidance of Lord Kirin. The six-tailed demon fox proudly tilted up its snow-white gooseneck, its eyes condescendingly looking down at Vivara Knotweed. This, Noara Nadi smacked her lips slightly, embarrassed to look at Wu Qianshan and the others. It seems to say again, excuse me, I'm going to be in the Zirin camp too. As for the firefox of the six-tailed demon fox, Wu Qianshan and Su Mengmeng also had some understanding. Such a high-level skill could be directly cultivated to the level of complete mastery in less than half a day. Is this really a C-rank Fey pointing out? Was this really taught by Zirin? Wu Qianshan was surprised and looked at the Sky Demon Sable, her tone softened. What about you, Master Sable, how about skill proficiency? If Qilin could teach the six-tailed demon fox, did that demon sable's skill proficiency skyrocket as well? Only to see the sky demon sable on the sofa reveal a disdainful smile and hug his arms. This sable master is gifted, second only to Big Brother. With Big Brother's guidance, skill proficiency naturally rises. With that, it waved its hand, and a purple crescent moon appeared in the living room, and a sharp aura filled the room. Under the purple moonlight, Wu Qianshan and the others even felt their skin tingle slightly. This skill is so sharp even before it's unleashed. Wu Qianshan was taken aback and looked at Qilin with an ecstatic expression on her face. Little Sable, you're really right to recognize this Big Brother. Right? Didn't you say my big brother can't do it, and Yin and Yang my big brother is my role model to learn from? The heavenly demon Sable obviously didn't eat this set of words, clasping up its arms and not even looking at Wu Qianshan. That's my problem, you must learn more skills from Qilin. Wu Qianshan laughed bitterly. Yes, 6 sauce, learn more from other people's Qilin, cute and powerful, how great. Noirajay hugged the six-tailed demon fox and nodded in surprise. From now on, Qilin will be your role model to learn from. Seeing this, Su Mengmeng, who was watching from the side, looked towards the moon rabbit, her pink and pretty face agitated. Bunny, what about you? You must be pretty good at your skills too? But black lines appeared on the forehead of Qilin, who hadn't said anything, as he looked at the snow-white moon rabbit with fluffy fur in front of him. Awesome? Just this rabbit. Forget it, this rabbit was literally the worst class of students he had ever taught. It took half a day to learn a crescent blade. I don't know if it was because it had stayed with Su Mengmeng for too long, but it didn't have a very high level of spirituality. Rabbit up. The bunny panicked more than a little, his two little paws pointing with an awkward grin. Su Mengmeng froze. You didn't learn nothing, did you? The result was unsurprising. Su Mengmeng was on the verge of vomiting blood from anger. People can learn, why can't rabbits? Hello? Time passes and the days of vacation pass quickly. Qilin, however, realized that something was wrong. Ling Qingyao's sword skills were getting more and more advanced, but the food it ate was getting more and more vague. Finally, as Ling Qingyao served a bowl of thin rice, Qilin couldn't help himself. Shoveler, you'd better give me an explanation. Where's my 5th-rank alien beast meat? So what, it's not in the space ring. Ling Qingyao smiled. With that, Qilin was seen holding up her spatial ring. Aha! When? Ling Qingyao looked at her bare finger in surprise. The space ring was gone. Ah, this. Ling Qingyao's face was as bitter as if she had eaten a yellow fever. I'm sorry Qilin, I spent all my money because I wanted to cultivate the sword skill, and the remnants are just too weak and unorganized, really. She apologized weakly, without any of that goddess stance she had before. Really spent it all, you loser shoveler. Hearing Ling Qingyao say that the money was gone, Qilin planted himself powerlessly on the bed. The snow-white belly heaved a few times with a lifeless expression. That was the money that it had gone to great lengths and worked tirelessly to remote control Ling Qingyao in exchange for. A couple million. That's gone. Yeah, I'm sorry Zirin, I'm really trying to get ahead too much. Ling Qingyao lowered her head, just like an employee who had made a mistake and was facing the wall with her boss. For the second rank to be promoted, promotion materials are necessary. That's another huge cost. With that amount of money, it's not enough to upgrade. Ugh. Qilin sighed and waved his paw. It's fine, just be motivated, you can make money again if it's gone. And doing the math, it's been a month since our last entry, so it's about time to make the next one. Ling Qingyao was touched, it felt too good to be recognized by Qilin. She nodded seriously. Aha. But you also reminded me that it's time to upgrade your sword skill. Qilin rubbed his chin with one small paw. Based on these days of poking around, he realized that there were many places where he could whore out resources at Magic City University. With that, Qilin decided to head to a famous location of Mordor University, the library. Kirin Gnosis is like a sponge, as long as it enters the library of Mordor University, which has a rich collection. Qilin would be able to draw on countless knowledge, so perhaps perfecting the sword technique wouldn't be difficult. Chapter 54, Library Enlightenment. A human could not compare to a foreign beast. Early in the morning, Ling Qingyao arrived outside the Magic City Library. The sunlight in the early morning hours, with its reddish-orange glow, spilled into the hazy mist. The shrugging heads were as dense and rushed as the rush hour of a 6 p.m. shift. Ling Qingyao followed the flow of people inside the library. The first floor of the Gilded Library is so large that it is the size of several soccer fields combined. Rows and rows of bookshelves were crisscrossed and neatly arranged and placed, as if they were a labyrinth. Most people wandered among the bookshelves on the first floor, with only a few choosing to ascend the stairs. In front of the signposts. It says here that the sword skill type technique we're looking for is on the 5th floor, head up. Qilin lay on Ling Qingyao's head and directed her to ascend the stairs. Good. Ling Qingyao nodded her head and walked to the stairway. It was then stopped. I'm sorry, student, but if you want to read the books above, you need to pass the test of the Ladder of Enlightenment. A silver-haired teenager in a librarian's shirt approached. He stood in front of Ling Qingyao and pointed at the staircase that looked like it was made of purple stone. The Ladder of Enlightenment is able to test your enlightenment, and although the library is free, everything is about a rational allocation of resources. If you can't get through, then take a look on the first floor, the usual books will suffice. The silver-haired teenager introduced himself courteously. Thanks, but I'm here all the time, so naturally I'm going to try it. Ling Qingyao nodded and stepped on to climb the Ladder of Enlightenment. Knock. As soon as his feet hit the stairs. All sorts of pressures, just like a tidal wave coming from all directions. Ling Qingyao gritted her teeth against the pressure, a drop of sweat slipping off her forehead as she climbed the Ladder of Enlightenment at a speed that wasn't too slow. Climbing at a good pace, hang in there and you should make it to the 4th floor. The silver-haired teenager smiled calmly, taking a bit of interest in Ling Qingyao. Ling Qingyao walked in front, and he followed behind. Keeping a distance of 3 paces, so calm that he didn't even change his face. The scene of climbing the Ladder of Enlightenment was also transmitted in real time by the electronic screens on the floor. In order to incentivize students, Mordor University usually used the Enlightenment Ladder as a test. Likewise, the students, who are the target of the incentive, are able to see the scene through screens all over the floor. Someone else is climbing the stairway to enlightenment, and it seems to be a new student. The speed is not slow. It looks like it should be able to reach the 3rd layer. I really envy them for this kind of high enlightenment. The 3rd layer are some feats that are worth more than $1 million. It's not like you want to learn it. Say, who's that librarian behind her? She looks familiar, but I don't remember seeing her there. I think I've seen it too. I can't remember for a while. The students in all parts of the library stopped what they were doing and watched the 2 people climbing the Ladder of Enlightenment. At that moment, in a corner on the 2nd floor of the library. Yi, do you recognize this girl? She seems to be a freshman just like you. In front of the desk, a voluptuous woman in a large red dress with a very low neckline crossed her legs. She looked to the black and white-haired teenager to the side. Sister Jai, this is Ling Qingyao, the 1st place winner for breaking through the black wall. Yi Fong explained. Ling Qingyao, the one who broke the record of the martial battle god but rejected your Yi family? Zhao Jai's eyes went slightly cold as she looked at Ling Qingyao climbing on the screen. Such a talented young girl would be a strong competitor if she couldn't enter their lineage. The speed isn't bad, except that going at such a speed, one would definitely fail to climb the 3rd floor due to overusing one's brain. Zhao Jai smiled coldly, very unimpressed with Ling Qingyao's performance. This, to her, was a sign of a lack of worldly guidance. Yeah, it looks like Miss Qingyao will have to wait for the next week. Yi Feng nodded, inexplicable emotions flashing in his eyes. It is important to realize that you cannot stop climbing the Ladder of Enlightenment, and you can only climb it once a week. As soon as the floor is ascended, it will be remembered by the Ladder of Enlightenment, and will not have to be climbed again next time. At Ling Qingyao's speed, I'm afraid I can only wait for the next week. We can only look at her own destiny. We should be able to meet her on the 2nd floor. Yi Feng thought secretly, then buried his head and read his books. As the crowd watched Ling Qingyao on the screen, no one noticed that the white hat on Ling Qingyao's head seemed to have entered a state of comprehension as well. At this moment, Qilin felt the pressure coming from the Ladder of Enlightenment, which was not similar to the fear originating from biological instincts like intimidation. Rather, it comes from a sense of awed knowledge as vast as the universe. All of this is knowledge, only blocked by the Ladder of Enlightenment and accumulated. Qilin only felt as if he had arrived at a library that was far larger than the library of Mordor University by countless times. There are countless books accumulated here, and when you pick up a book and look at it, each one records a person's realization and insight. Covering sword paths, skills, Seal King level experience, and even complicated arcane knowledge that even Qilin couldn't understand at the moment. Is this the truth about the Ladder of Enlightenment? A vast treasure trove of knowledge that inflicts intellectual descending blows on outside beings. Qilin's conscious body understood the original nature of the Ladder of Enlightenment when the Qilin Gnosis comprehended this level. The ladder of enlightenment was as good as nothing to Qilin. It was just like a beautiful woman who used a scary mask to scare people. Qilin uncovered the mask and saw the heavenly beauty underneath it, and wouldn't feel fear towards her. Instead, they were deeply salivating. You'll have to take a look at this treasure trove of knowledge. Qilin had just risen to this thought before Qilin Gnosis could be activated. The illusory world shattered with a bang, as if it had been startled by Qilin's stance. Amount. In the real world, Qilin opened his eyes with an ugly face and looked at the purple stone stairs in front of him. The guy's initiating self-defense procedures. That's pretty vigilant. However, he noticed that Ling Qingyao's speed had slowed down. Qilin, it seems like we won't be able to reach the 5th floor. Ling Qingyao was panting, and her fair face became as bright red as a ripe apple. Not to mention the 5th floor, it was a bit up in the air if she could even ascend to the 3rd floor. It's only how many floors and you can't do it, you're still really weak. Qilin disdainfully skimmed his mouth and mocked in a tone of disdain. Who let the shoveler spend all his petty cash? Alright, you follow me, this Qilin will lead you up to the 5th floor. You. Ling Qingyao hesitated, recalling the image of Qilin sleeping to comprehend his skills. Maybe Qilin's enlightenment was really extremely high. So she nodded and carried Zirin to the stairs. Class, don't be discouraged if you can't climb, it's already a good thing that you can climb to this height for the first time. The silver-haired teenager smiled, not to mention that he looked young, but it was actually all the rejuvenating effect of the Gongfu. As the vice-chancellor of Mordor University, his favorite thing to watch while guarding the library was these kids climbing the ladder of enlightenment. Because the ladder of enlightenment was originally a treasure tool designed by him, he felt an unexplainable sense of relief when he saw the students panting with exhaustion. Hey! That old boy, Zhou Jingua, told me to take care of this girl. Originally, I wanted to use the ladder of enlightenment to exercise this girl, but I didn't expect that I wouldn't be able to climb up the 3rd floor. That's pretty weak. Vice Principal Yin Ming snickered behind his back, ready to hear the sound of Ling Qingyao's abandonment. But just then. Class, even though I can't make it as a starter, I have a replacement. Ling Qingyao had her back turned, her eyes resting on the small beast on the ground. Yin Ming only saw the little beast on the ground grin and spit out human words, the main force is tired, I'm the replacement. Next. Only to see Ling Qingyao under Qilin's leadership, one person and one beast began to run above the enlightenment staircase. Moreover, the speed was getting faster and faster, like a 100-meter sprint, and his body was transformed into a stump. Not a moment too soon. Yin Ming could barely see Ling Qingyao's shadow. Crap! Yin Ming exploded out of his mouth, and he had already lost sight of Ling Qingyao in his eyes. The only sound was the thud of climbing stairs, echoing in his ears. Yin Ming's brain buzzed, never in his life had he thought that someone could fly above the stairway to enlightenment. Crawling is fine. What the hell are you running for? Damn you! This kind of speed, is it really the comprehension speed of a foreign beast? Why Yin Ming felt that even if he climbed with all his might, he couldn't run so fast. Man is still no match for the beast. Chapter 55, Sleeping Enlightenment. Amazing Vice Principal. Knock knock knock. On the ladder of enlightenment, Qilin ran with his short legs, his speed getting faster and faster. Ling Qingyao followed closely behind it without a trace of pressure on her shoulders. It was as if the purple stone staircase in front of her had lost its effect on her. Her beautiful eyes looked at Qilin in front of her, her beautiful eyes both shocked and delighted. Can't even the ladder of enlightenment stop it? Why hadn't she realized before that this little guy was so smart? This horrifying enlightenment should reach a realm that is unattainable to the next person. And the scene was dropped all over the floor. 2nd floor of the library. The screen played the image of Qilin and Ling Qingyao leaving librarian Yin Ming behind. Despite Yin Ming's efforts to catch up, the distance between him and Qilin was only growing. No, what's with that little puppy? How come it's running faster than a human? It shouldn't be. Aren't they climbing the ladder of enlightenment? I thought there was something wrong with the ladder of enlightenment, but look at the librarian behind the little tyke, there's obviously a gap, and he's been pushed so far that he's already pulled out his administrator nameplate to cheat. Hey! Nope. That's not an administrator nameplate, that's a vice principal identity plate. Holy! Is that TM the vice principal? Could it be the rumored one, Principal Yin Ming, who practiced too many gungfu, causing him to go off the deep end? It's him, it's definitely him. It's said that he's also one of the founders of the Ladder of Enlightenment. How come he can't even compare his enlightenment to a puppy? Ah! Don't say it, I can't beat me on it." The originally quiet environment was shattered by a cacophonous clamor. The crowd pointed up at the screen and looked with bitter faces at the little white dog running in first place. After living for so long, their enlightenment was even worse than a dog's. That's quite a lesson for the dog. Only to see Principal In Ming all but left behind. They're a little more balanced. At that moment, Zhao Jiai was interrupted from her concentration by the noise and looked up to the screen as well. Look no further. Ling Qingyao, who originally struggled to climb 3 flights of stairs, had already gone to the 4th floor of the library without realizing it. It also climbed rapidly toward the higher 5 floors. Even the librarian, who was suspected to be the vice principal, couldn't catch up. Hiss. Zhao Jiai frowned and pondered for a long time, but still didn't figure out that this would happen. It was true that Ling Qingyao couldn't climb the stairs. But her fei had taken her straight up to the top? It's so absurd it's like a dream. How could a little puppy be so enlightened? At this time, Yifeng, who was on the side, also frowned and sized up Qilin on the screen. I'm not sure, perhaps this C-class alien beast's talent is low, but the heavens have given it an understanding that is no weaker than a human's. Zhao Jiai thought for a moment and responded, isn't there a saying that if heaven closes a door for you, it will definitely open a window for you? But isn't that a little too big a window for heaven to open? It's all a bit leaky. Yifeng couldn't help but laugh bitterly as he looked at Vice Principal In Ming, who was left behind on the screen. That's the ladder of enlightenment, even Principal In Ming couldn't run away from it, so it's obvious that this little puppy has a high level of enlightenment. And Qilin, who was the center of the discussion, had already begun the process of stepping onto the last step of the 5 flights of stairs. Buzz! Qilin's snow-white cute little paw was placed on the floor of the 5th floor, and a pressure was finally felt on his body. A flash of gold in his eyes and a smirk surfaced. Not bad, finally. Unfortunately, we've reached our destination and there's no need to keep climbing. Qilin took 1 step and his small body stood steadily in the library on the 5th floor. Ling Qingyao also climbed up right after him, her breathing slightly rapid on her white face. Following Qilin to climb the stairs was so fast that running was a bit tiring. Good thing it was all worth it. They had finally arrived at the 5th level where the sword skill was stored. The 5th floor of the library was not as large as the 1st floor, only half the size of a soccer field. The bookshelves are wooden giltwood shelves carved with a dragon motif pattern. Occasionally, I catch a few whiffs of quaint, crisp book scents. It seemed that the books had been sitting around for some years and were rarely opened. Qilin, are we still climbing the stairs? Ling Qingyao looked at the stairway at the end of the road, and a gleam of shimmering light came from the dark stairway. It seems like there's another layer on top of this. Even the 5th floor had such a precious sword skill. Wouldn't the 6 tiers be worth hundreds of millions of S-class feats, or sword techniques? Forget it, let's wait until we have a chance later, and I feel a bit stressed on 6 floors, it's not convenient for me to bring someone with me. Zirin also looked to that stairway, his little head shaking. Kirin Gnosis is indeed unbelievable, but it's also a matter of circumstances. Right now, all of these books could help Ling Qingyao to make up for the Taishang Forgetfulness sword skill. Phew, you guys have finally stopped. At this time, In Ming also climbed up to the 5th floor and walked towards Qilin with some panting. What a divine imperial beast, what race is this little beast in the end, this enlightenment? Is simply heaven-defying. Vice Principal In, Qilin belongs to a foreign beast called the Qilin. Ling Qingyao was slightly surprised when she saw the identity nameplate in In Ming's hand and explained. Turns out the man was the principal. Looked like he thought it was the high school kid. Kirin? In Ming pondered slightly, not finding any information about the Qilin in his mind. Let's just pretend it's a newly emerged race. Alright, this little beast has a smart mind, you guys then proceed to the books in this 5th floor library, you can improve yourselves properly. The next time you come, you won't have to climb the ladder of enlightenment unless you want to ascend to a higher floor. Good. Ling Qingyao nodded, and after saying a few words of thanks to In Ming, she watched In Ming leave. Before leaving, he also told Ling Qingyao that she could only stay on the 5th floor for a day at most, or else all this masterless knowledge would corrupt her mind. It becomes like a puppet of a book, requiring the teacher's presence to restore sanity. Qilin, let's get started? Ling Qingyao looked at Qilin with a solemn expression. Instead, he found that Qilin had already sat up with his legs crossed, and that posture was so standard that it lived like a human being. No way, shoveler, I'm not in the right position. Qilin shook off his sore neck and with a small jump, he plopped down on Ling Qingyao's round yet tight jeans. Soft and creamy. As expected of a pooper scooper, it comes with its own body odor. Alright, I'm going to start comprehending. Don't disturb me if there's nothing going on. Oh, yes. Ling Qingyao nodded her head and gave Qilin a serious and incomparable protection. This was the first time she had seen Qilin seriously comprehend. It's kind of exciting to think about. What kind of stance would Ziring take to learn? Ling Qingyao was incomparably curious. But... hello. The lulling doze soon followed. Zirin fell asleep. There was also a small clear bubble on the small black nose, growing larger and smaller as he breathed. Ling Qingyao looked at this scene and was speechless. Sure enough, what with all the comprehension, Qilin is still the same old same old. This is clearly sleeping around. Where's the comprehension? Ling Qingyao wanted to cry. And wanted to ask Qilin if he was mistaken. But just then. Buzz. Suddenly, a silver butterfly flew up from Qilin's forehead. They flapped their wings that looked like silver leaves and danced around Qilin. Immediately afterward, they scattered in all directions, transforming themselves into industrious little bees, hovering among the bookshelves. The scene is akin to bees collecting honey, except that they are collecting all kinds of knowledge. It's beautiful. Ling Qingyao was lost in thought as she watched the silver butterflies fluttering in the sky, a small cherry mouth slightly open. This situation. Could it be Qilin enlightened in his sleep again? Chapter 56, Comprehending the S-Class Sword Skill. The schoolgirl was astonished. The sight of silver butterflies fluttering around lasted all night. Ling Qingyao then plopped down for a nap in the library. Principal Lin Ming said that all the knowledge on the 5th level is active and can automatically mesmerize the human mind. By the window in the early morning, Ling Qingyao rubbed her sore neck, her eyes looking around at the silver butterflies fluttering around her. But why don't I feel anything? Is it because of these butterflies? Looking at these silver butterflies, Ling Qingyao only felt that the number of butterflies became larger. The size also seems to have gotten around bigger, as if he had gained weight. I wonder how long it will take for Qilin. Ling Qingyao thought silently, picking up a book and flipping through it while waiting for Qilin to wake up. It waited until late the next night. Buzz! A jarring sound woke Ling Qingyao up. She looked up and realized that the butterflies surrounded Zirin. A silver butterfly was like a moth to a flame, crashing into Qilin's body. The white light from the silver butterfly's dissolution continued to flicker as if it were a strobe light, illuminating the late-night library brightly. Well. Zirin slowly opened his eyes as well, the meaty pads on his little paws rubbing his sleepy eyes. Not bad for a temple of knowledge, so good for sleeping. Qilin stretched out, his body arching into an upside-down U shape. But just then, Qilin's movements lurched, and his mind went down for a split second as if he had suffered a thunderclap. In an instant, a massive amount of knowledge surged into Qilin's mind like a tidal wave. Most of this knowledge was gung-fu details, sword techniques, and various treasured skills. Only, the cultivation of these skills is only literally comprehended. Without having seen the actual battle drill, Qilin did not know the exact operation. Shoveler, this sword trick of yours isn't simple. Qilin cleared his mind of his thoughts and looked at Ling Qingyao to the side. In the back of his mind, there were only a few mentions of the Taishong forgetfulness sword technique. But without exception, the most suitable group of people who wanted to cultivate this Taishong forgetfulness sword technique were the cool and refreshing women. I don't know if it was just luck, but Ling Qingyao was very suitable for cultivating this sword skill. What's wrong? Is it possible that the 5th floor of the library of our Magic City University doesn't have the Taishong Oblivion sword technique either? Ling Qingyao frowned her beautiful eyebrows in worry. In that case, wouldn't she have wasted her time? There are a large number of remnants recorded within the 5th level of the Gongfu, all of which are not systematic. Qilin shook his head in mock disappointment and saw that Ling Qingyao really did look worried. It was only then that Qilin smiled and spoke, but after all, there is this Qilin out there. Hee, after this Qilin's deep thought and day and night comprehension, I finally give you half of the Taishong forgetfulness sword technique to make up for it. Half? Are you sure, Zirin? Are you sure? Don't tell me you're wrong. Ling Qingyao's beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she repeatedly asked. The realm of the founder of the Taishong forgetfulness sword technique was too high. Ordinary sword masters would not necessarily be able to comprehend it even if they spent half their lives. But Ziring said he could replenish half of it, which is a miracle. Come on, put your head together. Qilin waved at Ling Qingyao, a confident smile on his small round face. The best way to break the skepticism is to speak with facts. Ling Qingyao leaned over with confidence. The forehead in Zirin's horns touched lightly. Buzz. The blinding white light snapped on, and the proper library was as bright as day. Bright light also reflected from the windows, dispersing the darkness outside the library. Even a few flying birds and beasts in the trees were awakened, fluttering their wings in terror and flying away. Day 2. The first hint of fish belly white rose in the sky. Medium. Clank. In the quiet library, a loud and clear sword sound was detected by Yin Ming, who was organizing the books. This is... In front of the bookshelf, Yin Ming dragged the cart of organized books, his ears flapping gently. Only a constant, sharp with a sharp breaking sound was heard. There seemed to be countless sword calls, coming from upstairs. It can't be that girl hasn't left the 5th floor yet. Bad. Yin Ming did his worst, dropping the books in his hands and rushing towards the 5th floor. In the meantime, 5th floor of the library. Sure enough, it's the supreme forgetfulness sword technique, and I feel as if it's still an S-rank technique. Ling Qingyao opened her eyes and digested the sword technique that Qilin had passed over. She just rehearsed it with her spiritual power, and countless sharp sword shadows surfaced around her. A greenish-blue women's saber covered the air, emanating an unmistakable aura of sharpness. The air, too, seemed to tremble and ripple in fear of the tough sharpness. S-ranked feats? How much for one? There's a price for it, take it to an auction house and it'll be at least $100 million in auction transactions. Ling Qingyao said excitedly, her pretty face flushed red. I should have brought Qilin to the library earlier. This was an S-rank sword skill, and a day earlier you got it, you would increase your strength by 1. Qilin, you're really my lucky little koi. Ling Qingyao excitedly hugged Qilin up, her fragrant lips seemed to rain down on Qilin's plush little face. Hey. Happy as you are, can you not kiss so hard? Qilin rolled his eyes and pushed Ling Qingyao away with his claws. The divine beast Qilin had never been on the active side. This woman is good, but she also wants to reverse the Big Dipper. I'm sorry Kirin, I got carried away too. Ling Qingyao was embarrassed as she took out a silk scarf and wiped Qilin's little face carefully. There was no way around it, the value of the S-rank technique was too precious, it was hard for her to control her excitement. Alright, you show me the power of the sword skill. Qilin pointed to an open area for Ling Qingyao to demonstrate. Good, this time I have comprehended 2 super means from within the sword skill. The first is called 1,000-mile sword escape, transforming my body into a sword, I can appear 1,000 miles away in an instant. Ling Qingyao nodded and took out her ice-glazed sword and gently waved it around. When she held the sword, her entire aura changed. The eyes were calm and unfeeling, as if cutting through all emotions and distractions. It can be used as an escape skill, and when the time comes, it's not bad to just bolt after grabbing the treasure. Qilin nodded, looking forward to the second skill. Only to hear Ling Qingyao explain, the second one, named Elemental Killing Sword, can condense all kinds of elements in the blade and manipulate it with essence spirit, with unparalleled defense-breaking effect. Let me show you. With that said, Ling Qingyao placed Qilin on the seat and held the long sword as she began to execute the second sword move. Phew! Her chest rose and fell gently, dismissing the distractions in her mind. Raising his sword, the sword flashed with thunder, and the sound of nuisance electricity echoed through the quiet library. Rustling! With a wave of Ling Qingyao left hand, the 5 elements ring floated down an orange-red flame. The flames, as if they were spiritually rich, followed Ling Qingyao's arm and landed on the sword's body. Moment! The sound of the mingling of thunder and flames was like a thunderous roar, and it was accompanied by the sound of rapid air currents that echoed through the library. The ice-glazed sword in Ling Qingyao's hand trembled gently, being controlled by her utmost efforts. She raised her left hand again, as if she still wanted to fuse a third element. No, you really want to destroy the library. Qilin's little white face was scared white, his big eyes glaring round. Shoveler, don't mess around. If you destroy the library, then you can't even afford to pay for it if you sell us. Chapter 57, 1,000 Miles of Sword Escape. What's the point of being a student if you don't go to class for a week? It was good that Ling Qingyao was listening to advice. Instead of fusing the third type of original water, he cast the elemental killing sword in the form of fire and thunder. However, just by looking at this situation, Qilin had a feeling that the library would be ruined, I'm afraid. No way, Shoveler, you gotta stop. I can't take it. Ling Xingyao was also a bit flustered at the moment, fusing two elements for her first time casting the slaying sword. But theory is theory, and practice is so different. She still overestimated her strength. Qilin's face froze, but soon, he thought of a way. Pointing in the direction of the Ladder of Enlightenment, he quickly said, "Use it on the Ladder of Enlightenment, the books will be easily destroyed, but the Ladder of Enlightenment certainly won't." Yes. Ling Xingyao also agreed with this, and carrying her ice-glazed sword, she quickly ran towards the stairway. A few running steps followed by a sword swing. Phew! The piercing purple thunder and orange-red flames transformed into an unstable crescent-shaped cloud of sword chi. The air instantly fled as the heat seemed to vaporize the void. And just as the crescent sword chi was about to land on the stairway, a figure just happened to walk in. Yin Ming had just stepped out of the stairway when he saw a sharp sword aura approaching. The raging energy of that thunder and fire put even him under a considerable amount of pressure. Grandmas! What are these two little brats doing? Yin Ming grimaced for a moment. Two hands were raised, and two large golden handprints immediately appeared in the void. Buzz! The large golden hand closed with both hands and caught this crescent-shaped sword blade steadily. Yin Ming rubbed his hands together quickly, and the crescent-shaped sword blade gradually shrunk in the large handprint. It soon became the size of a soccer ball until it escaped into a point of light and disappeared. Yin Ming heaved a sigh of relief and waved his hand to disperse the large golden palm print. Luckily, I'm not old enough. Or else really let these two little guys ruin it. Yin Ming straightened his somewhat messy hair and turned to look at Ling Xingyao and Qilin, his face dark. "You guys better give me an explanation." "Principal Yin Ming, would you believe me if I said that I was just experimenting with the sword skill I comprehended?" Ling Xingyao hugged Qilin, revealing an awkward smile together. "I'll believe the hell out of you. Comprehend the sword technique? This is clearly more than an A-ranked sword skill, and you comprehended it as well?" Yin Ming's forehead veins rippled slightly, then he laughed coldly. "I know that your Fey beast has a high level of enlightenment, but to say that it comprehends more than an A-ranked sword skill, I don't believe it. Tell you what, I'm in the library anyway, so show me the rest of the moves in this sword technique of yours, and I'll be satisfied to count as if I didn't see anything." To be honest, Yin Ming was also a little curious as to what level this little beast could reach if it could comprehend the sword skill. After all, the enlightenment was here, so maybe he could comprehend an A+ grade sword skill? This. Ling Xingyao's face was a bit hesitant, but Qilin made a color at her. "Shoveler, use that one. You mean, 1,000-mile sword escape?" "Right." Ling Xingyao nodded seriously as she received Qilin's affirmative reply. "Headmaster Yin Ming, this next sword of mine is very agonizing, you must not disturb it or I will easily fail," Ling Xingyao said with incomparable seriousness. Qilin nodded back. 1,000-mile sword escape, instantly escaping for 1,000 miles. I thought Shoveler would use it later, but I didn't expect to use it today. I can only apologize, Vice President Yin Ming. Okay, I won't bother, you guys cast it. Yin Ming nodded and sat down on a chair. He crossed his legs like an invigilator and watched intently as Ling Xingyao performed a move. Ling Xingyao poured all of her spiritual energy into the ice-glazed sword and gently waved it in a subtle rhythm, as if she was outlining a formation. Nice sword. This sword technique was exquisite, yet contained extreme energy within its introversion. If the bottom line is touched, once it explodes, it is bound to be overbearing and overwhelming. Ha! Seeing Ling Xingyao's sword-swinging movement lurch, Yin Ming leaned forward slightly. Is it coming, final sword technique? Only Ling Xingyao's eyes were tightly closed, her left hand holding the snow-white puppy, and with a flick of the long sword in her hand, she unexpectedly slashed through the void. Yin Ming was shocked, this sword technique even broke through the void. A sword technique that can vanish into the void? Scary as hell. Yin Ming vaguely felt that he had grasped something, as if he was still missing the last bit of something, he would be able to comprehend some skill. Go on. Yin Ming said excitedly. Okay, Principal Yin Ming. Ling Xingyao nodded her head and looked at Yin Ming with a strange look in her eyes. Afterward, she took a step like the void and disappeared into the cave entrance with Qilin. Vanished into the void. Yin Ming's face was shocked, this sword technique was so terrifying. But suddenly, he waited a few seconds and realized something was wrong. Huh? Where are those two little brats? Yin Ming watched as the hole in the void healed, but he did not see Ling Xingyao or Qilin come out. He slapped his head and said with an embarrassed look on his face, Sisters, looking too involved, letting this little girl run away? No wonder that little puppy looks at me like he's smiling.
Yin Ming sighed helplessly. From the moment he saw this move, he had no intention of pursuing it.
Because.
Looking at the slightly messy library around him, Yin Ming suddenly shook his head as a ripple gradually spread in his heart. The grade of that sword skill really belonged to the S-class level.
And it was very similar to a certain ancestor's sword skill he remembered.
It stands to reason that after that adult went deep into the abyss, the worlds would be devoid of her complete legacy.
Could it be that this is also what that little beast comprehended?
Complex emotions appeared in Yin Ming's eyes. It didn't matter if he was compared to Qilin.
Enlightenment, it's all about talent.
It's just that he somewhat lamented the fact that the river and the mountains were full of talents. With that little white dog and the S-class sword trick. If Ling Qingyao didn't fall, she would definitely be crowned king in the future.
Starting to look forward to such a day.
Yin Ming gazed out the window and left the 5th floor along the ladder of enlightenment. In the following days, Qilin and Ling Qingyao hid in the dormitory. One was worried about Vice Principal Yin Ming pursuing the matter, and the other was that Ling Qingyao needed to work on her sword skills. Luckily, after a few days of training, Ling Qingyao had blended the theory and practice of the sword skill.
There will be no situation where you can't control the sword skill.
Time rushed by, and in the blink of an eye it was the first week of Ling Qingyao's enrollment.
Class C classroom. Fang Xuanning, who had just arrived in the classroom, was in a very angry mood.
This bench of mine has thorns, can't it? Ling Qingyao is delicate, you guys can sit, can't she? On the podium, Fang Xuanning's face was as cold as ice as she looked at Ling Qingyao's seat that had been empty for a week. A week had passed, a full week had passed, and Ling Qingyao had counted the number of times she had attended classes on one finger. Because apart from that one time at the beginning of the school year, Ling Qingyao hadn't come back. Even if that fey beast's gnosis was good, where did Ling Qingyao get the guts to not listen to her lessons?
Let me ask you guys, what the hell is Ling Qingyao doing?
Fang Xuanning looked at the 3 Su Mengmeng who were in the same dormitory as Ling Qingyao and said with a cold face, "If you don't come for a week, are you still a student?" "Teacher, actually Qingyao has been practicing hard." Su Mengmeng still wanted to explain, but she was glared at by Fang Xuanning.
Cultivation, then tell me, what did Ling Qingyao cultivate this week?
I'm not sure. Su Mengmeng lowered her head. Let's forget about today. If she doesn't show up for the skills weekend exam tomorrow, I'll be sure to deduct her resources.
Fang Xuanning coldly dropped a sentence and then started the class again. Chapter 58 Skills Weekly Exam.
The sword skill amazed the entire audience.
The next day, the freshmen's weekly skills test unfolded on the playground.
The corner of the playground, where the C class, which goes to early 8, stands. Fang Xuanning was counting the number of people, and as expected, Ling Qingyao still hadn't come. Her face darkened as she once again approached Wu Qianxian and the others.
"Student Wu Qianxian, where's Ling Qingyao?"
Wu Qianxian's eyes were calm as she recalled the Ling Qingyao she had seen in the past few days. Ling Qingyao went out early and came home late these days.
I wonder what she's doing. I'm sorry, Mr. Fang, I'm not familiar with Ling Qingyao. Wu Qianxian shook her head.
Fang Xuanning looked at Noara Jie. This little girl also shook her head, indicating that she was not familiar with Ling Qingyao.
Su Mengmeng, where's Ling Qingyao? Don't tell me you don't know her well either?
This. Su Mengmeng looked at Wu Qianxian and the two of them for a few moments. Her face blanched slightly, and she faced the cold-faced teacher Fang Xuanning with a bit of fear. In the face of Fang Xuanning's pressure, it was really hard for her to manage to tell a lie. She said with a dry mouth, "Qingyao said that she's going to master the sword skill soon, so she might be late for today's weekly exam."
Late? She's so big.
Fang Xuanning glared at Su Mengmeng. Her eyes were like a suppressed active volcano that would erupt at any time. The aura that belonged to the 6th order overlord level flowed out directly.
Su Mengmeng's small face swished white and stammered, not knowing what to say. Just then.
"It's okay, Miss Xuanning, isn't it just a little girl? If you don't take the test, you don't take the test."
A magnetic voice rang out.
Only to see a white-haired old man wearing a tutor's uniform from Mordor University walk to the side. He didn't look young, but his voice was extremely penetrating, with the voice of a 30-year-old and the face of a 60-year-old. Only, as soon as he reached the ranks of Class C, his eyes unconsciously glanced towards Fang Xuanning's beautiful legs.
Miss Fang's legs, they're still in style. Got it, Mr. Wang Mu.
Seeing Wang Mu coming over, Fang Xuanning gathered her breath and nodded. This one looked a little pale, but in reality, the age this was only in his 20s.
The strength wasn't weak either, reaching the level of a 5th-order professional. Let me introduce to you all, this Mr. Wang Mu is going to be in charge of assessing you all later on. Fang Xuaning's gaze swept over the group of students, resting on Wang Mu, and said seriously. You need to use your skills to break through Mr. Wang Mu's defenses, and whoever deals more damage gets a better grade. Hey everyone, I'm Mr. Wang Mu, a 5th-ranked combined Imperial Beast Master. Wang Mu introduced himself, but his eyes kept staring at the pretty girl in Class C. He couldn't stop the smile from appearing under his eyes at the thought of getting close to the girls later. Hey, this C class is really good quality. Just the thought of being ravaged by them with their skills felt like blood boiling all over my body. Student Wu Qianqian, do you want to try? Fang Xuaning looked towards Wu Qianqian, her beautiful eyes had a few moments of expectation. If she could get good grades in this examination, she would receive more cultivation resources from the school. As the daughter of the god of war, Wu Qianqian had a noble status, so she thought that she should break through Wang Mu's defense. Aha! Wu Qianqian stood out, and the heavenly demon sable sat on her shoulder, those small eyes staring at Wang Mu unkindly. Girl, this person is not simple, there seems to be a demonic aura on his body, I'm afraid I need Big Brother to come in order to subdue him. Master Sable, you're too distrustful of yourself. Hearing this, Wu Qianqian frowned, lifting the heavenly demon sable is just lazy and used to stealing. Even if Qilin could help it improve its skills, it wasn't everything. Battle power is battle power. The rest of enlightenment and whatnot is illusory. Master Sable, if we rely on Qilin for everything, then we're too depraved. This time, I'll personally use the burning technique to manipulate Mother's green lotus earthly heart flame. Wu Qianqian's right hand was slightly clenched, and a turquoise flame was extinguished by her force. Come on little girl, I'll allow you to get high and use any foreign object, remember, we're rule-free. Wang Mu revealed a colorful smile and reached out to rip off the top, revealing a bronzed, knife-carved upper body. That one muscle hung with medallion-like scars, the skin glowing with a metallic sheen. Many of the women in Class C couldn't help but gulp as they watched this scene. Mr. Wang Mu is so secure. Any means necessary, that's just what I want. Wu Qianqian didn't hesitate, raising her hand was a blazing green flame. Is Mr. Wang Mu ready? Come on. With that kind of trick, it looks like I don't even want to go into a merged state. Under the sunlight, Wang Mu smiled while assuming a stance. Seeing this, Wu Qianqian waved her hand, and the green flame that looked like a lotus flower flew out swiftly. The burning fire lotus seemed to be able to pierce through the void. The air around them heated up quickly, and the students wiped the sweat from their foreheads and got a little sweaty. And in the blink of an eye, the green fire lotus was less than half a meter away from Wang Mu. Just a rumble. The ground on the playground shuddered as a green explosion of fire bloomed in place. Fang Xuaning raised her hand and released a cloud of ice mist, controlling the escaping flames as much as possible. A few moments later, the firelight dissipated to reveal the sound of snapping applause. You can do it, little girl, you're quite ticklish with that skill. Wang Mu smiled and walked in front of the crowd. It was only then that I realized that the bronzed skin on his chest was a bit burnt. Other than that, not even a hair was destroyed. This is a 5th-rank powerhouse, and the defense is too terrifying. That horrible fire lotus only left a small scar. If my royal beast is on it, I'm afraid all its teeth will be broken. The students around them looked worried. Even Wu Qianqian, that skill cannot break the defense. What is the role of their skills? Next. Fang Xuaning's face was cold, her eyes equally grave. I didn't realize that Wang Mu's physical fitness was so hard. I wonder if any of the students in her class can break defense. Don't lose face. But the lower students looked at each other, none of them daring to walk up. The little beauty, no Arayuki, looked around and was about to raise her hand when the 6-tailed demon fox yanked her back. What's the matter? Don't any of you have the guts to go on? Wang Mu looked at the Class C crowd with some disappointment and turned his head to Fang Xuaning. Teacher Xuaning, it seems that these students of yours are really not very good. Fang Xuaning's eyes flashed cold, and without moving, she condensed a layer of cold ice in her palm. But just then, a brittle voice rang out. Excuse me, Mr. Feng, can I try? The crowd turned their heads, only to see a beautiful white-skirted girl coming with a sword, and a cute puppy that looked like a marshmallow in her arms. As soon as he saw Ling Qingyao, Wang Mu's eyes went straight. I'll go. This extreme schoolgirl still plays with swords. Okay, you're it. Wang Mu set up his stance and took a horse stance. Still not open in the form of a merged imperial beast. Aha! Ling Qingyao was also very dry and put down Qilin, drew her sword and walked towards Wang Mu. Its secondary ice-glazed sword flashed with a cold aura, bringing with it an aura of sharpness. Wang Mu's eyes flickered with a shimmering light, and he grinned. The sword is a good sword, only the person who uses it is the key. Having only a good sword is not enough. However. Thanks for the reminder, teacher, in that case then. Ling Qingyao had just seen Wu Chanxian and Wang Mu's combat from afar as well. Knowing that Wang Mu's body defense was extremely strong. And so, she didn't hold back. Rustling. Ling Qingyao's hand shook, and a layer of orange-red flames covered the ice-glazed sword. Immediately after that, he gently lifted the hilt of his sword, and drops of liquid like thunder appeared at the tip of the sword. The symphony of thunder and fire instantly caused Wang Mu's face to change slightly. Good girl, this skill power, it's a bit interesting, haha. Wang Mu clenched his teeth, and his body collapsed and bound hard. But unexpectedly, Ling Qingyao pursed her lips and smiled as her left hand brushed over the sword. A small metal sword transformed into a stream of swords and wrapped around the ice-glazed sword, sheltering it like the stars arching over the moon. Immediately after that, each of the small metal swords had a sharpness that made one's hair stand on end. Combined with the explosive impact of the thunder and flames, the might of these small metal swords would absolutely transform into a life-threatening weapon. Something is not right, girl. Wang Mu was shocked, and a feeling of scalp numbness struck his heart. He looked at the little metal swords and felt that any one of them could hurt him. You wait. Don't add elements. Wang Mu's pupils shrank as he watched Ling Qingyao's finger lift her finger. Don't. Let you attack me, didn't let you treat me like a Fusang ghost. Chapter 59, The Beautiful Tutor Changes Like a Face. This student is great. Little girl, don't mess around. Wang Mu roared and his body quickly animalized. A dark-haired ape silhouette emerged behind him, quickly merging with Wang Mu. In the next moment, Wang Mu's whole body muscles swelled, black fluffy hair grew on his body surface, and his height rose to 5 meters, living like a black ape. However, the crowd frowned slightly, sensing an aura belonging to ominousness from Wang Mu. Wang Mu laughed loudly with a deafening ringing sound. Little girl, you're amazing for forcing me to enter the state of animalization. You're a demon? Ling Qingyao's eyes went cold, as soon as she remembered the hill full of tombstones in the back of the mountain. Her grip on the ice-glazed sword was slightly stronger. I didn't realize that the demons had mixed into the teacher's camp, it was really evil. Ling Qingyao's eyes were like cold ice as she lifted the ice-glazed sword in her hand, converting all of her spiritual energy into a thick earthy aura. The earth element also converged on the ice-glazed sword. At this moment, orange-red flames, purple thunder, small metal swords, and thick earth power. All of them entered Ling Qingyao's control. It was also the maximum number of elements she could control at the moment. Boom! An awe-inspiring might swept through, lifting up the dust and fallen leaves on the playground, and even the early morning mist was blown away with a bang. Wang Mu tensed his body against the gale, his black hair was messy and he was blown around a bit. His face hardened, even as a drop of cold sweat crossed his forehead. No, did this girl misunderstand something? You're not a demon yourself. Slaughtering too many demons and being tainted with ominous radiation, can this be recognized as a demon? Also, he himself practiced defense all by himself because of his blood sickness. But how did it feel like this girl might want to die with this sword? Little girl, let me explain. There is nothing to explain. Those who fall into the abyss are punished by everyone. Ling Qingyao raised her ice-glazed sword and swung it out. The sharp tip of the sword shone with a brilliant light of thunder and fire, just like a huge small sun had bloomed. The small metal sword directly transformed into a life-threatening black shadow under this driving force and shot violently toward Wang Mu. Enhanced by the thick earth energy, the small metal sword weighed as much as 1,000 pounds. Coupled with the explosive push of the thunder fire, the small metal sword cut through the void, pulling up an ear-piercing popping sound. Faced with hundreds of metal swords, Wang Mu's tall figure trembled slightly. That ape-like beast's face surfaced with a horrified expression and shouted at Feng Xuanning, Teacher Feng, say something. Feng Xuanning was yelled at before she managed to return to her senses. Shock lingered on the cold face. What just happened? She was so surprised by Ling Qingyao's sword skill that she couldn't speak. Because she understood the difficulty of the skill too well, she realized how terrifying this sword skill of Ling Qingyao's that controlled the 4 elements was. So much so that she forgot to remind Ling Qingyao. Qingyao student, stop it, Mr. Wang Muhi. Feng Xuanning was just about to open her mouth. There was an ear-splitting boom right in his ear, interspersed with the sound of plopping sharp objects like flesh. Boom! The heat wave swept in all directions with the black ape transformed by Wang Mu as the center. Everywhere it passed the lawns were scorched to a withered yellow. The power was so great that even Fang Xuanning had to fight to control the aftermath of this attack with both hands. The other students on the weekly skills test in the surrounding playground were baffled. WOC. Class C next door is killing crazy. Is this image, which looks just like an asteroid hitting a blue planet, sure a freshman is capable of emitting it? Not to mention them students, even if they were a little more ordinary assistant teachers, who could do it. The aftermath of the battle was gradually brought under control by the suppression of the ice fog. The heat wave was replaced by cooler temperatures and quiet returned to the playground. In the center of the mist, a pungent odor of blood filled the air. Interspersed with a thick kingwood wheeze, it sounded like he was hurt. Only in the mist, Wang Mu's figure was revealed, only to see that his body was covered with small metal swords inserted into a hedgehog's shape, which looked comical and incomparable. A drop of blood ran along the wound and dripped to the ground. The ground of the playground was stained red all over. Wang Mu looked down at his blood-filled palm and smiled with a pale face. Teacher Xuanning. Didn't we agree that this is only freshmen? As he said that, his thick body gradually shrunk and his pupils gradually lost their color. It doesn't do a lot of damage, but it dizzies itself. Bang! Wang Mu's figure collapsed in a pool of blood, and the hedgehog-like figure with small swords inserted into it, looked at the surrounding freshman's scalp. Even the teacher gave GA. Who the hell is this? I'm afraid it's not some old monster reincarnated and pretending to be a newborn. Everyone calm down, don't panic, this is a normal part of the assessment. Mr. Wang Mu's situation is just a bit special. It was a good time for a teacher to step up and take charge of the situation before it caused the students to panic. A few teachers from the infirmary came over with a stretcher and carried Wang Mu down. Another skill was cast to clear those crimson bloodstains. Everyone calm down, it's inevitable that accidents will happen inside the examination, and it's normal for Mr. Wang Mu to faint. The medical teacher carrying the stretcher smiled and hurried away. Normal, my ass. The students couldn't have been in a better mood, all staring intently at the C-class position. The dark-haired, cool young girl standing with a sword, her eyes did not have the slightest fluctuation of emotions. This one is really against the grain. As for Ling Qingyao, she put away the ice-glazed sword, and the icy aura on her body gradually melted away as she withdrew from the absolute state of concentration in Tai Shan oblivion. Ling Qingyao looked towards Fang Xuanning and asked with an apologetic face, Teacher Xuanning, what did you just say? What to say? Fang Xuanning looked at Wang Mu, who was carried away on a stretcher, and felt that it didn't matter anymore. It can break the defense of Kingwood and still make him see blood. This sword skill of Ling Qingyao's was simply not too terrifying. It's fine. Fang Xuanning shook her head, her eyes sizing up Ling Qingyao. The young girl in this pavilion seemed to have changed so much in a week's time. Originally, he thought that Ling Qingyao was lonely and arrogant. But now it seems that people really have it in them. Aha! Ling Qingyao nodded, her spatial ring flashed, and the ice-glazed sword in her hand dissipated into points of light. Then, a bitter smile appeared on her face, but Teacher Xuanning, this week, Qilin and I are practicing our sword skills, so I'm really sorry for not attending your class. It's fine, where is this coming from? Fang Xuanning smiled amiably and waved her hand in succession, saying, Teacher knew that you studied hard at home, I usually praise you in the classroom, and now it seems that I really didn't look at the wrong person. Ha ha ha. Fang Xuanning laughed softly without turning red in the face. On the one hand, it was because Ling Qingyao was growing really fast, causing her to change her mindset as well. On the other hand was that Wang Mu fainting meant that her class would be ranked first inside this weekly skills test. School resources will definitely favor her, and she'll be rich again then. Fang Xuanning was in a great mood, talking with Ling Qingyao with laughter, completely without the cold and frosty look she had before. The surrounding Wu Qianqian and the others couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths as they watched Fang Xuanning's face change like a book. No wonder Teacher Fang was able to advance to the 6th rank, this speed of face change was comparable to the speed of light. A 6th order powerhouse was terrifying as hell. Chapter 60 Level Up. New phrase Void Sword Cascader. The skill weekly exams proceeded in an organized manner. But compared to the initial apprehension, Fang Xuanning now only wanted to laugh. Because of Ling Qingyao's performance, her Class C took first place in the weekly skills test. It also means that the school's resource support will be skewed in favor of the C class. Ling Qingyao, this time, her performance is very bright, the school resources that our class receives should be doubled. In the classroom, Fang Xuening held the report card and smiled as she said to the students in C class. Everyone should learn more from Ling Qingyao, our class C isn't weaker than anyone else. In this regard, I will pay out of my own pocket and will give out cultivation resources worth $200,000 to student Ling Qingyao. Saying that, Fang Xuening made a move with her hand and a bunch of exotic flowers appeared on the desk. Second order spiritual herb, spiritual spirit vine, purple snow scatter, embracing spirit fruit. They were all resources that assisted summoners in cultivating their spiritual power. Teacher Xuening is truly worthy of being a sixth order powerhouse. Although these items are priced at roughly around 200,000, the total value of these is actually able to double to 500,000. Students who have families that are in business see the value of these resources at a glance. These words directly caused the students in the regular class to blush and grow their mouths as if they were about to drool. Stop it, brother, I'm starting to salivate, it's so TMI candy, a fortune for nothing. If you're good, you're on too, just go and chop Mr. Wang Mu unconscious. Forget it, Mr. Wang Mu is as hard as an old tree root, he can't fight at all. Listening to her classmates' comments, Ling Qingyao was a bit overwhelmed as she looked at the resources on the lecture. After Fang Xuening's explanation, she also knew that she had misunderstood Mr. Wang Mu. However, she did not expect that Fang Xuening would still give her so many cultivation resources. This is the teacher of Mordor University, a sixth-order powerhouse, and whatever he takes out of his hand is a treasure. Miss Xuening, how can I be so kind as to take your things? Ling Qingyao smiled slightly bitterly and said politely. It's okay, you're welcome with your teacher. Fang Xuening directly waved her hand and said with a smile at the corner of her mouth, and it's not all for your sake, at the end of this month, the school is going to respond to the call of the country to instruct you guys to go down to the copies for actual combat. So, you're boosting your strength a bit now, as well as planning for the future. Fang Xuening told a secret that wasn't really a secret. The faces of the students on the stage stared up, going down to the copy, and the actual battle with the demonic creature sounded a bit serious. Hearing the response to the country's call, Ling Qingyao also sat up slightly straighter. In that case, thank you, Ms. Xuening. Ling Qingyao didn't be polite anymore and accepted Fang Xuening's cultivation resources. Afterwards, Fang Xuening explained a bit more about the information about the copy of the actual battle at the end of the month, and then directly gave the students of Class C a week's vacation. That night, Ling Qingyao returned to the dormitory. Because Fang Xuening had informed in advance that she was going to make a copy in a few days, Wu Qianqian and the others all went into cultivation unannounced. The demons in the Abyssal copies are powerful and brutal and bloodthirsty. One more point of realm advancement would give one more bit of spiritual power to deal with the demons. After all, the actual battle is not a family, and the demonic creature fighting to kill is to play with life. Ling Qingyao also entered a state of cultivation, while Qilin specially bought an electric shock apparatus and stayed on Ling Qingyao's head to give her training. Are you sure this is really going to work? In the bedroom, Ling Qingyao wore a bandana-like band, wired to Qilin's horns and a plug. Qilin was lying on the sofa in a kudzu position, and his eyes smiled rather profoundly. Don't worry, the quenching Qilin thunder, coupled with the charging, a two-pronged approach to stimulate your acupoints, will definitely accelerate your spiritual power cultivation. Ling Qingyao had the thunder Qilin hard in place, her body's thunder resistance was relatively high. Qilin's cultivation method of using thunder to stimulate his acupoints could only play a supporting role. However, there were still some cultivation resources sent by Fang Xuening, which was enough for Ling Qingyao to upgrade. But why do I feel weird? Don't worry, it's normal to get dizzy for a while, you just have to hold on and you'll definitely get stronger. Qilin directly PUA Ling Qingyao, standing on the moral high ground. Are you really willing to have Wu Qianqian and the others surpass you one by one? Ling Qingyao's beautiful eyes frowned as she nodded seriously. She didn't want to lose to a woman who had her heart set on Qilin. Even if Wu Qianqian had a backer, she was confident that she would be able to enter the late second stage faster than her. Very well then, let's begin. Qilin nodded, his golden pupils serious. ZZ. The horns flashed with dark purple quenching unicorn thunder. The plug was also plugged into the socket by him. Electricity ran down Ling Qingyao's device, stimulating her cerebral cortex. This feels. Ling Qingyao's beautiful eyes were rounded, her fair and pretty face instantly flushed, and a pain had a tingling sensation passing through her entire body. She gritted her teeth and cultivated her spiritual power on her knees. 2 days and 2 nights passed. The electric light in the bedroom never went out except when we ate and slept.
and the fluctuation of spiritual energy belonging to Ling Qingyao grew stronger and stronger. On the third day, early in the morning, Ling Qingyao's coiled body shook as the early morning aura drilled into the bedroom along the window and was absorbed into her body by Ling Qingyao. Her breath gradually drew up, as if she were a sponge, drawing an aura to grow her own mass. The surrounding aura was pulled into a spiral shape, and only a buzzing sound was heard, as if a lifetime of shackle-breaking rattles were coming from Ling Qingyao's body. In the meantime, Qilin, who was lying on the bed, also had the mechanical beep of the system ringing in his ears. Ding! Aha! Enemy attack? The icy beep woke Qilin up, and the little round head looked left and right. It was quiet all around, nothing happened. It wasn't until he saw a line of golden subtitles floating in front of him that Qilin reacted. So it's a shoveling breakthrough. However, this time, the system rewards seemed a bit unusual. Detected the breakthrough of the divine fates Ling Qingyao, the host has obtained the white word sword box. The host is detected as a mythical Kirin, the auspiciousness of the sky, with a chance of word storm. Blitz succeeds. You have gained the golden phrase Void Sword Cascader. Void Sword Cascader. Quality, Gold. Introduction: from the inferior ability of the Space Sword God, you will have the space to organize items, and time will be suspended when you enter the organizing space. When the stowed item is a sword-type weapon, it can be imbued with the Void Sword Box, and each time it is taken out, it can be given a chance to make a spatial cut. Note: living things cannot be put into the Void Sword Box. After reading the introduction in one breath, Qilin sat up from the bed in surprise. Void Sword Boxer, doesn't this come with a storage space? A career in space is one of the most sought-after careers. Because even the cheapest space ring was worth $1 million. With such a Void Sword Box by himself, it's like a few tens of thousands of dollars for nothing. Moreover, this Void Sword Box also had the effect of harboring sword-type weapons. There's also a space-cutting feature every time you take it out, so it's a real moneymaker. The system produces a fine product. Chapter 61, Has Our House Been Burglarized? Terrifying upgrade. With the Void Sword Box, Qilin decided to set a new goal for himself. Be a sword-hoarding hamster and hoard countless swords. When the time came, when dealing with an enemy, you would be able to unleash 1,000,000 sword attacks with a single move of your hand. That scene, it's shocking to think about. Qilin's small paw lifted and pressed against the void, his eyes as sharp as a sword blade. Sure enough, it's still the ones with swords that are the most handsome. Qilin couldn't help but grin and laugh, remembering another problem. How much space is in the Void Sword Box? Zirin looked at the items in the bedroom with a tweedy look. Whatever, experiment first. As the sun rose, the sunlight spilling from the bedroom became scorching hot. Phew, finally breaking through to the late second stage, it's not easy. Ling Qingyao exited from her cultivation state with a faint smile on her tired face. I wish I could just lie in bed right now and get comfortable. Going to take a shower first though. Ling Qingyao slowly opened her eyes, but saw the clean as if ransacked bedroom, her face expression froze. She rubbed her eyes and looked at her bedroom again, realizing that the bed, the curtains, the couch, and even her new pink upholstery were gone. It's not right. Is this really my bedroom? Ling Qingyao was confused, enduring her tingling legs to get up and walk around the room. It wasn't until she saw Zirin in the corner that she was sure this was her bedroom. Qilin, our house has been burglarized. Did the Abyssal order hit again while I was practicing? Ling Qingyao walked over to Qilin and realized that it was playing with a fruit knife. Qilin saw Ling Qingyao waking up and turned around strangely. Abyssal order, how could that be? This is Mordor University. What about our beds, clothes, couches? Oh, you mean these. Qilin realized that Ling Qingyao had been misled by his ability to experiment with the void. The pink little beast's paw flicked up, and the tip of the paw lit up with a flash of black light. Knock knock. The emptiness of the bedroom rippled. The beds, sofas and other furniture were all taken out neatly. The same as the original were placed in various places in the bedroom. How big of a space ring does it have to be to store so many things? Ling Qingyao was a bit bewildered, her eyes sizing up Qilin, but she didn't see the space ring behind Qilin's body. Qilin, where did you get the space props? Not a spatial ring, but a void sword box. Qilin explained briefly and placed the fruit knife back on the table. Looks like it has to be a sword-type weapon to have a space-cutting effect. Shoveler, lend me your ice-glazed sword. Oh, okay. Ling Qingyao subconsciously nodded her head and handed Qilin the ice-glazed sword.
When he saw Qilin's claws wave, the ice-glazed sword directly disappeared. Aha! That's not right, Qilin, what do I need my sword for? Ling Qingyao's beautiful eyes looked at Qilin strangely, her pretty face filled with confusion. You'll see when the time comes, and this unicorn is hungry, hurry up and go cook for me. This. Ling Qingyao became even more curious. But Qilin didn't want to talk about it, so she could only carry her doubts and lead Qilin out of the room to make breakfast. When he came to the living room, he found Su Mengmeng and Noara Yuki, who were in the same dormitory, talking around Wu Qianshan. Xian sauce, where have you been these past few days? And your strength, it feels like late second stage? Yuki Noara, dressed in a cherry blossom kimono, looked at Cynthia Wu in surprise. Only when Wu Qianshan raised her hand, a blood-red glow of spiritual energy was revealed. HM? Late second order spirit power glow, really late second order. On the side, Su Mengmeng looked at Wu Qianshan in surprise, that round little face dumbfounded. A few days ago, Wu Qianshan said that cultivation here was too slow and she wanted to go out to cultivate. As a result, I came back today, not realizing that I was already in the late second stage. Simply godlike upgrade speed. It was okay, when I went back, my mother superior insisted that I eat some local products, and upgrading was not an option. The corner of Wu Qianshan's mouth slightly curled up, and his tone was calmly Versailles up. Only she herself knew that this time when she went back, she begged her mother, the martial god of war, for a little bit of resources. In order to break through the late second stage while going down the copy. After consuming a large amount of resources, she entered the late second stage as expected. Those were top-notch resources with no consequences, and eating them would raise the realm. And this kind of resource was not something that girl Ling Qingyao could get. At the thought of this, a little sense of superiority rose in Wu Qianshan's heart. Although she didn't want to use her family's power to compete with Ling Qingyao, there was no way around it. If she didn't work hard, she would have to go back and inherit the family business. Is Ling Qingyao still practicing, using Qilin's what's-his-name electric shock training method? I don't know what realm she's in, she should be in the late second stage, hee. Wu Qianshan smiled while looking towards Ling Qingyao's bedroom. He saw Ling Qingyao just appear at the bedroom door. It's rare for you to come out today, I wonder if you've broken through to the late second stage yet, Qingyao. Competitive implications rose in Wu Qianshan's eyes, she had always viewed Ling Qingyao as a competitor. This leveling up was no exception, and he must compete with Ling Qingyao. It's not like the rank means anything, I have to cook for Qilin, you guys talk. After cultivating for so long, Ling Qingyao was really a bit sleepy and yawned, walking towards the kitchen. Wu Qianshan looked at her like this and thought she was avoiding the topic. Wait, while rank doesn't mean anything, don't you forget it. Wu Qianshan looked at the snow-white puppy in Ling Qingyao's arms and said with a smile, Qilin is already level 20, if you keep not upgrading you will only hinder Qilin's growth, I think you'd better let Qilin go to this lady. No can do. Before Ling Qingyao could even reply, Qilin drilled out of Ling Qingyao's soft sandwich with a mischievous click. The fluffy little face was written with anger, looking at Wu Qianshan's flat river of horses. How could Kirin, the great Buddha, stoop to such mediocrity on the other side? Even if you're changing the pooper scooper, it has to be something like Su Mengmeng. What's more, it's impossible to change, Ling Qingyao isn't too young now, and there's still room for her to grow at her age. You want Zirin? Hearing Wu Qianshan's words, Ling Qingyao slowly turned around with a few chills in her gaze. What, is there a problem with what I said? Wu Qianshan crossed her arms, not the least bit intimidated by Ling Qingyao. It also held up the airfield that makes women bow down and men weep. You're a middle stage of the second rank, although your cultivation speed is okay, but you can't give the best to Qilin, you still have to look to me for that. Then you're going to be disappointed. Ling Qingyao smiled faintly and walked into the kitchen without looking back. Without arguing with Wu Qianshan, what responded to Wu Qianshan was only a blood-red glow of spiritual power. It was a late second order spiritual power glow. Qingyao has also broken through to the late second stage. And looking at the glow, it seems like it's still a very high-quality spiritual power. Su Mengmeng and Noara Jie looked at Ling Qingyao who was busy in the kitchen and covered their mouths in surprise. Wu Qianshan stood in place slightly disoriented, her heart filled with questioning voices. Clam? She's late second order. No way, absolutely no way. At least it shouldn't. She had gone to great lengths to obtain the cultivation resources from her mother Sama, and only then did she advance to the second rank. How could Ling Qingyao have entered the late second stage with her own cultivation? Chapter 62 Cracking the Unknown Ring. Harvesting the treasure vein compass. Wu Qianqian couldn't figure out how Ling Qingyao, who didn't have the kind of life she had, could break through to second-order perfection in just a few days. As she frowned and thought, suddenly, the sky demon Sable climbed onto her shoulder. Whispered something in her ear. Wu Qianqian's eyes were slightly grave as she nodded her head, seemingly recognizing the heavenly demon Sable's statement. So, she walked towards the kitchen and came to Ling Qingyao's side. Wu Qianqian looked at the milky white beast lying in Ling Qingyao's arms, and said with a serious expression on her pretty face, "Qilin, I would like to ask you for a favor?" "Help?" Qilin raised his eyelids and looked at Wu Qianqian, then closed them again. "What does this rich woman need from herself? I'm afraid I'm trying to get myself to join her. No help." At those words, Wu Qianqian's face was a bit ugly at being rejected. Why is this little puppy so hard to talk to? But that's when the heavenly demon Sable cried out, "Big brother, this girl in my house is too weak, she's still young and doesn't know any better, so please ask Big brother to help guide her." "Even if you say so, Sable, I won't point it out." Qilin buried himself into Ling Qingyao's arms, causing Ling Qingyao's hand to boil water. She frowned and tried to say something to Wu Qianqian. It was then that she saw Wu Qianqian open her mouth in a serious manner. "Qilin, please teach me the electric shock training method." She spoke seriously. The heavenly demon Sable had just told her that Ling Qingyao's breakthrough so quickly was most likely aided by Qilin's training method. Electroshock training method, as soon as I heard about it, was dominating. Wu Qianqian felt that if she could master it, she would definitely be able to soar as well. When she saw Qilin and Ling Qingyao's faces change slightly, she realized that she had guessed correctly. "As long as you can teach me, money is no object." Wu Qianqian revealed a wealthy smile. "Wu Qianqian, you might have misunderstood something." Looking at Wu Qianqian's appearance, Ling Qingyao cried and laughed a little. How could anyone want to be tasered these days? The kind of therapy that Qilin has is not something that can be learned by the average person. Qilin was also confused. What? There are still people who pay money to try to be electrified. I'm afraid this isn't a bit of a brain fart. And at this time, Sumume and Noarayuki ran over. When they heard Wu Qianqian's words, they also guessed that the reason for Ling Qingyao's upgrade was this electric shock training method. One by one, their mouths screamed that they wanted to learn the electroshock training method. "Qilin, what should we do now?" Ling Qingyao looked at Qilin with a bit of desire to cry. Obviously just being electrocuted is a bit of an effect, but it's desperate that they have to suffer without it. After thinking for a while, Qilin spoke to Wu Qianqian and the others. "Since you guys want to learn so badly, I can teach you, but tuition." When this was said, Wu Qianqian said that any more money would not be a problem. Both Noarayuki and Sumume also pulled out their bank cards. Seeing this, the corners of Qilin's mouth couldn't be suppressed. "You guys have to learn it on your own, it has nothing to do with you at all, huh?" 10 minutes later. All three of Wu Qianqian's men got a cut-down version of Qilin's electrotherapy device. Inside the prison, it has another name, the electrocution device. But Zirin obviously wouldn't say that. Qilin pointed at the electrotherapy device in the hands of the three women, and his eyes became incomparably grave. "In advance, this method of mine is exquisite and requires an extremely high level of enlightenment. If you can't learn it, it's because you don't have enough natural talent. Natural talent cannot be forced, do you understand?" Wu Qianqian nodded, her eyes excitedly looking at the tape in her hand. For only $500,000, he had bought this mysterious cultivation method that might enhance his strength. It's too profitable. Sumume and Noarayuki nodded as well. "Alright then, you guys go back and practice." Qilin waved his little paw. "Qilin, you're much more generous than Ling Qingyao, you obviously have such a good thing, but you don't take it out, luckily you're there." Before leaving, Wu Qianqian didn't forget to make a sarcastic remark about Ling Qingyao, and proudly waved the torture device in her hand. "Ah yes, you'll see when you learn." In response, Ling Qingyao no longer wanted to explain. She had just attempted to explain, but instead, she was still being taunted by Wu Qianqian for keeping her personal goods to herself. "This is good, Wu Qianqian go get electrocuted by herself. It's an extra $500,000, but is that really good? Didn't Su Meng not receive any money? You're still heartbroken?" Qilin asked rhetorically. Ling Qingyao thought about what Wu Qianqian had just said and shook her head. With that, Qilin jumped onto her shoulder, wearing a space ring on his little tail. "With this money, let's go to the black market outside the school and break this Abyssal Order's space ring." That black-robed man's space ring? Ling Qingyao looked at the dark black space ring on Qi Lin's tail. She'd forgotten about it if Qi Lin hadn't said anything. Just because of this ring, she and Qi Lin were even chased by 5 people from the Abyssal Order once in the bazaar. Yeah, I wonder what's going to be in there. Qi Lin twisted his head and looked at the space ring on his tail. The fact that there was a prohibition meant that there were a lot of good things inside. Perhaps there would be secret treasures of the Abyssal Order as well. Subsequently, Ling Qingyao and Qi Lin exited the gates of Mordor University and searched for a store that could break the ban. Usually stores like this one are like locksmiths in a previous life. Specialized certificates are required and have to be filed. Thus, Ling Qingyao easily found a ban-breaking store that was attached to one of the stores in the Kyushu Chamber of Commerce. How much? $500,000 a crack, why don't you go rob it? In the store, Qi Lin almost jumped up from Ling Qingyao's arms when he learned of the price that Ling Qingyao had inquired about. I'm sorry, customer, this is all clearly marked. Your level of prohibition is so high that we Space Masters have to work together to break it. You can go elsewhere if you don't want to. The store owner was cold, wrapping his arms around him in an unruly manner. Looking at Qi Lin's teeth itched. This guy was so rampant just based on the fact that the spatial profession was rare, plus he knew a little bit about how to break the ban. Qi Lin immediately decided that this time, when he went back, he would definitely comprehend all the library's books on breaking the forbidden one. As for this one, it's just going to have to bite the bullet and crack. With that, Ling Qingyao spent $500,000 to crack the prohibition of the spatial ring. By the time she and Qi Lin returned to the dormitory after the crack, it was already dark. Qi Lin, if what's in here isn't worth $500,000, we'll lose money. In the bedroom, Ling Qingyao placed the dark black spatial ring on the table with a face of flesh pain. She also agreed with Qi Lin's immediate crack, except that the money she had just gotten would be gone again. Don't worry, didn't you see the ugly expression on that boss's face when he cracked the ban? The fact that he cracked it so laboriously means that the ban is of a high grade. The treasures inside are definitely not low in value. Qi Lin stood on the table, his small face also a bit gloomy. No matter what, it should pay for itself, right? He raised his hand and activated his spatial ring, summoning its contents. Buzz. There was a fluctuation in space, and a black aura of a compass appeared on the table. The ominous aura flowed at a rapid pace, transforming into the shadow of a ghost and drilling into Ling Qingyao's brain. Seeing this, Qi Lin directly spat out a mouthful of auspicious clouds, turning into a cloud and wrapping this ghost. Aha! I won't let you two go even if I become a ghost, the Abyssal Order will kill you. In the 7-colored auspicious clouds, the ghosts let out wails of pain, and their bodies were vaporized into slag like snow. There's no peace in death. Qi Lin snorted coldly and looked at the items merely lying on the table. Check up on this item with the system. Name, Treasure Chakra Compass. Category, Abyssal Compass. Introduction, a mysterious implement from the Abyss, once owned by a demon known as the God of Gravedigging. Chapter 63, Abyssal Treasures. Mysterious Treasure Vein Treasure. A brief introduction about the treasure vein compass surfaced in Qi Lin's line of sight. Turns out it's a treasure hunting compass. It seems to overlap with the role of tendency to avert harm. Thinking this way, Qi Lin had wanted to turn off the introduction. But at that moment, he suddenly saw the last 2 lines of golden writing. Description: the treasure vein compass can search for zones of great opportunity for you, covering thousands of miles and guiding you to a safe path. Note, please trust the compass. Covering thousands of miles. Qi Lin was taken aback when he saw in this introduction. An average small county is only 1,000 miles of radian area. And this compass has such a large range of exploration. That's not a big feature in a big city like Mordor. But as soon as he entered the copy's randomized teleportation mechanism would cause Qi Lin to enter the zone of the location. But with this treasure vein compass it's different. Being able to guide a safe path, even the system says please trust the compass for guidance. What a treasure! Qi Lin looked at the compass in front of him that looked like it was carved out of black stone, and a golden light bubbled in his eyes. Although the compass looked black, like a piece of black coal. But upon closer inspection, the compass was carved with some arcane patterns, and a pointer made of the finger bone of an unknown creature looked quite arcane. Qi Lin, was that black Qi attack just now a counterattack by the black-robed man? At this moment, Ling Qingyao looked at Qi Lin with a bit of fear, her back wet with cold sweat. It was fortunate that Qi Lin was there, or else she wouldn't have been able to react at all. Ling Qingyao's eyes were fixed on the black compass, and she said vigilantly, this thing is too weird, Why don't we just turn this in? Turn it in, why should I? Shilin placed his small paw on the treasure vein compass and explained, this is a true abyssal treasure, built by those crazy demon gods of the abyss. In other words, this thing could be an artifact. Understanding the role of the compass, Shilin's pursuit of the abyssal order all made too much sense. After all, the hidden value of this one compass was immeasurable. Ling Qingyao was still a bit uneasy, but when she thought that Shilin could evolve ominousness with auspicious clouds, she nodded. Then what do you want to do with this? Ling Qingyao was curious. Treasure hunting, of course. Shilin smiled slightly. This treasure vein compass and the role of tending to good fortune and avoiding evil did not overlap. Convergence can see the light spots of treasures, but the compass is different, seeing a large area of treasure light, equivalent to a piece of feng shui treasure. In other words, the treasure pulse compass can be found at a higher value and more efficiently. Shilin urged the energy in his body and injected it into the treasure vein compass. An image appeared in his mind, as if linked to the compass. He could see some treasure veins in a 1,000-mile radius, and the closest one was a location labeled as a green-gray treasure vein. White, green, blue, purple and gold. The preciousness of this treasure vein was okay, plus it was within the boundaries of the Magic City University. Shilin immediately decided to travel to this treasure vein by night. At this moment, on the other side of the Class S detached villa. Elder Lan, thanks to that piece of feng shui land you found for me, my resistance to ominous radiation has increased again, and I believe that it won't be long before I'm able to master the energy of the demons. Yi Feng sat cross-legged on the bed, running his hands and manipulating the two energies, one black and one white. On his neck and arms, stained with black ominous scent. He seemed to be speaking into the void, but the secret that only he knew was that there was a great man in his head. That's natural, little leaf. As long as you listen to my remote control, you will surely become a top professional who is proud of the abyss. Oh no, proud of the blue star in the future. A pale and domineering voice resounded in Yi Feng's mind. Yi Feng nodded excitedly, recalling that before he had met Elder Lan, he was nothing more than a sidekick among sidekicks. The competition of the big families was cruel and bloody, and he was bound to die if he tried to climb to the top. But with Elder Lan, he hardened himself and shifted from the sideline to become the Yi family's young master. He had no doubt about Elder Lan's words. As for why Elder Lan called himself Deep Blue and his identity origin, Yi Feng did not know anything about it. It was only known that Elder Lan, like him, had fought his way out of a bloody place. Little leaf, tonight is the night of the full moon, the treasure vein that my father sensed in your school will erupt, you quickly go and absorb it, you can improve your radiation resistance. Good. Yi Feng didn't hesitate, got up and put on his jacket, looked at the bright moonlight outside the window. The moonlight is good, it's really suitable for getting stronger. With excitement in his heart, he quickly walked out of the villa and headed towards the grove of Mordor University. Mordor University has a strict school spirit, and the grove has been free of wild wailing since the last century. The dimly lit grove at this time of year has become the base of a small den for feral cats and dogs. But tonight, their base is overrun by a thieving, mean-looking bad dog. Meow. A black cat with turquoise-blue pupils walked aggressively towards a small snow-white beast. Geez, annoy me, don't get in the way of my shoveling practice. Shilin deflated as he looked around at the eyes of the kittens and puppies in the forest. With a wave of his small paw, a flash of black light blossomed at the tip of his claw. A grain of alien beast meat flew out. Those wild cats and dogs' eyes lit up and they joyfully bowed their heads and ate. After settling down these seniors from Magic City University, Shilin walked to a lawn under the moonlight. Ling Qingyao was sitting cross-legged on the lawn, bathing in the white moonlight, just like a moon palace fairy. Under the bright moonlight, a wisp of silver mist rose from the lawn, as if it was like a tide, and was sucked into Ling Qingyao's body. Absorbing the nourishment of the silver mist, Ling Qingyao's breath gradually became thicker, exuding a sense of abundance. This meant that Ling Qingyao's late second rank realm was completely solidified, laying the foundation for her promotion to third rank professional afterward. Shilin looked at these silver mists and also understood the meaning of the so-called treasure veins. It turns out that all feng shui sites with mysterious powers of heaven and earth can be called treasure veins. Moreover, this kind of treasure vein belongs to the type that tends to be undetectable. Shoveler, absorb it, don't waste a drop. Shilin lay on the side. There was absolutely no need to absorb the silver mist. Getting stronger and all that, just laying flat. It's really true what they say. There's no such thing as laying flat all the time, but it's just the shoveler carrying the weight behind him. Time rushed by and 30 minutes passed. Ling Qingyao opened her eyes and the silver mist around her had disappeared. All of the mysterious substances rising from the lawn were absorbed by her. As per Qilin's request, not even a single drop was left. She felt the changes in her body and said in surprise, "Qilin, my late second stage is consolidated. And I also feel as if my body has some extra resistance to something, and I'm not as afraid of demons." "Yes?" Qilin cocked his head, his eyes pondering for a while, and said, "It seems that there's more to this treasure vein than meets the eye. Come on, time to go back to bed." With that, Qilin jumped onto Ling Qingyao's shoulder and the one person and one beast left the grove. After Ling Qingyao left, another person came to this grove. "No matter how many times I come here, there's something about it that refreshes me." Yi Feng drilled into the grove, his eyes blissfully weaving in and out of the woods at a fast pace. Chapter 64, Receiving State Benefits. The beautiful teacher was surprised. Soon, Yi Feng came to the location where he used to stay. A neat lawn. Looking at the clean and dry air on the lawn, Yi Feng's eyes became odd. "Elder Lawn, how come it feels like there is extraordinarily little silver mist today? Have you speculated wrongly? The brat still dares to question me." Elder Lan cursed in Yi Feng's mind and explained, "What do you know, this is called thick and thin, there will be patches of silver mist appearing later." Upon hearing this, Yi Feng also nodded and sat up on his knees, absorbing the silver mist as usual. However, he sat there until early the next morning. During this time he kept telling himself not to get excited, surely he would come out of it thick and fast. Elder Lan also explained at the side that the longer the accumulation time, the more silver mist it represented this time. Tell Yi Feng to make sure to take advantage of this opportunity. But something seems to be wrong with the situation. How is it that even the sun is out and all this silver mist hasn't appeared yet? Elder Lan, are we going the wrong way? Yi Feng opened his eyes, his eyelashes were wet with dew, and asked with a tired face. He would rather believe he was going the wrong way than that these silver mists had disappeared. The blue old man pondered for a while, and his pale voice sounded again, Little Leaf, if this silver mist doesn't even erupt on the night of the full moon, then there's only one possibility." "What's possible?" Yi Feng asked. "These silver mists have been absorbed by someone else and there's not a drop left, so that's why it's happening." Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's brows furrowed deeply. But it's not right. Obviously, he had absorbed the silver mist yesterday, so how could it have been absorbed overnight? He couldn't even be bothered to absorb more, thinking about utilizing it consistently. This guy was good, he just finished absorbing it for him. Isn't that a waste? Forget it, Little Leaf, when you enter that heavenly Tsang copy of the school next time, I'll take you to find a better treasure vein. Elder Blue's sigh rang in his ears. Okay, thanks Elder Lan. Hearing that the Tian Sung copy still had a treasure vein, Yi Feng's eyes rippled with gratitude. He knew that Elder Lan was very powerful, so if this bit of silver mist was gone, it was gone. No need to be thankful, after all, I'm doing me a favor by helping you. Elder Lan said rather profoundly, his voice disappearing into Yi Feng's mind. The week rushed by and in the blink of an eye it was time to respond to the national call-up. In the sunny classroom of Class C. Wow! The loud sound of pages turning came from Ling Qingyao's position. But the one reading the book was not Ling Qingyao, but Qilin. Qilin was lying on the table, flipping through an ancient forbidden book with his horns. Forbidden books, books that specialize in breaking forbidden systems. Ling Qingyao couldn't help but feel a sense of relief even as she looked at Qilin's serious appearance. It turns out that Qilin has a serious look besides lying flat. However, when Qilin was studying seriously, he really brought a scholarly air with him, living like a top human old scholar. Qingyao, Qilin is so serious, if only my moon rabbit liked studying so much. Su Mengmeng looked at Qilin, remembering that her own moon rabbit was still sleeping in the imperial beast space, she couldn't help but laugh bitterly. There's no harm in not having a comparison. That little fool, moon rabbit, was really no match for Qilin. Yes, Qingyao sauce, not only is little Qilin's skill perception high, he also loves learning so much, he's such a good boy. Yuki Noara also complimented in a Fuso accent. For these compliments, Qilin didn't react at all, concentrating as if he was a monk with a clear mind. This concentration, it's really good. The always high-strung Wu Chanshan nodded her head, recognizing Qilin's attitude towards learning. However, only Ling Qingyao knew that Qilin's motivation for doing all of this was because he had been ripped off by the owner for $500,000 when he broke the forbidden system at the Black Store. Looks like the little guy really holds a grudge. The way Qilin was studying, looking at Ling Qingyao, she shook her head with a faint smile and turned her head to survey the packed classroom. Today's day was rather special, and Fang Xuanning on the podium was burying her head in recording a golden treasure. Under the sunlight, those treasures emitted a bright luster, each of them brand new. The students under the podium looked at a brand new piece of treasure, their eyes going straight. These treasures have swords, axes, grimoires, and even crystal balls. For them, the students of ordinary classes, these treasures counted as an excellent aid. Frog fun. Our country is so good, responding to the call and being equipped with treasures, it's so cool. Yeah, my weapons aren't even as good as these on the podium, look at that sinking axe, AB ranked killing treasure. The classroom murmured, a pair of eyes hot and expectant. Jingle bells. With the gentle ringing of the school bell, Fang Xuanning put down the pamphlet and pen she was recording with and got up and said, I believe you all know what you need to do next, receive the state subsidy according to your realm. As senior students of Mordor University, I hope you understand that you should not forget who you are. With that, Fang Xuanning then directly began the point to, number 1 Guanqing, state your realm. Okay, teacher. A thin male student stood up directly, with a light birthmark on that face. Sekai looked at these treasures on the podium, those crafty eyes flashing brightly. Compared to the rewards in the Heavenly Tsun copy, these treasures could only be considered as gross. But it's better to have it than not to have it, or to report on the true realm. Guanqing immediately nodded his head and said, my realm is the middle of the second stage. The middle of the second rank was already considered a good genius in the ordinary class. Other than Ling Qingyao, Su Mengmeng, the four who were assigned from Class S, very few students could reach it. Hearing Guanqing's words, an approving color appeared on Fang Xuanning's face. Not bad, this strength of yours is already no worse than some of the ordinary students of Class S. You may apply for a C-rank treasure. Go pick it out. Fang Xuanning pointed to a corner of the podium, and Guanqing immediately walked over. After him, Fang Xuanning started the roll call again. The subsidy could only be received at the beginning of the second rank. After all, those who could be promoted to the second rank belong to the talents of the Donghuang Kingdom. And mid-second order and below, you can only receive C-rank treasures. In the late second rank, you can receive a B-ranked treasure. But that's something that's almost hard for any student to achieve in a normal C class. Fang Xuanning read out many names, none of which managed to break through the late second stage. Including Su Mengmeng and No Aranati were also both at an early second stage and a mid-second stage. Fang Xuanning frowned slightly, and without even reading the list, she directly opened her mouth and asked, is there anyone in our class who has reached the late second stage? There can't be none, right? Looks like I won't be able to give away this B-grade treasure. Fang Xuanning flirted while looking at Wu Qianqian. Wu Qianqian raised her hand and seemed to be in a bit of a bad mood. Teacher Xuanning, I'm in the late second stage. That's good, keep up the good work. Fang Xuanning wasn't too surprised, after all, she knew that Wu Qianqian had a rich family background. Other than that, Ling Qingyao is also a possibility. However, to her disappointment, Ling Qingyao did not raise her hand. It seems that the Cold family is still no match for the rich family. Fang Xuanning shook her head and was about to ask Wu Qianqian to receive a B-grade treasure. Wait a minute, Ms. Snowing. Wu Qianqian called out to Fang Xuanning and looked to Ling Qingyao on the side and asked, Ling Qingyao, you're also in the late second stage, why don't you raise your hand? The words came out. The surrounding people looked at Ling Qingyao in surprise. What? Ling Qingyao is also in the late second stage. Teacher Fang Xuanning's resources were so powerful that she was able to pile up a late second stage hard. Don't get me wrong, with the little resources I have it's not enough for a late second stage. Fang Xuanning dismissed her voluntary help and looked at Ling Qingyao with a curious expression. If Wu Qianqian wasn't lying, then Ling Qingyao was really something. Ling Qingyao was different from Wu Qianqian. Ling Qingyao could only rely on herself to cultivate day in and day out. Such a resilient young girl, even Fang Xuanning was a bit impressed. Chapter 65 Beautiful Teacher Gives Sword. The Heavenly Tsun copy opened. Student Ling Qingyao, are you really in the late second stage? Fang Xuanning stared at Ling Qingyao, trying to see a reply on her face. Only Ling Qingyao sighed quietly and said with an apologetic voice, yes, Teacher Xuanning, I'm sorry I tried to hide this from you. Then why did you hide it instead of applying for benefits? Fang Xuanning wondered. Is there anyone who really doesn't want something for free? Wu Qianqian also had this doubt. With Ling Qingyao's wealth, it was impossible to ignore a B-ranked treasure. The surrounding students also cast confused glances at Ling Qingyao. In the midst of all the attention, Ling Qingyao recalled what Qilin had said. If you don't have a favorite sword, then you shouldn't claim to be in the late second stage. At that time, Wu Qianqian will definitely ask you, so you say. Qilin had instructed Ling Qingyao these words back when Fang Xuening took out her treasure. Although she didn't know why Qilin was hoarding the precious swords, Ling Qingyao was willing to trust Qilin. So, she spoke up, Teacher Xuening, these treasures are hard to come by, they are all subsidized by the state, and I'm an orphan born in a commoner's slum until there are more people who need these subsidies. Besides, I already have an ice-glazed sword, so any more would be a waste of the country's resources, and what's the difference between that and being a moth in a big tree? Ling Qingyao spoke with a calm face, her tone calm and firm. The students in the classroom didn't look too good when they heard this. Isn't this assholes talking about them? The resources are naturally not bad, except that it's silly not to take advantage of a bargain. What was unspoken by everyone was said so by Ling Qingyao. All the students didn't look too good. Only Fang Xuening looked at Ling Qingyao thoughtfully, you really think so? Ling Qingyao frowned and thought for a moment and shook her head. Half of this idea came from my imperial beasts, and the other half is what came to me. After looking at the tomb of the martyrs in the mountains behind Mordor, I learned that if they had such a weapon, would they have been able to defeat the demons? A complicated look appeared in Ling Qingyao's eyes. It is the earliest group of people who sacrificed their lives in front of their families and countries who are the bravest heroes. Without them, where would Donghuang be today? She reveres the martyrs from the bottom of her heart and knows how valuable the resources are. Now that copies of the Abyss are descending all over Donghuang, the warriors and people there need these treasures more than I do. If I could, I'd like to hide my late second order realm, and not even claim my early second order C-rank treasures. Ling Qingyao's words were like a needle that smashed into everyone's heart. Wu Qianqian found that her behavior of comparing ranks in front of Ling Qingyao was so ridiculous. Ling Qingyao had never compared realms before, and simply did not take it as a capital to show off. And she was still proud of her high realm. Ling Qingyao viewed the situation far more thoroughly than she did. This time, she completely lost to Ling Qingyao. Qingyao, teacher is appreciating you more and more. Fang Xuening's eyes showed appreciation, realizing that Ling Qingyao was truly the best student she had ever brought up. Hard work, hard effort, and a heart for your country. On the point of fighting against demons, Ling Qingyao was definitely more aware than most of the people present. This act of hiding her realm and not receiving a treasure tool was even more of a not-so-small sacrifice in her opinion. If it wasn't for Wu Qianqian asking this, she, Fang Xuening, would have thought that Ling Qingyao was only at the mid-second stage realm. Qingyao, your thoughts are understood by teacher, but it's not possible to not receive the B-grade treasure, that's an order. But considering you already have a nice sword, here's the deal. Fang Xuening praised Ling Qingyao over and over again. While waving her hand, she took out a purple longsword with a chilling light from her spatial ring. As soon as the purple longsword appeared, the brains of the students in the classroom tingled slightly. Ling Qingyao frowned slightly. As a swordsman, she sensed that the longsword was extraordinary. It seemed to be able to pass through the physical body and directly attack someone's soul. This is the Zanpakuto sword that has been with me for a long time, capable of releasing slashes that attack the soul, doubling the effect against soul bodies, and is considered an A+ grade sword. The teacher admires you, so she gave it to you. Fang Xuening's current realm couldn't use this kind of melee type of weapon. Instead of leaving it in the space ring to eat dust, it would be better to give it to someone who really needed it, like Ling Qingyao said. In Fang Xuening's opinion, Ling Qingyao would be perfect for this sword. Chopper sword, Ms. Yukine, I. Ling Qingyao still wanted to be polite, but Fang Xuening didn't give her the chance and directly shoved it into Ling Qingyao's hand. Alright, your heart teacher understands. In the future, if you meet any difficulties in Magic City, you can always look for teacher. Fang Xuening smiled gently, her eyes recognizing Ling Qingyao a little more. This statement is not only a promise, it is a refuge. Ling Qingyao understood the gold content of these words and looked at the Zanpakuto sword in her hand with complicated eyes. Sure enough, I got a sword that was far beyond B rank. Qilin had even calculated teacher Fang Xuening's reaction, which was simply magical. Not bad shoveler, not a bad performance, let me keep this sword as well. At that moment, Qilin also stopped reading and looked up to stare at the Zanpakuto sword in Ling Qingyao's hand. With a smiling wave of his hand, the chopper sword was directly put away into the void sword box. If you keep it for a while, the next time you take out the Zanpakuto, you'll have a chance to cut through the space. Okay, fine. Ling Qingyao looked at the chopper sword that had just arrived and was gone again, and cried and laughed a little. In the time that followed, Fang Xuening finished distributing her treasures and brought the students of Class C to the hot sunny playground. The playground was crowded at this time, with students standing in squares, not just freshmen, but sophomores and juniors as well. Since each grade level traveled to a different copy, the teachers set up teleportation arrays in all directions. Ling Qingyao's Class C was at the end of the line and also entered the copy last. Each of you students is the pride of our Magic City University, slaying demons and returning with their corpses. You are the heroes. On the podium, the principal, dressed in a purple Chinese mountain suit, delivered a speech with a stirring voice. A familiar set of pre-battle chicken blood down, the freshmen each clenched their fists and entered the copy with vigor. Kill the demons and raise our country's honor. Kill. The students of Class C stepped into the hexagram teleportation array, and the array flickered with light and directly disappeared in place. Ling Qingyao, who was in the crowd, hugged Qilin and only felt a flash before her eyes, and when she opened her eyes again, she was in another world. In the heavenly pale copy, Ling Qingyao appeared in a pale grassland. The turquoise blue lawn is like an ocean, and you can't see the end of it. The sky was as blue as a mirror, and occasionally a few eagle-like beasts with a wingspan of several meters flew by. Wu Qianqian and the others were also beside Ling Qingyao. They were placed in a group, so the teleportation locations were not far apart. Zirin, where do we go first? Ling Qingyao lowered her head to inquire about Qilin in her arms. Wait for me to see. Qilin clutched a black compass in both hands and slightly closed his eyes. A map appeared in his mind, and on the compass markings, the copy had an extraordinarily harsh purple area. The purple phenomenon pulse. It's going to be here. As soon as Qilin saw the purple treasure vein, he knew that this place had to be visited. Because even if you killed all the demons in the heavenly Tsang copy, it wouldn't be as precious as a single purple treasure vein. With that, Ling Qingyao nodded her head and began to follow Qilin's guidance to that direction. Chapter 66, Spatial Cutting. A sword killed the demon ape commander. Ling Qingyao and her group traveled through the grasslands for some time, and the surrounding terrain became steep and hills and forested landscapes began to appear. But along the way, they didn't even see a shadow of the demon, which made Wu Qianqian and the others, who were ready to kill the demon to make a merit, extremely depressed. I say Qingyao, where the hell are we going on this trip? There's not a single demon along the way. If we don't have a battle credit, it's a bit of a disappointment to the school and teachers. On the road, Wu Qianqian said to Ling Qingyao, who was at the front of the group. From the very beginning, she felt strange as to why Ling Qingyao was leading them forward without saying a word. The route is safe, but there's no war credit at all. Yes, Qingyao, don't you want to make a war achievement? Su Mengmeng beside Ling Qingyao also asked. Ling Qingyao herself did not have an answer to this question. She looked slightly hesitantly at Zirin, who was curled up in her arms. With a curious look in her beautiful eyes, she thought about it and decided to ask, little fellow, can we meet demons on this trip? Isn't it good to be safe? Why should we meet demons? Qilin asked back without lifting his head. But Ling Qingyao was still trying to explain the role of battle merit. Because battle credits could be exchanged for resources and used to apply for national scholarships, and even some rare promotion resources could only be exchanged with battle credits. In the replica, the professionals who responded to the call of the state would take the heads of the demons they had casually killed out of the replica. Plus, the demons were originally the culprits that had ravaged Donghuang country, so killing the demons would be doing the people a favor. This was why Wu Qianqian and the others were so eager to make war. All right. Qilin raised a small paw and interrupted Ling Qingyao's words. Don't worry, you'll meet soon. Qilin sensed the map in his mind, and not far ahead, in the dense forest, there was a large group of black points of light perched. Black points of light represent demons in tendency. The existence of these points of light indicated that the route of the treasure vein compass could not avoid a single demonic beast. Qilin secretly nodded his head. Tend to good fortune and avoid bad fortune, combined with the treasure vein compass was simply good. The treasure chakra compass provides safe routes with low risk, and the tendency to avoid bad luck can detect specific hazardous locations in the path. It can simply be used as a must-have tool for traveling at home, touring the mountains, and robbing tombs and seizing treasures. Shoveler wants to take on demons to make war, and this should be the only group of demons on this path, so let them get on it later. Sit back and enjoy yourself, lying quietly flat. Thinking like this, Qilin, from Ling Qingyao's arms, comfortably rolled over, stretched his four little paws and continued to lie flat. By the way, he told Ling Qingyao about the news that it might be a pack of demonic beasts. Don't be in a hurry, a demonic beast swarm will appear later, everyone be vigilant. Ling Qingyao delivered Qilin's message, extending her vigilance to look around the surrounding dense forest. Wu Qianqian and the others nodded. Ling Qingyao's words in the classroom had made several people recognize her a little more. The group was vaguely centered on her. The group then continued on their way. Meanwhile, in the Class S team, Yifeng led his Class S classmates and traveled through the dense forest. One had blood on his face, and many of them were wearing colors. A look of having experienced life and death. Brother Yi, we've met a bit too many demons on this road? Grandma, several of my brothers have been scratched by demons and almost infected with unspecified infections. Monkey cursed at the black and white-haired teenager at the head of the group. Yifeng turned his head and smiled helplessly. Monkey, we are going to capture the treasure, not play house. More demons on the road means that the reward for this trip is very generous. The greater the difficulty, the greater the reward. Isn't that something we've understood for a long time? Yifeng said with a calm face, his gaze converging on a pair of red eyes in the distance of the dense forest. Along the way, they met 3 beast swarms and 1/3 ranked magical beast chasing them. If Elder Lan hadn't stepped in, they might have suffered heavy losses in this team. Looks like another bad fight. Looking at those blood-red eyes, Yifeng sighed. Communicating mentally with Elder Blue, trying to ask if there is a good route? Little Leaf, what are you thinking? If the treasure vein is so easy to find, then why bring along this group of people? Elder Lan said disdainfully. All right. Yifeng nodded and commanded, demonic creatures appeared ahead. Prepare to fight. Yes. A group of members of Class S said breathlessly. That face was all lifeless. What bull war credit, they don't want any of it. I just want to be safe. At the same time, on the other side of the room, Ling Qingyao had also encountered a swarm of demonic beasts. Somewhere in the hills of the dense forest. Rumble, rumble. Large trees fell, a few startled birds flew up, and smoke filled the dense forest. A procession of magical beasts that resembled a long dragon of smoke rapidly approached Ling Qingyao and the others. Alert! Ling Qingyao quickly vocalized, reminding the crowd. The jade hand subconsciously touched the waist, but touched an empty one. Bad, the ice-glazed sword was still where Qilin was. What are you afraid of? My lady's hands have been itching for a long time. Wu Qianqian directly rushed out, with the heavenly demon sable on her shoulder. The left and right hands raised a blazing flame, like a lotus flower, burning in the void. With a wave of her hands, the golden fire lotus was like streams of light, shooting straight ahead. Roar! At that exact moment, the first demonic creature burrowed out of the dense forest ahead. The crowd also got a good look at the demonic creature. It was a red-eyed demonic ape with gnarled muscles, various black stripe-like veins crawling on its skin, and black mist surrounding its body. The lowest of these devil apes were 3 meters tall, each with scarlet eyes and arms as thick as a human's thighs, standing up and releasing the wildness of choosing people to devour. The bearer of the second-order magical creatures, the black-striped demon ape. The black-striped demon ape race is immune to most elemental damage. Ling Qingyao's beautiful eyes were grave. Only to see Wu Qianqian's 2 fire lotuses smashing straight into the black-striped demon ape team, instantly bursting into a cloud of rushing heat waves. However, the wind and sand swept through. These black-striped demon apes, however, did not have a single trace of injury. The black stripes on the black-striped demon ape's body emitted black chi, and it was these black chi that resisted the scorching of the green lotus earthly heart flame. At this time, a single black-striped demon ape stood in place without making the slightest movement. Ling Qingyao frowned. No matter what kind of demonic group there was a demonic leader that overpowered the entire field. But after all this time in the standoff, why hadn't we seen the demon leader? Something's wrong with the little girl, retreat. The heavenly demon sable also noticed the abnormality and ran uneasily, just like a cat that had fried its fur. What? Wu Qianqian was still about to unleash her second attack when she heard this and was slightly stunned. She was given little time to react, only to see the ground collapse violently beneath her feet. A pair of devil ape claws as big as banana leaves broke through the ground and swatted at Wu Qianqian as if they were mosquitoes. The black-striped demon ape leader was surprisingly hiding underground. Wu Qianqian was simply too late to react, and the heavenly demon sable did not return to its senses at this moment. Boom! The huge force slapped at Wu Qianqian's body, but was blocked by a golden body protector treasure light. A close call. Qilin, sword! Ling Qingyao said quickly. With a wave of Qilin's claws, an azure sword emitting spatial ripples was instantly suspended in front of him. Ling Qingyao didn't notice the abnormality of the ice-glazed sword and charged out with her sword. Shoveler, you only have one chance with the sword, only attack, no retreat. Why? Confusion surfaced at the bottom of Ling Qingyao's eyes, but she ultimately chose to believe Qilin. Executing the running thunder sword steps, his speed skyrocketed, and his figure instantly transformed into a straight lightning bolt. Shoo! With the speed of her movement, the ice-glazed sword was thrown out by her. It's too late. Noara Jie projected the flight speed of the ice-glazed sword, and realized that it would not be able to catch up with the black-striped demon ape's attack. Roar! The leader of the black-striped demon apes let out a roar, his lanky body broke out of the ground, and his palms squeezed hard on Wu Qianqian's protective treasures. The pair of blood-red beast pupils stared at Lin Qingyao with a provocative meaning, as if saying, "You can only watch your companions die." And the ice-glazed sword that flew in, it didn't have a single defense. But just then, put! The ice-glazed sword cut through the void and turned into the black hole. In the next second, it spanned a distance of more than 20 meters and plunged straight into the chest of the black-striped demon ape leader. Impartial stab through the heart. Good sword! Su Mengmeng exclaimed. Howl! The leader of the black-striped demon ape looked at the rapier sticking out of his heart in horror, blood dripping along the hilt. Snap! With a rumble, the leader of the black-striped demon ape fell into a pool of blood. It couldn't understand even to its death why the sharp sword had just cut through the void. Not just it, even Ling Qingyao herself was baffled. How did she destroy a third-ranked demonic creature leader with a single sword? Is this really the damage she's done? Could it be that the black-tattooed demon ape deliberately let the water out? 100 questions surfaced in her mind, but none of them were answered. Chapter 67, My Big Brother Has Realized the Spatial Sword Dao. Seeking instruction. Rumble. As the tall body of the leader of the black-striped demon ape fell to the ground of the small hill trembled, and the leaves of the trees rustled and fell. Along with the black-striped demon ape's heart shattering was Wu Qianqian's Dao heart. Wu Qianqian stared blankly at the ice-glazed sword inserted in the heart of the black-striped demon ape, with an expression on her face as complex as constipation. Isn't this Ling Qingyao's sword? So, Ling Qingyao killed the black-striped demon ape leader with a sword, but she couldn't do any damage to the black-striped demon ape leader at all? It was all taught by a single teacher, and she was still the daughter of a female war god, even she couldn't do this to this extent. This is unrealistic. Master Sable, did you see Ling Qingyao's sword? Wu Qianqian looked at the sky demon Sable expectantly. The Heavenly Demon Ferret clan was able to pass down the memories of their ancestors, not to mention that the Heavenly Demon Ferret was only in the teens, but it actually had quite a lot of knowledge underpinning it. Perhaps it could explain Ling Qingyao's sword. But Master Sable couldn't understand it either. The Heavenly Demon Sable stayed upright and shook its head in confusion. That sword was too fast. I was still thinking about how to deal with the demon ape leader when I saw Ling Qingyao kill the demon ape leader with a single sword. Even you don't know, so how the hell did she do it? Wu Qianqian turned around and looked at Ling Qingyao with complicated eyes. However, Ling Qingyao, who was the one involved, was a bit confused herself. She also didn't expect her sword to be so powerful. Qilin, could it be you? Ling Qingyao looked towards the snow-white beast in her arms. You, hurry up and deal with the beasts while the demonic ape is dead. Qilin's big eyes glanced at the tumultuous demon ape beast herd. If we don't fight, these devil apes will be arrogant again. After the decapitation operation, it's time to seize the moment when the herd has no head. Qilin didn't want to have to deal with the obstacles on the way to the treasure hunt by himself. After all, the shoveling was enough. Oh hoo! Ling Qingyao also reacted, her eyes instantly cold, looking towards the group of demonic apes that were screaming in fear. With a wave of his right hand, the ice-glazed sword swooshed and flew back as blue light. Immediately afterward, she stepped on the running thunder sword steps, and her figure rushed out like lightning. As they watched Ling Qingyao kill the black-striped demonic apes group, Wild Plains Jie and Su Mengmeng immediately followed suit. Qingyao, let's help you. The two women ran out, their hands blooming with a red psychic glow, unleashing their beasts and skills to relieve Ling Qingyao's pressure. Wu Qianqian also understood the preciousness of the moment and suppressed the doubts under her eyes, bringing the Heavenly Demon Sable to join the battlefield. In a flash, the battlefield was a mess, and the black-striped demon ape was initially immune to elemental damage, and had a hidden upper hand. But as Ling Qingyao and the others converted their skills and pulled out their own weapons, the battle went sideways. Soon, the first retreating deserter appeared in the group of leaderless black-striped demon ape beasts, followed by a second, and a third. There were fewer and fewer black-striped demon apes on the battlefield, and the battle of the beasts collapsed. Pust. The sharp edge of the ice-glazed sword slashed through the neck of the last black-striped demon ape. A hideous head flew high into the air, and the blood-gushing demonic ape's body fell helplessly to its knees. It's over. Ling Qingyao gently swung the ice-glazed sword, shaking off the black blood on the blade. Turning around, he said to the panting Su Mengmeng and the others, "I'll go on guard, you guys count the number of demonic creatures and prepare to take them back to exchange them for battle merits." Yes. Su Mengmeng and the others nodded their heads and immediately began to clean up the battlefield. 10 minutes later. Ling Qingyao and the others hoofed it to a clear stream, washing away the smell of demonic blood from their bodies. One is more voluptuous than the other. Qilin on the bank quietly lay on a rock, his eyes looking at the 4 delicate figures in the stream. Oh no, it should be 3. Wu Qianqian, this woman wearing a single garment, pinch, can be used as a man's body, Qilin even rare to look at a glance. No comparison hurts. Wow. In the creek, Ling Qingyao and the others were only wearing a single thin inner garment, and after the creek water infested them, the spring light was infinite. I didn't realize that Qingyao Jam still has a girly heart. This pink kitten is so cute. Naughty San's blue and white stripes aren't bad either. Oh, Manhwa sauce is the big boss. Don't say that, naughty. Oh yeah, where's Cynthia? Su Mengmeng wiped the bloodstains on her body while looking around. There was no sign of Wu Qianqian, but she had clearly just been there. Ling Qingyao and Noera Nadi gazed towards the shore. Scared, Qilin raised his head, thinking he had been discovered. Guru, guru, guru. At this time, a few bubbles emerged from the surface of the water, and Wu Qianqian emerged from the water with a speechless face. Eyes flicked over a few female classmates, just about none of them younger than her. Something evil. Wu Qianqian took a breath, calming the jealous look in her eyes, and looked at Ling Qingyao. Ling Qingyao, now that the beasts are gone, can you explain what exactly happened with that sword? Ling Qingyao pierced the heart of the 3rd-ranked demonic creature leader with her sword. This was in the late 2nd-rank professions. There was hardly that profession that could do this kind of overstep single kill. After all, engaging demons was not playing a game. It wasn't like you could abuse a boss just because you had good equipment. And Ling Qingyao's sword is the same problem that plagued Su Mengmeng and Noera Jie. At the same time, the 3 women looked curiously at Ling Qingyao, hoping to receive an explanation. Alas! Ling Qingyao sighed helplessly. She knew they would ask this. But where did she know that? That sword was nothing different than usual. The only difference was that it had been a few days where Zirin was concerned. To be honest, I myself was baffled. That sword seemed to cut through space and directly broke through the defense of the black-striped demon ape, piercing through its heart. As for the cause, I'm not sure, since I didn't use a spatial attribute sword technique. But the ice-glazed sword was kept by Qilin for a few days, so I'm guessing this has something to do with Qilin. Ling Qingyao explained while casting her gaze towards Qilin on the shore. Qilin had already taken out the book and was flipping through it, as if he had seen something amazing. He was looking at it extremely seriously. Cutting through space? Could Qilin know spatial skills? Su Mengmeng was surprised. It can't be. Space system foreign beasts are even rarer than space system professionals. If Qilin knows space system skills, its racial potential should be more than C rank. Wu Qianqian shook her head, dismissing the claim. But at this time, Wu Qianqian hair wine red hair was pulled. Hiss. Master Sable. What are you doing? Wu Qianqian turned her head sideways and looked at the sky demon sable that appeared on her shoulder. What for? The sky demon sable sneered. With a haughty face, he crossed his waist, and those small eyes didn't even bother to look at Wu Qianqian. Little girl, don't you understand? This is all because my big brother comprehended the spatial sword Dao from within the books on spatial prohibitions. Comprehend the space sword Dao? Wu Qianqian and the others froze. This sounded a bit unreasonable. But if it was Qilin, a little guy with unbelievable enlightenment, it might actually be possible. No way, how can the spatial sword Dao be comprehended from inside a spatial prohibition? Wu Qianqian denied. Is it so hard to admit that my boss is better than you? The heavenly demon sable blankly glanced at the girl, Wu Qianqian. I don't care about that much. I'm going to go find the boss to learn spatial sword Dao first. With that, it stepped on the waves of water and ran towards Qilin at a fast pace. Boss, the spatial sword Dao begs to be taught. Chapter 68, Deep into the Heavenly Pale Copy. Seal King level inheritance land? Ling Qingyao and the others tidied up in the creek and washed away the smell of demonic blood from their bodies, so that certain bloodthirsty demons wouldn't follow the scent of blood to find them. In the magic class taught at the university, washing away the scent of magic belongs to the required content for field combat. As such, Ling Qingyao and the others packed extremely carefully, and a full hour passed before they went ashore to put on their clothes, ready to set off again. What, Space Sword Dao? On the shore, Shilin listened to the words of his little brother, the heavenly demon Sable, and looked at it with a foggy head. Even Ling Qingyao and the others forgot when they changed their clothes. Yes, big brother, teach me. The heavenly demon Sable looked at Shilin with a blear-eyed look on its face, its little tail wagging non-stop, almost writing flattery on its face. A mount. Shilin seemed to understand that it should be the spatial cutting ability of the void sword box that made the sky demon Sable and the others mistakenly believe that they knew the spatial sword Dao. Well, right, teaching can be taught, but spatial sword Dao is extremely special and requires your Imperial Beast Master to learn the electric shock training method so that you are qualified to learn spatial sword Dao. Shilin was talking nonsense in a serious manner. Ha! Electroshock training method, this. The sky demon Sable froze, and even an index finger made a circle. It's not that it doesn't want to learn it's mainly that stupid girl Wu Qianqian who can't even tolerate the electric shock training method. The last time he went back with the training apparatus, it hadn't even been turned on at maximum power, and Wu Qianqian couldn't stand the pain, let alone perform meditation. Alright big brother, I'll go back and supervise that girl. A flash of disappointment flashed across the sky demon Ming's face. It had seen the power of the spatial sword Dao. A sword through the heart. That's a third-order demon. Big brother's tactics are so horrible that it's normal for them to be difficult to learn. The heavenly demon Sable nodded and bounced back to Wu Qianqian's side. Whispering increased the power in her ear scared Wu Qianqian's face. Shilin, what did you say to the heavenly demon Sable? Seeing Wu Qianqian reacting so strongly, Ling Qingyao asked curiously. Shilin looked at Wu Qianqian, as well as the thunder light draped over the sky demon Sable's hands, and said thoughtfully, I said that the secret realm was too boring, and had the sky demon Sable tell Wu Qianqian a ghost story. Really, no wonder she's so pale with fear. Ling Qingyao nodded and picked up Shilin, continuing to delve deeper into the heavenly pale copy. Sumu Mei and Noera Nadi followed behind, muttering in whispers. Meng Jam, where do you think Qingyao is taking us? I've heard that there are certain sacrificial platforms in the depths of the Abyssal copy, and if you introduce your teammates to them, you'll be able to get the treasure. Noera Nadi lowered her voice, her beautiful eyes bubbling with green light as she reminded Su Mengmeng. Hiss. Su Mengmeng sucked in a mouthful of cold air, taken aback. Nadi, I've been chicken since I was a kid, don't you scare me. He, that's fine, but I'm curious as to where Qingyao Jam will take us? Noera Jie looked at Ling Qingyao who was walking in front of her and said curiously. Well, I heard Qingyao say that Shilin has the ability to find treasures, so she's probably taking us to find a treasure. Su Mengmeng recalled the deal when Ling Qingyao had sold 10 million grade treasure tools. Guess I should be looking for a copy of the treasures in the replica this time as well. Treasure tools, I'm no longer lacking, it would be nice to have something that aids in cultivation. Noera Yuki lamented. It didn't even matter about the treasures, what her family lacked was a systematic inheritance technique. But she knew it was almost impossible. This was because even at the 5th order patriarch level, why would it be difficult to have a systematic inheritance? Meanwhile, a bloody battle erupted in the other Class C team. Guanqing, what are you doing? A Class C student with a blackened lip fell to the ground, looking in horror at the short teenager who took a step closer to him. 4 or 5 corpses were already lying around him, all with black lips and a mark on their chests that looked like they had been stabbed through by a poisonous scorpion's tail. That Class C student touched the blood of his classmates on the ground and his face instantly turned white. Why? Why did you kill them? We followed you only because we saw that you were in the middle of the 2nd rank. Yet you secretly poisoned us. Pust. He was halfway through his sentence when a dark green scorpion tail pierced his throat and exploded in a cloud of blood-colored fireworks at the back of his head. I'm sorry, but in order to enter that place of inheritance, I'll have to sacrifice you guys. Guanqing walked with his hands in his pockets, his eyes unperturbed. Beside him was a large dark green scorpion. The scorpion's armor was covered with blood-red pattern-like lines, and it violently flung its scorpion tail with a chilling light. Snap! The pierced Class C student was directly flung to the ground, reduced to a cold corpse. Looking at the trophies all over the ground, the poison dragon scorpion waved its clip with pleasure. Immediately afterward, the hideous mouthparts opened and tore at the flesh and blood one bite at a time. With each bite, the blood red lines on the poison dragon scorpion's body increased by a trace. The breath grew with it, quickly approaching level 25. Eat up, eat them all and you'll be able to enter your ancestors' inheritance, and then none of our enemies will escape. The color of blood flashed in Guanqing's eyes, and his face became incomparably hideous as he thought of the bloody memories. Since his family was wiped out, all he has left is Pa and a tattered ancient book. It contained information about their ancestors and a Seal King-level powerhouse. It was said that the inheritance place of this king-level powerhouse was in the Heavenly Song copy. According to the ancient book's guidance, he would be able to travel to this place of inheritance immediately. Time passes by, and the angel of the Heavenly Pale copy has come to the sunset dusk. The Tian Sun copy that belonged to the medium-sized copy already possessed the concept of time, and was not much different from an ordinary small world. Ling Qingyao and her group trekked through the mountains and finally crossed a winding ancient mountain road to reach the destination of their trip, a glorious European-style castle. At the notice board outside the castle, Ling Qingyao stopped and frowned as she looked at the contents of the ancient language on it. Su Mengmeng scratched her head. What's this? I feel like I can't understand it. Wu Qianqian opened her mouth and wanted to show off her literary skills, but when she saw that the writing on the notice board seemed to be in an ancient foreign language, she simply shut up. Ling Qingyao looked at Wu Qianqian and thought she was going to open her mouth. What are you looking at me for? What's wrong with not being able to read a foreign language? Is it humiliating? I call it patriotic, okay? Wu Qianqian's mouth was hard and she turned her head sideways. It's kind of hard to do if you can't even read it. Ling Qingyao thought like this and subconsciously looked at Qilin. Finding that Qilin had already lost his eyes and looked at the notice board. Seems to read the above. Nah, nanny. A lovely fusillade rang out in a tone of shock and ecstasy. Ling Qingyao and the others turned around to see Noara Jie also looking at the notice board with an expression of mixed surprise. Jie, can you read this? Ling Qingyao said curiously. Aha, I used to learn 8 languages, and this belongs to the ancient language on the God European side. Yuki Noara looked back, the waves in her eyes taking a long time to settle. It was because she could read the writing on it that she realized how horrible the castle was. It was because the content on top of the notice board showed that the owner of this castle was known as a king-level powerhouse, and he had left his legacy in the castle. In other words, this was the place she had dreamed of inheriting. Not just a 5th-order powerhouse, but a 7th-order Seal King level. Noara Nadi's little face was flushed and she gasped in excitement. Chapter 69, It can break through this prohibition, I'll chew up the castle walls. It says here that the owner of the castle is a king-level powerhouse, and the castle is his inheritance place. Noara Nadi said excitedly. A Seal King-level powerhouse. Ling Qingyao and the others were taken aback, and then skepticism surfaced on the 3 women's faces. The inheritance of a Seal King-level powerhouse, Nadi, you didn't read it wrong, did you? Wu Qianqian frowned. As the daughter of the god of war, she understood the power of a Seal King-level powerhouse, and it could be said that every powerhouse that could be promoted to the Seal King level was a dragon among men. Seal King-level powerhouses were also extremely condescending, never bothering to enter a medium-sized copy. How could the Heavenly Song copy of the Magic Capital University have a Seal King-level powerhouse and even leave behind a legacy? Yes, Nadi, the inheritance of a Seal King-level powerhouse is too rare. If it's outside, this will cause a tremor in the entire Donghuang kingdom, I'm afraid. Su Mengmeng glanced towards the inside of the castle and muttered in a low voice, do the few of us deserve such good luck? By their words, Yuki Noara was also a bit unsure. Thoughtful eyes looked towards Ling Qingyao, hoping to get an answer from her. After all, it was Ling Qingyao who was leading the way all this way, so perhaps she knew something. Don't look at me, I also just realized that this is the inheritance land of a Seal King-level powerhouse. Ling Qingyao cried and laughed, rubbing Qilin in her arms. And at that moment, Qilin also looked at the notice board, which was recognized by Qilin. Noara Notweed wasn't wrong, there was a Seal King-level inheritance here. Qilin could keenly sense the aura that far exceeded Feng Xuaning's lingering inside the castle. This breath seems to be baptized through the years, but it is also still strong and invincible, and it is flooded with a strong sense of coldness. It's such a grim feeling, it's so off-putting. Qilin's brows furrowed deeply, and the tip of his little nose sniffed the air. The sight looked towards the inside of the castle. Only in the castle, in the center of a neat verdant square stood a stone statue of an elegant woman carrying red wine and wearing a gown. She had long, elegant hair and sat in a European-style wicker chair with a dignified and confident smile. Like some medieval noblewoman whose husband had died. "Shoveler, there is a Seal King level inheritance here, but be careful, it doesn't seem to be that simple inside," Shilin said gruffly. "Aha!" Ling Qingyao nodded. "Let's try to see if we can get in, then be careful not to spread out and try to hug the group." Wu Qianqian and the others also nodded their heads. The inheritance land was discovered by Ling Qingyao after all. Listening to her might be able to get a piece of the pie. The four women then examined the surrounding area for a while and found the first level of the castle's test. Entering the castle from any angle triggers the castle's protection mechanism, illuminating a sturdy circular shroud of light to push the crowd out of the castle's confines. It's a prohibition, and it covers such a large area. It's not just any prohibition. In front of the castle gate, Ling Qingyao stroked the yellow light cover that looked like water, causing ripples. "Shilin, are you okay with this?" Ling Qingyao asked with her head bowed. Well, the prohibition laid out by this Seal King level powerhouse was meant to be for the purpose of finding an inheritor, so it shouldn't be too difficult to crack it. Shilin nodded. But just then, "Get out of the way. I'll try to see if I can make a strong attack." A yell came from the side. Only to see Wu Qianqian take 5 steps back and 1 step across, taking a deep breath. With a rustling sound, 2 piercing green fire lotuses flared up on her legs. "Don't!" Ling Qingyao just wanted to remind Wu Qianqian not to be impulsive. "Cynthia, let me help you." At that moment, the ever-composed Yuki Noara also stepped forward, taking out a black pistol-like treasure and aiming it at the yellow light shield. "Good." Wu Qianqian nodded, and without much thought, stepped on the fire lotus and kicked the castle's shield. Boom! The green fire lotus exploded with a bang, and the yellow shield rippled violently like the surface of a lake. 2 shots rang out. 2 armor-breaking bullets trailing red flame tails hit the yellow shields directly. Click, click, click. The shroud dented with 2 small, deep craters and made a sound that was rather toothy. "Something's not right, be careful," Ling Qingyao reminded. But in the next second, the yellow shield suddenly flashed with light as if it had bottomed out. With a buzzing sound, Wu Qianqian's body was sent flying out, taking several steps on the ground before stabilizing herself. Noara Yuki's bullet also bounced off and grazed Noara Yuki's cheek, leaving 2 trails of blood. Failed. Noara Nadi put away her treasures with trembling palms, her eyes stroking the bloodstains on her cheeks in hindsight. The ban was too strong for them to break through. At this point, she was like a miner with a mountain of empty treasure that she couldn't dig up. There is nothing to do but to be hopelessly empty and anxious. Such a powerful shield can only be set up by a Seal King level powerhouse. Wu Qianqian came over with a white face, seemingly suffering from internal injuries. "Xinyao sauce, should we let Shilin give it a try?" Nadi Noara threw her last hope on Shilin. "Nadi, don't be sick." Wu Qianqian frowned. Why did these girls want to go to Shilin whenever they had problems? Just because a skill is enlightened doesn't mean it's fast to learn prohibitions, Besides, how could this shield laid out by a Seal King level be cracked by this C-rank alien beast, Shilin? It's not on the same level at all, okay? Xingyao, facts are facts. In case Shilin is revolted by the prohibition, none of us can save it. Wu Qianqian clasped her arms and reminded coldly. At those words, Ling Xingyao was also a bit worried about Shilin, her beautiful eyes slightly wrinkled. However, after asking again and again, she received only one answer from Shilin. It's not like this Shilin hasn't deduced a Seal King level formation before. You will never realize how many books on forbidden systems this Shilin has read these days. Shilin's athletic stance jumped from Ling Xingyao's arms to the ground, walking step by step towards the city gate location. At the same time, a silver-colored butterfly flew out from the back of Shilin's rounded head like a scout, fluttering around the various parts of the yellow formation. After about 30 seconds, the silver butterflies all flew back and disappeared into Shilin's mind. Shilin's eyes lit up with white light and began to deduce. The nature of this formation prohibition was not difficult, nor was it an attacking formation, so it could be boldly attempted. Combined with the years of disrepair, Zirin cracked up fast. Breaking a formation prohibition requires finding the key nodes to break the formation, and by attacking the nodes at the same time, causing the formation to be occluded, the effect of breaking the formation can be achieved. A normal Seal King level formation only had 100 nodes, and Shilin quickly obtained more than 30 nodes. A fluttering silver butterfly appeared around his body again. The number was not too many, not too few, just the same as the broken node. As this scene appeared, Ling Qingyao made a silent gesture. Acting like it's real, if he can break the formation ban today, I'll eat this city wall. Looking at the silver butterflies flying around Qilin, Wu Qianqian's eyes showed faint disdain. Although she didn't think highly of Qilin, she lowered her volume a bit. Noara Jie hugged Su Mengmeng's arm tightly, staring intently at Qilin, secretly cheering Qilin on. Come on, Zilinbo. Must break the formation. Chapter 70 Adversarial Means of Breaking Bans. Breaking the defense Wu Qianqian. While Kirin and the others were breaking the prohibitions, Yi Feng on the other side also arrived outside the castle. The castle covers a large area and naturally has more than one entrance and exit. Yi Feng's location was at the north gate of the castle. Underneath the ebony shiny city gates, Yi Feng and the others looked at the towering city gates and reached out to touch a gold-colored shield as well. Little Leaf, this is recent. Doesn't your team have a dry and skinny space department professional? He should be able to break this prohibition. Yi Feng recalled Elder Lan's voice in his mind. Yi Feng nodded and looked at his teammate Monkey on the side. Monkey's full name was Ho Jiao, a B-rank spatial profession forbidden mage. However, due to the rarity of the space system, he was also able to enter the team that Yi Feng was on. Even if the monkey only has one skill. Monkey, your broken gold diamond hasn't been used today, has it? Don't worry, brother Yi, this broken mirror drill of mine can only be used once a day, it's precious. The monkey patted his bony chest and laughed smugly. This is the time to enter the secret realm today and wait. Its spatial system skill was called the Forbidden Breaking Drill, which could only be used once a day, and could easily break through any forbidden system. Just due to the fact that this skill was extremely exhausting, the monkey's training once a night also exhausted him and grew into such a frail physique. Good, then it's up to you. Yi Feng nodded seriously and gave up a position to the monkey. Monkey stepped forward, and the people around him gave expectant looks. Come on, monkey, don't throw us a bone. Yeah, isn't the increasingly intense training of our 4+ squad just for the sake of making a splash inside the replica? As long as we crack the Seal King level inheritance that Brother Yi found, we'll definitely be able to make a name for ourselves throughout East Huang. Amidst the compliments of his teammates, Monkey stood outside the dark golden shield. Don't worry, leave it to me. Monkey's eyes sharpened down fiercely, raising his hand like a falcon. With that, he felt for the waistband of his pants, which slipped right off. The people around them choked for a split second. No. Do you always break the ban like this? Don't get me wrong, breaking the ban requires a big show. It makes sense for me to loosen my pants, right? Seemingly doing this for the first time in front of a crowd, the monkey's face went a little wild. Casually, he had also removed his shirt, revealing his dry, thin upper body. He then took a deep breath and brought his hands together and in front of his chest. 3 words were spat out deeply: break the forbidden drill. Buzz. Only to see the the tip of his palm lit up with a black glow, like a drill rotating at high speed. He made a few boosts and was about to jump towards the golden shroud. Come on, you can only use the ban-breaking drill once a day, and you'll be weak and powerless afterward. Burning bright for the sake of the team. Just as the monkey's body approached the golden shield, a silver-colored butterfly flew down on Yi Feng's shoulder, followed by a strange sound from the sky. Yi Feng and the others raised their heads and saw a golden slab hanging high in the sky. That's... someone's breaking the formation? On the other side, the nodes mastered by the Qilin had reached more than 90, and the butterflies around them scattered out in all directions, as if they were transformed into snowflakes flying in the sky. Lin Qingyao's pupils reflected the scene, the silver butterflies and the azure sky forming a wonderful picture. Butterflies are scattered throughout the golden passport, evenly and symmetrically. It was as if the golden passport had been given a silver coat. Kirin stood under the passport, manipulating the mountain and river seal with her right hand to adjust the direction and position. It's been a few days since I'd used the mountain river seal to smash people, so I'm a bit unskilled. Qilin's eyes narrowed slightly as he controlled the mountain river seal with his small snow-white claws, searching for the last node. Try it, one doesn't squeak. Wu Qianqian looked at Kirin so seriously and watched with her arms wrapped around her. Little girl, if you talk about my big brother like that again, don't blame me for going back to stress you out. The heavenly demon Sable jumped on his shoulder and was a tail whistling over, causing Wu Qianqian's nose to itch and sneeze a few times. It was supposed to be the truth, prohibitions and skills are not the same, and looking at the way the Qilin broke the prohibition, it was not right. Wu Qianqian insisted her opinion. He was also quite knowledgeable, and had seen many ban-breaking masters help his mother break some space rings since he was a child. People use all kinds of investigations to collect data, through sophisticated instruments, or special skills to break the ban, so as to achieve the effect of breaking the ban. Kirin is good, just sit there for a while and think you can break the mirror? This is clearly childish nonsense. In between Wu Qianqian's thoughts. Found it. Kirin looked at the mossy patch of the wall directly in front of her. The last node. Through the silver butterfly, Yifeng and the others were seen approaching. And there was another man with a very bloody scorpion who also came outside the castle. There's no time to wait. Kirin's eyes flashed, even as he stepped precariously over the wall and leapt. With a move of his pink right paw, the mountain river seal turned into a golden stream of light and flew into his paw. The mountain river seal felt so good in his hands that Kirin felt as if he had jacked a slab. Slam it hard against the wall. Click here. The golden shield lit up, this time without ripples. The second is like glass covered with gaps in the air. At first, the gap was only a large area of a basin, then, like a spider's web, strolling out, spreading to half of the golden passport, and soon shrouded the entire golden passport. Next moment. Only Kirin put away the slate and landed with a steady stance. The golden passport in the sky crumbled into a firefly-like point of light, which dissipated with the breeze. The air was silent, as if even the sound of breathing had stopped. Noaranati watched in stupefaction as the points of light drifted away, and she forgot to let go of the hand she was pulling on Su Mengmeng. The ban was broken. A slate straight off? Ha! Wu Qianqian's eyes widened, a red lip couldn't even close, her face full of unbelief. Cracking it with a formation, cracking it with a skill, it's all understandable. What the hell are you doing slapping away? Is there still a ban? When the Seal King level powerhouse who had laid down the restrictions saw it, he was afraid that he would vomit blood on the spot. The point is that Qilin has only learned the forbidden system for a few days? That's not right. What for? Wu Qianqian looked at the sky demon sable that was patting itself. Only to see the sky demon eagle's small paw pointing at the city wall, cheaply revealing a smile. You said it yourself, go and gnaw the city wall, do as you're told. Master Sable, you traitor. Wu Qianqian was so angry that he scratched his ears, feeling like the whole world was targeting him. What kind of little white dog is this past brother Yi? So fierce. Yifeng and the others appeared not far away and also saw the scene where the Qilin slapped the golden passport. Yifeng shook his head with a bitter smile. How would I know? Maybe this slate. Oh no, the treasure tool has some kind of spatial properties. Indeed, looks a lot more efficient than the monkey's broken mirror drill. Old Chen, what do you mean? What's wrong with me brewing a little? Ha ha ha. The group of people were talking and laughing, but the only one who was wildly shaken was Old Man Lon in Yifeng's mind. Where's that slate? That's a ING S-class treasure. Chapter 71 3 Parties Looting. Sit back and reap the benefits. Little Leaf, the treasure tool in this imperial beast's hand is quite something. Elder Lon reminded in Yifeng's mind. Not simple? Could it be an A+ grade treasure? Yifeng frowned gently, looking at the golden slate in Qilin's hand, and curiously said. No, it's likely higher than an A+ grade treasure. If you think about it that way, that little girl's background is a bit scary. No matter what, you must be wary of this little puppy and that young girl. Elder Lon said seriously. Elder Lon, you're making a bit of a big deal out of this, aren't you? Yifeng revealed a faint smile. Ling Qingyao's Fei had only C-rank potential, and Elder Lon was a bit timid. You know, this kind of formation prohibition can really be opened with a slab. Even if the monkey drills for 10 days, it may not be able to drill open, and at that time, it will still need the old man's hand. And the location where this little puppy slapped and those silver butterflies stuck the nodes of the formation at the same time, that's how it broke through the forbidden system, or else do you think it can really be shattered in a single slice? Hearing this, shock surfaced in Yifeng's eyes. It was impossible for Elder Lon to lie to him, after Elder Lan's analysis. Yifeng then understood the terror of Qilin and Ling Qingyao and nodded his head gruffly. It turns out that there is so much more to say about the attacks of this C-ranked foreign beast. I understand, Elder Blue. Just then, the monkey next to him put his hand on Yifeng's shoulder and said excitedly, let's go, Brother Yi. The restriction has been broken, let's hurry in and grab a head start. Yeah, if we don't go in, we'll be robbed by Ling Qingyao's gang from Class C. The surrounding teammates chimed in. Then go. Yifeng sensed Elder Lon in his mind and realized that he had fallen into silence and seemed to be pondering something. He had no choice but to lead Monkey and the others, jumping onto the city wall and rushing towards the center of the square. The preciousness of a heritage site doesn't allow for much thought. Yi Feng and the others hoped to obtain a Seal King level inheritance, so their footsteps quickened once again. Soon enough, they entered the confines of the Lapis Plaza. It wasn't just them, there was also a man and a beast that entered the Lapis Plaza from the South City Gate. Class C's Guanqing rode the poison dragon scorpion with a chilling bloody aura around him as he quickly entered the verdant square. It won't be long before the two groups meet. This step was caught in the eyes of Ling Qingyao and the others on the city wall. "Qingyao, why don't we go over there?" Noara Nadi had an anxious expression as she watched the inheritance being approached by Yi Feng and the others. Ling Qingyao didn't say anything, but instead looked at Qilin in her arms. Since Qilin had broken the prohibition at the beginning, she could have directly entered the castle. However, Qilin told her not to act rashly, his tone extremely serious. At this moment, Ling Qingyao noticed that Qilin's face was very grave. "Little guy, what's wrong?" Ling Qingyao asked. "There's a ghost in there." Qilin pondered. Ever since he had uncovered the forbidden system, tend to good fortune and avoid bad fortune, had been reminding him. The map in his head marked the area as a deep black of color. It was as if there was no bright moon in the night sky in this huge castle, with only the light from a handful of treasures that transformed into stars dotting the night sky. This means that this is by no means a treasure vein. More than likely, it's a place where demons gather. Qilin fell into deep thought and came to a conclusion. There was no problem with the treasure pulse compass, and there was no problem with the convergence. The treasure vein compass was taken from the people of the Abyssal Order. And it belongs to the Abyssal treasure. It makes sense that it would consider an ominously contaminated treasure to be a treasure vein. Because the treasure vein compass originally came from the abyss. But the tendency is to be able to observe the aura of the demons around you. This constitutes this paradoxical situation. Sorting it all out like this, the truth about this castle came to Zirin's mind. It's true that this castle is a feudal king level inheritance place, but this feudal king level is not a human feudal king level. She comes from the abyss and belongs to the abyssal demon king. If humans rush in, there may be only one downfall. Qilin's brows furrowed deeply as he figured out the situation and hesitated to alert the people in the Lapis Plaza. However, when he turned his eyes, he realized that Jifeng in the green stone square had already engaged in a battle with the scorpion-riding teenager. LOL. Qilin sighed and put away the reminder. A Taoist priest can't save a damn ghost. People die for money and birds die for food. These people were in a rush for the inheritance of a Seal King level powerhouse. That's good, then let them go and scout for themselves. After all, even the Demon King's inheritance could be purified through the auspicious clouds. Moreover, if Yufeng and the others found the treasure in the castle, there was nothing they could do. Because these treasures are all tainted with bad luck, they can only be used by demons. Big brother, are we really not going? At this time, the heavenly demon Sable on Wu Qianxian's shoulder was in a frenzy of anxiety. Seal King level inheritance once in 100 years might be a good idea. How did Big Brother manage to keep his heart in the right place? Little Sable, haste does not make the heart grow fonder. A confident smile appeared on Qilin's small, round, plush face. This time, Big Brother will teach you a trick. The falcon is behind. Falcon in the back? The sky demon Sable was a bit confused. I've only heard of the praying mantis catching the cicada and the yellow finch coming after it. I've never heard that there's a falcon behind the yellow bird. Oh, okay Big Brother, I'll listen to you. The sky demon Sable nodded seriously. In the time that followed, Ling Qingyao didn't allow the crowd to enter the castle and led them to watch the battle between Yifeng and the others in Guanqing from the city walls. Wu Qianxian and Su Mengmeng were able to endure it. However, the fire held in Not Not's heart was getting bigger and bigger. I didn't expect Guanqing, who was also in Class C, to be so powerful, battling several Class S students by himself without losing a single step. Ling Qingyao mused. Well, the main thing is that his ranked alien beast, the poison dragon scorpion, is very strong. I estimate that it's all at level 30, close to a 4th ranked battle admiral level professional. Wu Qianxian nodded, her gaze locked onto the poison dragon scorpion that looked like a red flash on the battlefield. Hey, Qingyao, Qianqian. Are we really just going to watch? Noara Nati asked with a hint of anger in her eyes. It's too coincidental here, there might be something odd inside, it's better to observe for a while. Ling Qingyao turned back and explained. Watching? It's been 10 minutes of watching and waiting. A pair of pink fists clenched slightly as determination surfaced in Noara Yuki's eyes. She looked at the verdant square stained with the blood of battle and lifted her leg to join the fight. And just in time. As the blood turned the square the statues in the square seemed to mutate. Have you guys noticed, that woman's sculpture seems to have come to life? Su Mengmeng covered her small mouth and stared above the battlefield. Only to see that beside the battle group of Yifeng and the others, blood was like a tidal wave converging towards the sculpture of the noble woman in the center of the square, crawling all over the surface of the sculpture. Immediately afterward, dense cracks emerged on the surface of the sculpture, and the cracks lit up with blinding bloodlight. This change also caused Yifeng and the others to stop the movements in their hands. Could it be that the inheritance has opened? Seeing this, Wild Plains Jie ignored Ling Qingyao and the others and leaped, directly jumping off the city wall. Naughty, come back! Su Mengmeng leaned over the city wall and loudly reminded Noara Knotweed. But it didn't work. Nogara Knots was getting faster and faster. Already went to Lime Rock Plaza. Zirin, will Naughty be okay? It can't be helped if something is wrong. She wants to be a praying mantis and the only thing that will happen to her is to be targeted by a yellow bird. Qilin spoke helplessly. It's still true that people die for money and birds die for food. Cute naughty sauce, going out at this time is just too reckless. Chapter 72, Abyssal Demon King takes over. Auspicious clouds purify the demons. As the woman's sculpture in the square bloomed with red light, the battle between Yifeng and the others and Guanqing stopped. The crowd watched the changes that occurred in the sculpture. What's going on with this sculpture? Why is all that blood crawling up there? Yi, have you ever felt a bit chilly around you? In Yifeng's camp, Monkey shrunk his neck, his eyes surveying the surroundings warily. Yifeng sniffed and frowned slightly. He really felt a little bit after the monkey reminded him so. He had two professions, an S-rank light profession Holy Light Apostle, and another S-rank dark profession Dark Night Ritual. At this moment, the probing means of both professions were trembling madly. Is there danger, or treasure? Yifeng couldn't see the situation for a while and asked the Blue Old Man in his mind, Blue Old Man's current situation. Little Yizi, Old Me is also a bit unable to see the inheritance of this Seal King level powerhouse. Elder Lan frowned slightly as a familiar aura emanated from above this sculpture. But he could not determine to which acquaintance it belonged. Yifeng couldn't get an answer from him, so he had no choice but to focus on the sculpture covered in cracks. At this point, click here. Only the cracks on the surface of the sculpture fell off piece by piece, revealing the white jade-like skin inside. Inside this sculpture was actually perched a true noblewoman, dressed in a gorgeous long dress with a lacy hemline that trailed down to the floor, a floral perfume escaping from her body. She slowly opened her eyes, her turquoise blue eyes sweeping over everyone present, her gaze kind as if she were a biblical Madonna. Come, my inheritors, into my presence and be baptized with the holy light of inheritance. Simply by accepting my inheritance, you will gain the power to crush all suffering, and by simply bathing in the holy light, you will be able to live forever as if you were a holy light. She lightly opened her pink lips, her melodious and pleasant voice with a compelling charm. Lightly lifting her jade hand, a streak of golden warm sun like holy light bathed her, enveloping a 1-meter radius of her. When Guanqing heard this, his eyes flared crimson and his fists were clenched in death. He must obtain the Seal King level powerhouse inheritance and take revenge. Yifeng's team also stirred, and fervor was written all over one's face. My lifespan is very short. If I can't break through the Seal King level, I'll only die. Yifeng's eyes shifted for a while as he slowly raised his foot and was about to fall. At this point, Noara Nadi had also arrived at the center of the verdant square, and hearing the mysterious woman's words, she clenched her teeth and rushed over with quick steps. For the sake of her family's honor, she had to take the Seal King level inheritance. Next, only Yifeng, Guanqing, and Noara J cast their movement skills and quickly rushed towards the mysterious woman's holy light field. The fastest of them all was Guanqing's poison dragon scorpion, which was close to the 4th rank, and it directly carried Guanqing high into the air, jumping into the mysterious woman's domain in one step. Seeing this, Yifeng and Noara J's eyes flashed with blood-red jealousy as they combined their efforts to attack Guanqing. Rustling. The 6-tailed demon fox in Noara Yuki's arms released 2 balls of magnificent red foxfire, changing into 2 foxes that pounced on Guanqing. Yifeng pulled back a large black bow, and with a swoosh, the pure white arrow was aimed at Guanqing and shot out with a loud bang. However, there was a flash of cold light. The poison dragon scorpion fiercely swung its scorpion tail with 2 thuds, directly interrupting the attacks of the two. Looking at the deflated two, Guanqing let out a rampant smile. So what if it's Class S, just a bunch of softies? You guys aren't ruthless enough, nor are you strong enough, you only deserve to be trampled under my feet. The Seal King level inheritance is mine. Guanqing slowly turned around, bathed in holy light, and took a step towards the mysterious woman. Those eyes, filled with ecstasy, were slightly moist at this moment. Carrying a blood feud, he had traveled all the way, his hands stained with countless blood, for this moment. As long as he obtained the Seal King level inheritance, his strength would definitely soar. At that time, what Magic City University, what Ling Qingyao, what Yifeng? He wouldn't even put an eye on it. Guanqing's eyes were wild as he half kneeled at the mysterious woman's feet and saluted with both hands, and please, and sensei, pass on the power. Watching this scene, the surrounding people hated it with gnashing teeth. Despicable and shameless. Your poisonous dragon scorpion slaughtered your classmates. Even if you get the Seal King level inheritance, the school won't let you go. Right. How you got the Seal King level inheritance, the school will make you spit it out. Get out. Anger was written all over the faces of everyone in Yifeng's team. But the deep jealousy in his eyes was almost turning into substance, and he wanted to eat Guanqing. Seal King level inheritance. Seal the King level. Just a cheap shot at a guy who couldn't even get into S-class. However, as time passed, the crowd realized something was wrong. After Guanqing stepped into the inheritance, the mysterious woman didn't seem to make any extra movements. Something's not right. How come the inheritance doesn't react? Yifeng frowned. What a smell, it stinks. It's the stench of corpses that have been rotting for countless years, this stench of thick water, I've smelled it before on grave robbers. Hiss. You guys look at Guanqing. Him. A man pointed at Guanqing in the holy light and realized that what he was bathed in was not holy light, but clearly a dense blood light. The mysterious woman had also been transformed into a rotting female corpse with an incomparable stench. While Guanqing's skin was crawling with black and red lines, a face revealed a maniacal smile. Ha ha ha. I've gotten a Seal King level inheritance. Guanqing looked like a madman, laughing wildly at the corners of his mouth while blood flowed from his ears, nostrils, and the corners of his eyes. This terrifying scene directly scared the crowd into frantically retreating. Qilin was right, there's something wrong with the Seal King level inheritance here. Noara Yuki's face turned white with fear as she fled outside with the six-tailed demon fox in her arms. Recall Qilin's comment about the falcon being in the back. She blanched even more and sped up her escape. If the praying mantis was her and Qilin was the falcon, then the yellow sparrow could only be that mysterious Sealed King level powerhouse. Just then, suddenly, Guanqing's laughter came to an abrupt halt. Yifeng and the others turned back and their souls were scared out of their heads. Pust. Only Guanqing's entire body was suspended in mid-air, his chest was penetrated by a dark green scorpion's tail stinger, and blood was falling low along the stinger. Tick-tock. What are you doing? As if it was a flashback, Guanqing's bloodshot eyeballs looked at the tail spike in his chest with disbelief. However, the next second, with a poof, the tail stinger in Guanqing's chest was jerked off, and he slammed helplessly into a pool of blood. Yo, where's the little guy from the Guan family? Your ancestors sealed me here, I didn't expect that it would be you who released me. The poison dragon scorpion spat out human words, its eyes teasingly crawling towards Guanqing. It then stopped in front of Guanqing. At the location of the poison dragon scorpion's brain, a woman's soul body that was as hot as a beautiful snake floated out. It's a shame it's a guy, but we'll just have to make do with what we've got. The woman's soul body turned into streams of light and drilled into Guanqing's brain. With that, Guanqing breathed heavily and his eyes opened, that neutral face with a hint of flirtation. Ah, finally alive again. Guanqing stretched his arms, his eyes looking at Yifeng and the others running away from here, as well as the several pairs of Yangjing on the city wall. Don't go away, my concubine has just been resurrected and is in need of fresh flesh and blood. Guanqing licked his lips and revealed a grim, blood-curdling expression. In order to stop everyone, she directly flashed her body and appeared at the location of the city gates, stopping everyone in their tracks. How about dealing with you cowards first? Guanqing turned around, a teasing smile on his pale cheeks. Ru Snake's gaze locked onto Ling Qingyao and the others on the city wall. But when her eyes rested on Qilin, she eeped. Why is there something wrong with this little dessert? Chapter 73, The Lunar Cloud Golden Butterfly Traps the Devil. The Abyssal Demon King begged for mercy. Sure enough, there's a ghost. I'm afraid this Guanqing fellow has been taken over. Wu Qianqian looked down at Guanqing under the city wall and said in a cold tone. Be careful, the opponent is strong this time. Ling Qingyao's eyes were like ice, and her right hand gripped the hilt of the ice-glazed sword at her waist. Zirin. She called down, a little worried about the fight afterward. Seeing Qilin's relaxed face, Ling Qingyao felt relieved in her heart. Zirin seems to have a solution. Shoveler, later, you let the two of you, Su Mengmeng, run in the opposite direction. At this moment, Qilin communicated with Ling Qingyao through the contract link. Why? Ling Qingyao's eyes were slightly wrinkled. Shouldn't they be sparring together? Qilin shook his head without explaining anything more. Jumping onto the wall, he looked down at the pale, feeling teenager Guanqing below. This demonic creature that had taken over the body was a demon king, even if it had been sealed for countless years. And only a picture of the soul body remains. But a seal king level was a seal king level, a king recognized by heaven and earth. Such an existence, not to mention Ling Qingyao and the others, even if the entire replica of the students were added together, it wouldn't be enough for it to stuff its teeth. He had the auspicious clouds to be able to protect himself, but there was also a risk that once the demon king noticed, then it would definitely try to destroy himself. Ominous clouds are not a panacea. If you really want to deal with demons, you must use the auspicious clouds as a base card and hide them. And as it happened, it seemed that he himself had a means of concealment from the last few days of study. Thinking this way, Qilin raised his small paw. A silver butterfly was resting on his fingertips, gently flapping its wings. One could use the silver butterfly to break the prohibition and carry it as well. Hide the auspicious clouds with a band and integrate them into the silver butterfly. The silver butterflies that were produced to carry the auspicious clouds were a poison to the demons. Shoveler, do it. Qilin's eyes stared, and the silver butterfly on his paw gradually climbed up to a touch of golden auspicious clouds gold color. Aha! Ling Qingyao, still choosing Qilin, immediately turned around and said to Wu Qianqian and Su Mengmeng, you two hurry up and get out of here. I'll break off with Qilin. No way. Su Mengmeng directly shook her head, resolutely refusing to leave. Leaving Ling Qingyao and Qilin here, how could she not do it? I didn't expect you to have this kind of realization, it makes me think highly of you again. Wu Qianqian smiled faintly, and a green-colored fire lotus seal burned at her forehead. Next moment. The air around them began to rise dramatically, and a green-colored fire lotus hovered around Wu Qianqian. Seal King level residual souls were just that, she had no intention of retreating. You guys? Ling Qingyao was a little touched and still wanted to discuss this with Qilin. But I only heard little Qilin on the city wall coldly say, Shoveler, then you go by yourself. Why? Ling Qingyao said with a puzzled expression. It didn't say that at first, she had a bad feeling. Was Qilin ready to sacrifice it herself? However, Qilin turned around, and a deep light flashed in those eyes. Ling Qingyao only felt that a cute little beast she was facing had suddenly turned into an extremely oppressive wise guy. You don't believe me? Facing Qilin's question, Ling Qingyao recalled all the miracles Qilin had given her along the way. She hesitated, but ultimately didn't leave. Isn't it good to fight side by side? Why are you going to be a hero all by yourself? At this, Qilin was dumbfounded. This stupid girl, if they don't leave, how can that Abyss Demon King be in a hurry? Traps are not well laid if you are not in a hurry. Just then. Thud. A shell-like figure crashed into the city wall, sending up a cloud of smoke. Enough gibbering and last words? An icy voice appeared in the smoke. Ling Qingyao and the others' bodies tensed up and looked into the smoke vigilantly. Phew! A blood-colored light sliced straight at Qilin like a blade. Look out! Ling Qingyao let out a cry of shock and rolled a few times on the ground while holding Qilin. After stopping, Ling Qingyao got up with a wretched face, her dress stained with dust. Only Guanqing slowly stepped out of the smoke, a finger with blood-red nails residing in a bloody light. Gee whiz, what a shame, I was going to just get rid of this somewhat cute little guy. Guanqing spread his face and looked at Qilin with a smile on his face. This little guy had the aura of the abyss on him, and it seemed to come from an abyssal treasure. The grade doesn't seem to be low. How about this? This king happens to be short of an abyssal treasure, so if you call out the treasure, this king will let you go. Guanqing smiled faintly. Don't even think about it. Wu Qianqian ran quickly from the side, a green lotus flame burning on her right fist as she blasted out. Guanqing slightly sidestepped and dodged the blow easily and comfortably. With a casual point, it hit Wu Qianqian's abdomen, and she directly spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out backwards. It was like a martial arts master fighting a small doll. Not only was he not of the same magnitude, his skills were completely crushed. How about it, little white dog? You don't want your indentured servant to become a cold corpse, do you? Guanqing took a step towards Qilin with a relaxed pace. It's a goddamn Japanese-style threat. Qilin's forehead was dark, he had no way back. Since Ling Qinyao didn't want to go, she would let go. Qilin raised his small claws, and a silver butterfly converged, its wings turning from silver to gold, turning into a fluttering golden butterfly. Raise your hand and point. The butterflies in the sky flew out as much as they could, spreading out like a torrential rain towards Guanqing. If he let go of the fight, he could only expect Guanqing not to dodge it, but to take one or two golden butterflies hard. Qilin's gaze was firmly locked on Guanqing, looking at him expectantly. However, Qilin still underestimated the cunning and power of the Seal King level. Gee whiz, kind of a fun little trick, but I'm not going to let you touch me. Guanqing let out a cold laugh and stomped on the ground with his toes, his figure instantly disappearing in place. It was as if the golden butterflies in the sky had lost their target, waving their wings in place and looking left and right. In the back? Qilin felt a chill on his back and turned around to see Guanqing appear beside Ling Qinyao. Only to see Guanqing raise the scarlet-like tail thornfinger and slam it into Ling Qinyao's forehead. Bang! A circle of airwaves exploded around the scarlet, poisonous needle-like nails, easily breaking the speed of sound. With the power of Guanqing's strike, even a peak holy light knight who was a meat shield professional would have to be killed. No! Su Mingming's pupils shrunk, so scared that she covered her eyes, not even daring to look at what happened next. But just then, click, click, click. A toothsome scuffling sound appeared on the field. Ling Qinyao looked at the golden shield that floated in front of her in horror, cold sweat of bean-sized size slipping down one by one on her forehead. Snap, snap. Huh, what kind of defense is this? It can't even break through my poisonous sting. Guanqing frowned slightly, looking a bit puzzled at the golden light shield in front of him. Suddenly, a blood-colored creature flashed across the white beast in her eyes. Immediately afterward, Guanqing felt that his already small amount of blood chi was violently drained of a large portion at this moment. What an overbearing curse! Guanqing violently spat out a mouthful of blood, and his already pale face became as pale as death. Ancestral Soul Asylum activated, Blood Griffin Curse, continuous blood loss. These few thoughts flashed through Qilin's mind, and his eyes flashed as he seized this hard-won gap period. The pink beast's claws aimed a grip at Guanqing. Buzz! A golden butterfly quickly flapped its wings and turned into golden bullets that flew into all parts of Guanqing's body. Each time it drilled in, it planted a prohibition in Guanqing's body, taking on the pattern of a golden butterfly. It doesn't work on me at all. The golden butterfly pattern on Guanqing's palm did not show the slightest bit of fear. Yes? Qilin's eyes were slightly cold, and with a thought, he catalyzed the auspicious clouds and the restraints. In the next moment, Guanqing's body lit up with golden light, and strands of golden auspicious clouds drilled out of his skin, transforming into a golden mist that wrapped around Guanqing. The purifying effect of the auspicious clouds directly touches the souls of the demons. Guanqing rolled on the ground in direct pain, his face agonized. Hiss! Ah! What is this? What the hell is this? It hurts, my old lady. Spare me, my lord. The sound of demonic whistles echoed throughout the verdant stone square. Chapter 74, The Yellow Bird is Dead. It had to eat the entire castle. On the castle walls, demonic whistling sounds continued, each one containing pain and anger. Ling Qinyao helped Wu Qianqian to stand up, and together they looked at the golden misty Guanqing on the ground, and both froze a little. Was this still that unbeatable Seal King level powerhouse? Why are you rolling around like a loach on the ground like crazy now? Qinyao, is that Guanqing? Wu Qianqian covered her stomach with an unbelievable expression. She had just fought against Guanqing and was crushed by him with a single move. If it wasn't for her mother's means of protection, she could have been a cold corpse. Ling Qinyao wiped away the blood from the corner of her mouth, her eyes were heavy as she shook her head. Guanqing is dead, having been taken over by an Abyssal Demon King. So where does that fall now? Wu Qianqian was confused, and the heavenly demon sable on her shoulder was sent flying somewhere, asking, did Qilin just do something to him? Ling Qinyao naturally knew about Qilin's auspicious clouds, and was quite aware of what had just happened. Qilin utilized the golden butterfly to plant a prohibition on General Guanqing. But the process was really thrilling. If Qilin's shield hadn't protected her, she was afraid that she wouldn't have been injured. Ling Qingya shook her head. Just now, I was sneak attacked by Guanqing. Lin protected me, but I still fainted for a split second. I'm not sure what happened. You're hurt too. What about Sumo? Wu Chanxian looked at the bloodstains at the corner of Ling Qingyao's mouth and nodded. The sight searched up Su Mengmeng's figure. Ling Qingyao sniffed and also began to search for Su Mengmeng. The two then found Su Mengmeng in a corner of the city wall. Su Mengmeng was lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth, and seemed to have been stunned. Bunny Kit! A small moon rabbit jumped out of Su Mengmeng's arms as if it was guarding her. Air. Actually, you don't have to tough it out if you're scared. Ling Qingyao and Wu Chanxian glanced at each other, revealing a bitter smile. On the other side of the verdant square, Yifeng and the others were still fighting the poison dragon scorpion. However, as Guanqing's miserable scream rang out, the poison dragon scorpion also screamed miserably, its body stiffening and staggering in place. Yifeng was half kneeling on the ground, drenched in blood, panting heavily. There was no skill shine at all on his body, and his mental energy was exhausted. Damn scorpion, can't move after all. Good. At this time, Yifeng looked at the monkey beside him and rushed out alone. His pupils shrank and he tensed. Monkey, don't go. Break the forbidden drill. But in the next moment, the monkey's hands came together and his body transformed into a high-speed spinning black drill in midair. Bang! The black drill pierced through the body of the poison dragon scorpion, leaving a dark green hole in the flesh and blood. Monkey killed the poison dragon scorpion, and his entire body collapsed helplessly on the ground. Okay. Seeing this, Yifeng sighed in relief and staggered to his feet. But suddenly, Yifeng's mind resounded with Elder Lan's urging voice, "Little Yi multiply now run, I remembered the information of that family's female devil, you can't afford to mess with her now." No way, Blue Elder, are even you that scared? Yifeng balked at the bottom of his heart and asked nervously. Stopping that, Elder Lan had a bitter feeling. More than scared. The Abyssal Demon King was not as simple as Yifeng thought. Especially that female demon, this female demon could be the best within the Seal King level in the Abyss. It was no wonder she was able to hide her breath and fake it into a place of inheritance. Against a hairline, the old man when I was young can still pass a couple of hands, but now only a soul body, don't be swallowed are considered lucky. Alright little leaf, hurry up and listen to me, run out through the other gates, if you're late it'll be too late. Yifeng nodded gravely and turned around before ordering his team to evacuate the castle. The young masters of these families were all terrified and didn't dare to stop for a moment as they fled out of the castle. As she watched them leave, no aeronauts hesitated, pondering whether or not this should be followed. If we go by what Zirin said, he's a falcon. Then the yellow bird should have been subdued by him. 66 sauce, I suddenly kind of don't want to go. Naughty, what are you fooling around with? There's a super scary demon here, if you don't leave now, you're dead. The six-tailed demon fox in Nadara Yuki's arms shook her head repeatedly, saying that she was not willing to stay here. But I always thought Zirin would give me something unexpected. Even if you put it that way, Lord Zirin is only a C-rank fae, and it's so cute it won't even be killed, but we're different. The six-tailed demon fox wanted to say something else. But the afterglow saw a black shadow fly across the sky, and it instantly transformed into a fox with fried fur. There was a silky rumble in his throat as he looked fearfully and nervously at Guanqing, who was descending from the sky. It's over. It's over. Can't walk away. My honored self's grand cause of raiding Lord Qilin hasn't been completed yet. The six-tailed demon fox's trembling pupils stared at Guanqing in death. Stepping in the air, Seal King level powerhouse. Noara Yuki was also lost in thought as she looked at the flying Sekai, her black silk legs gently trembling. A moment of horror for one man and one fox. Seiki Kyung walked up to Noara Yuki and looked at her condescendingly. Little girl, my family, His Eminence Qilin, is looking for you. Ha? Noara Nani froze and stammered out the words Zirin Zuni. His Eminence Qilin? Not bad, come with me. There wasn't the slightest ripple in Guanqing's eyes, all there was the desire for life. She reversed her direction and her body flew ahead to lead the way for Yuki Noara. Watching her leave, Yuki Noara stood stumped in place for a dozen seconds, her head full of question marks. This murderous devil king, why did he call Qilin his honor? And so rightfully so. Could it be that this is just a dream? Noara Yuki looked at the departing Sekai and ghostly followed. As for the six-tailed demon fox in her arms, she had been so dumbfounded that she had forgotten to remind Noara Yuki. In the meantime, Inside the castle, in a corridor lit with oil lamps. Xing Yao, then why did Guanqing suddenly change his face and said that there's a treasure trove here? Will he be cheated? In the team, Wu Qianqian looked at Ling Qingyao who was walking in front and asked. Don't worry about it, it's no problem. Ling Qingyao shook her head. Just now, Qilin said that it threatened Guanqing with a prohibition to force him to submit. Once there was any attack on them, the prohibition would be triggered. Stop shoveling, it's here. At this moment, Qilin poked his head out of Ling Qingyao's arms and looked towards the end of the dimly lit corridor. There stood a blackened door, 9 meters in height, that looked extremely incongruous with the corridor. The facade is carved with a variety of elaborate ornate patterns, the motifs forming an image of a demon paying tribute. Good. Ling Qingyao nodded and led Su Mengmeng and the two of them to the door. Several people's eyes sizzled as they surveyed the pitch-black door. Is there a whole castle's worth of treasure hidden in here? I'm really looking forward to it. Chapter 75, Abundant Treasure Trove. A handful of good guy cards. As they approached the treasure vault, Ling Qingyao and the others began to figure out how to open the heavy door again. The thick black stone door was of such high quality that it could not be pushed open simply by brute force. Wu Qianqian even tried Skill Blast and found that the door of the treasure vault was immune to skill damage. Oh, it won't open. Wu Qianqian was bounced back by the recoil of the gate, her pretty face slightly pale as she said. Su Mengmeng hurriedly supported her and looked at Ling Qingyao. Xingyao, is this going to be a password? Should we let Qilin try? In her opinion, Qilin had read so many books that he was even able to break formation prohibitions. Apparently this thick stone door is not in the cards either. No, someone will invite us in. In Ling Qingyao's arms, Qilin jumped along Ling Qingyao's shoulders and onto her head. Looking toward the corridor from which he had come, he seemed to hear out of the darkness the sharp tread of small leather shoes on the ground. Da-day-day-day. Crisp echoes echoed through the corridor, accompanied by a beautiful and lovely figure running. The orange-red light illuminated the face of the visitor, who was none other than Noara Yuki, a Fuso classmate with long black hair and knee-high socks. Everyone, you're all here, oh, great. With a tearful face, Noara Jie ran to Ling Qingyao, her tone carrying a bit of self-reproach. I'm sorry everyone, I shouldn't have been reckless and impulsive, please forgive me. Noara Jie bowed deeply towards Ling Qingyao and the others. Ling Qingyao stood in silence, her eyes flashing with a faint light. Yuki Noara is from Fusan and must be on some kind of mission. It's understandable that she would be impulsive. Yuki, it's okay, we're all on the same team. Sumume soft-heartedly comforted Yuki Nagara. A few teardrops fell low on the toes of the fuchsia girl as she watched. Next time you dare to leave the team privately, don't enter our team. Wu Qianqian said coldly, assuming the posture of a cold captain. Definitely, thank you all. Yuki Noara broke into a smile, being forgiven by her teammates made her happier than anything else. Okay Guanqing, have you seen enough? Open the door, we're going to your house to get the baby. Qilin was lying on Ling Qingyao's head, looking at Guanqing who was flying in slowly. Although he was able to temporarily control Guanqing through the prohibition, Qilin still felt that it was too dangerous to spend time with Guanqing. But the lay-flat attribute is here, and it would be comfortable to develop Guanqing into a hitter. After all, this guy had a Seal King level soul in his body, and his eyesight and strength were not low. Even if the strength wasn't at the Seal King level anymore, it should still be at a 5th order level. You can't find a free hitter like that anywhere. Oh, you guys can go in if you want. Guanqing spoke coldly, seemingly upset. But it makes sense, after all, no one would be happy to have their treasure trove robbed. The crowd only saw Guanqing slowly flying to the front door of the treasure pavilion, his hands dazzled with bloodlight and pushed against the thick stone door. Click here. The thick black stone door was slowly pushed open from the center, and the crack slit shot out a smear of golden light, as if the props inside were extremely rich. The treasure light is so radiant, it seems like there are quite a few treasures inside. Su Mengmeng was startled for a moment. It seems to be similar to my family's treasure vault as well. Noara Nadi covered her small mouth as she looked at the treasure lights. Wu Qianqian didn't say anything, but those big almond eyes that were slightly widened could also see that she was unsettled inside. Boom! The thick stone door of the treasure vault was pushed completely open. What came into view was a mountain of treasures of all colors, chalices, blades, gems, crystal balls as well as armor and all kinds of rare materials. The 100-year-old green vine fruit, after eating it, that one is said to prolong life. Finger-thick beridine pith, which grows out of the ground, must be at least 500 years old. These treasure tools that emit precious light are also were developed. Wu Qianqian, with Su Mengmeng and Noara Yuki walking among the treasures. Everyone had sizzle and joy in their eyes. The total amount of this treasure trove is actually not that much, the quality of all of them is extremely high. It was either hundreds of years of spirit medicine and herbs, or B-grade treasures or rare materials. Any one of them taken to the outside market would cause an uproar. However, compared to Wu Qianqian and the others, Ling Qingyao, who was walking at the back, did not have much of a reaction as her eyes scanned the small mountain-high pile of treasures. There was a constant calm in those turquoise blue eyes. Now that we know that the owner of the castle is a demon, it is likely that these treasures are tainted by the unknown. If your holiness wants it, go ahead and take it, and consider it my filial piety to your holiness. At that moment, Guanqing subtly revealed a teasing expression. A few of you can go get them too, and whoever gets the most of these treasures will get them. Guanqing's voice carried a compelling power. When Wu Qianqian and the others heard this, their pupils slightly laxed, and they unconsciously walked towards the pile of treasures. Don't come and disgrace yourself with this little trick, isn't it just contaminated? Qilin spoke in time, a flash of golden light blooming in his eyes. The Qilin's golden pupil was activated, and all of these treasures that were under the eyes were all tinted with a rich black color. All the treasures inside these vaults have been subjected to illusions. Qilin found a few small holes in the wall and his horns shot out 2 purple thunderbolts. Click, click, click. It was as if the lamp of illumination was extinguished, and the treasures that had previously been gleaming with precious light became demonic. Seeing this scene, Wu Qianqian and the others blanched. Their fingers were less than half a meter away from these unspecified stained treasures. If Qilin hadn't reminded them, they might have been tainted with the unknown and then fallen into Guanqing's slavery. You know all this? Guanqing's pupils shrank as golden light lit up everywhere in his body, and a wisp of golden smoke wrapped it once again. The pain that was engraved in his heart swept through his entire body once again, and Guanqing's form crashed to the ground, rolling from side to side in pain. The pleas for mercy kept ringing out. Qilin. Su Mengmeng was all a little bit reluctant to do so, after all, Guanqing was still in human form. She opened her mouth, still wanting to open it to beg Zirin. Mo, why don't you go and choose the uncontaminated treasure tool? Don't meddle in this matter. Ling Qingyao patted Su Mengmeng's shoulder, signaling her to put away her pity. Demons were unforgivable, or else the owner of that one tombstone in the back of Mordor University would have died in vain. Qilin didn't have a trace of pity in his eyes either, releasing the prohibition to suppress Guanqing, lest he make another mess. Wu Qianqian and the others, on the other hand, were rummaging inside the demonic aura-filled treasure pile for uncontaminated treasures. However, the castle was in a place that was too old, and most of the treasures were contaminated with demonic gas. Finding the end, there are very few treasures that can be used. By my count, there seem to be only 6 untainted treasures. Wu Qianqian shook her head as she looked at the 6 treasures laid out on the ground. Compared to the treasure stacks, these are also good quality, but there are just too few of them. 4 is not enough to share. Who should I give the extra 2 to? However, at this time, Ling Qingyao suddenly spoke, I don't want these treasures, you 3 discount these treasures. Why? The 3 women spoke at the same time, and Lin Qingyao was the most barren one in terms of family. She doesn't want these treasures, is it hard to let them have them with good intentions? I want these tainted treasures. The moment Ling Qingyao's words came out, Wu Qianqian and the girls were confused on the spot. Ling Qingyao smiled and explained, I've heard that there is a department that specializes in researching contaminated treasure tools, so if I hand these over to the state, I might be able to exchange them for a sum of money as well. Although there is this department, you will contaminate your spatial ring this way. Wu Qianqian nodded while reminding again. Ling Qingyao was suddenly so nice to them that she wasn't quite used to it. I know, but it's good to be able to contribute to the country. Ling Qingyao shook her head with a bitter smile. In fact, she's the one taking advantage. Qilin was able to purify these contaminations, so the treasure tool was still a treasure tool to her. But she couldn't say that Qilin could evolve treasure tools, could she? After all, the less people know about this secret, the better. Su Mengming's eyes welled up with tears when she heard this. Qingyao, you're really a good person. Chapter 76 A Great Flaming Sword. Pleased to mention a gold medal fighter. Qingyao, you're a good person. Su Mengmeng was touched as she looked at Ling Qingyao. Yeah, not only did Qingyao Jam let us have the treasure, she also loaded the contaminated treasure herself with her space ring. Not Yuki nodded, that pretty face revealing a bitter smile. I finally understand, Dongwon Kingdom can be what it is today thanks to selfless people like Qingyao Sauce, and learn some new knowledge. Arigato, Co Sauce. Noara J bowed 90 to Ling Qingyao, her pretty face written with sincerity. I'm afraid this misunderstanding is a bit deep. Ling Qingyao's heart wasn't too kind, her smile was slightly stiffened. You guys are overstating it, I didn't do anything, I only did it for my own good. Come on you guys, I didn't realize I'd lost to you once again in terms of awareness. Wu Chanqian skimmed her mouth, a bit displeased with Ling Qingyao's modest attitude. In her eyes, Ling Qingyao had not only sacrificed her treasure, but also her spatial ring. Although she didn't care about these few things, Ling Qingyao was different, she was born in the slums, and to have this kind of realization was really admirable. Come on, let's go discuss how to distribute the treasures, the smell is too heavy here. Wu Qianqian covered her nose, the treasure vault's demonic aura was so unpleasant. She gathered up her 6 treasures and walked towards the door, and the 2 of them, Su Mengmeng, followed. Kyoyo-san, we'll go out and wait for you. Noara Nadi admonished. Ling Qingyao nodded her head, and then she saw Su Mengmeng running in a hurry. Qingyao, do you have enough to fill these things? I'll give you my space ring. No need, my space ring is enough, you guys go out and wait for me first. Ling Qingyao tenderly rubbed Su Mengmeng's palm. Alright then. Su Mengmeng nodded and walked out of the treasure vault. Soon, as the 3 women left, Ling Qingyao exhaled heavily, her eyes excitedly looking at the treasure mountain in front of her. They're all good babies. Qilin's eyes glowed and he directly jumped on the ground, circling around the small mountain of treasures. Despite the demonic aura of these treasures, Qilin did not bring any fear at all and began to observe the treasures up close. Name, Sword of the Blazing Sun. Grade, A. Description, an attacking longsword capable of releasing the sun's radiance. Note, this sword is contaminated with ominous radiation and has no characteristics other than tetanus germs and ominousness. Grade A sword. Not bad quality. Qilin's small paw pressed a rusty, fiery red longsword. His mouth opened and a mouthful of golden auspicious clouds floated out. ZZ. The blazing sun sword seemed to be corroded by thick sulfuric acid, emitting a nuisance sound, and a strand of strange-smelling smoke quickly escaped. Qilin looked at the sword that had regained its smoothness and smiled slightly. The ominous clouds still work so well. Qilin controlled the sword with thunder, and the flame sword was picked up and lightly swung. Phew! The flame sword cut out a 3-meter-long crescent-shaped red light towards the wall of the treasure vault. The wall, which was as hard as iron but seemed like tofu, was chopped out by the crescent sword blade with a deep sword mark. Charred black marks from the high-temperature burn still remained on the walls, and wisps of black smoke rose. The attack comes with a burning effect. What a great sword! Ling Qingyao looked at the flaming sword with delight and couldn't take her eyes off of it. Qilin this time we're rich. That's just where it's at, pack it all up and we'll take our time purifying it when we get back. Yes. Ling Qingyao nodded seriously and took out her spatial ring. What a bumper crop. Let her pack it all in. However, she looked at the small mountain-high pile of treasures and the ring with 3 squares of storage space, and her beautiful brows frowned slightly. Qilin, it seems like the space ring I brought with me can't finish loading so many treasure tools. Ling Qingyao looked at Qilin awkwardly. What's the use of me wanting you when you can't even finish loading things? Qilin said breathlessly. Never mind, watch me. Only a few jumps saw Qilin arrive at the top of the pile of treasures, his body lit up with the black glow of the void. This black light was like an eraser, and wherever it passed, a piece of treasure was erased. Qilin had put most of his treasures into the void sword box, leaving only a few scattered treasures on the ground. And less than 10 seconds had passed. I'll go, so many treasures, Qilin, you loaded them all in one breath? Ling Qingyao was slightly staggered, this was too fast. Or what? Well, you fill the rest of these and use them to fool the little girls. Qilin commanded as he walked towards Guanqing, who was wailing on the ground. Oh, got it. Ling Qingyao immediately nodded her head and bent down to use her spatial ring to collect the remnants of her treasures. Buzz! With a flash of silver radiance in space, a straw-like treasure was stowed away in a spatial ring. Followed by a second, and a third. Ling Qingyao carefully collected the treasures while frowning in thought. Is this little guy Qilin really a C-class alien beast? Again, it was lightning control, treasure hunting, and now there was such a strong spatial means. All of Qilin's performance today made it feel like he was a bit unworthy of it. Ling Qingyao stopped picking up and looked at Qilin, who was talking to Guanqing on the side. That cute look of crossing her arms and filling this potbelly, looking at Ling Qingyao, shook her head and lost her smile. No matter what, Qilin was still the best, gentlest image in her heart. Your Holiness! Your Holiness! Concubine is also considered a woman, please be gentle with me. Guanqing's in neutral face cried pear-shaped tears, but the snow-white beast in front of him showed no mercy. You count as a woman, can't tell. Qilin smiled cheerfully, swept his eyes at Guanqing and said coldly, alright, don't act with me, do you know what those humans call me? The devil-eating, boneless Xiangrui. If you dare not answer the question properly, I'm sorry, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yes, yes. Sekai recalled the pain that went deep into his soul, as if it had scorched him on a blazing fire. Even the soul was vaporized. Very well. Qilin saw that Guanqing was so understanding and nodded, then let me ask you, are you willing to be my fighter? Beater, this king is the Abyssal Demon Clans. Upon hearing this, Guanqing raised his eyebrows and revealed a domineering expression. But when Qilin hummed, she immediately wimped out. The devil has to bow down under the roof. Guanqing waved his rod, alright, whatever your holiness says. Very well, pass me your head and I'll give you access to the restraints. Really? Guanqing looked at the furry Qilin with skepticism and saw it smile innocently. It's so cute, it's not a scam, right? Sekai hesitantly put his head up. Seeing this, a cold smile of scheming success flashed under Qilin's eyes. Goldie, plant me on its soul. With a wave of Qilin's small paw, a golden butterfly that had been prepared long ago flew out of his palm and drilled straight into Guanqing's head. This time, no trace was left behind. Because it's a soul ban. The prohibition that acted directly on the soul of that demon king in Guanqing's body. Great job. Qilin patted the little beast's paw and revealed a satisfied smile. With this brother's prohibition, one was finally happy to mention this demon king level gold medalist. Chapter 77, My Hallowed Demon King. Going undercover in the Abyssal Order? The restriction is lifted? Guanqing saw the smile on Qilin's face and asked with a bit of uncertainty. Why did she feel a little tickle in her head? It felt like something was going to grow. One more thing, I'll fetch it for you here, haha. Qilin raised his small plush paw and gently waved it, and those butterfly patterns on Guanqing's skin gradually dissipated. With the prohibition that went straight to the soul in place, these prohibitions planted in Guanqing's body had lost their effect. There was also no need to worry about Guanqing using a means of seizing his body to escape from this shell, thus escaping the control of the forbidden system. At the thought of this, Qilin laughed joyfully. Cute, childish laughter echoed through the cache. Ha! Seeing it laugh, Guanqing also revealed a cold smile like that of a poisonous scorpion. Looking down to make sure that the damn butterfly pattern was gone from her body for a moment, she couldn't help but sneer. Looks like the little white dog is not too involved in the world. There is a nice method of forbidding, but I don't know that the human heart is dangerous. Next, the king will give you a good lesson. Guanqing's eyes chilled as he raised his eagle claw-like palm and swung it down violently at Qilin. Ling Qingyao, who was on the side, noticed this scene and her pupils shrunk slightly. The butterfly tattoo on Guanqing's body is gone. Qilin, be careful. Ling Qingyao exclaimed, dropping what she was doing and running towards Qilin. Anxiety and anger were written all over that face. This damned demon king knew how to bully Qilin for being naive. I'm going to kill her. Only Guanqing's claws were getting closer and closer to Qilin's little head. Just then, the blood shadow demonic claw stopped in mid-air, no longer able to advance an inch. No, there's something in my head. A tearing pain came from Sekai's mind and she snapped out of it. Poof! Guanqing spewed out a mouthful of blood, his eyes looking at Qilin in fear as he exclaimed, No, it can't be. How did you plant a prohibition on my soul? This is something that can destroy a soul if you're not careful. How dare you? She didn't understand if the status of a Seal King level fighter wasn't worthy of Qilin's careful treatment. However, unfortunately, Qilin never treated him as a human being. You're just a demonic creature, even if you were destroyed I wouldn't feel any pain. Qilin slowly turned around, that plush little face covered in coldness, his Qilin golden pupils gazing at Guanqing without blinking. What a look! Guanqing's body stiffened for a moment, feeling a pressure from Qilin. Unbelievingly, she argued, can't I just be human, I just want to be a good person now. Good people? Qilin laughed, Do you think I'll be soft-hearted just because you wear a human face? A devil is a devil for a day, a devil for the rest of your life, and I will not be the least bit soft. As soon as these words came out, Guanqing felt like he had been hit in the back of the head with a hammer, his body stiffening in place. And Ling Qingyao, who was on the side, also slowly stopped her steps, her expression frozen on her face. The beautiful eyes looked deeply at Qilin, and there was an indescribably complex look in his eyes. All along, she had thought that Qilin was just a good eater. Unexpectedly, it was so thunderous above targeting demons, this steel-like stance made Ling Qingyao feel a wave of pressure. It's too majestic. It was completely different from the image of the little beast that I remembered eating and drinking. Qilin, you want to kill her? Ling Qingyao inquired. Kill? That would be too cheap for her. Qilin glanced at Guanqing. This demoness seemed incapable of anything but silence. Moreover, in the eyes of her classmates, Guanqing is only possessed by a demon, not taking over her body. If we kill her, I'm afraid we'll cause the school to investigate, which will be troublesome at that time. What then? Ling Qingyao asked. Waiting for that. From the very beginning, Qilin was not prepared to kill Guanqing, or else he would not have carefully prepared the golden butterfly planted in his soul. Because Guanqing had a Seal King level soul body inside him after all. This can be used as a covert hitter for some trouble. But it wasn't safe, because once someone found out about Guanqing's Abyssal Demon King identity, it's easy to be implicated by her. So, Qilin decided that in addition to using Guanqing as a hidden arrow, he also customized a perfect place for her to stay. Now, I ask you to answer. Qilin gazed at Guanqing. Guanqing gritted her teeth, not realizing that her generation of Demon King would also have a day when she was controlled by a little white dog. What a shame! Her mind was indignant, but her body nodded honestly. You asked. I would like to know why you are here and your name. Qilin asked with a slight pause. About 500 years ago, I came to your planet and was sealed here because of a vicious battle. Guanqing's eyes showed reminiscence, and as he spoke, his tone became majestic. As for my name, you can call me the blood-sucking Queen Lilith. All right, Lori. Zirin nodded. It's Lilith. Well, next I'll give you a task. Qilin thought for a moment and extended his hand to Ling Qingyao. Give me that ring from the Abyssal Order. Oh, could it be that you want to? Ling Qingyao froze at his words, thinking of Qilin's intentions. He was so happy that he took the Abyssal Order's ring to Qilin. Little Li, your mission is simple. Take this ring and join the Abyssal Order. Qilin took the ring and smiled faintly. The Abyssal Order? I'm Lilith, the Demon King, and you're asking me to go undercover for an order that believes in us? That's too much to drop me. Lilith frowned as she quickly figured out what Qilin was planning. No, not becoming an undercover agent, but becoming the Pope. With your status, it's in the Abyssal Order that you'll get the best growth. Qilin's eyes deepened as he looked at Lilith. Besides, don't you want to get out of this physical body? This. Lilith looked down at this fragile identity of Guanqing with a look of intent in her eyes. What Qilin said made sense. Only the Abyssal Order could utilize her full strength. From Guanqing's memories, she learned about the world today. It was also known that she could no longer exist as a human, which could easily be detected by the teachers at Mordor University. So, okay, I can go to the Abyssal Order, but... Lilith revealed a pitiful expression and pouted, Oh, your holiness, won't you bestow some treasures on your concubine? If my concubine wants to regain her strength, she needs these treasure tools that are tainted with the scent of the abyss. No. Zirin said with a firm voice. Why, you can't use it. Can't you reward your concubine? No reward, no reward. Qilin impatiently waved his paw and jumped into Ling Qingyao's arms, muttering, still a Demon King, wanting all the treasures of the little beasts is simply disgraceful. Yeah. Ling Qingyao smiled gently and led Qilin towards the outside of the treasure vault. Hey! Lilith in place grimaced and stomped her feet in anger. Damn it, damn it! What a little white dog! It's clearly a vampire. I'll draw a blood circle and curse you all. Hiss. The ban in Lilith's head started to hurt again. As soon as the idea of an attack comes to mind, the prohibition is violated. Bad luck. Chapter 78, Picking Up the King's Corpse. Sky-breaking battle merit. The corridors of the castle were intricate, and as Ling Qingyao left, she unknowingly walked to a fork in the road. Kind of forgot the way back. Ling Qingyao stood at the fork in the road and looked around. Go left. At that moment, Qilin spoke. Ling Qingyao gave a hem and walked in towards the left fork in the road. After walking for some time, the corridors around them brightened with light. A floral scent came through the circulating air. Ling Qingyao quickly ran out of the corridor, only to realize that this was not a castle square at all, but a back garden. Flowers of all colors were in full bloom, and the emerald green grass spread into a carpet. The rich fragrance of flowers mixed with the breeze drilled into Ling Qingyao's nostrils. It smells so good. It's not outside the castle though. Ling Qingyao inquired. Qilin, it seems like we're in the wrong place. No, look at that coffin. Qilin's little paw pointed at a Western-style coffin in the center of the garden, thorns and flowers crawling all over it like they were decorating it. At that moment, the coffin panel fell to the ground, revealing the inside. A beautifully built woman in a gorgeous gown lay in the coffin as if in a deep sleep. The white, round face was not different from that of a living person. This is... Ling Qingyao was lost in thought as she looked at the woman in the coffin. She's just so beautiful. Qilin, who is she? Lilith, or its demonic true form. Qilin said faintly. Ling Qingyao was taken aback, not realizing that Lilith was so good-looking when she was alive. But look at this, it's so well maintained. A corpse that hasn't decayed in 500 years is worthy of the seal of the king. This corpse, what's the use of it? Ling Qingyao was curious. Not a great role. But it can be used to redeem war credits. Please accuse Lilith of test questions and calmly say, Shoveler, do as I say. Good. Ling Qingyao subconsciously nodded her head. You go chop her head off for. Ha! It's not good. Ling Qingyao looked at Qilin in her arms and then shifted her eyes to the woman in the coffin. Lilith had only become Qilin's servant. Qilin was good. People surrendered backhandedly and chopped off her corpse's head. Sure. Ling Qingyao stuttered a little for a moment. Hurry up, don't waste time. If you don't get out, the teleportation will start. It was simply too late to go out and fight for the war effort, so Qilin had no choice but to use Lilith's corpse as a tool. Well. Ling Qingyao was silent as she picked up the ice-glazed sword and approached Lilith's corpse step by step. In the meantime, on the other side, Wu Qianqian and the others were slaughtering the demonic wolf pack. Roar! A membranous sack with purple fur and a body resembling a yellow cow looked up to the sky and let out an unwilling wail. But the next moment, a green-colored fire lotus easily smashed into it. Rustling! The fire company exploded into green-colored flames that crawled all over the demon wolf's body. The purple demonic wolf wailed in pain in the green flames, its body being burned into coal little by little, emitting an unpleasant odor. With a pounce, the purple demon wolf died. Finally, we've solved all the demon wolves, but the battle credit still isn't quite enough. Wu Qianqian slowly walked over to the demon wolf's corpse and took out a small knife to cut off the demon wolf's head. Su Mengmeng and Noarayuki also slowly walked out of the jungle. It can't be helped, Qingyao is still inside the castle and we can't go too far. Shen Sauce, don't worry too much, if you go out now at this time of the day, those demons would have long been killed by your classmates. The two of them, Su Mengmeng, comforted Wu Qianqian. Wu Qianqian didn't say anything and nodded, looking inside the castle. Although they had killed the black-striped demon ape group and the demon wolf group, the battle credit was actually not much. When Qingyao comes out, we'll go out and look for demons. Aha! The three women began to wait. But just a few seconds later, a golden pillar of light shot backwards from the sky. Wu Qianqian's face changed slightly and she sighed slightly. The teachers of the school have already started summoning. It seems that this examination is over. In the next moment, golden pillars of light appeared everywhere in the copy. Buzz off! The fall of each pillar of light was accompanied by the disappearance of a silhouette. In just a few minutes, the entire replica of Mordor University students were teleported out. At this very moment. In Mordor University, in the war record room. These little brats don't know who will be the first in this examination. I think Yifeng, that kid has a dual career, although his life is a bit shorter, his strength is really the best among this group of students. What does Ms. Snowing think? The mentors who were generally responsible for guiding the new students looked to the only female mentor in the room. Fang Shuining revealed a long-sleeved expression and laughed. The students in my class C, how can they be as good as the students taught by you few teachers? I'm guessing there's a maximum of 1,000 battle points not to be missed. The exchange of battle credits was very strict, and the head of a first-order demonic creature was only 10 battle credits. 50 points for the head of a second-order magical creature. 100 points for third-order magic. There are also various redemption restrictions, such as picking up the slack, incomplete corpses, unclear demonic scent, and so on will proportionally deduct a certain amount of battle credit. Several tutors laughed and didn't pick up on Fang Xuaning's words. Who doesn't know that Ling Qingyao is gifted? Playground test skills that soared was a great way to see the teeth of them, the teachers of the S-class. The war credit analysis is out. A teacher at a computer got excited. The Tian Sun copy belonged to the exclusive copy of Mordor University, and the teachers of Mordor University were able to scan the battle achievements made by their students through teleportation. The computer will record the data and present it to the teachers at the first time. Quickly look at how much my family's Yifeng's battle credit is. The middle-aged, balding Mr. Shui ran over to the computer and pointed at the screen. Okay, I'll take a look for you. That teacher nodded and quickly looked up Yifeng's team information. Congratulations, Mr. Shui, student Yifeng has made 3,000 battle points. This team of his seems to have encountered a lot of demonic creatures on the way, and the entire team's war effort isn't low. Hearing this, Teacher Shui's face showed a gratified expression, but his mouth precise said, Little Yi studied seriously, to be able to grow up from that kind of family, it must have extraordinary natural talent, there is a 3,000 point in the battle merit, I'm a bit disappointed. The teachers around the room rolled their eyes at this statement. Disappointed? That's bull. The corners of that mouth were turned up higher than the horns of a bull. You call that disappointment? What's the ranking of student Yifeng? Fang Xuening was relatively calm and opened her mouth to inquire. The computer is still calculating the rankings, let me speed it up. The computer teacher crackled the keyboard. A few moments later, a ranking list was produced by him. Oh, congratulations! Student Yifeng ranks second. Oh, so it's second, and while that second is good enough, I'd prefer. Mr. Shui smiled slightly, but as he smiled, his face suddenly froze. How much? Ranked second? And how much war credit does the top ranking get? The top-ranked student is Ling Qingyao from Mr. Fang's class. Battle credits, 1, 2, 3. The computer teacher counted Ling Qingyao's battle merit column, and as he counted, his expression froze. The form, the 7 zeros that seemed to break through the sky, burned right through his CPU. Individuals 10 million. 100,000. 100,000 battle merits. Chapter 79, Battle Merit Breaks Freshman Record. The dean's heart was moved to accept an apprentice. When the figure of 100,000 appeared in the ears of the group of teachers, they all developed a dreamlike feeling. An illusion, for sure. 100,000 battle merit points, this is dreaming? Ling Qingyao didn't even have a third rank, and she was still breaking through 100,000. What was she going to break through with? Mr. Shui and a group of S-class teachers were adamant that they didn't believe it, and their faces showed a stern look of investigation. This computer has been in use for so long, it's long overdue for a change, get feedback from the faculty. Yeah, it's obviously a malfunction, any number you dare to report. 100,000 battle merits? I don't necessarily have that much even if I teamed up with a few teachers to go down and make battle merit. In front of the computer, the teachers were righteously angry and said they were going to do something to the computer. Seeing them roll up their sleeves, the computer teacher hurriedly blocked them with her back. No, no, no. All of this data is monitored by the deans, and demonic battle merit is determined by dean level like them. You smash the computer now, beware of upsetting the deans. Dean? The Class S teachers froze, their faces blossoming into clouded expressions. Teacher Shui touched his balding head and smiled amiably on his face, so it's the data from the dean's adults. I told you that this is a precise war credit, right? Yeah. Student Ling Qingyao's data broke through 100,000, although it is said to be a bit dreamy. If we are lucky, we may also meet the corpse of a powerful demonic creature. Mr. Fang, what do you think? The teachers twisted their heads to look at the silent Fang Xuening. What else is there to see? Fang Xuening rolled her eyes. These few co-workers changed their faces like turning over a book, all of them were human savants. You're so quick to change your face. Isn't it because you're in the way of the dean's authority? Their mentors were attached to specialized colleges, and the head of each college was a powerhouse second only to the principal. It was assumed that Ling Qingyao's battle achievements had also been noticed by the deans. Thinking this way, Fang Xuening took out a copy teleportation talisman. It controls the teleportation points of the students in her class. I'll summon Ling Qingyao over now and ask. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding teachers all stared intently at the copy teleportation talisman in his hand. Only to see Feng Xuaning's body bulging with ice blue spiritual energy, surging into the copy teleportation talisman, the runes on it immediately lit up with a brilliant blue light. An azure portal floated into view. Out of it stepped a pretty young girl in a white blouse with a better figure. Not in the playground. Ling Qingyao stroked Shilin and scanned the surroundings somewhat vigilantly. Seeing the familiar teachers with scrutinizing expressions on their faces, especially the balding middle-aged teacher who looked at her with extreme displeasure. Ling Qingyao frowned slightly. What was going on? How is it that coming out with a copy is like offending all these teachers? Feng Xuaning came forward and explained to Ling Qingyao, "Qingyao, do you know how much your battle merit is this time?" "War credit?" Seeing Feng Xuaning, Ling Qingyao thought for a moment. This time, when she entered the copy, she didn't do much to decapitate the demons. "Battle credits might be a bit low. I guess I'm the one who dragged everyone down, sorry." Ling Qingyao didn't realize that the Seal King level head she brought back could also be counted as a battle merit, and at the moment, she thought that she only had the battle merit of the black-striped demon ape. However, Feng Xuaning had said that Mordor University's application to the state for the appropriate grants and subsidies had to be fulfilled with war merit to meet the conditions. It's hard to believe that it's because she's too low on the battlefield, causing these teachers to be in a bad mood. "That's not what I meant." Feng Xuaning was a bit tearful. "If your girl's battle merit is considered small, then does that still allow other students to live?" "Yes, classmate Ling Qingyao, you have 100,000 battle points. 100,300 points to be exact," a teacher said excitedly. "What's going on?" Ling Qingyao's head is full of question marks. 100,300? I'm afraid it's only the 300 in the back that's hers. The instrument isn't malfunctioning, is it? Ling Qingyao laughed bitterly. Is Teacher Xuaning mistaken? I didn't even kill many demons inside the copy, did I? At that moment, though, Zirin reminded her, "Shoveler, don't forget Lilith's head." That's right. Ling Qingyao suddenly realized that Lilith's head was counted according to the standard of the feudal king level. No wonder Zirin wanted her to take Lilith's corpse away. At first, he was a bit skeptical of Qilin. After all, the ice-glazed sword had almost chopped and crumbled. But now it seems that the war credit is really too right. It was at this time that the door to the war merit testing room was also pushed open. Several older men walked in, their auras one more majestic than the other. Even at his age, he walks like a tiger, bringing with him an air of strength. "Feng girl, which one of your students is named Ling Qingyao?" A white-haired old man with a stout figure and wearing a Zhongshan uniform at the head walked straight to Feng Xuaning. Speaks a Mandarin that favors the South Lake dialect. "Dean Shen, this is my student." Feng Xuaning also didn't expect the deans to act so quickly, pointing at Ling Qingyao and laughing. "Oh?" Several deans had looked at Ling Qingyao curiously. The look was as if they were looking at a rare treasure. Not bad, not bad. This little ninny has an internalized aura on her body, and comes with a sharpness that is hidden in a concealed weapon." The Zhongshan-suited Dean Shen laughed. "Thank you, senior, for the compliment." Ling Qingyao felt a great pressure. Her expression was a bit stiff as she responded. "Well, quickly give us your demonic corpse to examine." Dean Chen laughed. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingyao had no choice but to do as she was told. Released Lilith's head and a couple of black-striped demon ape heads. The scent of blood belonging to a demon filled the room. Black gas rose from the demonic creature's head and turned into clouds of black smoke. The dry-skinned humanoid head in the center had the most potent black aura, and as if a smoke bomb had been dropped in place, thick black smoke rose from the wound. A faint pressure swept over the crowd, and they could sense that the strength of this demonic creature in its lifetime was absolutely terrifying. It can't be wrong, it's really a Seal King level demonic creature. It seems that the legend is correct, a Seal King level demonic creature is sealed in the Heavenly Tsang copy. Several of the deans nodded and looked at the head with stony faces. "Little girl, this Seal King level demonic creature shouldn't have been beheaded by you, right?" a dean asked. Ling Qingyao fell silent, hesitation flashing under her eyes. In reality, she could only be considered a partier who cut down Lilith's body. But once you admit it, the war credit is gone. Just then, a righteous voice rang out. "She's not even at the 3rd rank, how can she deal with the Seal King rank? Please also ask the deans to judge fairly." Mr. Xue from Class S took a few steps forward and said with a smile. He is poised to rate the best freshman mentor at Mordor University. Yifeng was the gift sent to him from the heavens. If Ling Qingyao snatched Yifeng's first place in the battle, then he would have no rated boost. I'm sure the deans will seriously assess it as well, right? Xue Ping said. Little Xue, you're a bit aggressive. President Chen laughed out loud, turning his head to a couple of older guys like him. We have come on this trip both to rate young men in battle and to take on disciples. Hearing the first half of the sentence, Xue Ping's face was delighted. But with the second half of the sentence, he was directly baffled. What the hell? Deans taking on a proctor? It's hard not to. Without waiting for Xue Ping to think more, he only saw Dean Chen walking to Ling Qingyao with a kind smile. Girl, you couldn't deal with a Seal King-level demonic creature, so according to the rules for picking up demonic corpses, you'll have to deduct 90% of your battle merit. That means you only have 10,000 battle points left. Are you afraid? The moment these words came out, Xue Ping was petrified on the spot. It's not right. 10,000 battle points. This was enough to set a new record for university freshman battle achievements in Magic City University, and even the entire Dunhuang. Chapter 80, Deans Don't Grab It. Xingyao is my student. 10,000 battle merits. 100,000 turned into 10,000, a huge drop, and if it were an ordinary person, they would definitely be upset about it. However, Ling Qingyao did not have too much heart fluctuation. Since it was the standard for beheading demons, she was lucky to get even this 10,000 battle merit. Zirin, what do you think? Ling Qingyao looked down at the snow-white beast in her arms. I think? Shilin probed and looked around at the teachers, as well as the four amiable deans. That cute frown. How can you agree when 100,000 turns into 10,000? Of course. However, Shilin was just about to say no when the corners of the four deans' mouths suddenly curled a little higher. The four mountain-like pressures flowed vaguely and pressed on Shilin's shoulders. Shilin's eyes cleared instantly, mentally convincing himself. Oops, owning up really. It's a war credit, after all. As a good law-abiding citizen myself, it makes sense to follow the rules of the following countries. So it's not impossible to deduct 90%. Dang, sure that's acceptable. Zirin hammed and hawed. That innocent and cute little canine look made several deans smile with joy. Girl, you're pretty sharp for a fae. Not bad, not bad, the one who knows the time is the one who knows the time. I like this little beast very much. The four deans stroked their beards and laughed softly. Old pikers, sooner or later, I'll pull out your whiskers one by one. Shilin gritted his teeth as he watched. If he hadn't honored the elderly, he would have had to settle the score with these old guys. And bullying little beasts with might, yuck. Shame on you. As for now. Shilin turned his body around and aimed his ass at these four old guys who didn't want billion. Zirin seems to be a bit upset about it. Ling Qingyao lowered her head and stroked Shilin's furry back. Dean Chen gently stroked his beard and inquired, Girl, I see that you have extraordinary talent, and you are also a SSS-level professional summoner. The old man asked you one thing, do you want to worship the old man as your teacher? A teacher? As soon as these words came out, the surrounding tutors had extremely rich expressions on their faces. All of them tutors must be able to worship these old-timers, so how could Ling Qingyao be so virtuous? Dean Chen, think twice, you're an old man, your health is important. Yes, Ling Qingyao is also still young and lacks sharpening, why don't you let us come? A few of the mentors eyed it. However, Dean Chen didn't even look at them the same way. The other three deans also opened their mouths to inquire about Ling Qingyao's idea of worshipping. As for the cause, it's simple. Ling Qingyao's 10,000 battle credits were enough to set a new record for the Donghuang Kingdom. By the time this girl writes a report on her war achievements, she will hand in their names as well, and they will have a light on their faces. As one grows old, one's spiritual aspirations are higher. That was why they had hurried over to try to take Ling Qingyao as their disciple. Old Chen, I'd say you're reckless too, what if you scare this little girl? A lean dean with a medium build and a ponytail carried his hands behind his back as he arrived in front of Ling Qingyao. Girl, be my student, I see that you have exquisite bones and are very suitable for the martial arts path. When this was said, the surrounding deans were still trying to retort. But the lean dean ma said in a deep voice, older brothers, don't be hasty first, listen to me to be honest, Ling Qingyao's what's his name summoner profession, it's long since been scrapped. A C-ranked Fey beast, the only path for her in the future is the martial arts path. When these words came out, no matter if it was Dean Chen or the other deans, a look of recognition appeared on their faces. Indeed. If the phase potential level is low, no matter how many resources are thrown at it, it's useless. It's best to take the martial arts path, otherwise it's a thankless task. Ling Qingyao frowned slightly. She didn't think that Qilin's potential was that bad. Under the love of the house, she had lost all favor with these old deans. Excuse me, deans, if I may. Fang Xuanning stood out. Qingyao is my student, and there's no need for her to be your student, and she already has a master ancestor. Shifu? You mean her? Dean Chen and Dean Ma remembered Fang Xuanning's teacher, an alcoholic maniac. If it's her, then Ling Qingyao the girl won't grab it ah. Since that's the case, then Qingyao girl, it seems like we don't have a destiny. Dean Chen shook his head and turned to leave. Dean Ma still wanted to fight for a bit. Qingyao girl, think about it again, because even if you recognize that wine-crazy person is your master, she won't be able to solve the problem of your foreign beast. No need, Grandpa Dean. Ling Qingyao's mind was made up and she refused. That's fine, I hope you don't regret it later. Dean Ma sighed and regretfully left with his hands behind his back. After the deans left, Fang Xuanning brought Ling Qingyao out of the room and into the corridor under the dusk. Qingyao, you've done well this time, although there is an element of luck involved. Fang Xuanning put her hand on the parapet of the corridor, gazing into the distance with a complicated gaze, and regretfully said, actually, I was indifferent to you at first, with some personal emotions. Because I know who you are, Ruoyan Lu's student. Ms. Xuanning knows Ms. Ruoyan? More than recognition. Fang Xuanning shook her head. About 8 years ago, in the entire Magic City University, no one didn't know your teacher's name. Ling Qingyao was slightly stunned, not expecting teacher Ruoyan to be so famous. I did hear that Ms. Ruoyan studied at Mordor University. Aha! Fang Xuanning seemed to have brought up the past. Her eyes were a bit sad, and waved her hand. More words not to say, when I have time to take you to meet your teacher's teacher. You take a good rest these days, and when you run out of cultivation resources, ask me for them. Fang Xuanning instructed and then turned around to leave. Ling Qingyao looked at her back, curiosity surfacing in her eyes. Qilin, what did you say about the relationship between Ms. Xuanning and Ms. Ruoyan? Friends, I suppose, or at least on good terms. Qilin ventured out and said thoughtfully, however, I probably understand now that teacher Fang Xuanning's gift of the Zanpakuto sword and the gift of your cultivation resources are all because of this layer of relationship and ah. Ling Qingyao also nodded in recognition. Alright shoveler, cheer up, it's time to go back to cultivating. Qilin urged and burrowed into Ling Qingyao's arms. After a tiring day, it was time for him to lie down nice and flat. Ling Qingyao nodded and carried Qilin directly back to the dormitory without going to the crowded playground. At this point, the playground. The freshmen had all returned to their respective classes. Brother Yi, I've woken up from a nap, how come the teacher hasn't announced the battle achievements yet? In the Class S team, Monkey yawned and walked over to Yi Feng. Yi Feng shook his head, signaling that he was not sure. He turned his head and looked at one of his classmates who were all covered in blood and seemed to have gone through a vicious battle. There's no need to rush, our battle credit won't be low. Yi Feng explained. The reasoning is understood, but I still want to see if he is number one. Monkey scratched his head and smiled with a pale face. After all, we killed so many demons, and now when we see demons, we want to fight dry heaves. First, I've done some calculations, and my battle merit should fluctuate around 3,000 points. According to this score, it should be able to rank in the top 10 in the history of Mordor University, and being number 1 in this exam will not be a problem. Yi Feng smiled calmly. I'm relieved with Brother Ye's words. Monkey smiled. However, Elder Lan reminded Yi Feng in his headspace. Little Leaf, don't be proud. If Ling Qingyao hadn't been gotten rid of by that demoness, you might not have been able to compare to her. You worry too much, Lan Lao. I haven't seen Ling Qingyao until now. I guess she has. Already. Yi Feng turned his head and looked at Class C's team again, not seeing Ling Qingyao's figure. And at that point, the following is the announcement of this battle merit list. The teacher who was responsible for announcing the list of battle honors also walked up to the podium. As he ascended the podium, the playground, which was still cluttered, quieted down, one by one like candidates waiting for the announcement of the results of the college entrance examination. The number of battle credits for the top ranking, 10,300 points. A numerical value is read out. The arena resounded with a chorus of backwards breaths. 10,300 points? Pronounce it wrong. That's definitely an extra 0. And in the team, Monkey was first stunned, then ecstatic. Brother Yi, you lied to me again. so it's 1,300 battle points. It's making history for Mordor University. Chapter 81, Battle Rankings Announced. How is she number 1? Ah. Brother Yi, you lied to me again, so it's 1,300 battle merit points. Making history at Mordor University. In the team, Yi Feng listened to the monkey's words and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. When he saw that the monkey had already dejectedly advertised to the surrounding students that this was his battle achievement, Yi Feng's entire face went black. It's not. When did I say I had 10,300 battle points? How many demons have I killed? Don't you have any idea? Monkey, you come back here. Yi Feng hurriedly tried to catch the monkey, but the monkey's body felt and had already run to the class teacher, Mr. Shui Ping, to go. Mr. Shui, why are you unhappy? Isn't the first place in our class? The monkey ran up to Shui Ping and stared at the blackened expression on his face with wide eyes. Enough! You stop it! Shui Ping was already annoyed, and when he heard this, he was furious. Not seeing that the student was from a worldly family, he'd have gone over with a pop. Shui Ping huffed and puffed away. Mr. Shui ate gunpowder? Watching him leave, Monkey was a bit confused and wanted to call out to Shui Ping to ask for clarification. At this point, Yi Feng took an arrow step, his one hand was like an eagle's claw, and he strangled Monkey Destiny's neck. Live Dad, stop it, I'm not even number 1 at all. Yi Feng had a lockjaw and came up to the monkey's ear and said. Ha! Monkey is confused, Yi is not number 1, no way. At this point, there's something special about this year's freshman not only did this score set a new record, but it also proved to us that heroes don't look where they're supposed to. First place in battle merit. A student from Class C Ling Qingyao. Only to hear the teacher on the podium read out a name that the crowd at the scene was not expecting. Class C, the worst class of freshmen in the entire Magic City University. It's amazing that a student from Class C got first place in the war. At this point, the entire Class C was abuzz. Ling Qingyao's classmates are really CA. First place in battle merit, breaking 10,000 battle merit, this is too outrageous 1 inch. Very well. Now I unilaterally side seal Ling Qingyao as our Class C's class flower. What class flower? It's clearly the school flower. Ling Qingyao's battle success has already set a new historical record for sacrifices at Mordor University. I'll give you a figure, do the math yourselves, 10,000 battle points, 100 points for a third-order magical beast. You guys say she killed a third-order magical beast? Someone on the scene analyzed Ling Qingyao's battle merit in terms of third-order magical beasts, and the crowd instantly had a figurative reference in their minds. Hiss. Terror. It's just horrible. How the hell did she do that? The students on the scene searched for Ling Qingyao's figure amongst the students in Class C. On the other hand, the students from Class C were beside Wu Qianqian and the others, searching for Ling Qingyao's figure. Look again and I'll tear your eyes out. Wu Qianqian coldly glared at a few students, frightening them into shrinking their necks. What exactly do you guys think Qingyao did? I remember she stayed in the castle the whole time. Su Mengmeng couldn't figure it out if she wanted to die or live, so she simply didn't want to, and looked at Wu Qianqian and Noara J. What do you guys say? Noara Nadi blushed slightly and said helplessly, we're just guarding the door, where can she go to get so much war credit? Wu Qianqian was silent, completely unsure of what to say. In fact, if I were to say who was the most confused, I'm afraid it would only be the 3 of them, Su Mengmeng. Along the way, not only did Ling Qingyao have to equitably distribute the heads of the demonic apes she beheaded. And going deeper into the castle and into the treasure vault, she doesn't even want the treasure, it's just ecumenical. If it kept going on like this, they were on the verge of being bowled over by Ling Qingyao. As a result, I didn't expect that when it came to calculating the battle credits, Ling Qingyao had taken out 10,000 battle credits? Isn't that a naked backstabbing? Thanks to that, they still felt a bit guilty and were prepared to buy some cultivation resources to thank Ling Qingyao. Alas, no matter what, Ling Qingyao really did let us have the treasure tool, and this 10,000 battle merit doesn't have anything to do with us. Wu Qianqian shook her head and said in a natural tone, this is her own chance, there's no need for us to be jealous. Yeah, 2 treasures for each of us, thanks to Seojam. Noara Yukari nodded. Su Mengmeng looked left and right and asked, I didn't see Qingyao, did she bring the contaminated materials to turn them in? It's possible. Wu Qianqian nodded, and in her heart, she became more and more impressed with Ling Qingyao. Not bad for a teenage girl who exceeded her mother's record. However, this was also thanks to Qilin. If Ling Qingyao hadn't listened to Qilin's guidance, perhaps she wouldn't have been able to reach this height, right? Our plan to gather money remains unchanged. Sell Ling Qingyao some cultivation resources of over $1 million as a way to make up for her loss, Wu Qianxian decisively said. She didn't think it was showing off her wealth, and if she had too much money, she would instead disgust Ling Qingyao. Qingyao Jam must be having a hard time in her heart without cultivation resources. Noera Nadi's eyes showed regret. Not only do you not have any cultivation resources, you also lost your spatial ring. Thinking about it makes me feel pitiful. Su Mengmeng felt pity for her good girlfriend. So, the three of them deliberated for a while and decided to go buy cultivation resources once the team was disbanded. 2 hours later, the three of them, Wu Qianxian, returned to the dormitory. Standing in front of the door, they smelled a strong scent of spirit herbs. Wu Qianxian frowned and pushed the door open. Swish! A streak of golden light shone from the dimly lit living room, illuminating Wu Qianxian and the others so much that they could hardly open their eyes. What is it? So shiny. Wu Qianxian narrowed her eyes slightly and looked into the center of the darkened living room. Only this golden light was seen coming from the trash can in the living room. Inside were thrown all sorts of scraps of spiritual herbs, spiritual fruits. It was from within these that this intense precious light emanated. It seems to be a treasure tool. No, it's spirit herb materials, all of which have been used, but piled up in one piece. This treasure light is too strong, isn't it? Yuki Nohara's eyes were stinging with tears, but fortunately the lights were turned on in time, and the precious light then dissipated. With the light restored, Wu Qianxian's trio also got a good look at the materials. The grass root of the A-grade material Harumi grass, so big. Su Mengmeng picked up a palm-sized grass root and was stunned. That's $2 million a plant for this little weed. This should be the kernel of the A+ grade thorny thunder fruit, a thorny thunder fruit 5 million. My father didn't even dare to buy this much last time he was injured. Noera Nadi looked at the 7 or 8 blue kernels on the ground and blanched a little. If it wasn't a burglar in the house, then all these things were eaten by Ling Qingyao? Wu Qianxian's face darkened. The two of them, Su Mengmeng, turned back and looked at the cultivation resources that Wu Qianxian was carrying in her hand, feeling a bit shameless. There's no comparison, there's no harm. I even said I'd buy her materials, but it turns out that they're not lacking at all. Where in the world did so many expensive materials come from? At this moment, Wu Qianxian and the others felt that their worldview had collapsed. What ghetto birth? This is clearly a hidden rich woman. Chapter 82, How to Break Through Again. Brand new words. That, Qianxian, actually Qingyao might have taken out a loan. Where could she afford to buy so many materials? Su Mengmeng looked at Wu Qianxian, who was like a provoked cow, and tried her best to comfort her. However, snapped. The material in Wu Qianxian's hand fell on the floor. She also froze in place like a stone statue, only with an extraordinarily somber expression on her face. Wu Qianxian never thought that one day she would be mercilessly flaunted. Not to mention that this person was still Ling Qingyao? A loan? There's so much money in loans, I think she just wants to compete with me in a contest of wealth. Wu Qianxian's face was dark and scary. She took her heart to her sisters, and her sisters engaged in mind games with her. Let your horse come, who's afraid? Wu Qianxian picked up her phone and was about to give Ling Qingyao some color. But just then, a flash of red light bloomed at the entrance of Ling Qingyao's room. The red light was extremely peculiar, deep as if it were a dried blood stain, but it was interspersed with a hint of an almost unrecognizable turquoise blue color. Crimson Spiritual Power Halo, Second Order Perfection. This mental power fluctuation, is it from Qingyao sauce? Noera Nadi froze slightly as she looked at the glow of spiritual power that filled the doorway. How long has it been since the last breakthrough? A week, or was it half a week? With these resources, it's reasonable for Qingyao to make a breakthrough. Su Mengmeng weakly explained, her self-confidence receiving another blow. Originally, she was ahead of Ling Qingyao at the very beginning. By now, it was far behind Ling Qingyao. Second order consummation, this guy is really... Wu Qianxian's eyes rose with battle intent, slightly clenching her teeth. What a fast breakthrough speed. Between the silence of the three women, only a creaking sound was heard, and the door of the room was directly pushed open by Ling Qingyao. Hey everyone, I was just about to come out to take out the trash? Ling Qingyao smiled. There was still a halo of crimson spiritual power on her body that hadn't dissipated. But looking at Wu Qianxian and the girls, she muttered in a small voice. It felt like they had such strange eyes, like they wanted to swallow themselves. Especially Wu Chanshan, that fierce eyes do not know, thought who owed her money like. Hey yo hey, worthy of being my big brother's summoner, what a fast breakthrough, my big brother's vision is just right. At this time, the heavenly demon Sable climbed onto Wu Chanshan's shoulder and looked at Ling Qinyao with satisfaction and laughed. Martial girl, learn well from others, to be able to break through so fast must rely on the electric shock training method, my big brother has already handed over the method to you, and you still don't cherish it. The heavenly demon Sable wrapped its arms around itself and stomped on Wu Chanshan's shoulder twice, saying with a look of regret, alas, Master Sable shouldn't have agreed to your contract in the first place, it's really too disappointing. You can't even stand the electric shock, and you're talking about being crown king. It's hilarious. The heavenly demon Sable did not shy away from this heartfelt statement in the slightest, passing it to Wu Chanshan's mind through the contract. Wu Chanshan's face darkened and she managed to get enraged. Her eyes were as sharp as a falcon as she looked at Ling Qinyao. Is this your challenge? Very well, I accept. Wu Chanshan slowly raised the electric shock instrument in her hand, and after dropping a sentence, she directly walked into her room. With a bang, the door to the room slammed right shut. Hey, don't electrocute yourself, your brain will be electrocuted. Ling Qinyao hurriedly tried to remind, but it was too late. She twisted her head to look at the two of them, thinking that it would be a good idea to save one of them, but before she could say anything. It was then that I saw Yuki Noara say she was sorry before she too trotted off and ducked into the bedroom. Only she and Su Mengmeng were left in the room. This. Ling Qinyao was a bit tearful, had she known that she shouldn't have let Qilin cheat people out of their money in the first place. What if I electrocute these girls? Mo, you must listen to me and not use any electric shock training methods. Don't worry Qinyao, I'll listen to you. Su Mengmeng was obedient and agreed. The main reason, she's really afraid of pain. That's right Qinyao, you've broken through the second stage of perfection this time, you can even apply to participate in the 100 Schools League. The 100 School League? Yes, this was announced by one of our Lord Deans at the ceremony announcing today's battle honors. Su Mengmeng explained the information about the 100 Schools League to Ling Qinyao. After a long time, Ling Qinyao understood. The 100 Schools League was actually a league organized by the top academic institutions in Dongguan to screen the strongest group of college students. The winners are said to be able to travel to international leagues and compete for ownership of certain valuable replicas. Su Mengmeng explained, every student who reaches the consummation of the second stage can enroll, regardless of age, only on the basis of strength. Ling Qinyao nodded, an intent expression on her face. The rewards for a national tournament like the 100 Schools League are still plentiful. It's getting late Qinyao, I want to go to bed. Sumo waved her hand and walked over to her bedroom. She was just about to enter when her footsteps were suddenly startled. Ling Qinyao saw that she still had some things she wanted to say and asked, what's wrong? Miss Xuening said that Guanqing is missing. Su Mengmeng's googly egg round face floated into a stony expression as she said, you have to be careful as well. Ling Qinyao realized that Su Mengmeng might be suspecting that she had killed Guanqing, or she might actually be warning her to be careful. She had spent a lot of time with Su Mengmeng, and the implication of this statement was a warning to her to beware of Wu Chanshan and Noara J. I understand, it's fine. Ling Qinyao smiled gently. She was relieved that Qilin was doing something. On the other side of the bedroom, Qilin was lying on Ling Qingyao's fragrant boudoir bed, swirling the last chip into his mouth. Blah blah blah. Well, eat up. Qilin nodded with satisfaction as he patted his increasingly rounded 9-pack abs. System, check out the new words. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the blue word, Scream Peeping Cub. The host is of the mythical unicorn bloodline, the auspiciousness of heaven. Blitz success. The host has obtained the purple lexical item, the almighty Watermoon Mirror Flower. Chapter 83 Lexicon Watermoon Mirror Flower. Breaking defense from the female demon. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the blue phrase, Peeping Scream Pup. The host is of the mythical unicorn bloodline, the auspiciousness of heaven. Blitz success. The host has gained a purple phrase, the almighty Watermoon Mirror. Qilin looked at the golden subtitles of the system prompts, concentrating on the word almighty. I helped Shoveler break through before, but I didn't expect to get a word that felt awesome and coaxing this time around. Omnipotent, just how omnipotent. With doubts, Qilin directly opened the panel of the words. Name, almighty water, moon and mirror. Grade, purple. Synopsis: all the things you can do, water moon mirror can do, and all the things you can't do, water moon mirror can do. Description 1: you will be given a contact water mirror, capable of searching for any target you wish. The more familiar you are with the target, the higher the probability of you detecting it. Description 2: you will gain a phantom body that can mimic all of your actions, including skills, pressures, words, and even behavioral logic, while it can change into your desired likeness. Note: the moon in the water, the flower in the mirror, the phantom body does not have a substantial attack effect, it is only an illusion. After reading this introduction, Qilin's mind had a thorough grasp of this phrase. This skill is equivalent to Monkey's plucked hair split, able to mimic any of his own abilities and also change into any mold, which is called the universal mimic illusion. If there was no illusion as a drawback, but rather substance, the word would be a red word at the very least. But this almighty Zirin still wanted to spit. It's not the system. If we can't afford to play it, don't play it. What a jack of all trades and master of none. I've got my pants down and you're showing me this. I'm glad I'm happy for nothing. Qilin deflated, feeling the heat surging from all parts of his body. As he gained words and Ling Qingyao upgraded, the feedback followed, and a stream of heat flowed like gentle warm water, brushing over every inch of Qilin's skin and every vein. The soothing feeling in your veins washes away the fatigue from a long day of running around. This grade of reinforcement improved Qilin's body, and as he spread out flat on the bed, his bulging abs were smaller. Qilin's eyes narrowed into a slit, revealing a wavy shape, and sighed, soothing. Compared to practicing on your own, it's really better to let the pooper scooper do it instead. Doesn't it smell good to lie flat? It's all transmogrified into a small beast, and it has to be exhausting. Check your current rank and harvest again. Qilin thought silently, and with a slight movement of his mind, he pulled up his level panel. Name: Qilin. Race: mythical griffin bloodline under development. Level: 23 commander level. Racial skills: Kirin's golden pupils, averting fortune, Kirin's enlightenment. Words: hardened unicorn thunder gold, heaven's chosen weapon spirit gold, ancestral soul protector purple, void sword casketer gold, almighty water, moon and mirror flower purple. Accompanying treasure: mountain river seal. Qilin finished browsing through the panel with a glance, and a look of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. Stepping into the 23rd level mark was considered to be a complete entry into the 3rd rank. In the realm of foreign beasts, one was already not weak. However, it was not enough to deal with these old pussies from Mordor University. Although those deans hadn't reached the king seal level, they also exuded king level pressure on their ascension, somewhat like half-step king sealers. Sooner or later, one day, one could definitely have to get the shoveler to go and get revenge for himself. A flash of determination appeared on Qilin's small face. He was a super vindictive character. Shoveler just broke through and has to think about avenues for third-order promotion materials. And with the water moon mirror, it's time for that to be dealt with. Qilin's little paw lifted, catalyzing the energy in his body, and azure flowing water appeared in front of him, slowly forming a water mirror that looked like a mirror. Qilin's mind moved slightly as he searched for the prohibition he had placed on Lilith. Buzz. Only a circle of ripples was seen on the water mirror that looked like a lake, as if a pair of palms had pushed away the lake water, revealing the scene inside. A picture appeared in Qilin's eyes. Only the Guanqing-looking Lilith was seen walking on the gloomy streets, seemingly talking to a few black-robed men of the Abyssal Order about something. As she spoke, her palm pierced through the body of one of the female black-robed men, her blood-soaked palm running through the woman's chest. This guy really wants to take over the body, it's kind of interesting. When Qilin saw this, a smile surfaced under his eyes. It was decided to wait for Lilith to die of this, and then use the mirror to communicate with her. Meanwhile, the Magic City underground black market. The smell of blood filled the dimly lit corner of the black market from the alleyway. Guanqing. What have you done? How are we going to get back to the Abyssal Order without Miss Deaconess? Damn. This guy must be an official undercover agent, trying to swallow us. Go. In the alleyway, several black-robed men from the Abyssal Order ran away at a fast pace. But they hadn't gotten more than a few steps. With a poof, a crimson bloodthorn pierced through their skull, and scarlet flowers bloomed abruptly. The ominously stained blood spilled to the ground, then turned into a tide that converged at Lilith's feet. Still, the blood of these piggies of the Abyssal Order is more delicious. Lilith absorbed the blood with a fluttering expression. The eyes looked down at the Abyssal Order deaconess on the ground and licked her tongue. Good luck finding a decent body. Stay back. The Abyssal Deaconess was scared pale. This bizarre tactic was even more evil than the skill she had been using. She desperately moved to move her body backward, her slender white legs stained bright red. "Kill me and the Abyssal Demon King won't let you go." "Excuse me, I'm a Demon King too." Lilith laughed contemptuously and opened her mouth to protrude a human-sized mist of blood. Thick blood mist drilled into the deaconess's body from her ears, nose, and lips, opening up the seizing of the body. 10 minutes later. Then the reflection of the pool of blood showed Lilith her new appearance. A delicate and beautiful melon face, high and firm peaks, and especially these long and slender legs. Perfect. Lilith spread her face and let out a rampant laughter like silver bells, running so far away and changing her face. "What is Qilin going to do to find me?" "Ah ha ha ha." But as she laughed, an azure mirror appeared beside her, revealing a rounded cheek. "I'll rub it in." Lilith was taken aback when she saw Qilin's cheeks and hastily took a few steps back. "Zirin? Why are you here?" "No, why should I be afraid? It's 100 kilometers from Mordor University." Realizing this, Lilith crossed her arms and gave a flirtatious smug smile. "Little one, you're off your side. What can you do to me, jia jia jia?" "Seeing you laugh so happily, I'm happy too." Qilin smiled back. The water mirror violently rippled in a circle, seemingly transmitting some kind of instruction. Next moment. The ban on Lilith's soul responded. A flash of golden light rose from Lilith's head, spilling out into the dimly lit alleyway like holy light, illuminating the entire street. Hiss. Lilith drew in a cold breath, the sharp pain hurting her so much that she paled. With a thud, she fell to her knees, her body trembling unceasingly. By what right can you manipulate the ban from such a distance? Changing faces didn't work. How the hell did you find them? Chapter 84, Schoolgirl Welfare. The beautiful instructor taught swordplay. Surrender, surrender, surrender. I surrender. Count your wins, okay? Lilith let out a wail, her entire body dripping with fragrant sweat as she collapsed helplessly to the ground. The beautiful face was colored by the pain with a demonic, tragic whiteness. Qilin observed Lilith's every move through the water mirror. Seeing that she didn't resist, she also put away the restraints. With the water moon mirror flower in place, Qilin was able to pass on orders through long-distance communication, allowing the prohibition to be utilized to its fullest effect to urge Lilith. In this way, he was also considered to have complete control over Lilith, the gold medalist fighter. Lilith obviously understood this, and after getting up from the ground, she looked at the water mirror without saying a word. "What do you want me to do? Or get into these textbooks and become the Pope? There's no rush on this one, so go get rid of Guanqing's body. The mission after that is to enter the Abyssal Order and search for the materials for a professional to advance to the 3rd rank." "For that woman again? You're really a..." Saying this, Lilith felt a tingle in her scalp and scrunched her neck. "Mighty, domineering, understanding, child-caring divine treasure beast." "Yes?" Qilin's small face in the water mirror was dark, not knowing what he was thinking. "Contact me via cell phone if you have information on 3rd Order promotion materials, and remember to hinder the Abyssal Order if they make any moves regarding me. Please your holiness, I'm just a tender woman, where do I have so much heart?" Lilith revealed a choleric expression, that miserable white face causing heartache. However, without waiting for her to say anything more, she saw the water mirror ripple and turn into water droplets that fell low to the ground. Qilin didn't even give her a chance to show weakness. "Is this little guy's heart made of iron?" Lily AI grimaced slightly. Looking at Qilin was unpleasant, but there was nothing she could do about it. A prohibition involving the soul, in case the person looking for someone to break it made a mistake, wouldn't she die? Damn it! She could only tolerate Qilin for a while, and when the abyss opened again, she might be able to get rid of Qilin. Thinking like this, Lilith looked at Guanqing on the ground with thoughtful eyes. "A mere Abyssal Demon King, and you still want to use pampering to evoke sympathy from this Qilin?" In Ling Qingyao's bedroom, Qilin was lying on the bed with a haughty look on his face. Crossing his legs, he swiped his cell phone like a living human being. Ding dong! A pop-up window popped up on the phone screen. Your search for 3rd Order promotion resources has been retrieved, with a total of 5 primary resources and more than a dozen secondary resources. Purple Sunflower, Fiery Sun Blood Marrow, Dark Star Core Fragment. Qilin browsed through the promotion materials on his phone and sighed quietly. What a way to worry yourself for a shoveler's promotion. But shoveler can't get a new word without advancing to the 3rd rank, and she can't get a new word herself if she's dragging her level down. It was a promotion anyway, and her being promoted was equivalent to being promoted herself. It's better to lie flat that way. Qilin nodded, and the sound of rushing water suddenly came to his ears. Whoa! Qilin turned his head and realized that it was someone in the room's solitary bath taking a shower. Just watching the water mirror was so involved that his consciousness ignored the fact that someone had come in from the bedroom. Qilin subconsciously looked towards the bathroom, where two flowers bloomed proudly on that pavilion silhouette. It turned out to be just two small flowers. After these months of resource conditioning, resource feeding, Ling Qingyao's figure became more and more perfect. Just how old is this evil? And the bad habit of leaving the door open. Luckily, Ben Kirin's mind is different and indestructible. Qilin thought as he put down his cell phone, his sight judging Ling Qingyao's bad habits from above. The lingering scent of camellia body wash came through the bathroom room door. The air was filled with a fragrant, special mist. For some reason, as soon as Qilin took a whiff of the odor, he felt his head spinning and a rush of blood. Qilin flopped down on the bed and covered himself with the white quilt. It's too big a bad habit, eyes don't see as clean, sleep. At this point, with a clatter, Zirin heard the bathroom room door being pulled open. Esha, it's cold. Ha, not bad Qilin, you still know how to warm my bed. Ling Qingyao's voice came from far and near, and Qilin laid down under the covers and shrunk into a ball, silently reciting in his mind that color is empty. Immediately afterward, something fragrant and soft, with all this slipperiness, burrowed under the covers. It's over. The old man's been captured. Ha! What's wrong with you, little one, why the nosebleed? Ling Qingyao looked at the fainted Qilin and her hands were scrambled. The next day, early morning. I'm sorry, La Qilin, how did I know you're allergic to camellias? If I had known I would have changed my body wash. Ling Qingyao, who came out of the infirmary, hugged Qilin with an apologetic face. The snow-white beast in her arms seemed to be angry, so Ling Qingyao had to comfort it in a soft voice. However, Qilin sat squatting between the softness and silently hugged his arms with an unhappy face. It's not an allergy. I don't know. But he had to pay for delaying his laying flat for so long. Alright shoveler, come with me to the training gym to solidify your current realm. Qilin urged with a displeased face. That, and I'd like to take a few days off. No electricity for a few days, how dare you disobey my remote control? Qilin's horns pulsed with lightning arcs that niggled. Okay, I'll go, okay? Seeing that Qilin's little horns were about to poke him, Ling Qingyao hurriedly ran towards the training hall. The training hall at Mordor University is a place similar to a large gymnasium. Inside there are training grounds suitable for all professions. All weather, all the time, even the ability to mediate route wind speeds and more. Ling Qingyao came to the entrance of the training hall and looked at the 50-meter-high metal building, feeling the oppressive feeling that belonged uniquely to Mordor University. Not Crying is a top 10 ranked top academy in the Eastern Brilliant Kingdom. The grandeur is just not the same. Qilin raised his neck, and at a glance, he couldn't see the end of the training hall. The process should be to request a training room first. Ling Qingyao looked at the sign at the entrance and prepared to walk into the training hall. At this point, Qingyao, coming to training so early? A familiar clear voice came from the sidelines. Only Fang Xuening was wearing an ice blue kendo outfit, her delicate figure was bound by the close-up kendo outfit, outlining her perfect curves. She walked in with a light smile on her face, seemingly satisfied. For you to get the first place in the battle, it really has nothing to do with your diligence. Don't be so diligent, the more self-disciplined you are, the luckier you are. Besides, you're so early. Ling Qingyao said modestly. Hee, what a sweet little mouth, how about this, you enter my classroom training room and I'll pass on a few sword techniques to you. Really, thank you Ms. Xuening. The two women walked into the training gym arm in arm, as if they knew each other well. Looking at Ling Qingyao's modest appearance, Qilin couldn't help but roll his eyes. Is shoveler diligent? Fooling Kirin for fun? This is clearly a fear of being electrocuted. Chapter 85 Flawless Mirage? The beautiful mentor was stunned. Training room. Qingyao, the most important thing for a swordsman is to focus and discard any distractions. On a white snowy ground, Fang Xuening stood with her sword. The wind and snow drifted over her shoulders, but there was no ripple in her eyes. Gazing at the row of ice pillars in front of him, he raised his sword and chopped. Phew! The ice blue crescent sword chi flew out violently. It sliced the ice pillars as easily as if they were tofu. Rumble. The ice pillar collapsed in response, and Fang Xuening returned the ice-glazed sword in her hand to Ling Qingyao at the side. This sword is too light, but it's still good enough for you. Fang Xuening frowned at the ice-glazed sword and commented. Miss Xuening, is it possible that you are too strong? Ling Qingyao wanted to cry. How could an A+ grade sword be lightweight? It was clearly that teacher Xuening's realm was high. Looking at the smooth cuts on top of the icicles, one could tell that Fang Xuening's attainment in swordplay was not low. That's when the cackling came. Zirin sat on a small bench at the edge of the snow, tearing at the jerky. Little paws picking at a lemon ice drink. A peck, eyes narrowed into waves. Drinking an icy drink inside the snow makes you feel like a god. You little guy don't even train? Looking at Qilin like this, Fang Xuening frowned slightly. Why train to train? Didn't the pooper scooper already help me train? Qilin didn't say anything and barfed on the 4th rank alien beast meat. Seeing herself being ignored, Fang Xuening frowned slightly and turned her head to admonish Ling Qingyao. This little fellow's enlightenment isn't bad, but the bloodline is ultimately a drawback. It's not that teacher intentionally said that. I'm afraid that you also felt the lack of power in this little guy's bloodline inside such a long time together. Fae of lower races will result in slower upgrades for the Imperial Beastmaster due to their bloodline and constitution. But Ling Qingyao didn't feel that way. Qilin's cultivation speed, just by lying flat, was already out of her reach. It was so much faster than her cultivation speed, not slow at all. Moreover, she had once been called the cultivation genius of the Eastern Brilliant Kingdom by teacher Lu Ruoyan as well. It's enough to see how fast Qilin's cultivation speed was. Teacher Xuening, Qilin it has always been very serious, and its cultivation speed isn't slow. Not slow? So how many levels is it now? Fang Xuening shook her head and lost her smile. Not that she, as a teacher, laughed at her students. Instead, he sincerely reminded Ling Qingyao. It's level 23, reaching the level of a 3rd order Fae. Ling Qingyao explained. She was also a bit surprised when Qilin gave her the word last night. Fang Xuening was also worthy of being at the hegemony level and was used to seeing many geniuses. Hearing that Qilin had level 23, he was only slightly surprised. You say she has the 3rd rank, so show yourselves to me. Fang Xuening pointed to the snowy ground to the side, and an icy blue ice blade appeared in her hand as ice light appeared. With a flick of the ice blade in her hand, as if by magic, she transformed the snowy field into a flat kendo arena. The cold wind whistled, dividing the well-marked kendo dojo into 2 sections. The first time I dueled with someone with a sword, I didn't expect it to be with Miss Xuening. Snowflakes hid Ling Qingyao's face, and her eyes became as sharp as a falcon's. Finally, we got to the topic of this training ground to teach swordplay. But it was a bit unrealistic to have her fight with Qilin. After all, she knew Qilin's character very well. Letting her fight is not as fast as letting her eat. But what Ling Qingyao didn't expect was that Qilin had put down the jerky and walked over. Snap! Qilin's little feet left plum-like shapes on the snow. Qilin came in front of Ling Qingyao and jumped onto her shoulder. Shoveler this time against the overlord and his teacher, let me be your warlord. Qilin looked at Fang Xuening, who was on the opposite side of the wind and snow, from afar, and his eyes narrowed slightly. It's embarrassing for Ben Qilin to keep being called a C-rank alien beast, Just in time to experiment with words with Shoveler, this teacher. If it was at the overlord level, could it see through the illusion of the water moon mirror flower? Yes. The first time she fought alongside Qilin, Ling Qingyao was still a bit excited. A touch of wariness appeared on her pretty face as she gripped the ice-glazed sword tightly. Teacher, I'm going to start. After saying that, Ling Qingyao pointed her toes on the ground and Qilin directly rushed out. The figure was like lightning, pulling out a straight purple trail in the air. With that, Ling Qingyao began to change her stance, her speed getting faster and faster, and in the blink of an eye, she arrived in front of Fang Xuening. The eyes are good, and the sword technique is okay, except... The corners of Fang Xuening's mouth slightly hooked as she looked at Ling Qingyao's rapidly moving form. The sword of ice blade gently returned an icy blue sword light. In a flash, terrifying wind waves mixed with cold air swept out. The snowflakes were all blown around and the air made a shrill popping sound. She used 50% of her power, roughly the strength of a 5th-ranked professional. Since you are teaching a student, you should ravage her heart in the cruelest way possible, in making her rebuild her confidence from despair. Only to see that sword light approaching at a rapid pace, Ling Qingyao was unable to avoid it no matter how much she dodged. It was as if the attack had contained life, not like a sword light, but a living, breathing beast. Ling Qingyao tried to vacillate from side to side, all to no avail, so she simply stood directly on the spot. Giving up. Well, it seems that I've used too much strength. Fang Xuaning's brows stretched and a helpless smile appeared on her face. A 5th-ranked professional against a professional who wasn't even 3rd-ranked. Not to mention that her fey beast was a small white dog with C-rank potential. Only a rumbling sound was heard as the sword light hit Ling Qingyao. In place, it burst into a layer of ice and snow. Shoveler, are you ready? Meanwhile, 2 pairs of eyes were hiding in a small snowdrift in the middle of the blizzard. Aha! Just now I asked you to use an illusion to fool Fang Xuaning's senses. The galloping figure on the field had always been the Ling Qingyao that Qilin's water moon mirror flower had mimicked. Only to see that on the opposing battlefield, Fang Xuaning frowned, seemingly puzzled as to why Ling Qingyao's voice did not come from within the ice mist. She hurried towards the ice fog blasted out by the sword light, worry written all over her face. Stinky girl, you're not hurt, are you? One's own sword, obviously, had been withdrawn in time, so why couldn't Ling Qingyao withstand it? Fang Xuaning's pace grew faster and faster, and in a moment, she stepped into the ice fog, her figure weaving in and out of the ice fog, seemingly searching for Ling Qingyao's figure. Good chance. But just at this time, Qilin and Ling Qingyao pushed away the snow pile. Pust. White snow splattered as Ling Qingyao held up her ice-glazed sword and stabbed at Fang Xuaning in the ice fog. A beam of cold aura flashed as the tip of the sword pointed straight at Fang Xuaning. At this moment in the ice fog, Fang Xuaning heard the sound of breaking air in her ears and turned around violently to see Ling Qingyao stabbing with her sword. The expression froze on his face, looking extremely incredulous. Fooled? That was just a phantom. No wonder she didn't duck. Even he, an overlord level, was fooled. What level of illusion was this? Chapter 86. Little girl really knows how to backstab. Battle Merit Exchange Office. Clank. Harsh crashes echoed through the wind and snow. The long sword in Ling Qingyao's hand hovered 3 inches behind Fang Xuaning's back. It was as if they had met an impenetrable wall. Still can't make it? Qilin looked at Fang Xuaning, who was close by. This time, it didn't just represent a battle between her and the overlord level. It was more of an experiment, and if possible, Qilin could use the water moon mirror flower as an assassin to hunt higher creatures. However, it seemed that at higher realms, there were body shields that could not be broken through. Ling Qingyao had the same thought, her teeth clenched tightly, but the sword blade in her hand was unable to pierce. Is this the end of the first side-by-side? Ling Qingyao thought about it, only to hear Fang Xuaning say, "Call it off, Qingyao, count it as a win for you." There seemed to be a hint of regret in her tone. Ling Qingyao frowned slightly, then her brows relaxed. Seemingly admitting defeat, he put away the ice-glazed sword. Teacher, you want to teach us sword skills, right? Aha! Fang Xuaning nodded, not understanding why Ling Qingyao was asking this. Looking at the snow-white beast on her shoulder, Fang Xuaning sighed, "Girl, I didn't expect you in this childhood to have this level of illusion, even I was fooled. But I'm still that, if the bloodline potential is low, it's too hard for you to seal the king, I'm a living example." Fang Xuaning recalled certain bad memories. To Ling Qingyao, he spoke to himself. However, she did not notice that Ling Qingyao had her right hand behind her back. Like when Sensei was young, he thought that if he was willing to cultivate a fey with care, he could develop it into a powerful companion. But then I realized it wasn't right, the real world is cruel. Ling Qingyao smiled faintly, "Teacher, you're right, but I have a sentence I want to send you." "What's the word?" Fang Xuaning looked at Ling Qingyao strangely. From just now until now, she had a feeling that Ling Qingyao was very out of place. Only Ling Qingyao's right hand was behind her back, and the qilin on her shoulder was gone, disappearing at some point. Suddenly, a footstep came coldly from behind her. "Teacher, even if I'm your student, I can't take this lightly." Ling Qingyao smiled faintly and looked at Qilin behind Fang Xuaning, raising the golden slate. "How long are you going to play with this backstabbing? Do you really think that an overlord-level teacher is so easy to deal with?" Fang Xuaning looked at the shadow on the ground that was holding the slate, and the corner of her mouth smiled coldly. The overlord machine already had a protective astral aura that not just any treasure tool could penetrate. There was a need to give Qingyao a good lesson in strongman science. She was pondering this. Bang! A huge force came from the back of her head, and Fang Xuaning's eyes protruded slightly. His body stumbled, his legs swaying from side to side unsteadily, and he nearly fell to the snow. What the hell? Fang Xuanning turned around and looked at the small golden slate in Qilin's hand. Even my protective astral aura can break through. It's not an S-rank treasure tool, I'm afraid. Shoveling still doesn't work, and backstabbing doesn't work unless there's an S-rank sword. Qilin put away the mountain river seal with great disappointment. It's true that the defense can't be broken, this experiment has failed. Ling Qingyao nodded, and I rubbed my chin in thought. One man and one beast have taken this building instruction as an experiment. But just then. You guys are good at backstabbing, little girl? A chilling smile appeared on Fang Xuanning's face. Rubbing the back of his head, which was swollen with a bag. Here, let me guide you. As she said that, 2 ice blades appeared inside her hands. The aura of an overlord level came out, without the slightest intention to stay. Ruined, Zirin. Looking at teacher Fang's angry look, Ling Qingyao stammered. Turning his head only to see that Zirin was gone at his feet and a small row of plum-like footprints appeared on the ground. Qilin has long run away. Its voice with a bit of childishness came lazily. It's nothing to do with me, shoveler, you're on your own. You. Ling Qingyao gasped and laughed. Well. I was promised to be my armorer. Now deny it. Summoned beasts were originally birds of the same feather, but they flew separately in the face of great adversity. After coming out of Fang Xueling's place, it was already afternoon. Ling Qingyao led Qilin to the Hall of Battle Merits. It was a black building that used the corpses of magical beasts as construction materials, and the air was filled with an unpleasant odor. It was said to have been purposely repaired in this manner so that the students would remember the disaster of the ravages of the magical beasts. In order to obtain the third-order promotion materials, Qilin decided to come here to take a look first. At this moment, a scattering of students converged in the Hall of Battle Merit. Every single one of them had at least a third-order professional on them, and a few students had already reached the fourth order. They lined up in an orderly fashion at the counter waiting to redeem their war credits. Hello, please show me your battle card. A young lady at the counter said. Looking at the clothes she was wearing, she seemed to be a student of Mordor University as well. Ling Qingyao fished out her student ID from her pocket and said shyly, Sorry, classmate, I only have my student ID, I haven't had time to get a battle card yet. It's okay to tie in your student ID. What do you want to exchange? The student at the counter smiled sweetly and took the student ID card handed over by Ling Qingyao. Third-order promotion materials, just follow this list. Ling Qingyao handed over her cell phone, and on it were the third-rank promotion materials that Qilin had recorded for her. Third-order material? The counter lady looked at Ling Qingyao in surprise, and the movement of her hand froze. This girl is afraid she's not a freshman who doesn't know anything. You don't even have a battle merit card and you want to exchange for third-order materials. Isn't that playing with her? Classmate, third-order promotion materials require at least 1,000 battle merits. You. The counter lady frowned. She said it euphemistically, but Ling Qingyao heard the meaning within her words. Don't worry, schoolteacher, I should have enough in here. The counter lady entered Ling Qingyao's student account number with confidence. Ding. 8th grade meritocracy. Ling Qingyao logs into the battle attack hall. Merit is a rank based on the total number of battle credits. The surrounding students who were exchanging materials cast astonished gazes. Such a young girl, where is an 8th grade meritocracy? Chapter 87, 8th grade meritorious. The crowd in the Hall of War Merits was shocked. Which family's military second generation is this? The family's predecessors turned so many war merits, I'm afraid there isn't a martial grandfather. Pops is a general and Grandpa is a marshal, or else would you get an 8th grade merit badge, knowing that an 8th grade merit badge has to be at least 10,000 battle honors. Look at her dress, should belong to the freshmen, real hammer classmates, freshmen only once through the secret realm of the Magic City University, there are so many war heroes, absolutely is the family turn. The little beast in this sister's arms is so adorable, just by looking at it I feel soft inside my hands, I really want to hold him tightly in my arms. The surrounding copper students were murmuring, a pair of eyes sizing up Ling Qingyao and Qilin. Ling Qingyao was no second-generation official and did not refute them. She had come on this trip to boost her strength for the 100 Schools League, and promoting to the third rank was important. But by this time the counter lady had been completely confused, that face was written with bewilderment and shock, her eyes staring straight at the numbers on the computer. 10,300 battle points, more than mine, it feels like I've wasted these 2 years. The counter lady could not cry. Looking at Ling Qingyao, she asked, "Classmate, this is too outrageous for you. 8th grade meritocracy can already enjoy 5% benefits on purchases, as well as all sorts of free access to the country's replicas." "Yes?" Ling Qingyao nodded curiously. The young lady saw that Ling Qingyao was a bit confused about the rank of a meritorious person, so she explained it to her. 9th grade meritocracy, 8th grade meritocracy. It's similar to the ancient official positions, where the higher the merit represents the more social status and benefits he has. This is essential policy in the context of the demonic invasion of Blue Star. After listening to the explanation, Ling Qingyao finally understood why the people around her reacted so strongly. 9th grade meritocracy requires 5,000 merit points, and 8th grade meritocrats require 10,000 merit points. In that case, she's already considered a not-so-elite member of society. Figuring this out, Ling Qingyao smiled amiably and handed over her cell phone. "Then please, senior sister, help me look for the 3rd rank promotion materials." "Aha, okay." The young lady nodded her head and hands Ling Qingyao's cell phone. Afterwards, he immediately maneuvered the mouse and rummaged through the computer to find the materials that Ling Qingyao needed, while Ling Qingyao and Qilin waited on the sidelines. At this point, "Sister Zhao, Ling Qingyao's 10,000 battle points, did she really fight it out herself?" In a corner of the War Merit Hall, Yifeng and Zhao Jia sat on a chair, quietly watching the scene. Confusion was written all over his face, and he was very confused as to why Ling Qingyao she was able to have so many battle credits. Why? On what grounds? Yifeng led the team along the way, slaughtering demons and almost slaughtering most of the demons in the Tian Song copy. For that to still not be better than Ling Qingyao, he really didn't understand. The battle merit detection array is manipulated by the dean's adults, and there will be no misjudgments. And a flash of gravity appeared on Zhao Jia's face. According to the gossip she had heard, Ling Qingyao's battle merit had initially broken through 100,000. 100,000, what a horrible number. If Ling Qingyao was allowed to really have this battle success, then the entire Eastern Brilliant Kingdom would be in an uproar. Luckily, the dean's adults had shrunk tenfold, otherwise it was really hard to imagine what kind of shock Ling Qingyao would bring to the Magic City. Little Yi, even though Ling Qingyao's battle success is 3 times that of yours, you don't need to be discouraged. The 100 Schools League is where you'll be able to show off your skills. I understand that. Yifeng frowned and nodded, but I'm worried that Ling Qingyao's ascension to the 3rd rank will bring about a change in our plan to win the championship. Their lineage deliberated and decided to achieve a sensational result in this 100 Schools League. For this, the Mordor family has been preparing for 3 whole years. Preparations had been underway since Yifeng's high school, and Zhao Jia's family had even made Zhao Jia a marriage partner for the 100 Schools tournament, befriending a major power in the East Huang country, the Yindi Palace. It won't. Zhao Jia gently pulled her hair behind her ear, revealing a pair of eyes as firm as a rock. Not to mention that Ling Qingyao's cultivation resources aren't as rich as ours. Just judging from the current situation, it won't be smooth sailing for Ling Qingyao to try to exchange her battle credits for 3rd order promotion materials. Why? Could it be that Sister Zhao still has a backhand in the Hall of Battle Merits that can hinder Ling Qingyao? Yifeng's eyes showed gravity. If this was really the case, then the Zhao family's power was too terrifying. One should know that the Hall of Battle Merit was a department that was subordinate to the East Huang military. Those military people had the most trouble tolerating sand in their eyes, and the people of the world were their most hated targets. You thought wrong, because the 3rd order promotion materials redeemed by Ling Qingyao were long ago redeemed by the other students, and there's no need for us to make a move. Zhao Jia faintly explained, then stood up and walked towards the outside. Alright, seize the time to cultivate. We are not the only lineage in Magic City who want to participate in the 100 Schools League. Yifeng sniffed and nodded, immediately following. At this time, Ling Qingyao's redemption also met an obstacle. I'm sorry, student Ling Qingyao, there are just too many students exchanging 3rd order promotion materials these days. The counter lady put down the mouse with an apologetic face and looked at Ling Qingyao. Only 4 main materials were found for you, the rest of the secondary materials are all gone. Ling Qingyao frowned slightly when she heard this. Why is it that the number of students redeeming 3rd order materials increases during this time? But on second thought, she understood. The people who want to participate in the 100 Schools League don't know us. There are also sophomores and juniors, and there are definitely people among them who will exchange 3rd order promotion materials. Qilin also understood this. It's fine, Shoveler, it just so happens that you also need some time to consolidate your realm. Well, what are the materials we're missing then? Ling Qingyao nodded her head. Blazing Sun Blood Marrow, a material made from the blood of third-ranked ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts around the magic capital have decreased in the past few days, and the hunters are running low on supplies. The counter lady explained. Fae that are overly brutal and aggressive are called ferocious beasts. In today's Blue Star, ferocious beasts are actually a greater threat than demons. On the one hand, ferocious beasts can easily be infected with demons, and on the other hand, ferocious beasts occupy 50% of the landmass of today's world. Humans are extremely careful when traveling to the wilderness and need to disperse all kinds of ferocious beasts. Ling Qingyao frowned slightly when she heard the blazing sun blood marrow, ferocious beast blood. This is not easy to get. At that moment, only Qi Lin could be heard speaking. Then please exchange a copy of the production method of the blazing sun blood marrow. At that, the counter lady froze. This little guy can talk? No, what are you exchanging the blazing sun blood marrow for? Is it hard to believe that you're trying to fight it yourself? The counter lady's entire face froze as she looked at Qi Lin incredulously. The Wild, that's a man-eater. How dare this little guy? Chapter 88, Out to Decapitate the Devil. Mistakenly entering a military exercise. Waiting here for the hunters to get in is not as good as shoveling to fight. This will also train the shoveler's practical skills, and stabilizing the realm will also be beneficial. As Qi Lin thought this, his heart grew more and more satisfied. Tell Ling Qingyao about this idea. Field. The expression on Ling Qingyao's face changed for a while. The wilderness could be even more dangerous than a copy. After all, the copy was monitored by someone, and if it was not possible, one could still crush the teleportation talisman and leave the copy. But the wilderness was different. Not only were there ferocious beasts that excelled in camouflage, but there were also hunting parties with malicious hearts. Wild forests are deadly places. If there was a Qi Lin, he would be able to perform the 1,000-mile sword escape to escape even if it was no good. Ling Qingyao glanced at Qi Lin and nodded gruffly, choosing to agree. The counter lady still wanted to persuade her, but they were all rejected by Ling Qingyao one by one. She also had no choice but to exchange the method of making the blazing sun blood marrow to Ling Qingyao. In the end, Ling Qingyao spent 9,000 battle merit points to exchange for 4 major promotion materials, some minor promotion materials, and a letter on how to make the blazing sun blood marrow. As she left the Hall of Battle Merit, the gazes of the people around her looked at her with some oddity. This girl, she really doesn't want to die. The wilderness also dares to go by herself? Go and slay the ferocious beasts yourself, and realize that it's not just the beasts that are scary in the wild, but also the hearts. Okay, young people are high-minded and normal. What are we worrying about? It's not us who are going to die. After returning to the dormitory, Qi Lin didn't rush to go outside of the magic city with Ling Qingyao. Instead, he used the water moon mirror to communicate up to Lilith. I don't know where the guy went, but it was dark over there, a sunken black circular platform, kind of like an underground altar. Your Holiness, you're saying that you want me to help find a wilderness with lots of ferocious beasts, right? In the water, moon and mirror, Lilith sat on the edge of the altar, her slender legs swaying. There was still blood on his lips, and in his hand he held a head that emanated blackness. Seems to have just done a good job of hacking orders. The area I'm in now is, I'll send you the coordinates. When she finished, she took out her cell phone. Not long afterward, Qi Lin heard a ding-dong sound. This place is? Qi Lin looked at his phone and a coordinate appeared on the screen. Magic Capital City, Star Forest, northeast corner. In the following days, Ling Qingyao took classes while investigating information about the Star Forest. Finally, on a weekend, Ling Qingyao traveled to this location. Early morning. Ling Qingyao arrived outside the school through the school bus of Mordor University. You need to check in to get out of the city, but Mordor University students have direct access to their status. The Magic City was home to millions of humans and belonged to the metropolis of the Eastern Brilliant Kingdom. In the forest outside of the Magic Capital City, there were patrols in charge of eliminating the ferocious beasts. But as Ling Qingyao went deeper into the wilderness, the vegetation became more and more dense, and there were fewer and fewer pedestrians on the road. Soon, the one man and one beast arrived at the outskirts of the secluded Star Forest. Qi Lin, are you sure there are ferocious beasts here? On the forest path, Ling Qingyao looked at the ground beneath her feet. The dirt road was covered with tire tracks from various off-road vehicles driving by. Humans are very active, and generally ferocious beasts don't appear in these places. Lilith said that there is a flock of ice falcons here, and the adult ice falcons all have the strength of third-order fierce beasts, so they should have migrated from outside the area. Qi Lin lay on Ling Jingyao's head, looking around at his surroundings. Perhaps it was because of his bloodline. As soon as he entered the wild environment, Qilin felt refreshed. There's no end to the energy in my body, and I want to see all the new things. Then how do we find them? Ling Qingyao said curiously. Shoveler, you don't even know this? Qilin shook his head, revealing a disappointed expression. Where there are treasures present, there will definitely be ferocious beasts guarding them, and at that time we'll behead the ferocious beasts and plunder the treasures again. Saying that, Qilin squatted on Ling Qingyao's head, his little pink paw pointing in a direction. There were a lot of treasures in that area that shone with blue light, the danger level was purple, and there were ferocious beasts at a glance. Ling Qingyao willed her way there, stepping down the forest path to a pine forest covered in dead leaves. Giggle! The dead leaves on the ground made a crunching sound of being trampled. A brisk breeze blew through the forest. The leaves clattered off the trees and fluttered in the wind. A leaf covered Ling Qingyao's cheek, and she was about to wipe it away. All of a sudden. Shoveler, something's coming. Qilin voiced a reminder. Ling Qingyao turned around and picked up another forest python that was the same color as the dead leaves. The ferocious beast, the rock-armored python. Hiss! This rock-armored python was very fast, opening a bloody mouth big enough to swallow an adult, and biting at Ling Qingyao. The aura on its body was around the third rank, and it seemed to have just shed its skin, which was covered in rocks and was extremely tough. Good beast! Lin Qingyao didn't panic in the battlefield and drew her ice-glazed sword, stabbing out with great speed. The tip of the sword, which emitted a cold aura, was unbeatable, but this time it seemed to have met its match. The forest python had long since mastered the art of grappling, and the heavy rock on its scales lit up with yellow light. In the collision with the tip of the sword, it was like an iron wall that isolated it. Normal physical attacks obviously don't work. Lin Qingyao also realized this and looked at Qilin. Shoveler, use this sword. Qilin's hand clawed, and a long sword with a deep purple color pierced through the void. The purple longsword hovered at Lin Qingyao's side. A gift from Miss Knowing, an A+ grade sword, the Zanpakuto. Water sword art. Ling Qingyao held the hilt of her sword with one hand, and the 5 elements ring on her index finger bloomed with azure watery light. The Zanpakuto sword swung out with a single stroke, scattering a spray of crescent water streams. Bang! The current obscured the rock armor python's vision, and there was a momentary pause in the massive snake drive. Before he could react, Lin Qingyao's chopping sword had already stabbed him in the head. The tough rock scales had no effect at this moment. Because the Zanpakuto sword didn't need to pierce through its defenses, but instead worked directly on its soul. Hiss! The rock armor python's pupils shrank and wanted to flee, the snake drive swiftly wandering towards the outside of the forest. It realized that the human in front of it was not to be messed with. But it's too late. The soul is injured and its movement speed decreases. Run! Ling Qingyao quickly followed, her body resembling a purple phantom as she leaped to the top of the head of the armored python. Immediately afterward, holding the hilt upside down, he stabbed the sword at the hideous snake's head. The power of spatial cutting was unleashed, and the purple sword tip easily pierced into the snake's head, twisting it with force, and the warm and cool snake blood splashed on Ling Qingyao's face. Knock! The rock-armored python snake drive smashed heavily into the ground, even the earth shook slightly. The snake's pupils were tinged with fear and lost all vitality. The fight is over. Ling Qingyao put away her chopper sword, crouched down, took out a space glass hourglass, and collected the rock armor python's blood. A whole python's blood only filled the space glass hourglass, by 1/20th. In order to make the blazing sun blood marrow, the entire space hourglass must be filled. Let's go, next. Ling Qingyao put away the spatial hourglass and carried Qilin as she continued to travel through the forest. Shortly after she left, a military SUV drove up. Sir, you're late. That intruder into the military maneuvers is gone. A soldier wearing a red armband got out of the car and looked at the electronic device in his hand with a bitter smile. He's a little teary-eyed. Obviously it's a military exercise, how can someone be fighting here? He also decapitated such a large rock armor python. The little test that their military had managed to leave for those new recruits had just been single-handedly killed by this man. What bad luck! I only hope that nothing happens to those ice falcon flocks. Chapter 89, Mighty Ice Falcon Flock. A young girl doesn't have to care. At this time, the buggy's window slowly rolled down, revealing a beautiful face. The woman wore an officer's white cap and also wore a red epaulet on her shoulder. Let's see if the satellite data is from the Hunting Corps or the Abyssal Order? I've heard the Abyssal Order is active in this section. The officer woman commanded faintly. Yes, sir. The soldier sought a military salute and lowered his head to the electronic device, crackling it. A few moments later, he pulled up a satellite image of this side. Since the satellites around the military exercises were monitored in real time, it was easy to pull up Ling Qingyao's portrait. How come there's only one? The soldier frowned and watched the video repeatedly, realizing that the one who decapitated the rock-armored python from the beginning was only one small girl who looked less than 20 years old. Officer Hu, it's not the Abyssal Order, it's not the hunting party, there's only one person. Looks like a college girl. College students? The woman reached out and took the computer, looking at the image on it with amazed eyes. A second-order perfection single-handedly killing a level 25 rock armor python? Hu Ling had grown up in a military university, and for the first time, she had truly seen that someone was able to overcome a ferocious beast by crossing the ranks. It seemed to be a very unusual weapon in the man's hand. If she's the only one, then there's no need for deportation. Hu Ling said thoughtfully. The military exercises were purposely chosen in the sparsely populated star forest just to prevent interference by others. But in reality, the intricacies of the wilderness environment do not guarantee that every place is monitored. Ling Qingyao was such a variable. Now it seemed that if she was the only one, she wouldn't be much of a threat to this military exercise. Get in the car and go sharpen the recruits' combat skills some more, then it's time for them to round up the ice falcons. Hu Ling closed the window and the engine beeped to life. The military SUVs were on the road again, and in no time at all, they disappeared between the forests. In the meantime, Ling Qingyao on the other side was also weaving through the forest. Through Qilin's tend to good fortune and avoid bad fortune treasure hunting effect, he met quite a few ferocious beasts in various places where treasures were hidden. To their surprise, Qilin and Ling Qingyao realized that there were quite a number of ferocious beasts along the way. There are times when you walk down the road and you run into a situation where a ferocious beast jumps out of the bushes. As he went deeper into the forest, the number of ferocious beasts increased. The daylight hours rushed by and soon it was late night. Ling Qingyao didn't go back to school, but instead settled for a night in the forest. The cave. A brown bear with a fat body collapsed on the ground, and Ling Qingyao squatted at the brown bear's throat position, catching fresh blood with a space hourglass. Qilin, what a nice place, there's already a small half bottle. Ling Qingyao shook the spatial hourglass in her hand, revealing a rewarding smile. Only the bottom half of the hourglass was visible, the red liquid almost overflowing. Qilin was grilling the meat of the ferocious beasts he had collected. Hearing this, the little head nodded. I don't know where Lilith found such a good place, there are so many ferocious beasts that it's like someone fed them specifically. This time, Lilith takes the credit. Normally in the wild, even if there were ferocious beasts, they wouldn't reach this level of density. After all, the outskirts of the forest usually had a field ruled by a fierce beast king or an entire herd of beasts. But this time, the ones that himself and Shoveler encountered were ferocious beasts that had fallen alone. It's easy to kill and easy to handle. Not a single one was left behind along the way, it was so efficient. I wonder where Lilith is in the area. Qilin thought as he picked up a skewer of grilled meat, blew on it, and swallowed it. I also wonder if we will ever meet. The hot gravy splattered all over the place, and the accompanying condiments stored from the spatial ring filled his mouth with flavor. Qilin chewed on the delicious roasted meat and couldn't speak well. I don't think so, with Lilith's strength perhaps hiding in the depths of the star forest. Ling Qingyao thought about it and her face became grave as she said, but Qilin, that ice falcon beast trace we saw during the day, I feel a bit bad about dealing with it. Are we really going to exterminate them tomorrow? The ice falcon had the strength of the third rank when it reached adulthood, and there were at least 7-8 ice falcons in an entire herd. With her and Qilin's battle power, I'm afraid it would be difficult to deal with the entire beast herd. Third-ranked Fey beasts, once they formed a herd, their combat power would increase insanely. Ling Qingyao was worried and shook her head and lost her smile as she watched Qilin, the little guy, bury his head and wolf down his food. This snacker is still not afraid at all. Ling Qingyao took out a bottle of prepared spirit herb drink and gave it to Qilin to savor. The night passed quickly. The next day, Qilin rushed to the location of the ice falcon with Ling Qingyao. A giant tree in the sky, snow-white branches drifted down a burst of snowflakes, and cold air came from all corners of the branches. From a distance, the giant tree looked like a white cedar growing out of thin air in the snow. However, Ling Qingyao knew that this was the greatest spiritual plant extreme cold 100 years pine. Qilin and Ling Qingyao were hiding, 200 meters away in the bushes. On the branches of the extremely cold 100 Years pine stood a huge flying bird with ice blue feathers and a sharp beak, resembling a falcon. Each ice falcon was 3 meters tall and exuded a third-ranked professional-like pressure. Ling Qingyao looked at this move through the bushes. The beautiful eyes flooded with worry, reminding up Qilin. Qilin, the ice falcon's flying speed can reach over 600 kilometers per hour. We won't be able to run away when we fight later. Ling Qingyao reminded in a small voice. You have a point, so let me take the shot this time. Qilin looked at the ice falcon perched on the tree branch, and a faint pressure flowed from his eyes. Seeing that Shoveler had performed well last night, and that she had consolidated her realm over the past few days, she was just short of breaking through the material to advance to the third rank. Qilin decided to help her out. Next moment. Please, your petite frame, jump right out of the bushes. The body shifted, and the movement created by the branches was detected by the ice falcon standing guard. Nico! The tops of extremely cold 100-year-old pines. An ice falcon with an exceptionally large body and a wingspan of 9 meters opened its scarlet pupils. Sharp eyes gazed straight ahead, at the white puppy in the bushes not far away. A human figure could still be seen from inside the bush. A flash of brutality and anger surfaced in the pupils of that beast. They originally inhabited the far northern icefields, and for some reason, were knocked out and captured by humans inside this forest. It's a hot and humid place, not at all suitable for their habitat. The key is also controlled by political law, which prevents them from leaving the 500-meter range of this extremely cold centennial pine. Now there were humans who dared to appear in their field of vision. Nico! This ice falcon leader let out an angry cry, and its terrifying aura instantly woke up all the ice falcons in the trees. For a time, the entire extremely cold, 100-year-old pine shook. The snowflakes fell at a rapid pace, like raindrops. The ice falcons spread their wings, their gazes deadlocked on Qilin's petite figure. Chapter 90, Military. What? The ferocious beasts have been brushed aside. The wind and snow grew stronger on the snowy ground around the extreme cold centennial pine. An ice falcon's wings kicked up the wind, ready to pounce out. Fresh. Little man, you brought this on yourself. Still can't tell the difference between a big and a small king, can you? Qilin looked at the appearance of an ice falcon trying to eat him, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a teasing smile. Next moment. The golden pupils bloomed with a smear of brilliant golden light. An invisible pressure swept away like a raging storm. Boom! The ice falcons above the extremely cold 100 Years pine were as if they had suffered a lightning strike, and a horrifying image all came to mind. The creatures' bodies seemed to be level with the sky, emitting an aura that made countless creatures submit. Nico! 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 As Qilin leveled up to level 23, the breath on the car had also broken through the third rank. These ice falcons were scared out of their wits by Qilin's golden pupils. The soldier-lost leader was a little better, fluttering his wings and flying. The rest of the ice falcons were stunned and fell from the tree, hitting the ground hard. Ling Qingyao froze on the spot as she watched the scene of the ice falcon under the sky. That'll work too. What the hell did this little guy Qilin do? How come these ice falcons are acting like they're drunk? Don't just stand there, go make up for it. Qilin urged. Ling Qingyao reacted and rushed out with her long sword. Hands rose and swords fell, and not a single ice falcon was spared. Pffffffffffffffff. A symphony called Killing was played in this small snowy field. 10 minutes passed. Ling Qingyao personally sent the last ice falcon leader to the western heaven. Ice falcon corpses were lying on the snowy ground around them, and the corpses of these ferocious beasts were separated from their heads. A stream of hot blood gushed from his neck, emitting a mist that flowed out and stained the entire snow. Qilin, with the blood of these ice falcons, we've collected most of the blazing sun blood marrow materials. Ling Qingyao laughed in surprise. Then why don't you go and collect the blood? Qilin said while jogging for a while. Climbed up the extreme cold centennial pine to pick a few pine cones guarded by the ice falcon. These can be grade A materials. It can't go to waste. Oh. Ling Qingyao nodded and swung her sword to spill dry the blood staining the blade. Afterwards, she quickly squatted beside the ice falcon's corpse and took out her spatial hourglass to collect fresh blood. It had to be fought for. The climate was colder in this part of the world, and once it froze, the blood would be wasted. Solely, Ling Qingyao didn't spare any of the ice falcons this time, and the trees full of third-ranked ferocious beasts were all slaughtered. A full 20 or so ice falcons were able to contribute blood to fill 3/4 of the space hourglass. For the last part, Ling Qingyao decided to fill it up by beheading some wandering low-ranked ferocious beasts. Qilin and Ling Qingyao moved quickly, and in half an hour, they had collected all the blood and nearby resources that could be harvested. The smell of blood in the forest was most likely to attract ferocious beasts, and the one man and one beast left in a hurry, leaving behind a field of ice falcon corpses. An hour later. On the outskirts of the extreme cold Centennial Pines, another group of backpackers in camouflage uniforms have appeared. Unlike ordinary climbers, these people were all lean and sharp-eyed, and seemed to have undergone special training. Hold on, brethren, Devil's Week is almost over. The map says this is the last of the beasts. A lean guy in uniform at the head of the group held a map and crouched at the bush where Ling Qingyao had stayed. He looked at the map in his hand with a grave expression. What's wrong, Captain Gu? Is it that this one beast group is hard to fight? In the team, someone asked. Pretty hard to beat. Captain Gu nodded, his gaze extremely serious as he said, this is a group of ice falcon fierce beasts, all powerful creatures of the 3rd rank. Hearing that it was the ice falcon, the lads had a very grave expression on their faces. A decent fist, despite the tattered clothes and even color hanging off of some of them. But long past training taught them one thing. Never give up. It is both the philosophy of the military and the first sequence in the fight against the demons. 3rd order is 3rd order, it's not like we haven't killed before. Just a little more beasts. Let's go, guys. Bet everything on the battle, even if you die, take this extreme cold Centennial Pine for me. Ultimately, you're right, get out there and pound it. Hang in there, and we will prevail. The crowd inspired each other, and the expressions on their faces became incredibly stern. The atmosphere around them was still as bitter as the wind and snow. Kill. With a clench of his teeth, Captain Gu drew the dagger at his waist and gently pushed the bushes away with one hand. He was the first to rush out. Immediately after the first, the second. A group of recruits rushed out of the bushes, determination written on their faces, releasing the blood in their bones. However, but when they got a good look at the snow, the whole group froze. Only to see above the snowy ground, a cold corpse of a bird lay quietly, its head and body separated, and the despair of life could be seen in their eyes. What the hell is going on? Captain Gu stood frozen in the wind and snow, the map in his hand drifting away with the wind and snow. The rest of them had the same dumbfounded expression on their faces, not much better. Snap. I don't know whose walkie-talkie fell in the snow, sinking into the snow. Zip. Hey, can you hear me? Ancient boy, what's going on? How did you guys finish the mission so fast? The chief's inquiry came over the intercom. Captain Gu's face turned bitter as he picked up his walkie-talkie and said, Chief, would you believe me if I said that we were killed off just as the ice falcon appeared? Fart. You kids are giving me. At those words, Captain Gu directly put down his walkie-talkie, and bitterness flowed from that rigid face. Don't say you don't believe me. I don't believe it either. How could he have thought that if he hadn't seen the bodies with his own eyes? Thanks to their previous grandiose speeches, they also said that they would throw their heads in blood for their country. As a result, they did nothing and the beasts were all killed. Who the hell did it? Chapter 91 Who Killed the Ice Falcon? The military hierarchy shook. Chief, I'll pass you the live video later, take a look for yourself. Captain Gu hung up the phone and took out the secrecy box in his backpack. Captain. Think twice, even though we don't know who killed the Ice Falcon swarm, we've come all this way with our own skills. Yes, Captain, it was not easy for us to get here, and although we did meet a lot of ferocious beast corpses along the way, it was probably our luck, wasn't it? Captain. One by one, the recruits showed prayers in their eyes, not wanting Captain Gu to open the secrecy box. After all, they had already suffered too much along the way, it had been too hard. But, ugh, what a mess this is all about. Captain Gu smiled bitterly and shook his head. If he took out the distress cell phone inside, it meant that the mission had failed. But the flock of ice falcons had been slaughtered, and they had failed. Thinking of this, his eyes firmed up. The goddess of fortune on the battlefield won't favor us, so our target has been killed and has failed. Said. He enters the classified instructions and removes a distress phone from the classified box. Immediately afterward, it began to record the scene of a mess, taking in every ice falcon carcass. He then sent the video to the command barracks. In the meantime, the garrison camp was under a huge tree in the Star Forest. What the hell is this ancient boy up to? If it wasn't for the fact that his grandfather, his father, was a martyr, why would I have given him the position of captain? Now, how dare you deceive our commander and flee in fear of battle? Really think we people are senile, don't you? In the barracks, an old chief with gray hair walked around angrily. Speaking of annoyance, one hand slapped the iron table with a bouncing sound. Next to them stood several military executives of notable rank, and Hu Ling was also in the crowd, as a member in charge of this military exercise. At this time, the expressions on their faces weren't very nice. Isn't it bold that the Ice Falcon swarm was killed by someone else? This kid surnamed Gu looks like he's been scared. Captain Li, calm your anger. What if Xiao Gu didn't lie to us? Hu Ling admonished. Not lying to us? Bull. Troop leader Li turned around angrily and saw Hu Ling talking. He hesitated and waved his hand. Don't worry about it, little Lingzi. The chief is right, this major thinks the boy is cheating. At that moment, a male major with flaming red hair and immaculate clothing stood up. He was accompanied by a few of his men, as well as an old man with a majestic aura. This kid is from the Yendi Palace, with a military bigwig behind him. Another teenager with a background. Headmaster Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he nodded. Not bad, if this kid isn't lying to me, I'll collapse myself with a cannon. Captain Li, you shouldn't listen to Xiao Shang, this guy of his will only act recklessly. Looking at Xiao Shang, whose uniform was spotless, Hu Ling shook her head, knowing this guy's temper. They both came out of the same military school, so naturally they knew each other. Xiao Shang is a person who is polite on the surface, but secretly he doesn't know how many things he has done to violate the law and discipline. If he didn't have the Yendi Palace behind him, he was nothing. Sister Hu Ling, if you say that, I'll be angry, you'll have to compensate me. Xiao Shang joked with a smile on his face. But the desire that surfaced in the bottom of his eyes was obvious to everyone around him. Lazy. Hu Ling revealed a helpless expression and walked over to the computer, her fingers tapping the keyboard as she explained, even though we're a closed military exercise, there's a possibility that certain hunting teams could break in. If the hunting party finds the nest of ice falcons, they might be able to wipe them out. Saying that, Hu Ling pressed the last enter key, and the survival points of the ferocious beasts popped up on the screen. Only on the map, most of the ferocious beasts took on a grayish hue, indicating that the beast had been lost. And the dozens of points of light representing the ice falcon flock also dimmed under the eyes of the crowd as well. Are the falcons really gone? As they watched this scene, expressions of surprise and bewilderment appeared on the faces of the crowd. So can it be that the kid really didn't lie to himself that the ice falcon was killed off? Headmaster Li froze, and before he had time to think, he only heard a ding-dong sound. The military's main computer received a video from a distressed cell phone. Mayday cell phones have the highest priority and this video autoplayed right up on the screen. Hu Ling and the others looked at the screen. Only on the screen, the recruits dragged the Ice Falcon corpses and deposited them in a pile that was stacked as high as a two-story building. Ice Falcon corpses all have a characteristic, the body head is separated, the head of the bird with tears in its eyes, as if it was scared very badly. A cold corpse hit the hearts of the command room crowd like a nail. Thus, a strange situation arose in the command room. When Captain Ku transmitted the video into the command barracks, the entire camp fell into an eerie silence. It was so quiet it was as if you could hear a pin drop. Air. The expressions on the faces of Troop Leader Li and Xiao Shang stiffened. The Ice Falcon flock is still really dead. Not only did he die, but he had his head chopped off. Mad, which hunting team has such guts? This major is going to go and judge them with justice. Xiao Shang said with a face of indignation, his eyes showing a hint of excitement. The judgment of justice. How glorious and glamorous. This time, he finally found justice to judge others again. However, don't you guys see the truth of the matter yet? Hu Ling asked as she gazed at the corpse of the Ice Falcon on the screen. When these words came out, Xiao Shang and the others looked at Hu Ling strangely. What truth? Wasn't it the hunting party that robbed the Ice Falcon flock? This cut is smooth and even, it should be a professional who uses a sword. But the force and angle of this sword stroke seems to be the habit of the same person. Headmaster Li had a sharp eye and saw the potential end of this Ice Falcon swarm at a glance. Alone? If one person annihilated an entire herd of beasts, then he definitely has fourth rank strength. Hu Ling girl, take a quick look at who this person is, beware it's someone from the Abyssal Order. The surrounding officers sniffed and looked surprised and astonished. They all pointed at the screen and asked Hu Ling to use the satellite to call up the surveillance of the Ice Falcon flock. Hu Ling nodded and immediately crackled the keyboard. A few moments later, a man and a beast appeared on the screen. Only to see that Snow White beast jumping out of the bush rushing, countless ice falcons chirped angrily, spreading their wings and making a pouncing stance. But just at this moment, I don't know what happened at the scene, those ice falcons, one by one, looked like they had seen some horrible existence and exploded, even planting themselves from the trees onto the snow. Immediately after that, a young girl carrying a long sword carefully traveled through the group of ice falcons, one ice falcon at a time. In a minute's time, the entire flock of ice falcons was killed without a single piece of armor left. That's pretty damn much a one-man job. The officers fell silent, looking at the young girl's figure, and a strong incomprehension surfaced in their eyes. Between the crowd, the entire Hu Ling in front of the computer froze, looking at the screen with a dumbfounded face. No, isn't this the little girl who decapitated the rock-armored python in the beginning? How did she destroy an entire flock of ice falcons by herself? If I'd known, I should have just gotten rid of her. Now the entire military maneuver was interrupted by her. Chapter 92. This maiden is the daughter of the god of war. Phantom demon welfare? This maiden's realm hasn't reached the 3rd rank, but her own strength isn't that simple. This speed and spiritual chi of the sword is by no means an ordinary professional. Could it be a genius from one of the Magic City's families? Headmaster Lee stroked the scruff on his chin and frowned in thought. At this point, she's not from a worldly family, but a college student. Hu Ling spoke with a bitter face. She really didn't think that the girl who looked to be less than 20 years old. Surprisingly, he was able to show the strength to decimate a flock of ice falcons. Hu Ling had already ignored Qilin's presence. After all, Qilin's dopey appearance was too deceptive. But when the people around them heard Hu Ling's words, they cast inquiring gazes. Hu Ling girl, you know her? I shouldn't think so. You've been in military school all these years and you haven't gone out to college to play. Could this be a classmate of yours from military school? Hu Ling girl is only in the middle of the 3rd rank. This young girl is a bit lower in rank, but at this age, she is considered a genius. The faces of those around them showed recognition. Yes? Headmaster Lee looked at Hu Ling suspiciously. There's something not quite right about the expression on this girl's face. Only Hu Ling's stunningly beautiful cheeks revealed a bitter smile, as if she had eaten the yellow luster. Hu Ling shook her head, indicating that this was not the case. I drove by a rock-armored python carcass earlier, pulled up the satellite surveillance, and found that the girl had single-handedly killed the rock-armored python. I didn't banish her when I thought she was just an ordinary person, and now. Hearing this, everyone around him understood why Hu Ling was smiling bitterly. An insignificant girl at first. Shake up the biggest obstacle to this military exercise. That sounds pretty dreamy to me. Hu Ling continued, at that time, I really thought that she was an ordinary college student who blundered into a military exercise by herself, so I didn't care too much. A deep depression struck her heart as she looked at Ling Qingyao's sword-carrying figure on the screen. And then it became known. Alas! The words fell, and the atmosphere around them fell into a long silence. Headmaster Lee nodded and inquired, at such a level, it's probably a student out of Mordor University, and I remember that Lord's woman is studying at Mordor University. Could this be the one? The person the words referred to was the daughter of the martial war god. The people around him nodded, most likely. With the strength and the mystery that this girl had shown, it was almost impossible for it to be anyone but that lord's daughter. But if that's the case, then this military exercise is a non-starter. They didn't have the ability to control the daughter of a war god yet. Arrange for the ancient warfare squad to close up. Headmaster Lee waved his hand helplessly. But at this point, a voice with a hint of laughter rang out. What's the point of closing the team? It's totally unnecessary. We can make this man a trial for the recruits in this military exercise. Xiao Shang stood out with a smile on his face and walked over to the computer. Fingering Ling Qingyao on the screen, and the small white beast, if this is really Lord Wu's daughter, perhaps we can still see the strength of the new generation's young power, which can serve as a good incentive for the new recruits. His words seemed to make sense. But Chief Li shook his head repeatedly, no, absolutely not. Xiao Shang was from the Yen Di Palace, and with the Yen Di Palace sheltering him, he was naturally not afraid of the martial war god. But the military is different. Old Li was also just an artillery professional, and really offended Lord Wu, he still didn't dare at all. Not to mention who she is, the fact that she broke into a military exercise is, essentially, on us. Even if she decapitated the ferocious beasts we prepared for the new recruits, it was still her own strength. Therefore, this matter will never work. Headmaster Li spoke with vigor, and the people around him nodded in recognition. Xiao Shang, your idea is okay, but it's not perfect for us. Hu Ling also refused. These old guys are pretty mellow. Xiao Shang's face changed imperceptibly when he heard this. With a faint smile, he waved his hand and stated, since everyone is not in favor of it, then this matter will be settled. I've been in the command camp too long, I'm going out for a walk. With that, he turned and left the command camp as the crowd watched. Following him, there was also an old servant from the Yendi Palace and a group of soldiers. Apparently, his trip away was not what he called going out for a walk. The people around them also knew in their hearts that it was nothing more than Xiao Shang being clear about Ling Qingyao's identity and presuming to become the golden son-in-law of the god of martial war. The so-called choice of Ling Qingyao to be the target of the military maneuvers also had other plans. Captain Li, don't you care? Hu Ling asked. Girl, there's nothing I can do even if I want to control it. 1 didn't break the law, 2 didn't kill anyone, besides, that old servant's strength is the best of the 4th rank, a handful of illusions, pure and simple. Headmaster Li shook his head. The longer you stay in officialdom, the more you will understand the importance of identity and birth. Even if you have fought your way up the ladder, you still can't beat the sadness of being from a civilian background. That's it for the military maneuvers, you guys go down early and rest. In the meantime, a trickle of water runs through the mountains. It was nearing noon, and a golden sun hung in the sky. The forest was foggy and the sound of crashing water came from the creek. Wash it well, shoveler, make sure you draw out those chimera demons. Shi Lin hid by the water plants and communicated with Ling Qingyao through the Imperial Beast contract. At this moment, Ling Qingyao was wearing a thin sarong in the stream, cleaning the smell of blood from her body. A small pink bar of soap was cupped in his hand, and a nice scent filled the water as the fragrant lather floated on the surface. The tantalizing sight held a pair of pink eyes in the forest in thrall. Shi Lin and Ling Qingyao had previously met a group of ferocious beasts that could change their human form, and according to the information, this belonged to the second-order ferocious beasts, the phantom demons. Favored to suck the life breath of pretty men and women to fill themselves. The body's blood was full of life, making it a good material for making blazing sun blood marrow. It just so happened that Jin Ling and Ling Qingyao's blazing sun blood marrow intent was still missing the last bit. So the idea of this beast was struck. Rustling. A slight movement came from the bushes. Shi Lin didn't turn around, but had already detected creatures approaching inside the valley on his left. Ling Qingyao also noticed that on the bank of that river, a pink-colored, humanoid ferocious beast with a body that looked like smoke, was slowly approaching. A group of second-order ferocious beasts, the phantom demons. Is it coming? Ling Qingyao looked down at the hilt of her sword hidden between her bubbles. As soon as the opponent came close, she would raise her sword and kill. Time passed as the phantom demon continued to get closer, with less than 50 meters between them. Ling Qingyao also gripped the ice-glazed sword under the water. The fingers were trembling slightly. She could even see the gang of phantom demons slowly transforming into a woman with a gorgeous, demonic figure. The snowflakes were so wicked that they even bulged the tool. The more critical the moment, the less you can rush. Ling Qingyao watched as the phantom demon came a little closer, a heart in her throat. The surrounding ferocious beasts had already been slaughtered. If you wanted to gather the blazing sun blood marrow, this was the last chance. But at this point, the phantom demon's forward direction changed, and it actually ran towards Shi Lin on the shore. The speed was as fast as a jackal pouncing on a hungry tiger. Each of them had a gluttonous expression on their faces, their pink tongues licking their lips as if they had seen some earthly delicacy. Seeing this, Ling Qingyao was confused. Why the sudden change of direction? Shouldn't they have been drawn to her? Ah, at me? Shi Lin looked at the waves that were shaking madly in the wind and couldn't move his eyes. Is there such a good thing? Chapter 93, Illusion Duel. Feel the unicorn's pressure. I saw you from afar, little heart, come and play. Baby, you're such a fragrant, sticky cupcake, white and sticky and so cute. Baby, you're craving for my mom, come to my sister for a kiss. Mooah. These little feet are so cute, they're just going to adorn the hearts of my sisters. A few big sisters who were charming and had hot bodies hugged Shi Lin in the grass and kissed and hugged him. Shi Lin didn't react at all before they held him in their arms and ravaged him crazily in a few plump clusters. The taste of surviving in the cracks made Shi Lin miserable. There is nothing like the so-called pain and pleasure. The heart is in the right place. Torture. Naked torture. Qilin's small face was sad and angry as he looked at Ling Qingyao in the creek. Shoveler, if you don't do something, I'll crush them into crumbs myself. Why does it feel like Zirin looks so happy? Ling Qingyao looked at the bank of the river, surrounded by a single beautiful woman, Qilin, her beautiful eyes flushed with a hint of eccentricity. It's supposed to be an illusion. Whatever, kill it. Ling Qingyao didn't give it much thought as she got up and lifted her long sword, rushing over at a quick pace. Wow! Ling Qingyao's figure broke out of the stream, her feet and legs stepping on the silky lightning, stepping on the surface of the water as she sped along, her feet leaving a rippling ripple on the surface of the water. His movements were both quick and gentle, making extremely subtle movements. The phantom demons were so immersed in the illusion of sticking it to Qilin that they didn't realize that death was imminent. In contrast, they were all drooling, Zhang Qiling scrambling in his arms, itching to absorb all of the exuberant life breath from Qilin's body. It couldn't be helped that Qilin's own race was mythical Qilin, and his life breath was extremely majestic. The phantom demons naturally carried a strong desire for Qilin, who had a strong breath of life. Well done, little one, I'll take it from here. Looking at the phantom demon's unawareness, Ling Qingyao gave an awe-inspiring smile and raised her ice-blue longsword high. A throbbing lightning arc climbed up the azure sword along Ling Qingyao's palm. Crackle! This thunder carried a sense of danger that made one's hair stand on end. The moisture molecules in the air all carried a tingling sensation as a result. To decapitate the phantom demon, not to kill it to the bone. Ling Qingyao attempted to stiffen their bodies and subsequently decapitated them one by one. The thunder sword technique was the best choice. ZZ. The throbbing sound of thunderous calls spread, and the charming demons on the riverbank noticed the abnormality. Watch out! Someone is trying to kill us, and this little guy is human bait. Damn it, let go, I'm taking the little one. It's a human woman, who quickly transforms men to charm them. I'll. Several phantom demons had their hands full and were screaming, but no one was willing to let go of Qilin. Just then. Phew! A sword light laced with thunder and lightning slashed over harshly. At the critical moment, Qilin jumped out of the embrace of a charming demon, entered the river in her horrified sight, and fled behind a large rock. Only a rumble was heard. Tingling thunder exploded in the middle of the phantom demon group, forming a picture of purple thunder arcs. The surrounding trees were entwined with a layer of electric arcs, wisps of mist rose up, and a white fog suddenly filled the area around the battlefield. The Maya's bodies stiffened and stayed in place, one by one, their bodies exploded, their once stunningly beautiful faces disappeared, leaving only a set of dark, ugly cheeks. Phantom demons do not have human characteristics themselves, except that over a long period of evolution, they have transformed towards humans. At this time the May demon reveals its original form, collapsed nose, narrow eyes, and that fat body, and before the same model is not at all related. Qilin's stomach churned as he looked at the phantom demons whose appearance had changed drastically. Mom's been lied to. These phantom demons, they're all ugly. Originally, he had felt a little guilty that he had taken advantage of the chimera, but now he felt like he was the one being taken advantage of. At this point, the sound of treading water came from the side. Ling Qingyao walked up the shore and came next to Qilin. Didn't you kill them all? Why do you still look happy? Looking at Qilin's little face darkening, Ling Qingyao was a bit strange. Unhappy is right. Who can be happy when a big sister turns into a pig dragon lady? Qilin could not speak of his bitterness, and the depression in his heart turned into a long sigh. Go on, shoveler, gather all this up and let's get ready to hit the road. Aha! Ling Qingyao nodded and took her longsword to mop up one by one. But just at the moment when Ling Qingyao was walking towards the May demon's corpse, the mutation was sudden. Rustling. A sound of a flame burning came from between the jungle, a burst of high temperature that came from behind Ling Qingyao. Turn around. Only to see a white flame in the shape of a long sword instantly stabbing over. Someone. Surprise surfaced in the bottom of Ling Qingyao's eyes, and if she wanted to raise her sword to block, it was already too late. Shoveler, look out. Qilin vocalized a reminder, sensing a strong aura from the white flames. Seriousness was written all over that little face as he raised his claws, wanting to use the mountain river seal to suppress this flame attack. But at this point, the angle of the flames changed, instantly hitting the phantom demon group, exploding inside the phantom shake group in a cloud of white fire that was as bright as the blazing sun. The white blazing sun rose on the shore, and both Ling Qingyao and Qi Lin's figures were covered by the light. What a horrible blow! Ling Qingyao squinted her eyes slightly and couldn't help but be surprised as she looked at the phantom demon's corpse that was dissolving in the firelight. But Qi Lin was in a hurry. Darn it, our charming demons are all scourged by this guy. Who the hell is it? Why are your hands so cheap? A few moments passed. The location where this chimera demons were located was burned out into a deep, bottomless pit. The soil, however, did not diffuse a burst of high temperature, but instead sent a burst of cold air, condensing a layer of frost on the ground. The burning power is amazing, yet it gives the impression of a very low temperature. I'm afraid this is another mysterious flame. Ling Qingyao had seen Wu Qianqian's green lotus earthly heart flame, and when she saw this, she couldn't help but frown deeply. Is the visitor a foe or a friend? He turned, his eyes searching the opposite bank of the river. Only a figure clad in military uniform and wearing an officer's cap slowly stepped out of the shadows of the forest. It was a young man, 5 or 6 years older than young. Scared me, luckily you guys are fine. Xiao Shang had a delighted smile on his face. It seemed to have struck out for the good of Ling Qingyao and the others. Introduce yourself, I'm Xiao Shang from the Yendi Palace, can you get acquainted? Xiao Shang slowly stepped out of the shadows, followed by a single soldier and a white-haired, robed old man whose strength could not be seen. Hearing that it was Yendi Palace, Ling Qingyao's eyes chilled. The visitor was surprisingly still the force of that arch-rival of the teachers. This not only harmed her good deed, but there was also an old grudge from Ms. Lu Ruoyan. New grudges and old grudges together. Not one of them will get away. Ling Qingyao raised the longsword in her hand and was ready to strike. But at this point... Wait a minute, shoveler. Qi Lin voiced out a reminder, this is a piece of illusion, that old man of our opponent is an illusionist, we have stepped into the opposite side of the illusionist realm. The other side is guiding us into their teleportation formation. Golden light rose from Qi Lin's eyes as his gaze locked onto the old man inside the group. In his eyes, the old man exuded a purple phantom light, and held a positive disc in his right hand, forming a 5-star pentagram formation similar to a teleportation formation at their feet. Whoever you are, dare to play illusion in front of me. Just let you feel the pressure from a mythical creature. Qi Lin jumped on the ground, his small face grim, his eyes blossoming with a streak of golden light that pushed straight into the old man's eyes. Buzz. The illusionary world rippled. Ha! A pressure like that of a mountain was born out of thin air on the white-haired old man's shoulders, pressuring his figure to stagger for a while. His pale eyes narrowed slightly to a slit, an unbelievable look in his eyes. Someone recognized my illusions and attacked me with an illusion casting pressure? How is that possible? Besides the young master, there was only that yellow-haired girl present. He's not even at the 3rd level, how can he recognize my illusion? No, it must be an illusion. How dare a small trick stand in front of the old man and show off? The old man's hands lifted, an illusionary violet light blossomed in his pale hands. But the next moment, like a car stalling, the phantom light in his hand was suppressed by an invisible force. No matter how much illusionary power it released, it would be suppressed by this invisible pressure. It was as if an abyssal beast was hiding beside him, waiting for the moment when his energy ran out to devour it in one gulp. Seeing this, the old man's pupils contracted into pinpoints, his face full of incredulity. No! Someone definitely recognized my illusion. Chapter 94, Breaking the Situation Easily. She was acting? No. Someone definitely recognized my illusion. Elder Bai's heart was wildly shaken, he was a 4th-order perfection illusionist master. Even in the Yendi Palace, where there were many experts, he was considered to be a minor celebrity. Because he mastered a handful of out-of-this-world illusions. Thus, even though he had been secluded in the Yen Emperor Palace for many years, rumors of his formation illusionary monarch were still circulating in the outside world. At this moment, however, he realized that even if he exerted all of his means, he would not be able to surpass the unknown enemy in terms of illusions. This time, someone had actually completely crushed him in the illusion technique. Is that her? Elder Bai looked at Ling Qingyao incredulously, feeling a surge of pressure. At this time, across the riverbank, Qi Lin was also shaking and sizing up the white-bearded old man. Good level of illusionism. But it was a pity that he had the water moon mirror flower, as well as the Kirin golden pupil. The ability to change the subject to be able to manifest into any illusion is simply a universal tool for illusionists. The Qilin golden pupil was immune to all illusions and could recognize the disguise of any illusionist. In just a few minutes, Qilin thought of how to crack the current situation. Seeing that the old man's strength should be around the 4th rank. Trying to force a breakthrough was very time-consuming. Not to mention not knowing the opponent's bottom line. The only way to do this is to trick the other side into thinking that Shoveler has been tricked by confusing them with an illusion. That is what will solve the current dilemma. Shoveler, on my command later, you pretend to walk over there with your sword and stab when I tell you to. Qilin communicated with Ling Qingyao through the contract. No problem. Ling Qingyao nodded her head. Afterwards, Qilin began to disguise himself in Ling Qingyao, utilizing his illusionary body to suppress the white-bearded old man, creating the illusion that they were in trouble. Elder Bai, you don't seem to be looking too good? Xiao Shang looked at the silent Elder Bai on the side and realized that the expression on the latter's face seemed to be a bit grave. Is it hard to believe that this girl's hands, there are still some mysterious means? Xiao Shang frowned as he looked at Ling Qingyao, who was in the illusionary realm. Her eyes had lost their highlights and she seemed to be trapped in the illusionary realm. It was hard to believe that the martial war god had given her some kind of protective treasure. But it's not right. Elder Bai was a top master in the field of illusions and was extremely gifted in illusions. If he wasn't lacking in cultivation, he could definitely be a giant. Moreover, it also had the claimed means of being able to break all illusionary defenses, so how could it let this girl break free so easily? Elder Bai, there won't be any accidents, right? Xiao Shang asked. The look on Wen Yanbai's old face was imperceptibly consistent as he smiled and waved his hand. What can happen if the old man steps in? Don't worry, young master, everything is under control. Then let's labor Shiraoi, this maiden is brought into my teleportation array. Xiao Shang had a sinister smile on his face. Although it couldn't do anything directly to Ling Qingyao. But by taking her away from this mountain forest, a seed called the Tree of Love can be planted in her heart. It's the thing that controls a woman's heart the most. As long as there was a certain amount of time to grow, Xiao Shang thought that he could definitely master Ling Qingyao. If one has the daughter of the martial war god as a backstage, one's status in the Yan Emperor Palace will skyrocket, and it's not impossible to even prompt the two forces to befriend each other. Xiao Shang was thinking of a beautiful blueprint in his mind. Turning his head, he watched as Elder Bai performed his tricks. Only to see Elder Bai pinching the spell with one hand and rubbing his right hand on the array disc for a while. The movements are clean and majestic, all in one go. Elder Bai sternly chided, soul regeneration formation. Activate. The surrounding soldiers looked at Elder Bai with adoring eyes. Sometimes it was a pleasure to watch a strong person perform his skills. As Elder Bai stopped moving his hands, his voice echoed through the valley. The pentagram formation lit up with a piercing purple light and began to shake violently. Worthy of being Elder Bai, this formation tactic is just brilliant. Xiao Shang couldn't read it, but was greatly shocked. But just the next moment. Click. The pentagram array was like glass with a crack shattering out from the center. Brilliant golden light shone out from the crack. Next moment. Only to see the original purple pentagram formation instantly crumble into a little bit of purple light, turning into points of light and dissipating into the void. This bizarre scene directly confused the crowd. This. The crowd was stunned. How to give back the whole array is gone. The master deserves to be a master, you know if he has it or not when he takes the shot. It looks like there is no formation, but in reality it is the master who has long ago placed the formation in a place where we cannot see it. I see, I thought the master had made a mistake. Yeah, look at that maiden coming up with her sword, it really works, huh? A group of soldiers affiliated with the Yen D Palace revealed as kissing smiles. This. At this point, Elder Bai couldn't tell whether he had succeeded or failed, so he could only nod his head stiffly. Illusion is a profound discipline. Wouldn't it be too simple if you juniors were to understand it? That earned another round of applause. Only to see Ling Qingyao getting closer and closer, the long sword in her hand unconsciously dropping as she walked beside Elder Bai in a matter of moments. Elder Bai quickly catalyzed the teleportation formation. The excitement in Xiao Shang's eyes grew more and more fervent, realizing that this young girl was even more perfect than Hu Ling's figure. The looks are definitely a one-of-a-kind presence. No problem, young master. Elder Bai nodded, and the array disc in his hand operated quietly. But just then, only an icy, childish voice rang out, "Shoveler, now." Hearing that voice, Byold and the others were bewildered for a moment. Who's talking? Next moment. Put. Ling Qingyao, whose pupils were originally godless, raised her longsword and stabbed into Elder Bai's body, scarlet fireworks blooming from his back. You, not in an illusion. Elder Bai looked at Ling Qingyao in horror. He was unprepared and was directly pierced through the heart by this sword. How could he not believe that Ling Qingyao, who had been manipulative before, was only accompanying him in his play? You brought this on yourselves. Ling Qingyao's eyes were as bitter as a knife as she pulled out her long sword, bringing out a cupping of warm blood. Elder Bai's body slammed heavily on the ground, blood wetting the ground. When the crowd saw this scene, their pupils contracted violently. A fourth-ranked veteran powerhouse died just like that? A young girl of 15 or 16 stabbed her sword through the heart. Is that possible? Could it be that this young girl was just accompanying them in a play just now? Chapter 95 Yen D Palace's experts arrive. Lilith escorted. No, can someone tell me for a moment, what exactly just happened? Xiao Shang looked at Bai Lao, who had fallen into a pool of blood, with an unbelievable expression. Reaching down, he removed his officer's cap, and didn't even seem to have returned to his senses. What can happen? A few people around you looked at me and I looked at you and looked at each other. Who knows? A fourth-ranked powerhouse said dead, or killed by a little girl. Saying it out, the Yen D Palace would be laughed at. The more Xiao Shang thought about it, the more angry he became, and in a few minutes, Bai Lao's corpse would be cold. Woman, do you realize? What have you done? Xiao Shang looked at Ling Qingyao viciously. Elder White has been under his father's name for over a decade. He has made countless battle achievements, and is the best within the older generation of illusion masters. We dare to kill all of our Yen D Palace's meritorious ministers. I think you've been brainwashed by the Abyssal Order and have fallen into the role of an evil traitor. In spite of standing his ground, he still doesn't forget to label himself in the camp of the righteous. It seems that as long as he stands on the moral high ground, he has no psychological burden. If everyone in the Yen D Palace is like you, it's really a nest of snakes and rats. Ling Qingyao looked at Xiao Shang coldly, the long sword in her hand still dripping with blood. Qilin Chun was on Ling Qingyao's head, his eyes gleaming as he surveyed Xiao Shang. Holy, this guy has a lot of treasures on him. The golden light looks like a good treasure. This wilderness is perfect for killing people. A nest of snakes and rats? Xiao Shang smiled coldly as an angry expression appeared on his face. Even if your mother, the martial god of war, were to come, she wouldn't dare to denigrate our Yen Emperor Palace like this. Just don't think that we won't dare to make a move just because of your noble status. But don't forget, this place is the middle of nowhere, and no one is watching your every move. A cold gaze was revealed in the eyes of the enemy, vaguely surrounding Ling Qingyao. A solemn atmosphere permeated amongst the crowd. Xiao Shang took out a treasure stove similar to an incense burner in his hand. Once I release this boundary, even if you scream your throat out, no one will come over. Not even the satellites for military maneuvers can detect this place. Will you come with us obediently, or will you let me beat you into submission? Xiao Shang did not hide the aura on his body, and a violent whirlwind rose from around him, blowing in all directions. Withered branches and fallen leaves were blown around wildly. Ling Qingyao resisted the gusts of wind that came her way with one hand, her eyes flushed with gravity. Late Third Order. I didn't expect this dude to be so strong. Ling Qingyao gripped the hilt of the sword in her hand, feeling a pressure from the other party. Qilin noticed Ling Qingyao's slightly tensed muscles, a small face showing a leaping expression. Shoveler, what are you nervous about? Isn't it just a late third order? Who isn't still a third rank? Qilin had just upgraded to level 23 and stepped into the level of a third order professional. This time, this opponent was just the right place to test the power of manipulating the mountain river seal under the strength of the third rank. Thinking this way, Qilin's eyes chilled as he aimed his pink and tender little claws at Xiao Shang in front of him. Buzz off! Qilin summoned a small golden seal and quickly flew up into the sky. It grew faster and faster in flight, and its size gradually changed from less than the size of a palm to a huge golden seal that covered the entire valley. The pressure that belonged solely to the mountain river seal was like a huge mountain, suppressing Xiao Shang and the others on their shoulders. Their minds were instantly down, full of thoughts that were so disorganized and jumbled that they couldn't get to the point, but they were looking around like a headless fly. Xiao Shang's eyes were blank as he mumbled, "Seize the throne, I must become the next master of the Yen Emperor Palace." Seeing this, Qilin raised his small paw and prepared to press down heavily. The mountain river seal also slowly descended from the middle of the sky, and a large shadow covered the mountains and forests, and at the same time, it also covered the crowd that was locked by the mountain river seal, suppressing all the fear in their hearts. All that was left was begging for mercy and all sorts of jumbled thoughts. Shilin, are you going to kill them? Ling Qingyao's eyes flared with hesitation as she coldly gazed at Xiao Shang and the group of soldiers. It didn't matter if he killed or not, but the consequences of killing, Ling Qingyao felt the need to consider. After all, it was someone from the Yen-Di Palace, so after killing them, they had to be dealt with cleanly, or else there would be a lot of trouble in the future. Afraid of what? Shilin looked at Ling Qingyao speechlessly and pointed at the dense forest and dim sky around him. With the density of the forest, can this guy get his message across? Moreover, it would be good to have a body found in the middle of nowhere like this. Most of the ferocious beasts can be carnivorous. You were right before, decapitating right here on you guys is the best time. Shilin's small face lit up with a bitter coldness like a knife. But just then. If you want to kill me, you're not that easy. Xiao Shang gritted his teeth, determination showing in his eyes. Only to see him take out a teleportation jade talisman from his pocket. Reverse direction teleportation talisman. As long as he crushed the teleportation talisman on it, no matter where the other party was, as long as he was in a range of 20 kilometers, he would be able to instantly teleport to Xiao Shang's side. Just a click. The teleportation talisman in his hand turned into powder and drifted away with the wind. Immediately afterward, a lanky brown figure appeared beside him. This figure exuded a strong aura, even dozens of times stronger than the fourth-ranked old man from before. He carried a long sword, the sword's huge rise squeezing the practice uniform into a bulge. He seemed to have just finished training not long ago, and he hadn't even changed out of his practice clothes yet when he was summoned by Xiao Shang. As they watched this scene, Ling Qingyao and Shilin's faces flushed with gravity. In a moment of inattention, he had allowed this guy to take out a teleportation jade talisman. Dumbfounded, do you really think I only have one outside man? Xiao Shang smiled triumphantly, his figure hiding amongst the soldiers, shilling the one carrying the long sword in front of him. This young master is traveling, but my father has equipped me with 2 external helpers. When I give the order, you can only die. The expression on his face was extremely able to see Ling Qingyao's current dilemma. I'm sure her mother didn't set her up with much outside help when she let her come out to practice, did she? A 5th-ranked powerhouse was invited by you to act as an external aid. Have your guts been swallowed by a bear? Shilin skimmed his lips. Besides, who wouldn't hire foreign aid? At his own command, the Seal King-level fighters immediately came over. Shilin, what do we do next? Ling Qingyao's eyes were filled with worry. Don't panic, I'll get Lilith to escort us, she should be able to handle this guy. Shilin squatted on Ling Qingyao's shoulder, and his little finger began to gesture. An azure water mirror slowly floated to Shilin's side. The conversation between the two of them was heard by Xiao Shang, who immediately laughed his head off. You two also want to hire foreign aid? Do you really think this is a place where just anyone can come? Xiao Shang sneered in his heart. Without his status as a major, how could he have allowed the arrival of this 5th-order powerhouse beside him? Xiao Shang decided in his heart that Ling Qingyao was definitely bluffing. Chapter 96, Lilith manifests her sainthood before people. A king-level powerhouse is your hand. Do you really think that just anyone can enter this area? Xiao Shang smiled calmly, his eyes carrying the downward gaze of a superior. At that moment, a soldier beside him holding a computer spoke up. Young master, we've found it. This young girl's identity is not the daughter of the martial battle god, but an ordinary student of the magic capital university, from a small place, named Ling Qingyao. Xiao Shang was slightly surprised and came over to the computer to look at it. It was found that the information on it was indeed not Wu Qianxian. This woman is not the daughter of the god of martial war? Then how did she wipe out the Ice Falcons? On the computer screen, Nian Ling Qingyao's information was extremely obvious and detailed. Xiao Shang also saw Ling Qingyao's high school information. In a hurried glance, he saw Ling Qingyao's homeroom teacher. Lu Ruoyan? This person is not the emperor's. Xiao Shang's eyes changed slightly, recalling a secret item. The humiliation that the emperor had suffered at that time was so deeply taboo that everyone in the Yen Emperor Palace didn't dare to mention it easily. But thinking like this, Xiao Shang understood why Ling Qingyao had directly moved to kill old Bai. So you're that stupid woman's disciple, no wonder you reacted so strongly when you heard about our Yen-Di Palace. Seeing as you don't have the identity of the daughter of the martial war god, then even if I behead you here, no one would dare to say anything against me. Xiao Shang's eyes revealed an extremely cold killing intent as he stared straight at Ling Qingyao. The Yen-Di Palace is really overbearing, wanting to use the teleportation array at the drop of a hat. No wonder teacher hates it. Ling Qingyao frowned, and her hand, which was holding the ice-glazed sword, snapped. Ms. Ruoyan knew her well, and in fact was more like a mother and daughter to her. She won't allow anyone to talk about her teacher. Crackle. Purple thunder arcs danced on the blade, and the entire longsword seemed to transform into a blade of thunder, blooming with piercing purple light. At the same time, a roar similar to that of an engine starting resounded in Lin Qingyao's body. This girl is going to get real. Seeing this, Qilin was instantly anxious. Shoveler, you should stabilize first, the opponent is very strong, even if I have a shield, I can't guard it. When Lilith arrives, we'll be able to win easily, it's completely unwise to do it now. Qilin's two small hands grabbed Lin Qingyao's hair and yanked it back hard. Must be calm. Got it, got it. Ouch, let go of your hair, you're yanking it out. Being tugged by Qilin like this, the coldness on Lin Qingyao's face gradually dissipated, and the ice-glazed sword was gradually put down. As they watched the one man and one beast scuffle, cold smiles spread across the faces of the surrounding people. Dead in the water and still heckling. It seems that killing Elder by before made them think they had the strength to fight against the Yin Emperor Palace? Elder Mad Sword, it's better for you to do it yourself. As an officer, it's hard for me to lay my hands on a Donghuang people. Xiao Shang told barefaced lies with a false smile on his face. Young lord, it's not our Yin Emperor Palace's style of action to be scornful of a weak woman at the late third stage. Berserker slowly drew the long sword of equal height from his back, a faint smile on his face. Elder Mad Sword, that's true, but I'm counting on you this time. Xiao Shang smiled. Madblade nodded and slammed his pestle and hilt so hard the ground shook. Rustling. A section of piercing purple demonic fire rose up in his palm, spreading along the hilt of the long blade throughout its entire body. The space around them all rapidly fluctuated as a result, like glass cracks, with hints of black light seeping out from within. The attack involves the void. Exclusive to 5th Order powerhouses. Lin Qingyao's eyes stared at this move. This ability to cut through the void represented that one's memories had reached the level of a grandmaster, able to hearth and influence the space around them. Oh, now you know you're afraid? Elder Mad Sword is a 5th-ranked powerhouse, his sword technique is out of this world, your external aid wouldn't be one of your 3rd-ranked seniors or sisters, that would really be a joke. A touch of mockery surfaced on Xiao Shang's face. Well little girl, my knife is quick and I'll try not to make you feel any pain. Berserk Sword carried the green dragon long sword and walked towards Ling Qingyao step by step. Ling Qingyao and Qilin were locked in a stern killing chance. This killing intent. Ling Qingyao's pretty face was filled with gravity, only to feel coldness all over her body, as if she was being stared at by a prehistoric dragon. In the face of absolute rank, no amount of tactics seemed to be of any use. Qilin lay on top of Lin Qingyao's head and slowly raised his head. Such an opponent was already at the absolute upper echelons of humanity, and one step higher could become an overlord-level existence. But sadly, one has a gold medalist hitter from the abyss. Now it's time for her to come too. Qilin moved his eyes and looked at the darkening sky. A stretch of dark clouds was blown by the breeze, obscuring the blue sky and the blazing sun. It's as if someone deliberately changed the weather in this place in order to obscure satellite surveillance. And at that point, only to see a speeding blood-red mist appearing in the mountains and forests under the dark clouds, the speed was as fast as lightning. When used well, the band can even be used as a contract. Looking at the blood-colored mist that sped towards him, the corner of Qilin's mouth hooked slightly. Is that Lilith? It's so fast, it feels like he's coming into us with such a positive attitude. Ling Qingyao was originally a bit worried about whether Lilith would show up or not, but seeing this scene, all her doubts were dispelled. In its place was intense curiosity. Not long after, the red mist that Lilith had transformed into appeared behind Xiao Shang and the others. Lilith's extremely angry and repressed face could even be seen through the mist. A few idiots? How dare you? How dare you make a move against your holiness? Lilith's extremely angry voice echoed through the mountains, ethereal as a valley. At the same time, a blood-red boundary enveloped a 500-meter radius. The surrounding forest environment took on a blood-red filter. The water flowing in the creek was like blood water, scarlet and sticky, emitting a gust of black gas. What the hell? Xiao Shang turned around violently and saw a hideous ghost-like face. The terrifying pressure he felt from inside that blood-colored mist made his legs stop trembling. It's not right, it's very wrong. Was this guy really Ling Qingyao's reinforcements? Why does it feel like a bit of a bluff? Xiao Shang looked at the wild blade on the side with a grave expression on his face and inquired, Elder Wild Blade, this kind of carving skill shouldn't be any pressure for you, right? There were no more than 1,000 fifth-order powerhouses in the entire Magic City. If you do a ranking of these 1,000 people, then Mad Sword is good enough to be in the top 100. Xiao Shang thought that even though Ling Qingyao's helpers looked intimidating, it was probably because of his low realm that he felt scared. However, hearing Xiao Shang's words, Mad Blade looked at the visitor with an expressionless face. Those weathered eyes narrowed slightly. This person's true strength was so great that even he couldn't see it. Could it be that there's a magic treasure to hide your breath? It's just a bluff, let's see me break it. The Berserk Sword lived up to its name as the Berserk Sword, looking at Lilith as she directly raised her green dragon long sword and rushed over at a fast pace. Suddenly, a throb came from his heart, causing his pupils to shrink slightly. Is this the body's instinctive warning of danger? Just a little brat playing with a sword, how dare you take a shot at this king, I think you're impatient with life. Lilith's delicate figure appeared in front of Ling Qingyao. The king-level pressure was released with a roar. The destructive pressure transformed into a sky of blood mist, quickly wrapping the figure of the Mad Blade. His sturdy body melted away in the mist of blood, a crater surfacing on the surface of his muscles, and his complexion paling to the naked eye. Feeling Lilith's terror firsthand, an earthquake struck in the heart of the Mad Blade. This woman was actually a Seal King-level powerhouse. A king-level powerhouse, but this girl's helper? Chapter 97, Lilith, Your Holiness, you smell good. Wildblade's eyes rippled violently as he realized Lilith's realm. It wavers between running away and fighting. But he suddenly perceived that the realm Lilith displayed was not as destructive as the king level. On the contrary, Lilith only had a king-level pressure and no king-level realm. Can it be that this person was once a king-level powerhouse, only that he was severely injured and his strength wasn't at the king-level level? As Berserk Sword pondered, his green dragon longsword pestled the ground, and his body directly stormed out into the blood mist, flying down beside Xiao Shang and the others. Young Master Xiao, this person's strength is not bad. As soon as Berserker ripped off the corroded practicing clothes from his body, his eyes gruffly said to Xiao Shang. Not bad strength? Xiao Shang frowned slightly, it really wasn't bad, or was it that the Mad Sword wasn't willing to make a move? He couldn't see why, so he could only wait and see for the time being and said, then is Senior Mad Blade certain? Unsurprisingly, it should be 50-50. Berserker nodded as he gazed in thought for a while. 50-50? It seems a bit up in the air. Xiao Shang nodded and hesitated to leave. At this point, Lilith also came beside Ling Qingyao, looking at Qilin with a face full of anxiety as she asked, Your Holiness, are you alright? What, are you happy that nothing happened to me? Qilin shook the fur on his body breathlessly and looked at Lilith and said unhappily, It came too slowly this time. Okay, I'll be quicker next time. Lilith had a beautiful smile of reparation, but the corners of her mouth twitched slightly as she rolled her eyes subtly. What's too slow? She had even used her innate power to catch up. Where was she slow? From the moment she first received the news from Qilin, she had rushed here with all her might. It was only because Qilin said that he had a 5th-ranked powerhouse here, and if he died, that soul prohibition would automatically detonate. It was enough to make Lilith break out in a sweat. 5th-order powerhouse. A casual strike would be able to go straight through space and decapitate Qilin with a single slash. She was afraid that on the way here, the ban in her head would simply explode and she would pass away on the spot. But luckily, it was not too late. Lilith, even though our positions are different, it's thanks to your help this time. Ling Qingyao said to Lilith with an expressionless face. Wherever, as long as I can save your holiness, it doesn't matter if I'm allowed to go down to the 18th floor of the abyss. Lilith revealed a smile as bright as the sun, stretching out her white jade hand and hugging Qilin into her arms. The next battle is very treacherous, your holiness should still leave it to me for protection. Well. She was doing it for Qilin's safety, so Ling Qingyao couldn't say anything but agree. Zirin was hidden in the murder weapon by Lilith. That big thing, even Ling Qingyao was ashamed of herself. Ouch. Zirin emerged from the crevice and could feel Lilith's slightly cool body heat. The place is good, it's just a little cold. Lilith, this time you appear to us, then none of them can be let go. Your Holiness, such a request is a bit difficult. Lilith laughed helplessly, her jade finger pointing at the Mad Sword. Because that berserker is a 5th-ranked professional, I can't stop him if he forcibly breaks through the boundary. Like this? Then you should know how to use a sword, right? Shilin's little head pecked lightly and inquired about Lilith. Not to mention swords, any of your human weapons can be transformed into reasonable combat power in our hands. Lilith said with extreme confidence. That's good. Shilin nodded and raised his small paw, giving it a gentle wave. Thud. 3 or 4 abyssal swords bubbling with black gas surfaced in the surrounding void. These swords all came from Lilith's treasure trove. It took time to purify the unknown, and Shilin had no choice but to keep these. Now it's just the right time to take it to Lilith. As soon as she saw these abyssal swords, Lilith's eyes lit up. These are all the treasures I snatched, but it looks like they have some additional effects? Well, you can directly break through the void with it. Shilin explained. Hearing this, Lilith's eyes lit up and her bright eyes looked at Shilin. Breaking through the void, attacking to break through the void was understandable, but if one wanted to use an object to break through the void, the energy and price paid would be much more. Yet Shilin said that these abyssal swords were enough to break through the void? I don't know if he's overconfident or not. Forget it. Whatever. Take one if you can. A wry smile appeared on Lilith's face, and with a wave of her palm, she shot out 4 lines of blood into the 4 abyssal swords. Watch out. The other side is going to make a move. Mad Blade's eyes flinched when he saw this, from within these abyssal swords, but he felt Lilith's current realm. Sure enough, it's not king level. Only this deep black gas. That's the abyss. Dog's guts. Ling Qingyao. You're actually from the Abyssal Order. Xiao Shang also felt the abyssal aura from Lilith. This strong and unsettling radiation, wherever it was, made the professional feel disgusted from the bottom of his heart. But with the intensity of this ominous radiation, it was as if it was a walking source of infection. What a terrifyingly unsettling aura. Has this person been completely reduced to an abyssal apostle? No, even the abyssal apostles don't have this quality of radiation. I've seen images of decapitated abyssal apostles with my own eyes. Then you guys say, is it possible that this woman is not a human powerhouse, but a creature of the abyss? All of the people present were from the Yendi Palace, and their own insights were broader than those of ordinary professionals. Almost as soon as Lilith made her move, she guessed this possibility, and the crowd instantly fell into a stony atmosphere. What a traitor who colludes with the Abyssal Order! Xiao Shang laughed coldly and said respectfully to the berserkers, elder berserkers, the Abyssal Order, everyone will be executed. I'll leave this person to you. I'll do my best. Mad Knife nodded. The long green dragon sword spun around in his hand and rushed out at a quick pace. Shoo shoo shoo. Several sharp abyssal swords that turned into black light stabbed towards him. Without dodging or dodging, Mad Sword lifted the long green dragon blade in his hand and slashed out. A terrifying killing god silhouette emerged behind him. That virtual shadow similarly held up a 10-meter long green-colored sword and forcefully slashed out a vast green-colored dragon python. The swordsman is the master of killing, symbolizing invincible aggression. Taste the blade technique. I've comprehended myself, the Mad Dragon Blade Decree. The Mad Blade said coldly and slashed straight down at Lilith. The Abyssal Treasure Sword greeted the green dragon python shadow, and immediately, violent energy ripples rubbed out in the void. The two sides were locked in a tug of war, and from the point of view of force, it was the Mad Blade that was superior. The green-colored dragon python pressed down on the Abyssal Treasure Sword as it continued to fall towards the ground. Can't really pin you down. Lilith's eyes went cold as she prepared to cast her innate divine ability to engage in a sneak attack. But that would likely give them a chance to escape. But Shilin said that none of them should be let go, which made her a little hesitant. But just then. Don't hesitate, use the Abyssal Sword to go straight to the top. Shilin's voice came from her chest. I'm not majoring in sword Dao, it's not strong enough. Lilith frowned slightly. Thought Shilin, the little guy, was going to teach her how to do things. Don't you blame me if you let them get away like that? Cut the crap and hurry up. At that, Lilith had to go in hard, reaching out her arm and pushing hard. It was only in the past few days that she had recovered to the strength of a beginner at the 5th rank, and she was slightly weak against someone as strong as the Mad Sword. But Shilin all said it doesn't matter, then. Kill it. This Abyssal Treasure Sword met the green-colored dragon python as it weaved upwards. Suddenly, the Abyssal Treasure Sword traveled into the void, and at that moment, it kept appearing to have arrived in front of the Mad Sword's body. What? Looking at the abyssal treasure sword in front of him with its black aura, Mad Blade's pupils shrunk. There was no time to react before sword after sword pierced through his body. Put! Several bloody holes out of the mouth of a bowl appeared in various parts of his torso. The wound was still covered in a gust of black gas. Berserker looked down at the hideous bloody hole above his chest, his face full of incredulity. Weaving through the void, it even cut through the space occupied by the Mad Dragon Blade decree. How is this possible? Accompanying this thought, the Mad Blade's body collapsed helplessly to the ground, blood splattering on the pale cheeks of Xiao Shang and the others. A generation of fifth-order powerhouses disappeared forever in the Blue Star world. My good holiness, this space cutting of yours is too good. Lilith was still a bit incredulous as she watched her sword win. Qilin still has such a trick up his sleeve. If used as a killer weapon, it can take lives unexpectedly in the middle of a fight. It really smelled too good for His Holiness Qilin to have this kind of ability. Chapter 98, Beheading the Yen Emperor Palace. Broken Space Ring. Your Holiness still has this ability, you really do smell too good. No wonder that little girl spoiled you to the skies, I thought you were just good looking, I didn't realize you had such a wealth of abilities. Lilith spoke with a happy face, trapped in a copy of the Heavenly Pale for over 500 years. She didn't expect to meet a mysterious beast like Qilin as soon as she returned. Though she was temporarily reduced to a part-time bodyguard for the other party's thugs. But it must be said that Qilin himself is still very good. You're not bad either, the proficiency in manipulating the abyssal sword is really not bad, much better than Shoveler. Qilin emerged, his small face as flat as water. Not feeling the slightest bit excited by Lilith's praise. Hey, I'm still around. Ling Qingyao looked at Qilin with a displeased expression, her little face was a bit puffed up. What do you mean she's not as good as Lilith? What is she, a tool? Come on, Shoveler, I'm just kidding. Qilin smiled slightly, in terms of long-term development, it was still Ling Qingyao who had more potential. That's why it's better not to offend the Shoveler. Qilin turned his head to look at the pale Xiao Shang and smiled coldly, now that business is important, it's time to think about what to do with these Yen D Palace people. Is it kill, or kill, or kill? In a childish voice, Qilin spoke, words that made one's scalp go numb. There's not a single way to live. Xiao Shang wiped away the blood on his face and looked at the ground where the Mad Blade had become a cold corpse, his eyes glowing like a trapped beast. A little girl born in Green Mountain Town was able to instruct a fifth-order powerhouse. And there's this little white dog that speaks human, but doesn't smell human at all. Sure enough, it's the demons of the Abyssal Order. Hee, do you guys think that killing me will put your minds at ease? Xiao Shang laughed coldly. To tell you the truth, I have a special prohibition from the Yen Emperor Palace, if you kill me, the Yen Emperor Palace will send this video back. When the time comes, don't even think about any of you, even if it's the Abyssal Order, my father will help me take revenge. Have you thought this through and really dare to kill me? Xiao Shang's eyes were awe-inspiring as he spoke viciously, and at this moment, he completely dropped all his distractions. Trying to make a life for himself with the presence of the Underai Kung Fu. The surrounding soldiers responded by threatening Qilin and Ling Qingyao. Our Yen D Palace is the top power of the Dongwang Ancient Kingdom, so if you kill the young master, you'll be waiting to die. Ling Qingyao, even though you're from the Abyssal Order, you don't want to be the target of the Yen Emperor Palace's pursuit, do you? That's right, give us a way out and we can let you go, then the sky will be high enough for the birds to fly, the sea will be wide enough for the fish to leap, wherever you want to go, no one will care. The crowd used both soft and hard tactics to try and convince Ling Qingyao. However, how could Ling Qingyao agree so easily? So there's a prohibition hidden in your bodies. But it's very unfortunate that my Qilin is a natural ban-breaking expert. Ling Qingyao smiled faintly. However, Qilin shook his head. Why do we need to break these prohibitions? Ling Qingyao and Lilith both exuded puzzled looks. Didn't Xiao Shang say that if he killed him, he would be summoned back to the Yen Emperor Palace? By then all their portraits would be known to the Yen D Palace. It shouldn't be a lie or they wouldn't be so convinced. Your little white dog, but think it over, kill me and you'll be hunted for the rest of your life. Xiao Shang coldly said. Qilin, think clearly, the Yen Emperor Palace is not something we can mess with right now. Ling Qingyao reached out and hugged Qilin, saying to him seriously. Take it easy, Shoveler. Qilin smiled slightly, his little paw pointing to Lilith on the side. Didn't this man just say that the image of killing him would be sent back, so let Lilith capture them alive and then hide and kill the hide, won't that be fine? Hey, that's also right-o. Ling Qingyao was slightly stunned. It seemed to be the case. Lilith laughed. It's still your holiness who's smart. This guy still wants to use this to threaten us. He's just asking for trouble. Said Lilith had already released a cloud of blood mist that covered Xiao Shang and the others. Blood mist rolled amongst the crowd, and Xiao Shang's entire body was confused. That's not right. The elders of the clan had said that if they met any opponents outside that they couldn't defeat, they would explode the prohibitions on their bodies so that others would throw in the towel. But what's wrong with the script? Fluttering. At that moment, one soldier fell to the ground, and grief was written all over Xiao Shang's face. Damn, is he going to die today? He's not happy about it. But Lilith wouldn't talk nonsense to him, and after the blood mist mesmerized a few people, she directly took them away. The blood-colored boundary in place also gradually disappeared. Ling Qingyao led Qilin to jump into the stream and flowed down the muddy river, swimming out of the star forest to a clear lake downstream. Whoa! In the crystal-clear lake, Ling Qingyao slowly swam to the shore and stepped on the pebbles to the shore. Qilin, is it really okay for us to do this? Don't worry, Lilith knows her place. I'll have him break the ban first and try to confuse the Yen Emperor Palace with his disappearance. Qilin lay in Ling Qingyao's arms, his little paw rubbing the lake water on his face. While rubbing it, he said, Shoveler, what goodies are in that bastard's space ring? Ling Qingyao nodded her head and fished out a few space rings from her bosom. These were the rings that she had gotten from Xiao Shang. The white-haired old man and the mad sword seemed to have destroyed the spatial ring the moment they died, and Ling Qingyao didn't find it at all. Is this perhaps the ruthlessness of the old pros? Let me draw and see. What's the first trophy? Qilin picked up a space ring and casually cracked the mirror on it. Summoned one of the items inside. Snapped. A black stamped envelope fell between the cobblestones. Ha! The letter looks very high class. Seem to have seen it somewhere? Chapter 99 Top Grade Forging Card. Gathering the Blazing Sun Blood Marrow. Qilin looked at the stamped letter that had fallen to the ground, the mountain and river patterns on it slowly outlined into the word 9. It looks like I've seen this logo at the Kyushu Chamber of Commerce. The last time he and Ling Qingyao went to crack the spatial ring, he had seen several colors of this kind of letter, which seemed to be called the Kyushu VIP letter. Shoveler, do you remember this VIP letter? Qilin's two beast claws picked up the letter on the ground and handed it to Ling Qingyao. This seems to be something from the Kyushu Chamber of Commerce. Looking at the deep purple letter, Ling Qingyao pondered for a moment and nodded. Right, didn't we meet last time? This is a VIP letter from the Kyushu Chamber of Commerce, and this purple marking indicates that this person has spent no less than $20 million at the Kyushu Chamber of Commerce. Open it up and see what's inside. Ling Qingyao's eyes glowed with excitement. If she could pick up the pieces, she would save another large amount of expenses. Qilin wasn't much happier. This has already been opened, there's nothing inside. He reached into the opening of the envelope with his little paw and pulled it out. Nothing but a cloud of fresh air was pulled out. Like this. Ling Qingyao was greatly disappointed, her beautiful eyes revealing a look of pity. Unfortunately, she thought she could pick up a bargain, but there was nothing. The Yendi Palace was one of the strongest forces in the East Huang country, and the man was called the Young Lord, so it was obvious that the spatial ring was rich in treasures. Don't worry, wait for me to see if there are any other goodies. Qilin said, taking out one item from his spatial ring. Buzz off! The silver glow of space flickered continuously, and rare contraptions appeared around Qilin's feet. Most of these things are some military theory books and some cocktail books on how to become successful. Among them, the slightly more valuable ones were some cultivation props for third-order professionals, fire spirit grass, and so on. The Yendi Palace technique that Qilin most wanted to obtain was not carried inside. I don't know if it was because they were worried about the gongfu leaking out, or if Xiao Shang was also not qualified to touch the gongfu. Soon, as time passed, one item was taken out. The things stored inside the spatial ring had also bottomed out. Ling Qingyao shook her head sadly, still not finding anything more valuable. Why does it feel like this person is poor? Is he really from the Yendi Palace? Don't be in a hurry. The poorer the inside of the spatial ring is, it means that the things that are often inside are even more precious. When things go wrong, there must be a demon, and Qilin was not in a hurry. Since Xiao Shang was called a young master by the people of the Yendi Palace, his precious items might be in these small objects. Maybe? Seeing how determined Qilin was, Ling Qingyao could only smile politely. But immediately afterward, Qilin took the last few items out from inside his spatial ring. One of the metal cards, which was black in color, caught Kirin's attention. In his gaze, this one inconspicuous metal card was unexpectedly glowing with a purple treasure light. It means that the material used to build this metal card is extremely precious and may have some special value. Qilin seemed to have found the real target in this space ring. That's it. Then what is this? Ling Qingyao asked. I don't know, but... Qilin said in a serious manner, stretching out his little paw and patting Ling Qingyao's coat pocket. I placed an offline version of the Listening Spring treasure app in your cell phone, so if you scan this thing, you should know. Ah, still? Ling Qingyao took out her cell phone and opened the camera. The scan was successful with a drop. The Kyushu Chamber of Commerce Supreme Forge card, a precious card with a total of 100 cards issued over 5 years. Holders of this card can enter the Kyushu Chamber of Commerce to find a 6th-ranked forger to build, upgrade, or repair a rare treasure. The sound of a mechanical female voice deciphering came over the phone. Hearing this, Ling Qingyao gave a slight lurch, and her grip on the phone was a little unsteady. There are only 100 Supreme Forge cards available for 5 years. That averages out to less than 20 a year. The fact that things are rare is a testament to the preciousness of this card. Moreover, the business of forging treasure tools and upgrading them was surprisingly undertaken by a 6th-ranked forger. It's equivalent to having a hegemonic level powerhouse working for you. It's simply a great deal of money. And you've really found a big treasure for your little one. Looking at the metal card in Qilin's hand, Ling Qingyao cried and laughed a little. I just said it was impossible, and now I've been slapped hard by reality. Forge card, in that case, you can take your longsword and level it up as well. Qilin nodded thoughtfully. The harvest this time was not bad, right? The main thing is that this card can't be measured in terms of ordinary value. After all, it was something that was taken and not good to get out of the way, so you had to make the best use of it. You have a point, the ice-glazed sword's performance these days really doesn't make me too satisfied. It would be nice if it could be upgraded a bit. Ling Qingyao looked down at the ice-glazed sword in her hand, an azure-cold ice-glazed dragon wrapped around the hilt. Above the sword, a cold light shimmered, and its sharpness far exceeded that of a normal A-class weapon. The sword was sharp, but it had no other effects. After all, even the Blazing Sun sword and the Zanpakuto sword had special effects. Ling Qingyao shook her head and discussed her next plans with Qilin. As the Phantom Demon Beast group was incinerated by Xiao Shang with a single fire. The Blazing Sun blood marrow was still missing this last bit of fierce beast blood. So Qilin decided to look for some ferocious beasts to decimate in the neighborhood first. Then it was by the lake to create the Blazing Sun blood marrow. Think it and do it. Ling Qingyao took the Qilin and directly utilized the 5 elements ring to manipulate up the soil and wood, building a small, simple mud house out of the dead wood and embryonic soil around the lake. The lakes are in a good environment and the water is clean, which is suitable for making Blazing Sun blood marrow. In the days to come, Ling Qingyao killed the ferocious beasts roaming around the neighborhood while clearing out the items in her spatial ring. For his part, Zirin stayed bored at the side of the house, playing with pebble building blocks. There's no way around it. There's no net in this hole. Nor on Ling Qingyao's cell phone, down some single-player games. Time rushes by. In the command camp of the military headquarters, just as Captain Li and the others were preparing to withdraw from the Star Forest, they realized that Xiao Shang and the others had disappeared. Look, keep looking for me. The Star Forest is just this big, where else could he run to? In the command battalion, Captain Li spoke angrily to his subordinates beside him. But Chief, Major Xiao Shang's annual satellite phone isn't answering either. The last place he disappeared seemed to be by a creek. But the dark cloud cover there was too thick for satellites to penetrate, and all that could be seen was that he seemed to have found the young girl. The subordinate soldier holding the computer explained helplessly, hoping that the head of Li would listen. Of course, after hearing this, Chief Li also understood the general course of events. Headmaster Li was furious and exploded in foul language. This brat still dares to mess around inside the military maneuvers. Go and investigate the identity of this young girl for me, and make sure to figure out Xiao Shang's exact whereabouts for me. Yes. Chapter 100 Simple Task, Arresting a Female College Student? No need, Chief Li, I've already found out her identity. At that moment, Hu Ling, dressed in military uniform, lifted the campcloth and walked into the barracks. Headmaster Li sniffed, his face overjoyed, and anxiously inquired, "Girl, you quickly stop selling out. Your Uncle Li is in a hurry." Headmaster Li didn't use his status to oppress Hu Ling, so it was evident that he was really in a great hurry. After all, Xiao Shang came from Yin Di Palace. That young girl's identity might not be simple either. If something happened to these two in his place, then his idea of moving up the ladder would never be realized in his life. Captain Lee, don't worry. Although I don't know the exact whereabouts, it's mostly related to this Ling Xingyao. Hu Ling handed the information in her hand to Headley, which was information that she had found out through military channels. Headmaster Lee reached out and took it, perusing it carefully. A pair of tiger eyes became more and more grave the more he looked at them. A slum girl from Castle Peak City? How could she achieve first place in the Beast Master Association and set a new record for Lord Martial Warlord? That's right, and don't you see that Ling Qingyao's high school middle school teacher was the heroine of that incident that was making a lot of noise back then? Hu Ling's snow-white fingers, which looked like green onion ribbons, pointed to a spot on the information. This person is the former young patriarch of the Lu clan's ancient clan, Lu Ruoyan? Headmaster Li also looked towards this place, his eyes carrying some speculation. If Xiao Sheng exposed his Yen Di Palace's identity, there was a high probability that conflicts would erupt with Ling Qingyao. Because from the information, Ling Qingyao was once just a young girl from the slums. But Lu Ruoyan saw her talent and supported it. It was likely all to reply to the injustice she faced back then through the hands of Ling Qingyao. Now that they were facing Xiao Sheng, it was highly likely that Ling Qingyao would lay her hands on him. If conflicts erupt between the two sides, Ling Qingyao should not succeed. That kid's hands are full of elites, and there's an old servant of the Yen Di Palace on his back to protect him closely. But then, where the hell is Xiao Sheng? Headmaster Li pondered for a long time, but he really couldn't think of a single thing. One could only place the hope of finally finding Xiao Sheng on Ling Qingyao. Girl, since this maiden is not the daughter of that one, why don't we go and bring her here and ask her? You're the head of the group, you call the shots, I've got a spot for her here. Hu Ling nodded and sent a coordinate from her cell phone. She had been following Ling Qingyao these days, curious about her true strength. It was also clear where Ling Qingyao was now, right next to a lake outside the Star Forest. Good, just this position, it really helped me a lot. I knew the ancient warfare squad would bring someone to bring Ling Qingyao here. Hu Ling frowned slightly and opened her mouth to try to remind Captain Li. Isn't that a bit unreasonable? After all, the ancient warfare squad was a special operations squad of the military, dealing with special missions to decapitate the murderers of magical beasts. But to think that Major Xiao Sheng's identity came from the Yen Di Palace. It was imperative to find Xiao Sheng and give the Yen Di Palace an explanation. Sending out the ancient warfare squad counts as a good choice. Girl, I can't help it, the pressure from above is too much. If I don't see anyone for 3 days, the Yen Emperor Palace is going to personally send someone to look for them. Headmaster Li shook his head and smiled bitterly, with 2 dark circles under his eyes. The pressure he was under these days was not small. Hu Ling nodded and took the initiative to take over the errand to contact the ancient warfare squad. Meanwhile, on the other side, the ancient warfare squad was stationed. The entire squad, 10 in total, wore fine military treasures. At this point they had camouflage painted on their faces and were sprawled out next to a trampled-out mountain trail. It was preparing to ambush a level 29 ferocious beast, the dark leopard cat. This ferocious beast was close to the 4th rank level, and the average level of the entire ancient warfare squad was only at the early 3rd rank. The group held their breaths, ready to launch an attack on the ferocious beast that was about to appear. But just then, leaves rustled and an odd movement came from the distance. It sounded like a footstep. Here comes the prey. A group of ancient warfare squad members held their breath and gripped their weapons tightly in their hands. But Captain Ku heard something wrong. Wait, the movement seems more like the footsteps of a human. Ancient warfare whispered. At once, the crew below whispered a warning. No way, Captain, you might have heard wrong. Yeah, we're in the middle of nowhere, where would anyone be? However, Guzhan stood up and looked at the beautiful figure coming out of the jungle with a respectful face. No, this is human. She's commander who inside this military exercise. Upon hearing this, the group of squads looked towards Hu Ling who walked out from the woods. The visitor was a stunningly beautiful officer about their age, and the eyes of one of the recruits lit up. Keep your eyes closed and watch out for gouges. Guzhan coldly said, quickly getting up and walking towards Hu Ling with a smile on his face. Commander Hu, what brings you here? The hunt mission is cancelled and you are given a new mission. Hu Ling explained faintly. Ha? A new mission? Is it hard for them to deal with the new beasts? There was a sigh of relief from the soldiers around them. The Ice Falcon beasts were slaughtered and thought they had dodged a bullet. I didn't realize the command battalion was waiting for them here. What does it look like for one to sigh? Isn't it just hunting beasts? Cheer up. Seeing the crowd mingling, Gujan immediately chided. It doesn't matter, this time your mission is not a dangerous task like dealing with a ferocious beast herd, but to bring back a target. Hu Ling handed the processed Ling Qingyao information in her hand to Gujan. She censored Ling Qingyao's birth and some of her achievements. Only Ling Qingyao's meeting with Xiao Shang at the military exercise was retained, as well as some highly confusing information. Bring back a target? Could this man be some kind of murderer? Ancient warrior reached out to receive the information and skimmed through it, his eyes wrinkling slightly. That's not right, is it? Female college students? Is this mission too easy? Hear that. The soldiers around them were all happy and smiling, with a look of excitement in their eyes. Slinging his weapons over his shoulder, the wary look on his face was gone. They came over to Gu War and looked at the information on it and discussed it. This person can't be some hidden big boss, after all. The higher-ups made all of us in this special squad go out. Whatever big boss she is, I don't believe she's more dangerous than that swarm of ice falcons. Old Six is right, as long as it's not a pack of ferocious beasts, it doesn't matter how many suspects and murderers I'm asked to arrest. Yeah, and looking at the information on here, this young girl is even younger than us, and her rank is only at the 2nd rank. I'll go. Or a female college student? This mission is too easy. Could it be that she's the daughter of one of the adults above who ran away to the military exercises and needs us to personally take her back? The group of soldiers laughed and laughed, not noticing the subtle expression on Hu Ling's face to the side. Little ones, there's a price to pay for being gullible. This military training exercise, but it's not over yet. A smirk surfaced in the bottom of Hu Ling's eyes. This was the effect she wanted. She had made Ling Qingyao the final test for the ancient warfare squad. In that case, let's make it quick and try to bring her back to the command camp in half a day's time. Ancient Warfare rolled the information in his hand into a small stick of paper and stuffed it into his coat pocket. He led the ancient battle squad and quickly rushed to the lake where Ling Qingyao was. Chapter 101 Terrifying Maiden. What kind of devilish mission is this? On a huge rock by the lake. Qilin crossed his legs and lay on a rock, basking in the warm sun. In front of him was the shimmering lake, with a few unknown fish occasionally visible jumping out of the water. A breeze comes in and sends a refreshing scent of flowers and plants. On the surface of the water, a mirror as clear as a moon disk floated. Your Holiness, those people have already been disposed of, don't worry, there's not a single trace left. How did it do that without leaving a trace? Qilin looked at Lilith inside the water mirror in surprise. Finding her sitting on the familiar altar, she wiped the bloodstains from the corners of her mouth. It's simple. Burp. Lilith hiccuped as she spoke. Seeing this, Qilin froze and seemed to know the answer. Lilith ate every last one of those guys. Like Hannibal, she chose the cleanest and most evidence-destroying solution. But it feels like she's gotten stronger again. It seemed that Lilith only needed to devour the bodies of strong people to regain her strength. It's still a really insurmountable ability. It was also fortunate that he had controlled it in time, or else humanity would have had one more intractable Abyssal Demon King. Qilin pondered silently and nodded, all right then. Waving his little paw, the water mirror on the surface of the water turned into liquid and dripped down the lake, leaving behind a circle of ripples. In this way, the threat from Xiao Shang's exposed information was also completely resolved. As for their deaths, Qilin didn't care too much. Race of nature, the survival of the fittest contradiction is intense, to that extent either you die or I die, it is clear that only the winning party holds the absolute initiative. Qilin didn't want to leave his home country and run away, so he had to choose to kill them. Counting the time, Shoveler's blazing sun blood marrow is also ready. Qilin jumped off the rock and walked along the grass towards the small, makeshift wooden house. With a creak, Zirin pushed the door to the room open with his paw. The room was filled with a strong smell of meat, and Ling Qingyao was busy roasting meat in front of the stove. You're back? Ling Qingyao put down the clip and turned her head to smile at the snow-white beast in the doorway. After being out of human society for the past few days and coming to this wilderness, this little guy was getting moldy with boredom. Every now and then you have to run outside to get some sun. In response, Ling Qingyao also said that there was nothing she could do. Most of the ferocious beasts these days had gone into hiding, not knowing if they were scared of being killed or not, and the time he spent searching for them took too much time. Together with the making of the blazing sun blood marrow, she had wasted another whole day. It's not that this place is too boring. Shoveler, blazing sun blood marrow, are you done yet? Qilin inquired. Ling Qingyao nodded, and from her spatial ring, she summoned a glass bottle containing a red liquid. The liquid inside was scarlet like blood, crystal clear, and exuded as hot as scorching heat. As soon as it appeared, the air in the entire room rapidly fluctuated as if it was being burned by fire. It doesn't look like it's of low quality, glowing purple. Seeing this, Qilin smiled as if relieved. It's finally time to go back to Mordor University. The third rank promotion materials, in these few days, have also been collected almost to the point where we can finally go back. Ling Qingyao also revealed a sighing expression and prepared to take Qilin back after dinner. But just at this moment. Wait, someone's coming. Qilin's gravely voice suddenly rang out. He sensed before he knew it that someone was approaching the lake house at a rapid pace. It's boring these days, but it's also developed a lot of new uses for words. For example, tending to good fortune and avoiding bad luck can be used not only to detect the precious light of treasures. It's okay. It's used as a hazard anticipation tool. As soon as a precious light appears out of nowhere and is in motion, then it is obvious. Someone must have come around. And at the moment, Qilin suddenly noticed that a few more precious lights had appeared out of nowhere in the map in his mind, and flew towards where it was surrounded. It was impossible for a ferocious beast to carry so much precious light at the same time, so there was only one possibility. The humans are onto them. Is it Xiao Shang's accomplice? Ling Qingyao's eyes became as cold as ice as she moved her hand towards the void and took out the ice-glazed sword. Lilith didn't handle those people well enough to get to us. With that, she walked quickly to the window and observed the situation outside through the small mirror she carried with her. Sure enough, several creeping camouflaged figures were seen in the middle of the jungle. The men had camouflage painted on their faces and were holding standardized gun-type treasures in their hands. The military. Qilin, this is not good, we've been targeted by the military. Ling Qingyao said gruffly. Don't worry for a moment, just because we're being targeted by the military doesn't mean our secret is exposed. Zirin knew how Lilith had destroyed the body. Therefore, he was quite certain that the military was connected to Xiao Shang's disappearance even if they suspected him. But there's no way to be sure that they're the ones who killed Xiao Shang. Since they're here, let's go out with a straight face. Having relived his life, Qilin knew very well that the more counterintuitive an action was, the more it would trigger the suspicion of others. Might as well just go out and talk to them right now in a dignified manner. Ling Qingyao also nodded, recognizing the idea. So the man and the beast pushed open the door to the lake. As Ling Qingyao appeared with Qilin in her arms, those shadows creeping in the darkness paused in their movements for a moment. Guys, I see you. Ling Qingyao's eyes were cold, and the long sword in her hand was sheathed, aimed at a member of the Ancient Warfare Squad. Coincidentally, this person was none other than Ancient Warfare. Discovered? In the shrubs, Guzhan prostrated himself on the ground, looking at the tip of Ling Qingyao's sword pointed right at him. His heart shook slightly. It couldn't be, they had used special props to mask their body odor for this operation, and they had moved forward at a silent pace the entire time. It wouldn't be so simple to back up. Even if there was a third-ranked powerhouse who was good at probing, there was no way they could have discovered them so easily. It must be a bluff, wait a little longer. Ancient Warfare nodded his head as if he had realized, and quietly lay on the ground without moving. Ha! Ling Qingyao froze. What's with people acting like they don't understand human language? Still hiding there? You really think you didn't see it? Why are you still frozen? Shoveler, don't you just give him a sword and he'll get up? Qilin covered his face with a helpless face. How could he not understand such a simple truth? Lin Qingyao couldn't help but shake her head and lose her smile when she heard Qilin's belly-aching thoughts. That's also true. The other guy thought he didn't see it. Since you guys don't come out, you must want to fight me, so I'll bring out my full strength. Ling Qingyao smiled indifferently, and the long sword in her hand buzzed with an ear-piercing sword sound. Immediately after, a ball of orange-red fire ignited on Ling Qingyao's 5 elements ring. Thunder also flashed on the blade. The combination of thunder and fire instantly detonated the air around Ling Qingyao. A sharp sword chi that looked like it was indestructible rose up on Ling Qingyao's ice-glazed sword. Madaka! Ling Qingyao brazenly swung the long sword in her hand, and a crescent-shaped thunder fire sword chi violently flew towards Guzhan's position. With that overwhelming sword chi, Guzhan only felt his scalp tingle. Damn, was it discovered? Or was the other guy just lucky? Ancient Warrior's heart rippled violently as he hesitated to dodge. But just then, a teammate's call came to his ear. Captain, hang in there, this girl is definitely bluffing, you can definitely do it. Yes, Captain. Don't worry, Captain, what kind of damage can a second-rank girl do to you? Don't be afraid. The reassurance of his teammates was like a centering needle in Gugu War's body. The brothers are right. Surely this maiden could not have seen me. Ancient warrior's eyes became firm and decided to carry this strike hard. Next. Only a rumbling sound was heard, and a ball of fire exploded from the position where ancient warfare was. A mushroom cloud, more than 10 meters high, rose from its place, and the entire ground of the lakeside jungle shook. Berserk thunder and ferociously burning flames rose in the jungle, the terrifying power of which made one's scalp numb at the sight of it. In an instant, the location where Gujan was turned into a sea of thunder and fire. Fire filled the air, black smoke gusts, the crowd has been invisible disappeared the figure of the ancient war. At this moment, the hearts of the crowd were wildly shaken. Is up. Something won't happen to the captain, will it? Mad, this teenage girl attack is too scary, huh? Someone please explain this to me. What kind of devilish task is this? Captain, come out, how could a second-order maiden hurt you? Didn't we say it was a college student? Why is the skill of hers so much more TM coin than the skills of US third-rank soldiers? For a moment, a cry of alarm bubbled up from the jungle. Because of the disappearance of ancient warfare, the entire ancient warfare squad was in disarray. Chapter 102, Ancient Warfare Squad vs. Ling Qingyao. The entire squad breaks defense. For a while, a shout of shock came from the jungle beside the lake. All of them subconsciously exposed themselves, but fortunately they stood up one by one. A member of the team cast up a frost skill to rapidly cool down the location where Gu War was, and the fire was quickly extinguished, with gusts of cold air replacing the black smoke. After stopping the spreading mountain fire, a deep and huge crater appeared in the same place. The members of the ancient town squad came to the edge of the giant pit and looked inside. But where could one see the ancient battles figure inside, except for the scorched soil? Seeing this, each of their eyes showed extreme anger and killing intent. Captain Ku sacrificed. The medic girl inside the ancient walled city squad couldn't stop her eyes from turning red. Damn it! It's all our fault for being too careless. If we had been more careful, perhaps Captain Ancient Battle wouldn't have died. Avenge the captain. A pair of eyes filled with killing intent looked towards Ling Qingyao. Even though the mission was to bring the young girl back alive. But they felt like going against orders this time. But just as the ancient warfare squad was also preparing to make their move. Wow! A line of charred black figures that looked like corpses surfaced in a lake off to the side. It's Captain Ku. When the squad members saw Gujan, they jumped into the lake and brought Gujan up to the shore. Someone tried Gujan's nostrils, luckily he still had a breath left. The medic girl crouched in front of Gugu War, releasing her healing system skills and healing him up. Ahem, you guys. Ancient War opened his eyes and weakly opened his dry lips. But the first words that came out of his mouth were, darkly, cursing them for punking themselves. You sons of ES, you've done me so much harm, if I hadn't jumped so fast, you wouldn't be able to see me now. With the healing, the ancient battle was getting better and better, raising his hand as if to give his teammates a few slaps on the back. Ha ha ha, the captain must be hallucinating and recognizing us as the enemy. Yeah, don't worry Captain Gu, we'll take revenge for you. With that, the team members left beside Gu Zhan and headed towards Ling Qingyao. Finally, you're willing to come out, it seems that person is very important to you guys. Ling Qingyao smiled faintly, he didn't hold back his hand in that episode just now, but it wasn't so bad that he could exterminate a third-ranked professional. This outing was just to be able to talk to them as equals. Now can we talk about the purpose of your trip? Ling Qingyao said with a faint smile. Purpose? Sorry, we're soldiers, no comment. After ancient warfare was incapacitated, the command was transferred to vice captain by phone. After by phone coldly rejected Ling Qingyao, he raised the gun-type treasure in his hand. The black holes of the guns were aimed at Ling Qingyao, and he said in an icy voice, "Are you going to go back with us, or are we going to ask you to go back? What if I say no?" Ling Qingyao felt very displeased with Bai Feng's attitude. Isn't the military overbearing? You think you can just take whatever you want just because you're a second orderer? I'm sorry, you don't have that right. White maple people ruthless words, a word, even directly ready to start fighting. The vines trap his movement, the rest of you attack with me. Old Six is hiding in the shadows, ready for backup. Yes. The ancient town squad is a very clean fit. After Bai Feng gave the order, they cast their respective means almost at the same time. A greenish-black vine broke out from the ground around Ling Qingyao. It was like a grass snake full of thorns, forming a cage around her with 4 walls of thorns. Bai Feng and the others held up their black firearms and pulled the triggers, shooting out a wave of light to attack. Shoo shoo shoo. The light wave dissolved the vines and shot into the cage that Ling Qingyao was in. However, among the vines, Ling Qingyao did not have the heart to talk more nonsense with them. This time, Ling Qingyao held up the blazing sun sword whose blade was crimson red with blazing fire burning on it. A thumping sound like thunder came from his chest. Ling Qingyao's eyes flashed with a furious arc of lightning. Using the blazing sun sword paired with the thunder Qilin heart to perform the elemental sword technique of the supreme emotionless sword technique was Ling Qingyao's strongest attacking means at the moment. What's more, the blazing sun sword possessed the ability to cut through space after being warmed by the void sword box. All that was heard was a boom. The wall of thorns that trapped her was lifted off by a huge force, and the members of the ancient warfare squad who rushed towards her were all lifted out. Fluttering. Several loud falling sounds rang out from the lake. The originally calm surface of the lake was stirred up with a fierce splash. With one move, the entire ancient warfare squad collapsed. Now, it doesn't seem like you guys are very strong either? Could it be a military motley crew? Ling Qingyao slowly stepped out of the burning flame vine cage. There was no good face for the members of the ancient warfare squad. Since it doesn't make sense, we'll fight until we're convinced. Just then, a figure covered in black cloth and holding a short blade appeared behind him. The last member of the ancient squad, the shadow assassin known as Old Six. However, Ling Qingyao just remained motionless, exposing the back of her head to the other party. Bang! A golden shield lit up around Ling Qingyao. A dark Qilin silhouette, as black as ink, flickered from Qilin's body. Ding! Ancestral soul protection triggered successfully. The effect of this curse is bad luck. The system's beep sounded in Qilin's ears. Turning his head, the black-clad squad member's figure was directly shaken out. Coincidentally, he ran into a bucket of iron stinger wasp nests hanging from a tree. Buzz off! Violent beeps emanated from the refrigerator-sized hive. What a ing bummer. That squad member was so scared that he flopped and jumped directly into the lake. At this point, the entire ancient warfare squad was wiped out. In the distance, the corners of Guwar's mouth twitched slightly as he watched his soldiers in such a sorry state. Stupid. How come all the soldiers he brought out are of this caliber? Even if it's a pit stop, it's still ing going up there to embarrass him. Don't even obey, just obey them. Chapter 103 Invitation to join the army. Something big happened. Stupid a bunch of stupid. Being comrades in arms with you guys is the biggest stain on my life. Ancient warfare had a face as black as coal and cursed under his breath. But just then, a silhouette walked up to his side and looked down on him from above. Ling Qingyao's jade hand lightly lifted, aiming the ice-glazed sword in her hand at the person in front of her. Tell me, what was your trip for? Kill or die as you wish, I will never reveal the contents of the mission. Looking at the sword blade pointing at his brow, Gu Zhan's face did not show the slightest bit of timidity. He was a soldier, and even in the face of death, he would not reveal the contents of the mission given to him by his superiors. That's the bottom line for soldiers. Very well, you're the only one who counts. Qilin smiled slightly as his tiny body jumped on the ground. One step at a time, he walked in front of ancient warfare. Qilin gave birth to that little pink hand-clawed Gu Zhan. This Qilin has always respected the soldiers. The secret doesn't need to be told by you. Let's do it simply. Why don't you give me the money directly? Money? What do you mean? Gu Zhan was confused. Why does this little beast open his mouth and shut it, and all he wants is his money? And what he has to pay? What? You're a soldier and you want to renege? Qilin's small face darkened as he looked at Gu Zhan with a displeased expression. Inexplicably sneaking up on us two law-abiding citizens, shouldn't we pay for the mental damage? The information really didn't say that Ling Qingyao had done anything illegal. Is it really a bit impulsive for people like yourself then? Gu War was dumbfounded by Qilin's question. But why pay any moral damages? All of them were so badly injured, and they didn't even ask you for medical bills. No, you little beast. How can you not want face? Subsequently, under Ling Qingyao and Qilin's coercion, the Special Operations Squad was forced to hand over the only money they had on them. There's no way around it. It's not in their interest. Reasonably speaking, neither Ling Qingyao nor Qilin had committed anything. On the contrary, the bunch of them flat out took a shot at both of them. After this battle, they also completely recognized the fact that they, and others, were inferior to Ling Qingyao. The biggest reason is still because they are gullible. After the ancient town squad and the others retreated, Lin Jingyao prepared to take the Qilin back to the magic capital. Ling Qingyao packed up her things and was about to leave. But at that moment, a valiant woman in military uniform came to the lake. "Hello, my name is Hu Ling, I'm the commander of that special ops squad from before." Ling Qingyao looked at the female officer who walked with a confident pace and elegant posture, only to hear her say, "Here I apologize to you for their recklessness." Only Hu Ling bowed slightly and apologized to Ling Qingyao. "You're welcome, Ms. Officer, may I ask what you wanted to see us about?" Female officers like this who were polite and knew their place, Ling Qingyao and Qilin couldn't muster any aversion. But it was also known that this was a routine inventory about Xiao Shang. Although Lilith covered the satellite with a dark cloud. But before that got to see Xiao Shang spending time with her. Ling Qingyao naturally became the biggest suspect in this Xiao Shang's disappearance. "I also came here this time to ask you about a few missing members of our military." Hu Ling smiled politely and fished out the photos of Xiao Shang's several people from her pocket. As soon as she saw these photos, disgust naturally flowed out of Ling Qingyao's eyes. There wasn't the slightest hint of panic, but rather disgust replaced all facial expressions. "I'm sorry, Ms. Officer, this is a man I don't want to mention." "Why?" Imagine how you would feel if the group of ferocious beasts that you had managed to trap with great difficulty was burned by him with a single fire and, in a self-righteous manner, tried to confuse you and take you away with an illusion? Hu Ling frowned slightly. In her impression, Xiao Shang was indeed such a person. Reckless and confident. Acting on the back of Yendi Gong, his style is extremely rough. "Then I want to know what happened between you and him?" Hu Ling had not forgotten the mission of this trip. Ling Qingyao shook her head, stating that she and Xiao Shang had only argued for a few moments before the other party escaped by hitting the river. The other party had an illusionist 4th-ranked powerhouse, and she couldn't fight, so she could only run away. This reason convinced Hu Ling slightly. She had been observing Ling Qingyao's strength from the shadows when the ancient town squad fought her. Ling Qingyao's explosive power could reach the level of the late 3rd stage. However, if one were to deal with a 4th-order perfection illusionist master, it would not be enough. In that case, excuse me. Hu Ling didn't ask for the information he wanted. But there was really no other way to think of but to let Ling Qingyao go. "By the way, you've done very well this time. I wonder if you have any plans to join the army? College students enlisting in the military is a favorable deal, yo, and your strength is seen by many of our officers, so if you want to enlist, we can offer you a very high deal." Just as Lin Qingyao was about to leave, Hu Ling suddenly snapped and looked at her with a smile. After Ling Qingyao's performance over the past few days, she was completely convinced by this calm and powerful sword Dao girl. Civilian origin, without much background behind him, simply a good candidate to take under his wing. Hu Ling also rose up in love with her talent. "You alone have single-handedly challenged our organization's special operations squad for a year. I can personally take the lead and guarantee you the promotion materials to break through the 4th rank. 4th order promotion materials, huh? This officer's sister is good people." Hearing this, Jilin's 2 big porcelain doll-like eyes lit up. "Join the army? Do shovelers want to join the army?" "No, thanks." However, Ling Qingyao very dryly refused, smiling and shaking her head. "I still want to further my education inside the university for a while. There's still so much I don't know, maybe I'll join the army later when it needs me." Ling Qingyao's words were extremely sincere. Hu Ling also smiled slightly. "If we wait until the day when the army needs college students like you to go to war, that's really not an image I want to see for the rest of my life. Well, at this point, goodbye." Hu Ling waved her hand and walked away gallantly. Subsequently, Ling Qingyao took the Qilin and also rushed towards the Devil's capital, arriving at the outskirts of the city and entering the city on the merchant caravan that entered the city. Just as she stepped into the magic capital city, Ling Qingyao's cell phone dinged. One incoming pop-up alert took up the entire screen of the phone. It seemed like someone had been calling him all these days after Ling Qingyao left. Ling Qingyao remembered these phone numbers. Besides the 3 of them, Su Mengmeng, the one who had the most was Ms. Feng Xuaning. "That's not right, didn't you tell them before you left that your set would most likely be in the forest for a few days? Why all the phone calls?" Ling Qingyao frowned slightly, a bad feeling in her heart. After thinking about it, she dialed Su Mengming's number. "Hey, Shang Yao. Come back quickly, something big is happening at school." On the other side of the phone, Su Mengming just picked up the phone and gave her a sharp tone. Chapter 104, Suemu University Cutting Match. Magic City Freshman Route. Mengmeng, speak clearly, what do you mean something big has happened to the school? Hello? Hello? Ling Qingyao picked up her cell phone and realized that the other party had already hung up. The latter sent a message to ask Su Mengmeng, but also just got the message that you hurry back to see. It seems that things are very bad on her end. Shilin, did the abyss hit inside the school? But this shouldn't be. For something this big, the Donghuang Kingdom's military would logically react immediately. Ling Qiangyao frowned in thought and inquired about Qilin's thoughts in her arms. Don't worry, even if the sky falls, the school teachers and principal will carry it. That's true, but I have a strange feeling in my heart. Ling Qiangyao touched the left side of her chest and felt her heart beating fast. Hey, that's because you're going to be promoted to the 3rd rank, so you must be very excited inside. Qilin waved his little paw indifferently and climbed to crouch on Ling Qingyao's shoulder. The pink little white paw pointed to the road sign in front of him, which had the logo of the Kyushu Chamber of Commerce written on it. Instead of being anxious about something big happening at school, why don't we just improve ourselves first? Why did you work so hard for so many days, not just to advance to the 3rd rank? Well, little one, you're right. Ling Qingyao nodded seriously. It was useless to worry blindly right now, it would be better to improve herself first. Then let's first go to the Kyushu Chamber of Commerce to buy some auxiliary materials for advancing to the 3rd rank, and find a safe place to advance to the 3rd rank. Thus, Ling Qingyao led Qilin and walked towards the location of the Kyushu Chamber of Commerce. Afterward, she exchanged all the loot she had robbed these days at the Kyushu Chamber of Commerce for Eastern Brilliant coins, reaping more than $10 million in cash. Another purchase of 3rd-order promotion materials rounded out the final gap. The resources for 3rd-order promotion, everything is ready, just need to promote safely. Ling Qingyao was fortunate enough to directly spend 150,000 yuan to rent an energy room specialized in breaking through the equilibrium rank at the Jojo Chamber of Commerce, and began her promotion to the 3rd rank. On the other hand, in the other side of the Magic City University, a group of uninvited guests had already come to the Magic City University for 3 days. In the Mordor University Matchmaking Pavilion, the central battlefield at this time was filled with people and voices. A match that concerns the honor of Mordor University is played at this moment. Meng, is Qingyao still not back yet? In the viewing gallery, Noara Yuki turned her head with a sad face and looked at Su Mengmeng, who was on the side. I just called Qingyao, I should be back soon, right? Su Mengmeng explained with a despondent face. Is it almost time? I'm afraid Chen Jam won't be able to hold on anymore. Noara J worriedly looked at the battlefield, where Wu Chanxian was fighting a man wearing the Mizuki Saika school uniform. There was a small difference in strength between the two sides, but one could see the fatigue on Wu Chanxian's face. In the past few days, due to the unfolding of the 100 Schools League, the imperial capital Shuemu University didn't know what kind of wind it had taken to run to the Magic City University to carry out a cutthroat match. Said he was playing a flashy exhibition game for the 100 School League. The students of Mordor University, including the instructors, and the top principals all thought so at first. That is, until Shuemu Qinghua moved their lineup, a clean slate of foreign students paired with a few extremely talented Donghuanghua. This was no longer an ordinary school cutting match, but a show for Mizugaki University to show off its muscles. The teachers of Mizuki University were obviously trying to make a name for themselves by stepping on their Mordor University. As long as they beat the Magic City University where the martial god of war had once stayed, their name, Shuemu Qinghua, would be famous throughout the world. Just yesterday, Wu Chanxian was approached by Ms. Feng Shuining and told about this possibility. Wu Chanxian, out of the responsibility of guarding her mother's alma mater, brazenly fought with the freshmen of Shuemu University until today. Due to Yifeng's cold exit and Ling Qingyao's departure, there were very few freshmen left in the entire Mordor University who could stand on their own. Wu Chanxian could only single-handedly take on the entire freshmen of Mizuki University. These people are simply too bad. Chanxian Sauce has already represented the school for 2 consecutive days, not even a little rest is given, all the pressure is on her. Yuki Nohara's palms gripped the guardrail in front of the viewing gallery, his knuckles turning slightly white. In these few months together, she had already treated Mordor University as a second institution of learning. Someone is trying to step on her school and she hates it. At this point, a soft voice slowly resounded, and it was heard in front of the entire Class C viewing gallery. Class C students, open your eyes and take a good look, failure is not scary. Fang Xuanning sat at the very front of Class C, her body releasing a stern and chilling aura, her tone as cold as ice. Obviously, what she said was not what was in her heart. Freshman through senior years, 4 games, the other team has won 2 and lost 1, and is 2-1 in points. MWU holds the points advantage. If Wu Chanxian lost on behalf of the freshman class, this final point would surely fall in the hands of the opponent. At that time, she, Wu Chanxian's teacher, would surely become the target of 1,000 accusations. But it was done, and she could only endure it in silence. Yo, Mr. Fong, the former great disciple of the Queen of Ice Wine, is teaching his students so untalented now? At that moment, a female tutor from Mizuki University came to the front of the C-class team. This person Fang Xuanning recognized, her former classmate and rival. Now a teacher of a key class of freshmen in Shuemu Tsinghua, there was said to be an extremely remarkable student under his hand. Mr. Wood, it's not certain who will lose or win. Do you think that the daughter of the god of martial battle will be able to win over our freshman from Suemu? Mu Meijiao's eyes teased and sneered. We've brought in a group of the best geniuses from abroad on this trip, and even if only one of them came today, it's still enough to beat the exhausted Wu Qianqian. Mu Meijiao, I think you have itchy skin. After the match is over later, you'll go out with me to practice. Fang Xuanning responded coldly, her beautiful eyes crossing a flash of a stern cold light. Would Mistress Jiao tutor covered her face and smiled, anxious, your stinking nature still hasn't changed. Tell you what, if you can have a student win this match, 1/6 rank material, take your pick. It's hard to ignore you. Fang Xuanning snorted coldly. The chances of the Devils winning this time are slim. Even if the other party made an offer that made her heart skip a beat, it was nothing more than a gimmick. I don't know how well Ling Qingyao had gone outside to practice these days. There is no collection of materials for promotion to the third order. Fang Xuanning thought secretly. At that moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. It was Ling Qingyao who called. Qingyao, where have you been for so many days? Get back here right now. The school needs you and Zirin. Promote to the 3rd rank? Okay, I get it, there's no rush, take your time, I'll stall for you. As Fang Xuanning answered Ling Qingyao's call, her face was as bright as a rainy day, revealing a brilliant smile. What's wrong with you, Mr. Fang? You look so happy. Looking at Fang Xuanning's happy appearance, a trace of doubt rose in Mu Meijiao's eyes. Could it be that the other side has some kind of counter to Mizuki? She needed a 3-1, not a 2-2 tiebreaker. Mr. Wood, don't you like to gamble, so let's play something big. Assuming my students win against you Mizuki freshmen, I'll pick a 6th ranked material, as well as give each of my students a handful of ranked treasures. Instead, I'll give it to you. Well, how dare you? Fang Xuanning's eyes looked at Mu Meijiao with contempt. This. Doubts flashed across Mu Meijiao's colorful face, hesitating to agree. But then a student came up beside her and came up to her ear and said something. Thus, Mu Meijiao nodded and agreed to place this door bet. Chapter 105 Promoting to the 3rd Order. Ling Qingyao becomes a demon? At the same time. On the other side, in the Kyushu Chamber of Commerce. What Thai room? Isn't it just promoting a 3rd rank? It's going to cost 150,000. Shilin cursed as he took out his access card and closed the door to the cultivation room. Turning his head, he looked at Ling Qingyao, who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the room, his big eyes rising in disgust. Blame it on the pooper scooper. You're so worried about promoting a 3rd rank, you don't have the demeanor of this Qilin at all. Besides, with herself as her protector, where is the need for such an expensive house price? Thinking this way, Qilin jumped onto the soft sofa in the room, squeezing the remote control board in his beast claws and turning the aura infusion power to the maximum. There was a drop. The room resounded with the out-breathing sound of spraying smoke. All that could be seen was a nuisance purple mist spewing out of a small spray hole in the wall, quickly surging into the room. These are pure auras that have been concentrated and can be directly absorbed by the human body and transformed into cultivation realms. There are no side effects from short-term absorption, which is why it's so expensive. Such an aura could provide a large batch of pure energy for a professional when he was promoted, helping him break through the barrier of a 3rd-order professional. In Blue Star, professionals are hindered by specific levels when they advance in rank. A 3rd-order professional was the first time a human had broken through the limitations of a profession, representing a preliminary departure from the realm of humanity. At this stage, humans are able to cast decent spells and skills. As a result, perhaps influenced by the laws of the Blue Star, professionals would face special hurdles when advancing to the third rank. Of course, these levels don't work for everyone. Only those half-assed professionals with low career levels, slow cultivation speeds, and vapid realms would not face these hurdles. Of course, a third-ranked professional promoted in this way was far less powerful than a professional who had experienced a special level. Shoveler should have these levels, I just don't know which type. Shilin pondered silently, looking at the beautiful young girl sitting cross-legged in front of him, his eyelids becoming heavy. As soon as a shoveler is promoted to the third rank, he or she can also gain new words. But in a more important sense, third-order professions then count as the backbone of humanity. Already have access to some large replicas from which to obtain resources to strengthen themselves. It's kind of like going from being an amateur to being completely on the map. A third-ranked professional going to a city like Castle Peak City would already be able to secure a very good and fat job. Just like that Secretary Lei of the Chen family back then. But what Qilin was thinking about now was what the future plans would be if Shoveler became a third-order professional. You can develop in the Sentinel Society or join the military. Or just stay in Mordor University as an ordinary student and practice until graduation. One could even work with Lilith inside and out to empty the Abyssal Order. However, on second thought, the Abyssal Order should also have a King Sealer powerhouse, so that would still be dangerous. Though the safest thing to do was still to develop obscenely inside Mordor University. But there are other avenues to try. Anything you can do to make money. After all, if a third-ranked professional wanted to move up the ladder, the resources needed would be another large amount. Shilin thought helplessly. The entire body flopped down onto the soft seat, lying limply flat. I'm a little Qilin who wants to lie flat, why do I think so much? Better to ask the shoveler what he plans to do in the future and talk about it then. Let's shield her for now. Zirin's eyes got serious and he sat down on the couch in a crouch. Time passed, his eyelids became thicker and lower, and in a moment they closed. Boom! Suddenly, a popping sound woke up Qilin, who was dozing off. Who? Did someone come in and steal something? Qilin opened his eyes and immediately stood up from the sofa, looking around left and right. However, it was discovered that this movement was coming from Ling Qingyao. One could only see that at this moment, Ling Qingyao's body was covered in a layer of turquoise blue light, like a turquoise blue tulle draped over her body, setting her off like a dreamy fairy. But at this time, a lost groan of pain came from Ling Qingyao's mouth. Ling Qingyao's brows were tightly furrowed, a Chuan character wrinkled out in front of her forehead, as if she was enduring some kind of unspeakable pain. Special levels. Qilin recognized Ling Qingyao in an instant. This was meeting the barrier to advance to the third rank. But why didn't you see any unusual shadows? Qilin's little head looked around and didn't see any strange movement. Strange. Could it be that the barrier didn't work on the physical body, but on her spirit? Suddenly, Qilin thought of a possibility. The small paw was slightly raised, and with a thought, he constructed a bright moon-like water mirror in front of him. Under Qilin's control, Ling Qingyao's dream was presented on the water mirror. It was a sky as scarlet as blood, and under the remnants of the sun, a corpse and bones hung from countless dead trees. Ling Qingyao squatted in front of these corpses and bones, hiding her face and crying, her body gently twitching as she cried. But the Ling Qingyao in the dream was very wrong, covered in black aura and with various black tattoo-like lines on her body. Upon seeing this, Qilin's pupils contracted slightly. I'm having a good time. Shoveler has degenerated into a demon of the abyss. This appearance was clearly that of an abyssal demon, the kind that suffers from ominous radiation infestation and has a mutated body. Qilin instantly understood the name of this third-order level, the nightmare level. Now, the nightmare Ling Qingyao faced was that she had become a demon. Qilin couldn't watch her sink any further like this, and directly used the water moon mirror flower to transform into an illusion of himself, burrowing into Ling Qingyao's dream world. A scarlet dream world. Oh, I'm sorry everyone, it's my fault for becoming a demon and murdering you all. Hanging under the tree of countless tussles, Ling Qingyao covered her face and cried bitterly. Qilin appeared beside Ling Qingyao and slowly spoke, Shoveler, pull yourself together, this is a ing dream. Qilin, have you even become a ghost? And you're blaming it all on me. It's all my fault. When Ling Qingyao saw Qilin, she cried even harder, her tears almost wetting the shirt on her chest. Ghosts my ass. You're the one who became a ghost. If it weren't for the fact that this is a dream, my lord would have to kick you twice. Qilin didn't bother to talk nonsense with Ling Qingyao as his body shifted and transformed into a white divine Qilin that was white meters tall. The sharp dragon horns, paired with the domed and powerful Qilin's body, the whole dreamland was shaking with a roar as the white snowhoofs trampled. Click here. A shattered crack appeared in Ling Qingyao's dream world, and immediately afterward, the crack spread out like a spider's web, quickly spreading to half of the sky. Are you really Qilin? Ling Qingyao stared blankly at the sky, and new hot tears once again welled up from the not yet dry tear tracks. She looked at the incomparable divine Qilin figure in the sky, and the figure of a skinny white dog came to her mind. Qilin? Or something else? What the hell is this? Reality and dreams. She can't tell the difference. In the midst of Ling Qingyao's intense thought struggle, the dream collapsed. The next moment, she opened her eyes to see a small, snow-white beast that was smacking her cheek with its paw in disgust. Hey, wake up, shoveler, it's only a promotion to the 3rd rank, why are you tired and sweaty? Ling Qingyao was lost in thought as she looked at the snow-white beast in front of her, and 2 lines of clear tears crossed her sweaty cheeks. The young girl took the snow-white beast into her arms at once and sobbed softly. Qilin, it's a good thing you're here. You're inside my dreams. Chapter 106, Beast God Mask. Seniors, please lend me your strength. What's going on? You're rubbing sweat on my face. Woohoo, sorry Zirin, wasn't paying attention. Never mind, I'll forgive you this time seeing as you've been promoted to the 3rd rank. Qilin let Ling Qingyao hold him in his arms, slightly sideways and condescending. Hearing this, Ling Qingyao excitedly rubbed Qilin's little head. Cherry lips couldn't help but nod a few times on Qilin's face. It was just too thrilling. She had just fallen into a dream of the 3rd level. If she hadn't dreamed of the unicorn at the end, she guessed that she had already failed in her promotion this time. The 3rd order promotion materials that had been prepared with great difficulty, the blazing sun blood marrow that had been collected for several days, would all go to waste as a result. In that case, she'd be the biggest sinner of all. Qilin didn't know what she was thinking as a line of golden subtitles suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. Summoner Lin Qingyao promoted to the 3rd rank, level backfill in progress. Feedback is complete, your level has increased by 1 to level 24. Ha! First time I've been fed so much by a shoveler, and it's a step up. It was indeed evident that there was a gap between a 3rd order professional and a 2nd order professional. Of course, that's because shoveler has a solid foundation and a good natural talent. And having encountered the baptism of the Nightmare Pass, his spiritual power was far stronger than before. By the way, shoveler, what skills do you have now? Qilin asked curiously. He wanted to know what kind of elevation a 3rd-ranked professional really was. I'll look first. Ling Qingyao nodded, her eyes lost for a while, as if she was investigating her panel. I have 2 extra summoner skills, the first is vision sharing and the second is Song of Strengthening. Vision sharing, Song of Reinforcement? Qilin frowned slightly. Seeing this, Ling Qingyao immediately explained to Qilin again, telling him in detail about the effects of these 2 skills. Summoners and summoned beasts reveal their cards to each other, which is the basis of the contract and the key to fighting side by side. Vision sharing, simply put, meant that Qilin and Lin Qingyao were able to share each other's vision, equivalent to one person having 2 windows to observe the world. And the Song of Strengthening, as the name suggests, is a chant that strengthens a summoned beast. The better and more melodious the song chant, the more powerful the reinforcement. Qilin had heard Lin Qingyao sing and was a bit worried about the efficacy of this song of reinforcement. I can't say it's completely bad, I can only say that there's no finesse, it's all emotion. Hey, what's that look in your eyes? Ling Qingyao stared at Qilin with a puff of air. Are you worried that I don't sing well? Do you want me to sing one for you now? Forget it, don't open your mouth if you're one of us. Qilin was so scared that his little white face went white and he quickly waved his hands. Kirin then proceeded to examine the new note he had acquired this time. Each power-up grants Zirin a random new word. This one is no exception. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the new blue phrase Mask Sculptor. The host's race is detected as Mythic Griffin, the auspiciousness of the sky, and he is granted a chance for a word blast. Ding! You've gained the purple word Beast God Mask. Beast Mask. Grade, Purple. Introduction, mask-making technology from the future by top scientists combined with ancient mythological bloodlines. Description 1, you have the ability to create a beast god mask based on the bloodline of the ancient beast god. The higher the bloodline level, the longer the time to create the Beast God mask will increase. Description 2. The wearer of the Beast God's mask will have the ability to be temporarily animalized and receive blessings from the Beast God. Note, the effect of the Beast God's blessing varies according to bloodline. After reading the word description, Qilin's brows were slightly furrowed. That phrase seems a bit like a certain stunt I saw in a previous life. Isn't this borrowing someone else's power and turning it into your own? As he was thinking about it, Qilin's eyes went black. It seemed that the power of the Beast God mask was beginning to infiltrate Qilin's consciousness. Countless knowledge about manufacturing masks entered Qilin's mind. These include blood sacrifices, curses, holy light shining, and other special techniques. However, as the knowledge entered his mind, Qilin thought of a possibility. Beast God bloodline, wasn't he himself a Kirin bloodline? Can we borrow a little from our ancestors? Qilin still remembers that when his bloodline awakened, he saw the ancient times, the flourishing Qilin clan. Including the 3 Qilin guarded by the ancestral soul, they were all in that Qilin clan. Think of it this way. Qilin immediately utilized the knowledge of the Beast God's mask and his claws dazzled with red bloodlight, sketching the mask belonging to the Qilin in midair. And at that moment, Qilin's consciousness became drowsy, and his soul seemed to have come back to that ancient world. In the vast expanse of heaven and earth, Qilin saw a vast procession of Qilin for once. Each one was as huge as an ancient mountain, with hundreds of meters of iron hooves, and the sinuous unicorn horns were like long knives piercing the heavens. The unicorn clan is born to be auspicious. The god of the walking beasts, the divine steed is extraordinary. Qilin looked at a griffin of various colors. This time, not only was it the blood Qilin, the fire Qilin, but there were also Qilin with even more ancient and deep colors that seemed to be the predecessors of these Qilin. Like a unicorn covered in ink and covered in jade. The 2 of them were so tall and majestic that it seemed as if they could take up the entire sky. Qilin's eyes swept over their appearance, memorizing it in the depths of his mind. The first step in trying to carve a Beast God mask is that the Beast God must be drawn perfectly. Qilin was fortunate enough to rely directly on his brain to memorize it, and what he subconsciously remembered was a golden Qilin that was covered in gold, with scales that looked like gold. It must be because of their natural love of shiny things, definitely not because they love money. Qilin thought silently, and his consciousness gradually withdrew from this space. And at that point, in the cultivation room, a golden unicorn masquerade also surfaced in front of Qilin's small paw. 2 hideous horns are inserted in the upper part of the mask. The golden face was honorable and dignified, and the 2 golden whiskers swayed gently like snakes. The mask was endearing to the mind at first glance, and felt divinely extraordinary. Ling Qingyao subconsciously took the golden Qilin mask and wanted to wear it on her face. Wait, shoveler, don't just wear this masquerade, it's a base card. Qilin called out to Ling Qingyao, his little face a little weak. Sisters, creating a Beast God mask feels a bit of a chakra drain. What's with this bone-deep weakness? However, with this golden unicorn mask, it really confirms that idea. Gathering the wool of the former. Enemies you can't beat, just have shoveler wear a Beast God mask. Seniors, please lend me your power. Chapter 107, Excellent Grade Mask. Back to the university to save the day. Qilin surveyed the Kirin mask hovering in front of him. Utilizing the system to check up on this masquerade. Name, Lightning Kirin Mask. Grade, Excellent. Synopsis, observe the ancient Griffin clan, thus depicting an excellent Beast God masquerade, and beware of the tingling sensation of lightning even when holding it in your hand. Description 1, when worn, it increases your level and grants you lightning fast strength and speed. Description 2, excellent grade masquerade, can turn on partial bestialization, half-human bestialization, thus temporarily obtaining the power of the lightning Kirin. After reading the introduction, Qilin didn't know whether to be disappointed or happy. Turns out it's the lightning griffin. Thought it was the god of fortune griffin. Looks like the gold worship idea failed. However, the lightning griffin has its benefits. Fast as lightning, with shoveler's swordplay, it's sure to work wonders. So, it's better to let the shoveler wear it. Qilin thought darkly and nodded, come on shoveler, it's time for us to go back to school. Well, I already know what happened at school. Ling Qingyao clenched her fists, her eyes becoming sharp. Before she was promoted to the 3rd rank, she talked to Feng Xuanning on the phone. The other party was informed that she was in the process of breaking through to the 3rd rank and was not in a position to withdraw. Now that the 3rd order had become a reality, it was time for her to return. Subsequently, Ling Qingyao exited the cultivation room with Qilin in her arms, and after paying the cultivation gold, she procured another batch of third-order cultivation staffs. It had to be said that although the third stage had gotten stronger, with it came more expensive cultivation resources. Nowadays, a piece of third-order cultivation resources could easily cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, and sometimes a piece of the more rare resources would cost millions. Ling Qingyao had managed to fill up her small treasury in the Star Forest, and now it was drying up again. The only way to find some other means of getting money is to wait until you're done with this period of time. Qilin shook his head helplessly and followed Ling Qingyao into a small sedan as he narrowed both eyes and directly fainted. When Qilin opened his eyes again, he was awakened by the rousing shouts from the sparring hall. Are you at school yet? Qilin peeled off the coat that was in front of him, and his sight looked outward. Only to see that not far away was a sparring stage, and on the stage was that flat-chested woman Wu Qianqian, who was sparring with someone she hadn't seen at all. Only, looking at that Wu Qianqian's movements, she was already a little shaky, her face pale and exhausted to the extreme. The heavenly demon Sable beside her was also helping her attack her opponent, and it could be said that if it wasn't for the heavenly demon Sable helping her, she would have already lost. Martial girl. Hang in there, when my big brother comes back, I'll make sure to make these guys look good. On the opposite platform, the heavenly demon Sable hovered on the side of Wu Qianqian, and with a lift of its small paw, a crescent lightblade flew out. The opponent was a thin assassin-type profession with a figure that was shadowed in the black mist, rendering the sky demon Sable's strike ineffective. Wu Qianqian's eyelids were slightly depressed, and her pupils were a bit lax. Okay, I know. As she said that, her figure shook slightly, as if she couldn't even stand up. 2 consecutive days of fighting from 7 in the morning to 10 at night. Cowhorse doesn't even work hours as exhausting as she does. If she hadn't had a breath held in her heart, I'm afraid she would have collapsed long ago. But she knew she couldn't fall yet her mother's school, she needed to defend her dignity. Moreover, she was most displeased with the pandering academy like Mizuki. With that, she picked herself up and once again fought alongside the sky demon Sable, attempting to hit the other side, the cannon fodder. At this point, the other party obviously knows that Wu Qianqian's not to be messed with, so they want to defeat her with a wheel battle. The people who came up in the row are all speedy types, clearly stalling for time. Under the stage, the freshman teachers of Magic City University were furious, and there was nothing they could do as they watched Wu Qianqian fight alone. Fang Xuanning was in front of Class C's team, her eyes carrying a hint of gravity, her silver teeth clenched. Hang in there, Wu Qianqian. Just get through today, and tomorrow Ling Qingyao will be able to defeat your opponent instead. Thinking so, but Fang Xuanning's eyes did not have the slightest reduction in the color of gravity. After all, if Ling Qingyao were to advance to the 3rd rank, I'm afraid that she would face the limitations of the 3rd rank barrier, making it difficult to advance for a while. If it goes well, I'm afraid it will take another night to get there. If it doesn't go well, the 3rd order might even fail to advance. At the thought of this, a strong self-reproach surfaced in Fang Xuanning's heart and she sighed. It was all because she was not a good teacher. If she could personally guide Ling Qingyao to advance to the 3rd rank, perhaps she should have advanced long ago. LOL. Between thoughts, Fang Xuanning suddenly heard a familiar voice from the side. Teacher Xuanning, Qilin and I are back. Ling Qingyao carried Qilin and slowly walked to Fang Xuanning. LOL. Coming back so soon, did the promotion fail? Seeing Ling Qingyao walking towards her, it was as if Fang Xuanning heard the sound of her heart breaking. Yes, that's the only possibility. Ling Qingyao's natural talent was excellent, and her realm was very compacted, so the difficulty of the 3rd stage barrier she faced was definitely far beyond normal. Failure, too, is normal. Qingyao, it's okay, let the promotion failure be a failure, it's good that you can come back safely. Fang Xuanning smiled indifferently on her face. She knew very well that compared to her as a teacher, Ling Qingyao, who had failed in her promotion, was the one who was the most saddened. So, instead of showing a hint of complaint, she smiled and comforted. No, Miss Xuanning, I've already been promoted to the 3rd rank. Ling Qingyao cried and laughed, naturally sensing the helplessness in Fang Xuanning's eyes. Teacher Xuanning should be worried about me failing in the face of the promotion barrier. It doesn't matter, I've already breached it. Breach? Really, Qingyao? You're not lying to teacher, are you? At those words, Fang Xuanning's heart rose to her throat as she nervously looked at Ling Qingyao. Only to see Ling Qingyao slowly raise her right hand, and in her palm, a flash of turquoise blue light quietly rather. Turquoise blue, water blue, sky blue, deep blue. This turquoise blue spiritual power, early 3rd order. A 17-year-old at the beginning of the Third Order, setting a new record for the Magic City University. At this moment, the big stone hanging inside Feng Xuaning's heart finally landed. Looking at Ling Qingyao with eyes full of smiles, he said with a pleased expression, well, Qingyao, you're really good this time. It's okay, Ms. Yukin, even though I faced the nightmare pass, I don't feel like I did anything either. Ling Qingyao cried and laughed, and when she thought back carefully, she really hadn't done anything. In the dream, all she saw was a large white creature, and then the dream shattered. The so-called nightmare pass of the third rank advancement felt worse than that illusion spell of the Imperial Beast Master Association. Nightmare pass? How long did you use it? 1 minute, or 10, don't remember. Hiss. At those words, Feng Xuaning's eyes were filled with shock. How much? Minutes? The nightmare level is one of the hardest levels ever. After all, attacking the mind is the best thing to do, and working on the body is the best thing to do. Caught up in the dream level, Ling Qingyao surprisingly broke through so quickly. Chapter 108, Welcoming Foreigners. A battle that cannot be lost. Good. Teacher really didn't misjudge you, the third rank promotion nightmare card, even teacher used half a day back then, you're less than half a day. Feng Xuaning gripped Ling Qingyao's hands, trembling gently with excitement, as if she was even happier than her breakthrough to the third rank. Once Ling Qingyao broke through the third rank, it meant that the situation of these people from Shuimu Qinghua completely reversed. The opposing freshmen were only a group of late second stage, or consummate students. Ling Qingyao was an early stage of the third rank, and she also mastered the most murderous sword art. It's not too late, Qingyao, are you willing to help us achieve victory? Feng Xuaning asked. Teacher, I came back this trip just for this matter. Ling Qingyao said in a firm tone. Yes. Feng Xuaning's eyes were agitated, and she instantly raised her hand and shouted to the referee on the playing field, the game is suspended, we need to change. As the words fell, the entire sparring ground fell into a momentary silence. A change? A temporary substitution is a negative decision. Besides, if Wu Qianxian goes down, who can you, Feng Xuaning, take out? People on the scene cringed at this. The school executives of the Magic Capital University all had their brows furrowed, although they knew the general outcome of this match, but for Feng Xuaning to temporarily replace someone like this without consulting them was simply a bit arrogant. Don't be angry, Dean Chen, Miss Feng Xuaning is probably worried about her students. In front of a white-haired old man, several teachers from the freshman class were saying nice things. However, the faces of the group of deans were a bit less than favorable. It's really quite embarrassing to lose in front of an old rival. Besides, who else are you going to replace? Several of the top students in People's S class were easily crushed. How can you change your Class C and send a couple of weak students up there to embarrass yourself? Forget it, since it's that Feng girl student, let's lose this time. Several deans, President Chen, were well aware of Feng Xuaning's background and shook their heads without saying anything more. However, on the sparring table, when Wu Qianxian heard Feng Xuaning's words about switching, her entire body went mental and turned her head angrily. The eyes searched up Feng Xuaning's location, 2 rows of silver teeth clenched. The deal was to keep her going until the end. Obviously she can still hold out. Disagree. Wouldn't have agreed to this in any case. Soon, her eyes found Feng Xuaning's location. Miss Xuaning, I don't agree with the substitution, I can still fight. Wu Qianxian pointed at her opponent on the side, her beautiful eyes with a little bloodshot, and her tone was serious. She was really close to holding on to her limit. Even when she saw Ling Qingyao, her brain didn't even turn a corner. Come back, Qianxian student, next, let Ling Qingyao student help you on. A trace of heartache appeared in Feng Xuaning's eyes, and her tone softly said. Ling Qingyao? Hearing this name, Wu Qianxian faced confused for a moment, a long-time tense spirit, in this moment to loosen down. Wu Qianxian's line of sight moved slightly and saw Ling Qingyao's figure, a hint of a smile floating at the corner of her mouth. Qingyao, you stinking woman, you're back at last. Wu Qianxian didn't know whether she should cry or laugh now. But she walked off the stage quite dryly and expressed the idea of a substitution to the referee. Since Ling Qingyao said that, she must be sure of it. Wu Qianxian and Ling Qingyao had been together for so long, and were clear about this. Qingyao, even though I'm not sure about your current strength, please still make sure you win. Under the stage, Wu Qianxian came to Ling Qingyao and said seriously. Don't worry, leave it to me this time. A confident smile appeared on Ling Qingyao's face, her eyes flashing with freckles. This time, not only did he himself break through the third rank, Lin also said that he had a mask as a base card. Therefore, even if her opponent came from Mizuki, from a foreign country, she had the power to fight or even crush. I have to remind you that none of the opponent's freshman starters have taken the field yet. They still have 3 spots left on the field, so be careful and don't be careless. Wu Qianqian looked at the confident smile on Ling Qingyao's face and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Even if Qingyao was as strong as she couldn't withstand the opposite side's will battle. You can't be careless. Don't worry, Qianqian students, today's Qingyao has far surpassed you. Fang Shuining could see what Wu Qianqian was worried about and smiled as she reminded, I'm afraid that her realm today will scare you. Hearing this, Wu Qianqian looked at Ling Qingyao thoughtfully, a possibility coming to mind. Is it hard? Ling Qingyao even promoted to the 3rd rank? In the midst of her thoughts, she saw Ling Qingyao wave her hand at him, a flash of turquoise blue light flashing across her palm. Seeing this, Wu Qianqian's head felt buzzing as if she had been hit hard with a hammer. 3rd order. I can't believe it's the 3rd order. This stinky girl went out, what did she do? Really surprising. Oh no, really scary. But that's good, our opponents would never think that there are still 3rd order students hidden in our pro life. Wu Qianqian sat back down on the spectator seat as if she was relieved, shocked by Ling Qingyao's realm, and her sleepiness was gone. Wu Qianqian watched Ling Qingyao ascend the sparring stage, a hint of anticipation rising in her eyes. Although the 3rd rank is already pretty good, but this time Suedu University is coming on strong, I don't know if there are any 3rd rank professionals on the other side. Well, what you say is not unreasonable. But we can only pin our hopes on Qingyao for now. Fang Xuaning's pink fist was slightly clenched, but she wanted Ling Qingyao to win more than anyone else. After all, she had not only gambled money, but also her face as a teacher. Just then, Mordor University makes a substitution, Class C Ling Qingyao is on the court. Mizuki University substitution, foreign exchange student, Arthur on the court. As the referee's announcement rang out, Ling Qingyao and another blonde-haired, blue-eyed teenager with all the good qualities of a Western man appeared on the opposing field. Arthur stood over 1 meter 9 and carried a huge golden sword in his hand, with a hexagram summoning spell seal on his forehead. Ling Qingyao sized up her opponent, her mind ringing with the information Fang Xuanning had shown her about her opponent. It was only known that the other party came from the Divine Europe side, and that their profession belonged to the SS rank Holy Sword Dragon Knights, capable of summoning holy swords and dragons to fight at the same time. Is the opponent so pressurized in the first battle of the 3rd rank? Ling Qingyao gazed at her opponent and tightly clutched the ice-glazed sword in her hand. The opposition is strong. But she didn't want to lose, and she couldn't. Just as the referee announced the 2 sides of the match, the stage was exploding. How can a freshman be in Class C? Isn't it embarrassing to go up there? The quality of the freshmen in our school is really not as good as it was in the past generation, and they dare to call out anyone. There were students from other grades present to watch the battle, and when they heard that Ling Qingyao was a Class C student, each of their faces turned red with anger. Although Suemu University is a bit pandering to foreigners, the international students selected by others are all geniuses among the top geniuses. If we send a Class C student from Mordor University, isn't this a disgrace in front of the foreigners? Chapter 109, You're dropping female students are too scary. This switching behavior was not only incomprehensible to the students of other grades. Even the freshmen were similarly confused as to why Ling Qingyao was allowed on. Our Class S is full of talents, Ling Qingyao is a coward in hiding, what strength can she have? That's what I say too, when our brother Yu was defeated in the first place, if it wasn't for Ms. Wu Qianqian to take the top, where would she be? And talk about field training, I don't see that it's been trained, it's still the same. Ling Qingyao, come down, replace us with someone from Class S. Even a traitor who left the battlefield, come down. The students' tirades were like a raging storm, hitting Ling Qingyao on the opposite side of the battlefield. However, the young girl just smiled wanly and stood the long sword in her hand in front of her body, her cold appearance cloudy and light. It doesn't matter what outsiders think. She just needs to put her best foot forward and win this one more time and any doubts will dissipate. Shoveler, is it really worth it for you to get a victory for this bunch? Qilin hid in Ling Qingyao's arms, feeling a pang of irritation as he was woken up by these people's tirades. We left at a time when the school was facing difficulties, and it's normal for them to be more or less resentful. Ling Qingyao didn't have too many mood swings and spoke calmly. A calm gaze swept over the pairs of eyes on the stage. It eventually rested on her opponent's body, the battle spirit rising in her eyes. Foreigners, Mizugaki University, the buffs are really stacking up. It's not even fair to say that you didn't lose today. Just then, the referee's appropriately loud voice rings out at this moment. Are both sides ready? There. Both fighters nodded at the same time as the referee held his hands high in the air and then swung down hard. The battle was fought at once. I'm sorry, beautiful young lady, to come to your Donghuang. We have only one purpose, and that is to achieve victory. Arthur surveyed Ling Qinyao with his azure eyes and smiled as he stood his giant sword in front of him. However, what was surprising was that he didn't seem to be ready to summon the giant dragon, but instead, his figure took a step out and rushed towards Ling Qinyao. The great sword in his hand slashed violently, cutting out a crescent-shaped sword blade that covered more than 10 meters. The killing power of the giant sword was wide and the attack was powerful. According to Ling Qingyao's original idea, she would not fight him hard. But she knew that her side was demoralized and what it needed most was an overwhelming victory. Only to see Ling Qingyao's toes pointing at the ground, her body sliding on the ground, easily avoiding the sword chi. Immediately afterward, Ling Qinyao pulled away before inserting the ice-glazed sword back into its scabbard. Zirin. Qilin immediately understood what shoveler meant. Let me pick what sword to use this time. Chopper's sword it is. Chop him into an idiot. Qilin immediately moved his thoughts and summoned a purple-colored sword from the void sword box. Buzz off. The Zanpakuto sword, which emitted a burst of sword sounds, appeared out of thin air like a flying sword out of the sky and hovered in front of Ling Qinyao. Chop. Ling Qinyao carried the Zanpakuto sword, her eyes suddenly changed, her hair took on some pure white meaning and fluttered with the wind of the sword. She seemed like a different person, more like a ruthless female sword god. Immediately after that, Ling Qinyao quickly rushed towards Arthur, her figure as fast as lightning. Beautiful lady, you are also underestimating the power of our divine Ouija knights. Arthur smiled faintly, as if the heavens were falling before his eyes. Only to see him raise the holy sword in his hand and thrust it towards the ground. Boom! A circular wave of crimson light, centered on him, spread rapidly. Wherever it passed, sand flew and debris shot out. This wave of light seemed to float with a shocking power, attacking the opponent's heart and soul. Knightly pressure, can you handle it? Arthur had a compassionate smile on his face. It's time to end it after all this fun. He hadn't been serious since the battle. Because before the teacher brought them to Mordor University, he had specifically warned about the difference between Class S Class C class. In his opinion, how powerful could a Class C student be? He didn't even want to waste his time. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Qinyao looked like she had good looks and made him a little interested, he wouldn't have even made a move. But it's about time, so let's settle the fight with this mental pressure. Buzz. The golden circle of light spread out in front of Ling Qinyao. Ling Qingyao's footsteps paused, her brows slightly furrowed. The pressure of the power? What majesty, not a single feeling. Ling Qingyao's stopping movement also caused the surrounding teachers and students of Mordor University to catch their breath. Since the two had been using physical arts before. At this moment, Arthur used a spiritual attack and his realm was revealed to the crowd. People could feel the fluctuation of spiritual power in Arthur's body, and it was clearly a second-order consummation. Crimson, second order complete. Second stage consummation, this is already a top level within all the freshmen in the magic capital. What level is Ling Qinyao? Last time he raided the Tian Song copy, he only seemed to have broken through the late second stage, right? This is bad, look at Ling Qinyao being shocked in place, I'm afraid she's mentally attacked. So insidious, to use a mental power attack, if Ling Qingyao's realm is suppressed, a mental power attack can be a real injury. Offstage, the audience sweated for Ling Qinyao. Anymore, they belonged to the same university, and the reputation of Mordor University was tied to them. Now that they saw that Ling Qinyao was about to lose, people closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch the scene. Mr. Fong, don't forget our bet. At this moment, Mu Meijiao, who was wearing the tutor's robe of Waterwood University, arrived in front of Fong Xuanning with a light smile on her face. Arthur, but they had recruited the top students from God's Europe. A Holy Sword Dragon Knight against Ling Qinyao, the giant dragon didn't even need to be summoned to win easily. This is a real laugh riot. The same words I want you to remember. Fong Xuanning sat on her seat, not even moving her head as she looked at the sparring stage. This look was a cop-out in Mu Meijiao's eyes. She couldn't help but sneer mentally. Oh da. I'll see how long you can keep your mouth shut. When Arthur takes this maiden down, I must go back and make a great deal of noise. Just as the atmosphere was getting more and more stagnant. Something's not right, you guys, look. Ling Qingyao has moved. One man's exclamation of surprise appeared in everyone's ears. Only to see that on the opposing battlefield, Ling Qingyao's fingers slowly scratched across the purple longsword's blade. Zigzag. The lightning arcs that danced on his fingers spread to the blade. Immediately afterward, Ling Qingyao was only seen firing her right arm and violently hurling her longsword. The purple sword blade that Gua had written with thunder seemed to turn into streams of light and stabbed at Arthur's body. What a stupid idea to abandon your sword and strike. Arthur's pupils reflected the flying purple blade, and a strong disappointment surfaced in his eyes. He didn't know how many times he had resisted such flying blade training. With his eyes closed, he could have used the holy sword in his hand and blocked the attack. I didn't think about the knife. Your female students from Mordor University are actually so soft. Arthur sneered in a not-so-fluent Chinese. With one hand, he raised his holy sword up and held it across his body. A flying sword blade? What a naive attack. Arthur was pondering this when suddenly, put! Scarlet, blood-colored fireworks bloomed from Arthur's backside. No way! Arthur's pupils contracted violently, incredulously looking at the location of his belly. A purple longsword didn't enter the whole abdomen. Look backward, through the waist. A drop of blood fell low on the blade, and a sharp pain struck as if it went deep into his soul. Hiss! What the hell is this? The holy sword was clearly blocked in front of his body, but the attack penetrated through it to his own body. You, Magic City University, what kind of sorcery did you use? Chapter 110, Broken Sword. She is of the third order? His brain stung like a needle. Arthur covered his head, his body shook, and his face was full of panic. No way, absolutely no way. The texture of the holy sword was as firm as his faith, and no weapon could directly penetrate it. Unless it penetrated not a holy sword, but space. Suddenly, Arthur thought of this possibility, and his turquoise eyes were now thick with fear. Through unity space? Isn't this something that only a master-level professional can achieve? Could it be that her sword art attainments were already comparable to that of a grandmaster? If that's true, then this schoolgirl is too scary. Arthur blanched at the thought, forgetting even that. There was a long sword sticking out of his plunged abdomen. Thunder arcs pulsed from the Zanpakuto sword, electrocuting his wound into charcoal and incidentally even stopping the bleeding. At this point, the sound of sucking in a breath of cold air resounded from the stage. The students and teachers who were watching the battle each had a stunning look in their eyes. What a flying sword! They could see clearly that this flying sword pierced through Arthur's holy sword in one stroke and suddenly drilled out of the void. How could an opponent catch a sword that pierced through the void? Simply magical. What a terrifying sword art. It can actually penetrate space. If I remember correctly, it should only be a 5th-ranked powerhouse that can reach this level, right? Not bad. This young girl has the appearance of a 5th-order powerhouse. Heavenly genius. Although this sword is amazing, why did Ling Qingyao just ignore Arthur's spiritual pressure? I always feel that Ling Qingyao is overconfident. What do you care? Maybe it's because Ling Qingyao has some kind of spiritual power defense treasure. Anyway, I really admire Ling Qingyao now. You just didn't see Arthur's arrogant look. I can't wait to stick a sword into his heart. This sword of Ling Qingyao's is simply too cool. Yeah, now the teachers at Mizuki University are going to be in a hurry. Good job, student Ling Qingyao. Teachers are optimistic about you. Give me a good reception for that foreign friend. Ear-splitting cheers erupted from the stage as a single gaze converged on Ling Qingyao's body. There were also a few people who looked at Ling Qingyao's teacher, Feng Xuanning. I'm afraid the happiest person at this time is Mr. Feng. At this moment, Feng Xuanning and Wu Qianshen were sitting together, and awe was also written on the faces of the two women. They knew that it was because Ling Qingyao was able to ignore the spiritual pressure, and they knew that it was because Ling Qingyao possessed the third stage of the realm. However, he did not expect that Ling Qingyao's sword would be able to penetrate the void and directly pass through the holy sword block and hit his opponent. Teacher Feng, it seems like I've seen this sword before, only it's not as amazingly powerful as this time. Wu Qianshan recalled that when she entered the Heavenly Tsang copy, Ling Qingyao used her flying sword to kill the demon ape leader, and she also had this kind of sword technique that penetrated space. Mr. Feng? Wu Qianshan called out a few times and didn't get a response from Mr. Feng. She looked over. It was discovered that Feng Xuanning had left her seat and caught up with a female tutor from Suemu University. Hey, Mr. Wood, which way are you going? Is this sword of my student okay, using or my sword, huh? Fang Xuanning smiled aloud as she tugged on Mu Meijiao, who wanted to slip away. Fang Xuanning, can you keep your laughter down? A little tailwind makes you so happy, right? Mu Meijiao was already annoyed by being hit in the face, and when she heard Fang Xuanning's words, she was even more furious. Where did I laugh? Fang Xuanning asked with a smug look on her face, as if she was intent on being angry at Mu Meijiao. Humph. Mu Meijiao snorted coldly, her eyes flashed with coldness. I'm telling you, Arthur hasn't summoned a dragon yet, and Arthur with a dragon rider is the true dragon knight of the Holy Sword. She was right. Once Arthur reacted, he would bring out his full strength to attack Ling Qingyao. With the help of the foreign beasts, it was not known if Ling Qingyao would be able to defeat her opponent. Hearing Mu Meijiao's words, Fang Xuanning's pair of eyes wrinkled slightly. Walking back to his seat, he quietly focused on the battle on the field. Only to see that on the opposite side of the battlefield, Arthur raised his holy sword and resisted Ling Qingyao's strong attack, surviving the initial period of weakness. Madaka! Sparks splashed fiercely in yet another collision between the holy sword and the ice-glazed sword. Arthur and Ling Qingyao simultaneously retreated in a burst, quickly separating to the opposite sides of the platform, facing each other from a distance. Ling Qingyao, student, you're really strong, but I'm curious as to why you're immune to my nightly pressure? Arthur gasped and inquired. He still had a Zanpakuto sticking out of his stomach and hadn't pulled it out. Because Ling Qingyao's fight just now was too sharp, even he didn't have time to pull down his Zanpakuto sword. Now he was feeling like his brain was buzzing and his mental powers were being interfered with. Want to know? Ling Qingyao's eyes were devoid of sadness and joy, and her face was expressionless as she said. Of course. Arthur nodded his head halfway, only to see Ling Qingyao raise her hand, and he thought that the other party was going to release some kind of skill. Immediately, he raised his holy sword, ready to strike. But all that was heard was a poof, and a sharp pain came from the small of Arthur's back. A turquoise blue spiritual power, transformed into a chain, pulled the chopper sword and flew away. Arthur's abdomen was bleeding profusely and pain hit his head, but he forgot to stop the bleeding. It was only because Ling Qingyao's spiritual power halo just now, since it was turquoise blue. Aquamarine mental power. You're a third-order professional. Arthur exclaimed in surprise. So what if you know, is the third order high? Without the slightest expression, Ling Qingyao held her dual swords, bracing herself for Arthur to freeze and charge again. Ding 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 ding. Ling Qingyao's dual swords played like a gyroscope, her body spinning in mid-air to cleave Arthur. Arthur could only hold up his holy sword to fend it off, his form getting lower and lower as he dropped to one knee. No way. Arthur's eyes glazed over as his mind pondered a response. The soul was affected by that sword, and the mental power was already weakened. This, coupled with the loss of blood, caused the brain to become inflexible. At this rate, he's bound to lose. Either stop the bleeding or take a revert pill. But Arthur looked at Ling Qingyao, who was spinning like a gyroscope in mid-air, his eyes flushed with gravity. This woman doesn't give a damn. Chapter 111, How Can a Lizard Be Called a Dragon? SS Rank Holy Fly. With Ling Qingyao displaying her third-order spiritual power. Each of the people present had puzzled faces, as well as questioning gazes. Third-order spirit power, when did Ling Qingyao already advance to the third order? Wouldn't that be catching up with some of their sophomore seniors? How can anyone in the freshman class have such a fast promotion? Am I right, that's the fluctuation of third-order spiritual power? Teacher Shuet, you're not wrong, that's a third-order spiritual power halo, and it seems that this young girl has just been promoted to the third order, and her spiritual power halo is still a bit dim. There's no point in talking too much, so why don't we ask the dean's adults what they think? Offstage, in the Mordor University mentor camp. The crowd of freshman tutors looked at the several old men in front of them. The 5 deans, including Dean Shen, stared at the battle stage. One by one, their vicissitudes and sharp gazes swept over Ling Qingyao on the stage. It's indeed the third rank. Within the freshmen, this belongs to an extraordinary achievement. Realm is right, but the third rank doesn't really sway this battle. The opponent's strength hasn't been fully revealed yet. I remember this kid's profile shows him as a Holy Sword Dragon Knight. The giant dragon race, even the lowest sub-dragon species, belongs to the A-class Fey Beasts. And Ling Qingyao's Fey Beast is merely a small white dog, its help to her is too limited. The deans shook their heads slightly, clearly not looking forward to the fight. The competition of the Imperial Beastmaster Division, in addition to the Imperial Beastmaster, one has to have the Imperial Beast to fight with. How could Ling Qingyao's little white dog fight someone else's giant dragon? Can't have a little white dog jumping up and wailing and barking and subsequently getting slapped into a pulp by a giant dragon, can we? Ling Qingyao can only seize the opportunity to end him using a combo like this. Don't give him the time to summon the dragon. President Chen's gaze was deep as he held his beard. However, how could Arthur on the sparring table not be aware of this? Arthur on the stage had a cold look in his eyes. He couldn't hide, then he chose a way that no one expected. Blood for blood. Put. Arthur moved away from the holy sword that was blocking his body. His chest was chopped by Ling Qingyao's sword, and his body flew backwards as blood and flesh flew. The large side of the chest sprayed blood in mid-air, scarlet coloring everyone's sight. The moment Ling Qingyao's vision was obscured by the blood, she felt Arthur's tough and powerful mental power fluctuation. Wow! The blood that obscured his vision hit the ground hard along with Arthur. This was followed by Arthur's excited laughter. Ah ha 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 ha. Classmate, you're great, but I'm tougher than you. Arthur struggled to rise from the ground with the completed hexagram summoning spell outlined in front of him. The golden light flickered as if it constituted an entrance. Only to see that within the entrance, a huge dragon silhouette flapped its golden feathered wings and rushed into the cave like streams of light. Immediately afterward, light rose in all directions on the sparring stage. In the piercing golden light, a giant dragon creature with scales that looked like gold eyes, like two azure gems, appeared. It had wings on its back, muscular limbs, and its body was golden, as if it was an ancient dragon carved in gold. SS Class Fey. Sacred Flying Dragon. Ling Qingyao looked at her opponent, a trace of gravity rising on her face. I didn't realize that this person was also a dual cultivator of physical arts and summoning arts. This is a bit of a tough one. The Sacred Flying Dragon is the legendary son of a giant dragon in the region of Divine Europe. Just from the perspective of its SS class potential rating, it was also an existence comparable to a heavenly demon sable. Moreover, the gargoyle itself had a powerful ability to immunize itself from magical damage, and the scales on its body were extremely tough and could counteract most physical damage. Ling Qingyao had completely forgotten about Qilin as she pondered. After all, the opponent this time was not a small one. She couldn't tell if Qilin could defeat her target. Mainly she was also deceived by Qilin's droll appearance. And Qilin was also sizing up the golden dragon in front of him. A golden dragon, I wonder if that world he's in has a lot of gold buried in it. Didn't they say that gargoyles love shiny things? How about grabbing it for a meal? Qilin rubbed his little paws together, his little face physically leaping into action. The gargoyle regenerates quickly, so if you take it down, you might as well be a free meat cutting machine. The only shame is that. Qilin looked towards Arthur, who was sitting on the ground. The man was heavily injured and his face was pale. It's a pity that this rare flying dragon still has an owner. Qilin shook his head. He didn't have much of an idea for this cutthroat match between Mordor University and Mizuki University. After all, it's not like the honor thing can be exchanged for something to eat. If you lose face, you lose face. It's better to lie flat and be comfortable. As Qilin was thinking about it, he only heard the holy flying dragon on the opposite side of the room open its mouth and let out a roar. Who? A pressure originating from the giant dragon clan instantly swept over. The dragon's dragon power. Ling Qingyao seemed as if there were two huge mountains pressing down on her shoulders, and her movements became stiff and incomparable. I almost forgot that the gargoyle clan also had the skill dragon might. It could be said that gargoyles were born to be a fighting race. As soon as Arthur summoned the sacred flying dragon, the situation of the battlefield was instantly turned around. Hee, classmate, you cultivate very quickly, but unfortunately, your dog is dragging you down. If I'm not mistaken, that little white dog is your summoned beast, right? The corner of Arthur's mouth curved up in a subtle arc as his eyes surveyed Qilin. The life fluctuation is far beyond that of a normal foreign beast, but looking at its race it seems to be merely a small white dog. Even wasting resources to cultivate, you can really take great pains. Arthur didn't hide the sneer on his face at all. After these few rounds of attacks, he had already been angered by Ling Qingyao. Let's show you the dragon power of this holy flying dragon of mine. With a wave of his hand, Arthur barked, Sacred Flying Dragon, dragon might follow sacred spit. Ow. I am your king. Receiving Arthur's order, the Sacred Flying Dragon unfolded its 5-meter wide wings and a large shadow spilled down. It raised its head to the sky and let out a roar. The dragon's might was so great that it swore as if it was the master of this battlefield. The Sacred Flying Dragon turned its sapphire-like eyes and looked at Ling Qingyao and Qilin as it opened its mouth and roared. Roar! Crawl at my feet, damn woman, and your stupid dog. Ling Qinyao couldn't understand the meaning of this dragon language. However, Qilin naturally understood beast language. Good. The unicorn is not powerful, but a lizard is screaming too, isn't it? A bigger lizard that dares to call itself a dragon. Who gave you the courage, Long Jingru? The more Qilin thought about it, the more angry he became, so he simply stopped lying flat. With an athletic stance, he jumped from Ling Qingyao's arms to the ground. The pupils slowly lit up with golden light and stared at the sacred flying dragon. An energy fluctuation comparable to that of a third-ranked professional erupted from Qilin's body. At the same time, Qilin's body lit up around him with a Kylan silhouette with a body like snow and a dragon's head in horse's body. Bang! An ocean-like pressure turned into a tsunami that slapped at the body of the sacred flying dragon. Howl! The sacred flying dragon's dragon pupils widened as if they were copper bells, and an unspeakable pressure came from that little white dog. He felt like he was being watched by an abyssal giant. The other party's race and bloodline far surpassed it, and just by being glared at by the other party, it felt like its body was going to be torn apart immediately. Terror. Powerful. No solution. And the sacredness that even it has to fear. Flutter. The sacred flying dragon's eyes rolled back, and its body staggered as it crashed to the ground, its huge dragon body smashing into the sparring table, even shaking the ground for a moment. Hooters. The sacred flying dragon made a pleading sound in its throat, its body trembling. At this scene, the entire crowd was shocked, and everyone's throats seemed to be strangled by a pair of hands, unable to speak. An eerie silence fell over the scene. What happened? The holy flying dragon is playing a fake game? It's scared less. Chapter 112, First Win. Wearing the unicorn mask. As the sacred flying dragon on the sparring stage half kneeled on the ground, its body couldn't stop trembling. The faces of the people around them showed a bewildered expression of disbelief. What happened? What's going on? Did Ling Qinyao just do something? Why did this golden dragon actually fall to the ground and go? I'm not sure. I heard from the people over at Mizugaki University that it was Arthur playing a fake match. Haha, it really made me laugh. A huge dragon like a small truck, but it directly knelt down. I'm afraid it's not a soft-footed dragon, right? Look at that foreign kid's expression is dumbfounded. He must not have expected this either. It's so damn cool. I just thought he was pretending up. I didn't realize it was a bluff. The Mordor University students on stage did not hide their voices. When things came to this point, Ling Qinyao was sure to win. Arthur is afraid that if he doesn't admit defeat, it will leave him with a hidden problem later on, and he will lose. And compared to the cheering Magic City University side, the instructors and students of Suemu University, a gloomy expression surfaced on each of their faces. Shame on you. I knew the gringo was untrustworthy, couldn't do a good job as a toolman, just useless. Arthur, what are you up to? Why don't you maneuver the sacred flying dragon to crush your opponent? Playing a fake match, huh? Where's that aura of yours that usually crushes us? You also said that you want to become the first Imperial Beast Master of Mizuki, is this it? Nope, my Imperial Beast is also shaking a bit, as if it's afraid of something. How can that be? Don't you dare make a fuss. In Suemu University's team, several students of the Imperial Beast profession looked at their Imperial Beasts, each of which seemed to be shivering uneasily. They seemed to sense something horrible. However, the students of Mizuki University didn't see any powerful creatures present around them, and they all thought it was an illusion. Playing a fake match? It's all good if it's a fake match. This is clearly a naked crush. To the station, Arthur had a hard time. He felt a terrifying pressure from the holy flying dragon's contract. It seemed to be coming from Ling Qinyao, which made Arthur wonder what else Ling Qinyao had up her sleeve. To make the sacred flying dragon so fearful, could it be that the opponent is hiding the corpse of some ancient creature? Arthur thought darkly, not suspecting Zirin. On the one hand, Zirin is overly cute and deceptive. On the one hand, he's lost so much blood that his brain is fainting. Flying dragon, calm down. Arthur got up, supporting his body with his holy sword, and tried to walk over to appease the sacred flying dragon. Ow! Ow! However, the sacred flying dragon ignored Arthur's touch and wailed one after the other. How could this happen? Arthur half kneeled on the ground and kept calming the sacred flying dragon with his hands. The frown deepened, and gravity drained from his pale face. What in the world could scare a flying dragon like that? He was in the middle of his thoughts when a cold voice came from the side. I'm sorry, but it seems your fate don't dare to go against me. At some point, Ling Qingyao appeared beside Arthur. The ice-glazed sword in her hand was pointed diagonally at Arthur's throat, the tip of the sword touching Arthur's throat and already cutting through the epidermis. As soon as Arthur made a slight move, this long sword of hers would stab him in the throat. I, for one, lost. Feeling the cold killing intent of the girl in front of him, Arthur helplessly admitted defeat. As his words of admitting defeat came out, the referee immediately mounted the opposite stand, raised Ling Qingyao's left hand, and announced in a loud voice. Mizuki University, Arthur has voluntarily conceded defeat, and the winner is Ling Qingyao. As soon as this result was announced, the scene erupted into an uproar. Even though he had expected it, when he really saw the scene, he was still shocked by Ling Qingyao. Arthur is already the best of the freshmen at Mizugaki University. Holy Sword Dragon Knights, both in terms of realm and fey, are excellent. If the Sacred Flying Dragon with SS rank potential hadn't performed poorly, perhaps Ling Qingyao wouldn't have won so easily. But a win is a win, and the audience will cheer for Ling Qingyao and feel sorry for Arthur. Arthur was carried into the infirmary under the care of the medical staff. Ling Qingyao stood on the opposite side of the battlefield, having a rare 10-minute break. Student Ling Qingyao, your performance this time was amazing, but do you still want to fight? The referee asked, slightly agitated. Ling Qingyao nodded, well, I can still fight. Good, then you have a good rest, and I'll go inform the instructors at Mizuki University. The referee turned towards the mentor from Mizuki University. The other side still had 2 spots left and obviously wasn't going to relax so easily. Ling Qingyao sat on the edge of the pair of stations and took out a bottle of third-order spirit-containing potion. Boo! The glass tube containing the azure liquid was broken open by Ling Qingyao, and she took a small sip. The flavor of the juice, similar to that of mint, slid down the throat and into the stomach, delivering a pleasant coolness to the body. Ling Qingyao's eyes narrowed slightly as she felt the condition of her body and nodded in satisfaction. Qilin, is that Sacred Flying Dragon you helping me? Ling Qingyao looked up at the white hat on her head and asked. Qilin stretched out, his 4 little paws propped up into a plum-like shape, and yawned, ah. I'm not helping you, it's his own problem. Qilin rubbed his drowsy eyes, originally laying flat and well, that little lizard had to pretend to be a mythical unicorn of its own, it, a pseudo-dragon, dared to mouth high. Mustn't we teach it a lesson? Otherwise it really made it think that the Western dragon was superior to the beast. I see. Ling Qingyao heard the displeasure in Qilin's tone and smiled faintly, reaching out to pinch Qilin's little fat face. Not sure why Xirin didn't want to talk about it, but there must be a reason for Xirin. It's good that she respects it. But now, she had a small request. By the way, Qilin, what exactly does this mask of yours do? Can I wear it? From her spatial ring, Ling Qingyao took out a Qilin mask that was draped in golden arcs of electricity. The mask is not heavy, has a nice texture, and is cool to the touch. But it just looks no different than a regular mask. Ability, experiment on your own. Qilin waved his paw and asked the system what side effects this mask had on wearing it. The answer received was simple. 1. The mask was damaged, and 2. The wearer became dependent. Shoveling will create a dependency. Luckily it wasn't myself. Since it's not yourself, it's fine. Qilin nodded indifferently, wear it if it phases, but the longer you wear it, the greater the side effects. Out of conscience, Qilin still reminded him, lest he be pestered by Ling Qingyao to wear a mask in the future. Good. For the next battle, I'll just wear it. Whatever. After Qilin said this, he jumped off the pair of platforms and ran to where Su Mengmeng went to sleep. Ling Qingyao watched Qilin leave, looking at the golden mask in her hand and thought. It looks pretty good. Put it on and try it out later when you're sparring. As Ling Qingyao pondered, the instructors from Shuimu University had already chosen the next contestant to take the stage. The opponent who walked onto the battlefield was not like Arthur, she was a pure-blooded Eastern brilliant girl. It seemed that years of exposure to the sun had given her skin a healthy wheat color and a perfect waistline under her revealing dress. Ling Qingyao, right, I watched your battle, the realm is good, but the sword skills are average. Husisi patted her fist wrapped in an elastic bandage, her gaze sharpened as she sized up Ling Qingyao. Chapter 113 Appointment Dueling Physical Arts. Shocking the entire arena. Ling Qingyao, right, I watched your fight, the realm is good, but your sword skills are average. Husisi patted her fist wrapped in an elastic bandage, her gaze sharpened as she sized up Ling Qingyao. Swordsmanship is average? Ling Qingyao's face was expressionless, and in her heart, she was also marking who Cece is seriously injured. A swordsman, you can say he's bad at everything. But you can't say she's an average swordsman. 10 years of sharpening a sword is nothing less than that. This student is high-minded, then I will meet you with my swordplay. Ling Qingyao drew her ice-glazed sword, her eyes calm as she said. However, Hu Cece smiled contemptuously, sword? Dogs don't even play, this young lady is a sword user. Saying that, Hu Cece took out a long, pitch-black knife from her spatial ring. The blade was pitch black, its surface dotted with star-like points of light, and Hu Cece held the blade in one hand, naturally exuding a sharp aura. An inch long and an inch strong, the long knife is about the momentum of the offense. Mastering a jutsu was a necessary way to become a cleric level. Have you heard of the Chinese 5th-ranked powerhouse, Mad Blade? That is my tutor teacher. Hu Cece couldn't help but straighten her chest when she said the name Berserker. This was a master swordsman she had respected since she was a child. But Ling Qingyao's eyes were a bit strange. Mad sword? If memory serves, it seems that the 5th-ranked professional that Lilith killed was called Mad Blade. It seems that this girl doesn't know about the death of the Mad Sword yet. It was also right, these days this young girl had been staying at the Magic City University, how would she know that the Mad Sword had been decapitated by Lilith? But since he was the disciple of the Mad Sword, it meant that he also had 2 skills. Ling Qingyao's eyes became bitterly cold, and the ice-glazed sword in her hand was slightly clenched, deciding to go all out. As long as the referee gave the order, she could charge out with her sword at any time. As on the sparring stage, the 2 men took their stances, the audience below the stage more or less guessed what the 2 men were planning to do. Mr. Fong, you don't think Ling Qingyao could still be lucky enough to run into a player like Arthur, do you? Beside Fong Xuanning, a hint of coldness appeared in Mu Meijiao's eyes. Arthur's defeat, as far as he was concerned, was nothing more than an accident. When a foreign beast loses its temper, it's almost something that most imperial beast masters will encounter. It's just Arthur's bad luck that it just so happens that the Fae throws a tantrum and doesn't take part in the fight while it's going on. But Hu Cece was different, he had studied sword techniques since he was young and was known as the genius most likely to become the next sword master. Although Hussein's equal rank is not the 3rd rank, he has already broken through once, only to be stopped by a special barrier. Mu Meijiao continued to laugh. Ling Qingyao's rank isn't low, but it's not much beyond that. Besides, Hussey has the Demon Breaker sword in her hand, capable of cleaving through any elemental attack. You'll never win me this time. However, letting her words be cold to the extreme, Fong Xuanning did not have any extra emotions in her eyes. Fong Xuanning didn't listen to a single word of Mu Meijiao's words. Instead, it was Wu Chanqian on the side who was a bit anxious. Teacher Fong, can she win, Ling Qingyao? Continuous battles, or this kind of battle that competes with body speed, it consumes the most physical energy. You don't have to worry, because I'm more worried than you are. Fong Xuanning said jokingly. But there's no use worrying, we only have to trust Qingyao, and besides, the opponent obviously has deeper cards. It's too early to worry. Wu Chanqian sniffed and nodded. Teacher Fong is right, the other side still has 1 spot left. If Ling Qingyao is winning, the other side will definitely send out a stronger person. But there was also the possibility that Ling Qingyao could display even more terrifying strength, forcing her opponent to not dare to show her head. But these words, Wu Chanqian did not say. Because it's clearly unrealistic. Just then, the referee mounted the sparring stage, and under the gaze of countless people, he announced in a loud voice, classmate Ling Qingyao versus classmate Hu Cece, begin. As the words fell, Ling Qingyao and Hu Cece moved at the same time. Hu Cece's stance was athletic, her feet were light and heavy, and every time she stepped on the ground, she was powerful, but an extremely faint ringing sound came from the ground. Coarse in the middle, rigid and flexible. Hu Cece's control of force had clearly come to a terrifying point. To achieve the kind of effect she had, you had to have absolute control over at least every inch of your body's muscles, which required day in and day out training and a rigid will. I've been working on this blade for 15 years, can you catch it? Hu Cece carried the long black knife and ran at a fast pace, the tip of the knife sliding on the ground and dragging out a long trail. It was getting closer and closer to Ling Qingyao, but just then, Ling Qingyao slowly raised her hand, revealing an apologetic smile. Just a moment, the match is paused. Hearing this, Hussey rushed out and narrowly failed to collect her movements. The feet thumped on the ground a few times. A few floor tiles were stepped on and crumbs tumbled. Only then did Hussey stabilize herself. Hey, what the hell? Calling a timeout on short notice, do you have a problem? Hu Cixi crossed her arms and looked at Ling Qingyao with a speechless expression. Only to see Ling Qingyao slowly take out a golden mask from her spatial ring, which seemed to be quite mysterious. Just forgot my mask, sorry. Ling Qingyao smiled apologetically. So focused on the battle, he forgot to wear his unicorn mask. Wearing a mask? That's a weird fetish you have. Hussey's eyes showed disdain. But if you're trying to stall for time by wearing a mask, then I'd advise you not to treat everyone like a cutie. In her opinion, for Ling Qingyao to wear a mask, this was simply a case of being sick and desperate. Or saw the stance she just charged and was scared out of her wits. After all, who in their right mind would have to wear a mask during a physical sparring match? Aha! Ling Qingyao gave a hum and smiled without saying anything. Stretching out his onion-like white fingers, he smoothed out the embroidered hair in front of his forehead, and then slowly covered the unicorn mask. This mask covered his face, and there was no imagined coldness, but rather a sense of warmth and jade-like wrapping. An indescribable power permeated from the face to the whole body, turning into a warm current that flowed into all the limbs. Ling Qingyao's pupils contracted slightly, and her entire body froze in place somewhat uncontrollably. When the people around them saw this, their eyes showed expressions of bewilderment and skepticism. What's going on? This is. People are fighting against each other. Well, you stopped to wear a mask to do what? I'm afraid it's not the princess of any family. You have to wear a mask before sparring. Laugh me to death. Hey, look at this. Is this your Magic City University students? Not wearing masks before sparring and calling off the match. How pretentious. Ah ha ha ha. The spectators of Suweimu University each had a sneer on their faces as they spoke in a conspiratorial manner. The students of Magic City University were all furious and red in the face, spreading their anger on Ling Qingyao as well. All sorts of abuse and skepticism are showing their heads just like the rain. The skepticism that had so easily subsided because of the rout of Arthur reappeared. But right on the opposite side of the battlefield, an unprecedented power built up within Ling Qingyao's body. Even the figure of a lightning qilin with golden scales and feet of thunder formed around Ling Qingyao. The creature's gaze was sharp, and its pupils seemed to contain endless lightning. It slowly turned its pupils, sending chills down the spine of the audience and shutting their mouths. What is this creature, godless looking? It glares at me and my head starts playing slideshows. Damn, is this Ling Qingyao's strength, open hangers on right? What horrible eyes, it feels like my pants are wet. Chapter 114, what about the said body magic? Playing with magic is right. To the platform, Ling Qingyao's eyes blinked, without a trace of foreign sensation on her face. But as she turned her eyes, the people around her looked at her strangely. It seems very fearful. Ling Qingyao lowered her head and looked at her palm that was covered with a layer of golden scales. An unspeakable feeling hit her heart. With this power, I feel as if I'm invincible. The overly powerful strength caused Ling Qingyao's eyes to glow with seriousness. She was naturally cold in nature and did not fall into the obsession of strength. She was thinking about how to utilize this power and master it. Well, the game goes on. Ling Qingyao turned her head and looked at the referee whose face had changed slightly on the side. Okay. The referee nodded as his eyes reflected Ling Qingyao's current appearance. Only to see that the mask on Ling Qingyao's cheeks seemed to have grown with her cheeks, fitting tightly as if it was tailor-made. A hint of golden lightning arcs danced across the cheeks of the majestic and domineering creature, and its two horns trailed a lightning-like trailing tail in the void. Outsiders felt a rush of creepiness just by looking at it. What the hell is that mask of yours? It can give me so much pressure. Looking at Ling Qingyao, Hu Cix's eyes flared with unprecedented gravity. She a swordsman who seeks the sharpness of a go-getter. The enemy she met in the past, even if they were strong, she still had the courage to slash them. But facing the present-day Ling Qingyao, she only felt her throat drying up with a feeling of a life-and-death crisis. This feeling did not come from leveling up, as Ling Qingyao had not leveled up much. In fact, Hussey was feeling a sense of being seen through. Something seemed off about those eyes. It's supposed to be an illusion, right? Hu Cixi looked at Ling Qingyao's current lightning pupils and pondered, only to hear Ling Qingyao speak. You're afraid? Fart. Hu Cixi was anxious and retorted, we agreed on a sword duel, who's afraid of who? Come on. After saying that, Hu Cixi once again dragged the demon breaker long blade and ran towards Ling Qingyao. She sometimes jumped horizontally from side to side, and sometimes leaped up with her long sword propped up, her figure looking like a nimble ape. Her movements were a few moments faster compared to before. However, Hu Sisi's every move was taken in by Ling Qingyao.
Ha? Ling Qingyao was slightly confused, her pupils following Hu Sisi's movements.
Hussy is moving so slowly.
In her eyes, it was as if Hussy's movements had been pressed into slow motion. With every power-up, every jump, she was able to accurately capture and even anticipate Hussy's next move.
Next, you're going to jump here, right?
Ling Qingyao lifted her ice-glazed sword and aimed a stab at her back. The sword blade that was absolutely impossible to hit was caught by Hu Sisi with a jump that happened to catch the sword.
What?
Hu Sisi's pupils shrunk, and he hastily raised his long sword to block.
Clank!
The tip of the sword hit the hilt of the long sword, but the force was extremely majestic.
The entire handle of the long knife was bent at 45. Hussy looked at this scene in horror, and before her brain could even react, she was sent flying by the huge force of the rebound. Crackle! In midair, an electric snake composed of golden lightning appeared, swinging rapidly in the void.
In the blink of an eye, the electric snake followed Hussein's backwards flying form.
Zip!
Lightning crawled up his body, and Hussy's entire brain went down, and he could only watch as he flew into midair, a sweet taste welling up at the base of his throat.
She couldn't help but burst out, but... Poof!
A large handful of crimson came out of his mouth uncontrollably. The floor was dented with a shallow crater as her torso hit the ground.
Smoke and dust rose in all directions, obscuring Hussy's form.
This scene happened in a flash of lightning, and everyone seemed to feel nothing but a wave of weirdness.
What happened?
Ling Qingyao sent a sword to her back, Hussy catching this attack herself?
Should I say she made a good catch, or Ling Qingyao had predicted it correctly? Moreover, in a good sparring match, how did Hussy get shocked back to the ground by a blow? Was Ling Qingyao's power so terrifying? President Chen, what do you think? Below, the dean's position at Mordor University. Class S tutor Shui Ping looked at the aged old man on the side and curiously said, "That's a move, eh?"
Dean Chen stroked his beard. Amidst the respectful gazes of the surrounding teachers, he spat out 5 words without blushing. Old man can't read it either.
Air. The surrounding people opened their mouths, speechless in their hearts, but they didn't dare to say anything.
On the contrary, Dean Ma, who was on the side, explained, "You old farts, telling you to practice more physical arts in general and not listening, now this move is all clueless, right?" Dean Ma was the only old man among the deans present who had been promoted to the dean's seat with his physical skills. "Don't sell yourself short, old Ma, tell us, what exactly did Ling Qingyao do just now?"
A dean laughed and scolded. "It's actually simple, it's Ling Qingyao using absolute dynamic vision coupled with the speed of her brain functioning to prejudge Huiya's landing point."
Hu girl will fall because she didn't expect Ling Qingyao to have this strike, plus Ling Qingyao's physical strength is strong nowadays, that's why she caused such a scene. Dean Ma's gaze was like a torch as he stared at Ling Qingyao, who was on the opposite side of the platform, and the more he looked at her, the more he liked her.
What a great body refining seedling. What a shame not to be under his tutelage.
Only to see that on the sparring stage, Ling Qingyao lifted her ice-glazed sword and swung it. All of a sudden, a fierce wind rose up on the sparring stage, and the wind was mixed with silk arcs of electricity, blowing away the smoke that shrouded the battlefield. After the smoke cleared, Hu Sisi's figure with the demon breaker long sword in his pestle was revealed.
Phew!
A few strands of crimson flowed from Hussy's forehead, tracing along her wheat-colored cheeks and across her jaw, dripping to the ground. She panted heavily, her eyes between her black hair staring at Ling Qingyao. Physical art duels should be done in a dignified manner.
"Isn't that mask a bit much for you?"
"Yes?
I think it's okay."
Ling Qingyao smiled faintly, although she also felt that this mask's efficacy was truly heaven-defying.
Increased physical strength, lightning bolts attached to attacks, terrifyingly dynamic vision and reaction time. It's no different than playing a game with a plug-in.
Of course, Ling Qingyao could not possibly tell the secret to Hu Sisi. It's just as well to let her be the confused one and fall silent.
"You admit defeat, right?"
Ling Qingyao said with a smile.
"I recognize you, you trickster woman, I've hated you all my life."
Hu Sisi was so angry that she clenched her silver teeth.
How could she, who had been strong all her life, lose so completely? Obviously the promised sword duel.
Ling Qingyao was actually playing with magic, and that mask she was wearing definitely had a ghost in it.
Chapter 115 Lightning Qilin suppresses the stage. No one dared to take the stage.
Hu Sisi looked at the beast-faced Ling Qingyao and felt a little frightened in her heart. However, she still forced herself to be calm, and her long time of refining the Tao had made her heart as sharp as a sword.
Conceding defeat is not an option. Not in this lifetime. There's no way I'm going to concede defeat to you even if I jump off the opposite platform. Hussy pointed to the bottom of the pair of platforms and braced herself against the longsword to steady herself. And, Ling Qingyao, it must be very hard for you to try to maintain this state, right? Fortunate? A little bit. Ling Qingyao froze and nodded. Hard work indeed. After all, it was really too hard for her to make sure that her insides weren't consumed by a strong sense of power, and to be distracted from the battle. A little bit, don't pretend. Hu Sisi was certain that Ling Qingyao must be pretending, and her mouth laughed coldly. Anything that gains power out of thin air definitely has side effects. Even if this mask of yours is somewhat divine, I'm sure you won't be able to maintain it for long. As long as I stall for time and resist your attack step by step, you can only lose. Hu Sisi said with a stern look in her eyes, as she began to paste a single complicated yellow talisman onto her body, with runes of various colors painted on the paper. 1,000-mile run amulet, pace like the wind amulet, body dodge amulet. In addition to the runes that boosted speed and evasion, Hussy also plastered herself with the defense runes exclusive to meat shields. Looking at Hu Sisi, who had put herself in a close runic person, Ling Qingyao frowned inadvertently. You were right just now, I won't be able to hold out for too long. And I have you to thank for the reminder. With that said, Ling Qingyao's mind activated the knowledge gained from the mask. In the Lightning Qilin mask, Ling Qingyao learned that she could turn on the area's bestialization. The other party wanted to stall for time, so she directly made a quick battle, animalizing her legs and crushing the other party with her speed. While thinking, Ling Qingyao's legs were also undergoing drastic changes. The surface of the originally slender legs was covered with a layer of golden, reflecting golden scales. However, these scales were different from the lizard-like, thin, sharp scales of the gargoyles. Instead, they carried an air of nobility and dignity. Just by feeling them slightly, one could tell what an honorable existence their original owner was. What a majestic power! Feeling the changes in her legs, Ling Qingyao's eyes showed surprise. It felt like the leg wasn't her own anymore, as if it was hosting another soul. However, she was still in control of her body. Ling Qingyao looked at Hu Sisi and said seriously, "It's going to hurt next, you better surrender or don't blame me for hurting you." As a woman herself, Ling Qingyao was in a good mood and reminded the other party. However, it hurts? Hu Sisi first froze, then revealed a helpless to the extreme smile. Hey, Ling Qingyao, you don't think you can take me in seconds, do you? Even though I don't have a giant dragon like Arthur, I do realize that you're just a summoner with a trashy C-rank Fae. Hey! Why did you guys have to involve me in the competition? Offstage, Jilin poked his head out of Su Mengming's arms, his face speechless. This hussy really does have a cat cake. I can't even sleep without being scolded. What did I do to deserve this? Jilin couldn't figure it out and used the contract to practice Ling Qingyao. Shoveler, behave yourself or go back and increase the power. Understood. Ling Qingyao nodded her head in response as Hu Sisi dared to call Jilin trash, causing her already biting eyes to become as cold as 1,000 years of ice. I didn't want to, but you have a bad mouth. Unclean? What, you really want to second me? Don't joke, okay? If you can second me, I'll eat the demon breaker. Hu Sisi was extremely arrogant and seemed to be very confident in the runes on his body. Go ahead, hit me and try to keep up with me. Ha! Ling Qingyao let out a cold laugh. It was also the first time she had heard of such a request, and she decided to fulfill Hussy. Only Ling Qingyao's body was leaning forward, her legs were bent and tense like a drawn longbow. Next moment. Ling Qingyao's feet built up their strength, and strands of electric light pulsed around Ling Qingyao's body. She stepped on the ground and her figure instantly disappeared in place. There was only a trace of golden arcs left that hadn't had time to react. As well as the debris storming out, leaving 2 deep footprints on the floor. Ha! So fast. Seeing Ling Qingyao disappear, Hu Sisi's heart rang with alarm bells and she looked around, searching for Ling Qingyao's figure. Suddenly, the crisis came from behind, and Hussy rolled and immediately jumped forward. Bang! An azure longsword was stuck in the ground where she had been before. When Hu Sisi heard the sound, her heart did not half relax, because she still did not see Ling Qingyao. Damn it, where are the people? Hus was about to turn his head when a whipping leg kick flew in his face. There was no time to block, and she was swept in the chest by the whip leg with a bang, and a shattering sound came from her sternum. Only to see Hu Sisi's figure flying high. Ling Qingyao, covered in lightning arcs, appeared behind Husisi and lifted her foot to step heavily. Boo! It was as if Husisi had turned into a cannonball and was heavily smashed on the ground, and the entire confrontation field was shaken by it. Subsequently, Ling Qingyao in mid-air stepped on the void with her feet, even stepping out in mid-air with a circle of sonic booms. The lightning Qilin mask granted lightning-like strength and terrifying speed, giving Ling Qingyao the physical quality to step into the air. Her eyes were bitterly cold and her body was like a lightning meteor, crashing heavily into where Husisi landed. With two thuds, Ling Qingyao's legs were rooted into the ground beside Husisi, half of her calves were buried in the ground. You. Blood spilled from the corners of Husisi's mouth, looking in horror at the long scaly legs that were only 2 inches away from her head, her throat so tense that she couldn't even speak. At the thought of almost dying just now, her eyes contracted into pinpoints and she shivered violently, leaving large patches of cold sweat on her forehead. It only felt that the young girl in front of her seemed to be a different person, and that the tenderness before the battle was nothing more than a trick. Nima. There's a murderous intent, definitely up in arms. This young girl is trying to kill her. Gollum. Hussy swallowed nervously, her mind fearful and confused. Why was Ling Qingyao suddenly so angry? Could it be the little fey beast? Is it worth it? It's just scolding a puppy. Ling Qingyao, why did she treat her like a Fusionese ghost hole? I don't know if Ling Qingyao is a human or not. I didn't treat her as a human anyway. Ling Qingyao looked at the stupefied-looking Husisi, her eyes under the mask deeply wrinkled. The right foot lifted, and the sharp claw blade was aimed at Hussey's cheek. Still not surrendering? You're so good at being competitive. Not even afraid of death, then I'll fulfill you. Ling Qingyao was like a tyrannical dragon that had been touched by a reverse scale. Usually whoever said that Zirin's race was not working, she didn't have a fit because we were all friends, and again, Zirin, it was the truth. But this guy, Hussey, not only owed a beating, but he also had to say that Qilin was trash. It was fine to scold her for being weak, but not Qilin. It was obvious that that little guy had worked hard, yet he was not understood by the world. As a summoner, Ling Qingyao would never tolerate that. So a good beating was set up for Hussey in plain sight. Admit defeat. I admit defeat. At that moment, Hussey conceded defeat with a pale face. Even with all that was said in front of her, she tumbled and fled, jumping off the pair of platforms as if she were fleeing. That speed was so fast that she was afraid that if she slowed down a step, Ling Qingyao would stomp her to death. With Hussey going down, Ling Qingyao slowly stood up straight, her gaze looking at the Suemu University camp to the side. Very well, who's next? Ling Qingyao swept her gaze over a teenage girl with an unfamiliar face. But none dared to speak or meet her eyes. At this moment, the students of the entire Waterwood University were all absent-minded, and no one dared to say anything. There was gravity written on their faces, as if they were shocked by what Ling Qingyao had just done. As they reacted, a strange scene appeared throughout the confrontation. There were a large number of Mizuki students, but none of them dared to mount the opposite platform. Even when the teachers persuaded them, they were all shrugged off with various reasons. Chapter 116, A Sword Seeing Red. What a fierce student! The students and instructors on the side of Waterwood University had faces that were darker than one another. As the medical staff carried Hussey down, many people began to complain about Hussey's behavior. What kind of big-tail wolf are you pretending to be? Look at how calm people are. As a student of Suemu University, you don't have any brains at all. Are you Husisi really a top student? Yeah, because of this guy, our Suedu University has definitely fallen into the laughingstock of Magic City University. It's actually alright, the people from Mordor University are looking pretty bad. After all, they curse too. Yeah, they're cursing their own people before the fight even starts. It's just absolutely brilliant, lol. The students of Suedu University looked at the Mordor camp on the viewing gallery. A gloating look appeared in one's eyes. When they were talking about Ling Qingyao before, they were more cheerful than one another. Now that Ling Qingyao had crushed Husisi, these Mordor University mouth-high boys were having an equally bad time. In fact, many people in the seats of the viewing gallery looked at each other in disbelief. They were all the ones who attacked Ling Qingyao. Miscalculation. As early as I knew Ling Qingyao with a mask so hanging, I absolutely the first to support her. Now happy is not happy is not, ouch. A chubby student rubbed his fat face, feeling his cheeks burning with pain. The rest of them also nodded with bitter smiles. The taste of being hit in the face is still fresh in their minds. Just then, one of the senior students, a class president-like student, led the way and spoke up. Begin to calm the crowd, soothing the pain of being punched in the face with words. Alright, they're all students of Mordor University, it's no big deal, admit your mistake if you should. Yeah, I'm a junior in college, I'm going to be out in society soon, it's just a matter of admitting my mistake, it's not like I'm going to lose a piece of meat. Everyone give Ling Qingyao a boost, the moment I see those Shuemu University people get defeated, it makes my heart feel good. That's right, schoolmate Ling Qingyao is so strong, I'd like to see who else dares to walk up to the right station. Public opinion was gradually directed towards Ling Qingyao, and the pressure was given to every student and teacher at Shuemu University. Some of the students started shouting for Mizuki to send someone up. But the teachers of Mizuki University were all bitter, where they didn't look like sending someone up, not that they didn't want to, but they couldn't do it. On the one hand, Ling Qingyao was in a horrible state, and the students were still immersed in Ling Qingyao's battle. On the other hand, they have the mindset of procrastination. The instructors of Mordor University also sensed each other's thoughts and laughed and joked. My gosh, this is still the second-ranked Shuemu University in China, cowering against our Mordor University. How can we compete with those foreign colleges and universities? TSK. Shane Na. Hey, Mr. Lee is serious, the instructors of Waterwood University must be doing scientific research. When the research is over, they will naturally have someone go up and deal with Ling Qingyao. They love to engage in targeting, don't they? Hee, there's nothing wrong with that at all. When they're done researching Ling Qingyao and studying others' brokenness, then they go and invite a foreign student back. Isn't this the familiar routine of Shuemu University? The instructors at Magic City University lived up to their name and spoke without a dirty word. Mainly a yin and yang. After such words, the teachers of Shuemu University's faces were so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of their faces, and each of them gritted their teeth. In the Shuemu University camp, a white-haired teenager wearing the Yendi Palace's clan emblem opened his closed eyes. On his legs lay a small 7-colored python, the small snake slowly coated its snake letters, its pupils staring at Ling Qingyao who was on the opposite side of the platform, its eyes grim. Mr. Yun, can I come on stage? The white-haired teenager inquired about the middle-aged tutor in front of him. Xiao, no, this time you're just here to watch the battle, just take note of your opponent's skills, you're our school's killer, we don't need you yet. Yun Jing, who was the head of teaching, shook his head and refused the teenager's request. It was only because the teenager in front of him was exceptionally gifted, with a perfect career level, and his own cultivation talent was even more terrifying. Any technique that was felt by him could be reproduced perfectly. Together with the innate royal beast 7-colored heaven-swallowing python in his hand, his growth potential was straight up to the mythic rank. This time, let the Eastern Barbarian Stone test the waters. His rock attribute is able to restrain his opponent's lightning, and his fighting style also restrains his opponent. You only need to memorize this Ling Qingyao's moves, you don't need to pay too much attention to the other party, she's just borrowing an external object, it's not worth mentioning compared to you. Yun Jing said seriously, and the white-haired teenager nodded, squinting his eyes slightly, using the secret art of the mind's eye, observing Ling Qingyao, who was on the opposite side of the platform. At this time, Ling Qingyao, who was interested in the station, seemed to notice something and looked towards the white-haired teenager's position. It always feels like some grim creature is staring at you, is it an illusion? Ling Qingyao pondered. Subsequently, the referee was seen walking up to the stand with a tall, muscular teenager who looked like a brute. This teenager had not a single hair on his head, but his muscles were as hard and perfect as if they were carved by a knife. The skin was also covered in black veins that hid strength and wildness derived from biological instincts. The teenager. Ling Qingyao narrowed her eyes slightly, sensing an uncomfortable aura from this teenager's eyes. Soon, Ling Qingyao understood the source of this teenager's discomfort. The final battle, Ling Qingyao vs. Eastern Barbarian Stone, the match begins. As the referee's words fell, only the Eastern Barbarian Stone was lit up with an earthy yellow halo, and all parts of his body were covered with a thick layer of rock armor. Thighs, belly, arms, neck. In a few moments, the Eastern Barbarian Stone was like changing into a stone man. Rock insulated, the other side's idea, I'm afraid, is to render the lightning ineffective in any way. Ling Qingyao had insight into the mind of the instructor from Waterwood University. Just stall until the mask loses its effectiveness and the other side wins without a fight. Using a meat shield to restrain an explosive assassin is really learning about career restraints. Ling Qingyao thought silently, but the corner of her mouth smiled slightly. Think you can restrain me with a meat shield? Sorry, let me try then. Ling Qingyao's left and right hands each held a long sword, the Zanpakuto sword and the ice-glazed sword. Immediately after, Ling Qingyao's mind moved and bestialized her arms. The two arms were like transformed into a dragon arm, and the nails became abnormally sharp and glowing with a cold light. Click here. The hilts of the two longswords were slightly rattled by Ling Qingyao's grip, as if it was difficult to endure the strength of Ling Qingyao's grip. Beastifying his arms, his strength and speed skyrocketed once again. In the next second, Ling Qingyao moved, her body wrapped around an arc of electricity and disappeared in place. Oh, young lady, don't underestimate our meat shield profession at Mizuki University. The Eastern Barbarian Stone coldly smiled, his arms merged and blocked in front of his chest. Immediately afterward, he quickly bent over and transformed himself into a round rock. Next moment. With two swooshing sounds, two sword lights slashed down on the rocks, draped in golden lightning. Clank. The two long swords landed on the Eastern Barbarian Stone's body, instantly raising violent sparks. Boom. Ling Qingyao's hands were shocked to the point of numbness, and the long sword in her hand bent to 80 before rebounding violently. With a tremendous force, the two long swords bounced out. Ding! Ding! The ice-glazed sword and the Zanpakuto sword were fixed on the ground not far away, the sword still shaking violently. Seeing this, Ling Qingyao frowned slightly. What a hard defense, can't even an A+ grade sword break through it? But just then, the round rock in front of him quivered, and a splash of crimson flowed out from underneath. Pust! The Eastern Barbarian Stone spat out a mouthful of blood, his body shivering uncontrollably, and he almost couldn't maintain the form of the round rock. Ling Qingyao was surprised at his defense, and how could he not be shocked at Ling Qingyao's strength? MD. What happened to this brute force comparable to a mountain? Isn't she a little nun? What a close call to shocking yourself into internal bleeding. The Eastern Barbarian Stone was panting, his heart was in shock, this girl was also too raw. Chapter 117 Half-Killinization. The whole place fell into dead silence. Just spitting out a little bit of blood, it seems like I still hit lightly. Seeing this, Ling Qingyao's expression was grave. Just now, she only felt that she had split not a rock, but an indestructible piece of iron. Light? When the Eastern Barbarian Stone heard this, his eyes rolled back in his head and he almost didn't catch his breath. Lighten up! I was smashed until I vomited blood, and you say it's light. But the Eastern Barbarian Stone looked through the gap in his body at the people around him, especially in the Suweimu University camp, where there were pairs of longing eyes. He can't afford to show his cowardice in the last battle. Once he thought of the cultivation that Suweimu University had done for him, Eastern Barbarian Rock clenched his teeth and directly pushed the Xian armor technique that he had cultivated countless times. ZZ. A burst of heat emerged from around the Eastern Barbarian Stone, and his skin became like a red-hot iron, blazing hot enough to vaporize the air into a wisp of mist. Absorbing the blow, the black lines on his body gradually added a hint of blood color. His body's aura was suddenly shaken, and his strength was more than just a sliver stronger, even his injuries were all healed. Hee, your speed and strength aren't weak, but it's a pity you met me. A disdainful laugh escaped the mouth of the Eastern Barbarian Stone. Only the voice carried some slight tremors and seemed a little nervous. Both sides represented the face of their respective academies. If they surrendered before the battle at this point, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the entire school? So he let out an easy laugh, showing off the power of his base. I only need to take the damage to turn it into strength, and I will gain as much power as you give me. And in the end, I will use your power to defeat you easily. This is my way of defense. Do you feel a hint of fear? Oh. It seemed that because he was extremely exuberant, even the round rock he had transformed into rustled and shook off some stone slag. I see, that's quite a powerful skill. After hearing this from the Eastern Barbarian Stone, Ling Qingyao's cold and beautiful eyes flared with a hint of gravity. The opponent was surprisingly still a turtle shell. There's no way out. The only way to break him apart a little bit is to use half-animalization. Zirin, can I release the half-animalization that the mask is talking about? However, before acting, Ling Qingyao still habitually asked Shilin for his opinion. With half-animalization, your body might not be able to bear the massive energy, and you'll only be able to hold out for 30 seconds at most. Through the contract, Shilin spoke the best advice the system had given it. Wearing the mask to enter half-beasthood is the equivalent of completely unleashing the mask's power. 30 seconds of real man time is more than enough time to do a lot of things. It's up to the shoveler to grasp it. Shilin silently watched the sparring stage, his eyes filled with anticipation as he watched the excellent grade masks display their strength for the first time. 30 seconds, short is a bit delicate. Ling Qingyao took a slight breath, ready to grasp this last chance. Her beautiful eyes became focused as she followed the mask's instructions, releasing all of its power. Hoo! Ling Qingyao's clothes began to move without wind, and a streak of golden streams of light flowed around her, as if she had transformed into a golden cyclone. Behind Ling Qingyao, a huge golden shadow was slowly taking shape. Golden horns, lightning patterns, and a body covered in gold like scales. With that athletic stance, it wasn't an ordinary fey beast at first glance. This was the second time Ling Qingyao had created a Qilin vision after wearing the mask. But this one might be the last. Only to see that lightning Qilin, whose eyes suddenly became animated, openly glanced around, especially at Qilin's body, looking at it a few more times. It then lowered its head and looked at Ling Qingyao. "Guard your mind and prepare to receive my gift." A majestic and domineering voice appeared in Ling Qingyao's ears. Ling Qingyao was slightly surprised. Who was talking? Is it a mask? The mask is alive. Just as Ling Qingyao was puzzled, a huge golden energy landed on her body like a giant golden pillar. Next moment. Boom! Thunderous explosions spread across the entire battlefield. In the bright golden light, half of Ling Qingyao's face transformed into that lightning Qilin's appearance, and the left side of her body took on the Qilin's features. Ling Qingyao looked down at the golden claw in her hand, the feeling of bestial power filling her heart. Is this what it feels like to be a fae? It's still really powerful to the point of despair. But sadly, it's only 30 seconds. The countdown to the 30-second alarm clock was memorized by Ling Qingyao. There's only a quick fix. Ling Qingyao looked at the round rock in front of her and slowly raised her left hand. Instead of a chief, this is a unicorn's claw. Lightning brilliance pulsed through his left hand, making a sound like 1,000 birds chirping. Nico! Electricity storms. Only Ling Qingyao swung down with a claw, her sharp claws trailing 3 piercing golden auras in the void. How dare you use electricity? Have you never learned basic physics? The Eastern barbarian stone sensed Ling Qingyao's movements and laughed coldly in his heart. Can he be defeated with electricity? Absolutely not. This woman can't be in a hurry, can she? Just as the Eastern barbarian stone was rejoicing, suddenly, a huge force like the impact of a high-energy train crash slapped him on the back. Anyone who has been hit by a train on a regular basis knows that once you're hit by a train, you're bound to be pulverized. The Eastern savage stone felt that way right now. As one of Ling Qingyao's attacks fell, the Eastern barbarian stone's tiger body shook, and the Xian armor technique that he was urging stopped functioning. Poof! The Eastern barbarian stone was slapped out at once, spinning in mid-air for a few weeks, trailing crimson blood from his mouth. With a thud, he was slammed to the ground as if he were a rag. Trembling, he tried to stand up, but all failed. He could only lie on the ground breathing heavily, the black lines on his body flickering on and off. Although the Xian armor decision was able to swallow damage and transform strength. But Ling Qingyao's attack was just too swift, with a force of 1,000 tons, and he now only felt that there was not a single part of his body that didn't hurt. Consciousness was also starting to become foggy. In a trance, he seemed to see his relatives who had passed away, and the loving smile of his great-grandmother seemed to beckon to him. Dying? Nice guy. Really nice guy. Dongfeng Barbaric Stone had a bitter smile on his face as he watched Ling Qingyao approach. He forced himself to endure the pain and struggled. What the hell kind of strength are you? Want me dead? Act like it too. You're so direct, you're not even acting, are you? Dongfeng Barbarian Stone's voice became lighter and lighter, and in the end, his entire body directly fainted. Guru. Oriental Savage Stone was foaming at the mouth and was carried on a stretcher by the medical staff, running fast towards the infirmary. His injuries were the worst, almost on the verge of death. So much so that the crowd hasn't even reacted yet. Quiet. It's too quiet. No one made a sound except the movement of the medical staff's feet on the floor. Even if Ling Qingyao exited the Qilin state and also gained this victory, the scene was deathly silent. This schoolgirl is too mean. A slap that nearly killed all the meat shields from the school across the street. Every Devil's Capital University student was filled with shock, too stunned to speak. Chapter 118 Power from the Seniors. The schoolgirl was stunned. Gollum. Watching the foaming at the mouth Eastern Barbarian Stone being sent away, Ling Qingyao's eyes were filled with complexity. A punch almost sent Brute Rock's classmates away. If he had been a little more forceful just now, I'm afraid that he would have been in jail. This power. Ling Qingyao looked at the ice-glazed sword in her hand. The golden Qilin mask was reflected in the smooth mirror-like blade. Only to see that the lightning Qilin mask was being transformed into a golden point of light, collapsing very quickly, and in a moment, it completely disappeared from Ling Qingyao's face. Ling Qingyao's shocked cheeks were also revealed. This powerful force. Ling Qingyao's face was shocked and complicated. The mask Zirin gave was also horrible. She felt that even a dog on the side of the road could become a rare and exotic beast with the help of this mask. It's a shame it's only 30 seconds, if only it were longer. I wish I could wear this mask. How about begging Zirin to make another one? Thinking in this way, Ling Qingyao suddenly realized how she had become dependent on external objects. What is borrowed must eventually be returned. The only way to be truly strong is to be strong yourself. Ling Qingyao's brows furrowed deeply as she fell into a violent struggle of thoughts. Ouch, it's not really addictive, is it? Qilin looked at Ling Qingyao on the stage and knew what this ninny was thinking. The lightning unicorn mask's abilities are there for all to see. Powerful as a god, swift as lightning. The strength was even more terrifying, slapping the Eastern barbarian Stone, who was known for his defense, into a little cutie. If one made a perfect level mask, even if one wasn't able to incarnate a beast god for a short period of time. The power of the seniors is really too good to be true. Qilin's eyes revealed an exclamation. In the meantime, the first person on the scene to react was the white-haired teenager from Mizuki University. Teacher Yun, Barbarian Stone lost. Xiao Junlin slowly opened his eyes and gazed at the young girl on the stage through his snow-white hair. Yes, Brute Rock lost. But King's Landing, have you memorized that maiden's mask yet, and can you go back and replicate one side? Yun Jing came back from his shock and asked with a grave expression. That mask capable of bestiality, was definitely a top-notch treasure tool. If the student in front of him could learn it, then the entire Mizuki University, for sure, could be taken to the next level. However, his thoughts were destined to fall flat. Because even Xiao Junlin could not see through the origin of the mask in Ling Qingyao's hand. Sorry Mr. Yun, I can't read it. Xiao Junlin's azure pupils, which resembled flowers, surfaced with a strong sense of incomprehension and curiosity. It was the first time he'd been born with something he couldn't read. Chai, can you identify the origin of that mask? Xiao Junlin stroked the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python in his hand and inquired in a low voice. However, the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python raised its slender, rope-like tail and pointed at Ling Qingyao, and then pointed at Qilin in the crowd. The watery snake pupils were also uncertain. We don't know. The seven-colored heaven-swallowing python shook its little head. Seeing this, Yun Jing could only sigh helplessly. Even you two can't replicate it. Maybe that's just a disposable treasure. It doesn't matter. Go back to slightly nudge Ling Qingyao. The focus should still be on Wu Qianqian. This time, I used 7 people to experiment with Wu Qianqian and her ability to imperialize beasts, and I believe that during the 100 Schools League, you and her will definitely be able to win if you run into each other. Clouscape could only think of the bright side. This cutthroat match at Suemu University was merely to pave the way for Xiao Junlin. With Xiao Junlin's strength, as long as he watched the matches in advance, he would be able to easily crush the students from the various universities in the 100 Schools League. Ling Qingyao and that foreign beast of hers were not worth mentioning. Aha! Xiao Junlin nodded his head and looked at the scene that was gradually coming alive, silently putting on his white hood and walking towards the exit of the sparring hall. As time passed, the crowd at the scene also finally came back to their senses from the shock. Win, we win! In Mordor University, some people raised their arms in the air and shouted emotionally. Dude, calm down, we're the ones who absolutely tied Mizugaki University, it doesn't mean we won against the other team. Seeing him so agitated, many people cried and laughed. But then again, Ling Qingyao was able to pull Mordor University back from the brink of defeat, so how is that not a victory? Turning the tables against the odds is always more enjoyable than winning outright. What's more, the opponents that Ling Qingyao had defeated were all talented students with a reputation. Even if they faced these geniuses, Ling Qingyao would be able to use her absolute crushing advantage to crush the other side, and in the future, when the media interviewed about this, the public would only see the extraordinary strength of Mordor University. The new generation of students means hope, representing that in the next 4 years, there is a student from Mordor University who can surpass his or her generation. Terrific, terrific. Watching these students fight against each other, I, as a teacher, really can't wait to be 20 years younger so I can compete with them on the same stage. Yeah, the blood is boiling, especially this girl Ling Qingyao. It's almost exactly the same as my performance back then. Bah, old Shui, you need to have some face, okay? How did you say bad things about Qingyao a few days ago? The teacher who teaches class S, there isn't a single thin-skinned one, is there? Several teachers laughed and cursed in the viewing gallery where the freshman instructors were. With a 2-2 tie against Waterloo University, their jobs were saved and their reputations held. Thanks to this little girl who looks a little fragile, but is actually strong as hell. However, when they looked at Fang Xuaning's location, their eyes were filled with heat and anger. It's a damn shame. How good Ling Qingyao is. How many scholarships does Ms. Fang Xuaning have? 1:2 Jedi tie, credit for that goes to Fang Xuaning. In the future, when applying for bonuses, Fang Xuaning was afraid that she would be greedy for them. Chapter 119 Promotion to the 7th grade of merit. The deans were surprised. Elementary school girl is really good. Do you want to add a green bubble with us? Off to the side, what schoolgirl, this is clearly the next schoolgirl adult of our Magic City University. Apart from Sister Bixiao, Ling Qingyao does claim to be the next school flower, but Sister Bixiao's lofty stance is just too much to grasp. It's still Sister Qingyao that suits me better. There was a chorus of exuberant voices from the seniors on stage. Ling Qingyao slowly stepped down from the sparring stage, her gaze intentionally looking towards the camp of Waterwood University. Only to see those Suingwu students and tutors, all of their faces were as gloomy as water, looking at her as if they had seen some kind of demon, worried and angry. It looks like this one has completely beaten the Mizugaki University freshman to the punch. Ling Qingyao smiled faintly, displaying strength that didn't belong to her. She didn't expect it to be so comfortable. Qilin, can you make another pair of this mask? I promise I won't just wear it, really. Ling Qingyao once again contacted Qilin with her native contract. However, the result is still the same. The message that was passed on was like a stone dropped into the sea. Did Qilin deliberately not reply? Ling Qingyao's pretty face huffed slightly and decided to personally go and ask Qilin. But at this point, Okay, Shoveler, it's not just you who wants this mask, even Su Mengmeng and the others want it. I really can't finish it. So Momo? Ling Qingyao froze, not understanding why Qilin would say that. She turned her head to look at Qilin in the viewing gallery. Since the battle was a bit bumpy, Ling Qingyao let Qilin go find Su Mengmeng and Noera J. Now, only Su Mengmeng and Noera J duo were surrounding Qilin with their palms touching and kissing. The atmosphere was so hot. Seeing the actions of the two, Ling Qingyao's mouth revealed a cold smile. Good. While she was helping the school fight, these two were stealing her home. A battle was fought and the home was stolen. Two little foxes. So cunning. Ling Qingyao was infuriated and laughed as she quickly walked towards the viewing gallery. However, she had just stepped off the pair of platforms when she saw 5 familiar old men walking down a side corridor. Ling Qingyao girl, your performance this time is excellent. Thanks to you, our school's reputation has been saved. Yes, or else those outside media are going to make a big deal about how the Magic University is inferior to Mizuki, and we, the old things, won't have a bit of face left. Dean Shen and Dean Ma came walking with their hands on their heads, kind smiles on their faces. Of the remaining 3 deans, other than the serious old man who kept a stern face, the other 2 deans were extremely relieved. It's also because of the good guidance of the dean's adults, and thanks to your guidance, I was able to defeat the students of Mizuki. Ling Qingyao was now busy dealing with the stolen home and was ready to flatter a few times before leaving in a hurry. But the deans obviously ate up Ling Qingyao's words, and one by one, they straightened their clothes, feeling that they had been spoken to by Ling Qingyao's words. However, there are deans who don't like that. The dean who had been keeping a stern face spoke, so good at kissing ass, no wonder you can get Fang Xuaning's favor, humph. This dean was so stern, it seemed to be the dean of the Magic City University that managed the war effort, right? Ling Qingyao stopped smiling and frowned slightly at the principal in front of her. Old Xia, what are you talking about this for? Isn't it enough that Ling Qingyao helped to absolutely flatten Shuimu University? Dean Chen couldn't look away and frowned. Alright old Xia, don't you just think that Ling Qingyao's performance today doesn't deserve a 7th grade merit? Can't you deduct it from the old man's battle merit? Dean Ma smiled and rounded off the conversation before the atmosphere got too stiff. In fact, the reason why this old Xia's face would be so gloomy was because before they came, they had applied for a 7th grade meritorious person slot for Ling Qingyao. Old Xia, as the dean who managed the war meritocracy, a 7th grade meritocracy slot would move his cake. But with Ling Qingyao's performance, it was definitely worth the reward of a 7th grade merit badge. Old Ma, you're saying this, we're all old buddies. Dean Xiao listened to Dean Ma's words, and a bright smile appeared on his old face. The speed of light is the speed of change, that's what they say about the Dean of Humanity. Dean Xiao smiled while taking out a paper and handing it to Dean Ma. When Dean Ma signed, he smiled from ear to ear and patted Dean Ma's shoulder. Alas, old Ma, it's not that I, Xiaoren, am greedy, it's really troublesome. Besides, Xinyao girl is a talented person, she is a good seedling at first sight, and her performance this time is even more astonishing. I, old Xia, also admire her to the core. 7th grade merits were at stake, and one had to reach at least 50,000 battle merits to apply. Dean Xiao was in a much better mood when he was able to exempt such a quota, and looked at Ling Qingyao extremely favorably. Alright, you guys chat, I'll stop talking, I'll go deal with the merits. Dean Xiao quickly left. Looking at his back, the corners of Dean Ma and the others' mouths twitched slightly with a speechless expression. It's a real moneymaker. Is old Xia really a human being? Alas, forget it girl, the 7th grade merit badge was originally yours. Dean Ma retracted his gaze and looked at Ling Qingyao, smiling, with the 7th grade merit badge, your future path of cultivation will be quite straight. A 7th grade meritocracy represented that the treatment of the Donghuan kingdom would be on the next level, and Ling Qingyao naturally understood this. The leap from 8th to 7th grade was something that Ling Qingyao had not expected either. This way, not only do you receive a monthly state subsidy, but you can also enjoy a 30% discount on purchases within Donghuang. What's more, exploring medium-sized copies eliminates fees and reduces spit. These perks can save a ton of money for burnt-out professionals. Ling Qingyao understood that she was able to receive such a reward thanks to the few old men in front of her. Thank you so much, Dean Adults. Ling Qingyao bowed slightly to the 4 deans. Dean Ma waved his hand, signaling that it was fine. By the way, Qingyao girl, the last time you were told to worship a teacher, do you want to reconsider? Old Ma's physical skills are considered first class in Donghuan country, teaching you the wrong things. Dean Chen revealed a graphic smile. Actually, Old Me can also teach you some of the ways of formations, so that you'll have one more skill to look after in the future. Last time Ling Qingyao was unwilling to worship her teacher, was it possible that she wanted a few teachers? So this time, they decided to strike out together. Then, I'm sorry, I really don't have any thoughts of worshipping again. Ling Qingyao revealed a helpless bitter smile. She had a sensitive identity now, having killed Xiao Sheng of the Yen Di Palace and getting close to an Abyssal Demon King. If you get close to the deans, it's easy to notice what's going on. Ling Qingyao felt that it was better to cultivate with Qi Lin. Why girl, I don't think you'll get a second one for that disposable treasure. That kind of thing, after all, is an external object. Just because you got it once, doesn't mean you can use it next time. The deans were persuaded. In their opinion, that mask of Ling Qingyao's was a disposable treasure. There's a second one and it works. Ling Qingyao smiled helplessly and bitterly. When he said this, several deans had questioning expressions on their faces. A second mask? How could it be possible that there was a second mask of the creature that was so terrifying that it gave them some heart palpitations? Absolutely not. This was not in line with common sense, nor was it scientific. Chapter 120, All the Women Competing for the Mask. Little Qi Lin honestly explained. Dean Chen and the others obviously didn't believe Ling Qingyao's words one by one with a suspicious expression on their faces. Ling Qingyao also didn't want to waste any more time before Qi Lin was captured. So he smiled and stated, Lord Deans, if you don't believe me, then I'll show you again sometime in the 100 Schools League. Now I'm in a bit of a hurry, so I'll go first. Ling Qingyao said, bowing slightly and giving the deans a salute as a way to express the gratitude of the 7th grade meritocracy. Afterward, she directly left with quick steps towards where Qi Lin was. Several deans looked at each other, looking at Ling Qingyao's back, uncertain. This little girl can't be telling the truth. If she pulls out another mask like that at the 100 Schools League, she might break records in the freshman team and individual tournaments. Alas, I see that you are getting more and more confused as you get older. That mysterious mask, don't you feel it? That's an existence that even we feel intimidated by. That's right, even that top 6th ranked forger from the demon capital may not be able to create a mask like this, as it contains a soul similar to the level of a beast god. It's already good enough to be used as a disposable base card. Ling Qingyao is really a good student for being willing to take out such treasures in this cutting competition. Dean Ma looked at Ling Qingyao's back, his eyes filled with admiration. To be able to pull out a mask like that for the school. It shows that this student is of good character, honors his teachers and has a good sense of belonging to the school. That's why they incentivized her with 7th order merits. As for whether there were more masks, it didn't matter, it was nothing more than a joke to them. After all, the beast god soul, which even that 6th grade top forge master of the Kyushu Chamber of Commerce was unable to melt, let alone forge. On the other side, in the audience. Little Qilin, good boy, honestly explain, what exactly is that mask? Why does Qingyao have such a terrifying battle power once she puts it on? Yeah, do you have any more masks? Show it to us, and then I'll give it back to you. Little Qilin is the best behaved, this third order Yunling Dan is for you to eat. Noara Jie and Su Mengmeng fished out various colors of spirit food from their pockets and passed them to Qilin's mouth as if they were coaxing a child. The palm of his hand also unconsciously touched Qilin's silky fur. Shut up, shut up. Oh, no, stop it, stop it. You guys have to stop feeding. Qilin was hijacked on the seat by the two women, fluttering his 4 short legs with open teeth and claws, trying to leave but struggling to get out. Mainly their soft little hands that always liked to get him in really itchy places. Masks and stuff, I really don't know. Qilin looked at the tantalizing spiritual food in front of him and subconsciously opened his mouth. Noara Jie knowingly stuffed the Yunling Dan into Qilin's little mouth. Grunt. Qilin chewed it in 2 bites and swallowed it in his stomach, the warm feeling, sliding down his throat into his stomach, his body was indescribably soothing. Good stuff, all of this is some not-so-cheap fey food. It's all going to have to be cheap. Thinking like this, Qilin's round eyes rolled and his small mouth hooked into a smile. It's not impossible to find out, but my lord's belly is a bit hungry. Is little Qilin hungry? We have everything here, eat whatever you want. Su Mengmeng was about to be adorable when she saw Qilin's dopey look. With a flip of her jade hand, she took out several jade-like carrots. It was a snack she had prepared for the moon rabbit, but it seemed better to give it to Zirin now. Or someone else's fey scent. Not Aranati thought so as well, taking out the 6-tailed demon fox's fey food and feeding it all to Qilin. With the busy movements of the two of them, Qilin's little belly became more and more round. Within moments, Qilin had eaten his way into a bloated little snowball. I said. Just then. A voice with some coldness came from the side. Ling Qingyao squinted her eyes slightly, bending them into the shape of a crescent moon. What are you two doing? She seemed to be smiling happily, only her tone was extremely cold. Yeah. How long has it been since we've seen each other, and you fed your own little Qilin to become so fat? You guys are really good. Ling Qingyao looked at the two women in front of her who were sweating a bit, and her biting sword intent seemed to turn into substance, wrapping the two of them. Qingyao ah, we were just playing with little Qilin. Su Mengmeng said with a dumbfounded expression, her eyes seemingly escaping as she looked from side to side. Yeah, why did Qingyao Jam suddenly get off the sparring stage? Your performance was really good this time. Noara Jie had an awkward smile on her face as she looked at Ling Qingyao with some embarrassment. Why did you come back at this time? Why does this plot feel so much like 2 old aunts cheating on their best friend's stupid son? Yuki Noara was a bit muddled and felt like she couldn't explain it. Alright, Qilin, I'll take it away, you guys can ask me directly if you want to know anything. Ling Qingyao stretched out her slender jade hand and picked up the back of Qilin's faithful neck. She held Qilin in her arms, feeling the heavy pressure coming from her chest. The little guy's gotten so heavy. What the hell did they give Qilin? Ling Qingyao looked at the two women suspiciously, didn't say anything and walked towards Fang Xuanning. There were still some things she didn't know about the 7th grade meritocracy that she wanted to ask Fang Xuanning. Walking on the road, Ling Qingyao stroked Qilin's round head and asked, Qilin, what exactly are the two of them asking you about? Nothing, like you, just wondering about the mask. True enough. Ling Qingyao revealed an exasperated laughing expression, defense is not an option. On the surface, they are BFFs, but secretly they are hitting on Qilin. Masks and stuff, just use them for yourself. Thinking like this, Ling Qingyao's walking pace paused. No, when had he taken the mask so seriously? Qilin, your mask seems a bit off, huh? Ling Qingyao frowned. What's wrong with it, doesn't it work? But I feel like I want to use this mask again after I use it, why is that? Oh, it's your lack of will and electricity. Hearing this, Ling Qingyao recalled the several nights of lightning and thunder, and a look of fear appeared in her eyes. Even with the thunder Qilin heart, he still felt the power of Qilin's quenching thunder awe. So shoveler, you still need the mask. Zirin raised his little paw and spun it in a circle, inquiring triumphantly. But the words were just coming out. Suddenly. Ling Qingyao buried Qilin in her arms as soon as she did so, not giving him a chance to speak. Oh, can't breathe. Chapter 121 Beautiful Teacher Dividend. Thanks to nature's feed. With the end of the match, quite a few people had already started to leave the venue. Ling Qingyao weaved in and out of the crowd, swimming upstream along the crowd. At the front of the Class C team, Fong Xuanning was met. At this moment, Mr. Fong seemed to be chatting with another teacher from Suemu University about something else. But by the looks of it, it was more like an argument. Hey, shoveler, why do I get the feeling your counselor is about to get into a fight? Qilin lay on his back in Ling Qingyao's arms, poking out his gradually rounded head. Only Fong Xuanning tugged at the Mizuki University instructor's wrist and wasn't prepared to let the other party go. The two of them were as if they were older women pushing and shoving on the street, arguing back and forth. However, it was evident that it was Fong Xuanning who had the upper hand. I'm not sure, maybe they had some kind of falling out. Ling Qingyao shook her head, equally confused. Let's go over there. With that, Ling Qingyao carried Qilin to Fong Xuanning's side. Before he even got close, he heard the voice of that Mizuki University instructor. A bet? What bet? Don't spit blood, when did I ever bet with you? As a freshman tutor of Mizuki University, I will never make a bet in my life, so don't defile my innocence out of thin air. Alright, Mume Jiao, I haven't seen you all these years, and you're getting better and better at playing smart. Fong Xuanning was exasperated and laughed. This surname mood, after Ling Qingyao won the match, he turned his face and flipped out, and said something about not making a bet. Oh. It was a 6th order hegemony level powerhouse, and it was surprising that he still didn't recognize it. At the gambling table, the old lady has never suffered a loss. If you're willing to gamble, you'll lose. It's only right. You can't run away. Fong Xuanning laughed coldly in her heart and asked, My students can all be here, I'll give you another chance, do you admit it or not? What do I admit, Mr. Fong, you're also a college teacher now, can you respect your peers? Mume Jiao couldn't possibly admit it anyway, not even to death. Before the match, he received a message from the director of instruction, Yin Jing, saying that he was relieved to go ahead and say yes, and that the loss would be on him. As a result, now that she lost, Yin Jing told her to take the consequences herself. Now the pressure is all on her. Handing out a handful of ranked treasures, even a hegemonic level powerhouse can't withstand this kind of hola. Besides, 6th order materials were already rare, or else if she could go further, did she still care about Fong Xuanning? If you admit it, wouldn't that add to a large foreign debt? Mume Jiao shook her head repeatedly in her mind, deciding to beat herself to death and not recognize this bet. Just then, Ling Qingyao walked over to Fong Xuanning. Teacher Xuanning, what exactly happened to you guys? When Fong Xuanning saw Ling Qingyao, she nodded and began to explain to her the beginning and end of the bet. As it elaborated, Ling Qingyao also understood what happened. She burst into a bit of tears, so she's actually a teacher's tool person. No, you're not. Qilin patted Ling Qingyao's shoulder with his little paw, comforting Ling Qingyao. Because you're not just Miss Snowing's tool, you're my tool person. Zirin, thanks, it's true that you're still good to me. Ling Qingyao thought that Qilin was concerned and said with touched eyes. Although Qilin wouldn't admit it, he wouldn't say it either. The little brain nodded and looked at Fong Xuanning, wondering how a 6th-ranked powerhouse should deal with the conflict of trading with each other. Things like bets, Qilin had heard of them. Within the professionals, all sorts of bets were even more commonplace. However, generally speaking, the number of bets would be reduced when they went up to the higher ranks of the professionals. Where there are people, there are gambling houses. Even if it was a copy, there were people secretly betting on the amount of treasure taken out, or how long they would survive. Gambling is a harmful way of doing business, but there are still people who happily participate in it, just like moths to a flame, knowing that it is death, but they still do not care about it. Ordinary professionals who cheat will be beaten up. What about 6th order overlord class professionals who disown them? Qilin's large, watery eyes surfaced with a curious look as he whirled around the Fong Xuanning duo. Could it be that a hegemonic level battle cutout will break out? This is even rarer than catching a whale from a freshwater lake. But with Mume Jiao once again refusing Fong Xuanning's bet, it was clear that she didn't want to admit to the matter. Not admitting it is good. Only Fong Xuanning smiled faintly and reached out to touch her back. Want to pull out a weapon? Qilin's eyes were startled as he hurriedly tugged Ling Qingyao to the side. It's okay to watch the fun, but it's not good if you get caught in the crossfire. However, Qilin was destined to be disappointed. Because worrying about what you're taking out of your back is not some kind of treasure or chili water or anything. Instead, it was a piece of white paper with black letters, and the whole body was flooded with an ancient flavor of contract paper. It doesn't matter if you don't recognize it, I've got a contract that can make even a 6th-ranked powerhouse effective. Fang Xuanning explained with a sneer on her face, as long as I activate this contract, your levy will be recorded by the entire Donghuang kingdom, and then everyone will know what an excellent teacher you, Mumei Jiao, are. Do you think tomorrow's headline will be called, The Mizuki-sensei Who Lost Bankruptcy in One Match? Fang Xuanning said with a leathery smile. She had counted on Mumei Jiao to deny it. Fortunately, he still had the indenture on him that he hadn't finished betting on last time. Or else you'd really let the woman get away. You and your students have teamed up to screw me out of my money, haven't you? When Mumei Jiao saw this indenture, she felt bad in her heart and said with anger and rage. The indenture requires the consent of both parties. No wonder Fang Xuanning smiled mysteriously as she matched bets. Turns out it was waiting for her here. Traps are simply traps. Great, you guys are really good. Mumei Jiao gritted her teeth and stared at Fang Xuanning and Ling Chengyao. At the 100 Schools League, I'm going to make you pay for what you did today. You, so scared, then I'll make you pay for it now, or I'll get the indenture hyped up. Fang Xuanning stretched out a hand towards Mumei Jiao, her cold as ice pretty face making a conspiratorial expression. Mumei Jiao had no choice but to stiffly hand Fang Xuanning some treasures first. That's all, the rest later. Mumei Jiao left in a huff after dropping a spatial ring. Take care, I won't see you off. The door of Mordor University is open for you at any time, remember to pay your debt. Fang Xuanning tossed the space ring in her hand, a faint smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Seeing this scene, Ling Chengyao always felt that teacher Xuanning was like a different person when it came to the bet. Why would Kirin-sensei carry the indenture with her? Ha! Hearing this, Fang Xuanning's face stiffened, and the hand holding the spatial ring was unconsciously clenched. That Chengyao, why did you come to find me, what's the problem? Fang Xuanning sheepishly changed the topic and said. Oh, I'm here to ask my teacher about the 7th grade meritocracy. Speaking of business, Ling Chengyao explained about Dean Chan and the others. A 7th grade meritorious person? There's no rush on this matter, you can first come with me to share a portion of the resources inside this ring. I just looked in here, but there's a heavenly ice sword that suits you very well. Ah, I can also pick? Ling Chengyao was slightly stunned. That's for sure, and there are quite a few high-level exotic beasts food and bloodline purification elixirs in here, so it might be able to make this little white dog race of yours metamorphose. Oh. Fang Xuanning smiled faintly. Hearing that there was a dividend, Qilin popped his head out at once and looked at Fang Xuanning in surprise. High-ranked beasts, bloodline purification? Where is this a dividend? This was clearly a gift from nature. Chapter 122 White Whoring Teacher Reiki. Broken Defense Beauty Tutor. At Fang Xuanning's invitation, Ling Chengyao arrived at a single villa inside the Magic City University. Most of the instructors of Mordor University were 6th-order hegemony-level powerhouses who were bound to each other with Mordor University and received benefits from both Mordor University and the Eastern Brilliant Kingdom. Fang Xuanning was no exception, and this detached villa felt far more massive in scale than the average student dormitory just by being close to it. Moreover, Ling Chengyao followed Fang Xuanning into the courtyard, and the rich spiritual qi that hit her face choked her to the point of coughing. The villa seemed to have built all sorts of formations to gather spiritual qi, and the rich spiritual qi in the courtyard floated in the air like purple smoke, locked within the confines of the villa. My goodness, where do overlord-level powerhouses devour aura? What's the difference between the efficiency of this gathering of aura and robbery? Qilin lay on Ling Chenyao's head and looked around the villa. Nostrils gently sucked this aura directly into the lungs, refreshing feeling, straight to the sky. Up top. That's more than smoke. After all, absorbing this is getting stronger. Qilin sighed while grasping at straws, his little nose whistling as he devoured the purple smoke around him. As Qilin moved, the purple smoke around him was as if it had found a place to belong, entering Qilin's body like a tidal wave. A purple cyclone, centered on Qilin, began to spin violently. This vision also attracted the attention of Fang Xuanning, who was walking ahead. Little fellow, what are you doing? This aura is enough to sustain a 4th-ranked Red Lotus Fire Ox. Fang Xuanning turned around and saw this scene and her face was shocked. Do you want to die? Stop sucking, little ancestor, stop it. Hearing that aura could sustain a 4th-ranked foreign beast, Ling Qingyao's pretty face turned pale and she hurriedly shook Qilin. While after her shaking, Zirin was interrupted from absorbing it. "What's up, shoveler? It's so hard to break through the level soon. What do you mean by interrupting me?" Qilin's small face was horribly dark. It felt like an inch-stopping challenge that had been interrupted. It's very upsetting and the fire is huge. But with a wave of Fang Xuaning's palm, all the surrounding auras were dispersed. Qilin's heart to become stronger was completely killed, and he had to never whore himself out again. Ha! As Fang Xuaning dispersed the surrounding aura, while inspecting the formation, she realized that the spirit stones stored in the formation had been depleted by 10%. One must know that this was a reserve of spirit stones that could last her, a hegemony-level powerhouse, a week of cultivation. "Teacher Xuaning, your face doesn't look as if it's doing well?" Ling Qingyao noticed the change in Fang Xuaning's face and thought something had happened to Qilin. "It's nothing, it's just that this contracted beast of yours has actually absorbed so many of my spirit stones, since there hasn't been a single change. This strikes me as a bit odd." Fang Xuaning frowned and reached out her jade hand to fiddle with Qilin's body. Those cold and soft fingers touched Qilin's body, tickling him. "Don't move, I'll check you out." Fang Xuaning grabbed Qilin's 4 little short legs with one hand, and with the other hand, she began to check Qilin's body. But just as she wanted to use her detection technique to detect Qilin's body, she felt a sense of crisis. It seemed that there was some sort of prohibition present on Qilin. Once she triggered this prohibition, she would suffer a curse-like attack. "Little fellow, your identity origin may be a bit uncomplicated." Seeing this, Fang Xuaning had to give up and rubbed Qilin's little head inside. Ling Qingyao looked like she wanted to say something. "Don't worry, your little puppy is fine, and you don't have to pay for the spirit stones that were absorbed." Fang Xuaning could see Ling Qingyao's thoughts and explained with a faint smile. She then led Ling Qingyao into the villa. "Feel free to sit down, I'll go get you something to eat." Fang Xuaning pointed in the direction of the living room and said, "Good." Ling Qingyao nodded and walked into the living room. But as soon as she stepped into the living room, Ling Qingyao realized a very strange thing. The large living room had only 2 chairs, extra furniture, not even a single wooden table. The rest of the furniture didn't have many pieces. The entire living room seemed extremely empty, and talking echoed. Teacher Xuaning lives such a frugal life on weekdays, worthy of being a 6th-order powerhouse. Looking at the empty living room, Ling Qingyao felt that she had learned. Being in a high position but living so frugally, Mr. Xuaning has taught me another lesson. Thrifty? Why do I feel poor? Qilin lay on Ling Qingyao's shoulder and looked around. This villa was an empty shell. Even if you're frugal, there's no need to have only 2 chairs. It made the huge living room look like an interrogation room. Ling Qingyao strolled around the living room and casually sat down on a chair. But just as he took his seat, he saw a thin rope suspended in front of him. Subconsciously, he reached out his hand and gave it a gentle tug. "Hey, don't move." At this time, Fang Xuaning just happened to come out from the kitchen and saw Ling Qingyao's action. Her face turned pale in fear. But it was too late for Ling Qingyao to stop. With her gentle tug, there was a clattering sound. A sheet of paper with various debts written on it turned into a downpour and fell. Ling Qingyao bathed in the shroud of papers, picking up one with her wash and looking at it. February 18th, copy betting law, owes the boss 5 million. On March 1st, bet the Fey horse for a $10 million loss. On July 8th, borrowing $20 million from loan sharks was nearly being pursued, slightly displaying the strength of the 6th order, shocking them and tearing up the contract paper. Hip hip hip. Air. Seeing Xuaning's handwriting at the top of the paper, Ling Qingyao only felt her brain buzzing. It turns out that it's not that Miss Xuaning is living frugally, but that she's in debt from gambling, so she can't even afford to buy furniture. Qilin was also baffled, unable to see that a thunderous teacher, Xuaning, was still the biggest gambler in Magic City University. Showing the strength of the 6th order to run away from debts can do this kind of thing. The poet holds. However, when Fang Xuaning saw that her secret had been discovered, her entire body froze in place as if the sky had collapsed. Why? Why did you pull that rope? It's not forcing me to destroy my body. At this moment, the calm as an iceberg Fang Xuaning broke her defense. Chapter 123 Teacher Xuaning's Private Life. Skyfall Cold Ice. With the list of these outstanding accounts dropped, in the living room, the entire living room was covered with a white carpet. Ling Qingyao looked around, there wasn't even a place to lay her feet. Suddenly, he turned his head. Seeing Fang Xuaning's gloomy and changing face, there seemed to be regret and coldness, constantly shifting between a murderous maniac and an affable teacher. It's over, shoveler. Qilin hugged Ling Qingyao as he felt that their trip was a bit of an ill-fated one. When you come to someone's home as a guest, you have to be a handful, and now you found out all of their secrets. Although Fang Xuaning's private life is indeed a bit messy. But it really doesn't look like it on the surface. I just hope I don't get silenced. Shoveler, hang in there, I'll call Lilith for help. Little one, don't be nervous, Ms. Xuaning is not such a person. Ling Qingyao cried and laughed a little. This is after all Mordor University. Inside Qilin is also too sensitive. Electing a leader says it's not just a bit of money owed. Although the amount of this money is a bit large, it is not so large as to kill people. Ms. Xuaning, don't you think so? Ling Qingyao looked at Fang Xuaning with a smile on her face. Yes, too right. I really want to slap your little girl right now. A cold light flashed in Fang Xuaning's eyes, but she eventually suppressed it. Hoo. Calm down, she's just a little girl, she won't tell this secret. Besides, Ling Qingyao is Ruoyan's student and her own student, so she can't be treated like the Fusan ghosts and screw her like that. Fang Xuaning took a deep breath and convinced herself internally. A smile appeared on her face. Qingyao, you didn't see anything, right? Saying that, the Sixth Order Overlord level pressure on his body was released with a roar like a flood breaking through a dike. Ling Qingyao's face brushed white and she could only nod her head desperately. Teacher, you're right. In the end, under Fang Xuaning's kind guidance, this secret was promised by Ling Qingyao to know this matter by heart. Buzz. With a wave of Fang Xuaning's hand, a bimbo transformed into a large invisible hand, lifting up the outstanding debt sheets on the ground and rejoining them into the crevice on the ceiling. The living room was once again clean and tidy, but this time, with a wave of Fang Xuaning's hand, a piece of furniture made of ice sculptures appeared in the living room. How could a Sixth Order powerhouse not have his own resting place? It was only that Fang Xuaning, being an ice system powerhouse, was more accustomed to a resting place filled with cold ice, and the rest of the furniture was not used. Feel free to sit down, Qingyao. Fang Xuaning smiled faintly, a trace of a relieved smile flashing across her eyes. It's kinda embarrassing to have those unpaid bills noticed by a student. If it was publicized, wouldn't her image of shining greatness just blow up? But Ling Qingyao should be a girl who knows what she's doing. Qingyao, teacher believes in you for once, so there's no need for a contract. Fang Xuaning turned to Ling Qingyao on the side and a ring surfaced on her hand. Let's get down to business next. This time, the bet between me and Mu Mei Jiao consists of two parts. One is a 6th ranked material, and the other is an A-ranked treasure tool for each of US Class C students. You're a big contributor to this bet, and I can give you first choice, as well as a 20% cut of the bet. Fang Xuaning smiled and handed over the spatial ring. Ling Qingyao hesitated to take it, but Qilin's little paw had already reached over. Qilin held the spatial ring that felt cold in his hand, and his spiritual power probed into it. After some searching, it was discovered that Fang Xuaning seemed to have also exchanged all of that 6th ranked materials into treasure tools and other materials of equal value. Just looking at it like that, Fang Xuaning was really a good teacher. Provided she doesn't become a gambler. Qilin pondered slightly. The best thing to do with the value in here if you take 20% of it is actually to replace it with a valuable treasure tool. After these few battles, Ling Qingyao's sword had indeed performed poorly as well. Therein lies the downside of ranked treasures. Once the level came up, people would wear the appropriate defenses or the appropriate protective secret techniques, making it difficult to break their defenses. Ranked treasures might be precious in a small city like Aoyama City. But it was no longer a joke that Mordor had an A-ranked treasure tool in hand. Shoveler, I suggest you go for an A-ranked sword. Even though normal A-ranked swords can't break defense, I can help you. In that case, you're right, so let's go with an A-ranked sword. Ling Qingyao also realized that she lacked a kind of sword that was handy. The ice-glazed sword, which was originally used to great advantage, was simply an actor. Other swords can have various additional effects. The ice-glazed sword was nothing but sharp, as if that was the only thing it held. For treasure swords, I remember there's an A-ranked treasure sword Sky Ice Sword in here. Fang Xuaning pondered slightly and gave her advice. Qilin immediately summoned a sword with a wave of his little paw from his spatial ring that was sky blue in color, as if it was blue in the sky. Name, Sky Ice Sword. Grade, A. Description, with this sword, you can summon heavenly cold ice, the power and quantity of which is determined by your mental strength. Qilin finished reading the introduction of the heavenly ice sword. Obviously, this was another sword with a special effect. Qilin maneuvered the heavenly ice sword and handed it to Ling Qingyao. This is a sword capable of summoning heavenly meteor cold ice, equivalent to ice rain. Shoveler, try it. Good. Ling Qingyao nodded and reached out to hold the sky ice sword. As soon as the long sword entered her hand, she felt that it gave her a different frosty feeling. Ling Qingyao's eyes condensed as she pushed her body's spiritual power and prepared to test the sword. Wait! All of a sudden, Fang Xuanning voiced out and interrupted Ling Qingyao's movements. She pointed at the door. Go try in the yard, the villa will pay for it if it's broken. Oh, good. Ling Qingyao nodded and led Qilin to the courtyard. Standing in the wide garden, Ling Qingyao crossed her sword in front of her chest. Wave gently at a modest clearing in front of you. On the blade of the sword, turquoise blue spiritual energy poured into it. The scramble heavenly warrior sword erupted with a piercing light. As Ling Qingyao swung it, a thick cloud appeared in the sky. Click here. The sound of freezing ice was heard across the sky. A deep blue cold ice with a diameter of 5 meters was slowly converging. It could also change into various forms according to Ling Qingyao's mind. With a thought from Ling Qingyao's mind, the cold ice split into a large 2-meter-long ice blade, the tip of which flashed with a cold aura and seemed to be indestructible. Shoo shoo shoo. The cold ice hit the ground like rain and didn't go into the earth. Even the formations in the villa were touched and began to shake violently. The efficacy of this heavenly ice sword seems to have an armor-breaking effect as well. Ling Qingyao marveled. Compared to the ice-glazed sword, Ling Qingyao only wanted to say that there is no harm without comparison. Chapter 124 Inner Quota. The entire school was boiling. On the ground at this moment, a chile ice blade was stuck upside down on the ground. The sharpness effect carried by the ice blade itself could break through normal defenses. As a special kind of cold ice, Skyfall cold ice can bring you considerable combat benefits. Unsurprisingly, this A-rank sword is more suitable for you than your ice-glazed sword. On the side, Fang Xuanning looked at the traces of battle left behind by Ling Qingyao and commented. Ling Qingyao herself had a cool head and abundant spiritual power, and the quality of her realm far exceeded that of ordinary professionals. Using a sword like the Heavenly Ice Sword, a sword that consumed mental energy, could be a good way to utilize Ling Qingyao's strengths. I see, Sensei, it's still thanks to you. Ling Qingyao's face showed a grateful smile as she took a hand and ate it. It was thanks to teacher Xuanning that he was able to obtain this heavenly ice sword. Fang Xuanning waved her hand with a smile. What's the point of being polite with a teacher? You are also my student. There's nothing going on, so you can go back first, teacher, there's still a few things to take care of. Saying that, Fang Xuanning handed Ling Qingyao a small book that she didn't know where she took out. On it are recorded the benefits and standards of the meritocracy. The 7th grade meritocracy is naturally recorded in it. Then thank you, Ms. Xuanning. Ling Qingyao nodded and took the small book, preparing to leave. At this point, Ms. Xuanning, we agreed on a 20% dividend, we can come back later. Qilin returned the spatial ring to Fang Xuanning, not forgetting to remind him. Okay. Looking at the small beast in front of him like a snowball, Fang Xuanning rubbed Qilin's small belly with a smile. Go back and practice well, your family summoner can still rely on you? Oh. Qilin nodded and jumped onto Ling Qingyao's shoulder. One person and one beast walked along the courtyard and directly out of the villa. Witnessing their departure, Fang Xuanning's eyes flickered slightly. Teacher specifically instructed herself to fight for some benefits for Ling Qingyao. With this performance she's had, I can try to save her some trouble. Fang Xuanning had originally promised to take Ling Qingyao to meet her alcoholic teacher. But unfortunately, the teacher is still on a mission in a foreign country's blockade and can't get away for a while. Thinking like this, Fang Xuanning turned around and walked into the villa. 4 days to come. In addition to honing her newly acquired Heavenly Soldier Sword, Ling Qingyao often took Qilin to the library to find out if she could complement the Supreme Emotionless Sword Decree. Since the ladder of enlightenment had been breached by Qilin, she was able to look through the various materials inside. Time just slips away like grains of sand in the day-to-day review and practice. On this day, Ling Qingyao went to the library to go through the materials as usual. Early morning. A crowd of onlookers had already gathered in front of the foggy library. Through the crowd of people, one could see that everyone had been attracted by a golden list. Ling Qingyao was weaving in and out of the crowds, not wanting to head out to make a scene, but she couldn't resist Qilin's curiosity. Go on, shoveler, maybe it's some kind of bounty quest and we can make a ton of money after we take it. Don't forget, right now our daily cultivation expenses require millions. Qilin squatted on Ling Qingyao's shoulder, his little paw pointing at the very front of the crowd. Fine, I'll take you there. Ling Qingyao's arm was no more than a thigh, dotingly touching Qilin's little head. She walked over. The murmurs among the crowd were also picked up by Qilin and her. What made Qilin somewhat surprised was that this discussion seemed to be related to Ling Qingyao. So much so that the eyes of those people around him looking at him and Ling Qingyao were a little off. There was a hint of skepticism in the shock, while a number of people were also a little jealous. The school is giving out starting spots for the 100 school tournament. Originally freshmen weren't supposed to be on the list, but this time there seems to be an exception. There is actually a freshman who made it to the starting list. Don't be kidding, right? The first list is at least the best within the third rank, which freshman can cultivate so fast. Man, it looks like you were out on a mission and didn't understand what was going on in the school. It's that teenage girl with the little white dog on her shoulder. She's here in her own right. Someone accused Ling Qingyao and Qilin, who were in the middle of the crowd, of explaining. As soon as those words came out, countless gazes landed on Ling Qingyao's body. There is questioning and envy. That's her. She doesn't look like she has much going for her. Why would a freshman get to go? Naked insiders have it? What business is it of yours on the inside? Say less, it's not good to offend others. The questioning voices of the people around them could no longer have any effect on Ling Qingyao. Even if they were pointing and speaking in a very unfriendly manner, Ling Qingyao had a natural expression on her face. Before coming to the list, Ling Qingyao also understood what happened. The 100 Schools League is a quadrennial event, which is the best stage for college students to show their value. As a result, the starting spots are even more selective, and it's usually impossible for a freshman to make the starting roster at all. Because in addition to showcasing themselves, the premier spots come with a special perk: they don't have to compete in the on-campus auditions. It's the equivalent of being a built-in player. However, Ling Qingyao, a freshman who had just enrolled in the school, had made it into this list, and it was no wonder that the rest of the students were jealous. Qilin, this might have something to do with Ms. Xuanning. Ling Qingyao looked at the bottom of the list, her name fresh in her mind. Within the mobile seniors, she has the least amount of merit, is the youngest, and has the least seniority. Getting on this list is totally backdoor. What do you care? We don't have to participate in the C election, isn't that good? It saves us a lot of time to cultivate, so we can cultivate well. That's true, let's hurry up and cultivate. I've already taken a leave of absence from Ms. Xuanning. Thinking this way, Ling Qingyao led Qilin out of the crowd and towards the library. In the meantime, in the classroom of Class C, Fang Xuanning was still teaching Class C students. Today our school debut places are out, everyone can take a look. Teacher is very pleased that Ling Qingyao from our class made it to the list. Fang Xuanning used her cell phone to project a golden list on the whiteboard. A red circle was deliberately marked at Ling Qingyao's name. The students on the stage knew exactly what the 100 Schools League meant, and when they saw their fellow classmates enter the premier list, astonishment was written all over their faces. The debut list? If Miss Xuanning hadn't brought it out, I'd have thought it was a prank by someone. Yeah, how come the starting spots are for us freshmen? Even if there's a freshman spot, it shouldn't be our Class C. Shouldn't the group of demonic geniuses in Class S be more deserving of being on the list? Still divided into S-Class and C-Class, have you forgotten how that group of S-Class students were defeated one by one in the cutoff match with Mizuki University? Upon hearing the former's words, someone immediately stepped forward to refute them. In terms of desperation, it's still looking at our classmates Wu Chanxian and Ling Qingyao. But then again, why didn't Ms. Wu Chanxian get in? The classroom was quiet for a long moment at those words. The crowd turned their heads and looked at the row of young girls in the center of the classroom. Only Wu Chanxian lowered her head, shadows covering her entire cheeks, making it impossible to see the expression on her face. Wu Chanxian clenched her teeth slightly, those big almond eyes full of wariness. Good, I didn't think I wouldn't even get this spot. Just wait, Ling Qingyao, I'll catch up sooner or later. Even she, the daughter of the god of war, didn't get a spot. What gives this girl Ling Qingyao the right? If she can't spell people, she'll have to spell her father. Chapter 125 Imperial Beast Election. Using her body as bait to fish for the beast god. After the debut list was announced, the day before the 100 Schools League would be held was getting a little bit closer. The entire Mordor University, too, began to prepare in full swing. Some copies that were not normally open, and places of cultivation were opened by the Magic City University so that the students could cultivate. The mentors even brought out their own back-breaking teaching in the hope that the students would pass the next audition. This chance to show your face on the big stage is opportunity for everyone. Trying to stand out in this kind of arena is even more difficult and requires continuous learning and day-to-day training. However, in terms of cultivation, the school will provide them with the best resources and places. Even the opportunity of the C election was used by them in a different way, to strengthen the strength of the students. Hey, have you heard? This year's audition is actually fishing for beast souls from Soul Lake. No way, that lake is full of remnants of souls left behind by the beast race bigwigs. How could such a precious place be open? This you don't understand. A few days ago, the Waterwood University came to cut, must have angered the school's senior management, this time the school for the 100 Schools League to put down blood money. It is reasonable to put this treasure being taken out. Who cares, as long as we sign up for the auditions, we'll have the chance to fish for beast souls, and once we get the recognition of the beast souls, we'll all be in possession of a base card. In the library, Ling Qingyao listened to the whispers of the students coming and going. Soul Lake? Her beautiful eyes frowned slightly, and she reached out to subconsciously touch Qilin, who was sleeping on the seat. Instead, the little guy was found lying on his back at the window, looking out into the distance, seemingly watching something. What's wrong? Is something wrong, little one? Shoveler, I think I feel the call of two tits. Qilin stood on the window and looked at the east side of the school where the students were heading to. There was something about that place that made his heart palpitate. If I'm not sensing it wrong, then you've brought together countless grim, powerful souls. Blessed be the ancestors. With so many beast souls, it felt oddly discreet. Don't be nervous, that's just some souls, we can skip the auditions. Ling Qingyao also came to the window and hugged Qilin. Qilin thought about it briefly and felt that he still had to go. These souls were good materials to use to make the beast god mask. If you can get a perfect level skinny mask, I guess you'll have to start inside these souls. Although seniors can help, but every time you go to borrow the power of seniors, borrowing too much will be annoying. Between thoughts, Ling Qingyao's cell phone vibrated. Buzz. Ling Qingyao picked up her cell phone and realized that it was a call from teacher Xuanning. She took her cell phone and quickly went downstairs, and after walking out of the library, she picked up the phone. Hello, Ms. Xuanning? What did you want to see me about? Knowing that her debut spot was probably unrelated to teacher Xuanning, Ling Qingyao's tone was extraordinarily polite. Qingyao, teacher bet on you again this time. Oh no, picked you ah. Picked me, what does that mean? Ling Qingyao frowned in confusion. You should know about this audition, right? I know, the school has even opened the Soul Lake in order to improve our strength. Well, the main reason I called you this time was because I wanted you to go on a fishing trip for beast souls as well. If you're lucky and gain the favor of a 6th-ranked beast soul, you might be able to make a splash in the 100 Schools League. Feng Xuanning carefully persuaded Ling Qingyao. The souls of the beasts that were angled up were able to be used as a base card, and with a bit of luck, the souls of ancient beasts could be angled up to have all sorts of wonderful uses. The reasoning is this. Ling Qingyao naturally understood, but why did she always feel that Miss Xuanning was excited in her tone? Girl, are you going or not? Feng Xuanning inquired. Ling Qingyao was a little hesitant and looked at Qilin. Go ahead, shoveler, if we can dangle nice souls, I can make even better masks. Masks. Ling Qingyao's eyes lit up and immediately agreed to Feng Xuanning's request. Kuda Chong Yao. If you go this time, you have to give me a good performance. Your teacher has gone through a lot of effort to get you into the debutante list. I'll do my best. Ling Qingyao cried and laughed, feeling that teacher Xuanning had gambled again, but there was no proof. Afterward, Ling Qingyao hung up the phone and picked up Qilin and walked towards the Soul Lake where the beast souls were angled. The location where Soul Lake is located is on the east side of the school. Ling Qingyao explained the origin of the Soul Lake to Qilin as she walked. Since the inception of Mordor University, slaughtering beast souls and all kinds of exotic beasts would collect the souls and place them inside the Soul Lake. The purification effect unique to the Soul Lake purifies its ferocity and transforms the soul into a soul-type treasure that the students can utilize. Ling Qingyao came to the edge of the Soul Lake and realized that there were already quite a few students surrounding the place. The Soul Lake was a purple lake that covered an area as large as 4 or 5 soccer fields, and a refreshing purple mist floated on the surface of the purple lake. A number of students stood at Soul Lake and fished in an organized manner under the direction of their teachers. Why do they have to fish with fade of fish? Zirin looked at the students at the lake. They were seen holding their respective exotic beasts either with their tails, or with their claws sticking into the lake, like fishhooks, waiting for the fish to take the bait. Ling Qingyao smiled, now you can't be lazy Because the souls in here are all Fey-type souls, if you want to fish for them, you have to use a Fey with the same bloodline or bloodline that can attract them in order to fish for them. Ling Qingyao's eyes mimicked into the shape of a crescent moon, her heart very happy. After serving Qilin as a cow for so long, it was finally Qilin's turn to help himself to fishing for once. If you wanted to dangle a beast soul, you needed Qilin's bloodline. Although it was unclear what kind of beast soul Qilin's bloodline could attract, he could only hope for it. Way to go, little guy. Ling Qingyao smiled faintly as she picked up Qilin and walked towards the registration desk. After signing up, she found a random fishing spot. Coincidentally, as soon as she arrived at the location, she saw a familiar face beside her. Qingyao girl, you're here to fish too? A calm voice came from the side. Ling Qingyao turned her head and realized that it was Dean Chen of the Formation Academy. Opening the Soul Lake will inevitably have the school's senior management in attendance, and Dean Chen should be the one to maintain the Soul Lake formation. Yes, Dean Chen, I brought Qilin here to see if there are any fishing opportunities, and if we can get a beast soul, it would be a good tool to have. Well, it's okay, young people are meant to hustle and take every opportunity they can to strengthen themselves. Dean Chen sat on a small stool to the side and nodded in satisfaction. But I've heard that this little white dog of yours only has C-rank potential, so perhaps the draped beast souls won't be that good, or should I help you out? Dean Chen asked as he sized up Qilin in Ling Qingyao's arms. What, there's a back door? Qilin was slightly shocked when he heard this. Good lord, it's good to have connections. Knowing big people, even angling for beast souls can be done through the back door off. Chapter 126 Giant Object Manifestation. What a monster! Thank you for your kindness, President Chen, but I believe Qilin can do it. Ling Qingyao politely declined. President Chen's good intentions are not a cheap commodity. Nowadays, although letting it angling for beast souls could be done through the back door, one would owe Dean Chen a favor. A big shot like this, in case there was something that needed her to do in the future, she wouldn't even have the ability to resist. And, he didn't feel that potential could determine everything. The smile on Dean Chen's face turned into disappointment and he sighed helplessly. He lifted the fishing rod that was placed in the water, gazed out at the rippling purple lake in the distance, and laughed, You girl, can't you let us old guys show our strength? But it's not like you're going to lose a piece of meat if you nod your head. But honestly, your stubbornness might have failed you. Dean Chen was not optimistic about Qilin's potential. The level of potential was determined by the concentration of the bloodline, which in turn was the key to angling for beast souls. It's like fishing needs bait, and this bloodline is the bait. The more excellent the bloodline, the more perfect the bait, and the stronger and more treasured the beast souls that were hoisted up. Since you guys insist, let's go fishing. Dean Chen slowly got up and collected the fishing rod, changing it into an octagram like a ray plate. With his hands behind his back, he maneuvered the array disc and slowly walked away. Seeing off Dean Chen, Ling Qingyao looked at the calm lake and inquired, Qilin, how do you want to fish? Fishing my ass off. How am I supposed to fish when you're giving away our backdoor opportunities? Is that tail hanging off? Qilin showed a displeased expression in Ling Qingyao's arms. Obviously you can go through the back door, but you have to pretend to be high and mighty. Now it's all right, President Chen has run away. Geez, don't I trust you? Ling Qingyao cried and laughed as she comforted Qilin. After saying a bunch of nice things, Qilin then agreed to find a way to fish. It's actually not that hard to get fishing. Qilin surveyed the calm surface of the lake, and his eyesight seemed to see one floating wandering soul after another through the lavender water. A wandering spirit is a yin energy, not far removed from a ghost. They have a natural curiosity about the masculine powers of living things. And the so-called angling was nothing more than utilizing the masculine power emanating from the foreign beast's own bloodline to attract the beast's soul. So, Qilin jumped on the ground and stepped on the wooden bridge along the shore, coming closer to the center of the lake. A snow-white tail as light as a willow waved in mid-air. Then reached into the clear purple lake water. Qilin used his body as bait and used his tail to dangle the ring of beasts. Most people use this method. The only difference was that Qilin could release the pressure and use it to repel some of the weak beast souls that were attracted to him, only attracting the attention of the big fish. Qilin squatted on the wooden bridge, his eyes closing slightly. Buzz off! A breeze shook out from Qilin's snow-white body, blowing against the surrounding lake and causing ripples. Qilin's small tail that was hanging down on the surface of the lake was like a radar that swung in a circle of ripples. The lake boiled wherever the wave sniffed. Those were timid beast souls, all of them frightened. One by one, they ran as if they were dying. For a while, the students around them were affected. Those beast souls that were about to bite the hook were all startled away by the ripples. Head up, I usually fishing Air Force also scattered, now angling a beast soul also Air Force, is not too unlucky. Lousy's beast soul 4th order beast soul nah. My living father, why are you running away? Z, jump down and grab the beast spirit back. The beast souls that were about to be in their hands were gone just like that, and the students' faces were all furious and blue. But there were attentive students who realized that something wasn't right. Something's not right, everyone's beast souls have been scared away, what on earth is affecting them? As soon as those words came out, one by one, the students looked along the range of the ripples to Qilin, who was in the very center. Well, so it's the little white dog that's doing it. It must be that this little white dog's bloodline potential was so low that it couldn't catch a beast soul, so it was causing havoc. For a while, one by one, the students formed into teams and walked towards Qilin and Ling Chengyao. They had to demand a statement today. A group of people came in a grand manner, as if the black clouds were pressing down on the city, and the momentum was compelling. Hey, isn't this female student the elementary school girl who absolutely leveled Mizuki University in the cutthroat tournament? Someone recognized Ling Qingyao's identity and exclaimed. But everyone's beast souls escaped, and they were already overwhelmed with anger, so where did they care about Ling Qingyao's identity? I don't care if she's a schoolmate or a senior, this won't end until we give a statement today. That's right, who knows he cuts and stuffs with the help of, but it's just a mask of efficacy, give me that mask, I'm on me too. Isn't it just that you got the first place? You think you're superior, don't you? How dare you come to the audition to interfere with us? The students were filled with righteous indignation and blocked the wooden bridge where Ling Qingyao was. Qilin, why don't you just stop, it's full of classmates outside. Ling Qingyao's face stiffened slightly as she looked at the angry expressions on her classmates' faces. How could Qilin angling for a beast soul still have such a big impact? Ling Qingyao's heart was in agony, but she didn't get a reaction from Qilin after screaming for half a day. She reached out and tried to pat Zirin's little head. But just then, it's over. Qilin's eyes snapped open, his eyes filled with shock. Although Ling Qingyao was in a hurry, he was even more anxious than Ling Qingyao. For in his mind's eye, an abyssal giant was swimming up at speed from the very bottom of the lake. Looking at that appearance, it seemed to be attracted to his bloodline, and the size was simply sky-breaking. It's half the size of a lake. Rumble. A sound like thunder rang out in the center of the lake. The students were drawn to attention and cast their eyes. Only at the center of the lake, the purple lake water seemed to be boiling, and a burst of bubbles surged up. All of a sudden, a wave of water, more than 3 meters high, churns in the middle of the lake. It seemed like something huge was about to break through the water. The crowd's pupils shrank at the sight of this scene. It's not right. What the kind of monster did this drop up? Such a big commotion, I believe you when you say it's fishing for the center of the earth. Chapter 127, The Soul of the Kuan Pang. Fishing guy breaks defense, this works too. Something bad is happening, shoveler. Caught a big one this time. Qilin had a serious expression as he looked back at Ling Qingyao. How big is the big guy? Ling Qingyao was slightly confused, not yet realizing the severity of the problem. How big is it? I guess it's the size of half a lake. Qilin felt it slightly, it was 5 points of volume, and it was also truly terrifying. I didn't realize that my own bloodline could attract such a big guy. If we let it jump out of the water, would it still be manageable? Not to mention refining the mask, it would be lucky not to be swallowed back by it. With this thought, Qilin immediately tried to pull out his wet tail. But just then, the current in the center of the lake suddenly dented, a clockwise swirl. Something seemed to be devouring the current like crazy down there. Qilin was having trouble pulling his tail out by this huge force. One of the songs of the surrounding people were also all controlled by the current and could not be withdrawn. It was reacted to by it. Qilin felt a chill in his heart. The big guy really wants to eat it. As the current swirled, a massive object revealed itself from the water. It is a white fish with a round head and a large head and small tail. But the area occupied by his body alone was the size of half a lake. Its large glowing eyes seemed to have locked onto Qilin. Oh boo-boo. Yesterday the creature's mouth emitted an ancient and shocking syllable from which Qilin could sense its meaning. It smells so good, I want to eat it. Eat your heart out. Qilin's little face bristled with blackness as he raised his little paw and fought to pump his tail. Finally ripping his tail out of the water, the recoil caused Zirin to roll on the ground a few times before coming to a stop. Qilin stood up in a flash and jumped into Ling Qingyao's arms with his short legs. Seeing that Ling Qingyao was still a bit confused, she hurriedly opened her mouth and urged, "Go, what are you waiting for? This is at least a 6th-order beast soul." Qilin looked back at the big guy, anxiety surfacing in his eyes. The system also gave information about the creature at this point. Name, Guanqing Beast Soul. Level, Ancient Beast Soul, level unknown. Description, a behemoth that inhabits the bottom of the Soul Lake, where it has been sleeping since ancient times, and has accumulated enough energy to evolve into a rock. Attention, Beast Soul power belongs to spiritual power, host please deal with it carefully. Oh, so it's Guanqing old boy. Looking at the behemoth in the sky, Qilin's memories of the Guanqing surfaced in his mind. There is a fish in the northern underworld, and its name is Guan. He was transformed into a bird, and his name was Pang. I don't know how many thousands of miles the Guan is. I don't know how many tens of thousands of miles are on the back of the rock. No wonder it was so big, it turned out to be the Guanqing beast soul. Surviving from ancient times to the present, perhaps the 6th rank couldn't even measure it anymore, it had to be king level. Aha! Looking at the Guanqing beast soul in midair, Ling Qingyao's mouth went dry. A tingle ran through his body and all he could do was nod continuously. Immediately afterward, she turned around and ran at a fast pace. Woo boo! Woo boo! The giant Guan in the sky that covered the sky saw Qilin and Ling Qingyao trying to escape, and its giant mouth emitted a circle of ear-piercing sound waves. With a flick of its fan-like tail fin, it swooped down like Tarzan. Barely. The air around them was squeezed and popped, and the mist in the air above them flowed as if they were fleeing for their lives. The visual impact of this scene had reached its limit. The surrounding students were so frightened that their livers lost color, and it was already considered bold to stand. Many of them were already half kneeling on the ground, gasping for air. Each of them had fear in their eyes, and shock. Dynasty Lima Ah. What kind of bait did that little white dog use? How did it drop such a big beast soul? I'm afraid that the Lord of the Soul Lake has been hoisted up. This is great, the old men are going to be his sustenance. Mom, I don't want to die, I still want to study. Run, don't just stand there, he'll have no problem swallowing us all with that mouth of his. Bah! That bastard pinched me and dared to take advantage of my mom, let's see if I won't drag you all down with me. The crowd was in disarray, pushing and shoving each other across the narrow wooden bridge, crowding people and even breaking the guardrail. Flop flop flop. In the process of crowding, many people were squeezed into the lake of souls. One was dripping wet, hands and feet flopping and splashing about in a state of disarray. This scene was also detected by Dean Chen, who was monitoring the formation. On the other side, Dean Chen was talking to a group of beast soul fishing students. They were on the other side of the Soul Lake, far away from each other, and the effects of the Guanqing vertical had not reached them for the time being. Dean Chen deserves to be the dean. The technique of fishing for beast souls is so skillful, easily hoisting a 4th-order beast soul, the students are really impressed. On a wooden bridge, Dean Chen gently tugged on his fishing rod, only to see a blood-red bull like beast soul biting on the hook. 4th-order exploding red bull. Shocked expressions appeared on the faces of the onlookers as the students, one by one, gave Dean Chen a thumbs up and patted him on the back. You little guys, you really know how to make old man happy. Dean Chen also ate this up, and with a wave of his hand, he transformed the beast soul of the bursting red bull into a crystal-clear red bead that flew into the hands of a student. Old me sees that you have amazing bones and are a seedling to participate in the 100 Schools League, so I hope this precious pearl can help you. Thank you, Dr. Chen. You're practically my new parents. Ha ha ha, hyperbole. The corners of Dean Chen's mouth involuntarily rose, waving his hand to indicate that it was fine. Even President Chen is too modest to be able to fish out such beast souls. He's left us behind by 800 blocks. That's right. Not only is Dr. Chen's attainments in formations excellent, his fishing skills are even more exquisite, unlike our daily Air Force. The students took turns patting themselves on the back, hoping for another gift from Dean Chen. However, President Chen slowly and leisurely baited the fishing rod with some mental power and threw it into the water. He smiled calmly. What's a 4th-ranked beast soul? This Soul Lake is hiding a few really big guys inside. Those few big guys casually take out one is comparable to the existence of Old Man Ah. Curiosity showed on the students' faces. How big could the big guy be? Looking at their curious faces, Dean Chen also wanted to use the formation to give them a long look. But just then, only a rumble was heard. There was a strange noise coming from the lake in the distance. The sound that was as harsh as thunder instantly made Dean Chen realize that something was wrong. Buzz off! The formation that maintained the operation of the Soul Lake was vibrating crazily, and it seemed that someone was attacking the formation. Attack formation? Who dares to be so arrogant? Dean Chen got up violently and looked into the distance of the lake. That direction is Qingyao girl? Only to see which side of the lake was beside the purple mist surging crazily. Amidst the mist, a looming behemoth was faintly visible. The body was so large that it was like a blimp. And this huge beast soul was chasing after a group of students, who were charging left and right, shaking the formation and causing it to fluctuate wildly. I can't believe it's the big guy. Even the weathered Dean Chen was shocked at the sight of this scene. Chapter 128 Perfect Great New Mask. Combining forces to suppress the Kuan Pang. At this moment, a golden spell formation emerged above the Soul Lake, seemingly resembling an inverted circular light shield that enveloped the entire Soul Lake. This was the formation activating its automatic defense. For the purpose of imprisoning powerful beast souls in them, and as a means of protecting students. But this time, only to see that Kuan Pang beast spirit chasing after Ling Qingyao and the others on the wooden bridge. The wind and waves that were raised even shook the golden formation to the point that it hummed. The purple mist also revealed the true appearance of the Kuan Pang beast soul as it tossed and turned. With a size as big as a small half-lake, and a body that resembles a fish but can fly, it is a super beast that resembles a fathead fish. This scene was taken in by the students beside Dean Chen, and shock and fear were written all over one's face. What is that thing in the sky? Don't tell me it's a beast soul. Is there a ing beast soul this big? Which big guy was able to catch such a big beast soul again? Could it be that this is one of the several big guys hidden at the bottom of the lake that President Chen just mentioned? The moment these words came out, the surrounding students turned their heads to look at Dean Chen. Only to see Dean Chen's face turn a shade of green and purple, as if he was in pain. That's one of those big guys inside the bottom of the lake. But I'm just saying, I didn't ask any of you to actually hang me. Dean Chen recognized the origin of this ancient creature at a glance, and spoke with quite a gnashing of teeth. The beast soul of this ancient creature had existed in the Soul Lake since the founding of the Magic City University. Simply the oldest of the old. And it is such a being that almost never awakens that is surprisingly being fished by students today. What kind of kid is that? To be able to accurately pick one of these few big guys within a sea of beast souls, should we say he was lucky, or not? Dean Chen was a bit tearful and could only shake his head and sigh again. Such a large beast soul, baptized by the Soul Lake over countless years, was enough to reach a very terrifying point. It was absolutely impossible for ordinary students to get his approval or even master him. This was because the beast soul had already given birth to its own spirit and was able to devour the student's soul in reverse. What a pain in the ass. Dean Chen sighed helplessly and put away the fishing rod, changing it into a burst of yellow and red 8 trigrams array disc. With such a big guy around, it would be hard for the formation to maintain. Not to mention he had to go get the big guy back to the bottom of the lake and tell it to seal properly. You guys stand here and don't move around, I'm going to subdue that big guy. Okay, Dean. No problem, Dean Chen. The students were all as well behaved as little puppies. After all, they are still the safest place to stay. Who would dare to mess with such a big guy? Head gardener Chen nodded and got up, walking quickly towards the Kunlun Society. Seriousness was written all over his face as his fingers pinched the spell on the keyboard. Such a big guy, if not handled properly, the entire formation would be destroyed. He had to grab the time to limit his opponent with the formation, and he had to shake people in a hurry. As Dean Chen's side moved, the pressure on Ling Qingyao's side plummeted. Sinful animal, don't hurt the students of our school. On the wooden bridge, the fleeing students turned their heads to look when they heard the ear-splitting roar of head gardener Chen. One could only see that Dean Chen was holding a formation disc in his hand, and his body was emanating an aura that far exceeded that of a hegemonic level. Just a rumble. Mighty golden wind waves were declared with President Chen as the center, and the golden formation became firm under this force, like a wall of iron. This copper-walled golden formation not only hindered the Kuan Pang beast soul's movements. It also unleashed the power to make space solidify, restricting the speed of the Kuan Pang beast soul. Bang bang! The Kuan Pang beast soul fiercely hit the golden formation with its head, wanting to break through the restriction of the light shield to attack Qilin. The huge fish head violently squeezed the golden light shield, as if it was a bullet that was about to pierce the defense of the light shield. Boo! The Guanqing beast soul's mouth let out an angry cry, clearly having been enraged, and the pair of azure beast pupils began to be tinted with a touch of reddish intent. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Qingyao and the others ran out of the golden light shield. The formation that defended against the beast souls couldn't hinder the students of Mordor University. So close, so close. Qilin turned back to look at the huge mouth of the abyss that was close at hand. The big guy is pretty fierce. Luckily, it hadn't taken full control of its power yet. If he let it change into a rock bird, then he was really cool. The unicorn wiped, with a small paw, the non-existent cold sweat from his small face. Little guy, what the hell did you fish up? Ling Qingyao sat down powerlessly on the ground, panting as she asked. She was dripping with fragrant sweat, but she couldn't care less about her image. She really didn't think that letting Qilin go to the nest would result in catching something so big. Looking at this body type, what 3rd and 4th order beast souls are simply weak? This has to be at least 6th order or higher. Ling Qingyao, who had returned to her senses, the more she looked, the more she felt that this Guanqing beast soul was frighteningly large. The visual impact of that hitting the golden formation with his big head was just too strong. It's a good thing the deans are there, or we'd be cold. Ling Qingyao revealed a relieved smile. One could only see Dean Chen and a few deans standing not far away, manipulating the formation to suppress the Guanqing beast soul inside at any time. Under their combined efforts, the Guanqing beast soul fell a little towards the lake. The size was also shrinking rapidly, turning to the size of a small car in a matter of moments. Woo boo! Woo boo! At that moment, the Guanqing beast soul suddenly let out a roar of odd frequency. A circle of crimson ripples, centered on it, rapidly expanded out. The surface of the lake where it passed was like boiling water boiling and gurgling. On the surface of the lake, purple bubbles churned as if a few more big guys were about to surface. Not good, this sinful beast is actually trying to wake up those sleeping powerful beast souls. Quickly forcefully suppress it. Don't care about its integrity, everyone use thunderous means to suppress it. Dean Chen and Dean Ma and the others quickly struck out, each one releasing energy fluctuations that caused the void to distort. Rumble. The deans combined their efforts to unleash an energy attack to hit the Guanqing beast soul on the surface of the lake. Under this attack, even the Guanqing beast soul was somewhat overwhelmed, and those scarlet beast pupils became increasingly agonized. The aura on its body rapidly declined, and in a short while it dropped to the level of the 6th rank. And at that point, with the Guanqing beast soul suppressed, now is a good time for this mask. Qilin suddenly smelled a glimmer of opportunity, and looked at the Guanqing beast soul that was being suppressed by the combined efforts of several deans. His heart was foolishly excited. Did you use it to make a mask? A soul borrowed from an ancestor is ultimately incomplete. Not as perfect as this Guanqing beast soul. If he could refine it into a mask, he might obtain a perfect grade mask. To go or not to go? Got to try it, rich and famous. Qilin clenched his teeth and jumped off Ling Qingyel's shoulders, walking into the golden formation. Chapter 129, Dean, it's broken. My beast soul is missing? Only to see Qilin step onto the wooden bridge with a few jumps of his short legs, running quickly towards the location of the Guanqing beast soul. Qilin, what are you doing? Back off. As she watched Qilin's movements, Ling Qingyao was so frightened that her entire pretty face was whiter than paper. It was already too late for her to go after Qilin. Qilin had already entered the Guanqing beast spirit's attack range. However, the next moment, only Qilin opened one of his beast claws, and golden light gathered in his palm. A massive tugging force erupted from its tiny paws, slowly forming a golden vortex. Buzz off! Qilin aimed a blatant suck at the Guanqing beast soul, his big eyes blazing with sharpness. How can I let you get away with a new beast soul? You're the material for my perfect grade mask. Rumble. Only to see the small sedan-like Guanqing beast soul flying uncontrollably towards Qilin, smashing a large wooden bridge and sending wood shavings flying. The Guanqing beast soul struggled violently in the air, but it was never able to escape Qilin's control. Those pairs of scarlet looked at Qilin's location, and vaguely, they seemed to see a heavenly beast with a snow-white body and scales like jewels. Oh hoo boo! Upon seeing Qilin, the Guanqing beast soul was like a mouse meeting a cat, trembling with fear. The large tail fins fought to slap the surface of the lake, stirring up one violent splash after another. At this point, its eyes had completely transformed into fear. Seeing Qilin was like seeing a terrifying opponent from his life. Click here. The Guanqing beast soul was moving a little bit, its body collapsing into a purple grain of light, quickly dispersing easily into a large, dark purple soul mist. The lake was wildly windy, as if a pair of large, merciless hands had pushed the fog to Qilin's side. Next moment, Qilin was directly covered by the mist and his figure dissipated in it. Seeing him disappear, Ling Qingyao drilled into the golden formation and charged towards the mist, screaming Qilin's name. But no matter how Ling Qingyao called out, there was no response from Qilin. Negative. Realizing this, Ling Qingyao's footsteps grew slower and slower, her figure somewhat unsteady, her palms trembling as she held onto the guardrail of the wooden bridge. Her pupils trembled gently, and it just felt like the sky was falling. Qilin? A fear that went deep into her soul rose from the bottom of her heart and went straight to the heavens. No. It won't. Ling Qingyao breathed a little hard, her eyes bristled red as she thought of that bad outcome. But right at this moment, Qilin's childish voice appeared in Ling Qingyao's mind. Why is Shoveler so slow to come over? The Guanqing beast soul has been subdued by me. Ha? You've taken the soul of the beast? Ling Qingyao froze, the tear stains at the corner of her eyes hadn't even dried up yet, when she heard Qilin urging, "What are you still standing there for? Don't come over and get me the mask." Uwu, here it comes. After knowing that Qilin was fine, Ling Qingyao's heart turned from danger to joy. Hearing the mask again made her whole face light up with joy. A mask, that's great. Ling Qingyao walked quickly into the mist, her figure hidden by the mist. In the purple mist, Qilin was seen crouching at the edge of the crouched wooden bridge, with a green and blue mask suspended in midair in front of him. Above the sharp green eyes were carved lines that resembled both scales and eagle feathers. Just by looking at this mask, Ling Qingyao felt the sound of a breeze flowing through her ears. That feeling like a breeze brushing across the surface of a lake and willow flakes gently swaying made Ling Qingyao's heart tranquil. Not the lightning-like mask from before. I wonder what effect this mask has. Ling Qingyao was confused in her mind and reached out to catch the mask. The mask was as cold as ice, as if it had just been fished out of the soaking Arctic waters. Qilin came beside Ling Qingyao, that little face written with smugness. Perfect grade mask, finally. Shoveler, now you are blessed with a perfect grade mask that supports full bestiality. Whenever you meet an unbeatable opponent in the 100 Schools League, you can. Qilin was still explaining the efficacy of the mask for Ling Qingyao. Ling Qingyao's hand, however, had already reversed the mask, seemingly ready to put it on at any time. Hey, what's going on? Seeing this move, Qilin's small face darkened. Is this girl really addicted? Now is not the time to wear it, this is the time to wear it. What do you want? Oh, sorry, screwed up and forgot. Ling Qingyao scratched her head apologetically and reluctantly put the mask into her spatial ring. Mostly, the mask was so elaborate that she couldn't help but try the effect. Picking up the animal soul of an ancient creature for nothing is a big win, but when we go out later, don't admit that we made a Guanqing mask, understand? Understood. Qilin and Ling Qingyao conferred in the mist. Unbeknownst to him, Dean Chen and the others outside were busy. Under the influence of the Guanqing beast soul, the entire soul lake was agitated. Those beast souls seemed to be flowing around like they were mad, crazily hitting the golden formation. The light shield left hole after hole. It was hard to suppress the entire soul lake, only to find that the Guanqing beast soul that was causing trouble in the first place had disappeared. Old Ma, did you see where that big guy ran off to? Dean Chen's eyes were tired as he put down the array disc, turned around left and right, and then saw the Guanqing beast soul again, so he asked Dean Ma who was beside him. Dean Ma waved his hand. Where can I find it for you? It's hidden. That's not right, I don't see its position on top of the array disc, ah? With a blank look on his face, Dean Chen pointed on his keyboard, but no trace of the Guanqing beast soul was searched for. The formation disc in his hand held the formation of the entire soul lake. Being able to monitor the location and state of the beast soul through the array. However, at this moment, Dean Chen did not see any information about the Guanqing beast soul from the main disc. So much so that the entire soul lake's energy had regressed a great deal as a result. The soul of every ancient beast god was interdependent with the soul lake. Any less would be a great loss. The few surrounding deans also realized the seriousness of the problem and frowned, searching for traces of the Guanqing beast soul around the soul lake. It can't be old Chen, take a good look again, don't make a mistake, how could that beast soul disappear? Dean Ma was so puzzled that he even lifted a wooden bridge with his bare hands to see if the fathead fish was hiding underneath. But the result was destined to disappoint him. How could they see through the naked eye what Director Chen's formation could not detect? Suddenly, Dean Chen thought of a possibility. It's not a shame to be taken in by some kid, right? At those words, a few of the deans fell silent. Don't say it. You don't say. It's impossible for a beastly soul the size of ours to go missing. It's definitely been taken in by someone, and that's something to find out. A few deans conferred and decided to split up to find the whereabouts of the beast soul. Chapter 130. The Rockbird knocks on the door. Su Mengmeng was curious. The students at the scene are not allowed to leave, the deans have something to dish out. Every student who leaves must be registered. Students who have not yet left, please quickly gather around the Soul Lake. Medical personnel are investigating the injuries and ask for the active cooperation of the students. One low voice after another came over the school radio. The teacher in charge of the broadcast had an extremely grave tone. The ancient beast soul was missing, and if any of the students took it out, it was likely to get out of control. Moreover, the ancient beast souls were also related to the functioning of the entire Soul Lake, and the matter was too important for them to take lightly. A couple of the deans even swept over each of the students intently. The look was so hateful that he couldn't see through his eyes so that he could scrutinize them. Check. Investigate well. Don't spare anyone. Dean Chen held the array disc, his eyes incomparably grave. Even if that beast soul was subdued, there would still be a remnant soul present, and now that even the remnant soul has disappeared, with no trace at all, I don't believe that it will still insert its wings and fly away on its own. In a small corner that no one noticed while Dean Chen and the others were cross-examining, a sharp-eyed green-colored falcon unfolded its wings, and as it gently flapped, the air around it seemed to come alive, dragging it soaring through the sky. On the other side, Ling Qingyao had long ago left the Soul Lake with Qilin. Qilin had long realized that this Guanqing beast soul could not be taken away easily. Otherwise, Mordor University wouldn't have classified it as a treasure trove, only opening it at critical moments like the sea election. After returning to the dormitory, Qilin lay on the large soft bed, cupping the azure Guanqing mask in his hand. Name, Guanqing mask. Grade, perfect. Description, a mysterious mask with the power to control the wind and waves through the magical craftsmanship of a master craftsman. Description, wearing this mask, you will have the power to control storms, and the ocean and waves will be your home turf. Description 2, this mask is a perfect level mask, you will have the power of full and complete bestiality and can transform into the ancient beast Guanqing. After reading the introduction, Qilin's eyes lit up and his heart was satisfied. Not bad for a perfect level mask. Full bestialization could completely master the power of the Guanqing. As a dual-form switching rare beast, the Guanqing was also extraordinarily large, so thinking about it, it should also be very strong. After all, there were many types of alien beasts throughout the blue planet. However, it was extremely rare for a foreign beast to be able to freely switch forms, and for both forms to be not weak, and to control a power separately. It's still a matter of baiting yourself with your body. Qilin raised his little paw, and the Guanqing mask flew in front of Qilin's little paw as if it recognized its owner. The mask was cool to the touch, like it had just been fished out of the sea. Wearing it should be no different than ice pellets slathering your face. Kinda wanna see what a rock-form Guanqing actually looks like. But only for when Shoveler is in the 100 School League. Thinking this way, Qilin waved his hand as if it were an eraser and easily erased the mask in front of him. He took the mask back into the void sword case. Goo goo. At that moment, Qilin's belly made a sound of protest. Oh, you're hungry again? After the third rank, the physical quality improves, but the amount of food is also incredibly large. To save money for Shoveler's cultivation, he himself eats alien beast meat that has little nutrition. Bitter. I don't know when the Shovelers and the girls are going to get their dinner ready. Better get some sleep first. Zirin rubbed his small stomach in comfort. After that, he fell on his head and lay on Ling Qingyao's pillow. But just at this time. Ding ding ding. There was a crisp tapping sound coming from outside the glass window, sounding like a bird of prey tinkling the glass with its beak. Go aside and leave me alone. Qilin rolled over and said without opening his eyes. Having said that, it seemed to have some effect, and the tapping at the window stalled. But not 2 seconds later, a more and more violent knocking suddenly sounded. Ding 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 ding. Geez, I say, are you bored with this little bird? Qilin sat up with a face of impatience and looked towards the window's position, but his eyes suddenly froze. Only to see that it wasn't some bird's beak that had just knocked on the window, but a bird's claw. A bird's claw that takes up the entire floor-to-ceiling window. What flying bird, this was clearly an eagle-like beast. But that's a little too big. Qilin was taken aback, but his eyes became a bit odd, knocking on the glass with a big paw. And you're oddly polite, knowing that you need to knock on the door to find someone, huh? But the next moment, Qilin had not yet reacted, only to see the floor-to-ceiling window bang. The package shattered into a piece of broken glass explosions. This huge bird's claw, one claw cracked the glass. Wow! Broken glass slivers fell to the ground, and in the light of the setting sun, a giant eagle with a greenish-blue body was reflected in the mirror. The first moment he saw it, Qilin knew its identity. Pang! Rock bird. It couldn't be the offspring of the Guanqing masked beast soul running to find it, could it? Qilin's heart rippled violently as he pondered how to respond. A tight little frown showed his inner unrest. Meanwhile, Ling Qingyao, who was busy in the kitchen, chopped vegetables in one motion. Mo, did you hear anything? Ling Qingyao raised her head and looked at Su Mengmeng on the side. Su Mengmeng was feeding carrots to the jade rabbit. When she heard Lin Qiudao's words, she looked around and shrugged. Where's the sound, Qingyao? You heard wrong. I think so. Ling Qingyao nodded and continued to cut up the prepared rare exotic beast meat. This time, thanks to Qilin, he had gotten another Guanqing mask, so he could celebrate. Am I right, Qingyao? You even bought back the 9-spice downer beef sold by the Kyushu Chamber of Commerce and went out for a copy? Developed Su Mengmeng looked at the bright red beef under Ling Qingyao's hand in surprise. Her nose sniffed and smelled a strange fragrance. You can't go wrong with this, it's 9-spice downer beef. This is 5th order beast meat. Such a big piece must be at least $1 million. Recently that little guy Qilin prepared a big surprise for me, I have to treat it. Ling Qingyao smiled and cut up the beef in her hand. By the way, Qingyao, have you heard about a big event that happened at school? The Soul Lake of RC election, it is said that a super beast soul was taken away, and the dean adults are still furious about it. As if Su Mengmeng thought of something, she poked Ling Qingyao and whispered. Have you? I didn't know that. Ling Qingyao pursed her lips and smiled, shaking her head, indicating that she was not sure. Recognition is impossible to admit. Not in this lifetime. Unless they find evidence, but is that possible? After that, when she went to the 100 Schools League and took out the Guanqing mask at the tournament, the school wouldn't care about that loss anymore. Right, you've been in the library for the past few days, how come you've been fishing for beast souls? Su Mengmeng nodded, an envious look surfaced in her eyes, and that super beast soul doesn't know who has such good luck. This can even be fished up, so envious. Chapter 131, The Beast Soul Dislikes the Face. Still saying it's not you. And I don't know who has such good luck, that super beast soul of yours can even fish it up, so envious. Su Mengmeng was so envious that she even forgot to feed the carrot in her hand to the moon rabbit. Seeing his envious look, Ling Qingyao was a bit teary-eyed. It's really nothing, as long as you're serious about fishing, Mengmeng, you'll still have a chance to enter the auditions. Aha! I feel the same way. Su Mengmeng nodded and looked at the silver-colored bunny in her arms. Bunny, you have to cheer up, make sure to drop a 4th order beast soul up for me so that we have a chance of entering the 100 Schools League. Cuckoo! The moon rabbit nodded its head in confusion and looked at Ling Qingyao as if to say that they don't need to fish well. Qingyao and Qilin are both geniuses on the starting list, how can we compare to them? Su Mengmeng rubbed the moon rabbit's clueless little head with a sigh. They were all from the same city, why Qingyao could still mix well in this magic city with a lot of talents. Su Mengmeng shook her head and sighed, inquiring, but honestly, Qingyao, do you really not need to angling for beast souls? A beast soul can be a good resistance for us students. Better forget it, I don't need those beast souls. Ling Qingyao smiled back. What if you dangle a being just like the missing superb beast soul? That won't be necessary, I still think it's better to rely on my own strength. If the beast soul is too big, it will suffer backlash instead. Ling Qingyao was marinating the beef in her hands, adding various spices and nutritious spirit herbs to it, while recalling being chased by the Guanqing beast spirit. If the beast soul was too big, it would be really hard to suppress it. And there's a good chance it'll backfire on you. If she were to try angling for beast souls again, she definitely wouldn't let this little guy, Qilin, go. It would be a real pain in the ass in case another big guy was hoisted. Besides, if this Guanqing beast soul hadn't been suppressed by Dean Chen and the others, she and Qilin really wouldn't have been able to subdue it. Is that so? This is the first time I've heard of a great beast soul turning against a student. Su Mengmeng nodded thoughtfully, feeling that it was kinda reasonable. But just then, the door to the living room was pushed open. Wu Qianqian walked in with the heavenly demon sable, followed by a small silver-colored sable flying around him. Seeing the solid and illusory figure of the little sable, one could tell that it was a beast soul. Xingyao, although there's no conflict between us, I still want to spit out a sentence, so don't eat grapes and say grapes are sour. Wu Qianqian shrugged helplessly and sighed. I just heard everything outside the door. All this talk about not needing a big beast soul and not wanting to participate in the auditions is just worrying that you won't be able to keep your spot on this starting roster, right? Hearing this, Ling Qingyao froze slightly. How is it inferred that the starting roster is not guaranteed? Even if you go to the auditions yourself, it won't affect the starting lineup much. But Wu Qianqian seems to have misunderstood her awe. Ling Qingyao had a crying and laughing expression on her face. If it wasn't for the Kuanpeng beast soul, which couldn't be said now, otherwise she really wanted to show it to Wu Qianqian. But for now, Ling Qingyao turned around and used the chopper to rush up the beef on the cutting board. Put it in a boiling special boiler. Fluttering. A beef slides into the boiling water with a splash. It was a gift for little Qilin, so Ling Qingyao naturally wouldn't be stingy. After she released the beef, she started summoning various herbs from her spatial ring to increase her qi and enhance her bloodline. These materials from Ms. Fang Xuanning were the right time to use them. But seeing Ling Qingyao making food one after another, Wu Qianqian thought that Ling Qingyao was angry and consoled. Qingyao, don't be angry, I also expressed my understanding. It's just that Wu Qianqian was born into a famous family and grew up under all kinds of favor. Comforting words were something she couldn't really say. You have a little Qilin that's dragging you down, its bloodline potential is still too low, and it definitely doesn't play well in places like this angling for beast souls. It doesn't matter if you and Qilin can't angling for beast souls, after all, you've already made it into the C selection list. The more Wu Qianqian talked, the more she came. Su Mengmeng hurriedly walked up and covered her mouth. Stop it, stop it. If we keep talking, our dormitory will be flipped again. Su Mengmeng had a bitter smile on her face, originally thinking that she, the eldest miss of the Su family, had already counted herself as incapable of human feelings. I didn't realize there was such an expert as Wu Qianqian. What's wrong, Mengmeng? Wasn't I comforting Changyao? Wu Qianqian said in disbelief. You're not comforting, you're just adding fuel to the fire. Su Mengmeng was directly speechless, and her mouth became wavy. She looked at the silver-colored sable flying around Wu Qianqian and changed the topic. What kind of beast soul are you? It looks so spiritual. Oh yeah, I forgot to introduce you guys. This is the 5th-ranked silver-blooded sky ferret beast soul I angled up. My sable master's bloodline is still quite excellent. Wu Qianqian stretched out her fingers and fiddled with the silver-blooded heavenly sable that fluttered around her. Xingyao can't dangle beast souls, so what about you? This. Su Mengmeng was speechless for a moment, because it was surprising that not many beast souls even chose it when it let the moon rabbit go fishing. She shouldn't have asked more. The pressure was all shifted to her now. Su Mengmeng didn't say a word as she prepared to make food with Ling Qingyao. But just then, the door to Lin Jingyao's bedroom was pushed open with a loud bang. Bang! The door to the room slammed heavily against the wall and was crushed into a square pancake. What's going on? The three in the living room instantly sensed something was wrong. Ling Qingyao put down the herbs in her hands and looked towards the door of that room. It's bad, it's his bedroom, and Zirin is still in there. Could something have happened to the little guy? An unpleasant premonition rose in her heart, and Lin Jingyao walked over with an anxious face. The Wu Qianqian duo also followed behind him. The three came together to the door of the room and were poking their heads out to look inside. Then they all froze in place. What came into view was a green and white flying eagle, but this guy was extraordinarily large, and even his retracted wings took up the entire bedroom. It moved in step by step, its figure shrinking as it moved, and its target was none other than Qilin, who was not far away. The pair of sharp eagle eyes locked onto Qilin. Woohoo! Suddenly, the 5th-order silver-blooded sky marten beast souls flying around Wu Qianqian were immediately scared out of their wits when they saw this big guy. It zipped into Wu Qianqian's arms, shivering as if it had seen some flooding beast. Wu Qianqian read a message from its sphere and exclaimed, "No, this is also a beast soul." What? A beast soul this big, could it be the missing one? But why did it appear in Qingyao room? Su Mengmeng turned her head towards Ling Qingyao with a puzzled expression. However, he found that there was not a trace of surprise in Ling Qingyao's eyes other than the coldness. I'm on my way. A thought surfaced in Su Mengmeng's mind. This beast soul was what Ling Qingyao had fished up. Xinyao, did you catch this beast soul? Su Mengmeng marveled. No. Ling Qinyao shook her head. Su Mengmeng's heart was filled with bitter laughter. It's not a bunny stinker. It all showed up in your room and you said you didn't catch it. Chapter 132, I want them all. The mountain river seal suppressed the Kuan Pang. Still saying it has nothing to do with you, people are coming to the door. Ling Qinyao had nothing to do with this beast soul, Su Mengmeng didn't believe it. With such a large beast soul, there was no place to find a second one except for the Soul Lake at Mordor University? Something's not right, such a big guy, why would he go to Qilin? Wu Qianqian's eyes looked curiously at the huge creature in front of her, only to feel that the aura on its body wasn't very powerful, and was even decaying at an extremely rapid rate. Forget about why for now, save Qilin. Looking at the Kuan Pang that was approaching Qilin little by little, Ling Qingyao's eyes were filled with coldness. A heavily iced sword with a cold energy escaping from it appeared in his hand, the tip of the sword bubbling with cold light, pointing straight at Kuan Pang. Dare to touch Qilin, I will destroy you right here. As the words fell, Ling Qinyao rushed out with her sword, her figure jumping around the bedroom as if she were a ghost. Wait a minute, shoveler, this guy is just a remnant of a soul. Qilin hurriedly called out to Ling Qinyao, his gaze locking onto the large Kuan Pang in front of him. A line of information floats before your eyes. Name, Kuan Pang Remnant. Level, unknown. Introduction, once a king who soared in the sky, now only a remnant remains. Note, it was attracted to the Kuan Pang mask, losing the vast majority of the beast's soul is tantamount to losing its body, and it is about to dissolve. After reading the system's prompts, Qilin's heart understood what was going on. This Kuan Pang remnant spirit was a side piece from the manufacture of the Kuan Pang mask, and with the loss of its beast soul, it could not survive and had to find its way here. Qilin, what exactly happened here? Was there an accident with the mask? Ling Qinyao crouched down slightly on her feet and inquired. Her face was very anxious. If something happened to the mask, then she and Qilin would become busy. Luckily, Qilin had told her the information with the benevolent contract. So close, so it's the remnant spirit of the Kuan Pang mask, no wonder it's chasing after us, but this remnant spirit should be dissipating soon, right? Ling Qinyao looked at the large flying bird in front of her with pity in her eyes. The death of the soul is the real death. Only to see that green and white-colored Kuan Pang slowly squeezing into the room, moving his feet with his head lowered, his big eyes looking blearily at Qilin. Boo! The Kuan Pang remnant spirit looked at Qilin pitifully and let out a pleading chirp. What it meant, Qilin naturally knew. It wanted the Kuan Pang mask to give itself back its beast soul. Ugh! You're such a poor guy too. Ling Qinyao sighed helplessly. Su Mengmeng and Wu Qianqian beside her couldn't understand it, but felt that there was a story here. Little Kuan Pang, do you want the rest of the beast souls? Qilin looked at the Kuan Pang, who was hundreds of times bigger than him, and asked with eyes that were not the least bit timid. Aha! Can I have it back? Sensing that there was something going on, Kuan Pang released his soul fluctuations and communicated with Qilin. It spoke in a soft girl's voice, those big watery eyes, like a neighborhood girl. Ah! Or a sister? Qilin was slightly surprised that the fat-headed fish had been a good sister in life. So it's a big greedy girl. No wonder you want to eat so much. Compassion showed in Qilin's eyes. You said you wanted it as soon as I asked. You're in such a hurry, you must want to take the beast's soul and you'll run away, so I won't give it. Ha! Then, what if I don't want it? The great kunai's eyes showed disbelief. It was still shrinking in size and had become the size of a normal flying eagle. The green and white feathers were also turning into points of light that drifted away, and it wouldn't be long before it dissipated into nothingness. You said yourself you didn't want it, so I don't have to give it to you. Qilin shrugged his shoulders and turned around before walking towards Ling Qinyao and the others. A calculating smirk flashed in the eyes that were turned back. This kunai hasn't realized he's stalling. As long as he waited for time to wear out its state, he himself would be able to go up to the mountain river seal to suppress it. Qilin struck his short little legs and walked towards Ling Qinyao without looking back while humming a little song in a happy mood. Seeing this, the Kuan Pang remnant spirit was a bit anxious. Please, give it back to me, will you? I don't want to die yet. It fluttered its wings and flew towards Qilin, and during its flight, its figure shrunk once again, and with a flash of blue light, it gradually changed into a fat-headed fish with an azure body. Snapped. The little kunai in Kuan form landed on the ground, no different from a stranded fish, using a splash leap in place. Nothing happened except a little splash. Good grief! Su Mengmeng and Wu Qianshan's eyes showed a strong look of pity. Xingyao.
Su Mengmeng wanted to open her mouth to beg Ling Xingyao, but seeing the icy coldness on her face, it was inconvenient for her to open her mouth. What a poor little guy, perishing alive in front of everyone's eyes.
What does it really want?
Su Mengmeng turned around, and the moon rabbit in her arms also covered its eyes with 2 rabbit ears.
Gobble gobble gobble. Bunny up a bunny. It's brutal.
Only to see the little Kuan bouncing on the ground less and less frequently, his entire body slumped to the ground. It lay frozen on the ground, those azure eyes having closed in resignation.
Wow!
A firefly-like point of light escaped from it.
In a few moments, perhaps the world's last Kuan Pang would disappear before everyone's eyes. Shilin, why don't we send it back to Soul Lake?
Looking at little Kuan's miserable state, Ling Qingyao's ice-like cheeks finally revealed a trace of heartfelt impatience.
It's pretty much weakened.
Without too many labels on his plush little face, Shilin stepped on the ground and slowly walked to little Kuan. Looking at its slightly heaving chest, Shilin nodded. The soul of the beast had been made into a kunai mask, and it was still impossible to return it. And there's no need to give back a residual spirit. Of course, it was impossible for Qilin to watch a precious ancient remnant spirit die just like that.
Mountain River Seal.
Shilin drank out in a low voice, the small beast claws raised, a party of 4 corners of the big seal appeared in the void out of thin air. At that moment, the mountain river seal hovered in midair, slowly expanding in size, and the shadows at the 4 corners soon covered an entire small Kuan. Suppressing Kuan Pang is not about actually suppressing.
Instead, the mountain river seal was used as a carrier for the Kuan Pang's residual spirit to board.
As an S-rank treasure, the mountain river seal was wrong to take in a remnant spirit.
The Kuan Pang remnant spirit is a precious renewable resource.
As long as it was given a full complement of beast souls, it would be able to harvest them later and use them to make Kuan Pang masks. This leak has definitely cut a new crop.
In fact, Shilin's early intentions had not been to let this Kuan Pang remnant spirit leave.
The beast's soul he would leave behind, and the remnant spirit he would still leave behind.
Maintaining a streak.
After all, if you're here, you can't let it get away?
Direct repression.
With a thought, Shilin manipulated the mountain river seal, releasing a burst of oppressive force that crushed towards the Kuan Pang beast soul.
Chapter 133, The Kuan Pang is not dead.
Completely subduing the Kuan Pang. However, the scene of Qilin suppressing the little Kuan caused Ling Qingyao and the others to slightly close their eyes. That's too cruel. People are dying and you're still slapping them with a slate. They're all beasts, they'd become crippled spirits, and you still want to kill them.
It's too much.
Qilin, stop it, it's just a remnant spirit, can't you just let people go on their way without fear? Wu Qianshan really couldn't stand it anymore and lit up a green-colored fire lotus in her hand, trying to stop Qilin's movements. However, the speed of the mountain river seal was too fast, and it transformed into a golden stream of light that directly suppressed the little Kuan in a swift manner.
Boo!
The mountain river seal crushed the body of the small Kuan and covered the ground tightly. A buzzing sound set off a puff of smoke, and Ling Qingyao and the others choked and coughed.
Ahem, Shilin, you've really had enough.
Randomly dominating someone's life, even if it's about to die, won't you let it go?
Wu Qianshan was furious and wanted to reason with Qilin.
There was also some disappointment in Su Mengmeng's eyes as she looked at Ling Qingyao and shook her head. Qingyao, I feel that little Qilin has changed.
Ling Qingyao's eyes twinkled slightly as she sighed. Changed?
Even though I told Qilin to release that little remnant spirit, it still killed this little remnant spirit. However, with Qilin doing this, I'm sure it has its reasons.
Ling Qingyao's beautiful eyes slightly wrinkled as she curiously looked at Qilin and asked, right Qilin?
However, when Wu Qianshan heard this, she laughed coldly.
People have been crushed into meatloaf, tell me what else makes sense for Zirin.
Even if you don't get recognized by the beast soul, you don't have to attack it in this way.
Wu Qianshan coldly said.
In her opinion, Qilin was just abhorring the beast souls because his own bloodline potential was unable to dangle them.
What a belly puppy.
Sooner or later, I'm going to let Master Wolverine teach you a lesson. Wu Qianshan whispered angrily, but the ears of the heavenly demon Sable sleeping soundly in her arms twitched, clearly hearing the words.
Who? Teach my big brother a lesson? Me?
Recalling what happened, the sky demon Sable woke up from Wu Qianshan's embrace at once, his body branching out. Holy, Wu girl.
You don't mess with it.
My boss isn't what you think he is, and besides, if you want to go looking for death, don't drag me along.
The heavenly demon Sable was tearfully grasping Wu Qianxian's hair, scratching its head of short, fiery red hair into a chicken's nest. Wu Qianxian but still struggling, Sable Master, what are you doing? I did not say wrong. Ling Qingyao ignored the jostling sounds of the one man and one beast and looked straight at Qilin. Those beautiful eyes seemed to determine that Qilin would definitely give her a reason. What are you staring at me for? Do I have gold on my face? Qilin looked at Ling Qingyao strangely. It couldn't be that she also thought that she had killed the Kuan Pang, right? Just now, Qilin was also listening to what Wu Qianxian and the others said, only that he was too busy harboring the Kuan Pang remnant spirit to refute it. It's just as well to speak to them now that you've freed up your hands. With a light jump, Qilin jumped on the mountain river seal and crouched down, explaining, Alright, now that the artifact spirit is here, I'll explain it to you briefly. This little remnant spirit wasn't shocked to death by me, but rather I used the mountain river seal to protect it. Instead of being shocked and killed, you were protected? Ling Qingyao and the three of them froze, and even Wu Qianxian and the heavenly demon Sable's movements stopped as their gazes turned to Qilin. No kidding, we just said we'd let you send it on its way in peace, we didn't ask you to save it. Wu Qianxian frowned and retorted. Saving the soul of the beast? She didn't even think about it, it was just a crippled spirit, it was a shame to die, but it wasn't in their power to try and save it. Even if the dean and the others came, they wouldn't necessarily dare to say that they could save this little residual spirit. Su Mengmeng also asked curiously, Little Qilin, you are not mistaken, if you want to save this little residual spirit, how? Do you do it? Saying that, Su Mengmeng pointed at the mountain river seal under Qilin's feet. The meaning of that was very clear. What kind of rescue is this, using a treasure to suppress it and sitting on your ass, just like making up poetry? Ling Qingyao, on the other hand, brightened up, thinking of something Qilin had told her earlier. After the beast's soul was refined, Qilin had said it was a bit of a shame. Could it be that it just didn't take in this little remnant spirit? And now that the little residual spirit has come to the door on its own, could Qilin have already subdued this residual spirit? Doesn't this mean that she has an endless number of masks to wear in the future? At the thought of this, Ling Qingyao's breathing became slightly shortened, exhaling like an orchid and covering her thumping left chest. While admonishing herself to be calm, she inquired, Qilin, really? Fidelity. Qilin's little paw slapped the mountain river seal, and the entire mountain river seal lit up with a green and white light. In this green willow, white wave-like light, the mountain and river seal was gradually changing. The mountain and river seal had more branding belonging to the Guanqing. A petite and delicate fathead fish was swimming on the carving of the mountain and river seal, and sometimes it changed into a green-winged rock, which was alive and well. The treasure and the artifact spirit accomplished each other, and as the mountain river seal nourished the Kuan Pang remnant spirit, the Kuan Pang remnant spirit's own power also fed back into the mountain river seal. So much so that, at this point, the mountain river seal already had the effect of having some more effects from the Kuan Pang in addition to the two effects of suppressing and getting bigger. Qilin realized in his heart and said to the mountain river seal, Hey, haven't you adapted to your new home yet? Come out and show your face to everyone. As Qilin's words fell, only the mountain river seal lit up with blinding white light, as if it had transformed into a pure white blazing sun. In the glow, the swimming fat-headed fish directly jumped out of the range of the mountain river seal and turned into a white light that flew down beside Qilin. Ling Qingyao and the others slightly glanced sideways, rubbing their eyes that had been stung to the point of pain, and looked at the small Kuan beside Qilin. I can't believe I'm actually still alive. Turns out it wasn't suppression. But it's fine, why didn't you say so? And a misunderstanding on everyone's part. It's a big deal. Wu Qianxian was speechless, daring her to worry for nothing just now. In Qilin's eyes, she seems to have performed an amusing Joker act. Qilin, why didn't you say so earlier? Wu Qianxian asked with a stern face, did you intentionally try to make a fool out of me? I told you earlier? Then let me ask you, why didn't you ask sooner? Qilin disliked a sentence in return, directly rendering Wu Qianxian, the young girl, speechless. After she closed her mouth, Qilin also turned around and looked at Xiao Kuan, who was looking around to the side, and asked, feeling alright, is there anything uncomfortable in your body? This is a leak for the future, so take care of it. Well, I feel good now, like I'm alive. The Kuan Pang swam slowly in the void, its tail swinging as it circled around Qilin. It was a little surprised in its mind. This feeling could be more comfortable than sleeping in Soul Lake. Is it all because of this little thing? Little Kuan's big eyes stared at the mountain river seal that Qilin was sitting on with curiosity and happiness in his eyes. Anyway, it survived. Ha ha ha. I'm alive, I'm alive. The little koan was so happy that he let out a childlike giggle and hovered on the ceiling. When Ling Qingyao and the others saw this, the corners of their mouths involuntarily revealed an anti-smile. This little koan was too naive, seemingly not as complex as humans, only as childlike as a mind. A little tidbit brought to an end by the kunai. Qilin put away the little koan along with the mountain river seal and waited for Shoveler to cook. Chapter 134 Creature Mount. 100 kilometers of fuel consumption a hulo. The other side of the living room. Su Mengmeng and Wu Chanqian pulled Ling Qingyao to sit on the sofa. Qingyao, why don't you honestly tell me what happened to that little crippled spirit? Su Mengmeng asked as she cupped Ling Qingyao's stunning face with both hands, the two of them facing each other. That missing beast soul probably has nothing to do with someone, right? Wu Chanqian asked from the sidelines, crossing her legs and holding her arms. She had thought the kunai was dead, causing her to worry for nothing. This little crippled spirit must be inseparable from this girl, Ling Qingyao. Facing the questioning of her two roommates, Ling Qingyao's eyes were helpless and she smiled bitterly. I really don't know, it just flew in on its own, you guys can go ask Qilin. Why the little crippled spirit had come over was still a bit unclear to her. Perhaps it was drawn to the beast's spirit? However, Ling Qingyao couldn't reveal the beast soul mask, so she could only deny it with a bitter smile. Oh do you think we'll believe that? Su Mengmeng had a bad smile on her face, and her two small pink hands were restlessly probing towards Ling Qingyao. Qingyao, it seems that you'll be more honest only if you let me check it out. Come on, make me conk. Su Mengmeng pounced on Ling Qingyao like a female panther, pouncing her onto the sofa in one fell swoop. Don't, it's not allowed there. Hey, not bad Qingyao, it's gotten bigger again, it's almost as big as mine. Don't. Look in. At the two young girls on the sofa, Wu Chanqian's face revealed a few moments of speechlessness. This battle was destined to be one she would never be able to participate in for the rest of her life. Wu Chanqian looked down at her frank and open chest with a sad and uncomprehending face. Why are mothers so broad-minded when they are also women? Ling Qingyao and Su Mengmengs are not small either, but they themselves. Wu Chanqian sighed deeply, the sound of cloth being torn came from her ears. She directly reached out her hand, one person a popping chestnut. Bang bang. Have you had enough? It's time to get down to business? Wu Chanqian said, holding her arms. Oh. Su Mengmeng and Ling Qingyao covered their slightly sore heads and nodded seriously. Ling Qingyao knew that the Koan Pang remnant spirit had already been seen by the two of them, and it was also unnecessary to conceal it any longer. Moreover, the two were also her trusted friends, even if they knew that she had caught the Koan Pang beast soul, that would not have much impact. It's nothing really, it's just that I received a call from teacher Fang Xuanning asking me to go to Soul Lake to fish for beast souls, and then I brought Qilin with me. I thought that Qilin would dangle a third or fourth order beast soul, but I didn't expect that its little tail directly drew out a beast soul that occupied half of the Soul Lake, several hundred meters of body. Later, with the help of Ling Qingyao told the story of how she and Qilin had gone to Soul Lake to fish for beast souls. Then with the help of the dean's power to take the beast soul for himself, he told the two girls Wu Chanqian. Their eyes were full of amazement when they heard it. What? What Ling Qingyao meant was that Qilin, a C-rank potential Fae, had fished up a giant? Is this really right? It's not scientific. Wasn't it said that the higher the bloodline level, the more it attracted the Soul Lake's beast souls? Qingyao, wait a moment, I'll run through it. Su Mengmeng stroked her chin and called a halt to Ling Qingyao's words. Imagine how you could get a C-rank potential Fae to fish for such a behemoth. Changing baits? Unlikely. Su Mengmeng frowned and thought, other than the backdoor route taken by the dean adults, she couldn't think of another possibility. Qingyao, are you sure you're not looking at it as a joke again? It really isn't, I think it's Zirin and I who are more lucky to have caught that big guy. Ling Qingyao smiled calmly, alright, I've told you guys what happened, that's it. I'm going to go ahead and cook for Zirin. Ling Qingyao stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Two souls full of confusion were left in place. I didn't expect that movement, but it was Ling Qingyao who made it, that giant thing, but even I was scared when I saw it. Wu Chanqian's face changed uncertainly, recalling the time when she was fishing. She also hurriedly glanced at the big guy in the purple mist. The beast souls that even the Dean's Lord sect had been busy with were surprisingly subdued by Ling Qingyao. And, even the remnants of the soul were subdued by her little white dog. This is really... Wu Chanqian's palms were slightly clenched, a gold-like flame faintly ignited on her body, and her pupils shifted between red and gold. It seemed that a power hidden in her body was awakened. Qianqian, what's wrong with you? Calm down. Su Mengmeng noticed that Wu Qianqian's state was not right and said in a hurry. In the kitchen, Ling Qingyao also looked over. What's wrong? No. Wu Qianqian's palm slowly loosened, the golden flames in her eyes were suppressed by her. It's fine, I'm a bit uncomfortable, I'll go to bed first. Saying that, Wu Qianqian walked straight to the bedroom, that face still carrying a strong unwillingness. If one were to compare it to Ling Qingyao's beast soul, the fifth-ranked beast souls that she and the heavenly demon Sable were angling for were no different from a joke. A silver-colored bead was pinched in her palm for a long time. Defeated, again. She and Qilin, were they really invincible in battle? Boom! Wu Qianqian took a step into the room and slammed the door. In the bedroom at dusk in the evening, Ling Qingyao sat in front of the broken window, using a small spoon to feed Qilin a mouthful of roasted beef. The finished 9-spice busy beef comes with a golden juice, mixed with the scent of various herbs, bubbling in a silver spoon. Ah! Barf! Qilin opened his little mouth and took the entire beef in one bite. Chewing carefully, the meat flavor mixed with 9 different aromas exploded in his mouth. I'll go. It's delicious. Qilin squinted his eyes slightly, tears in his eyes, unable to swallow the beef. The meat of the 5th-ranked foreign beasts, paired with a variety of spiritual herbs, tasted simply superb. At this time, Qilin finally understood what it meant to be so delicious that he shed tears. Qilin, at this rate, won't Zhao Kun really be spoiled by your play? Ling Qingyao spoon-fed Qilin another piece of beef as her beautiful eyes stared out the broken window. Only to see a pure white beast shadow flying through mid-air, so fast that Ling Qingyao could barely keep up with it. Qilin slowly chewed the beef, looked at the faraway Koan, and laughed. Don't worry, there's no problem, she's able to transform from reality to reality, and delivering something only requires consuming a carrot. Chapter 135 Return of the Island Beauty. Military Bounty. Only to see in that white beast shadow was none other than the fat-headed fish, Little Koan. Only, this time the kunai had a fishing rod tied around his neck with a purple carrot dangling from it. The carrot swayed in the wind, just a few centimeters away from the small Koan's large mouth. Every time the little Koan opened his mouth to try and swallow the carrot, but it always came up short, making the little guy's mouth water. The carrot swings rapidly with each of its swims. And so, between the swings of the carrot, it gained speed and disappeared in a puff of smoke into the sunset clouds. Not bad, finally found a suitable mount, won't be bothered by motion sickness. Qilin's eyes were satisfied as he looked at little Koan's back. All it takes for 100 kilometers of gas is a purple soul carrot. Where to find such a great ride? In the following days, Qilin instructed little Koan on how to become a qualified mount while keeping an eye on the results of the auditions. Time just slipped slowly through your fingers. In the blink of an eye, it came to the last week of the 100 School League. Su Mengmeng and Wu Qianqian unsurprisingly both passed the audition and qualified for the 100 Schools League. Yuki Noara, who had gone back to her hometown, also hurried back. Freshman C classroom. Naughty, why are you back so late? The auditions are over, it's a shame you can't participate in the 100 School League. Sumome looked at Yuki Noara, who was carrying a small satchel and walking to her seat, and lamented. But there was no pity on Yuki Nohara's face. She just smiled slightly. It's okay to participate, Mo-san. My family donated a couple of overseas copies to Mordor University, and I made the starting roster. Hearing this, both Su Mengmeng and Ling Qingyao's expressions were slightly in unison. Good. That's all Missy can do, right? No audition, just donate a copy and get the premiere spot, right? It's also thanks to little Qilin. Naughty Noara looked at the little white dog sleeping on her desk. Chen Jade hand reached out and rubbed Qilin's furry little head. If Qilin hadn't taught the six-tailed demon fox the foxfire, then her return to the family to report back this time might not go so well. The two adults, father and mother, would not have been so happy. After all, the six-tailed demon fox belonged to the existence of divine beasts in Fusan. It not only represents power, but also a symbol of auspiciousness and qi. When Noara J went back this time and reported the matter of the sixth-dimensional demon fox, the family immediately decided to let her continue her studies in Magic City. Get your hands off me, don't disturb my lord's sleep. Qilin impatiently jumped into Ling Qingyao's arms. It's annoying to be disturbed even when you're sleeping. Can't you understand the rules? The classroom is supposed to be used for sleeping. People are chartered by Mr. Fong. Oh, sorry little Zirin, for disturbing your sleep. Yuki Noara clasped her hands together in an apologetic gesture, then she bent down and fished out some distinctly island-style food from her space satchel. I brought back a lot of specialties from Fusang this time, would you like to try them? Slices of deep-sea exotic fish, ora rice balls, clear tea drink, and some special bottles of wine. This wide array of specialties were brought out. The eyes of the students in Class C were all attracted over, their eyes filled with envy. Grandma, how come a little white dog eats better than any of us? That's not true, and with a few beautiful women to keep me company, I'd like to become a fae. The students in the class each showed an eye-rolling expression. Ouch, that's good. Shilin raised his head and looked at the food, all of which were refined from some precious medicines. The tip of his nose shrugged slightly, catching a distinctive odor. Fiend fish, wow, it seems that it's still the fish meat of a rare fiend of the 5th rank. Shilin's eyes lit up, his index finger twitched, and his mouth was indisputably salivating around the edges. Look at the wide array of sashimi and various fish delicacies. What should I eat? Just as Qilin hesitated to eat something, the hallway outside the classroom resounded with the sound of clanking heels hitting the ground. Squeak! Fang Shuining walked in, but this time, he was followed by a large group of military personnel wearing uniforms and holding standardized weapons. A military officer at the head was an acquaintance of Ling Qingyao. Isn't this the Sister June we ran into last time? It seems to be called something like Hu Ling. Ling Qingyao looked at Hu Ling in the crowd, a hint of curiosity showing in her eyes. What's she doing here? And Hu Ling also nodded slightly at Ling Qingyao. Zirin, Lilith didn't get rid of their bodies, huh? Ling Qingyao couldn't help but nervously inquire about Qilin. Through the connection of the natal contract, it was made imperceptible to outsiders. She still had the same clouded expression on her face, only inside she was already in a panic. Don't worry, there's not a trace left. Qilin also saw Hu Ling and immediately lost his mind to eat. He still trusted Lilith when it came to saying that the body had been cleaned up or not. After all, what's clean about eating even the bone crumbs? With Lilith's digestive ability, I'm afraid there wouldn't even be a bit of crumbs left. Students, next up is Ms. Huling from the military, to tell you about recent events. After Fang Shuining briefly explained, she stepped aside and gave the podium position to Hu Ling behind her. Hello everyone, I'm Hu Ling. Hu Ling's eyes carried coldness, and his calm voice said a little bit, this time, Mordor University, it is hoped that with the power of all the students, to help us crack a missing unsolved case. And for this unsolved case, our military will be issuing S to EX rated bounties. Find a clue and obtain a piece of 4th order promotion material. Find the key clue to obtain half of the 4th order promotion materials. If we find the missing person himself, we will give away all of the world promotion materials, and the Yen Emperor Palace will also release specific rewards. Hu Ling's words spread to every corner of the classroom. A look of exhilaration and amazement on the faces of the students for a while. Rewarding a 4th order promotion material just for finding a clue, what kind of big deal is this? And if he found the person, he would get a special reward from the Yen D Palace. Could it be that the missing person was someone from the Yen D Palace? That's pretty big news. Yen D Palace was also considered a top power in the country, and when looking around the world, it was also called a first-class power. However, even if someone from the Yen D Palace was missing, it wouldn't be such a big deal. Could it be the young master of the Yen D Palace? Just as the crowd was whispering and talking, Ling Qingyao's fists, placed under the desk, clenched tightly. Sure enough, he came to find Xiao Shang. There were so many universities in Mordor, and they were looking for them in Mordor University, so they must have found some clues. Just then, a padded paw pressed against her palm. Zirin's childish but delighted voice said, "Take it easy, shoveler. Wouldn't it be more favorable for us if they posted a bounty? We're holding the key clue that will allow us to find that guy." Ling Qingyao sniffed and instantly fell into thought. She was also considered a quick thinker and quickly understood what Qilin meant. The other party issued a bounty, and she held key clues about Xiao Shang. You can whittle down the rewards by selling some fake leads. Qilin, this little guy, is also too bad, right? Not only do you kill people off, but you also eat their post-mortem benefits. It's only been a short time since the little guy analyzed such a bad plan. Even she hadn't thought about it. Chapter 136, High Price Reward for Sister's Head. Sister Mercy and Sister Filial Piety. Little fellow, in this little belly of yours, is it possible that it's all filled with bad water? Ling Qingyao softly inquired about Qilin, poking Qilin's soft belly with her finger. The whole finger sank in, and the furry belly was extremely comfortable to the touch. Well, it's still so soft and squishy. Ling Qingyao smiled and held Qilin in her arms as she looked at the crowd on the podium. Humph, darn shoveler, if I didn't see that you were doing well, I'd have to punish you. Qilin was rubbed belly, full of displeasure, holding up his arms and coldly said. Let's put the matter with Ling Qingyao aside for now. Now he needed to think about how to get Lilith to release the information and then get this free 4th rank promotion resource. Qilin's large eyes rolled around, secretly calculating. Listening to the podium, Hu Ling continued. This man, named Xiao Shang, for whom our military has placed a bounty, disappeared into the Star Forest about half a month ago, and this is his portrait. Saying that, he only saw Hu Ling fumble out a big-headed portrait from his arms. It depicts a teenager clad in a major's uniform and full of spring-like smiles. He's in a special position, so there's not much to say here. Hu Ling sighed, a hint of regret in her eyes. Having been missing for so long, Xiao Shang was more than likely already in a bad way. It was hard for her to avoid being a little saddened by the fact that a former old classmate was now alive or dead. If you have any clues, you can report them by calling the tip line or contacting your Ms. Fong Xuanning directly. Our demand is simple, live and let live. Next, does anyone have any questions? Saying that, Hu Ling's cold and stunningly beautiful face faced the crowd, her gaze sweeping over everyone. The aura that belonged to a soldier flowed out, making the students feel a wave of pressure. Obviously, there was not much difference in realms, but one could just feel a not-so-weak pressure from Hu Ling. Throughout the classroom, the students were hearing the news for the first time, and there went the news of Xiao Shang. No one? Hu Ling's eyes crinkled slightly as she looked at Ling Qingyao, trying to see anything strange on her cheeks. But unfortunately, she didn't see anything wrong with Ling Qingyao. The confusion and doubt that should be there, Ling Qingyao had it all. Is it really not her? Hu Ling's eyes flickered slightly as she turned to Fong Xuanning and said, Thank you, Mr. Xuanning, I'm done with the military matters, there are still some private words that I would like to talk to Ling Qingyao about. Talking to Qingyao? Is it because of that thing with your sister? No problem. Fong Xuanning nodded, she was quite familiar with the Hu sisters and could also perform this convenience. Everyone is on their own for self-study, Ling Qingyao student come out with us. Fong Xuanning turned around and instructed the students in Class C. She then walked out of the classroom with all the military and others. As soon as they left, the whole classroom was unsettled. Ah, why does Qingyao's class flower have anything to do with this? Some male students murmured uncertainly. The reasoning ability that belonged to the boys came into play, and they automatically connected the time when Ling Qingyao had left the school earlier. And most of the female classmates' eyes glowed one by one. Hey! Sisters! Is there a possibility that Sister Qingyao and Mr. Xiao Shang had some kind of marvelous chance encounter in the Star Forest? Ah, no way, I don't think Qingyao is usually like that. Who's to say, hey, didn't you see those contrasting women at night, just in case? There is no fear of suspicion, but there is a fear of man-made yellow rumors. Various gossips made Su Mengmeng frown, she stood up and eyeballed which female classmates she accused. Later, Wu Qianqian also stepped in, which put an end to the rumor. Wu Qianqian sat back as and asked, Qingyao, why did the teacher tell you to go out? Could it be that this Xiao Shang has some connection with you? I'm not sure, I ran into this person by chance in the Star Forest last time, but I didn't expect him to just disappear. Ling Qingyao shook her head and slowly got up while holding Qilin, I'll go over and take a look first. Saying that, Ling Qingyao walked through the classroom to the corridor. Qilin's voice appeared in her ears, don't be nervous, this is just a routine cross-examination, as long as how not to admit, there is no problem at all. After all, that kid was followed by so many people, and we were only around the 3rd rank at that time, so we didn't need to worry. Qilin's words were soft and calming, and Ling Qingyao only felt that her mood had been soothed quite a bit. She took a slight deep breath and walked towards Fong Xuanning and Hu Ling who were talking in the corridor. Mr. Fong, Miss Hu Ling, I wonder what you're looking for me for. Relax, I'm not representing the military this time. Hu Ling revealed a sunny smile and comforted Ling Qingyao. I came here mainly to thank you on behalf of my sister. Miss Hu Ling's sister. Ling Qingyao frowned slightly, thinking of many possibilities but not thinking that it would be this kind of unfolding. It's Husia, the long-sword girl you defeated in the battlefield. Oh, so that's it. Ling Qingyao thought back. It turned out to be the girl who held a demon-breaking sword and said she wanted to challenge her in physical arts. I didn't realize she had such a military upstart of a sister. Classmate Ling Qingyao, the last time you fought against my sister, thanks to you crushing her, otherwise she would never have been able to grow. Hu Ling said, regret showing in her eyes. The parents of our two sisters died early, and only the grandparents in the military compound took care of them, and my sister has been unruly and unseemly since she was a child. But on the contrary, she has a great talent with the long sword and has never tasted any defeat in her life, and this time you can help her well by crushing her at the tournament. I, as a sister, really want to say thank you. After saying that, Hu Ling bowed slightly to Ling Qingyao, expressing her sincere gratitude. Seeing this, Ling Qingyao hurriedly said that it was fine, we're all rivals, fighting for the school behind us, it's nothing. She's just knocking out an opponent. There's no need. Besides, that's all because of Zirin's mask. She's a tool person in a mask at best. Even if any random person wore a mask, they could easily beat Huxia. That being said, I actually have a small request. Hu Ling smiled lightly, I hope you make my sister suffer another defeat in the 100 Schools League. For that, I can pay you a reward, 10 million Eastern Brilliant dollars, plus my military connections. But I need to see a crushing fight, preferably humiliating that girl some more. Saying that, a belly laugh appeared on Hu Ling's face. My good sister, my sister is for your own good, but you must understand my sister's good intentions. Clam? Hearing Hu Ling's words, Shi Lin's small face was written with incomprehension. No, are these really real sisters? It's not enough to beat them once, they have to do it again. Don't people's sisters always protect their sisters? Hit the little one, here comes the old one. This kind of drama is common, isn't it? How is it that he now beats up his sister and she not only comes to thank him personally, but spends money to teach her a lesson? What's the difference between that and a bounty? Sister Mercy and Sister Piety? Chapter 137 Heavenly Dao Subterranean Dragon List. You will definitely be able to make it to the list. Ling Qingyao was also confused and asked, why? It can't be helped because my sister is too proud and arrogant, this will harm her. Instead of letting her go to the battlefield and meet danger, it's better to sharpen her spirit in the Donghuang Kingdom first. Hu Ling explained a sentence, her face regaining the subdued confidence that belonged to a soldier. Well, not bad, it's rare for a sister like you to have this kind of realization. Fang Xuening commented from the side. Hu Ling smiled faintly, well, I won't take back those rewards that were said, please. After saying that, Hu Ling chatted with Ling Qingyao and Fang Xuening for a few more moments before leaving with quick steps. After she left, Ling Qingyao slowly exhaled a breath. What's wrong, Qingyao? You don't feel any pressure to deal with Hu Cc, do you? Fang Xuening asked. No, it's just that I'm a little curious. Ling Qingyao shook her head and asked her doubts, why would this matter of Xiao Shang's disappearance be worth the military making such a big deal out of, just based on the fact that he's from the Yendi Palace? Ling Qingyao recalled Xiao Shang as a person, and disgust flowed from her eyes. In the short contact with Xiao Shang, she was disgusted by it 7 or 8 times. Someone like him, even if he's missing, it's not because he received such attention from the military, right? HM? Qingyao, you know Xiao Shang? Fang Xuening was curious, she didn't know what happened to Ling Qingyao in the Star Forest. Ling Qingyao nodded and told Fang Xuening part of what happened in the Star Forest. She also told the story of how she had been intercepted by Xiao Shang from the group of ferocious beasts and transmitted with a formation, among other things. Hearing these words from Ling Qingyao, Fang Xuening's entire face turned red as she gritted her teeth and said, screw the Yendi Palace, daring to plot against my students, I'm going to go find them to make a claim. The Yendi Palace's connection with her went far beyond Lu Ruoyan, and also included her and her master. She didn't expect that there would still be entanglements even after reaching Ling Qingyao's generation. Forget it, Teacher Xuening, it's not clear if he's alive or dead, there's no need to start another conflict with the Yen Emperor Palace. Seeing Fang Xuening's appearance of wheeling up her sleeves to go for a dry fight, Ling Qingyao hurriedly called out to the teacher who was on the top of this fire period. Teacher Xuening, I'm just a little curious as to why Xiao Shang's influence can be so great, is he of noble status? Ling Qingyao curiously said, shifting the topic above Xiao Shang. When Fang Xuening heard this, she took 2 deep breaths and nodded, Qingyao, you don't know. Although this Xiao Shang seems to be a bit out of tune, he has an even more important identity besides that of the Yen Emperor Palace, and that is the top ranker of the Heaven's Path Subterranean Dragon ranking. The Heavenly Dao Subterranean Dragon list? Ling Qingyao was frowning slightly, this was the first time she had heard of this thing. A few years ago, the country was not allowed to announce the entrance of the Heaven's Path Subterranean Dragon ranking for fear that the geniuses would be targeted by hostile countries, that's why you didn't know. Fang Xuanning explained up to Ling Qingyao what the Heavenly Dao Subterranean Dragon ranking was, as well as Xiao Shang's ranking. Ling Qingyao listened attentively, and Qilin also perked up his ears and listened carefully. After a few minutes, Ling Qingyao and Qilin both understood Xiao Shang's relationship with the Heavenly Dao Subterranean Dragon ranking. During the years when the professionals descended on the Blue Star, there was a kind of copy that concerned the fate of the country called the Heaven's Path copy. Every country had used all their methods to try to enter the Heaven's Path replica, but all of them ended in failure. In the beginning, only a few lucky people were able to enter a copy of the Heaven's Path, thus plundering the country's fortune. But then, a list called the Heavenly Dao Subterranean Dragon list appeared outside the Heavenly Dao replica. This list is divided into two lists, gold and silver. Professionals who made it onto that list and maintained it for a month would get a chance to enter a copy of the Heavenly Dao. A copy of the Heavenly Dao was related to the fate of the country, so every genius who could make it onto the Heavenly Dao potential dragon list was highly valued by the country. The reason Xiao Shang received so much attention from the military was because he had made it to the silver ranking of the Heavenly Dao potential dragon ranking. Even if one ranked 190, one might be able to enter the Heaven's Path replica, which was why the military was so concerned. That guy Xiaoxing even made it to this list? Ling Qingyao frowned slightly. She didn't feel out how strong he was. Don't worry Qingyao, you haven't completely stabilized your strength of the third rank yet. If you want to log into the subterranean dragon ranking, you have to be of the third rank to do so. Fang Xuanning saw Ling Qingyao's confusion and said, you have to know that Xiao Sheng has the resource support of the Yan Emperor Palace, put those resources that roadside one can also pile up a Tengu, not to mention, his own talent is not low. I understand Ms. Xuanning. Ling Qingyao nodded her head, and sort of figured out why the military valued Xiao Sheng so much. It was fortunate that Lilith was called on that day, or else it really wouldn't have been possible to leave peacefully from this Xiao Sheng guy. Qilin's little head nodded and patted Ling Qingyao's shoulder. Cheer up shoveler, you've got another Heaven's Path subterranean dragon ranking that you must conquer in the future. I'll do my best. Ling Qingyao also nodded her head gravely. The Heaven's Path potential dragon list was full of geniuses from various countries, equivalent to a world-class list. She was nothing more than a girl born in Castle Peak City, so she didn't know if she could do it. Even with Qilin's help, it's not certain. Ling Qingyao sighed. What's the matter girl Qingyao, worried that you won't be able to get on the list in the future? Fang Xuanning smiled and pointed out a clear path for Ling Qingyao. You take your teacher's sign and go to the sparring hall. There's a virtual sparring center there, which records the Eastern Brilliant Kingdom, with various projections of geniuses customized based on the Heaven's Path subterranean dragon ranking. You can fight them to try and see if you can make the list. Saying that, Fang Xuanning reached out and fished out a golden teacher employee tag from the clothing on her chest. Slip it around Zirin's little neck. What a fresh milk brand body wash Ms. Snowing uses. Qilin's little nose sniffed, feeling the residual warmth of Ms. Xuanning from the tag, as well as a faint scent. It's not that he wants to smell it. It's really just too much of a sense of smell. However, teacher Xuanning had given this teacher tag to Ling Qingyao, which was equivalent to trusting them completely. After all, a Mordor University teacher's hang tag was more useful than any pass, which at least meant that there was a 6th order hegemony level powerhouse standing behind you. This was already considered treating him and Ling Qingyao as his own. Ms. Snowing, thank you. Ling Qingyao nodded seriously. In middle school there was teacher Lu Ruoyan, in college there was teacher Fang Xuanning. She really appreciated the lineage of Ms. Fang Xuanning. Fang Xuanning waved her hand, just urging Ling Qingyao to make sure she grew up quickly, there would be more trouble in the future. Ling Qingyao naturally nodded her head and then left the classroom, thinking of walking towards the opposite battlefield. Chapter 13800 School League Sprint. The Speed Pass Virtual Battlefield. In the early morning light, Fang Xuanning lay on the parapet of the corridor, watching Ling Qingyao and Qilin leave. She reached over and pulled out her cell phone and glanced at it, sighing slightly. There is only one last week left in the 100 School League. Even if this girl grows fast, I don't know if she can catch up with the group of students who have been on the Heaven's Path subterranean dragon ranking. If you wanted to shine in the 100 Schools League, the Heaven's Path subterranean dragon ranking was a hurdle that couldn't be bypassed. After all, in the 100-Mile Gorge League, there could still be quite a few geniuses who were on the Heaven's Path subterranean dragon list, but there are no longer a handful of players even on the gold list. Although Ling Qingyao was only a freshman, she had already come to the 3rd rank, representing the ability to compete with students of higher ages. If possible, Fang Xuanning would prefer Ling Qingyao to make more contributions across the grades and with those sophomores and juniors. That way, it would also be easier for her and her teacher to give Ling Qingyao help. This final sprint week, I just hope this girl can get more comfortable with the sparring style of playing against the geniuses in the virtual matchups. Fang Xuening had let Ling Qingyao go to the virtual battlefield and was also paving the way for her in the 100 Schools League. After all, she was up against a lot more than just freshmen. The other side of the sparring hall. Hello, I'd like to request a virtual battlefield. In front of the counseling desk, Ling Qingyao handed over Ms. Fang Xuening's hang tag. Sorry, we only have teachers here. The lady at the counter was just about to say that the student was unable to apply, when she saw the teacher's hang tag that Ling Qingyao handed over, and her entire body froze. No, where did you get that teacher ID tag? Teacher Fang Xuening gave it to me. If you don't believe me, you can ask. Ling Qingyao spoke calmly, urging in a low voice, please hurry up, thank you. Sorry, I'll get it for you. The counter lady didn't dare to delay and immediately applied for a spot in the virtual battlefield for Ling Qingyao. A minute later, she spoke Fang Xuening's identity plate, as well as a number to Ling Qingyao. Room 91, that's your sparring ground, please take care of your teaching tools, thank you. She smiled and said, not forgetting to remind Ling Qingyao as she was leaving. By the way, this time, the virtual matchmaking battlefield is being upgraded. There should be a new batch of geniuses being entered into the list, so you can try it out, classmate. Got it. Ling Qingyao walked towards room 91 without looking back, her eyes showing thought. New geniuses, I wonder how many more belong to China. With this doubt, Ling Qingyao arrived at room 91. Shoveler, this is the virtual battlefield, it looks pretty good, the mechanical style is quite sufficient. As Ling Qingyao walked into the battlefield, Shilin's small eyes also surveyed the environment of the battlefield. A spacious room about the size of a soccer field came into view, apparently also utilizing space compression technology. And the walls were covered with various holographic projection instruments, pinhole-like cameras. At this moment, turning on the light and looking at a few walls, Qilin only felt that his densophobia was going to break. The specific technology Qilin is not clear. The technology of the blue planet surpasses the Earth too much. There are too many unbelievable things. At this point, buzz. Only to see a virtual panel appear out of thin air in front of Ling Qingyao, and a beeping sound rang out from all around. Please select the intensity of the matchup and pick your opponent. The voice echoed throughout the battlefield as the intelligent AI communicated with Ling Qingyao. Qilin, help me choose. Ling Qingyao slid her finger across the virtual panel, which was covered with various avatars, from Donghuan Country, Fusang, Divine Eagle Country, and even the Snow Bear Country next door. The names of these geniuses presented two colors, one gold and one silver, representing the gold and silver lists. This is the Heaven's Way Potential Dragon list. Qilin first looked at the first place in the Heaven's Path Subterranean Dragon Silver ranking, only to see that there was a god European teenager named Hades in the first place. The information on it shows that this kid seems to have inherited the power of an ancient demon god, able to mobilize the power of fallen angels, even summoning all kinds of fallen angels to fight, one person to form a group with terrifying strength. The battle record for which he was selected as the first place winner turned out to be single-handedly defeating an ancient dragon awakened from the snow. Hiss, are these so horrible? Qilin sucked in a breath of cool air. These guys are so unbelievable too, soloing a giant dragon. Despite the help of the angelic henchman, the henchman counted as his own power, I guess. An awakened ancient dragon, which was at least a 6th-ranked overlord, was just single-handedly swiped? Seeing this, Qilin rather had the feeling of seeing the world with his eyes open. He swept around the Heaven's Path Subterranean Dragon ranking again, and at a glance, there were actually quite a few geniuses in the Eastern Brilliant Kingdom. For example, the 51st and 52nd of the Golden List were a pair of twins from the Donghuan Kingdom. As for the top 50 of the Golden List, he couldn't probe it, showing that he didn't have enough authority. I was going to have Shoveler start with the best, but I didn't realize the opponents were all so anticlimactic. Qilin thought silently and pointed to the very end of the silver list, the 200th place. Just start at the bottom and punch the list. I think so. Ling Qingyao silently smiled and chose the last place on the silver list, then it's her, Nova. Selection successful, opponents being generated for you. The virtual battlefield was soon up and running. A beam of colored lights looked like a 3D printer in front of Ling Qingyao, generating a blonde girl with a height of 1 meter 9. This was a young blonde girl from England. She was clad in heavy knight's armor and carried a heavy sword in her hand. Just standing there gave people a strong sense of oppression. This gave Ling Qingyao a completely different feeling from her previous opponents. Name, Nova. Occupation, Holy Fire Knight. Level, late 3rd stage. Difficulty, 3 stars. Only 3 stars? Ling Qingyao's eyes were bitterly cold as she lifted up the heavenly ice sword in her hand, her entire body becoming like a long sword with a deep chill. She first set Qilin aside before quickly rushing out with her heavenly ice sword. Her opponent didn't give her any extra time and came at her fast pace as well. The longsword carried in Nova's hand ignited a blazing fire, obviously a fire-type swordsman. Clank! The sword blades of the two stirred up searing sparks in a collision of ice and fire. Clanking! Another clash of blades. Sparks flew in the space, and an ear-piercing clash made Zirin claw both of his little ears. Hey hey shoveler! What a nuisance! Qilin looked at Ling Qingyao with a displeased face and commanded, "The other party doesn't have much ability to think, you catch the breaks, shoveler." Kirin Gnosis instantly saw through his opponent's attacking moves, and indeed the drawbacks of virtual sparring technology as a whole. At Qilin's reminder, Ling Qingyao's heart was slightly shaken. Was she able to discern her opponent's flaws so quickly? Little Qilin, you bastard! Ling Qingyao swung out her sword while her toes stomped on the ground, pulling out the distance from her opponent. And then, with one hand, she chanted 4 words, vision sharing. Summoner skill vision sharing. She wanted to see what the world of this little guy, Qilin, was really like. Chapter 139 The World in Qilin's Eyes. The schoolgirl was shocked. Vision sharing. As those 4 words fell, a flash of turquoise blue light bloomed in Ling Qingyao's eyes. The turquoise blue spiritual energy turned into a chain, connecting it to Qilin's eyes. It's as if the channeling has opened up a spiritual barrier between the two. She gained the perception of Zirin's vision. But this vision is somewhat blurry. It seemed to require Zirin's approval. Hey, shoveler, what do you want? Qilin looked at the suspended in front of him. Please, your vision changed for a moment to a dim space. He instantly realized that this was Ling Qingyao's summoning space. In front of him hovered a chain of turquoise blue spirits that looked like tentacles. It seemed to want to come closer to itself, but was a little timid for some reason. Vision sharing, this isn't an attempt to take advantage of yourself. If they really let Ling Qingyao see the world in her eyes, wouldn't she just open up then? After all, not only did he himself have Qilin Gnosis, which could augment his vision and see other people's breakthroughs, but Qilin Golden Pupil could also shed a faint pressure and suppress his opponent's spiritual power. But with vision sharing, it's just sharing a bit of vision, nothing more, and it doesn't affect laying flat in the slightest. And it improves the shoveling fight. 2 birds with 1 stone. Qilin pondered slightly for a while and decided to accept the request. Stretching out his little paw, he touched on this turquoise blue spiritual chain. The moment the pink beast's claws made contact with the spirit chain, a feeling like an electric current appeared in both Ling Qingyao's and Qilin's hearts at the same time. It was as if an electric current had crossed, connecting the two between them. Ling Qingyao's eyes closed slightly, then when she opened them again, there were 2 images in her mind. One was from his own perspective and the other was from Zirin's. But when she went to watch it from Zirin's perspective, it was discovered that the movements of the opponent holding the flaming giant sword became incomparably slow, as if it had been slowed down by 4 or 5 times, as if slowdown had been turned on. Ling Qingyao's eyes were slightly glued, and she could even see the contraction of her muscles and the frequency of her breathing through her opponent's movements. Every move was taken in. From a swordsman's point of view, all of these things are the opponent's breaks. Just by grasping one of the points, one could easily break it with a single sword. This was the first time Ling Qingyao felt that her opponent had so many cracks. This was an opponent who had ascended to the Heaven's Path Subterranean Dragon Silver ranking. How come in Qilin's eyes, his opponent's body is full of flaws? No wonder little Qilin kept screaming, allowing him to catch a break. Ling Qingyao couldn't help but let out a heartfelt sigh. Lit. The beast is more powerful than the man, and it makes him angry. Idiom figure more powerful than the beast, it makes you angry. The world in this Qilin's eyes was also too heaven-defying. Little one, I kind of understand now why you always look so proud. Ling Qingyao helplessly picked up Qilin and placed him on her chest, using her clothes to pocket him. If I had your powers, my nose would be up in the air. She was telling the truth, but anyone who could see through someone else's cracks so simply, it was as good as open for combat. And now, she's going to try to open up. That's true, and not to mention what kind of hard work my lord has put in to obtain these abilities? Qilin's words almost choked Ling Qingyao. Effort does try. Ling Qingyao helplessly bristled as she tucked Qilin in her clothes. With a move of his hand, a little bit of icy blue light converged in his palm, slowly forming an ice-glazed sword with a hornless glazed dragon draped around the hilt. Against this kind of opponent, an unbeatable front might be the best solution. It's still a good sword to use. Ling Qingyao's eyes were chilled, her toes lightly tapped the ground, and her figure ran towards her opponent like a ghost. With Qilin's vision bonus, the speed of Nova in her eyes was too slow. Tap tap tap. Just as Ling Qingyao quickly rushed towards her opponent. Opponent Nova is also making a brew of attacks. Boom boom. Only to see Nova raise the crimson giant sword in her hand, and flames as bright as the blazing sun blazed on the blade. All the shadows around them were dispersed by the blinding light of the fire. It was like a sharp sword that hadn't been quenched yet, with a reddish body that emitted a high temperature that burned everything. Afterwards, Nova draped the huge sword naturally at her side, gripped the hilt with both hands, and made a drawing motion. It's a knight's duel, a very common sword drawing style in there. Quickly finish off an opponent with a move that the opponent cannot judge the angle of his or her strike. At the same time, this skill can drain your opponent's attention. Using any variation of the move while its spirit is highly concentrated, it can easily crush the enemy. Although Nova was a holographic projection, it was undeniable that her combat skills were also definitely a top existence in her age group. But it was all building up, in the sense that her opponent was evenly matched with her. At this moment, Ling Qingyao had already looked at every inch of Nova's muscles in detail with Qilin's vision sharing. And in this moment, he could even predict where Nova's attack would land. An image flashed through Ling Qingyao's mind. That was the image of Nova abandoning the huge sword in her hand and turning it into a swift punch. The giant sword was just a feint. The real killer move is this punch. Realizing this, Ling Qingyao's figure advanced instead of retreating. As for Nova, she also decidedly abandoned the huge sword in her hand at the critical moment, and raised her right hand to a blazing fire fist, striking at Ling Qingyao. Phew! In the collision between the fire fist and the sword blade, Ling Qingyao seemed to have transformed into a straight sword chop, dragging a long turquoise blue stream of shadows as she appeared behind Nova. Ling Qingyao lifted her sword and swung it slightly, her cold and colorful ice-like face changing slightly. Your punch, it's too slow. The words fell. Opponent Nova is keeping the swinging gloves up. As Ling Qingyao's words fell, Nova's figure started at the location of the neck stalk and crumbled inch by inch, dissolving into points of light that dissipated into nothingness. Congratulations to the challenger Ling Qingyao for defeating the 199th place in the Heavenly Dao Subterranean Dragon Silver ranking. Nova! Your battle results have been recorded, you can go redeem your challenge rewards after the battle. The AI's prompt rang out in the void around them. However, Ling Qingyao merely nodded her head calmly, her heart already awed by the performance of this vision of Qilin. It's not just about seeing through the enemy's cracks. To even be able to predict the images that would happen next, this was simply a godlike ability. It's different from the kind of see-through that was going on before. This feature of giving a direct cue screen is unbelievable. Even if Ling Qingyao had gone through countless sword manuals, she had never seen anyone so outrageous. One could only say that Qilin was still Qilin, the seemingly weak but actually endlessly energetic little guy. Ling Qingyao looked at the little beast in her arms and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Can you still fight? Chapter 140 Driving and Climbing the Rankings. Is this still a freshman? Please, do we still have to fight against each other next? There's a reward for finishing the challenge, yo! Ling Qingyao held Qilin in her arms and reached out to rub the furry soft flesh on its chin. As he said this, the void panel in front of him changed to the type of reward. As a student, challenge and defeat a Tendo Subterranean Silver List student for a $100,000 scholarship. It's not much, but it's a nice perk for a school. After all, a school definitely possessed more students than just Ling Qingyao, and there were not a few who were able to defeat the students above the Silver List. But there's another special incentive to this reward mechanism. Winning streaks can stack rewards. And each winning streak counts as additional scholarship pay. Win one in a row and the next scholarship goes up by 10,000. Increase it down over and over again, and at the end of the day it's going to pay off horribly. Ling Qingyao was afraid that Qilin wouldn't understand the math and explained it to Qilin, which was equivalent to a number sequence. Alright, shoveling isn't just an equilibrium series. The first player 100,000, the second player 110,000, the third player 120,000. Wait until the back of the streak of winning more matches, the more generous the rewards will be. Well, Qilin helplessly bristled. Being a PhD in mythology in a previous life, this kind of middle school math problem is a snap. Besides, it's not like the point of his attention is a reward or anything.
Ling Qingyao had no problem trying to climb the list.
But with vision sharing on all the time, he couldn't even sleep. Yeah. It's fine if you want to fight, but can you not keep it on all the time? This lord will feel very tired when he maintains this state. Qilin glared at Ling Qingyao with a small impatient face. Can you be a little more independent in battle when you're all of the third rank?
Hey! Ling Qingyao smiled in embarrassment and covered Qilin's small mouth with her jade hand. You quickly stop talking.
Open up, where? Who's open? It makes sense for a summoner to use a summoner skill, doesn't it?
Mainly Qilin's vision was too good to use, and Ling Qingyao didn't want to scatter her hands for a while.
Plus there are rewards after the challenge, and the streak is even more rewarding.
After Ling Qingyao's cultivation these days, the money left inside her pocket was actually not much. Simply burdening Qilin with a little one's diet is already almost impossible to uncover, and it's not bad to hit the list to earn some extra money.
Qilin, our family's family conditions aren't really rich. Ling Qingyao tried to persuade Qilin, revealing a bright smile like sunshine. Besides, aren't you my summoned beast? As a summoner, I use vision sharing, which is clearly a professional skill.
In terms of sentiment and reason, Ling Qingyao had taken over. If Qilin was still against it, then there really wasn't much she could do.
That's true, but...
Qilin lay in Ling Qingyao's arms, stroking his chin in thought. Shoveler's strength had met a bottleneck since reaching the third rank. Because there were no more cultivation resources, she was unable to break through quickly. So much so that his own leveling has been stagnant for quite some time. You can't get the best results with shock training methods alone, and you do need the aid of resources. It stands to reason, though, that Shoveler getting his vision shared would be a boost to enlightenment.
So will she be able to gain more insights and tips amidst the sparring? You have no problem using my vision if you want to. But you're going to have to learn it for me. The skills of every single person in here are namely top-notch. If you can integrate all of their skills, it might be able to aid you in your future advancement to the Sword Dao of the Patriarch level. Qilin explained in detail, and Ling Qingyao nodded her head repeatedly as she listened. Integrate their skills. It would have been a little difficult for her in the past, but now... it's not even a problem. Ling Qingyao's eyes glowed slightly. What Qilin said made sense. Don't worry, I'll make sure I memorize every move they make. Then it's no problem, I'll be the supervisor.
Qilin shrank back into Ling Qingyao's clothes, his little beast paws stepping on something cushiony and crouching.
Why are you squatting there?
Ling Qingyao frowned slightly, but thinking that it was Qilin, her brows stretched immediately afterward. Finally, Ling Qingyao chose her next opponent on the AI panel of the virtual matchmaking battlefield.
The opponent was a sophomore at Tudor University. Theoretically counted as Ling Qingyao's senior.
But Ling Qingyao had never set her sights on the freshman class. Sophomores and beyond, or higher-level professionals who have gone on to the community.
Ling Qingyao's opponents were never freshmen, but rather the more veteran professionals.
If you want to survive peacefully in this world where duplicate descending professions are everywhere, strength is the only law. Wanting to be powerful is destined to involve certain people's interests, and instead of condescending to yourself, you should elevate yourself. So, regardless of her opponent's age, she will fight them until she loses. The 100 Schools League is looming, and mastering the skills of these geniuses will help a lot.
Ling Qingyao's eyes grew serious. But she didn't realize that the next opponent to walk out was someone she'd seen before. Xiao Shang?
As soon as she saw him, Ling Qingyao's fire came up.
The corner of his mouth grinned a cold smile, and with a buzzing sound, the long sword in his hand instantly flew out. This opponent, she would not show the slightest bit of mercy. The minutes ticked by.
From the time Ling Qingyao entered the list in the morning, it had already reached the evening of dusk. While Ling Qingyao was hitting the charts in full swing. The staff on the other side were also working on upgrading the virtual battlefield under the leadership of Vice Principal Yin Ming.
Principal Yin, it's said that a new genius from our Dongwang kingdom has been added to the database this time, or a freshman. I wonder which one. Could it be the one who was so hot in our school a while ago? Ling Qingyao?
In the background, 2 logistics teachers manning computers questioned the silver-haired teenager on the sidelines. This person was none other than one of the administrators of the library, and the vice president of Mordor University who lived in seclusion in the library, Yin Ming. Hearing the words of the duo, Yin Ming recalled his encounter with Ling Qingyao and shook his head indifferently. It's not her, the new genius joining the team is a student from Shuemu University.
How can that be? I heard that she beat 3 top students of Mizuki University in a row and helped our school to tie Mizuki. One teacher was confused, clearly not believing the results. A 1 through 3 Demon University student couldn't enter the Heaven's Path Subterranean Dragon ranking, so what made Waterwood University get in? Chapter 141, 50 Consecutive Victories. Vice-Chancellor clueless, kill through. That's just the way it is. If you don't believe me, I'll show you the real-time data of the Heaven's Path Subterranean Dragon ranking, and today happens to be the day the list is updated. Yin Ming shook his head helplessly and reached out to touch his pants pocket. He was also very sad that there was a high possibility that there were no students from their Magic City University among the geniuses who entered the Heaven's Path Subterranean Dragon ranking this time. This was because Ling Qingyao's performance, compared to that Xiao Junlin, was really a bit inadequate. Good, we also want to see what the teacher of that Suemu University is capable of, to actually be able to teach such a student. A few teachers nodded and looked intently at the cell phone Yin Ming took out. The Tendo Subterranean list has a person in charge of statistics and is disseminated in real time to the cell phone of every school leader. Yin Ming clearly has that right as well. Only to see him slowly open his cell phone and tap on the Heaven's Path Subterranean Dragon Silver ranking. The update date shown on it is just now at 1800 hours PM sharp. It's only been refreshed for less than 10 minutes. The Heavenly Dao Subterranean Dragon list, refreshed once a week. Today happens to be the day of the refresh. See, the Heaven's Path Subterranean Dragon list was just refreshed today, and this kid is in the refreshed list. Yin Ming pointed to his cell phone screen and found Xiao Junlin's name in the list of only 200 people. Number 155, Mizuki University, Xiao Junlin. Next to Xiao Junlin's name, there were 2 reasons why he had entered the list. 1. The moves of the top school geniuses will be blended together, said 100 schools of thought, nothing to learn, nothing will not be a wizard. 2. SSS level hidden profession, favored beast 7 colored sky swallowing python, future achievements are unlimited. What? Unlimited future achievements. Is this the evaluation the heavens would give? Combining the moves of geniuses from various academies, what kind of demon is this kid? And combining the strengths of 100 schools? Not only are the profession and favored beasts so heaven-defying, the person is also very intelligent. No wonder he was able to enter the Heaven's Path Subterranean Dragon ranking 155. There was both awe and regret in the eyes of the logistics teacher. These 2 achievements were invariably difficult for ordinary geniuses to attain. Where the hell did they go to pull geniuses from at Mizugaki University? A freshman had made it to the Heaven's Remarkable Subterranean Dragon Silver ranking, and the future was still to come. The list gave such a high rating, and being so young, I'm afraid that in the future, all of the major universities will be crushed under his feet. I just hate that he's not a student at Mordor University. Ugh, now you guys know why I'm having such a hard time. Yin Ming sighed. As far as the freshman level was concerned, their Waterwood University did crush their Mordor University. It's really hopeless, too. To log into the Heaven's Path Subterranean Dragon ranking, it wasn't that any country could influence it, but it was up to the students themselves. The Heavenly Dao Subterranean Dragon list was recognized by the entire Blue Star Will, which meant that the Heavenly Dao was watching. In order to enter the Heaven's Path Subterranean Dragon ranking, the first thing was that this student's every move had to be recognized by the Heavenly Blue Star's will. Then he has a chance to log into this list. Even if the teachers wanted to secretly compete to get their students on this list, they couldn't fool the Blue Star Will. But just as Yin Ming was about to close the list, a silent logistics teacher suddenly spoke up. Wait a minute, Principal Yin. She pointed to the line on the list, her face blank and curious. What's the matter? Do you still want to see the others? Yin Ming asked. No. The female teacher shook her head, her finger sliding quickly on Yin Ming's cell phone. Looking at her, she seemed to be in quite a hurry. Soon, under the slide of a finger, a name slowly appeared in the center of the screen. Her. It's really her. The female teacher's pupils contracted violently when she saw the name. My God. Am I blind? Hearing this, Yin Ming's eyes looked a little strange. This female teacher is supposed to be a very calm teacher, how could she be so out of it? Teacher Nan Nan, what's wrong with the list? The teacher on the side also inquired. Teacher Nan Nan shook her head and pointed at the name in the middle of the screen. Everyone, help take a look, how come there's someone named Ling Qingyao on this list? Huh? Yin Ming was slightly stunned, and when he looked down, he saw Ling Qingyao's name. It's really this girl. The Heaven's Path Subterranean Dragon ranking even labeled her information as coming from Mordor University. How many of us at Mordor University are named Ling Qingyao? The logistics teacher's entire body sat in her seat in a bit of a daze, her voice trembling slightly as if in disbelief. There may be a few of this name in the country of Donghuang. But in Mordor University, or inside the freshmen, perhaps that young girl was the only one. There's absolutely no mistake, it's that girl Ling Qingyao from Class C. Yin Ming capped it off. Meanwhile, strange expressions appeared on all the teachers' faces. How did she get on the list? Hurry up and open it, a teacher urged. Yin Ming immediately acted, his finger tapping on Ling Qingyao's name. After authenticating his identity, he viewed the reason why Ling Qingyao had logged into the list. Ling Qingyao's ranking is not very high, only 195th, compared to Xiao Junlin who was 155th, a far cry. There was only one reason for her to enter the list: one day's victory over 50 consecutive virtual players on the Heaven's Path Subterranean Dragon list. Hiss. Seeing the message displayed on this cell phone, a group of teachers all sucked in a breath of cold air and fell into a long silence. Defeating 50 consecutive virtual players from the Heaven's Path Subterranean Dragon ranking in a single day? The virtual battlefield of the Tendo Subterranean ranking is internationally certified. Each country openly stated that defeating a virtual player possessed the possibility of entering the Heaven's Way Subterranean Dragon ranking. Because even if the virtual players are synthesized through technology, they can still perform at 90% of the strength of their bodies. However, the initial setup to defeat the virtual players was only to hone the students' real-world skills. The intention was to show them the real genius. But Ling Qingyao was good. Not only did she want to challenge the virtual players, but she also played so many in one breath, shelving this brushing the list right? At the thought of this, the expressions on the faces of the group of teachers became strange. Beating 50 in a row is unbelievable. Or a one-day knockout, averaging no more than 30 minutes per fight, and she doesn't even need to rest? The teachers introduced curiosity and turned their gazes to the only Seal King-level powerhouse present. What are you looking at me for? Yin Ming scanned the surrounding teachers, the same doubt lingering on that young face. Am I supposed to know why she's challenging so many virtual players? Even if the key challenge is a virtual player, how did you manage to go on a winning streak? But then again, Ling Qingyao's ability to enter this Heaven's Path potential dragon list was an unexpected surprise, so what was the point of looking for so many reasons? Check Ling Qingyao's sparring record. I'm a little curious as to how exactly she managed to win 50 matches in a row. Yin Ming commanded. Yes. A teacher nodded and his fingers immediately tapped away on the keyboard. Soon, an image was pulled up by him too. Chapter 142, Under the Peony Flowers. There's still this good thing? As this image appeared, the crowd but frowned slightly. Only a few large words were pulsing through the screen. Combat recorder is running and cannot be viewed. That teacher frowned and explained, Principal Yin, the battle recorder is still in operation, which means that Ms. Feng Xuaning's identity card is being used. When these words came out, the eyes of the teachers, including Yin Ming, were shaken. That means the girl is still sparring? It's been a day of continuous fighting, and even now the battle hasn't ended yet. All of a sudden, Yin Ming seemed to realize something. His face changed violently as he said skeptically, could it be that she only started playing on the list today, and that she just played on the list and defeated 50 opponents in a row? Is it true that you don't get any rest at all after a day of continuous sparring? Ms. Nan asked. It can't be, even an Iron Man can't afford such a fight. Yeah, who can resist the intensity of such a battle, and she's only a freshman. Teachers nodded their heads, thinking it was nearly impossible. But just then, the doorway of the logistics department was pushed open, and an old man in purple robes walked in. Ian, it's just for you to load a profile, why are you still staying at my sparring hall? This old man was bare-chested, wearing only an elderly gray cotton undershirt, walking tigerishly. This man was one of the former vice-chancellors of Mordor University, and now that he was retired, he held the position of the director of the matchmaking pavilion. In terms of seniority, this person was even a generation higher than Yin Ming. The teachers all nodded at the old man with serious expressions. Teacher Song, you also perceived the Heavenly Dao Subterranean Dragon ranking, right? Yin Ming bowed and asked. I got a call from up there saying that one of the girls at our school is a little off the wall, asking if they're running a fake tournament. Song Ocean nodded his head, rubbing his stubble-covered chin, and laughed. I when it was just angry and laughed and disliked back. I only heard his voice quicken and he cursed. Can a high fake race be recognized by the blue star will? Damn it, you old guys, the more I look at you, the worse I really am. Ha ha ha. Song Ocean laughed out loud, as if disliking people brought him a lot of pleasure. Yin Ming and the others were also aware of Dean Song's character and laughed bitterly with him from the sidelines. It's also only a seniority like Song's curator who can dislike the top brass angrily. Ha, Teacher Song is still so graceful. Yin Ming laughed as well, and turned his words around. However, Teacher Song came just in time. This girl Ling Qingyao's achievements, we all want to see what's going on. Well, the old man is here to pull up the surveillance for you. Song Ocean hummed and waved his rough palm. Only to see an azure blue light screen quickly constructed in front of him. The light screen resembled the waves of the sea, and after the snow-white waves receded, it revealed Ling Qingyao's figure fighting with her sword. At this very moment. On the other side, Ling Qingyao was solving her 51st opponent. Clank! A cold aura cut through the wall of the virtual battlefield. Ling Qingyao put away her sword into the sheath, her golden pupils quietly watching the silhouette in front of her crumble into a grain of light dust. She gazed at her opponent before her, feeling that this was not her limit. And the silhouette in front of him wasn't some silent and nameless person, but a teenage imperial beast master from the Fusang Kingdom, a talented young man named Red. He picked up the yellow-skinned rat that was fighting with him in between the disintegration of his form and nodded at Ling Qingyao. You are good. Red was very reticent, and after saying this still, he simply dissipated. It feels like the opponents are getting more and more human these days. Ling Qingyao felt strange in her heart and inquired, Shilin, do you have a feeling that the higher the ranked opponents are, the more thinking power they have? Indeed, but it shows that they're not at full strength. Shoveler, you've got some work to do. Shilin squatted on Ling Qingyao's shoulder and patted Ling Qingyao's shoulder with his tail. Aha! Ling Qingyao nodded and was preparing to challenge her next opponent. At that moment, a line of prompts surfaced on the virtual panel in front of him. The AI's announcement also rang out around them. Congratulations to challenger Ling Qingyao for completing 51 consecutive victories. Challenge paused for 1 minute. Virtual matchmaking is receiving new data authorized by the state of Donghuang. Players can pick their list players in advance and wait for the challenge. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingyao nodded her head. I see, the phone system is upgraded, it needs to be updated for a minute. At the same time, a new list appeared in front of her. Shilin, are we going to continue the challenge, or are we going to stop? Just find one here, hit it and go back to bed, it's hard to flip behind. Zirin yawned, his little beast paw pointing at the 155th name. After a day of watching battles, it was long past time to get sleepy. Finish early and call it a day. Well, that's what I think, and the later ones aren't challenging enough to look at. Ling Qingyao nodded, her eyes scanning over the list. Coincidentally, she saw Xiao Junlin in position 155. In reality it made sense, Xiao Junlin was not only from Shuemu University, he was also a freshman just like Ling Qingyao. But the difference was that he had such a high ranking, which made Ling Qingyao quite a bit warlike. There's a freshman in such a forward position, surprisingly there's a freshman, so let's go with him. Ling Qingyao decided. With that, she selected her target and was about to take a break. Instead, the cell phone rings back suddenly. Jingle bells. Who's calling? Shilin's small claws delved into Ling Qingyao's inner pockets for a while. No cell phone was found except for the soft shell interior. Hey, where's the cell phone? Here it is. Ling Qingyao slowly probed under her short skirt and took out her cell phone from the cell phone pocket in her leg ring. How dare you change your position behind your back? But then again, those long legs with the leg rings on just don't make a difference. Gee. Shilin watched Ling Qingyao's action of picking up the phone, her small face slightly reddening. Even though the little beasts can't do much, they can enjoy the benefits that they didn't have in their previous life. Subsequently, Ling Qingyao held her cell phone and smiled at Shilin. Originally, this cell phone bag was meant to hold you, but little guy, you're too fat for this little bag to fit. What? Is that a good thing? Hearing this, Shilin froze in place. I can't believe it's for him. But now, this feng shui treasure under the peony flower has been lost? Shoveler, don't say anything if you can't talk, I really thank you. Shilin's little face darkened as he aimed his butt at Ling Qingyao. Women. Count on this Shilin to have misjudged you. Chapter 143, Suppressing the Heaven-Swallowing Python. Fa Hai didn't understand love. Looking at Qilin's unhappy appearance, Ling Qingyao also noticed that her words seemed a bit wrong. What did I do to piss you off, little guy? Don't be mad, I'll buy a bigger size next time if you like the bag. Ling Qingyao had an accompanying smile on her face as she answered the phone and comforted Qilin at the same time. But Qilin wasn't that easy to coax. Changing to a larger bag doesn't work anymore. This Qilin is so noble, and you can't handle it? Zirin held his neck high and proud, determined to be a Sigma Griffin. Seeing this, Ling Qingyao had no choice but to put this aside for now and picked up the phone. Hello, Cynthia? The person who called was none other than Wu Qianqian. But calling at this point in time, Jingyao didn't know what she wanted to say. That? Xingyao ah. On the other end of the phone, Wu Qianqian's somewhat hesitant voice rang out, Can I ask you for something? What is it? You can just say it, we're all friends. Well then, I'm not hiding anything, my family is coming over to see me, can you guys come over and help me out? Hearing this, a strange look appeared in Ling Qingyao's eyes. Why do you feel that Qianqian is afraid of her family? Qilin perked up his ears on the side and heard their conversation, his big eyes revealing a sense of realization. Isn't that what happens when a kid goes to college and the family comes to school for a treat? Just trying to get the kid to bond with his roommates. In this case, it seems that Wu Qianqian's family knows too much about the world. Then I'll pack up and be right back. Ling Qingyao nodded and agreed to this matter. No need to go back to the dormitory, it's at the Delicacy Pavilion in Magic City, I'll send you the address later, just follow the address and come over. Good. Ling Qingyao nodded and hung up the phone. But suddenly, he felt a sharp gaze. She looked down to find battle written all over the little unicorn's face, her little tongue licking the drool that ran down her lips. What's with the look, little guy? Qilin didn't say anything, just a sneer. Why is that? Hungry, of course. The Delicacy Pavilion, the most prestigious catering company in the whole of Donghuang Kingdom. Worthy of being a classmate of the well-off Wu Qianqian, this place of treats is so elaborate. I'm definitely going to splurge on this visit. After all, those who grip the wool of the poor are called black traders and eat black money with a clear conscience. But to pull the wool over the rich is called chivalry, and to use the wool of the rich to subsidize the poor is called theft. This is a cheap Zealine tentative, no one to come does not matter. Randomly, Qilin's eyes looked sharply at the opposing battlefield and coldly said, Time is running out, we must fight quickly. Shoveler, you don't have to do anything later, let me do it. Doing a little warm-up before a big meal is the ultimate homage to good food. Let him throw some punches in this fight, get it over with early, and go straight to a big dinner. Ha! Zirin, you don't swing for the fences anymore? Hearing his words, Ling Qingyao revealed a shocked expression. Is the world in chaos? Even little Zirin doesn't swing for the fences. It's literally lower than the odds of winning the lottery. What do you mean I don't swing for the fences? When have I ever swung for the fences, I ask you? Qilin was upset, his little face cast aside. Can't he see it when he's practicing so hard? This was the helplessness of the strong, right? The way of cultivation was not recognized by the crowd, and it would always be misunderstood. LOL. It was time to show some strength, lest Ling Qingyao, this girl, keep saying that he was lying flat. Shoveler, I'll be honest with you, those battles of yours don't even deserve to be called battles, it's like a child's playground. Qilin crossed his arms and said with a disdainful expression, Let this Qilin teach you what real combat is. Oh, that's good. Ling Qingyao nodded, her mental power was also about to be exhausted by vision sharing. Qilin was willing to make a move, and she was happy to see it. Only his opponents won't be so happy. Just as she was thinking this, Ling Qingyao saw the panel of the virtual battlefield showing the end of the system update. And the opponents she picks are being loaded. Number 155, Xiao Junlin. Predicted difficulty, 10 stars. The maximum number of stars is 10. The strongest opponent Ling Qingyao had encountered before was only 8 stars. I didn't realize that the opponents this time were even more powerful than those encountered before, with a difficulty of 10 stars. If that was the case, little Qilin didn't know if he could handle it. Worry rose in Ling Qingyao's eyes, without her help, would Qilin really be able to do it on his own? While Ling Qingyao was worried. A figure was slowly being built into the virtual battlefield. This person was wearing a white robe, with a purple seal that looked like a lotus flower dotting his forehead, and his appearance was rich and handsome, as if he was an exiled immortal. He gave off an air of dustiness simply by standing there. Xiao Junlin slowly opened his eyes, his calm eyes were like a pool of ghostly water as he quietly surveyed his surroundings. Am I in a virtual battlefield? So there's a big chance I'm a virtual body, so you guys are my competition? Unlike his previous virtual opponents, Xiao Junlin seemed to be able to survey his identity and realize the state he was in. Xiao Junlin looked at Ling Qingyao and Qilin and frowned slightly. There are no traces of you in my memory. But with the strength of my main body, the ranking shouldn't be low. The fact that you can challenge me shows that you still have some confidence in your strength. That's why I should give 100% in this fight, and I suggest you give it your all as well. With that, Xiao Junlin waved his sleeve and a small purple snake was thrown out. As soon as the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python appeared, a purple cloud rose up around it, holding its figure in midair. The tiny snake head silently watched Qilin, its pink snake nature quietly gulping and collecting information from Qilin. Kai, it's too much to explain, just fight. Xiao Junlin commanded and ordered the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python to attack. Hiss. Leave it to me, the opponent is a bit weak, I'll take care of it with one mighty pressure. The seven-colored heaven-swallowing python nodded its head, and the pupils of the snake, which were like red onyx, stared at Qilin, and a huge pressure was quickly released with it as the center. The pressure seemed to turn into substance, condensing into a purple tsunami that slapped at Qilin. If you can solve your opponent with the minimum attack, you don't use stronger moves. This kind of stamina-saving attack belongs to the fighting techniques of snakes. Awesome pressure. Qilin gave you the big eyes to look at the purple tsunami that came from the beat, the golden pupils slowly, the early morning eyes condensed, the golden pupils seemed to turn into two small suns. Scorching heat erupted from his eyes, and a flash of golden light seemed like a sharp sword as it pierced through the fly and shot out, piercing through the purple tsunami and shooting towards the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python. Shoo shoo! Two golden sword-like golden lights, one after the other, struck the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python. It was slightly startled, and before it could react, it was hit by Qilin's pressure. In an instant, the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python was submerged in golden light. After being rippled by the pressure, it felt like it had come to another world. As soon as it raised its head, what met its eyes was a vast expanse of heaven and earth, surrounded by a gawking, heavenly beast that surrounded it. That one was clad in armor like scales and stared into sun-like eyes, as if blowing a breath could shake it to death. It's like a grasshopper compared to them. This scene directly scared the pupils of the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python and subconsciously let out a snake cry. Hiss! Help! I am the Great King, don't kill me. Chapter 144, The Guanqing Mountain and River Seal. How come you're not pretending? Hiss. Only to see the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python in mid-air revealing a look as if it was facing an enemy, its large snake pupils glaring round. Snapped. The seven-colored heaven-swallowing python fell from mid-air, its figure curled up into a ball and shivered. Xiao Junlin looked at the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python at his feet and hurriedly squatted down, inquiring, Xiao Kai, are you alright? His brow was filled with worry, while his mind was very confused. It wasn't even official yet, so why did it just drop to the ground? Just now, Xiao Kai used the Snake King's pressure, and this situation occurred. Could it be that the opposing party's pressure was even more powerful than Xiao Kai's? Thinking of this, Xiao Junlin frowned and looked at the little white dog on Ling Qingyao's shoulder across from him. Frowns almost knit together. It was clearly an ordinary little roadside wild dog, although the scent had the level of a kind of third-stage foreign beast. However, this kind of little white dog, having grown to the third stage, its potential was at an end, and it shouldn't be able to suppress Xiao Kai. At this point, the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python gradually opened its eyes looked a bit tired, and spoke in a low voice, I'm fine. Just now it was this king who was gullible. I didn't expect this little white dog to have some skills on the pressure, I guess it's practiced. But I'm not going to give it the slightest chance next. Looking at Xiao Kai's seriousness, Xiao Junlin nodded and decided to personally command the little snake. I'll command you this time. The other party's pressure seems to be a bit strong. Use the snake enchanting technique to consume its spirit later, then change into its real body and strangle it. Seven-colored heaven-swallowing python material and legal dual cultivation. Not only the physical body is strong, all kinds of spiritual techniques are also countless. The effect of the snake charming technique, but any male fae can barely avoid this trick and will be mesmerized by it. Of course, this was all based on the premise that Qilin was a male. But after Xiao Junlin's observation, Qilin was exactly a small male dog. Therefore, there would not be any problems with this strike from Choi. The king listens to you. The seven-colored heaven-swallowing python revealed eyes that were as high and cold as a queen's, dragging its snake body with its eyes directed straight at Qilin. Only a light wave in the shape of a pinkish-purple love heart gradually rose from its pink beast pupils. A thing that looked like a love heart floated towards Qilin from mid-air. However, Qilin squatted on Ling Qingyao's shoulder without the slightest falter in his eyes. Do you really think that this Kirin is a beast that only listens to what's below it? Oh. Qilin quietly looked at the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python, his eyes rippled and he even wanted to laugh a little. In the line of sight, Qilin's gnosis came into play, and every move of the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python was taken into Qilin's mind. This includes its movements of this skill, and the heart that emits a strong light from its body. This little snake wanted to use the time to charm himself before revealing his true form and defeating him, right? With the Qilin gnosis added, Qilin pierced through the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python's thoughts in an instant. This plan is okay, it shows that the opponent is able to think. However, compared to the insidious and cunning. Oh no, the battle-hardened Qilin, it is still not enough to card C. Any charm would have no effect in front of Qilin. For the soul in this body has long since evolved into a Sigma man. Qilin would only respond to such opponents with the coldest counterattacks. Mountain River Seal, suppress this little snake for me. Qilin raised his right paw, the void fluctuated, and a small green and white seal appeared in his palm. As Qilin manipulated it, the Mountain River Seal broke through the air and turned into a greenish-white stream of light that hovered above the head of the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python. And in the next moment, the Mountain River Seal shook violently, swinging away a circle of air light that condensed into substance. Buzz off! The charm maintained by the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python instantly shattered, and the pink peach heart turned into a dense sphere. Hiss! How? How it's out of control! The seven-colored heaven-swallowing python's heart panicked, and his brain felt a moment of downtime. It looked up at the golden light spilling from the Mountain River Seal, and it only felt as if it was a pagoda. Its rapidly swimming body was so fast that it even flew. Purple streams of light darted from side to side in the virtual battlefield, but they still couldn't escape the range of the Mountain River Seal, as if they were locked in. No, no way. Don't you suppress me, this queen begs you. After some tossing and turning, the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python was really desperate and once again exuded a seductive posture, looking at Qilin with affection. However, Qilin only felt like laughing. Oh, I'm not Su Xian, and I don't want to be a reckless hero. Little goblin, let's see if I don't just take you in. Qilin's eyes changed, glaring as if he were the emotionless Dharma Sea, and the little beast's claws lifted, then pressed down violently. Mountain River Seal. Pagoda to subdue the snake demon. Town. With Qilin's call, the green and white Mountain River Seal in midair instantly smashed into the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python. In the golden light scattered by the Mountain River Seal, the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python snake body seemed to be gradually shrinking, and it looked at the Mountain River Seal in the sky in horror, a look of despair in its eyes. This horrifying scene directly aroused the fear that the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python had hidden in the depths of its bloodline. Its serpentine body couldn't stop shivering, and its glorious snake scales had long since become a murky darkness, and in addition to fear, there was only a deeper despair. To die, to die, to die. This queen is dying. Xiao Junlin. Why don't you save my old lady? The moment the Mountain River Seal fell, the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python let out a final roar. Sigh. Xiao Junlin naturally wanted to offer help, but the speed at which the Mountain River Seal fell was so fast that he only had time to throw out two lumps. Clank! The two white as frost flames turned into streams of light and struck the Mountain River Seal, but they made a sound like hitting iron. The Mountain River Seal didn't even stop for a moment as it continued to press towards the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python. Boom! The Mountain River Seal crushed heavily on the body of the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python, closing tightly with the ground without the slightest possibility of escape. A dull and powerful ringing sound instantly echoed through the virtual battlefield. The wind and waves set off by the Mountain River Seal instantly swept away, scraping past Qilin and Ling Qingyao. Qilin's head of snow-white fur swayed left and right in the wind, his body did not waver, and his eyes were as calm as a pool of dead water. Qilin quietly watched this scene, patted his beast's paw and laughed, hee, this is what happens when you go against this Qilin. Qilin did not hide his voice, and this arrogant tone instantly made Xiao Junlin tense up. Damn little white dog. His face was as angry as a pig's liver as he angrily said, you animal, what the hell are you? What the hell? Don't break the defense, little man. The genius of Donghuang Kingdom, I haven't even used my full strength yet, why can't I hold on? Qilin looked at Xiao Junlin, his mouth grinning a bright smile. Shoveler, it's been a few minutes. Less than 5 minutes. We still have to rush to the delicacy pavilion, it's a bit too late. Qilin nodded, stroking his chin in slight contemplation, and decided to experiment with Xiao Junlin's new move. Chapter 145, Fighting the High Xiao Kuan. The enemy is not distinguishable from me. A good way to save time would be to go all out to face anything. Wanting to catch up with Wu Chanshan's buffet, Qilin decided to use a new trick that he had just seen from somewhere in the system. So, Qilin looked at Xiao Junlin and smiled, "Hey, you kid is blessed. This Qilin is going to have a big meal later, so I'll let you try the new skills of the mountain river seal." After Koan Peng's enhancement, the mountain river seal already possessed a new skill. After the system summarized, Qilin learned the names of the two skills. Flying Rock rides the wind and Giant Kuan breaks the waves. Each skill required the cooperation of the Koan Peng beast spirit, having the power to mobilize the wind and water elements, and the power was extremely terrifying. If used together, it could even trigger a terrifying destructive force at the level of a grade 12 tsunami. Kokuan, show me a good hand. With a command, Qilin raised his beast's claws and released a path of energy that looked like golden willows. These energies flew to gather the mountain river seal and injected as much as they could into it. One moment. Whoa! The golden light of the mountain and river seal is generous. One of the small Kuan even directly jumped out of the mountain river seal, letting out a leaping cry. Its body, which was only the size of a green bean, surged to more than 50 meters, and its shadow enveloped half of the virtual battlefield. Rumble! The figure of the white giant Kuan emitted a terrifying pressure as it opened its abyssal mouth and aimed at Xiao Junlin. Woo! The Koan Peng beast spirit's body was taut, and its fishtail fluttered heavily, fanning up one wind wave after another. In the giant mouth, the azure light became brighter and brighter, and it seemed to be frantically storing up its strength. Since absorbing Qilin's power, it felt like it had inexhaustible strength. This strike, it must be a good performance, and it must not fail Lord Zirin's expectations. In little Kuan's heart, it naively already took Qilin as a life-saving villain. And this benefactor not only saved him, but also rewarded him with delicious soul carrots, which moved him to tears. At his benefactor's command, the young Kuan decided to use even his milk strength. But rumble! As Xiao Kuan moved, the virtual battlefield around him made a sound of collapsing. Some of the instruments could not withstand the power released by little Kuan and let out a burst of sound. The ceiling of the virtual battlefield also collapsed at this moment, and a piece of it fell off from the ceiling and smashed heavily on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. I'm going. What are you doing, Kuan? Qilin's toes pointed to the ground, and his figure leapt high into the air, narrowly avoiding a smashing metal plate. Ling Qinyao also realized that something was wrong. Isn't the power of this treasure tool of Qilin a bit too big? Qilin, quickly tell little Kuan to stop, the virtual battlefield will directly collapse later. Close? I'd love to, but it won't listen to the remote anymore. Ling Qingyao's intention, Qilin had long ago communicated with the little Kuan with his mind, but it didn't respond other than continuously storing up its power. They say that power can be addictive, but I didn't realize that a kunai could be so addictive. It's over. This kunai is trying to dismantle the virtual battleground. Although Qilin and Ling Qingyao were a bit nervous, they weren't the direct face of might after all. Right in front of the mouth of the giant kunai, Xiao Junlin looked at the huge mouth of the abyss in front of him, and his sight tried to analyze this terrifying energy, but without exception, he could not see through it at all. Not being the original body, it was difficult for him to deal with the power at all. It was estimated that it had the power of an S+ grade treasure at the very least. With this kind of terrifying treasure, even if a 4th-ranked powerhouse came, he would have to leave half of his life behind. And it was simply difficult to deal with it with his current abilities. If it was a realistic fight, one might be counting rumors now, right? What a terrifying move, in this coming torrent, one is truly as small as dust. Xiao Junlin's face showed bitterness, being a virtual body dead was actually still alive, even the data of this sparring match would be recorded. But the feeling of facing death head-on was quite a relief. Xiao Junlin slowly loosened his tightly clenched hand, as if he had loosened all his protection. It turns out that in the face of death, the flow of time will really slow down, just as God has pressed the slow play button for himself, so that he can enjoy watching the last scenery of the journey. So beautiful, so dazzling, this attack that is enough to die, let's hope the body receives the data. Xiao Junlin's virtual body slowly closed his eyes, and with death on his mind, he decided to indulge himself. His right hand slowly raised, his 5 fingers aligned against the giant koan in front of him. Immediately afterward, he made a friendly international gesture, a touch of scorn at the corner of his mouth, and said, "It's really grassed up. Cannons hitting mosquitoes, you guys are exactly invincible too. I'm an avatar, you're ing using a cannon aren't you? I'm thank you." As Xiao Junlin's last word fell, the Guanqing's stored power ended. A ball of light as blinding as the blazing sun was spat out from the Guanqing's mouth, transforming into a laser beam that boomed and attacked Xiao Junlin as swiftly as a thunderbolt. At this moment, the air was rapidly expelled by the terrifying pressure, and the virtual battlefield was plunged into an absolute vacuum, losing all sound for an instant. Buzz! Qilin felt a ringing in his ears and only saw Xiao Junlin wriggle his lips a few times in the light before his figure was swept away by the strong beams of light, damaging it to the dregs. The strong light crashed directly into the wall of the virtual battlefield after destroying Xiao Junlin. Boo-hoo! The explosion was dull as thunder. The ground shook in the virtual battlefield, and the black wall that had received the blow was directly blasted out of a hole. Inside the hole, debris was scattered all over the place, revealing the scene in the virtual battlefield next door. Only to see that in the virtual battlefield next door, freshman Class S mentor Xue Ping froze as he watched the scene, his pupils violently quaking. "Hey!" Xue Ping exploded in confusion as a nationalist, and his entire body froze in place. Isn't he just bringing his students to experience what it's like to be a genius against a genius? It's not a mortal sin. Beside him, a group of freshmen from Class S also stared at this scene in stupefaction, each of their faces stunned and unable to speak. They were still in Mr. Xue Ping's class when a boom next door directly smashed the wall. That power directly shattered the instruments on their side. In the crowd, naturally, Yi Feng was also included. He sighted through the hole the size of a truck wheel and saw Ling Qingyao and Qilin on the opposite side. It's her. Yi Feng's pupils slightly contracted. This kind of terrifying power was actually struck by Ling Qingyao? Elder Lan, didn't you say that this virtual battlefield is solid? Why was Ling Qingyao able to just break the wall? Yi Feng inquired the blue old man in his mind. After a long time, Elder Lan was slow to speak nonsense, and seemed to be immersed in this strike as well. And it was true, Elder Lan was now full of questions as well. What the kind of attack is that? A military nuke. The power of this strike was at least close to a grade 12 tsunami. Chapter 146 The Power of an S-Class Treasure. It's alright then. Elder Lan was silent for a while in Yi Feng's soul space. After a few moments, he snapped back to his senses. Yi Feng only heard a long sigh ringing in his head. I mean, this is a solid pair of battlefields, able to withstand attacks close to the 5th rank. Elder Lan spoke in a ghostly tone with a hint of surprise, saying, but didn't you kid also see it, the penetration of that attack just now clearly exceeded the 5th rank. 5th order? Yi Feng was taken aback as he gazed out across the room at Ling Qingyao and said, I'm afraid you can't unleash this kind of power even now, right? When Yi Feng asked this, Elder Lan seemed to have been poked in the sore spot and broke his defense. Brat. If you have the ability, go find an S-rank treasure tool as well. Damn, if old me could use an S-rank treasure tool, it would definitely be more powerful than this. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng just smiled. S-class treasure? It's better to forget it then. Even if he practiced day and night, he probably wouldn't be able to get an S-rank treasure in his lifetime. At this point, on the opposite side of the room, which is only a wall away. 50-centimeter thick composite walls, just punched through. Looking at the half-meter thick wall, Ling Qingyao covered her pink lips in shock. What kind of attack is this, a bomb blitz? Seeing Yi Feng and the others on the opposite side through the hole, Ling Qingyao could not help but reveal a bitter smile. Look how scared Mr. Xue Ping is. If you didn't know, you'd think there was a war on our side. Blame it on the little koan, the power is horrible. Thinking like this, Ling Qingyao looked at Qilin who was teaching little koan a lesson at the side. Only to see Qilin poking Xiao Koan's large, full forehead with his small beast claws, his entire clawed paw sinking in. However, the little koan still had a dumbfounded expression and was still flying around in front of Qilin, seemingly showing off its feats. Seeing this, Ling Qingyao laughed bitterly again. I thought Qilin was already considered a living treasure, but I didn't expect this little koan to be even more heavenly. Little koan. Why don't you stop stopping this Qilin's order, do you want to rebel? Qilin had a serious face, his big eyes glaring at the Guanqing flying around in the sky. It's all commanded. Don't fire, don't fire. This is great, and it directly blows a hole in all the virtual battlefields. What if they come after you later? You'll have to pay for it. Thinking this way, Qilin looked at the Guanqing flying around in front of him with a heartless face. A phrase comes to mind, hating it. But Qilin turned his mind to recall the attack that little Guan had unleashed with the mountain river seal, his eyes showing contemplation. Although this little guy has some disobedience, but it can still be cultivated. And the terrifying power was comparable to a small nuclear bomb. Not to mention piercing through the wall. If it had pierced through on himself or Ling Qingyao, the penetration would have been enough to break through the defense of the ancestral soul protector. The only downside is that it requires a power-up. However, Qilin had heard that there were many treasures that could accelerate the passage of time. As long as one bought it back and used it together with a small Guan, one might be able to instantly explode a strike close to the middle of the 5th rank. With this kind of damage, it could well be used as a second base card in addition to the Guanqing mask. Thinking this way, Qilin looked at the little Guan in front of him with a friendly gaze in his eyes. That little kunai ah. The words fell. The little Guan did not react in the slightest. Only to see the little Guan swimming slowly in mid-air, loitering from side to side, just not looking at Qilin. Some remorse and guilt could be seen in its eyes, and the back of that lone fathead fish was especially forlorn. But this despondency didn't last long before it was replaced by the little Guan's stubbornness. Woo woo boo. The little Guan wiggled his tail while spitting bubbles out of his mouth. It seemed to mutter something, with a slightly haughty tone. What the hell? Say yes to giving yourself all you've got. And the result? Really went all out and you're not happy about it. Just know to blame people. The little Guan pointed his butt at Qilin and swam further and further away in displeasure. But Qilin was the owner of the mountain and river seal and its innate artifact spirit. The Guanqing beast spirit's mental fluctuations naturally escaped his notice. When he learned of Guanqing's inner thoughts, he was immediately infuriated and laughed. Good. Your little kunai is getting smarter and smarter with the carrots. Spiritual intelligence is getting more and more perfect, living like a dull girl. Qilin laughed and didn't intend to take the little Guan's rebellion to heart, shouting at it, "Alright, little flying Guan, stop flying now. We're going to have a great meal, there are a lot of great treasures there that can restore the soul." Listening to Qilin trying to coax little Guan with food, Ling Qingyao smiled slightly. Qilin is such a cute little guy. It would have been possible to forcibly retrieve the small kunai. He favors food as a lure. He's still a good guy at heart. And when he heard Qilin say that he wanted to eat a big meal, the little Guan's swimming movements really did pause, and he slowly turned his head, aiming his full heavenly cord at Qilin. Woo boo. How many carrots? Little Guan inquired. It didn't know what soul-restoring babies meant, it just knew that the carrot could make her very comfortable. Qilin laughed and stretched out his right paw, for small meat pad-like claws and paws unfolding, at least 5. I'll accompany one. Oh hoo boo. Hearing this, the little Guan was overjoyed and swam towards Qilin in a flash. That speedy swim was catching up with the speed of light. Looking at the large head of the full-bodied fathead fish, Qilin's face changed slightly. Crap, it's meat and egg shock. It must have hurt to get hit like that. Collect for me. Qilin's eyes were serious as he raised the mountain river seal hidden in his left hand. Woohoo! The little Guan was shocked, it didn't want to go back to that mountain river seal, it was still much more fun outside. But it couldn't break in time, as if it was a fat fish in the water, it crashed into the mountain river seal. Flutter. A circle of ripples swirled on the surface of the mountain river seal. Come on, shoveler, the little kunai won't blame me. Qilin hemmed and hawed, put away the mountain river seal, and jumped onto Ling Qingyao's shoulders in a single leap. It's the best at fooling kids and stuff. A little coaxing with a carrot will do the trick when the time comes. You won't let little Guan go? Ling Qingyao asked with a smile, will it get angry? Won't be mad, don't worry. Qilin shook his head and explained rather confidently, little Guan is still young, it can't grasp such scenes as classmate dinners, it's better to let me do so. That's true. Ling Qingyao nodded. Well, don't ink it. Qilin pointed at the entrance of the virtual battlefield and said, let's hurry up and collect the challenge rewards, if they react and we break the virtual battlefield, we'll definitely have to pay for it. Upon hearing the payout, Ling Qingyao's eyes lit up as she quickly walked towards the entrance of the virtual sparring ground. Yeah. It's going to cost you money. So she had to claim it and run. I don't know if it was subliminally influenced by Qi Lin's character. Doing this kind of thing, she was surprisingly still a bit excited. Chapter 147 Class S Student Breaks Defense. Ling Qingyao was on the list. As Ling Qingyao and Qi Lin walked out of the virtual battlefield, the Class S students on the next opposing side of the battlefield watched her leave through the hole. The students in Class S had expressions of surprise written all over their faces and began to talk. If I'm not mistaken, that's Ling Qingyao from the class next to ours, right? That's her. I thought this attack was from some teacher, but it turned out to be one of our classmates. Say, did you guys ever get the feeling that fathead fish was déjà vu? When you say that, I kinda feel it too. Seems like I've seen an enlarged version of it back in Soul Lake. The students murmured and speculated about the origin of the Guanqing beast spirit. However, the students, might not be able to make a decision, but Xueping had seen with his own eyes that day when he suppressed the Guanqing beast soul. Therefore, as soon as he saw that Qi Lin had subdued that fat-headed fish-like beast spirit, a lightning bolt instantly crossed his mind. It's the missing beast spirit. I didn't expect the remnant spirit to be on this girl. Could it be that the giant beast spirit was also caught by her little white dog? Xueping's mind pondered for a while, his face changing in a cloudy manner. It can't be. He must have misread it. Instead of trusting a little white dog, why don't you trust him to win the lottery? Xueping comforted himself like this in his mind, turned around, coughed and said, as you all just saw, their Class C student Ling Qingyao was able to erupt with this kind of attack. Is our Class S weaker than her? He hoped to use Ling Qingyao's performance to motivate this group of students. However, I don't know which asshole led the uproar, and the scene became chaotic. Teacher, you don't say, you really don't say, we really can't compare to Ling Qingyao. Yeah, the last time we had a sparring match, our Class S's didn't show up much. If it wasn't for Ling Qingyao's power to save the day, our Magic City University would have lost face. And that attack just now, she didn't even take a breath. With that light-hearted look, those who don't know would have thought it was an attack from that puppy. The students' words were like a succession of cannons, one after the other. Under the shell-shocked attack, Xueping listened to their words and turned blue with anger. Melon goons. The whole damn thing is a melon goon. What about my future promotions if you all give in? Xueping said angrily, admitting defeat before the fight even begins. You guys are really the worst students I've ever brought up. Last week of the sprint, no one runs, give me extra practice. I'll guard you to practice and come one by one to challenge the geniuses on the Heaven's Path Subterranean Dragon Silver ranking. With that, Xueping directly mobilized the virtual panel. I don't expect you to beat anyone within 190th place, I'll cut you 5 more places and challenge the students after 195th place. I ask you to remember only 3 things, study. Study. Still ing learning. Under Xueping's combative speech, the students' passion seemed to be mobilized. One by one, their blood boiled, their fists clenched, fighting spirit written all over their faces. Isn't it just 195? Really think they can't beat it, do they? Who isn't a genius? Mr. Xue, there's no need to start from the last, I want to challenge 195th place directly. Infected by this emotion, Yifeng also said. Good, ambitious, this is my old Xue student. Xueping patted Yifeng's shoulder approvingly and laughed, everyone learn more from fellow student Yifeng, let's start by letting him show you what a battle between geniuses is. After saying this, Xueping turned around again and barked at Yifeng. Yifeng, the geniuses on this list are not ordinary people. You must go all out and don't underestimate the strength of your opponents. Yifeng nodded in understanding. Afterwards, he only saw Mr. Xueping extend his finger and slide it on the virtual panel. After entering his identity card, he pulled up the Heaven's Path Subterranean Dragon Silver ranking. At the end position of the list, Xueping pointed to the 195th name. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he suddenly froze when he saw the name on it and the reason for entering the list. 195th place, Mordor University, Ling Qingyao. Reason for joining the list 1, within 1 day, winning 50 consecutive victories over the 50 players on the Tendo Subterranean Dragon Silver list. Reason for inclusion number 2, her summoner skills have miraculous effects. No, when did this girl get on the list? Xueping's pupils slightly contracted as he looked back and forth at Ling Qingyao's name and the reason for entering the list. There's no mistaking it. It's Ling Qingyao. What's wrong? Mr. Xue, you seem a bit surprised. A student came up to Xue Ping's face, saw the name on it, and directly burst out, "This person is Ling Qingyao." "Do not joke, buddy, this is the Heavenly Way Potential Dragon Silver list. After you ascend to go, the country will all give you special care, Ling Qingyao Hao." Password. More and more people converged in front of the virtual panel, including Yi Feng's former teammates. Only at the 195th place on the leaderboard, Ling Qingyao's name was in plain sight. That silver-colored symbol represented that it was the entrant of the Heaven's Path Subterranean Dragon Silver ranking. It's really on the list. When the monkey watched this, his face was horrified as he ran to Yi Feng. Brother Yi. Something big is not good. That Ling Qingyao is ranked 195th, you'd never guess how she got in. More and more people gathered in front of the virtual panel. Yi Feng was squeezed out and looked at the monkey and asked, "Don't sell out, tell us how she made the list?" He couldn't see the reason for entering the list on the virtual panel, he only knew that Ling Qingyao had entered the list. Ugh. People are more angry than people. Monkey covered his chest and explained with difficulty, "She won 50 silver ranking players in a row in a single day, and said something about his summoner skill having a miracle effect." 50 in a row? Hearing this number, Yi Feng found it appalling. He had also heard from his older siblings about the difficulty of the Subterranean Dragon Silver ranking. The silver ranking players in the virtual matchmaking battlefield were all geniuses in the global field, and it was a struggle to try to deal with one. Ling Qingyao was good, defeating 50 in one breath. Is this really a freshman? That attack just now, no wonder it was so terrifying, so it was against an expert. Yi Feng, at this moment, felt as if a mountain was pressed on his shoulders, and he was a bit out of breath. He was from a worldly family, but he was no match for a young girl from out of town. Not to mention he had Elder Lan as his golden finger, while Ling Qingyao was all about talent. Ling Qingyao, this talent monster is really scary. Monkey revealed a bitter smile and comforted Yi Feng, but Brother Yi doesn't have to worry too much, he still has a little white dog as a drag. Aha! Yi Feng nodded his head and looked at Ling Qingyao's record of winning 50 opponents in a row, his face slightly puzzled. Winning so many in a row, what exactly is she trying to do for? Is there a possibility that she's doing it for the streak reward? Monkey inquired. It should be unlikely, I think this is her trying to sharpen her fighting skills. Yi Feng shook his head. Winning streaks are certainly rewarded, but not 50 in a row all the time, right? That's not the way to play the list. Definitely for combat skills. To be so talented and still work so hard is something to learn from. Yi Feng secretly resolved in his heart to chase after Ling Qingyao's footsteps. With Elder Lan's help, he believed that Ling Qingyao would definitely be no match for him. You've got your gift, monster, I've got my gold finger. Yi Feng's face was cold and straight through the crowd. Fingers clicked on the virtual panel and chose Ling Qingyao as his opponent. Come on, Blue Elder. Let's take a look at Ling Qingyao's strength. Chapter 148, $18 million a day. Deeply hidden and unrevealed. 10 minutes later. Yi Feng's miserable screams echoed in the virtual battlefield. Only Yi Feng was pierced through his abdomen by Ling Qingyao's sword, and large streams of blood gushed out from the wound, sliding down the sword to the tip. Snap, snap. Bright red drops fell to the ground with a crisp thud. And it was as if none of it had anything to do with the culprit. Put. The avatar Ling Qingyao drew her long sword without a ripple, and blood splattered everywhere. Immediately after that, she kicked at Yi Feng's chest, and with a bang, Yi Feng was kicked away like a sandbag. And those golden pupils don't hold a single emotion. Damn it, she saw through every move. Yi Feng slid on the ground for some distance and raised his hand to stick his rapier in the ground before he looked to stabilize his body. But Ling Qingyao virtual body's next words were even more so that Yi Feng was struck by lightning. You're too weak to even qualify to collect data for my main body, boring. With that, Ling Qingyao directly disintegrated into points of light in front of Yi Feng and dissipated into the void. Hearing this, Yi Feng's entire body froze in place, full of unbelief as he recalled what she had just said. One is still too weak. Little Yi, don't be too downcast. When you've integrated the Dharma that the old man has taught you, both the professionals and the Abyss will be your helpers. At that time, not to mention just a mere Ling Qingyao, even the most top-notch geniuses of your Eastern Brilliant will not be able to defeat you. I know. Listening to Elder Lan's comforting words, Yi Feng slowly lowered his head, burying his entire face in the shadows. Phew. He seemed to have made some sort of decision and walked outside the virtual battlefield alone. I'll go heal up, you guys continue. Yifeng covered his bleeding abdomen and walked a little bit towards the door. And the concerned glances from his classmates were ignored. Even Shueping's exhortations were useless as Yifeng did not even lift his head and walked straight out of the virtual battlefield. Alas, it's good for him to be alone, but Ling Qingyao's eyes seemed to be able to see through her opponent's moves. Shueping looked at the virtual body Ling Qingyao that crumbled into points of light little by little, only to see that her golden pupils contained certain strange patterns. In that battle just now, Yifeng was killed in seconds without any suspense. The battle power displayed by Ling Qingyao was definitely not only of the third rank. In that state of hers, not to mention the students, even he had the feeling of being seen through. Everyone, one by one, try to see if you can stall her until her state slips. She shouldn't be able to maintain that state for long. Shueping commanded. The surrounding students nodded their heads, and one by one, their eyes stared at each other as they lined up to challenge Ling Qingyao. In the meantime, the other side of the counter at the sparring hall. Hello, I would like to redeem to receive a scholarship to challenge a virtual match. Aha, okay, Ling Qingyao student right. The counter lady was still the same as before. Once she saw Ling Qingyao, she nodded her head with a smile on her face and checked up the challenge record for Ling Qingyao. You've won a total of 51 consecutive matches? The counter lady was shocked. Wait a minute, there should be some problem with this record, let me check again. She immediately tapped away on the computer, but after half a day, that was still the figure that was displayed. 51 wins in a row. No way, you girl, this can win 51 games in a row? The counter lady looked at Ling Qingyao with tears in her eyes, wanting to get an answer from her. I heard there were more back-to-back scholarships, so I played a little bit more. Ling Qingyao slightly turned her head sideways, revealing a sweet smile. Well, that's okay then, I'll do the math for you. The counter schoolmate took out a calculator and quickly tapped it. Zeroing, 10 plus 60 equals 17.85 million. As the counter girl tapped her fingers, she crunched out a number she hadn't even thought of. 1,785? Close to 18 million. That's a lot of rewards for just one day, just by playing the list. With that kind of strength, why go to school at all? Why don't you just get a scholarship? The counter young lady's eyes reddened with envy. Schoolmate, with this daily salary of yours, it's almost as good as a 5th-ranked professional. Ha, it's all luck, and the school sure doesn't let me woolgather all the time. Ling Qingyao had expected this number, but she was still a bit excited after calculating it. Good lord! Now Qilin's future meals will be taken care of. Her cultivation resources could also be further increased, and it wouldn't be a problem for her to impact the middle third stage before the 100 Schools League. But this all presupposes that the school doesn't react before it does. I don't know if the school will have enough money to fix it if they find out she's broken the virtual battlefield. Thinking of this, Ling Qingyao's smile became even brighter as she asked, Senior sister, when can I get the money? I'm kind of in a hurry. Oh, normally, as soon as it's reviewed and approved from above, it'll be given to you, but your amount is too high, so it might take a few days to review. A few days? But I'm rather short of money right now, Ling Qingyao revealed a difficult expression. That can't be helped, sister. The counter lady said helplessly, although she had a solution, she couldn't help Ling Qingyao. Scholarships are public funds, even if her grandfather can help, but cannot just move public funds. Besides, she's just a student on duty now. But just then. Take a look at it, senior sister, this foreign beast of mine hasn't eaten for 3 days. Ling Qingyao picked up the soundly sleeping little Qilin from her arms and held that snowy ball-like body up to the counter. What? Are we in position? Is it time to eat? Feeling a strange noise, Qilin thought he had arrived at the hotel. Cluelessly, he opened his eyes and his vision looked around the room, and all that met his eyes was a snow-white gully. It rubbed its eyes, those big watery eyes revealing a radiance capable of adorning all young girls. Good, what a cute little beast. The counter lady couldn't help but reach out and take Qilin into her arms, her eyes full of compassion. This little guy feels so light, is he starving and thin? Yeah, this little beast of mine hasn't eaten in a couple days, and I don't even have the money to treat my sparring injuries. Ling Qingyao pleaded, Senior sister, please help. When Qilin heard this, his entire little face darkened, instantly understanding Ling Qingyao's plan. 666. First time I've seen a shoveler cheat with a fei, it's just badass. Who the hell did this girl learn these bad intentions from? However, even if you go out on your own, people don't always have the means to do so. As Qilin thought this, he suddenly heard the counter lady speak. Ha! That's too bad for the little guy. I'll think of something for you. I'll ask Tai Gong. He's the curator of the sparring hall, he should have an idea. The counter lady touched Qilin with a compassionate face and took out her cell phone to make a call. Seeing this scene, Qilin directly froze. I'll be damned, it's alright. Tai Gong are here. Then again, maybe this is the luck of the unicorn? Chapter 149, Simply Nonsense. What's the use of this little beast? Hey, Tai Gong, I have a student here who wants to apply for a scholarship. The amount is a little big, 17.85 million, and she's on a longer winning streak. Song Yusin said this to Tai Gong while combing Qilin's fur with her jade hand tied with a red rope. All of a sudden, there was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time, only to hear Tai Gong say, "Iuxan, is the student who applied named Ling Qingyao?" Yes, Tai Gong, you know? If it's her, then it's fine, you can just use my ID card to call her on the scholarship. Is that so? I see. Song Yusin nodded and hung up the phone, looking at Ling Qingyao and smiling. My grandpa seems to know you, but the scholarship matter is finally done. The money will be here in half an hour, so take the little one and heal. Song Yusin fondly returned Qilin to Ling Qingyao. Ling Qingyao picked up Qilin with a smile on her face. Then I'll trouble you. Qilin, quickly say thank you to your sister. I thank you. Qilin rolled his eyes, but since people did help, he clamped his throat and said, thank you, sister. Ha? The little guy can still talk, huh? Song Yusin was taken aback and looked at Qilin with a curved brow. You little snowball, your mouth is really sweet, knowing that your sister is from the southern border side. After another bout of small talk, Ling Qingyao took Qilin and quickly left the sparring hall. Without looking back, the man and the beast left the school and boarded the express train to the delicacy pavilion. At this very moment, due to the time delay system that came with the surveillance, on the other side of the room, Curator Song and the others were still gathered around the backstage, checking out Ling Qingyao's surveillance. The head Song curator hung up on his great-grandson, Song Yusin, and even smiled with a shocked expression, sighing that Ling Qingyao was able to earn so many scholarships. He didn't notice anything wrong in the slightest. Mr. Song, is that a question from above? Yin Ming looked at Song. It's okay, one of my juniors approached me to ask something, keep reading. Song Ocean put away his cell phone with a calm face, and his gaze was once again on the light screen. At this moment, the delayed playback of the monitor also proceeded to Ling Qingyao versus Xiao Junlin. I didn't think that it would be such a coincidence, just now I was pondering if these two freshmen could meet. A teacher laughed, looking at Ling Qingyao's choice of Xiao Junlin with anticipation written all over her face. The teachers around them did the same, and they didn't leave even at the end of the day. After all, Ling Qingyao represented Mordor University, while Xiao Junlin was Shuemu University. The two schools one appeared to be in competition. What's more, this kind of virtual matchmaking battle will also receive a reminder when the player himself enters the virtual matchmaking battlefield again. Therefore, on the surface, they were watching Ling Qingyao beat the rankings, but in reality, they were really watching a battle between Suemu and Devilde. I've seen this Xiao Junlin before, last time he and the one from the Yen D Palace came to the school. But the old principal's temperament is known to everyone, so naturally he rejected Xiao Junlin. Yin Ming looked at Xiao Junlin, who was projected in the virtual battlefield, and took out the glasses that were clipped in the pages of the book. He put on his gold-rimmed glasses and analyzed. It said that this kid's learning ability is so terrifying that he can perfectly replicate it just by looking at it, and that's just talent, not counting his profession. Little Yin, do you think Ling Qingyao can win? Song Ocean didn't care what Xiao Junlin was capable of, he only wanted to know if Ling Qingyao could win. It's hard to say, because Ling Qingyao has shown a similar state to Xiao Junlin, both being able to survey their opponent's moves and learn them for their own use. Yin Ming analyzed it and explained, however, Xiao Junlin has a greater chance of winning. Why? A teacher inquired. Yin Ming did not say anything and watched as Xiao Junlin released his small python that was colored all over. The moment the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python appeared, the teachers knew what Yin Ming meant. Ling Qingyao's imperial beasts were too bad. The profile says even more so that it only has sea-level potential. Compared to Xiao Junlin's imperial beast, there was absolutely no comparison. Even though Xiao Junlin only had a virtual body, the virtual technology was so advanced that he was only a few cards away from his main body. This little python is truly extraordinary, with colorful clouds resting on its body. Its spirit is extremely high. Song Ocean also commented, somewhat worried about Ling Qingyao's chances of winning. At this rate, Ling Qingyao had only one chance of winning. Utilizing his own speed, Xiao Junlin did not have the time to send out the imperial beasts for combat. But Something that no one expected happened. Shoveler, let this unicorn go this time. Good. Only Qilin jumped down from Ling Qingyao's shoulder and said that it was going to go up to the ring to fight against it. The most outrageous thing, Ling Qingyao actually agreed. Putting a little white dog in the ring, isn't that giving your opponent a chance? It's just nonsense. This little white dog doesn't have any idea in his own heart that seven-colored heaven-swallowing python of his isn't a vegetarian. As soon as they saw Ling Qingyao nod her head, the logistics teachers couldn't sit still. What's more, they directly asked Yin Ming, Principal Yin, it's not that we logistic teachers are talkative, let's just say that the school hasn't thought of exchanging Ling Qingyao for a summoned beast? Yeah, this puppy looks like a fake trick. What's the use of being bold? Do you really expect that you can bite your opponent to death? Someone else chimed in. Isn't that a joke on the face of their Mordor University? At this rate, Ling Qingyao was bound to lose. In case the teachers of Waterwood University saw this battle, they were afraid that they would be laughed to death. Compared to the crowd, Yin Ming's face didn't change too much. Don't worry, this puppy is very perceptive, maybe it will really perform a miracle. He did understand Qilin, after all, he had been compared to this little guy when climbing the ladder of enlightenment. There was also a bit of a joke about how the principal's enlightenment couldn't even compare to one on the side of the road. If he hadn't suppressed the news to death, those Mordor University executives would have laughed at him. Little Ian, old me is a bit unimpressed with this battle. Tell me, what is so extraordinary about this little beast? Song Ocean's face was also slightly reddened, clearly on the verge of red temperature. I didn't expect Ling Qingyao, this girl, to be such a bigot. No wonder it was a failure to get a scholarship. What a shame for the old man. Mr. Song, I can't be sure, but this puppy should be able to hold out for a while. Yin Ming smiled slightly bitterly. Enlightenment didn't mean battle power, and he wasn't sure if Qilin could win. Just then, the battle has been fought on the surveillance screen. Only that seven-colored heaven-swallowing python's body shook, spreading out a circle of airwaves. The airwaves swept away, but to one's surprise, Qilin wasn't the least bit surprised and even glared back with a glance. Immediately after, hiss! The seven-colored heaven-swallowing python in the sky collapsed directly to the ground as if it had drunk fake wine, curling up on the ground and shivering. This scene made all the teachers a bit puzzled. Looking at the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python lying on the ground, countless speculations surfaced from the teachers. Playing a fake game? So, Ms. Nan, who had a single ponytail, clapped her hands together and her eyes glowed. I got it. This must be the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python's special form of attack. It's going to launch an onslaught. Chapter 150, Weak My Ass. Is this attack serious? I see. Teacher Nan raised a finger and guessed, this must be the special form of attack of the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python. It's going to launch an onslaught. As she said this, she felt the teachers around her looking at her a bit oddly. Each of the surrounding teachers looked at her with strange eyes, suspicion written all over their faces. It's not. Mr. Nan is also a teacher at Mordor University, right? What makes her feel happy that the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python is going to attack violently? What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Ms. Nan wondered. Teacher Nan, you're mistaken. Yin Ming stood out and pointed at the seven-colored sky-swallowing python on the monitor screen. Looking at this little python's movements, it's clearly being mentally backfired. Spiritual backlash, how is that possible? How can its spiritual power be no match for a little puppy? Teacher Nan said in disbelief. The crowd also looked at the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python that was twitching on the ground. The snake was foaming at the mouth. It does look like a spiritual backlash. Song Ocean wiped his flowery white beard and asked, this little white dog, just now when that glared, there was a strong fluctuation of spiritual power. It might really be a spiritual attack. But that's just luck. When Xiao Junlin reacts, it's not going to be easy to clean up. Upon hearing this, the crowd's gazes concentrated on Ling Qingyao, hoping that she would use this moment to make her move. However, only to see Ling Qingyao standing in place, not even meaning to make a move. Her saber was not even summoned. LOL. It's a big deal. If it were up to them, they would have stabbed their opponents in the back with their flying swords. Aren't you giving the enemy a chance by standing still? Fruity. Shao Kai used the snake enchantment technique to weaken the opponent's spiritual power, then reveal your true body and strangle him. Hiss. Only to see the image, Xiao Junlin inspected the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python's body, and then gave an order. That seven-colored sky-swallowing python acted swiftly, a burst of pink light rising from its eyes. Snake charming. Realizing this ploy, the hearts of the teachers in the audience went cold. This trick can be downright lethal for some puppies, especially males. Xiao Junlin was worthy of being a genius, even pondering over this move. In the next battle, that little white dog's defeat was assured. Not only were the teachers not optimistic about this fight, even Ling Qingyao on the monitor screen was shocked by this scene. Seeing Ling Qingyao's surprised look, Song Haiyang shook his head in disappointment. "I'm afraid that's where I lost." He guessed that Ling Qingyao hadn't expected that Xiao Junlin's fey beasts would have such skill since they were so skilled. But just when everyone was not optimistic about Qilin, Yin Ming, however, tensed his body without a word, and the silver pupils under those gold lenses looked at the surveillance screen. Snake charming technique, similar to fox charming technique, is to utilize the male's desire for reproduction. If it's you little guy, how should you face it? However, Qilin's next action, however, surprised Yin Ming greatly. Because not only did Qilin not have any reaction, the corner of his mouth even curled up into a cruel smile. Only to see Qilin's beast claws lifting, a party of green and white colored treasure seals appeared above its head. Immediately after that, Qilin's beast claws through, and the treasure seal turned into a wave-like stream of light hovering above the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python's head. Next moment, the mountain river seal expanded directly in mid-air and grew in response to the wind, and in a few moments, it covered all of the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python's body. Hiss! The seven-colored sky-swallowing python hissed in pain and quickly swam away, trying to please the shroud of the treasure seal, but no matter how fast it was, the treasure seal was deadlocked on it. Afterward, the crowd only heard Qilin's command, "Treasure seal subdue snake demon." Boom! The surveillance screen shook violently, and then the image was enveloped in a cloud of smoke and dust, falling into a blur that lasted more than 10 seconds. When he recovered, he could only see the mountain river seal pressing down on the ground, and the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python's figure had disappeared. Hiss! Not the sound of snakes chirping, but the sound of cold air being sucked in backwards. This puppy is so ferocious, it says suppress without a hint of ambiguity. There was no obsession with beauty in his eyes, only respect for the battle. You use beauty as a move, then it directly crushes you with a treasure seal. Everyone's using moves. Fair enough, right? None of the teachers had expected the battle to be so reversed, and at the same time there was one more question on their minds. Why did Qilin ignore the snake charming technique? Why do I get the feeling that this little puppy wasn't tempted by the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python? Confusion was written all over Ms. Nan's pretty face, and she asked the question that was on all the teachers' minds. Yin Ming lifted the frames of his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes full of surprise and satisfaction as he spoke. "Well, the desire for battle allows it to ignore all temptations, and a quick fight is the best answer it can give to its opponents. Clean and sharp, a lion fights a rabbit with all its might. This fighting style, I really can't imagine that I would see it on a little white dog." Yin Ming did not mince his words were full of appreciation for Qilin. And Song Ocean frowned. What kind of treasure tool is that little puppy's? Seeing that Yin Ming and the others were quite excited, he said with a stern face, "Don't rush to be happy first. You mustn't be like the Shaochen ones, who thought they had suppressed the beast souls, but actually got happy too early and made the ancient beast souls lose one of theirs. This lad across the street hasn't used a trick yet." At those words, the teachers around them fell silent. Indeed. Xiao Junlin had yet to make a move, and what kind of fiery flames would blossom from him, a genius who had fused 100 great arts. The teachers were more than a little stoned, their eyes fixed intently on the screen. Through the screen, they all seemed to be able to sense a smell of impending explosions of gunpowder. "Chai! What the hell are you?" Only to see Xiao Junlin glaring angrily at Qilin on the surveillance screen, the anger under his eyes blazing. But just the next moment, Qilin seemed to have said something to Ling Qingyao about having dinner, so it had to be quick. Afterward, Qilin's body was only seen to light up with a burst of golden band-like energy that surged into the greenish-white treasure seal power in mid-air. And then, a familiar-looking fathead fish appeared in front of Song Ocean and Yin Ming's eyes. Isn't that the ING lost beast spirit? How did the Soul Lake's beast soul get into this little puppy treasure? They were all startled before they had time to react. It was then that the Kuanpeng beast spirit was seen to surge in size, expanding to more than 50 meters in the blink of an eye, covering all the surveillance images. And the monitor screen automatically pulled up and contracted to a height where it could overlook the entire battlefield. Up! This little puppy's treasure tool even has an artifact spirit. Why is it so huge in size? The teachers had incredulity written all over their faces. Their pupils reflected the fat-headed fish that obscured most of the virtual battlefield. Xiao Junlin, who was facing the fathead fish artifact spirit directly, had a face that was even more cloudy and uncertain than if he had eaten a fly. "No, buddy? You hit one of my avatars with a cannon.